You're just a poor student with a monthly allowance of only 20,000, but received an order from the hottest young diva while working as a part-time designated driver. The two even spent a passionate night together while drunk. When I woke up the next day, you look at the red plum blossom mark on the bedsheet, frozen in shock. Just as you were contemplating how to explain it, the little diva directly wrote a check for 100,000 and handed it to you. If anyone else finds out about this, I will make you regret ever being born. After saying that, she picked up her handbag, shakily walked away. Seeing this, you stopped your wild imaginings. After tidying up a bit, I headed to the Western restaurant where I had arranged to meet my girlfriend. Looking at the enchanting and alluring girl before me, and thinking back on last night's wild and absurd events, you're contemplating whether this relationship is worth continuing. Who would have thought the other party would speak first? Jiang Bai, let's break up. Brother Fan has already agreed to sign me on. We are no longer in the same world. Seeing that you didn't speak, Lu Feifei continued to say arrogantly, by the way, everything I'm wearing was bought by you. Shall I take it off and give it back to you? Your silence is not due to sorrow or distress, but was lost in thought. You thought she wanted to break up because she found out about last night's incident. It seems now that this wasn't the case at all. But you didn't say anything, because when you really think about it, you were the one who wronged her first. Just as you were about to part ways with her amicably, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in your ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, for binding to the ultimate entertainment system. Now triggering the random mission, domineeringly slapping the gold-digging ex-partner. Reward, 1 Bugatti Veyron. Comes with a passive skill random doubling aura. Hearing this, you were overjoyed. I've been here for 3 months already. System, you finally arrived. Without hesitation, you slapped him across the face. A calm voice sounded. I agree to the breakup. This sentence struck Lu Feifei's mind like a thunderbolt. But the excruciating pain on her face told her, this is not a dream. Then she widened her eyes and looked at you in disbelief. Jiang Bai, how dare you hit me? Ding! Remind the host to slap the gold-digging X once more. Reward of 1 billion Huaxia dollars. Damn, one slap equals $1 billion. If not now, then when? You immediately delivered another slap, causing Lu Feifei's body to tremble. This time, the beating left him somewhat dazed. Before she could finish speaking, you slap 100 yuan bill on the table. This last meal is on me. Don't let me see you again. Turned around and left the restaurant. Listening to the notification sound of rewards being credited in my ears, the curve of your lips grew deeper by a fraction. How could the word awesome alone capture this feeling? Just a few steps out of the restaurant, you saw the push notification on your phone. Shocking. National diva Chu Mengyo is suspected to be in a relationship. Entering the hotel with my boyfriend. Then, looking at the pictures accompanying the news below, you were instantly stunned. Isn't this beautiful girl the same one from last night? She's actually a heavenly queen? At this very moment, a red Lamborghini has stopped in front of you, and when he saw who had arrived, you froze again because the person approaching was none other than, it was Chu Mengyo. Get in the car. Chu Mengyo glanced at you with a complex expression. You nodded. Then you immediately sat on it. Chu Mengyo took a deep breath, glancing at you in the passenger seat. Suddenly she said, let's get married. Ahem. Hearing Chu Mengyo's words, you almost choked on your own spit. This information has hit you too hard, and you're a bit stunned. Various possibilities flash through your mind. Then you look at Chu Mengyo with disbelief. Could you be pregnant? But then again, that couldn't be possible, even if it really happened. That's not how fast it reacts. Chu Mengyo heard your murmuring to yourself. A dark line appeared on the forehead. Pregnant? What are you thinking? You finally let out a sigh of relief, so it's not pregnancy. That's good, that's good. However, after calming down, you secretly speculated to yourself. This beauty definitely has something to ask of me. Otherwise, why would they come all this way? Seeing you looking so relaxed, Chu Mengyo gritted her teeth in frustration. Don't get the wrong idea. I married you just to stop my parents from bothering me. This is a marriage contract. Chu Mengyo takes out a contract and hands it to you. Clearly, this was premeditated. Takes the contract. You can't help but be stunned by the content above. A monthly payment of 100,000 during the marriage. Matters such as meeting the parents will be calculated separately based on the price. With this move, you could save at least 20 years of hard work. Chu Mengyo rolled her eyes at you, muttering to herself in annoyance. Sure enough, he's nothing but a shameless scoundrel. Do you have the household register with you? On the body. You were also a bit dazed. You originally wanted to send your household registration booklet back home. Who would have thought to encounter such a situation? But what do you need the household register for? Could it be, considering a certain possibility? You glanced at Chu Mengyo. Civil Affairs Bureau, marriage registration. As expected, Chu Mengyo's words left you utterly bewildered. This girl is really decisive and quick to act. She looked at you with a complicated expression and continued. You can refuse. If you refuse, from now on we'll have nothing to do with each other. Of course I agree. You're no fool, looking at the stunning beauty beside you. Not only can we spend time together up close, but I'll also get paid. With such great terms, there's no reason to refuse. Xu Mengyao heard the underlying meaning in your words, a glint in her beautiful eyes. This jerk, is it so hard to speak properly? Since you agree, then sign here. With the contract in hand, she felt much more at ease. After all, what followed would be a long-term arrangement to manage, and only by registering the marriage. Could she make her parents give up completely and stop bothering her with blind dates? After signing, you gaze at the stunning beauty beside you. He asked with a smile, you wouldn't end up taking the act for real in the future, would you? Xu Mengyao glared at you and said, get lost. Even if all the men in the world were gone, I won't actually go through with this charade with you either. Immediately, Xu Mengyao seemed to have thought of something. Her face suddenly flushed red. The little voice inside screamed furiously, damn it, how could I have thought of those strange images? An hour later, looking at the red booklet in hand, you secretly clicked your tongue. We're married just like that? Xu Mengyao beside you rolled her eyes at you. It's just a disguise. Then she got into the car and asked, where are you going? Since you helped me, I'll give you a ride. Ding. Host triggers random mission, go to the supercar forest dealership to pick up the car. Divine level music reward. Additionally, 1 billion Chinese yuan is included. Hearing the system's voice, you froze for a moment. He thought to himself, this system is truly reliable, it actually delivers the rewards it promises. At the Dongjian supercar forest dealership, Lu Feifei excitedly said to those around her, Fan Gu. Look, so many luxury cars. Seeing Lu Feifei's excited expression, Chen Fan smiled slightly. Is that all there is to it? Look at that Bugatti Veyron. The standard models start at 30 million. This one is the premium version, worth 50 million. After hearing this, a glimmer of light sparkled in Liu Feifei's eyes, calculating in his mind. If only I could cozy up to the tycoon who bought this car. Then why be a pop star? Just serve the rich well. Chen Fan gave a bitter smile, but that kind of super luxury car, it's not something we can covet. Although he was the director of the Heavenly Voice with an annual salary of $1 million. But you can only afford an ordinary sports car. As they were talking, a commotion arose at the entrance. The slender sales manager bowed respectfully at a perfect 90-degree angle, shouting, welcome, young Master Jiang. How could it be him? At the sight of the newcomer, Lu Feifei's mind went blank with shock. His face was full of disbelief. A bad feeling welled up inside him. Chen Fan was also taken aback by Lu Feifei's words. Jiang Bai? Could this be the ex-boyfriend you mentioned earlier? That kid isn't just a poor student, is he? How could he possibly be treated so well by the sales manager of a 4S store? The sales manager glanced at the stunned crowd, a faint smile curling his lips. Mr. Jiang, the Bugatti Veyron you purchased is right here. This vehicle utilizes an 8-liter W16 engine with 4 turbochargers, delivering a maximum output of 1001 horsepower at 6000 RPM. Gearshifts complete in just 150 milliseconds, accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in a mere 2.5 seconds. Should you wish to exceed 375 km/h? What? The sales manager's words sent the entire crowd into a frenzy. That guy bought a Bugatti Veyron. Holy crap, that's the high-end version worth 50 million. A true tycoon strikes dropping 50 million in one go. No wonder the sales manager went all out to entertain him. Everyone swallowed hard. In that moment, the way they looked at Jiang Bai changed completely. It was a level of wealth they could never hope to reach in a lifetime. Are you kidding me? Over 90% of them didn't even have 50 million yuan in assets. Even if they did, they wouldn't have the nerve to buy such a luxury car. Young Master Jiang, we've selected the license plate JB88888 for you at no charge. Should you prefer an alternative, we can arrange it. Chen Fan sucked in a sharp breath. A license plate like that is worth at least $1 million. JB, wasn't that Jiang Bai? That guy, who exactly is he? Could it be that woman in the supercar outside the Western restaurant wasn't some sugar mama he was keeping, but his actual girlfriend? Only then did Lu Feifei realize what she'd missed out on. Feifei, I have to head out first. Chen Fan sucked in a sharp breath. Damn it, this kind of presence wasn't someone like him a small fry could afford to offend. He made up an excuse and slipped away. Are you kidding me? Lu Feifei was involved with a man of that caliber. If he got caught in the crossfire by accident later, he wouldn't even know how he died. Brother Fan, you. By the time Lu Feifei snapped back to reality, Chen Fan had vanished from the scene. Left alone, she stared at the empty space with a complex expression. Chen Fan's abrupt departure had given her a vague inkling of what was unfolding. Moments later, outside the supercar dealership. Jiang Bai. Just then, a familiar voice reached her ears. It was Lu Feifei. Seeing the supercar pull up, her eyes lit up, thinking there might still be a chance to salvage things. Chen Fan manipulated me before. I was momentarily confused. The truth is, you've always been the one I love. Smack. A slap landed, sending Lu Feifei crashing to the ground. I have no interest in a cheater. She then floored the gas pedal and sped off toward Dongjian University. How could this happen? Lu Feifei's face turned ashen, overcome with grief and overwhelming regret. Jiang Bai, I regret it. Please, just be my lapdog one more time. I'll definitely treasure it. Hearing this, the crowd gathered around the supercar erupted in heated discussion. This plot twist actually happened in real life. That girl treated the guy like some broke loser, never expecting he was a second-generation tycoon. Serves her right. Exactly. There are just too many girls like this nowadays, which is why society's values have deteriorated so badly. From broke to billionaire, that's one brutal slap in the face. Their words stabbed like knives into Lu Feifei's heart, leaving it bleeding. Chapter 4, Jiang Bai, stop singing. Come home with me, okay? Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the pickup supercar at 4S store mission. Reward, divine tier music, plus 1 billion renminbi. Inside the supercar, the system's voice echoed in Jiang Bai's ears. A faint smile curved his lips, followed by a sudden, excruciating pain in his mind as if a giant hand were stirring his thoughts that vanished in an instant. The next moment, Jiang Bai's mind was filled with innate knowledge and techniques about music. His breathing and vocal tone changed accordingly, creating a strange sensation. Take care, handsome. Welcome back anytime. The gas station owner and his staff saw Jiang Bai off. Holy crap, casually topping up 100,000 renminbi, definitely a VIP customer. Ding. Host spent 100,000 renminbi, triggering a 30,000x reward. Received 300 million renminbi. Half an hour later. Dongjian University, auditorium entrance. A beast's roar pierced the silence, drawing the students' attention. What? That's an insanely cool supercar. This year's latest model, a Bugatti Veyron. Worth at least 30 million. What? Could it be a rich kid attending our school? He must be super handsome. Maybe we'll get to meet him, eek. The crowd buzzed with chatter and teasing as the door swung open. A figure stepped out, instantly capturing everyone's attention. When they finally recognized who stepped out of the car, everyone froze. Whoa! It's Senior Jiang Bai. Everyone stared in utter shock at Jiang Bai stepping out of the supercar. Could Senior Jiang Bai be a hidden tycoon? Jiang Bai heard the murmurs around him, but remained unfazed. Shortly after, inside the auditorium, Principal Zhao Ziang was speaking to a stunningly beautiful girl. Student Ruoxue, I hope attending our school's anniversary celebration hasn't taken up too much of your time. Lin Ruoxue shook her head slightly, a smile curving her lips. That breathtaking smile sent a wave of gasps and whispers through the crowd. Holy crap, she truly lived up to her reputation as the most beautiful campus queen in history. Just one smile made them feel like they were falling in love. Soon. After some warm-up activities, the stunning hostess held the microphone to her lips. Alright, next up, please welcome the senior members of the Arts Club performing the DJ dance Ace of Spades. Give them a big round of applause. Holy crap. Su Tiancheng and his two friends, who had just arrived at the auditorium, jolted awake. That catchy anthem, Ace of Spades, the seniors dance. Soon, over a dozen fair-skinned, stunning seniors appeared in crop tops and ultra-short shorts, their figures perfectly accentuated. This alone was enough to captivate the entire audience. Then, a stunning hostess stepped onto the stage, holding an announcement card. Next, please welcome Dongda University's most popular student, Jiang Bai, who will perform the love song Little Dimple for us. Everyone, give him a warm welcome. Jiang Bai. Lin Ruoxue, who hadn't been paying much attention, felt her heart skip a beat upon hearing the familiar name. Could it be someone with the same name? Fei, look. Jiang Bai's up there singing. I'm so jealous of you. Who knew he was a hidden big spender? Yeah, don't forget about us when you make it big, okay? The chatter from the beautiful girls beside Lu Feifei made her cheeks flush crimson. In that moment, she desperately wished she could slap herself. What? Lin Ruoxue saw the figure on stage. It was none other than Jiang Bai, whom she had just obtained a marriage certificate with. He is actually a student at Dongjian University. Jiang Bai stepped onto the stage, his gaze locking with Lin Ruoxue's beautiful eyes. What was she doing here? He'd intended to unleash his god-tier musical prowess here, but never expected her to show up. Lin Ruoxue, wasn't she also surnamed Lin, hailed as Dongjian University's most beautiful campus flower? Could it be? That girl was Dongjian University's most beautiful campus flower? A faint smile curved Jiang Bai's lips. Fate truly worked in mysterious ways. I'm still searching for a place to call home. And a warm embrace. Who prays for me, worries for me? Who gets angry for me, who makes a fuss for me? Happiness begins to show signs. VIP section. Lin Ruoxue stared blankly at Jiang Bai on stage. That guy sings this well? Clearly, this was the first time Lin Ruoxue had heard this song. Undeniably, both his vocal control and breath control were flawless. Su Tiancheng and his two companions stared dumbfounded at their boss on stage. Holy cow, is that really our boss? Impressive. This song is absolutely divine. A reclusive tycoon who still sings this well. Boss, he. Lin Xiao looked at their boss with a complex expression. Just how much more is there that we don't know? Zhou Hao's eyes burned with intensity as he watched the stage. My sister happens to be the head of the talent signing department. Why let opportunities go to outsiders? I'll talk to her about this as soon as I get back. My sister is absolutely stunning. If the boss ends up marrying her someday, that'd be even better, hee. Su Tiancheng and the other guy shot him a look. You're dreaming, kid. Exactly. The boss isn't half bad looking himself, he probably wouldn't even notice your sister. Lin Xiao chimed in with a final jab. Zhou Hao shot them a glare. You guys know nothing. Hearing the fourth brother's words, Su Tiancheng and the other exchanged glances. This kid really deserved a beating, they'd sort him out later. As the three continued their banter, the song reached its climax. Your dimples, your long lashes, they're your most beautiful marks. I lie awake every night, longing for your smile. You don't know how important you are to me. With you, my life feels perfectly whole. Dimpled cheeks, long lashes, utterly irresistible. I've slowed my pace, feeling like I'm drunk. Woo. Hearing the electrifying vocals, the girls in the audience instantly lost their composure, erupting into screams. Senior Jiang Bai, stop singing. Come home with me, sweetie. Jiang Bai, I love you like a mouse loves rice. The continuous declarations of affection made Lin Ruoxue slightly furrow her delicate brows. For some reason, hearing that guy being adored by so many girls felt odd. How could this be? That guy, actually affecting my mood. Lin Ruoxue was thoroughly perplexed. Even if he sang well, did she really have to react like this? Chapter 5, handing your man the room key, and that was all it took. Fei Fei, you're so lucky. I'm so jealous. He's rich, handsome, and super romantic. Listening to her friend's words, Lu Feifei felt like crying. She desperately wanted to tell them she and Jiang Bai had broken up, but ultimately couldn't muster the courage. Or perhaps she was afraid of losing the last shred of her dignity. Still playing hard to get, huh? Her friends around her were filled with envy. If I were you, I'd become his woman tonight and marry him. Exactly. We work our asses off in school for a better life, don't we? Lu Feifei fell silent, her inner voice screaming, I want to be his woman too, but Jiang Bai isn't playing the role of a sycophant anymore. What can I do? A moment passed. The music ended, and the room fell silent. After about 10 seconds of this atmosphere, with a sudden whoosh, a girl stood up from her seat. Then 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 people. Soon, the entire hall was on its feet. Clap. 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 Thunderous applause erupted, punctuated by excited shrieks as if the person on stage were their own boyfriend. Senior Jiang Bai, I love you to death. Unbeatable Jiang God, 666666. Senior Jiang Bai, you're my heart, you're my soul, I want to have babies with you. Bull like Jiang God, you're so awesome. I swear, I'll only marry a husband like Senior Jiang Bai someday. Otherwise, I'll never get hitched. Rich, handsome, and talented, I'm head over heels. The crowd buzzed with chatter, but Jiang Bai paid it no mind. Having satisfied his itch to show off, he quietly slipped away, leaving his achievements and fame behind. What happened on the field afterward was none of his concern. Auditorium restroom. After using the restroom, Jiang Bai approached the sink. Jiang Bai. A familiar voice called out, its sweet scent wafting toward him. The speaker was none other than the nation's beloved icon, Lin Ruoxue. Seeing Lin Ruoxue standing before him, Jiang Bai froze in surprise. He hadn't expected this girl to speak to him first. Here, this is the key to my villa at Tangchenipin. As she spoke, Lin Ruoxue produced a magnetic card. Its black and gold design exuded extravagance, clearly indicating the villa's substantial value. Ding! Host has triggered a random task, Wall Dunk and tease Lin Ruoxue. Reward, Villa number 1 in Tianyu Mansion, plus 2 billion renminbi. What? Hearing the system's announcement, Jiang Bai froze. What the hell? Wall banging this girl? The system really knows how to play. But the reward was nothing to sneeze at. He knew the Tianyu Mansion Villa number 1 was worth over 300 million yuan, and now it came with an additional 2 billion yuan. With that thought, he closed in on Lin Ruoxue, pinning her against the wall. One hand braced against the surface, causing Lin Ruoxue's heart to leap. What are you doing? I'm warning you, this is a public place. This move genuinely terrified Lin Ruoxue, fearing he might cross the line. Jiang Bai, seeing this, hooked her jade-like chin with a playful smirk. What? Your man gave you the room key, and now you can't hold back? Lin Ruoxue, at #amp% at. You. Hearing his audacious words, she seethed inwardly but dared not overreact. I gave you the keycard so you could better assist me in deceiving my parents. Of course. In return, I'll give you appropriate compensation. For some reason, her tone sounded uncertain. She genuinely feared that someone might do something. I see. Staring at the room key in the stunning beauty's hand, Jiang Bai didn't reach out to take it. If he accepted it now, wouldn't he be no different from a pathetic sucker? I'm not opposed to letting you take the keycard, but I'll be staying in your villa for 100 days. What? Lin Ruoxue's beautiful eyes widened at his words. Impossible. Staying in my villa? Not even for a single day. Is that so? Seeing Lin Ruoxue's resolute expression, Jiang Bai shrugged. Then I'm afraid I can't accept this keycard. You? That guy's utterly resigned expression made Lin Ruoxue feel an overwhelming urge to strangle him. But since she needed his help, she couldn't let it show. She even regretted marrying this jerk. 3 days. Lin Ruoxue gritted her teeth, uttering a number. 3 days maximum. 5 days, not a day more. 10 days, don't push me, Jiang Bai. After a heated negotiation, they finally settled on 1 month. This outcome drove Lin Ruoxue mad. Jiang Bai, you just wait. Mum. Before she could finish, her lips were silenced by a firm press. Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the man before her. A thunderous roar echoed in her mind, her face frozen in disbelief. That bastard dared to kiss her. Her mind reeled. Lin Ruoxue's stunning eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the bastard before her. How dare he? How could he do such a thing? If anyone had captured this scene, the consequences were unimaginable. Moments later, their lips parted. Lin Ruoxue mustered all her strength to push him away, her cheeks flushing crimson like dawn clouds. You? Well, consider this your standby interest. Jiang Bai curved his lips. Oh, and don't forget Jiang Bai is waiting for your man at the villa for a month. Lin Ruoxue. Hearing that bastard's shameless words, Lin Ruoxue felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. She'd once felt guilty about rushing into marriage and potentially ruining his life, but now it seemed that scoundrel deserved to be ruined best if he ended up alone forever. Damn it! How could someone be so shameless? Clenching her fists tightly, Lin Ruoxue wanted nothing more than to tear that guy to shreds. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the Wall Duncan T's Lin Ruoxue mission. Reward, Villa number 1 of the Tianyu Mansion, plus 2 billion renminbi. Just as expected. No sooner had she left than the system notification of the reward arriving sounded in her ears. Tianyu Mansion? This reward came at just the right time. Jiang Bai's lips curved upward. He was curious to see just how impressive a villa worth 300 million could be. Chapter 6, Big Brother, will you be my sister's husband? Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Just as she was seething with resentment, Lin Ruoxue's phone rang. Seeing it was her mom calling. Hello, Mom. What? Shao, she's sulking and ran away from home. She's come to me. Alright, I'll contact her immediately. After hanging up, Lin Ruoxue's expression darkened slightly. That girl, has she lost her mind? The number you have dialed is turned off. Please try again later. Hearing the phone switch off, Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but feel anxious. After all, Dongjian was a vast city teeming with all sorts of people. And though the girl was young, she was exceptionally pretty. What if she caught the eye of some unsavory character? Jiangnan University, barbecue stall. Hey, boss. 10 kidney skewers. 20 chicken wings. 30 lamb skewers. And 3 more draft beers. With practiced ease, Su Tiancheng waved his hand. Big boss is picking up the tab today. Agreed. Zhou Hao smacked his lips in agreement, while Lin Xiao grinned mischievously beside him. We're gonna fleece the boss big time. Cheers. The 4 clinked glasses. Su Tiancheng's gaze drifted toward the Bugatti Veyron parked nearby, feeling as if he were in a dream. Boss, you're a hidden tycoon. Though he was already certain, Su Tiancheng still swallowed hard and asked for confirmation. I suppose so. It's a long story, best left untold. With that evasive reply, Su Tiancheng and the others assumed Jiang Bai had his reasons and didn't press further. Come on, today we're gonna knock the boss flat. Let's do it. Drink till we drop. Cups clinked and glasses emptied. Before long, the trio was thoroughly drunk. Jiang Bai smiled at them. Boss, the tab, please. After instructing the owner to have someone escort the 3 men out, Jiang Bai stood at the barbecue stall, enjoying the gentle night breeze. Ding! Host spent 350 renminbi, triggering a 100,000x rebate. Received 35 million renminbi. As expected, the notification of the cashback reward landing in his account sounded in his ear. He then pulled up his attribute panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 20. Skill, God tier music. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1. Wealth, 3.435 billion renminbi. Passive skill, double consumption aura, below 100 million. Staring at the wealth figure on his stats panel, Jiang Bai felt a pang of disbelief. Had he truly become the very type of wealthy person he despised most? Indeed it was. Life truly is like a play. Who would have thought that even he, Jiang Bai, would have his day of triumph? Hey, you little brat, stop right there. Come entertain this old man. As Jiang Bai pondered this, commotion erupted nearby. Glancing over, he saw 3 drunken men closing in on a girl of 14 or 15, a face that seemed vaguely familiar. Damn it. Run, little girl. You're being targeted. I told you running away from home was dangerous. Oh, the little girl's in trouble. Quick, call the cops. We can't let these bastards mess with Loli-chan. Lin Xiaoxi watched the fan comments flood her livestream, her pretty face turning pale. She could feel someone closing in on her, but it was already too late. 3 drunks had already cornered her by the bridge. What do you want? Lin Xiaoxi had never encountered such a situation before. She'd come to find her sister in a fit of anger after falling out with her family, never expecting to run into this. If she really got into trouble, how could she possibly survive? Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxi spotted the handsome guy nearby. Her eyes lit up. Brother-in-law, come save me. Ha! While the 3 drunks were momentarily stunned, Lin Xiaoxi seized the chance. She scampered over and hid behind Jiang Bai, her smooth maneuver leaving the livestream audience dumbfounded. Damn, that little girl's got guts. What the hell is brother-in-law supposed to mean? They knew the little runaway had a pretty older sister, but they weren't married. Kid, get lost. Smack. Before the drunk could finish his sentence, Jiang Bai slapped him across the face. Remember, Jiang Bai was a top 3 contender in the high school league's free fighting division. A few drunks were no match for him. Gulp. Seeing this, the other 2 drunks swallowed hard, realizing Jiang Bai was a trained fighter. Kid, you've got guts. They then dragged their comrade away, fleeing in disarray. Wow. Lin Xiaoxi watched the drunks scramble away in panic, her eyes brimming with admiration. The live stream exploded. 66666, this guy's got some serious skills. Hero saves the damsel in distress. Is that little cutie's gaze hinting she'll repay him with her body? Can't wait for the drama. Let the little cutie just give in already. But man, this dude's got some looks. If I had half his face, I wouldn't still be single. Handsome and skilled, let's have babies, handsome guy. One smooth move and Lin Xiaoxi's livestream viewers skyrocketed, instantly breaking the 1,000 mark. Keep in mind, her highest viewership record had never even hit 1,000, so you can imagine how captivating this moment was. Big brother, thank you. Lin Xiaoxi batted her big, adorable eyes. Oh, and big brother, would you be my sister's husband? My sister is super pretty. Not interested. Jiang Bai said before climbing into his supercar. Lin Xiaoxi, however, smoothly took the passenger seat. This move had the livestream audience shouting 666. Had the wild little loli finally succumbed to reality? Jiang Bai froze. He had no desire to get entangled with a little brat. As for drunk driving? Not a chance. He'd long since mastered the system's mall. 1 sobering card, and all traces of intoxication vanished. Brother-in-law, how could you just leave a little girl stranded on the road? What if she runs into trouble? Her pitiful, whiny, and adorable act had over 1,000 viewers in the livestream bursting into laughter. If they didn't know the true nature of the runaway little Lolita, they would have fallen for it hook, line, and sinker. What about your family's number? Should I call them to pick you up? Lin Xiaoxi tapped her index fingers together. Well, I had a falling out with my family. I just ran away from home. Jiang Bai. Well, I'm heading home anyway. You can crash at my place tonight. Looking closely at the girl before him, he felt an increasingly familiar sense of recognition. You must leave tomorrow. Really? Hearing Jiang Bai agree to take her in, Lin Xiaoxi's face lit up with delight, her true nature shining through. Thanks, brother-in-law. Jiang Bai gave a wry smile. This girl was certainly outgoing, trusting him so readily that he had no ulterior motives toward her. Calling him brother-in-law like that actually sounded quite fitting. But right now, Lin Ruoxue was frantically worried on the other side. If she found out her sister had been abducted by Jiang Bai, who knew if she'd go berserk? Chapter 7, Generous Rewards. Raging little Lolita is my sister-in-law? Brother-in-law. Do you have a girlfriend? After calling him brother-in-law for a while, Lin Xiaoxi suddenly asked curiously. Fans in the livestream chat went wild with 666 reactions. This move was beyond anyone's expectations. She'd gotten so hooked on calling him brother-in-law that she only just remembered to ask if he had a girlfriend. Damn, being handsome really lets you get away with anything. No. Jiang Bai replied casually, thinking of Lin Ruoxue. They were merely business partners, though they had a marriage certificate, but didn't exactly make them boyfriend and girlfriend, did it? That's great. Lin Xiaoxi's face lit up with delight, but then she sensed something was off and made a funny face. Hee, big brother, that's not what I meant. I mean, if you don't have a girlfriend, maybe you could date my sister. The livestream audience erupted into chaos at Jiang Bai's eye roll. But, haha, sorry, I couldn't hold back my laughter. That little cutie with so much potential calling him brother-in-law and throwing herself at the hottie, unbelievable. Exactly. Little Lolita-chan must have tons of admirers. Exactly. The nurturing type is so great, adorable yet fierce. Loli-chan, how about considering this handsome guy? Loli, that hottie is mine, sniffle sniffle. Fans chattered excitedly in the livestream chat. At this moment, the viewer count had already surpassed 3,000. But Lin Xiaoxi clearly wasn't paying attention. Her entire focus was on her future brother-in-law. She'd been tearing her hair out over her older sister's lifelong commitment. Of course, if she knew this handsome guy had already gotten married to her sister, who knows how she'd react. As they spoke, the supercar glided into the Tianyu Mansion villa complex. Wow! Seeing her brother-in-law pull into Tianyu Mansion, Lin Ruoxue's beautiful eyes widened. Brother-in-law, you live in Tianyu Mansion? They say the cheapest place here starts at 800 million, with the average price breaking $1 billion. Whoa! The moment she uttered those words, the live stream exploded once more. Holy moly, the little darling's one-sided crush on her brother-in-law seemed to be even more extravagant than they'd imagined. Squeak! Fans were stunned when the car pulled up in front of Building 1, the crown jewel of Tianyu Mansion. Everyone swallowed hard. Ah! Just then, a shriek cut through the chat. Holy crap, did you guys catch that? The brother-in-law's ride looks like a high-end Bugatti Veyron, and the license plate is JB88888. Holy moly! What? The ever-resourceful netizens quickly shared screenshots of the livestream. Upon seeing the actual vehicle, their minds exploded. Holy crap, no wonder my brother-in-law lives in the penthouse of Tianyu Mansion. That's impressive. Rumor has it this penthouse is worth 300 million. Lin Ruoxue excitedly entered the villa, taking in the lavish furnishings and layout. Every detail from the natural lighting to the design was perfectly executed. Brother-in-law, this villa is way better than my sister's. Lin Ruoxue led her fans on a tour of the villa, truly treating them to a feast for the eyes. Watching her excited expression, Jiang Bai smiled faintly. Truth be told, with such a quirky and spirited girl around, boredom was impossible. Ding! Host triggered random quest, lavishly reward Lin Ruoxue with divine tier culinary skills and 3 billion renminbi. Ha! The system's voice echoed in his ears, startling Jiang Bai. A lavish tip? What the hell? Could it be the system actually wants him to become this girl's brother-in-law? Ah well. Completing the task would also be a chance to make some money. Soon, he registered a Doushao live streaming account under the imposing nickname Supreme Ruler. Ding! Host spent 1 million renminbi, triggering a 1,000-fold reward earning 1 billion renminbi. Whoa! Hearing the system's notification, Jiang Bai froze. Holy crap, he just snagged 1 billion renminbi. This little girl was truly his benefactor. Jiang Bai curved his lips and entered the runaway little Lolita livestream. Only 3,000 followers? That's pretty low. Jiang Bai surveyed Lin Ruoxue's stream. The system task's lavish gifts would naturally boost her follower count significantly, a small token of gratitude. With that thought, Jiang Bai began showering gifts. Simultaneously, Lin Ruoxue's livestream reacted. Junlin Tianxia tipped Raging Little Lolita with Blue Demon X20. Junlin Tianxia tipped Runaway Little Lolita Blue Demon X20. Supreme Ruler rewards Runaway Little Lolita with Blue Demon X20. Supreme Ruler rewards Runaway Little Lolita with Blue Demon X20. The chat was instantly flooded with Blue Fairy gifts. Each Blue Fairy costs 1,000 yuan, and a set costs 20,000 renminbi. Jiang Bai just spent 200,000 renminbi on 10 sets. What? Lin Ruoxue stared at the screen filled with blue fairies, completely dumbfounded. Blue fairies? 100 blue fairies? Holy crap! Her face was etched with shock. She hadn't been streaming long. Where had she ever encountered such a spectacle? A 200,000 renminbi donation right off the bat? Even with a 50% split, that's 100,000 renminbi. Whoa! A god-tier spender has arrived. Welcome Lord Junlin. Holy crap, this is Lord's first time here, right? Dropping 200 grand on his first visit? Talk about lavish. The joys of the wealthy are beyond our comprehension. Heh, maybe Lord Junlin has his eye on Loli Chan. The livestream chat erupted. With each massive donation, the channel's popularity skyrocketed, quickly surpassing 5,000 followers. Ding! Jiang Bai received a private message from Lin Ruoxue. Big shot, no need to tip so much. Xiao, she doesn't need the money. Love you. Reading Lin Ruoxue's message, Jiang Bai smiled faintly. Don't worry, bro's got deep pockets. After sending the message, he launched another wave of donations. After all, compared to the 10 billion fortune he'd just secured, this was nothing but a drop in the bucket. Junlin Tianxia tips Runaway Little Lolita Blue Demon X100. Junlin Tianxia tips Runaway Little Lolita Blue Demon X200. Junlin Tianxia tips Runaway Little Lolita Blue Demon X300. Junling Tianxia tips Runaway Little Lolita Blue Demon X400. He shot straight up to 800 sets, exhausting his entire million yuan top-up. At that moment, a bullet comment appeared in the livestream. Junling Tianxia has gifted Runaway Little Lolita a cumulative million, advancing to the title of prince. Yeah! Lin Ruoxue let out a shriek, completely flustered. Prince rank? A prince has tipped in my own livestream? Holy crap, this is insane. Holy crap, Lord Junlin is god tier. I'm bowing down to you. Mom asked why I was kneeling while watching my phone. I told her I saw a god tier big shot. Junlin, I love you. Stop tipping, wouldn't it be sweeter to kiss your little slave instead? So extravagant. I'm so jealous of that little cutie. I love Lord Junlin. Sniffle sniffle. In that instant, Lin Xiaoxi's streamer room fan count shattered the 10,000 mark. Stunned, Lin Xiaoxi stared blankly, feeling as if she were dreaming. Jiang Bai watched the boiling livestream, a smile curving his lips. This must count as a lavish tip, right? Ding. Just then, Lin Xiaoxi sent another private message. Big Boss Junlin, thank you so much. If I didn't already have a brother-in-law, I'd definitely introduce my sister to you. After typing that, another private photo was sent. But when Jiang Bai saw the picture, he froze. This is that girl Lin Ruoxue. So, what do you think? My sister's pretty, right? Realizing something, Jiang Bai glanced at Lin Xiaoxi, who was staring blankly beside him, his expression turning peculiar. This girl also has the surname Lin. Could she be my own sister-in-law? Chapter 8. My brother-in-law is way better than my sister. Sister-in-law. Jiang Bai was now 80 to 90% certain. After all, that system wouldn't let him tip for nothing. Your sister is the music diva, Lin Ruoxue? Though he had his suspicions, Jiang Bai asked to confirm. Of course. Thinking the big shot might not believe her, Lin Xiaoxi even sent a video of herself with her older sister. Seeing the video, Jiang Bai was certain the little girl in front of him was indeed his new sister-in-law. Little did he expect their first meeting would unfold this way. Ah! Lin Xiaoxi glanced at her livestream stats and let out a shrill scream. My follower count just hit 10,000? Holy crap! In that moment, Lin Xiaoxi was completely dumbfounded. Her face was filled with astonishment and disbelief, as if everything felt like a dream. Could it be that big shot Junlin? Lin Xiaoxi's gaze then landed on the top donor, whose title was King of the Heavens. She couldn't help but send another private message. Big shot Junlin, thank you. Kisses. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoxue watched her sister's livestream with a dark expression. Junlin Tianxia? Squinting at the top donor in her sister's livestream, she knew all too well the treacherous nature of human hearts after years in the music industry. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world, especially not when someone threw down $1 million donation. Junlin Tianxia, you'd better not have any designs on this lady's little sister. Otherwise, I'll make you regret ever being born. Taking a deep breath, she gazed at the villa where her sister was staying and dialed the number. Hello, sis. This time, Lin Xiaoxi noticed her older sister's call and hurried over to answer it. You little brat, you've got some nerve. Running away from home and daring to go to a villa with a stranger? You. Lin Xiaoxi, who had been brimming with resentment, immediately bristled at her sister's words. Sis, you. Oomph. I don't want to talk to you. My brother-in-law is 10,000 times better than you. Beep beep beep. Before Lin Ruoxue could react, the call ended abruptly. Lin Xiaoxi. How dare you hang up on me? Tianyu Mansion. Jiang Bai, freshly showered, surveyed the opulent villa. Until today, he'd never dared imagine such a life. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the generously reward Lin Xiaoxi mission. Reward, God-tier culinary skills, plus 3 billion renminbi. Hearing the voice in his ear, Jiang Bai felt the thrill of making money more intensely than ever. So annoying. Lin Xiaoxi returned to the living room, her cheeks puffed up in annoyance. My sister's just as nagging as mom and dad. It's so annoying. If only I had a brother-in-law, that would be so nice. Gazing at the dashing figure before her, Lin Xiaoxi daydreamed about a doting brother-in-law who'd never nag like her parents or sister. The thought alone made her smile. At the very least, even if this big brother didn't become her brother-in-law, that generous patron who tipped her could step up instead. With her sister's stunning looks and amazing figure, her brother-in-law would definitely be thrilled. Oh, right. Lin Xiaoxi remembered something and switched to split-screen live mode. Brother-in-law, this is my sister. She pulled up the photo album, revealing her sister's glamour shots. Lin Xiaoxi had specifically chosen a few rather revealing ones. It had to be said, even though Jiang Bai had seen everything he should and shouldn't have seen of that girl, he couldn't help but be dazzled. He hadn't expected her to have this side to her who knew she was such a hidden gem. Heh, what do you think? Pretty, huh? Lin Xiaoxi smirked mischievously. She'd researched online guys loved girls like this, and with her sister's killer figure, her brother-in-law was bound to be impressed. Not bad. Jiang Bai nodded. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. I'll introduce you two sometime. Jiang Bai gave his sister-in-law a light tap on the head. Hey, calling him brother-in-law like that, aren't you worried your sister might mind? Knowing this mischievous little girl was his sister-in-law, Jiang Bai felt much closer to her, even though his marriage to Lin Ruoxue was merely contractual. Mum. Covering her forehead, Lin Xiaoxi grumbled, my sister wouldn't mind. Besides, I have 100 ways to deal with her. Don't worry, brother-in-law. My sister won't be able to escape your grasp. With me assisting, I can take down my sister in minutes. Lin Xiaoxi patted her chest in assurance. Their conversation sent shockwaves through the livestream chat, and for a moment, viewers felt a pang of sympathy for Lin Xiaoxi's sister. Is that so? Jiang Bai perked up. Alright then, I'll reluctantly accept you as my sister-in-law. Hee hee, long live my brother-in-law. The unexpected words made Lin Ruoxue so excited she nearly jumped for joy. Happiness had come too suddenly. Finally, she wouldn't have to endure her parents and older sisters nagging anymore. Holy cow, Xiaoxi is ruthless. Poor Xiaoxi, she's way too nice to her own sister. I can totally picture Xiaoxi's sister already wielding a machete on her way over. No way. Raging little loli, you're out of your mind. That hottie is mine. Do you have to be so ruthless? Sister Xiaoxi is already passed out crying in the bathroom. Holy crap, who could handle that divine assist? But I'm curious, just how beautiful is Sister Xiaoxi anyway? Gurgle gurgle. Amidst the fans' heated discussions, Lin Ruoxue had already switched back to the screen. Her lovely face reappeared in the livestream, but just then, her stomach growled in protest. She hadn't eaten since noon. Brother-in-law, I'm hungry. She looked at her brother-in-law with pitiful eyes. Even though her sister hadn't agreed yet, that didn't matter. Oh? Hearing Lin Ruoxue's words, Jiang Bai froze. Damn, he'd just acquired god-tier cooking skills, and this girl was already hungry. Honestly, he wanted to keep a low profile, but his abilities wouldn't let him. Holy crap, that look on her face. I need to get off this bus. This isn't the kindergarten bus. No way. Little Cece Loli will die if you do that. Wah, so cruel. Holy crap, this scene, it's making me want to be Xiaoxi's brother-in-law. Count me in, please take me along. The live stream erupted with heated discussion as the viewer count quietly surpassed 20,000. Fans eagerly anticipated what would unfold next between this brother-in-law and sister-in-law. Fine. Jiang Bai glanced at his sister-in-law. Since you've called me brother-in-law so many times, I'll cook you a meal. Hee hee, thanks, brother-in-law. Lin Ruoxue beamed, her affection for her brother-in-law skyrocketing. Just as she'd thought her brother-in-law was so much better than her sister. Holy crap. The live stream audience froze upon hearing this. Holy crap, he's this handsome, rich, and he can actually cook. I want a husband just like that too, sniffle sniffle. The chat exploded with envious comments from female viewers. Lin Ruoxue, glancing at the comments, lifted her fair chin as if to say, your envy won't change a thing. He's my Lin Ruoxue's brother-in-law. Everyone, watch closely, my brother-in-law is about to cook for Xiaoxi. Lin Ruoxue declared without a hint of modesty. Jiang Bai shook his head slightly but said nothing. After all, legally speaking, she was his sister-in-law. Chapter 9, oh no, I think I'm falling for Xiaoxi's Lolita sister-in-law. What do I do? With limited ingredients, I'll make fried rice. Glancing at the fridge's contents, probably stocked by the property management in advance, otherwise we'd be stuck ordering takeout. Swish. Amidst her sassy attitude, Lin Ruoxue witnessed an astonishing scene. Her brother-in-law tossed a carrot into the air, and then a flash of the knife's edge appeared. She hadn't even seen when he'd drawn the knife. His speed was astonishing. The live stream audience erupted instantly. OMG, is this even real? My brother-in-law is so freaking skilled. His knife work alone proves he's an absolute master chef. That knife speed is insane, so brutal. How can one person be this skilled? Oh no, I think I'm falling for Xiaoxi's little sister's brother-in-law. What do I do? Pfft, what, Xiaoxi's little sister's brother-in-law? That's not even close to happening. With some effort, this girl still has a shot. Wait for me, bro-in-law. This loli's heading straight to Dongjiang City. Lin Ruoxue's beautiful eyes widened, her face shifting from shock to utter admiration. Holy crap. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. So my brother-in-law is this skilled in the kitchen too? Hee hee, now there's no way my sister can get away. Watching her brother-in-law's slick moves, Lin Ruoxue instantly transformed into a fangirl. Who knew fried rice could look this cool? From this angle, her brother-in-law was so handsome. If only her future boyfriend could be half as handsome as him. Hee hee hee. The knife flashed like lightning. As the carrot shreds fell in a steady cascade, perfectly uniform cubes landed in the bowl. If weighed, each cube would prove to be exactly the same weight. Watching the carrot cubes cascade down, everyone in the livestream was dumbfounded. Holy crap, were they sure they weren't dreaming? With a casual flick of the knife through the air, the carrot peel was sliced off, and simultaneously, the entire carrot was transformed into perfect cubes. Holy crap, was this some kind of superpower? Even a 5-star chef couldn't pull this off. If the culinary world found out about my brother-in-law, they'd probably dissect him for research. Their movements flowed seamlessly, a pleasure to watch. Never had they seen cooking rendered so beautiful, as if crafting a world-renowned treasure. Soon, the aroma wafted out from the kitchen. The tantalizing aroma tickled her nose, making her stomach growl in protest. She couldn't help but swallow hard. Wow, stepdad, your cooking skills are incredible. Just then, the golden fried rice was served, each grain coated in a brilliant hue, both beautiful and sacred. Holy crap! Viewers in the livestream swallowed hard at the sight. Holy crap, it looks insanely delicious. This is fried rice. Wow, I don't know how good it tastes, but the skill level is beyond belief. Wah, I admit I'm jealous. I want some too, bro-in-law. Bro, you're gonna lose friends doing this, it's too cruel. Master Chef, kid, that's enough. Give me some face. Handsome, stop cooking and come home with me to make babies, sniffle sniffle. Blasts of comments sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain, flooding the screen. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxi's livestream hit a new record high, breaking straight through the 30,000 mark. It was utterly insane and outrageous. If Lin Xiaoxi saw this, who knows, she might get so excited she'd plant a kiss on her own brother-in-law. But right now, she clearly had no such thoughts. All her attention was focused on her brother-in-law's golden fried rice, her mouth watering. Amu. Without hesitation, she took a bite of the golden fried rice. The sound of her gulping had fans in the livestream room salivating. Good grief, this was torture. After tasting her brother-in-law's fried rice, Lin Xiaoxi's face lit up with amazement. Delicious. This is the best fried rice I've ever had. While praising her brother-in-law's cooking, she kept shoveling fried rice into her mouth with a spoon. The scene was so wolfish it was almost hard to watch. But Lin Xiaoxi couldn't care less. Clearly, in the face of such mind-blowingly delicious fried rice, maintaining her image was the last thing on her mind. 31,000. 32,000. 33,000. As Lin Xiaoxi devoured her meal, her follower count skyrocketed, while a blizzard of comments continued to pour in. Heartless. Xiaoxi, you're killing us with this lowly charm. Just as expected. They say every woman is a potential foodie, it just depends on whether the food hits the spot. That couldn't be truer. Looking at Lin Xiaoxi's petite frame, who'd have guessed she had such a huge appetite? Brother-in-law, I'll wash the dishes. After devouring her meal, Lin Xiaoxi promptly cleared the table, something that would have baffled her parents back home. Dishwashing complete. Humming a tune, Lin Xiaoxi slipped into the bathroom to freshen up. But what unfolded next sent the livestream audience into a frenzy. Damn it, she choked at the crucial moment. Loli-chan can't handle it. No way, watch out or I'll unfollow you. Hey, don't underestimate Xiaoxi just because she's young. I bet her figure is absolutely amazing. No doubt. Rumor has it Xiaoxi is the school flower of Dongjiang First High. Seriously, if you could land Xiaoxi with a little cultivation, she'd definitely have the potential to go solo someday. Getting Xiaoxi lowly? Her brother-in-law could be a great way in. Fans buzzed with excitement, though naturally, they couldn't see Lin Xiaoxi brushing her teeth. It was a pity no one could catch that moment. Undoubtedly, this wildly popular livestream had made Lin Xiaoxi famous, especially with her stunning, potentially dangerous beauty. As for her figure, though not yet fully developed, it wasn't anything to sneeze at either. Chapter 10, Stop Stealing the Spotlight, Brother-in-Law. Come home with me, okay? The next morning. Oh, right. After breakfast, Jiang Bai remembered something and looked at his sister-in-law. You've called me brother-in-law so many times. Today, your brother-in-law will give you a gift. He flipped his right hand, and in the next moment, a sleek, high-tech drone appeared in his palm as if by magic. Wow! Lin Xiaoxi stared wide-eyed at the drone before her. Brother-in-law, you can do magic too. The live stream viewers were dumbfounded. Holy crap, what kind of move is this, bro-in-law? Heh, this isn't magic. Jiang Bai wasn't surprised by his sister-in-law's astonished expression, anything less would have been odd. This is a high-tech smart drone. After inputting the information and completing identity scanning, you can control it entirely through signals sent by your cerebral cortex. What? The live stream audience exploded upon hearing this. Holy crap, this is cutting-edge tech. Holy crap, my brother-in-law is so awesome, he actually got his hands on something this high-tech. You bet. I've never even heard of this thing, let alone seen it. Brother-in-law, I want one too, sniffle sniffle. Oh my gosh, my brother-in-law is so good at spoiling people. I can't stop loving him, what am I gonna do? Stop showing off, bro-in-law. Come home with me, okay? Fans were buzzing with excitement, and this was only the beginning. It has another ability, the one we just witnessed, invisibility. As the voice faded, the drone hovering in midair vanished eerily, leaving no trace whatsoever. This spectacle made the guy's eyes light up with excitement. Holy crap, if they had a drone like that, it'd be the ultimate spy tool. Many were already picturing their neighbor's sister taking a shower in their minds. Awesome. This is awesome. Wonder if Xiaoxi would secretly film her husband, it'd be even better if they shared it with us. Brother-in-law, this is insane. Lin Xiaoxi's face beamed with delight. This would save her so much trouble during her live streams. Was it really okay for her brother-in-law to spoil her like this? Soon after mastering the drone's basic controls, Lin Xiaoxi instantly realized how much better this was than streaming with her phone. Inside the supercar. Brother-in-law, where are we going? Lin Xiaoxi kept calling him brother-in-law with even more ease than yesterday. If her livestream fans didn't know their relationship, they genuinely think she was the hot younger sister-in-law. Wanda Plaza. What do you want to buy? I'll cover it. Jiang Bai thought about the spending rebate perk. Since he had nothing better to do, splurging a bit to boost his wealth wouldn't be so bad. Wow. Seriously, bro-in-law, you're so awesome. Soon, they arrived at the shopping mall. Located in the city center where every inch of land is precious, it was also a gathering place for international luxury brands. Everything here could be summed up with one word: expensive. Chanel, Dior, Gucci, and more. Any top-tier brand from home or abroad could be found here. Chanel Flagship Store. Welcome. Jiang Bai led Lin Ruoxue into the flagship store, where a beautiful sales associate bowed gracefully. Sir, how may I assist you? Her sweet voice was impossible to dislike. It was clear that anyone working here had undergone professional training. Xiaoxi, buy whatever you want. The bold declaration sent the livestream audience into a frenzy. Though they'd anticipated something like this, hearing it from their brother-in-law still came as a surprise. Really? Lin Ruoxue beamed at the news. Thanks, brother-in-law. I'll make sure my sister repays you later. The fans in the livestream room felt a moment of sympathy for Lin Ruoxue's brother-in-law. That statement was open to interpretation. With such a supportive sister-in-law, this brother-in-law wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. Brother-in-law, isn't this bag gorgeous? Lin Ruoxue was instantly drawn to the handbag before her. The saleswoman's eyes narrowed slightly. Chanel chain. This is a classic compact bag, adorably petite. It features Chanel's signature diamond quilting stitching. Perfect for everyday outings and shopping trips, it pairs effortlessly with any outfit. As she expertly described the bag, the saleswoman tentatively added, and this is our flagship store's crown jewel, priced at Rm 58,888. I'll take it. Without a second thought, Jiang Bai agreed. The saleswoman's eyes lit up. This handsome guy was so generous. Thank you, brother-in-law. Lin Ruoxue felt no remorse whatsoever. After all, her older sister would have to pay for all this mess someday, so she had no qualms about it. Holy crap, you've got to be kidding me. A single bag for 58,888 renminbi? That's outrageous, it's murder. Xiaoxi's husband sure is generous, he didn't even blink an eye. Damn it, that's a year's salary for me. Seriously. Turns out Xiaoxi's wife is way beyond what ordinary folks can afford. Wah! Damn capitalists. Jealousy is killing me. In just a moment, the follower count smashed through the 10,000 mark and it kept skyrocketing. This scene was more explosive than any drama. That perfume my brother-in-law's wearing. Buy it. Wow, these shoes are 28,888 renminbi, that's pretty pricey. Buy. About 15 minutes later, they arrived at the checkout counter. Another pretty cashier girl subtly flashed Jiang Bai a flirtatious glance. She'd never seen anyone so extravagant before. If she could just meet him, it'd be worth at least several years of her salary. Sir, the total for these items is 1.2 million renminbi. All right. Jiang Bai handed his card to the cashier. A beep sounded, and the transaction was complete. Sir, ma'am, enjoy your shopping. The cashier handed the card back to Jiang Bai, but he noticed a sticky note attached below it, a string of numbers. Lin Ruoxue shot the cashier a withering look. With looks like that, she still dared to compete with her sister for a husband? Before Jiang Bai could take the card, Lin Ruoxue snatched it from the cashier and handed it to her brother-in-law. Watching this, Jiang Bai shook his head helplessly. Chapter 11, Brother-in-law, I'll definitely win over my sister for you. Let's go, brother-in-law. Jiang Bai nodded slightly. As expected, the sound of a cashback notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Host spent 1.2 million renminbi, triggering a 1,000-fold cashback reward. Received 1.2 billion renminbi. The sound that rang in his ears made Jiang Bai's lips curve into a smile. This speed of making money was truly exhilarating. Whoa! Holy crap, 1.2 million? Man, that brother-in-law is so damn generous. You bet. He's every bit as generous as the big boss himself. Xiaoxi the lowly is so lucky. Not only does she have Lord Junlin doting on her, but she also has such an over-the-top doting brother-in-law. So jealous. I want a brother-in-law just like that, sniffle sniffle. Exactly. If I could get my hands on one, that'd be even better. Brother-in-law, I love you. Come into my bowl. But this was only the beginning of their shock. Next, Lin Ruoxue swept through flagship stores of Hermes, Versace, Dior, and more, truly treating the livestream fans to a visual feast while also redefining their understanding of her husband's extravagance. Ding! Host spent 800,000 renminbi, triggering a 1000x rebate, earning 800 million renminbi. Ding! Host spent 1.5 million renminbi, triggering a 400x return bonus, earning 600 million renminbi. Emerging from the flagship stores, Jiang Bai glanced at his newly acquired sister-in-law beside him. Indeed, every girl was a shopping whiz. But the haul was clearly substantial. He hadn't even counted how many cashback notifications had pinged in his ear. This shopping spree had netted him at least 2 billion yuan. Brother-in-law, today was so much fun. Lin Ruoxue's face glowed with excitement, showing no sign of fatigue. If she weren't worried about leaving a bad impression on her brother-in-law, she could have shopped for at least 3 days and 3 nights straight. Ah! Lin Ruoxue couldn't help glancing at her livestream. Holy cow, brother-in-law, my channel has over 50,000 followers now. How is that possible? So fast? Lin Ruoxue was a bit dazed. Before meeting her brother-in-law, her followers had never even broken 1,000. And now, in just a day, she'd hit 50,000. That was hundreds of times more. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Lin Ruoxue looked at her brother-in-law with nothing short of adoration. While the big shot Junlin had played a role, her brother-in-law had also contributed immensely. Suddenly, it dawned on Lin Ruoxue she'd unlocked the secret to Doxia's streaming success. Whether it was big shot Junlin or her brother-in-law, both dominated the stream with unmatched flair. If they pulled off a few more stunts like that, wouldn't her stream easily break 100,000 viewers? The thought sent her heart pounding wildly with anticipation. Phew. Surveying the exploding, boiling livestream, Lin Ruoxue exhaled deeply. Brother-in-law, I think we should head home first. After spending so much of your money, I'll definitely win over my sister for you when I get back. Lin Ruoxue declared with unwavering conviction. She was no match for her brother-in-law's generosity. She had to repay him somehow, she thought. Holy. The fans in the livestream room gasped. Holy crap, had the brother-in-law really pulled off such a bold move and won over his sister-in-law? If it were possible, they wish they could have a stack of sister-in-laws like that. Just imagining the scene was thrilling. Goodbye, brother-in-law. Watching the taxi drive away, Jiang Bai's lips curved into a smile. If that girl knew he and her sister had already gotten married, what would she think? Just a little girl. Let her be. Jiang Bai surveyed the Wanda Plaza before him. Making over 10 billion yuan had put him in an exceptionally good mood. Ding. Host has triggered a random task. Stay in Lin Ruoxue's villa for 3 days. Reward, God-tier driving skills, plus 5 billion renminbi. Just as he was about to drive back to Tianyu Mansion, the system's task notification sounded in his ear. Stay at Lin Ruoxue's villa? What kind of setup is this? Is the system trying to get me to win over that girl? But I have to admit, this quest is actually pretty exciting. Thinking of her face and that figure. If I don't land a wife that stunning, I'd be doing a disservice to my status as the chosen one with a golden finger. If I can alter the world's backdrop, a mere girl is no challenge at all. Soon, the car pulled up to Villa number 8 in Tangchenipin. Judging by its design alone, it was easily worth over 100 million, though still a notch below Tianyu Mansion. Beep. Swiping the magnetic card, he entered the villa with full confidence. Surveying the immaculate surroundings, it was clear the girl maintained impeccable self-discipline. Ah. Just then, a shriek echoed from the bathroom. Jiang Bai hesitated for a moment before rushing over. Could it be a burglar? As Jiang Bai reached the bathroom, he was met with an unexpected sight. But at that moment, Lin Ruoxue was already teetering on the brink of falling. Instinctively, one of his hands wrapped around her impossibly slender waist. The other hand, however, landed unfortunately on her breast. Lin Ruoxue clung to Jiang Bai's neck like a lifeline, her beautiful eyes wide open. Before she could even catch her breath, she remembered she was still in the middle of showering. An even more piercing scream echoed through the villa. Her face flushed crimson to her ears. She wriggled free from his embrace, wrapped herself in a towel, and found him still staring at her in a daze. Jiang Bai. You, still looking? Lin Ruoxue wanted to gouge out the eyes of the jerk standing before her. With a thud, she shoved him out of the bathroom, clicked the lock shut, and felt her heart pound wildly as the scene played back in her mind. How could this happen? Why did that guy show up? Lin Ruoxue clutched the towel tightly, consumed by a desire to kill someone. At the same time, she was filled with regret she shouldn't have given him the magnetic card or agreed to let him stay at the villa. Chapter 12, Jiang Bai, I'll kill you. A little while later. Lin Ruoxue emerged from the bathroom in her pajamas only to find that guy sitting on the sofa watching TV. Rage made her teeth itch, but when her beautiful eyes fell on the bar and underwear beside him, her cheeks flushed crimson. She hurriedly snatched them away. Though she wore pajamas, they couldn't conceal her exquisite figure, especially that stunning face that sparked endless imagination. Jiang Bai, tell me the truth. Lin Ruoxue's pretty face turned cold. Just now, what did you see? Nothing. Jiang Bai replied indifferently. Before Lin Ruoxue could even breathe a sigh of relief, his voice came again, I saw what I should have seen and what I shouldn't have seen. Lin Ruoxue. Jiang Bai, I'll kill you. Frantic and enraged, Lin Ruoxue lunged at him, but she was no match for Jiang Bai. After he took advantage of her once more, she glared at him before freezing in place. You haven't forgotten about staying at your villa for a month, have you? Jiang Bai glanced at Lin Ruoxue, utterly unfazed by her murderous glare. It would have been strange if she hadn't reacted this way. Poof. Of course I haven't forgotten. Lin Ruoxue snorted coldly. Unlike you, I'm not shameless. Good. Jiang Bai gave a slight nod. I'll be staying here for the time being. You? No way. Lin Ruoxue shot a fierce glare at a certain individual, deeply regretting her earlier decision. If such things happened upon first meeting, who knew what might occur if they stayed together for an extended period? I see. He shot Lin Ruoxue a look, showing no intention of indulging her. Here's your key card back. If you want a divorce, I'm ready to sign any time. Jiang Bai. Hearing his infuriating words, Lin Ruoxue shot him a withering glare, prioritizing the bigger picture. Staying isn't impossible, but I'm laying down 3 ground rules. First, you are not allowed to be disheveled in the living room or any common areas. Second, no peeping while I'm showering. As Lin Ruoxue spoke, she glanced back at Jiang Bai only to find he vanished from the sofa. He clearly slipped into the freshly cleaned bathroom. This sight made her hair stand on end with fury. Damn it! How could there be such a shameless person in this world? The 3 rules were promptly scrapped. Growl! Just then, Lin Ruoxue's stomach growled loudly. She shot a fierce glare at the guy before deftly ordering takeout. After all, she couldn't cook. 10 minutes later. Hey, bring me my pajamas. While waiting for the delivery, an infuriating voice echoed from the bathroom, making Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flush. Like hell, I'm getting it for you. Poof. After speaking, she couldn't resist adding a pouty sniffle to vent her earlier frustration. Oh, is that so? Then I'll just go naked myself later. The matter-of-fact tone sent a chill down Lin Ruoxue's spine. Her mind conjured the image of that guy completely naked, grabbing his pajamas, a scene too vivid to bear. Bastard! Muttering under her breath, Lin Ruoxue handed the pajamas to the figure in the bathroom, covering her eyes as if shielding herself from contamination. Oh, right. Is it okay if I use your pink towel to dry my face? Jiang Bai added, as if remembering something. But that pink towel smells so nice. What do you use it for? What? Hearing Jiang Bai's words, Lin Ruoxue's mind went blank. Rage surged through her, nearly making her spit blood. You actually used the pink towel? How could you? Others might not know what that towel was for, but she knew all too well because it was specifically for wiping that area. Damn it! Bastard! Scum! She wanted to kill him so badly. What should she do? Wah! At that moment, Lin Ruoxue felt utterly wronged. How could this happen? Why had she agreed to let him stay at her villa for a month? She hadn't even made it through the first day. How was she supposed to endure an entire month? And no, it's fine. Lin Ruoxue gritted her teeth as she spoke. She couldn't very well say it was for her personal use, could she? Oh, I see. Jiang Bai, of course, had no idea what was going on. In that case, I'll use it again next time. It feels pretty good. Creak. Gritting her teeth, Lin Ruoxue's beautiful eyes blazed with fury. Oh no, she couldn't control her primal rage anymore. What to do? Seeing Lin Ruoxue's flushed cheeks, Jiang Bai looked at her suspiciously. He casually placed his hand on her forehead and asked with concern, "Hey, you're so red. Are you okay?" Poof. None of your business. She flicked away the hand that had touched her, glared at Jiang Bai, and stormed off, leaving him utterly bewildered. What the hell? Did I offend her somehow? Jiang Bai replayed the scenes from the villa in his mind. Could it be because I saved her when she fell earlier? That shouldn't be it, I was just helping her. What the hell is wrong with this woman? Shaking his head in confusion, Jiang Bai savored the memory of his shower. But that pink towel, what was it for? It smelled so good. So weird. Ding dong. Just then, the villa doorbell chimed. Lin Ruoxue scurried to answer it. The door swung open to reveal a delivery person standing before her. Excuse me, are you Mrs. Jian? Lin Ruoxue froze at the address. What the heck? Mrs. Jian? My order. Jiang Bai's voice came through the intercom. Please deliver it to the kitchen. Oh, sure, Mr. Jiang. The delivery guy placed the package in the kitchen, then glanced at Lin Ruoxue and gave Jiang Bai a thumbs up. Mr. Jiang, you're something else, got yourself such a gorgeous wife. Jiang Bai smiled faintly. Yeah, everyone says so. Chapter 13, that bastard. His cooking skills are actually this good. Lin Ruoxue listened to their conversation, wanting to chop someone to bits. She actually thought she was Mrs. Jiang. Sure, they had the marriage certificate, but it was all pretend, okay? Enjoy your meal, Mr. Jiang. Deep meaning shot Lin Ruoxue a meaningful look. The delivery guy flashed a big, goofy grin. Jiang Bai smiled back at him knowingly. No words were needed. Growl, growl. Not long after closing the door, Lin Ruoxue's stomach growled in protest again. Damn it, why isn't the delivery here yet? You're hungry, aren't you? Jiang Bai glanced at Lin Ruoxue. With his god-tier cooking skills now at his disposal, handling this girl was a breeze. Of course, these dishes weren't specifically bought for her, he wasn't some sycophant, after all. Since acquiring divine culinary abilities, he'd completely lost his appetite for outside food. I'm not hungry. Growl. The moment the words left her mouth, her stomach growled again. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson. That stubborn stomach was so unreliable, letting her down at the worst possible moment. Is that so? Jiang Bai wasn't about to indulge her. Then I must have been hearing things just now. Unwrapping the package, she found it filled with the fresh ingredients she ordered. Ding! Host spent 18,000 renminbi, triggering a 20,000x rebate. Received 360 million renminbi. Buying groceries and raking in 360 million? That feeling was pure bliss. Neezy, you don't mind if I use your kitchen, right? Oof. Lin Ruoxue snorted at the guy's words, tacitly agreeing. Little did she know he could actually cook. It's bound to be disgusting. Better stick to my takeout. Lin Ruoxue thought to herself, but soon regretted it. Time flew by, and soon the delivery arrived with a ding. Gazing at the 1,000 yuan feast before her, Lin Ruoxue's pretty face lit up with anticipation. She couldn't help but swallow hard, then shot a glance toward the kitchen. Just wait, she'd make that guy drool with envy, then let him eat his own dark cuisine later. Just imagining that scene made Lin Ruoxue burst with anticipation. In the living room, Lin Ruoxue unwrapped her feast, ready to dig in. Just then, the delicious aroma wafted out from the kitchen. Mmm. Just inhaling the aroma made Lin Ruoxue's eyes sparkle. It smells so good. Gurgle gurgle. The aroma of the dishes filled the air, making Lin Ruoxue's stomach rumble in protest. It seemed as if it wanted to devour all the delicious smells, instantly making her takeout order seem less appealing. Then, Lin Ruoxue watched as 6 dishes were carried to the dining table. The 6 dishes, each bursting with aroma, delivered an unprecedented sensory assault both visually and olfactorily. Lin Ruoxue swallowed hard, yet stubbornly turned her head away, refusing to look. Yet, her taste buds couldn't help but perk up. That jerk, his cooking skills are actually this good. Hey, stop eating junk food. Come join me. Jiang Bai coaxed gently, and Lin Ruoxue was undeniably tempted. But it won't be for free. If you want to join me, you'll have to extend my stay at your villa by 10 days. You? Lin Ruoxue's fluttering heart plummeted instantly. Sure enough, that guy had ulterior motives extending her stay by 10 days? Nice try. It's just one meal, what's the big deal? Growl, growl. Her cool composure lasted but a second before Lin Ruoxue's stomach growled in protest, as if urging her to agree. Mum. Seeing Lin Ruoxue's stubborn resistance, Jiang Bai ramped up his persuasion. These braised lion's head meatballs are absolutely delicious, rich and savory with an incredible texture. Damn it. Seeing that jerk deliberately doing this, Lin Ruoxue felt for the first time that her takeout was disgusting. After much internal struggle, she finally couldn't hold back. 3 days. Extend it by 3 days at most. Lin Ruoxue crumbled her own resolve as she spoke, admitting she had little resistance against such temptation. 5 days. Not a day less. Jiang Bai took another bite of Buddha jumps over the wall, savoring its flavors. Calm and composed, he held the upper hand and felt no urgency. Don't push it too far. Lin Ruoxue spat out angrily, yet ultimately agreed to Jiang Bai's terms. 5 days she didn't care. She'd finish this meal first, and as for the next one, well, she wouldn't be eating it anyway. Before she knew it, not even a day, no, barely half a day had passed, and Lin Ruoxue had already committed to 5 more. If this scene were known to the outside world, who knows how many people would be wielding machetes to kill Jiang Bai. How despicable. Doesn't he have a shred of conscience treating their goddess Ruoxue like this? Mum. Taking a bite of Buddha jumps over the wall, Lin Ruoxue's beautiful eyes widened. This tastes even better than the authentic version. How the hell did you pull this off? Though Lin Ruoxue wasn't much of a cook herself, she knew good food when she tasted it. Besides, every woman has the potential to be a foodie. Lin Xiaoxi was the perfect example of that earlier. No big deal. Jiang Bai smiled faintly, speaking honestly, don't get too attached to me. Put. Lin Ruoxue shot him a playful glare, her charm undeniable. Whether it was the delicious food or something else, her mood had lifted considerably. Amu. But she didn't waste much time chatting. Lin Ruoxue immediately dove into her meal. After all, this was her first time tasting such exquisite cuisine, not just Buddha jumps over the wall, but also the Wansi tofu and squirrel-shaped mandarin fish. If only she could eat such delicacies for the rest of her life. Lin Ruoxue mused to herself, but a sudden jolt of panic shot through her. Her inner voice screamed in horror, Lin Ruoxue, what are you thinking? Have you lost your mind? Chapter 14, Sister-in-Law's Livestream, Generous Rewards Totaling 1 billion. Her heart was in turmoil. An unprecedented unease surged through Lin Ruoxue. How could this be? It was just a meal. So what? Her cooking was slightly better than a 5-star chef's, perfectly normal, right? Jiang Bai, oblivious to Lin Ruoxue's turmoil, heard the ding of a message notification. Oh? Seeing the notification on his phone, Jiang Bai froze. My sister-in-law's little brat started a livestream, and it looks like she's dueling someone. Well then, let's cash in on this. He casually topped up his account, and soon the spending rebate activated. Ding! Host spent 10 million renminbi, triggering a 100x rebate. Received 1 billion renminbi. Whoa! Hearing the system notification ring in his ear, Jiang Bai froze. Holy crap, raking in 1 billion renminbi like that? Not bad. 10 million at a time? Are influencers playing this big now? Meanwhile, Su Meyer sent a message in the group chat of 10 princes, daddy figures, help Meyer win over that little brat, okay. After sweet-talking the 10 powerful princes, she shot a cold smile at the little brat across from her who'd been glaring all along. You think you can take me on, little girl? You're not ready yet. The showdown begins. Sue Meyer's health bar surged ahead. Welcome, drunken beauty. Your generous gift of 100 blue fairy roses is greatly appreciated. Sue Meyer's royal patron donor instantly boosted her by 100,000, sending her soaring ahead. Soon after, 2 or 3 more royal patrons chimed in, pushing her health bar to 500,000. As time passed, Lin Ruoxue's fans grew utterly restless. Sue Meyer's smug expression was simply unbearable. Sue Meyer beamed with smug satisfaction, sending thank you messages to her sugar daddies while attaching a few revealing photos much to their delight. Little sister, how about that? Don't think being pretty is enough to seduce fans. You're nowhere near. Before Sue Meyer could finish her sentence, June Lindian unexpectedly tipped 500 blue fairies. What? Sue Meyer's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared across the screen. That lord of the heavens? Whoa! Look! The big shot June Lin is here, truly a god-tier spender. Ha ha ha, he just leveled it out. Lord June Lin is amazing. June Lin the boss is so majestic and powerful, well done. Sue Meyer's pretty face turned cold. She hadn't expected the soul prince across the table to actually dare to bet. Before she could say a word, his wealthy patrons and sugar daddies had already thrown down their bets with reckless abandon. The health bar shot straight to 800,000 and kept climbing. But her sugar daddies weren't even worthy of polishing Jiang Bai's shoes. He dominated the first round. Soon, the second round began. Fans from both sides stared intently at the health bar. Having learned their lesson from the first match, Sue Meyer's 10 sugar daddies unleashed their ultimate skills right from the start, sending the health bar skyrocketing. It shot straight past the million mark. Witnessing this, Sue Meyer's confidence soared. Little sister, your big shot isn't holding up well. A mere prince? How could he compare to my 10 princes? Sue Meyer's fans in the livestream chat were also taunting. After all, they had watched her rise to prominence. They knew all too well how formidable the financial backing of 10 prince-level patrons truly was. Seeing his fans rallying behind his sister-in-law in the livestream, how could Jiang Bai let them down? Junlin Tianxia tipped Dreamy Starry Sky X10. Emperor of Heaven bestowed a Dreamy Starry Sky gift to Runaway Little Lolita X20. Emperor of the Heavens tipped Runaway Little Lolita with Dreamy Starry Sky X30. As the entire livestream erupted in excitement, wave after wave of Dreamy Starry Skies floated across the screen, overwhelming the opposing health bar with unmatched dominance. 10 Dreamy Starry Skies equaled 100,000 credits. Jiang Bai's wave of 30 Dreamy Starry Skies meant 3 million credits. 666666, insanely cool and badass. Dreamy Starry Sky, 300 Dreamy Starry Skies, haha. Who is this supreme ruler guy? A true god-tier spender. Lord Junlin, the divine tycoon, please accept this humble bow from your junior. Ah, this is so damn satisfying. 300 Dreamy Starry Skies. Not just the fans, but even Lin Ruoxue herself was stunned. She immediately sent a private message, big shot Junlin, this is way too extravagant. Xiaoxi, what have I done to deserve such kindness from you? This is peanuts. Jiang Bai typed back, then added, with me around, no one can bully you. Reading the reassuring words, Lin Ruoxue was deeply moved, tears welling up. Junlin brother, thank you. In front of the entire livestream audience, Lin Ruoxue spoke with genuine emotion. Fans gasped in awe. This was the first time they'd witnessed such unparalleled dominance. Undeniably, Jiang Bai's decisive move in clinching the second round was utterly unexpected. By the time the opposing 10 royal princes and big shots reacted, the round had already ended and they just lost 300 thunder bombs. Sue Meyer's face turned green at the sight. Losing 2 rounds back-to-back meant a staggering 450 thunderbolts, a loss that would absolutely drive her to jump off a cliff. She couldn't lose. The third round we absolutely cannot lose. My sugar daddies, we absolutely cannot lose this third round. Sue Meyer typed frantically, if Mayer loses so many bombs, she won't have the energy to serve her sugar daddies anymore, sniffle sniffle. Playing cute and acting adorable was clearly Sue Meyer's go-to strategy when things weren't going her way. Don't worry, I was just a bit surprised earlier. Right on. In the third set, we'll show that kid just how red the flowers can be. Win the third round, and you'd better repay us handsomely, Mayer. Everyone, no holding back. If we lose this round, we're done with this shark fighting business. The group of sugar daddies clearly understood the stakes of the third game and wasn't just about Sue Meyer's pride, but the pride of all 10 of them. Their gazes then fixed on the 4 characters supreme ruler across the table, their eyes flashing with fierce determination. They wouldn't let this kid get away with it. They couldn't swallow their pride. Chapter 15, 10 million rewards, ascending to imperial title. The third PK match began shortly. Lin Ruoxue immediately sent another private message to Junlin Tianxia, big shot Junlin, you've been more than generous to Ruoxue. Thank you. But in the third round, they're definitely saving their big moves. Xiaoxi doesn't want you to spend any more money. Jiang Bai saw his sister-in-law's message. Don't worry, I've got this. Just sit back and enjoy the show. The third round had barely started when Jiang Bai sprang into action, showering gifts. He opened with 500 dreamy starry skies, a whopping 5 million yuan tip. On the other side, the big spenders pulled out all the stops, but they only managed to reach nearly 3 million yuan. What the hell? OMG, what am I seeing? Big shot Junlin drops 5 million right off the bat. Holy crap, that's insane. This donation move? He's just become a legend. Holy crap, 5 million without batting an eye. This Lord Junlin's background is no joke. Big shot, I'm bowing down. I'm totally impressed. Stunned. Fans in Sue Meyer's livestream were all dumbfounded, staring at the donation bar in disbelief. What the hell? 5 million? Has that Lord of the Realm lost his mind? The big spenders and sugar daddies all fell silent. Damn it, they had money far more than 5 million, but they wouldn't spend that much on a woman. It just didn't make financial sense. As for Sue Meyer, her face drained of color as she slumped back in her chair. How could this be? Who the hell was that prince-level patron, Lord of the Heavens, on the other side? As shock rippled through the crowd, Jiang Bai spoke for the first time in the livestream chat, typing out a comment, rounded up. Immediately after, another 50 million Dreamstar rewards appeared on the screen. The reward bar, which had been at 5 million, skyrocketed to 55 million. This move by Jiang Bai wasn't just significant, it triggered Dosha's system to automatically announce a title promotion. Congratulations to Emperor of the Heavens for surpassing 10 million in cumulative donations to runaway little Lolita, achieving the Emperor title. A thunderous roar echoed through the chat, leaving Lin Xiaoxi's entire livestream audience stunned. Holy crap, the Emperor rank. Lord Junlin ascends to the imperial throne. Congrats to Lord Junlin, ha 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 ha. So freaking awesome, Lord Junlin is unbeatable. Heh, that Sue Meyer across the way is probably crying her eyes out in the bathroom right now. Lin Xiaoxi, streaming live from the villa, froze in shock. Her eyes widened as she stared at the screen. Lord Junlin, promoted to Emperor through donations? This can't be a dream, right? Sue Meyer's live stream. At that moment, Sue Meyer's face was pale as she stared blankly at the network-wide announcements celebrating the promotion. Over 10 million in donations, and it was just 1 PK. Promoted to Emperor. Damn it. That was an honor she hadn't achieved even as a top 20 Do-Shark streamer, and now some greenhorn had snatched it away. How could this be? That little brat on the other side actually has such a wealthy fan. Her guardian is terrifying, utterly unstoppable. The Emperor rank hasn't appeared in half a month, has it? But poor Mayor Goddess is in for it now. The 10 million tip means 1,000 thunderbolts, per the deal. Holy crap, that's some serious physical labor, can't even imagine it. But honestly, seeing Goddess Mayer's slender waist endure 1,000 thunderbolts might be pretty nice. She looks even better when she's exhausted, don't you think? Lin Xiaoxi took a deep breath. With big shot Junlin backing her like this, she couldn't let his efforts go to waste. She silently resolved, Sue Meyer, bring it on. I'll count every single one of those 1,000 thunderbolts for you. Clearly, after this ordeal, Lin Xiaoxi had begun to grasp the harsh reality of live streaming. It wasn't nearly as rosy as she'd imagined. But none of that mattered now. What mattered was that she wouldn't let a single thunderclap punishment from Lord Junlin's generous donations go to waste. Sue Meyer's eyelids twitched violently at Lin Xiaoxi's words. She'd intended to humiliate this little brat, but now it seemed like she'd shot herself in the foot. If she didn't jump, her path to internet stardom would likely come to an abrupt end. Dance, then. Gritting her teeth, Sue Meyer began dancing to the electrifying beat of Thunderbolt. Her sister-in-law's livestream fans erupted into a frenzy. Ha ha, forgive me for laughing so heartlessly. Xiaoxi's wife has gone viral. She's made all the top 20 influencers do 1,000 thunderclap dances. Once this news spreads, I bet no one on Douyin will dare bully our Xiaoxi anymore. Big shot Junlin, you nailed it. Long live Emperor Junlin. Long live, long live. Holy crap, this is enough bragging rights for a month, no, at least a year. Seeing her fans' celebratory messages, especially in the livestream room where her fan count had already surpassed 100,000, Lin Xiaoxi was deeply moved. She sent a private message to Junlin, big shot Junlin, no words can express it. Xiaoxi thanks you. When you have time. I'd like to thank you in person, okay? At one point, Lin Xiaoxi typed tentatively, her voice filled with anticipation. Sure. Jiang Bai naturally wouldn't dash Lin Xiaoxi's little hopes, typing back. Really? Lin Xiaoxi continued typing, that's great. Rest assured, boss. I'll make sure that wicked woman dances through 1,000 rounds of Thunderbolt. Chapter 16, Brother-in-law, I'll send you my sister's photo collection. Jiang Bai smiled as he glanced at his sister-in-law's private message. Over half an hour had passed since then. As for Lin Ruoxue, she'd devoured most of the 6 dishes, a sight that startled Jiang Bai. Girl, you're crazy. Looking at the spread on the table, this girl clearly wasn't afraid of bursting. Mind your own business, burp. Before she could finish, Lin Ruoxue let out a loud, unladylike burp. If this were leaked online, it would absolutely blow up the entire internet. As she spoke, Lin Ruoxue picked up another piece of stir-fried shredded pork, but she had finally reached her limit. Put. If you want more, I'll just cook it next time. Why push yourself so hard? Jiang Bai couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought the nation's beloved pop diva would get so obsessed with eating? Oof. Hearing that guy's words, Lin Ruoxue shot him a glare. Next time? She didn't believe that shameless guy would offer a free lunch. She figured it would be delayed another 5 days. Ding. Setting down her chopsticks, Lin Ruoxue noticed several new messages on her phone, all from the Doushao live streaming platform. She tapped to open them. What? Lin Ruoxue stood up from her seat, her slender figure now fully on display. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. That girl, she was in a PK match, and someone actually tipped her over 10 million. Supreme Ruler, it's Supreme Ruler again. Seeing that name, Lin Ruoxue seethed with fury, ready to tear him limb from limb. If I find out who you are, I'll grind your bones to dust. Jiang Bai felt a chill run down his spine. What the hell? My Sovereign of the Heavens account. I don't think I've crossed that girl, have I? He clicked into the livestream and was stunned to see his sister and a woman dancing with thunderbolts. This is 1,000 rounds of thunderclap? Are you out of your mind? Though she didn't follow this kind of viral music, she knew enough to realize that dancing to thunderclap 1,000 times meant at least a 90% chance of collapsing from exhaustion. Scrolling through the latest comments, he saw that Sue Meyer had already danced to it nearly 20 times and was starting to sweat. Worse, her fans seemed to be getting more hype the longer they watched. Sure enough, men are all pigs. Lin Ruoxue watched the girl dancing to thunder in the livestream. That girl, is it really okay to bully her like that? Ah, she's been spoiled rotten since childhood. She was utterly exasperated with this little sister. That girl just needs a good scolding. Hey, Jiang Bai, you can't go there. Bang. Before Lin Ruoxue could finish, she heard the door slam shut. A voice echoed in the air, what's wrong with me coming to the villa and staying in your room? Oh, and tidy up the dining table while you're at it. Lin Ruoxue. Damn it. She glared fiercely in the direction of her bedroom. How dare he? Staying in her room? Whose house was this anyway? After muttering to herself for a moment, she thought of the delicious food he'd just served. Fine, I'll let it slide since you treated me to such a feast. Inside the room, Jiang Bai received a message from his sister-in-law, brother-in-law, you're here. Happy.jpg. Here. I showed your photo to my parents today, and they were thrilled. My sister-in-law typed, they said they'd like to invite you over for dinner sometime. Is that okay? Jiang Bai froze, surprised by how thoughtful his sister-in-law was. Hey, no big deal. My sister isn't picky, and you're handsome, wealthy, and such a great cook. After chatting for a bit, his sister-in-law rolled her eyes. Brother-in-law, I'll send you my sister's photo album. Hee, I guarantee you'll fall for her. With that, ding. Jiang Bai opened the photo album she sent. His eyes widened instantly. Without exception, every photo was highly revealing. Clearly, his sister-in-law had pulled out all the stops to win him over. If Lin Ruoxue ever found out, she'd probably beat her parents black and blue. Back in her room, Lin Ruoxue glared furiously at her bedroom door, her heart boiling with rage. That bastard. How could he do this? Damn it, I want to kill him right now. What should I do? Ring. Just then, her phone rang. Seeing it was her best friend calling, she answered. Hello, Yuning. What? You're in Dongjiang? You're at the airport right now? Lin Ruoxue swallowed hard and shot up from the bed. A sense of dread washed over her. Sure enough, a voice came from across the room. Ruoxue, you promised last time that if I came to Dongjiang, you'd come pick me up with your boyfriend. Hurry up. Beep. Before Lin Ruoxue could finish her sentence, her best friend hung up on her, leaving her alone in the wind, utterly flustered. Ugh. What on earth am I supposed to do? Last time, when Zhou Yuning kept pressing her about her family pressuring her to marry, Lin Ruoxue hadn't taken it seriously and casually mentioned Jiang Bai's existence. But now her best friend was barging in, determined to stay at her villa. And that bastard would never agree to leave her. Damn it. How did this happen? For a moment, Lin Ruoxue felt like crying without tears. She truly had shot herself in the foot. After her afternoon nap, Lin Ruoxue took a deep breath and steeled herself to enter the bathroom. But when she stepped inside, she was stunned to see Jiang Bai drying his face with a pink towel. Chapter 17, Who's your wife? Stop calling me that. Jiang Bai, you're using a pink towel again. She glared fiercely at Jiang Bai. Didn't you hear people say you shouldn't use girls' things without permission? Jiang Bai. Hearing Lin Ruoxue's words, Jiang Bai froze. He glanced at the pink towel and even took a whiff. It smells pretty nice. It's just a towel, after all. Just buy another one. From now on, this pink towel is mine. You. Lin Ruoxue's teeth gritted so hard they creaked, but remembering she'd need his help later, she held back her anger. So unfair. Poof. Hurry up and wash your face. I need to talk to you afterward. The thought of needing him to pretend to be her boyfriend so soon made Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flush. This left Jiang Bai utterly baffled. What was wrong with that girl? What? You want me to pretend to be your boyfriend? The contract needs to be activated this quickly? Jiang Bai heard pretend boyfriend. This was hard work. If it's meeting your best friend, how about 200,000? Lin Ruoxue, 200,000? You're robbing me. Don't think I'm flush with cash and you can jack up the price. Lin Ruoxue might be wealthy, but that didn't mean she was a sucker. For this kind of deal, 20 grand for one boyfriend, she'd consider even 2 grand too much. Fine, forget it then. Jiang Bai couldn't care less, sprawled on the couch like Guyu. I'll find someone else. You, fine. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Ruoxue gritted her teeth. As the reigning queen of the music scene, she'd have to pay someone to pretend to be her boyfriend? If word got out, she'd be the laughingstock of the industry. Ding! Jiang Bai's phone buzzed with a notification of 200,000 yuan deposited. He grinned. Money talks. Let's go. Check the time, your bestie should be arriving at the airport soon. Lin Ruoxue snorted and followed him. She was truly stuck between a rock and a hard place now. Before even seeing her parents, so many complications had arisen. Moreover, her best friend lived in the villa behind them. She absolutely couldn't let her discover any flaws, or all her efforts would be wasted. 20 minutes later, Dongjiang Airport. Hey, put your hand up so I can take it. In the parking lot, Jiang Bai stared at the gap between them. Ever seen a couple keep this much distance? Lin Ruoxue heard Jiang Bai's words and wanted to retort, but she swallowed her words instead. She reluctantly placed her delicate hand into his large one. However, as if thinking of something, her cheeks flushed a shade redder. Honey, you haven't dated before, have you? Feeling the tension and stiffness in Lin Ruoxue's delicate hand, Jiang Bai froze. Such a beautiful girl never having dated before was such a waste. None of your business. She shot him a fierce glare. If she wanted a relationship, it would be a piece of cake. Plenty of guys chased after her, especially since she was the queen of the music scene. Hold on, who are you calling wife? Stop calling me that. The thought of that guy shamelessly calling her wife made her scalp tingle, and she felt like she'd have nightmares tonight. Alright, honey. Then I won't call you wife anymore. Lin Ruoxue. She shot the guy a withering look and stopped talking, realizing arguing with him would only lead to internal injuries. Yet the two bickered like a young couple, showering everyone around them with affection, leaving the crowd utterly envious. At the airport exit, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. You little minx, Ruoxue. You didn't show up earlier, must have been cozying up with your boyfriend. You heartless creature. Just you wait, I'll make you pay. A stunning girl in a blue top and ultra-short hot pants appeared at the exit, having waited several minutes. She was none other than Zhou Yuning, Lin Ruoxue's best friend and the signed artist director at Heavenly Voice Records. You. It's you. You ruined me. I'll kill you. While Zhou Yuning waited for her best friend at the airport, a clearly deranged middle-aged man wielding a kitchen knife charged toward her from afar. How he'd found this place was anyone's guess. Chaos erupted instantly. When Zhou Yuning looked up, her pretty face paled. The deranged man had already closed in on her. She spun to flee, only to be grabbed by the throat by the madman, his other hand holding the cleaver against her neck. Murder! Murder! Panic seized everyone present. Within a 3-meter radius of the man, the area emptied completely. Clearly, everyone feared being caught in the crossfire if they weren't careful. Holy! Airport security officers, upon noticing the commotion, turned pale. Within moments, 5 or 6 officers appeared on the scene, armed with batons and riot shields. If someone died today, they would face serious consequences. Sir, calm down. Put down the knife first. We can talk things out calmly. The security captain took a deep breath. Even as a veteran, he rarely encountered scenes like this, and the man clearly showed signs of severe mental distress. Ha! Someone over there seems to be in danger. What? It's Yuning. Lin Ruoxue rushed into the scene. Seeing the hostage, her pretty face turned ashen. How could it be Yuning? What are we going to do? Call the police. Right, call the police. Lin Ruoxue quickly pulled out her phone, about to give Jiang Bai some instructions, but he was already gone beside her. Only a voice echoed in her ear, by the time the police arrive, the flowers will have all withered. Jiang Bai, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Come back quickly. A thunderclap echoed in Lin Ruoxue's mind. What did she just see? That bastard was actually charging straight toward the mentally unstable man. Instantly, her heart leapt into her throat. Chapter 18, even our national goddess has her shy moments. Jiang Bai approached, sending shockwaves through the entire venue. Holy crap, what's that guy doing? Could he be military background? Holy crap, that's a hostage situation. One wrong move and that beauty could meet her end. What? Look! He's charging straight at the criminal. The crowd gasped in horror. As everyone turned to look, the criminal swung a kitchen knife at Zhou Yuning's neck. I'll go down with you, you. No! That kid's too reckless. The girl's done for. The surrounding crowd paled. Clearly, Jiang Bai had provoked the criminal, or so they believed. Boom! But contrary to everyone's expectations of witnessing the beauty's tragic demise, the knife was instead firmly blocked by Jiang Bai's bare hand. Zhou Yuning stared at Jiang Bai in utter shock, disbelief written across her face. This guy, he actually caught a blade barehanded. What? Lin Ruoxue was dumbfounded, staring at the man who had caught the blade barehanded. How is that possible? Blocking a full-force slash with just his palm. With a thud, Jiang Bai kicked the assailant flying over a meter away. Zhou Yuning, startled, hid behind Jiang Bai, while Lin Ruoxue rushed forward. Yuning, are you okay? Lin Ruoxue's face was filled with concern, but then she looked at Jiang Bai's right hand and her pupils suddenly widened. Your palm isn't even bleeding. What? Still shaken, Zhou Yuning glanced around only to find the crowd and security guards all staring in utter horror. What the hell? Not a single drop of blood. How is that even possible? Jiang Bai remained completely composed throughout. He glanced at the criminal across from him. Killing someone with a prop kitchen knife? You're quite the talent. As he spoke, a white ambulance sped toward them from the distance, its exterior bearing the large characters, Jiangnan Mental Hospital. Immediately, they administered a sedative to the assailant subdued by security. The lead psychiatrist apologized profusely to the security chief. Ahem, our patient escaped without authorization. We deeply apologize for the trouble. Ha! Hearing the psychiatrist's explanation, the security chief was utterly dumbfounded. Only after the psychiatric hospital vehicle drove away did everyone gradually snap back to reality. The farce concluded in this manner. Psychiatric? A prop kitchen knife? Holy crap! They'd actually been scared half to death by a mental patient. Holy, that killer was a lunatic. Damn it, I'm so embarrassed I almost fell for a lunatic's trick. Damn it, my entire reputation is ruined. But that prop was seriously convincing. This guy's a pro. Phew, if it weren't for this guy today, who knows what kind of huge embarrassment we'd have caused. The crowd around us was laughing and crying at the same time. The security chief secretly wiped away a cold sweat. Holy, thank God it ended without any real harm. Ahem, everyone, please disperse. The security chief cleared his throat, dispersing the crowd. After all, this wouldn't look good if it hit the internet. Soon, only Jiang Bai and his two companions remained, along with the kitchen knife in Jiang Bai's hand. Lin Ruoxue took the prop knife from his hand and bent it effortlessly at a 90-degree angle, showcasing its remarkable flexibility. Zhou Yuning's face flushed crimson upon seeing this. Oh my god, I'm done for. I can't show my face in public now. Getting held up by a prop kitchen knife wielded by a lunatic? I'm scared out of my wits. Ruoxue, this is so embarrassing. Zhou Yuning clung to Lin Ruoxue for a long moment before regaining her composure. She looked at Jiang Bai sheepishly. Ahem, sorry for making a fool of myself. But, thank you anyway. Only then did Zhou Yuning take a good look at Jiang Bai. He's quite handsome. No wonder Ruoxue fell for him. Yuning, what are you saying? Lin Ruoxue shot Zhou Yuning a reproachful glance, her cheeks flushing crimson. What was this talk of taking a fancy? That guy had already devoured her whole. What else could she do? Ahem, I never would have guessed. Our national goddess gets shy sometimes, huh? He. Zhou Yuning teased irreverently, then turned to her best friend. It's been years since I last visited Dongjiang. This trip is partly to see your so-called boyfriend, and partly. My brother kept nagging me to come to Dongjiang personally. He said Dongjiang University has this musical genius, apparently the leader of his dorm. I can't quite recall his name. Oh right. Jiang Bai. Lin Ruoxue. Hearing her best friend's words, Lin Ruoxue's beautiful eyes widened. What? Her best friend had come all this way for that jerk? Dongjiang University? Dorm leader? Jiang Bai was also dumbfounded, staring at the vaguely familiar Zhou Yuning before him. Surname Zhou? Zhou Hao is. Clearly, Jiang Bai was catching on. He'd heard Zhou Hao mention having a beautiful older sister before. You know my brother. Zhou Yuning froze at the question, turning to stare at her best friend's boyfriend in surprise. Lin Ruoxue's mouth twitched. This was all just too coincidental. Ahem, actually. I'm Zhou Hao's boss. Jiang Bai laid his cards on the table. He felt like even the most melodramatic novel plots wouldn't be written this way. It was beyond coincidental, a perfect storm of serendipity. Zhou Yuning, Hearing this, Zhou Yuning froze. You're Jiang Bai. My best friend's boyfriend is actually my brother's dorm leader? No way. Suddenly, Zhou Yuning realized something serious. So you're in your third year of college now, right? Ruoxue, this is too cruel. Clearly, Zhou Yuning found it hard to believe her best friend had dated a guy who hadn't even graduated from college yet. Hold on. Zhou Yuning swiftly opened her phone and tapped into her chat history with her younger brother, Zhou Hao. There, staring back at her, was a photo of Jiang Bai one Zhou Hao had sent her before she arrived. Ahem, it really is you. At that moment, Zhou Yuning was absolutely certain that the Jiang Bai before her was the musical prodigy her brother had spoken of. I heard one of your songs blew up the whole campus. Not bad. Zhou Yuning then turned to her best friend, her words dripping with sarcasm. Ruoxue, you had such a promising boyfriend right under your nose and didn't even recommend him to me? What, afraid I'd steal your boyfriend? Oh, come off it. Hearing her friend's teasing, Lin Ruoxue shot her a playful glare. What nonsense are you talking about? Stealing boyfriends? Inside the stretched Maybach. I never expected you'd find a boyfriend so quickly, Ruoxue. Zhou Yuning shot Lin Ruoxue a pouty look. What happened to sharing the burden? You just ditched me halfway through. That's not cool. Her friend's words left Lin Ruoxue speechless. She hadn't planned this either, but who could blame her after that fateful encounter? The thought made her cheeks flush crimson. Chapter 19, 10 hits in a row lost all your underwear? Oh, right. Zhou Yuning remembered something. I heard today's the Dongjiang Temple Fair. It's still early, why don't we go check it out? Well. Hearing her friend's suggestion, Lin Ruoxue instinctively glanced at Jiang Bai. Since they weren't an actual couple, she clearly needed his input. This scene made Zhou Yuning narrow her eyes. It seemed this Jiang Bai held quite a high status. I'm fine with either. Jiang Bai smiled. Going to the fair sounded nice, he could even make a few quick bucks while he was at it. Alright. Lin Ruoxue exhaled in relief. If that guy had refused, she would have lost face in front of her best friend. Soon, they arrived at the Dongjiang Temple Fair. Though dusk was approaching, the crowd of passers-by only grew thicker. This was no surprise, as this time of year was Dongjiang's grandest spectacle. The festive atmosphere hit them like a wave. Hey, grab a cup of milk tea. Not long after Jiang Bai got off the car, he walked over carrying 3 cups of grass jelly. This startled Zhou Yuning. Her little brother really had high emotional intelligence. If that brat had even a tenth of her best friend's charm, she'd be grateful. Thanks. After a polite thank you, Lin Ruoxue accepted the first cup of milk tea he'd bought for her. At least he knew how to behave, a small comfort. The 200,000 yuan hadn't been wasted. Ding! Host spent 45 renminbi, triggering a millionfold reward. Received 45 million renminbi. Sipping her milk tea, Lin Ruoxue grabbed her best friend's hand. Yuning, let's go. Let's go play ring toss. Though she wore oversized sunglasses, they couldn't hide her beautiful face and graceful demeanor. Zhou Yuning was undoubtedly a stunning beauty, and with Jiang Bai accompanying her, this dynamic truly made many guys green with envy. Lin Ruoxue and her best friend had first met while playing ring toss, so whenever they got together, they'd play it to reminisce about the past. Hey, handsome, wanna give it a shot? The stall owner, seeing Jiang Bai accompanied by 2 beauties, was both envious and knew business was coming his way, so he enthusiastically called out. Sure, let's play. Jiang Bai wouldn't pass up such a golden opportunity to rake in cash. After paying, the vendor handed him 30 rings. Ding! Host spent 20 renminbi, triggering a 2 million-fold return bonus. Received 40 million renminbi. Whoa! Taking the rings, Jiang Bai froze. Holy crap, this critical hit was seriously awesome. If he kept this momentum up, becoming a billionaire would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. Holy crap, this guy's amazing. 2 gorgeous girls accompanying him to the temple fair? Life's peak, huh? He's so handsome. Wish he was my boyfriend. Sigh, so jealous. What to do? Watching Jiang Bai and his 2 companions play ring toss inevitably drew a crowd. After all, a handsome guy paired with 2 beauties was always a magnet for attention. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully redeeming and using the lucky card, consuming 100 renminbi. 1 hour. With a casual toss, he landed the ring precisely on the 100 renminbi prize. Ha! Zhou Yuning's eyes widened in astonishment. Jiang Bai, you're amazing. This guy. Watching Jiang Bai snag it with one hand, Lin Ruoxue bit her lip. All he wanted was to show off, right? What's so great about catching just one? After several more attempts, as the trio walked away, the stall owner stared at Jiang Bai in utter disbelief. Holy crap, he's a master. 10 hits in a row, totaling 500 renminbi. I've lost my pants on this. Jiang Bai, who knew you were a ring toss master? Zhou Yuning looked at Jiang Bai with admiration. Her younger brother's boss seemed more talented than she'd ever imagined. Nothing special. Lin Ruoxue chimed in from the side, clearly unimpressed by someone else stealing the spotlight. Ruoxue, you call this nothing special? Zhou Yuning rolled her eyes at her best friend. 10 hits in a row, do you even know what the odds of that are? This is the first time I've ever seen someone never miss a shot. Didn't you see the stall owner's face turn green? Heh, that was so satisfying. Zhou Yuning chuckled, glancing at Jiang Bai with a wistful look. If I'd known my brother had such a promising leader in the making, I would have made my move long ago. Who knows? Maybe I'd be Jiang Bai's girlfriend right now. Lin Ruoxue, Jiang Bai broke out in a cold sweat. This was truly Zhou Hao's sister. Their temperaments were eerily similar. Yuning, what nonsense are you spouting? She shot her best friend a disapproving look. She knew her friend's temperament all too well. But was it really appropriate to act like this in front of her? Even if she and Jiang Bai were just pretending to be a couple. Jiang Bai shook his head slightly and ignored her. He pulled up the attribute panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 20. Skills, God-tier music, God-tier culinary arts. Items, Bugatti Veyron 1, Tianyu Mansion Villa number 11. Wealth, 7.485 billion renminbi. Passive skill, double consumption aura, below billion level. Glancing at his attribute panel, Jiang Bai's lips curved upward. Becoming a billionaire didn't seem so difficult after all. Jiang Bai, you're so good at ring toss, how about your claw machine skills? Zhou Yuning eyed a row of claw machines nearby, filled with designer handbags, perfumes, and lipsticks. Not bad. Jiang Bai pondered for a moment before replying. With the lucky card boosting his odds, his luck shouldn't be too shabby. Really? Let's give it a shot. Zhou Yuning eyed the claw machines nearby. Hey, how do you play this? Heh, $10 a play. The stall owner chuckled, all the bags, perfumes, and lipsticks here have anti-counterfeit QR codes, scan them to trace the origin. Forget it. Claw machines are super hard to win at. Lin Ruoxue eyed the claw machine. It was obviously designed to prey on people clinging to hope, like her best friend standing right there. Just give it a try. Zhou Yuning didn't care. If she won, great, if not, it was just for fun. As she spoke, she reached for her wallet. 10 tries, please. Guests are always welcome. How could I let you pay? I'll cover it. He casually handed the owner a 100 yuan bill. The owner then gave him 10 well-made gold coins that looked quite high-end. Good luck to you both, handsome and beautiful. The stall owner flashed a mysterious smile. Lin Ruoxue noticed and sighed softly. These two were practically begging to be ripped off. What could she say? Jiang Bai, see that red Dior lipstick? Ruoxue loves it the most. Zhou Yuning eyed the Dior lipstick inside the claw machine. At flagship stores, this lipstick cost over 10,000 yuan. Though neither of them was short on cash, why pass up a chance to snag it at a steal? Is that so? Watching the red Dior lipstick in the claw machine, he maneuvered the claw toward it. Clang! With a deft maneuver, the Dior lipstick landed successfully in the exit chute. The stall owner's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Lin Ruoxue watched the guy's moves and was a bit stunned. He actually succeeded? How is that possible? Meanwhile, onlookers at the temple fair stared wide-eyed, their gazes filled with envy toward Jiang Bai. This guy was impressive, his luck was incredible. But his next move left them utterly bewildered. Of course, that's another story. Chapter 20, Ruoxue, is Jiang Bai really that good? Gucci handbag. Chanel perfume. Givenchy lipstick. The boss watched with a lump in his throat. Thankfully, she was just helping with a company event, otherwise, they'd have lost their shirts. Ruoxue, is Jiang Bai on drugs or something? How did he pull that off? Zhou Yuning asked Lin Ruoxue. This was beyond belief, not only hitting every shot in the shooting gallery, but now winning every single prize from the claw machine too. Put. What are you saying? Lin Ruoxue shot her best friend a fierce glare. Could this girl speak properly? Even if that was what she meant, it was just too hard to swallow. What, on drugs? Besides, that guy doesn't seem to need drugs. A sudden thought made Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flush crimson. What on earth are you thinking about, Lin Ruoxue? After browsing for a while longer, the three arrived at a restaurant. Let's eat here. Zhou Yuning, feeling a bit peckish, glanced at the restaurant and suggested. Sounds good. Consider it a welcome back meal for you. Lin Ruoxue nodded. The trio took a window booth. Just as they finished ordering, a bizarre scene unfolded at the next table. A girl sat across from three guys, clearly a rare blind date setup, and one girl facing three guys at that. Hey, beautiful, my family's loaded. If you become my girlfriend, you'll definitely reap the benefits. Don't listen to him, sweetheart. I'm an entrepreneur, my own boss. With flexible hours, I can take you out anytime. The first two to speak were a rich kid and a startup boss, both elite in their own right. Compared to them, the third guy paled in comparison. Not only was he not the most handsome, but his overall presence and aura fell short. This was precisely why the rich kid and the young entrepreneur looked down on him, not giving him the time of day. Hands stuffed in his pockets, a smirk playing on his lips, he exuded an air reminiscent of that year when I, too, stood with hands in pockets, utterly unaware of any adversaries. The rather scruffy-looking young man picked up a leaf from the table where they had just eaten, then placed 7 fish bones on top of it. The beautiful woman across the way, seeing this, gave a knowing smile and slipped her arm through the scruffy young man's before walking away. Left behind were the bewildered rich kid and the startup boss, utterly stunned by the scene that had just unfolded. It had completely exceeded their expectations. What the hell? The kid hadn't even spoken. How had they lost? They couldn't fathom it. Zhou Yuning glanced curiously at the neighboring table. What's up with that girl? She actually chose the scruffy guy. Could it be true love? That guy's got some serious skills. Jiang Bai smiled faintly, clearly in the know. This only deepened Zhou Yuning's confusion. Jiang Bai, do you know why that girl made that choice? Hearing Zhou Yuning's question, the second-generation heir and the boss perked up their ears, clearly eager to know where they'd gone wrong. Did you notice the vegetable leaves and fish bones on the table? Instead of answering Zhou Yuning directly, he asked this question. Lin Ruoxue looked over suspiciously. A leaf? 7 fish bones? What could that possibly mean? I see them, but what could that possibly mean, In that moment, Zhou Yuning's cheeks flushed crimson. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai, are you saying 1 leaf 7 times? Put. Zhou Yuning, who had just taken a sip of water, immediately sprayed it out. Lin Ruoxue wasn't stupid either. Hearing her best friend's words, she froze completely, then stared blankly at the vegetable leaves and fish bones on the table across from them, looking as if she'd discovered a new continent. The second-generation heir and the boss overheard the conversation and froze. 1 leaf 7 times. That bastard. So that's how he won. Obviously. They felt utterly inadequate compared to that feat after all. Pulling off something like 7 times wasn't something ordinary people could manage. A master. Seeing Jiang Bai cut straight to the heart of the matter, the second generation and the entrepreneur dropped their formalities. Bro, give us some pointers. Yeah, how can we beat that kid next time? Give us some pointers, will ya? Hearing this, not only Zhou Yuning and Lin Ruoxue turned to Jiang Bai, but so did the rest of the restaurant patrons. Holy cow, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to learn from a master absolutely not to be missed. I see. Jiang Bai looked at the 2 eager learners, his mood lightening as he smiled. All right. From now on, if anyone does this to you, take that little spoon and slip a fishbone inside. That way, if you ever meet a beauty who knows her stuff, you're guaranteed to win her heart. A small spoon? A fishbone? Zhou Yuning furrowed her delicate brows, while Lin Ruoxue murmured in confusion, unable to grasp the meaning at once. Ah! The second-generation heir suddenly grasped the concept, his face lighting up with excitement. Bro, you mean 1 prick per hour? Whoa! After saying that, the second-generation heir sucked in a sharp breath. Holy moly, this guy is a badass. Bro, I'm impressed. The entrepreneur swallowed hard. Holy crap, this guy just completely outclassed him 7 times over. The surrounding customers suddenly snapped out of it. Holy crap, that's impressive. A heifer climbing a tree? That's off the charts. Is this the godfather of flirting? That's next level stuff. This guy's so awesome, his girlfriend must be super lucky. Yeah, totally. I want a boyfriend just like him too, sniffle sniffle. Handsome guy, wanna come home with me? I'll handle the money, you just focus on getting your kidneys back in shape. Put. Zhou Yuning snapped back to reality and shot her best friend a meaningful look before whispering, Ruoxue, is Jiang Bai really that amazing? Lin Ruoxue. Yuning, what did you just say? At that moment, Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed bright red all the way to her ears. That girl was so bold, how dare she ask such a thing in this setting? Even though her voice was low, what if someone overheard? Lesson learned. Bro, thanks, seriously, thanks so much. The second-generation heir and the entrepreneur thanked him and left. The scene erupted into chaos, especially among the young women. The looks they shot at Jiang Bai were practically devouring him alive. Lin Ruoxue exhaled deeply, trying to steady her nerves. Feeling the envious stares, she wished she could vanish into thin air. What nonsense was that jerk spouting? All he knew were these underhanded tricks. Zhou Yuning saw her best friend's bashful expression and felt even more certain of her guess. She teased, Jiang Bai, you've used this trick on plenty of girls, haven't you? No way. Jiang Bai refused to take the blame, laying it all out. Besides that scheming girl I dated before who I was blind to and broke up with, Ruoxue is the second. Is that so? Zhou Yuning froze at Jiang Bai's response. This humorous, handsome catch had only dated 1 girl before meeting her best friend. Her friend really had struck gold. Speaking of which, her friend was still a total newbie when it came to relationships. Their interactions were bound to be fascinating. TSK. Chapter 21, you can choose to sleep on the floor, or share a bed with me. Not long after, during dinner. I'm going to the restroom. Jiang Bai said, rising to head toward the restroom. Countless female gazes followed him along the way, some even tempted to accompany him, but reason ultimately prevailed over impulse. Ruoxue. Watching Jiang Bai leave, Zhou Yuning, who'd been too shy to speak up earlier, leaned in with a mischievous whisper. Spill it. Does Jiang Bai really charge by the hour? Put. Hearing her best friend's words, Lin Ruoxue nearly choked on her drink. You. Come on, I'm just curious. Clearly, Zhou Yuning wasn't about to let her friend off the hook. About an hour. Satisfied now? Gritting her teeth and blushing fiercely, Lin Ruoxue estimated the time. Seriously, was she really supposed to say that out loud? Wow. Zhou Yuning scrutinized Lin Ruoxue from head to toe. You're so lucky. No wonder you look so much better than before. Looks like it's all thanks to your Jiang Bai. Hearing her best friend's words, Lin Ruoxue wanted to pounce and give her a good scolding. It was one thing when they chatted privately, but this girl was getting bolder by the day. Get lost. Lin Ruoxue shot her friend a withering look, pretending to ignore her. But Zhou Yunin just grinned mischievously and pressed on. So, how many times can you do it with that leaf? Lin Ruoxue felt her temples throbbing. Don't tell me 7 times per session? That'd be 7 hours. Ruoxue, you. Zhou Yuning, can we just eat in peace? Lin Ruoxue could have strangled her best friend right then and there. Was she jealous that Ruoxue had a boyfriend now? Ahem, just 3 times. Not quite 4. Ha! After getting the answer, Zhou Yuning chuckled. I knew it. Any guy good enough for our Ruoxue can't be half bad. No wonder you like him so much you didn't even want to introduce him to me for a contract. Lin Ruoxue. Her best friend's words made Lin Ruoxue want to scream her innocence. It wasn't that she was reluctant, she simply didn't want to help that jerk out. After all, he'd already taken enough advantage of her. But speaking of which, Ruoxue, you're pretty fierce. You actually managed to handle Jiang Bai's advances. Zhou Yuning exclaimed in amazement. Lin Ruoxue said nothing more, pretending to focus on her meal. Why was she even discussing this with this girl? What if the girl harbored improper feelings for that guy? As the two whispered, Jiang Bai emerged from the washroom. Let's settle the bill while we're at it. Glancing at the cash register, Jiang Bai hesitated briefly. After all, why not pay when he could effortlessly swipe his card? Sir, that'll be 450 renminbi. Card or cash? The cashier, a young beauty with a pleasing appearance, couldn't help but blush slightly at the sight of the handsome customer. Jiang Bai looked exactly like the Prince Charming of her dreams. Cash, please. Jiang Bai placed 5 bills on the counter and declared generously, keep the change, it's your tip. Thank you, handsome. The cashier girl held the 5 red bills, taking a deep sniff between her nose and lips, as if trying to inhale the scent of the handsome man, though Jiang Bai remained oblivious to this gesture. Ding! Host spent 500 renminbi, triggering a 50,000x rebate earning 25 million renminbi. The cashback landed in my account a tidy little profit of over 20 million. Feels pretty good. After returning to the table and eating for a while, the 3 of them left. Jiang Bai, thank you for the welcome banquet. Zhou Yuning offered a grateful smile, which left Lin Ruoxue a bit bewildered. What was going on? Anyone unaware might think the 2 of them were close friends and she was the outsider. Sis Ning, you're too kind. You're Haozi's sister, and you're also my sister, Jiang Bai's sister. Jiang Bai smiled gently. Hearing this, Zhou Yuning's eyes lit up. Really? So that means Ruoxue would be my sister-in-law, huh? He. Lin Ruoxue. Hearing her best friend's words, a dark line appeared on her forehead. Was this just another way of taking advantage of her? I'm not even going to bother with you two. Lin Ruoxue shot the pair a withering look before striding toward the nearby temple fair. Zhou Yuning felt a surge of satisfaction. This trip to Dongjiang City hadn't been wasted after all. What a bountiful haul. After spending a few more times, the trio left the fair. It was late into the night when they finally returned to the villa. Splish splash. After freshening up, Lin Ruoxue slipped into her pajamas and headed to her best friend's room. Yuning, let's sleep together tonight. Glancing at her own bedroom, now occupied by another, Lin Ruoxue felt her teeth itch with frustration. She had no choice but to swallow her pride and hope her best friend would take her in. Staying in another guest room just wouldn't feel right. After all, her relationship with that guy was what it was. Whether real or not, at least her best friend saw it as genuine. Yeah. Lin Ruoxue's sudden entrance startled Zhou Yuning. She had just started changing clothes but hadn't managed to put anything on yet, leaving her proud figure exposed to Ruoxue's eyes. She had mistaken Ruoxue for Jiang Bai. Ruoxue, you're going to give me a heart attack. She shot Lin Ruoxue a fierce glare and hurriedly pulled her clothes on. She hadn't even dated anyone yet. How could she let someone see her like that? Sleep with me? I've got a boyfriend of my own. I can't take on that kind of responsibility. Once dressed, Zhou Yuning half-pushed, half-dragged Lin Ruoxue out the door. What kind of joke was this? They were a couple. What kind of meddling was this? Zhou Yuning clearly thought her best friend was worried she'd be left out, completely unaware of the real situation. Yuning, you. Bang. Before Lin Ruoxue could finish, the bedroom door slammed shut. Just then, Jiang Bai emerged from the bathroom after his shower. Seeing that certain someone, Lin Ruoxue's heart leapt to her throat. You, don't misunderstand? I came in because I was afraid Yuning would notice something was off. Jiang Bai noticed the faint blush on Lin Ruoxue's cheeks. He took in her slender figure, barely concealed by the sheer nightgown. Well, you can choose to sleep on the floor, or share my bed. What? Hearing Jiang Bai's words, Lin Ruoxue exploded instantly. You want me to sleep on the floor? This is my bedroom, my villa. You. Before she could finish, Jiang Bai cut her off. Of course, you could also choose to stay in the guest room. Lin Ruoxue tried to protest but faltered. If this lady could stay in the guest room, she wouldn't have come in the first place. You're ruthless. She snorted coldly. Lin Ruoxue certainly wouldn't sleep on the floor that was her last shred of dignity. The guest room was out of the question too, so she simply curled up on one side of the bed. I'm warning you, this is the demarcation line. You're not allowed to cross it. Childish. Jiang Bai glanced at Lin Ruoxue before turning away. We've done what needed to be done. We've seen what needed to be seen. What's left to cross over for? Lin Ruoxue. Squeak. Hearing that guy's words, Lin Ruoxue felt her lungs explode with rage. We've done what we needed to do, seen what we needed to see, what else is there to cross over for? How could that guy be so shameless and unapologetic? Chapter 22. You might not believe it, but the boss is dating goddess Ruoxue. Poof. With a cold snort, Lin Ruoxue turned her head away, genuinely unwilling to utter another word to that guy. She feared she might lose control and beat him up. Damn it. Now she regretted it. What should she do? If only I'd known. I never would have gotten married to that jerk. Growl. The standoff lasted only moments before Lin Ruoxue's stomach growled in protest. The discomfort was real. She hadn't eaten much dinner. Blame it on that bastard's lunch being too delicious. Ordinary meals held no appeal for her now. Jiang Bai, I'm hungry. Her cheeks flushed. Just moments ago, she'd vowed to ignore him no matter what, yet she'd broken her resolve in less than half an hour. Jiang Bai, engrossed in his phone, shot her a withering look upon hearing her words. You're hungry? That's none of my damn business. You. The words left Lin Ruoxue speechless. She couldn't retort because that jerk was absolutely right. What did her hunger have to do with him? Damn it. Lin Ruoxue seethed inwardly, then steeled herself. Fine. I'll let you stay 5 more days. Hey, lady. It's already 10 o'clock at night. Don't you know that? Jiang Bai shot Lin Ruoxue a glare. Her cheeks flushed at the rebuke. She knew it was rude, but she was absolutely starving. 7 days, no, 10 days. 10 days, that's the absolute limit. To eat that guy's meals, Lin Ruoxue was willing to go all out, though it was partly because his cooking was just too damn good. Alright, since you're being so earnest, I'll reluctantly make it for you once. Well then. I'll help you out. Feeling somewhat indebted, Lin Ruoxue offered with a forced smile, her demeanor as humble as could be. Jiang Bai glanced at Lin Ruoxue, whose hands had never touched a dish. Helping is unnecessary. If you truly feel guilty, just attend to me after dinner. You. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson upon hearing this. She glared fiercely at the person in question, only to find Jiang Bai had already left the room. Damn it. That bastard. I want to bite him to death. What should I do? Meanwhile, in another room, Zhou Yuning received a call from her younger brother and answered it casually. Hey, sis. It was Zhou Hao's voice on the other end. Hey, are you at Donjiang yet? You little brat, waiting for you would have starved your sister to death. Recalling the day's events, Zhou Yuning still felt as if she were dreaming, especially that life-threatening farce. She'd been truly terrified at the time. But Zhou Hao's composure quickly shattered. What? Sis, you mean you've already met the boss? Zhou Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the computer screen. Impossible. How could you have met the boss? I don't even know where the boss is? Heh, you probably won't believe this, but Jiang Bai is now my best friend's boyfriend. Zhou Yuning then proceeded to explain their relationship to her younger brother. Zhou Haodan leapt to his feet. Holy. Sis, are you serious? The boss's girlfriend is the goddess Ruoxue? A thunderous roar echoed in his mind. Zhou Hao lost all capacity for thought, even forgetting how to hang up the phone. How could this be? My big sis's bestie is actually goddess Ruoxue, and the boss is dating her? OMG. Just then, Su Tanchang and Lin Xiao returned from showering. Seeing Zhou Hao frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded, they were startled. What had hit the kid? Third brother, are you okay? Lin Xiao even stepped forward to pat Zhou Hao on the head. You're not running a fever, are you? Hey, third brother, what's your bank card PIN? We'll withdraw some cash to buy you candy. Don't worry, we won't waste a single cent. Zhou Hao, snapping back to his senses, shot the two of them a withering look. Are you guys nuts? I'm not senile yet. Phew. Sighing in relief, Zhou Hao pondered the recent news. You probably won't believe this, but the boss, he's dating goddess Ruoxue. Put. What? Su Tiancheng and his companion, who had just taken a sip of water to cover their embarrassment, ended up spitting it out in a spray, looking utterly flustered. Third brother, what did you say? Say it again. Lin Xiao gulped hard. You're saying, the boss is dating goddess Ruoxue? This. Holy crap. The boss is actually seeing 2 girls at the same time? Holy moly. In an instant, Su Tanchang and Lin Xiao were consumed by envy. Damn it, they hadn't even seen a single strand of their girlfriend's hair, yet their boss had 2, a campus beauty and a national goddess. Is there any justice left in the world? The boss will lose all his friends like this. Get lost. Zhou Hao shot them a glare. What are you two daydreaming about? Is our boss that kind of person? I just got off the phone with my sister, and who would have thought, she said. As Zhou Hao spoke, Su Tancheng and Lin Xiao froze, their hearts pounding. Haozi's sister was actually Goddess Ruoxue's best friend, and the boss had even stayed in Goddess Ruoxue's bedroom. Envy warped their souls. Right now, Su Tancheng and Lin Xiao felt their hearts twisting because of the boss. But that Lu Feifei is shameless, cuckolding the boss like that. The trio instantly cursed Lu Feifei like a dog. No wonder she'd looked so listless these past days. She must have realized what losing the boss meant. If word of this got out, how many people would want to chop the boss to pieces? Zhou Hao's words sent a chill down Su Tancheng and Lin Xiao's spines. They shuddered at the thought if that happened, the boss would be chopped into mincemeat for sure. Ahem, third brother, this absolutely can't get out. Otherwise, the boss will have serious trouble. Su Tancheng snapped back to reality and gave a warning cough. Zhou Hao nodded silently, he knew that well enough. As the three discussed, at the Tangchen Ipin villa. Just as Zhou Yuning finished blow drying her hair and was about to sleep, an enticing aroma drifted into her nostrils. So delicious, I want to eat it. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Zhou Yuning couldn't resist her curiosity. She pushed open the bedroom door and followed the scent downstairs. There, to her surprise, she saw Jiang Bai placing a steaming plate of Italian pasta on the table. Zhou Yuning. Holy crap. Jiang Bai, you're such a great cook. Any lingering drowsiness instantly vanished, replaced by ravenous hunger. Approaching the table, she couldn't help but smile sheepishly. Jiang Bai, is it okay if I eat some? Sure, I'm not hungry. There's more in the pot after I finish. I'm going to bed now. With that, she turned and headed upstairs. Lin Ruoxue stared blankly at her best friend across the table, her beautiful eyes wide. How could this girl eat it? She traded 10 days for this. For a moment, her heart ached like it was bleeding. Chapter 23, how infuriating. So that feeling wasn't a dream after all. Oh. Taking a bite of the pasta, Zhou Yuning couldn't help but savor it aloud. Delicious. So delicious. Lin Ruoxue shot her best friend a resentful glance. Tasty, huh? Her tone was as sharp as a knife, though Zhou Yuning was completely oblivious at that moment. Of course. Zhou Yuning took another bite of pasta. No exaggeration, this is the best pasta I've ever had. Little did she know, Lin Ruoxue's resentment had deepened even further. So frustrating. How could this happen? Why did that girl suddenly come downstairs? Oh well. Ruoxue, Jiang Bai treats you so well. After eating for a while, Zhou Yuning couldn't help but praise him. It's so late, and he's still making you a midnight snack. You should be secretly happy. Where would you even find such a good man? Zhou Yuning suddenly thought of something and gave Lin Ruoxue a playful scolding look. But you're being unfair eating all this alone behind my back. No wonder you said you weren't hungry earlier, probably because the food was awful. Not at all. Lin Ruoxue's blush deepened as her skein was exposed. Zhou Yuning gave a cold chuckle, she knew this girl's tricks all too well. Ahem. Yuning, aren't you dieting? Lin Ruoxue asked, eyeing the plate of pasta her best friend had devoured, a portion she'd traded considerable favors to secure. Oh, come on. One meal won't hurt. Zhou Yuning waved dismissively, while Lin Ruoxue was nearly in tears. Was this really just one meal? But seeing her best friend like this, she couldn't help but see herself reflected in her. Earlier that day, she thought the same way, yet her resolve had crumbled in just half a day. But she genuinely couldn't resist that guy's culinary temptations. She even wondered if she'd starve to death the day that guy actually left. Back in the room. Gazing at the snoring figure, Lin Ruoxue let out a soft huff. The thought of her hard-earned meal being snatched away by her best friend made her want to strangle the girl. Curling up in a corner, she prepared to sleep. After eating the spaghetti, she felt much better. But before she could fully savor the feeling, Jiang Bai rolled over behind her and pulled her into his arms. Lin Ruoxue instinctively tried to struggle, but ultimately couldn't break free. That guy. Seeing that Jiang Bai didn't seem to be doing it on purpose, she suppressed the urge to bite him to death, gave a little snort, and let him hold her. Feeling the quiet girl in his arms, Jiang Bai's lips curved upward. 10 extra days? That's barely enough. But honestly, holding her like this while sleeping felt surprisingly good, especially with that incredibly sweet scent wafting from her body. The next morning. Jiang Bai awoke from a deep sleep to find the stunning beauty clinging to him like an octopus. He froze. This girl had some nerve. But when he saw his large hand resting on the mountain peak it couldn't fully cover, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Holy crap! Had he really slept like this all night? When did this happen? Why had he no memory of it? Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the 3-day task of staying at Lin Ruoxue's villa. Reward, God-tier driving skills, plus 5 billion renminbi. Amidst the lingering scent, the system's voice echoed in Jiang Bai's ears. He immediately pulled up his attribute panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 20. Skills, God-tier music, God-tier culinary arts, God-tier driving skills. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Tanyu Mansion Villa number 1 X1. Wealth, 12.455 billion renminbi. Passive skill, double consumption aura, below billion level. Feeling the new driving knowledge flooding his mind, Jiang Bai realized even a 30-year veteran driver would pale in comparison. Overwhelmed with excitement, his hand tightened involuntarily, causing the mountain to shift. Jiang Bai nervously closed his eyes. Holy, waking up now would be suicide. Better to play dead for a while longer. What the? Lin Ruoxue awoke to find herself in an embrace with that guy. How did this happen? Could I have mistaken him for that girl, Yuning? Recalling yesterday's dreamlike memories, oh my god. But when a faint ache surfaced, she glanced down. A thunderous roar. That bastard actually. How despicable. So that feeling wasn't a dream after all. It wasn't my best friend? How could it be him? What am I supposed to do now? No way. Lin Ruoxue immediately regained her composure, realizing she absolutely couldn't wake this guy up or else she'd be in big trouble. She carefully wriggled free from his grasp, then decided to treat yesterday's events as a dream, as if nothing had happened at all. That's right, that's how it would be. Ring ring. After Lin Ruoxue left the bedroom, Jiang Bai's phone rang. Hey, boss. The phone rang, and Zhouhao's booming voice came through. You're not cool, man. You're dating Goddess Ruoxue and didn't even tell us. And is my sister at Goddess Ruoxue's villa? Man, I was actually planning to introduce my sister to you. Listening to Zhouhao's words, Jiang Bai smiled. Looks like you all know already. That's right. I am dating Lin Ruoxue, and I broke up with that Lu Feifei a few days ago. It was bound to come out eventually, so Jiang Bai didn't bother hiding anything. In the dorm across the hall, Zhouhao's phone was on speaker, and beside him were none other than Su Tiancheng and Lin Xiao. Boss, you're the man. Hey, boss, share the details about what happened with your sister-in-law. How was it? Su Tiancheng and Lin Xiao exchanged a mischievous glance, while Zhouhao perked up his ears. This was prime gossip, why pass up the chance to listen? Knowing the three perverts' nature, Jiang Bai spoke cryptically, indescribably wonderful. Put. Damn it, boss, you're shameless. You've got no conscience. So jealous. True to form, the trio vented their fluctuating emotions with a barrage of complaints. Ding. Just then, all three simultaneously received a text message. To their astonishment, Jiang Bai had sent each of them 100,000 yuan. They were both flattered and stunned. Consider this compensation for your emotional distress. Buy whatever you want to eat. Beep beep beep. With that, Jiang Bai hung up, a smirk curling his lips. Holy crap. Su Tiancheng and the others stared wide-eyed at the staggering 100,000 yuan displayed on their phones. Holy crap. Compensation for emotional distress? Sure, it was a consolation payment, but how could they not be thrilled? Good heavens. Damn it, is the boss actually feeling sorry for us? Wah! Boss, you're way too mean. You'll end up with no friends. The trio wore expressions of utter despair. They desperately wanted to punch the boss. What to do? Chapter 24, Sis, you won't believe this, but he's the brother-in-law I found for you. Villa, living room. Ruoxue, what do you think? Did you sleep well last night? Seeing her best friend's flushed, dazed expression, the curious one asked. That Jiang Bai was a man who could last an hour. She couldn't even imagine the scene. This girl must be over the moon with happiness, Zhou Yuning thought. It was okay. Lin Ruoxue felt uneasy under her friend's scrutiny, as if she'd been caught sleeping while hugging that guy. She gave a vague reply, but Zhou Yuning's imagination ran wild, a playful curve lifting the corners of her mouth. Ruoxue, give me a hand. Zhou Yuning looked at her best friend. After eating Jiang Bai's delicious late-night snack yesterday, breakfast today is my way of saying thanks even if it's not as good as his. Ring ring. Just then, Zhou Yuning received a call from a Tianlai Jian executive. Hello, Mr. Li? The Celestial Charity Concert. Got it, understood. But I want a spot. After hanging up, a delighted smile spread across Zhou Yuning's face. Just then, Jiang Bai emerged from the room with a spring in his step. Jiang Bai, you're just in time. Thinking of the spot she'd secured, why let it go to someone else? The Celestial Harmony Charity Concert is tomorrow. If you have time, you should attend. It's a great opportunity. The platform originally insisted I secure Ruoxue's attendance. I worked hard to get this spot. Is that so? Hearing Zhou Yuning's words, Jiang Bai froze, about to politely decline. Ding. Host has triggered a random quest. Make a stunning debut at the charity concert to obtain a mysterious treasure chest X1 plus 6 billion renminbi. Alright then. Without hesitation, Jiang Bai accepted. Then I'll leave it to Sister Ning. Hey, no need to be so polite. Glancing at the breakfast spread on the table, she added, no time to waste, I need to head to the charity concert to make arrangements. You guys go ahead and eat. With that, Zhou Yuning grabbed her bag and left the villa. In an instant, the villa's atmosphere grew slightly awkward, though it didn't last long before being interrupted by the ringing of the doorbell. I'll get it. Lin Ruoxue hurried away from the scene, taking a deep breath. Her mind drifted back to the morning scene and her heart began to race wildly, as if it might leap out of her chest at any moment. Coming! Pretending to be calm, Lin Ruoxue hurried to the door. You're so scatterbrained, Yuning. But when she opened the door, she froze at the sight of the visitor. Ta-da! Sis, surprised? Unexpected? Clearly, it wasn't Zhou Yuning standing at the door, but her younger sister, Lin Xiaoxi. Her face was beaming with a huge smile. She'd come with a mission, to help her brother-in-law win over her big sister. Xiaoxi, how did you get here? Seeing her sister, Lin Ruoxue inwardly groaned. She never expected her younger sister to show up. She wasn't ready for Jiang Bai to meet her family yet. Oof. Why shouldn't I come? Are you hiding something? With a snort, Lin Xiaoxi had already entered the villa. Xiaoxi, don't go in. Oh no. By the time Lin Ruoxue looked up, it was clearly too late. Jiang Bai was seated at the breakfast table, his gaze locking with Lin Xiaoxi's. Ah. Brother-in-law. How is it you? Lin Xiaoxi, who had just entered the living room, stared blankly at her brother-in-law, someone she hadn't seen in just a few days. If she were live streaming right now, she'd absolutely blow everyone's minds. Holy, little Cece's brother-in-law is actually her real brother-in-law. Oh? Seeing Lin Xiaoxi, Jiang Bai also froze, clearly not expecting their second meeting to reveal their relationship so abruptly. But perhaps it was for the best. Long time no see. Jiang Bai greeted his sister-in-law as casually as an old friend. Lin Ruoxue entered the living room and watched their exchange. What the hell? These two know each other? Then, as if struck by a thought, Lin Ruoxue flushed bright red. Xiaoxi, don't go calling me that. It's not what you think. Put. Lin Xiaoxi rolled her eyes at her older sister. Sis, do you even believe that yourself? Hearing her sister's words, Lin Ruoxue tried to say something but couldn't bring herself to finish. Clearly, she didn't believe it herself. After all, that guy was wearing pajamas right now, the kind meant for staying overnight. But Lin Xiaoxi's attention was clearly elsewhere. She stared blankly at her brother-in-law. Sis, you might not believe this, but he's the brother-in-law I found for you, the handsome guy who saved me that night. Put. Her sister's sudden revelation caught Lin Ruoxue completely off guard, making her choke on her words. Yet her eyes widened as she stared at Jiang Bai. What did you say? That brat had been going on about a brother-in-law, and it turned out to be this jerk? How could that be? This was way too coincidental. No way. Quickly, Lin Ruoxue thought of something. Kid, you said he saved you a few days ago. I remember you were staying at the Tianyu Mansion villa that day, right? Recalling the past, Lin Ruoxue realized she might have uncovered something significant. That's right. My brother-in-law lives in Villa number 1 at Tianyu Manor. Is there a problem? Hearing this, Lin Ruoxue's lips twitched involuntarily. A thunderclap echoed in her mind. Tianyu Mansion? Villa number 1? Impossible. Villa number 1 at Tianyu Mansion was the crown jewel of the complex, valued at 300 million yuan, a price tag even ordinary tycoons in nouveau riche wouldn't dare to pay. And yet, this guy had actually bought it. Of course. Lin Xiaoxi proudly boasted about her brother-in-law's achievements. Sis, you wouldn't believe it, he spent millions just taking me to Wanda Plaza once. And he owns a Bugatti Veyron too. But that's weird, why isn't it parked outside your villa? Lin Ruoxue. Jiang Bai, you. How much have you been hiding from me? Clearly, at this moment, Lin Ruoxue realized that the guy she thought came from an ordinary family was actually this wealthy. Since you figured it out, I won't pretend anymore. Jiang Bai shrugged indifferently. Cards on the table, I'm actually a hidden tycoon. Whoa. Lin Ruoxue sucked in a sharp breath. Jiang Bai, unfazed, admitted, Villa number 1 in Tianyu Mansion is mine. The Bugatti Veyron is mine. The millions I spent on Xiaoxi, that was me too. Hearing Jiang Bai's confession, Lin Ruoxue felt a whirlwind of emotions. Her gaze toward him grew intensely complex. Thinking about her so-called marriage contract, she felt like nothing but a clown in front of that bastard. AMU. Lin Xiaoxi paused mid-bite of her breakfast, her eyes widening. This smell. Sis, did Sister Yuning come over? Lin Ruoxue seemed oblivious, her mind replaying the events of recent days. It felt like a dream. How could that guy be this rich? It shouldn't be possible. If he had money, why was he still driving for others before? How could this be? Chapter 25, Holy cow, bro-in-law, you drive like a pro. Oof. Brother-in-law, you're so inconsiderate. Lin Xiaoxi pouted, you're dating my sister, yet you pretend not to know me. I only found out when you posted those photos. Recalling the revealing photos, Jiang Bai looked at Lin Ruoxue. You're quite the model, aren't you? Never would have guessed you'd be so comfortable with glamour shots. Photo shoot? Hearing Jiang Bai's words, Lin Ruoxue froze, while Lin Xiaoxi silently thought, oh no. Sure enough. Lin Ruoxue's gaze landed on Lin Xiaoxi, her eyes blazing with fury. Lin Xiaoxi. You dared show my photos to others? I'll beat you to a pulp. With that, she lunged at Lin Xiaoxi, claws outstretched, her posture reminiscent of an eagle pouncing on a chick. Ah! Seeing her sister's claws coming for her, Lin Xiaoxi shrieked and darted behind her brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, save me! Lin Xiaoxi, come here this instant! Lin Ruoxue gritted her teeth, feeling utterly exposed before that guy. Those photos were meant for her private viewing alone. Now he'd seen them, that heartless jerk. Poof! My brother-in-law isn't an outsider. What's wrong with him seeing it? With her brother-in-law backing her up, Lin Xiaoxi couldn't care less about her sister. She said it with complete seriousness. After a flurry of commotion, Lin Ruoxue finally accepted reality, then shot Jiang Bai a fierce glare. Delete every single one of those photos, you hear me? They turned out pretty good. Why delete them? Exactly. Exactly. Lin Xiaoxi chimed in from the sidelines, not afraid to stir the pot. Hearing this, Lin Ruoxue felt like strangling the brat. Had she lost her mind? Who was the outsider here? Was it her, or was it that guy? A traitor who couldn't tell friend from foe. Yikes. Just then, Lin Xiaoxi opened the TV cabinet drawer and stumbled upon something she shouldn't have seen: a red notebook. Sis, you and my brother-in-law are already married? Without a doubt, when Lin Xiaoxi flipped open the marriage certificate, she was startled to see photos of her brother-in-law and her sister. Clearly printed on it were their names and the date of registration. Lin Xiaoxi. Seeing their relationship exposed once more, Lin Ruoxue nearly lost her mind. She snatched the marriage certificate from the girl's hands, filled with regret that she should have put it away long ago. Oh my god. But it was too late now. If she could turn back time, she would never have left the certificate in such an obvious place. Sis, am I dreaming? Is this real? I can't even believe it. Lin Xiaoxi chattered on, her heart bursting with joy. Her sister was moving way too fast, but her brother-in-law was no slouch. She'd managed to win her over in no time. This is fantastic. This meant she could now openly enjoy her brother-in-law's cooking and spend his money. Hooray! Sis, I'm going to the bathroom, Lin Xiaoxi said before dashing toward the bathroom. Watching her little sister leave, Lin Ruoxue glared at a certain someone. Jiang Bai, you're so rich, yet you agreed to an arranged marriage. What else could I do? Jiang Bai smiled nonchalantly. A beautiful wife delivered right to my doorstep? No thanks, sweetie. You. Ouch. Curious, Lin Ruoxue bit down hard on Jiang Bai's shoulder. The pain made him lash out, slapping her pert bottom. Lin Ruoxue, you're out of your mind. Trying to murder your own husband? His shameless words made Lin Ruoxue's face flush crimson to her ears. Murder my own husband? Jiang Bai, how can you be so shameless? Just then, Lin Xiaoxi returned. Seeing her brother-in-law and sister locked in an embrace, her eyes widened. Click. A photo was snapped. Lin Xiaoxi. Before Lin Ruoxue could finish, Lin Xiaoxi chuckled. Well then, sis, brother-in-law, carry on. With that, she scampered upstairs. The next morning. It's all your fault. Lin Ruoxue glared at the culprit. She thought that after her best friend left, she wouldn't have to endure sharing a room with that guy anymore. Little did she know Lin Xiaoxi would rush over just in time. Now, to avoid a repeat of yesterday morning's scene, Lin Ruoxue had stayed up until midnight before finally drifting off. Especially now, watching Jiang Bai sleep so soundly made her teeth itch with frustration. The charity concert is about to start. Lin Ruoxue grumbled from inside the stretched Maybach, oblivious to Lin Xiaoxi's amused smile beside her. It was rare to see her big sister this flustered. So her brother-in-law and big sis get along pretty well, huh? There's still 10 minutes left. That's plenty of time. Seeing that the charity auction was still 10 minutes away, Jiang Bai wasn't the least bit worried. This was the perfect chance to test out his god-tier driving skills. Put. 10 minutes? Think you're some kind of driving god? It takes at least 20 minutes to get to the charity concert from here. V-room. The beast roared to life. The next instant, the stretched supercar shot forward like a black streak, its overwhelming acceleration forcefully cutting off Lin Ruoxue's words. By the time she regained her senses, the supercar had already left the Tangcheniping villa. Whoa! In less than 10 seconds, Lin Ruoxue watched the villa rapidly recede into the distance, sucking in a sharp breath. Holy crap! Lin Xiaoxi gazed at her brother-in-law with eyes full of admiration. Holy cow, bro-in-law, your driving skills are insane. So awesome. Thumbs up, Lin Xiaoxi was completely captivated by her brother-in-law's skills. It felt like filming a blockbuster movie just now, utterly thrilling. The beast roared as it raced toward the charity concert. Are you crazy? Think this is a racetrack? A chorus of curses erupted along the route, all startled by the sight. It was rush hour, yet the stretched Maybach sped through traffic as if it were empty, treating surrounding cars like thin air. Brother-in-law, you're so cool. Feeling the adrenaline rush of the breakneck speed, Lin Xiaoxi screamed with unrestrained excitement. Beside her, Lin Ruoxue was nearly scared half to death, her pretty face drained of color. These two were insane. One dared to drive, the other dared to ride. Weren't they afraid at all? Soon, the charity concert parking lot. Squeak, squeak. A perfect drift left a circular arc of tire marks on the ground as the car came to a precise stop in a parking space. The onlookers who had just stepped out of their vehicles stared in disbelief. Holy! That guy's driving skills are insane. Is the god of driving reincarnated? The surrounding car owners whistled in admiration. Lin Ruoxue felt a surge of satisfaction. Brother-in-law, 8 minutes. You only took 8 minutes. What? Lin Ruoxue glanced at the time, staring at Jiang Bai in disbelief. I can't believe it, a 20-minute drive, and you made it in 8 minutes. Jiang Bai was stunned by his own speed too. Holy crap, god-tier driving skills seem pretty awesome. Chapter 26, Sis, your husband's singing is actually so good. A 20-minute drive, covered in 8 minutes. What does that even mean? Normally, she drove around 60 miles per hour. After some quick calculations, Lin Ruoxue's eyes widened. This guy's average speed is 150 miles per hour? With Lin Ruoxue's 120 IQ, such calculations were no challenge at all. Ruoxue. The moment she pushed open the door and stepped out, a familiar voice called out. It was none other than Zhou Yuning. Sis Yuning. Lin Ruoxue's sweet voice rang out. Zhou Yuning was taken aback upon seeing her. Ruoxue's here too. After some small talk, Zhou Yuning turned to Jiang Bai and said, Jiang Bai, besides the many singers from Tianlai, quite a few second-generation tycoons from Dongjiang have also come to the charity gala tonight. Among them, there are quite a few of Ruoxue's admirers. This might cause some trouble. Zhou Yuning cautioned. Jiang Bai froze upon hearing this. Oh? Is that so? Clearly unconcerned, Jiang Bai entered the venue while continuing their conversation. Miss Lin, it's been a while. No sooner had they entered than a wealthy second-generation heir approached. Upon seeing the visitor, Zhou Yuning's expression darkened. He's here already. Jiang Bai, this is one of Ruoxue's suitors underlings Zhang Xiaoning, the eldest son of the Zhang group in Dongjiang. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoning stood holding a bouquet of flowers, exuding the air of a Prince Charming. Miss Lin, these are flowers ordered for you by Boss Qin. Lin Ruoxue saw Zhang Xiaoning and pouted. Brother-in-law, it's him. He keeps bothering my sister, it's driving her crazy. Ha! Zhang Xiaoning's expression darkened at Lin Ruoxue's address. He narrowed his eyes at Jiang Bai. Kid, stay away from Miss Lin. Or else, you'll never leave Dongjiang alive. Zhang Xiaoning, you. Smack. Before Lin Ruoxue could finish, Jiang Bai's hand already struck her face. Make me unable to leave Dongjiang? What the hell do you think you are? Playing the fool to catch the tiger? Totally unnecessary. With the system backing him, so-called big shots were mere trash before him, let alone this insignificant nobody who wasn't even close to being a big shot. What? Zhou Yuning's heart skipped a beat at Jiang Bai's decisive action. That guy just went straight for it. Though Zhang Xiaoning's Zhang group wasn't a household name in Dongjiang, he was still a bona fide second-generation heir. Provoking such a spoiled rich kid wasn't wise. Whoa! Brother-in-law, you're so cool. Lin Ruoxue watched Zhang Xiaoning get knocked flat with a single palm strike, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Zhang Xiaoning stared in disbelief. Kid, you dare hit me. Zhang Xiaoning couldn't believe it, this greenhorn actually dared to hit him. Get lost. A calm voice cut through the air. Zhang Xiaoning, who had been about to retort, met Jiang Bai's intimidating gaze and swallowed hard. Kid, you've got guts. Better safe than sorry. Zhang Xiaoning shot Jiang Bai a meaningful glare before leaving. Mess with Zhang Xiaoning, and whoever that kid was, he was dead meat. The minor incident concluded, and the charity concert commenced. It's an honor to have you all here for the Celestial Melody charity concert. Next, let's give a warm welcome to rising star Jiang Bai, who will perform a lifetime with you. Please welcome him. Rising star? Jiang Bai? The beautiful hostess's words fell to the floor, and the entire venue erupted in an uproar. For a charity concert of such stature, the first song was actually given to a newcomer. This arrangement was truly inappropriate. For this, Zhou Yuning had endured considerable pressure, revealing the depth of her thoughtful consideration. You did this? Lin Ruoxue glanced at her best friend beside her. Pulling a stunt like this, aren't you worried he'll ruin the charity concert? Of course not. I trust Jiang Bai. Zhou Yuning shrugged it off, then looked at her friend meaningfully. Besides, you're still in the picture. I'm creating opportunities for your man. If anything goes wrong, you'll be the one cleaning up the mess. Lin Ruoxue was momentarily speechless. She desperately wanted to say that guy wasn't her man, but she knew she absolutely couldn't utter those words. Hang in there, brother-in-law. You're the best. Lin Ruoxue cheered from the sidelines, while the live stream's fans erupted in excitement. 66666, where is Xiaoxi's wife? Whoa, I think I spotted Goddess Ruoxue. This place looks like the charity concert held by Tianlai. Damn, my brother-in-law is kicking things off as the first performer, so impressive. Brother-in-law, go for it. I love you. Whoa, is it too much to ask for Ruoxue Goddess's contact info, Xiaoxi's wife? In an instant, the number of fans in Lin Xiaoxi's livestream skyrocketed, instantly breaking through 10,000, and they hadn't even seen her brother-in-law sing yet. Of course, if they knew Goddess Ruoxue was actually Lin Xiaoxi's own sister, who knows how they'd react. Spotlights focused on Jiang Bai's handsome face as he appeared on stage. His striking good looks alone outshone the hottest young idols by a mile. Because I dreamed you left. I awoke from tears. Watching the night wind blow past the windowsill. Can you feel my love? Until the day we grow old. Will you still be by my side? A smooth, soothing melody unfolds, each note seeming to possess a magical power that seeps into everyone's heart, opening their minds and inviting them to reminisce about the past. Oh! Upon hearing her brother-in-law's words, Lin Xiaoxi excitedly turned to her older sister beside her. Sis, I had no idea your husband could sing so beautifully. Of course, since Lin Xiaoxi had focused the camera entirely on her brother-in-law, her voice couldn't be heard. If the livestream fans knew how she was addressing him right now, who knows if they'd storm in immediately. Before Lin Ruoxue could respond, Lin Xiaoxi's voice piped up again. He sings better than you do. Put. Zhou Yuning couldn't help but laugh beside her. Her best friend's mischievous little sister was truly endearing. Lin Xiaoxi, you're asking for it, aren't you? The intimidating bloodline suppression made Lin Xiaoxi cringe, but she still muttered under her breath, well, it is. Can't even say that now. You. Hearing her sister's words, Lin Ruoxue felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. What kind of mind-altering potion had that jerk fed this girl? She was completely bewitched, acting so uncharacteristically disloyal. Ruoxue, speaking of which, Jiang Bai's singing is absolutely top tier. He's on par with you back in the day, right? Zhou Yuning gazed at the handsome guy on stage, sighing with admiration. I have no idea how you discovered this hidden gem, let alone managed to snag him. Put. What do you mean swooped him up? What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed a stunning crimson as scenes from that night flashed through her mind. This girl was asking for trouble, why bring up the one thing she didn't want to hear? Just then, Zhou Hao and the others hurried onto the stage, catching the leader stealing the spotlight. Holy crap, the boss, he's already showing off. Chapter 27, Sis, you have no idea how awful the boss is. Charity concert, VIP seating. Sis. Zhou Hao's warm voice echoed as he approached, followed by the nervous Su Tiancheng and Lin Xiao. The trio had come specifically to cheer on their boss and of course, to catch a glimpse of the goddess, sister-in-law Ruoxue. You little brat, finally decided to show your face. Zhou Yuning shot her younger brother a glare before turning her gaze to Su Tiancheng and Lin Xiao. These must be your other two roommates with Jiang Bai, right? Hi, Sister Ning. Su Tiancheng and Lin Xiao greeted her with some reserve. The third brother, who didn't look particularly impressive, was surprised to have such a beautiful sister. Her figure and looks were undeniable. Zhou Yuning gave them a slight nod. Then, Su Tiancheng and the others turned their gaze to Lin Ruoxue. Hello, sister-in-law. Put. The unexpected greeting made Zhou Yuning spit out a mouthful of water. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson. Hello, everyone. Are you kidding me? With the arrow already on the string, what choice did she have? She could only play along. Hello, little CC. Zhou Hao had learned from his older sister that this little cutie with her rather dangerous beauty was his boss's sister-in-law. But if she could become his wife someday, that wouldn't be too shabby either. Hee hee, hello. Lin Xiaoxi beamed cheerfully. She'd often heard her brother-in-law recount their past escapades, each one utterly hilarious. Hey, look! The boss is about to start again. Lin Xiao watched the leader on stage, his eyes narrowing as he spoke. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the stage. How many have admired your youthful beauty? Who would bear the merciless passage of time? How many came and went in your life? But do you know that through it all, I've always been by your side? When all things have grown mundane, is there still a steadfast resolve lingering in your heart? Whoa! Boss, you nailed it. Su Tiancheng and the other two let out a loud howl. It was clear they were close to Jiang Bai. Zhou Yuning shot her younger brother a disapproving look. Who knew this brat had someone he admired so much? Ruoxue, your little boyfriend is no ordinary guy. Zhou Yuning pursed her lips in reflection. Before Haozi got into Dongda University, he was a real handful. Mom, Dad, and I cleaned up after that kid more times than I can count. Now he's changed so much I barely recognize him. Sis, cut the nonsense. Zhou Hao glared at his sister when she exposed his past misdeeds. Give me some face in front of my wife. His face flushed as he spoke. The last thing he wanted was for his sister to ruin his hard-earned reputation. Raging little Lolita's livestream. 666666, that's awesome, brother-in-law. Holy crap, this song made me believe in love again. Xiaoxi, honey, does your brother-in-law have any brothers? I'm bowing down to my brother-in-law, take my knees. Hee hee, his singing skills blow those trendy young idols out of the water. Stop singing, bro. I can do 7 times with one leaf, come home with me, okay? Mwah. Get lost. One leaf 7 times? That's nothing, I can go 3 hours straight. Fan count instantly broke the 50,000 mark. Bullet comments sprouted like mushrooms after rain across the screen, and the flood of gifts was beyond words. Ant trips elephant tips runaway little Lolita shark fin X666. Rebellious subjects plotting against the emperor rewards runaway little Lolita with rocket X88. This lord is majestic tipped runaway little Lolita fishballs X999. One sword enchanting the city rewards runaway little Lolita with super rockets X33. A uniform wave of gifts flew by, not as ferocious as reigning over the world, but still formidable. Those who once underestimated Jiang Bai now cast different eyes upon him. Should this youth enter the music scene, he would sweep through it like a mudslide in unstoppable force, potentially another Lin Ruoxue. Barring any mishaps, Jiang Bai's future held limitless potential. With just one song, he ignited the venue's atmosphere, delivering a perfect opening act for the charity concert, and Jiang Bai had just achieved instant fame. Clap 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 clap. As the song concluded, thunderous applause and cheers erupted throughout the venue. Who is this guy? He sings like a beast. Yeah, he's so good, how could we not know him? Handsome guy, I love you. Come home with me, eek. The crowd erupted in unprecedented excitement. Hearing this, Zhou Yuning teased Lin Ruoxue, hey, looks like you've got some new competition in the romance department. Get lost. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Ruoxue shot Zhou Yuning a fierce glare. How could this guy say anything without thinking? Didn't he see there were outsiders present? Back at the VIP section, Jiang Bai's lips curved into a faint smile. Brother-in-law, you rock. Lin Xiaoxi gave her brother-in-law a thumbs up. Jiang Bai affectionately ruffled her hair before turning to Su Tiancheng and the others. You're here too. Knowing Zhou Yuning was the third brother's sister, their presence here wasn't surprising. Well, when the boss makes his move, we're definitely coming. Exactly. We wanted to meet the sister-in-law too? Su Tiancheng and the others chatted animatedly, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. Oh, right. Zhou Hao remembered something and then spilled the beans. Sis-in-law, you have no idea how despicable the boss is. We called the boss to ask if we could date you, and guess what he did? Zhou Hao continued his complaint indignantly. The boss sent each of us 100,000 yuan red envelope, saying it was compensation for emotional distress, telling us to buy whatever we wanted. That's just too sneaky. Ha! Lin Ruoxue couldn't hold back her laughter and glanced at Jiang Bai. She hadn't realized the guy was so devious, but this outrageous move did seem right up his alley. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the Make a Splash at the Charity Concert mission. You have obtained a mysterious treasure chest X1, plus a bonus of 6 billion renminbi. As the trio exchanged complaints, Jiang Bai heard the system notification of his reward being credited. Immediately after, another voice chimed in. Ding! Host detected possessing mysterious treasure chest X1. Proceed with opening? Open. Without hesitation, Jiang Bai selected to open it. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained God-tier martial arts ability. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100% ownership of Jiang Group. He then summoned his attribute panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 20. Skills, God-tier music, God-tier culinary arts, God-tier driving, God-tier martial arts. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Tanyu Mansion Villa No. 1 X1, 100% shares of Jiang Group. Wealth, 18.43 billion renminbi. Passive skill, double consumption aura, up to 100 million times. Glancing at the attribute panel, Jiang Bai felt a surge of satisfaction. Charity concerts and fame meant little to him. What truly mattered was the indescribable reward awaiting upon completing these tasks. He could grasp the concept of God-tier martial arts, but what the hell was this 100% stake in the Jiang Group? Could it be the very Jiang family enterprise he'd just beaten to a pulp? Chapter 28, Brother-in-Law, that's way too awesome. The charity concert concluded. Lin Ruoxue helped her best friend handle matters, while Su Tiancheng and the other two were left behind as unpaid labor. As for Lin Xiaoxi, who wanted to sleep, Jiang Bai took her back to Tangchenipin. Brother-in-law, today was so much fun. Lin Xiaoxi beamed as she spoke. Unbeknownst to her, her livestream's viewer count had already surpassed the 100,000 mark. Hold on tight. Jiang Bai glanced toward a hidden spot. Since acquiring his God-tier martial arts, his perception far surpassed that of ordinary people. Instantly, he detected someone watching him even at the charity concert venue. Someone had been doing just that. Since that was the case, it was the perfect opportunity to test the capabilities of his newly acquired God-tier martial arts. Soon, they arrived at a deserted stretch of road. Whoosh! The lights of a massive sand truck flared up as it blocked the road. A sudden stop brought the supercar to a halt, and immediately behind it, another sand truck cut off the path, trapping the Maybach squarely in the middle. The runaway little Lolita livestream exploded in an instant. Holy crap, what the hell is going on? My brother-in-law must be surrounded. 2 sand trucks? Damn it, call the cops fast, or my brother-in-law's gonna be in deep trouble. This doesn't make sense. Did he mess with someone? Look, so many people are coming down. The livestream's viewer count skyrocketed as roughly 50 to 60 people from both sides surrounded Jiang Bai and Lin Xiaoxi in the center of the field. What? So many people. They're so bold. Lin Xiaoxi couldn't believe how brazen these people were. Just then, a figure appeared in the center of the crowd. It was none other than Zhang Xiaoning, the same man who had been knocked down earlier in the venue. Right then, Zhang Xiaoning's face was twisted with scorn. Kid, when you were so cocky earlier, did you ever think this day would come? Sure enough. The moment Zhang Xiaoning spoke, the livestream audience understood he was clearly targeting her brother-in-law. Unaware of it, Zhang Xiaoning's entire performance was being broadcast live by an invisible drone. Holy crap, this melodramatic plot twist actually happened to my brother-in-law. Xiaoxi, stay in the car. Jiang Bai pushed open the door and stepped out. Lin Xiaoxi's heart leapt to her throat. Brother-in-law, should we call the police? No need. Jiang Bai smiled faintly. Just a few petty thieves. Perfect for warming up. Poof. Zhang Xiaoning snorted coldly. Smart Alec. Get him out of here. Clatter. Then, 50 or 60 henchmen swarmed forward all at once. Zhang Xiaoning had witnessed Jiang Bai's fighting prowess firsthand, so he ordered everyone to attack simultaneously. So what if you can fight? This young master wants to see just how tough you really are. With that, Zhang Xiaoning leaned against his supercar, chewing betel nut, waiting to see the kid get his comeuppance. Boom! Before Zhang Xiaoning could wait another moment, a figure flew past him, slamming hard into the front of the sand truck. Amidst the dull thud, countless bones snapped and shattered, leaving a small dent in the truck's front. This ability. Jiang Bai stared at his henchman, who had been sent flying 7 or 8 meters by a single punch, then looked at his own right fist. Seems kinda godlike. Because that was merely a light strike. Had he unleashed his full power, the thug would have been pulverized into mincemeat on the spot. Holy, what did I just see? That guy just got knocked flying by my brother-in-law's single punch. What terrifying power. Who knew my brother-in-law possessed such God-given strength? That distance like 7 or 8 meters? Unbelievable. Hey, did you see? He even dented the front of that sand truck. Impressive. Who knew my brother-in-law was a martial artist? At this rate, 50 or 60 guys might not be enough to handle him. The live stream exploded with excitement. The follower count just broke the 150,000 mark, and comments were flying in like crazy. Some even called it a staged show. Clap clap. Whack whack whack. Then, the crowd witnessed an unbelievable scene. With a single step from Jiang Bai, at least 5 or 6 people were sent flying. One step, 10 people knocked down 1,000 miles without a trace. Whoa. Lin Xiaoxi in the supercar was utterly dumbfounded, her eyes filled with disbelief. Holy crap. Brother-in-law, that's just too amazing. In an instant, 50 or 60 people lay wailing on the ground. Not even 1% of his full strength had been unleashed. Imagine the sheer power Jiang Bai now possessed. Without exaggeration, punching through titanium alloy steel plates would be no problem at all. Gulp. Zhang Xiaoning swallowed hard, watching Jiang Bai approach. You, don't come any closer. I'm warning you, I'm the heir to the Zhang group. If you dare touch me, my father will make sure you never leave Dongjiang alive. Boom. Before he could finish, Zhang Xiaoning was hurled like a dark streak, slamming into the supercar. The windshield shattered with a crash, embedding him into the dashboard. At least 6 ribs snapped. Damn it. Ruthless. My brother-in-law is ruthless. Even watching through the screen, they felt the pain. Get out. The cold command echoed. The 50 or 60 men who had been writhing on the ground just seconds ago sprang up as if electrocuted. Supporting each other, they loaded Zhang Xiaoning onto a sand truck and sped away from the scene. Whoa. Fans in the livestream sucked in their breath. Holy crap, the sheer terror of brother-in-law's roar. 66666, B-Man is unstoppable. That move was so sick. Damn, how big is the psychological trauma for the second generation? Will Xiaoxi's wife get banned for streaming like this? Is the next plot twist Xiaoxi the lowly pledging herself to him? Seriously, am I the only one who noticed the stream's viewership just hit 200,000? The heated discussions kept popping up as Lin Xiaoxi's stream hit a new record high in followers. Then, Jiang Bai drove the stretched Maybach toward the Tangcheni Ping complex. Lin Xiaoxi's face lit up with excitement. Brother-in-law, I had no idea you were this amazing. No wonder those 3 drunks were so scared when we first met. Lin Xiaoxi remarked. Jiang Bai smiled faintly upon hearing this. Back then, he hadn't possessed god-tier martial arts prowess. Had he, who knows if those 3 scumbags would have met their end from a single slap. Little did Zhang Xiaoning know, his nightmare was only just beginning. Chapter 29, Brother-in-law's combat power exceeds 10,000. Special forces probably only reach 8,000. Dongjiang, Zhang family villa. Phew. Zhang Qinian exhaled deeply, staring at the electronic share transfer agreement. With Zhang Group teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, this acquisition offered the Zhang family a timely lifeline to cut their losses. Ding. Then, a message arrived. Jiang Bai, 20 years old, third-year music student at Dongjiang University, resides at Villa No. 1, Tianyu Mansion, owns a Bugatti Veyron valued at 50 million yuan. Staring at the information his people had gathered, Zhang Qinian froze. 20 years old? A student? Tianyu Mansion? Every single detail pointed to the fact that this Jiang Bai, who was acquiring their Zhang Group, was no ordinary person. Consider this. Though the Zhang Group wasn't among Dongjiang's top conglomerates, it still held a market value of over 1 billion yuan. Even so, he himself lacked the means to reside in the flagship villa of Tianyu Mansion, valued at 300 million yuan. One could only imagine how extraordinary Jiang Bai's background must be. Dad! Just then, a voice echoed from outside the villa. Bandaged Zhang Xiaoning entered the living room, and the sight of the pig-faced creature before him made Zhang Qinian jump in shock. Holy crap, what the hell is that thing? Zhang Xiaoning. Dad, it's me. Zhang Xiaoning was on the verge of tears. That damn kid had beaten him so badly his own father wouldn't recognize him. If that brat didn't pay the price, he'd write his name backwards. You're Xiaoning? Zhang Qinian squinted and realized it really was his son, though how the hell did he end up looking like this? What happened? Though he'd never shown much interest in his son, deep down, Zhang Qinian still loved him dearly. After all, he was his only son. Dad, I got beaten up. Zhang Xiaoning exaggerated his story, adding that Jiang Bai I got beaten up by a student from Dongjiang University. Wha? Beaten by a student? How dare he? Zhang Qinian exploded at the news. His son, after all, was a second-generation elite. If word got out that he'd been beaten by a mere student, how could Zhang Qinian possibly maintain his standing in Dongjiang? Wait! Quickly, Zhang Qinian sensed something was off. His face darkened to the extreme. What's the name of the person who hit you? Jiang Bai. Yes. Zhang Xiaoning nodded his head like a chick pecking at grain, thinking the old man was going to avenge him. It's that Jiang Bai. Smack! Before he could finish, Zhang Qinian's hand came down hard, sending him crashing to the floor. The blow held no mercy, and Zhang Xiaoning was instantly stunned. Dad, you! Zhang Xiaoning stared at his father in utter disbelief. Wasn't he supposed to be beating up that Jiang Bai? Why was he hitting his own son? Had the old man lost his mind? You ungrateful son! Zhang Qinian delivered another slap with his other hand. Explain yourself. How did you offend Jiang Bai? Offended Jiang Bai? Dad, what are you talking about? Speak! Zhang Qinian's face twisted into a vicious grimace as he lunged forward, his hand poised to strike the worthless brat before him. The sheer terror of it made Zhang Xiaoning shudder. I'll talk. Dad, at today's charity concert held by Tian Lai, Boss Qin ordered me to. Having already learned his lesson from the earlier blows, Zhang Xiaoning dared not withhold anything. He recounted everything in detail, including how he'd led 50 or 60 men to teach Jiang Bai a lesson. Thud! Before Zhang Xiaoning could recover, a tremendous force sent him flying backward. His 6 freshly mended ribs snapped cleanly in unison. Damn it! I've been smart my whole life, how did I end up with a good-for-nothing son like you? Zhang Qinian was livid. He'd been scheming to connect with Jiang Bai, but this good-for-nothing son had gone and alienated him outright. Divine retribution, I suppose. Zhang Qinian slumped lifelessly onto the sofa. Beside him, Zhang Xiaoning stared in stunned disbelief. What the hell? What was the old man? A sense of foreboding washed over him. Could it be that Jiang Bai wasn't as straightforward as he'd assumed? Sure enough. Deeply shaken, Zhang Qinian lit a cigarette, trying to calm his turbulent emotions. Xiaoning, there are things I never intended to tell you, but now I have no choice. Because I fear that one day, your temperament might drag our entire family into an abyss. Dad, Zhang Xiaoning struggled to his feet and climbed onto the sofa. Seeing the old man's unprecedentedly solemn expression, he suddenly realized this old man wasn't as strong as he'd imagined. Never mind. Zhang Qinian relinquished his stubbornness and continued, do you know that our Zhang group is already teetering on the brink of bankruptcy? Hearing his father's words, Zhang Xiaoning fell silent. He knew it was true, but as a lifelong playboy, he hadn't considered it a major issue after all, even bankruptcy could be handled with panache. Just as I was about to declare bankruptcy, someone suddenly acquired the Zhang group. And that acquirer was none other than Jiang Bai. What? His eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. The group is worth over 1 billion. How could that Jiang Bai possibly acquire it? Only then did Zhang Xiaoning grasp the magnitude of the disaster he'd unleashed. If Jiang Bai grew displeased and reneged, utter ruin would befall the Zhang family. Meanwhile, back at the villa, Lin Ruoxue wisely ended the livestream after all, her brother-in-law and sister's relationship couldn't be made public just yet. Don't turn off the stream. Let us see Sister Ruoxue. Exactly. How me not even giving this lady a chance to see her love rival? Hey, today I discovered another new skill of my brother-in-law. His combat prowess is off the charts. Holy crap, my brother-in-law's combat power must be over 10,000. Even special forces soldiers are probably only around 8,000. My brother-in-law is invincible. Too bad he's not my boyfriend, sniffle sniffle. Fans buzzed with heated chatter and playful complaints. Even though the livestream had ended, the events played out like a movie before their eyes. Little did Lin Ruoxue know any of this. Ha! Upon arriving at the villa, Lin Xiaoxi spotted her mother. "Mom, you're here." Putting on a full performance, Lin Xiaoxi greeted her mother. The scene before her eyes was, of course, the result of her tip-off call. Her role as the little traitor was playing out perfectly. Poof. Lin Ruoxue gave her sister a cold snort. With Mom suddenly showing up at this moment, she'd never believe it had nothing to do with this little brat. "Lin Xiaoxi, what have you done?" For some reason, Lin Ruoxue felt increasingly uneasy. She even began to doubt whether her decision to have Jiang Bai enter into a sham marriage had been the right one. While deceiving their parents had worked for now, what if she couldn't shake that guy off in the future? Chapter 30, Mother-in-law is an experienced woman. Young people being energetic is perfectly normal. Lin Ruoxue. Lin's mother glared at her eldest daughter. "You've grown bold, haven't you? Getting married without my or your father's consent. Do you even respect me and your father anymore?" Lin Ruoxue tried to speak, but Lin Xiaoxi chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. "Exactly. And if Dad had seen this instead of Mom, he'd have hung you up and beaten you senseless." "Oomph." Lin's mother, Jiang you, gave her daughter a dismissive snort before turning to Jiang Bai with a forced smile. "You must be little Jiang? We owe you so much for saving Xiaoxi earlier. Who knows what might have happened otherwise." Jiang Yuan's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. Ruoxue's been spoiled rotten since childhood. Please bear with her temper. "Mom, what are you saying?" Hearing her mother's words, Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed red. Jiang Yuan glared at her daughter. "Did I say something wrong?" If she hadn't been spoiled, she wouldn't have been able to get married to Xiao Jiang right away. "Hee, Auntie, Ruoxue just wanted to surprise you too, right?" Noticing Lin Ruoxue's hesitant expression, Jiang Bai smiled and offered, "Auntie, haven't you eaten yet? I'll make you something." "Xiao Jiang, no need to trouble yourself." "Sure thing." Lin Xiaoxi chimed in with perfect timing. "Mom, just let your brother-in-law show off his skills. His cooking is amazing." "Is that so?" Hearing her younger daughter's words, Mrs. Lin watched the figure bustling skillfully in the kitchen. The more she looked, the more she liked what she saw. She then glanced at her eldest daughter beside her. "Look at Xiao Jiang over there. Now look at you. A treasure trove of gold and jade. A pair of auspicious dragons soaring. Golden thread crispy sparrow. Phoenix-tailed shark fin." Dish after dish graced the table, and Lin Xiaoxi was already swallowing hard at the mouth-watering aromas. Her brother-in-law was amazing even if she had no clue what these dishes were. That guy. Lin Ruoxue was utterly stunned. This culinary skill far surpassed what he'd shown before. Clearly, his previous cooking hadn't been his best. Lin's mother watched in stunned silence, her face a mask of astonishment. Such incredible culinary skill. I spent half a year learning golden thread crispy sparrow from a master chef, yet Xiaoya's movements are more deft than mine. Unbelievable. While Lin Ruoxue never lifted a finger in the kitchen, her mother was the complete opposite. She adored fine cuisine, which meant the Lin sisters grew up spoiled with delicious meals. Even so, watching these ancestral dishes being prepared filled her with deep emotion. This son-in-law was truly exceptional. "Ruoxue, I approve of your marriage." Undoubtedly, bolstered by his extraordinary culinary skills, Lin's mother accepted this son-in-law who had taken the plunge first. Moreover, her youngest daughter mentioned that he resided in the penthouse villa of the Tianyu mansion, a place Lin's father had once coveted but never dared to purchase. The quality of the dishes reflects the character of the cook. Culinary skill mirrors human virtue. Mrs. Lin herself was a master chef. The more exquisite the culinary skill, the more it reflected the chef's character. Not a perfect measure, but at least 99% of the time. After all, only the dedicated can create truly delicious food. "Mom." Hearing her mother's words, Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart skipping a beat. Why did this outcome leave her both relieved and anxious? If her mother ever discovered the marriage was a sham, the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. After dinner, Mrs. Lin, growing increasingly fond of her son-in-law, glanced at Jiang Bai with a question. "By the way, Xiao Jiang, are you free tomorrow?" "She has a parent-teacher conference tomorrow, so I probably won't be able to make it." As she spoke, Mrs. Lin glanced at Lin Xiaoxi. Clearly, this was the little one's strong request. "Mom. Jiang Bai never has time." Lin Ruoxue interjected. She was genuinely worried about this guy spending more time with her sister who knew where he might lead her astray. Mom sure had nerves of steel. "Brother-in-law, please go to the parent-teacher meeting." Lin Xiaoxi cooed beside her. Having my brother-in-law attend the parent-teacher conference would be so impressive. Of course, Lin Ruoxue would be the perfect choice, but her circumstances prevent her from going. After all, if Lin Ruoxue showed up at Lin Xiaoxi's parent-teacher meeting, it would likely turn into a fan meet and greet in an instant. Ding! Host has triggered a random quest: attend sister-in-law's parent-teacher conference and astonish the entire audience. Reward: God-tier bone-setting massage ability, plus 7 billion renminbi. Unsurprisingly, just as Jiang Bai was about to respond, the system task suddenly activated. It seemed like another opportunity for him to show off. Fine. Jiang Bai agreed without hesitation. Lin Ruoxue's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him. What was this guy thinking? He actually agreed. This was such a thankless task, they were only in a fake marriage. Alright. Mrs. Lin, naturally ignoring Lin Ruoxue's words, immediately made the decision. It's getting late. You two shouldn't stay up too late, Xiaoyi. You have things to do tomorrow. Mom, you. At the word tossing, Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson like dawn clouds. Before she could finish her protest, both her mother and sister-in-law had vanished from the room. Wow, this mother-in-law is pretty awesome. She's got guts. Poof. Glaring at Jiang Bai, Lin Ruoxue strode toward her bedroom. Damn it, at this rate, when would they ever get separate rooms? The next morning. Xiaoyi, you're awake? Lin's mother had prepared a full breakfast spread, clearly doting on her new son-in-law. Here, Xiaoyi, I simmered this chicken soup for 2 hours. It's nourishing. Put. Lin Ruoxue choked on her milk at her mother's words. You little minx. Lin's mother glared at Lin Ruoxue before shrugging it off with a laugh. Your mother's been there. Young people having plenty of energy is perfectly normal. Lin Ruoxue's forehead creased with exasperation. Good heavens, what on earth was she talking about? Nourishing? Full of energy? Thank you, Auntie. Jiang Bai, however, showed no restraint and finished the entire bowl of chicken soup. Lin's mother watched him with satisfaction. Lin Ruoxue, however, was flustered. The truth was, she'd finished it because her future mother-in-law's heartfelt chicken soup actually tasted pretty good. Replenish? Replenish my what? They were just in a fake marriage sharing a room, nothing else happened. Damn it. That guy was shameless. She'd never even tasted the soup her mom had spent 2 hours simmering. For a moment, Lin Ruoxue found herself envying this guy. How could he deceive her mother's feelings like this? She desperately wanted to expose him and bring him down with her. What should she do? Gritting her teeth, Lin Ruoxue finished breakfast before scurrying out of the villa like a little wolf cub. Seeing this, Lin's mother offered an apologetic smile. Xiaoyi, don't mind her. We've spoiled her rotten since she was little. It's fine, mother-in-law. Jiang Bai waved it off, then helped himself to more breakfast. He intended to wash the dishes, but his mother-in-law gently pushed him away, insisting, how could we let young people like you always be stuck in the kitchen? Goodbye, mother-in-law. Take your time, Xiaoyi, no rush. Outside the villa, Lin's mother waved goodbye. Lin Xiaoxi immediately opened her livestream channel. The upcoming parent-teacher meeting was going to be super exciting. Chapter 31, just knew my brother-in-law wouldn't let me down. Dongzheng First High School. 10 minutes later, the roar of a speeding vehicle echoed throughout the campus, drawing the attention of numerous teachers and students. What's that sound? It's a super sleek supercar. Bugatti Veyron, at least 30 million. Whose car is that? Showing up to parent-teacher conference like this is so impressive. So jealous. I wish my family had a car like that. Unbelievably rich jealousy is warping my soul. After a flurry of snarky comments, Jiang Bai pulled up in the school playground. As he stepped out of the car, all eyes instantly turned to him. Even the school administrators couldn't help but glance his way. After all, there were only a handful of parents in the entire school who could afford such a luxury vehicle. Xiaoxi. It's actually Goddess Xiaoxi. Unsurprisingly, Lin Xiaoxi's arrival drew considerable attention. But when the crowd turned their gaze to Jiang Bai beside her, the girls practically went wild. Wow! What a handsome guy! I love him. That was undoubtedly their first reaction. At that moment, a grade-level supervisor among the school administrators looked at Jiang Bai in surprise. Principal, I recognize this young man. He seems to be Jiang Bai, the one who set the entire venue ablaze with the very first song at yesterday's Celestial Charity Concert. I hear he's a top-tier junior in the music department at Dongda University. Oh. Hearing the head teacher's words, Principal Chen Zitao froze. The Celestial Charity Concert was a platform where sudden fame was rare, clearly indicating Jiang Bai's extraordinary talent. Principal, this is my brother-in-law. Lin Xiaoxi introduced him with a touch of pride. Brother-in-law, this is our Principal Chen. Hello, Principal Chen. Jiang Bai greeted him politely, and Principal Chen nodded thoughtfully. After exchanging pleasantries, Principal Chen said, Xiaoxi's parents, I heard she rose to fame overnight at yesterday's charity concert. Would she be willing to perform a piece for these youngsters? Let them witness the brilliance of Dongjiang University's top talent. That might be a bit much. Jiang Bai hadn't expected the principal of his sister-in-law's school to throw him such a lifeline right after arriving. The system task offered a whopping 7 billion yuan reward. Brother-in-law, please just perform something. Other school administrators chimed in as well, which suited Jiang Bai perfectly. Alright then. Seeing this, Jiang Bai went with the flow and agreed. He hadn't forgotten the system's task. Not only did he have to attend the parent-teacher meeting, but he also had to astonish the entire audience. This moment presented a perfect opportunity. Thank you, Xiaoxi's parents. Chen Zitao beamed, then turned to the crowd. Just imagine how excited these little ones will be when they see your performance. Xiaoxi, your brother-in-law is so handsome. Yeah, I'm so jealous of you. Lin Xiaoxi's classmates chattered excitedly, their cheeks flushed pink as they daydreamed about how wonderful it would be if he were their own brother-in-law. Hey, right? Feeling the envious gazes of her classmates, Lin Xiaoxi gave a proud little smile. A lot of people say that. What? Your brother-in-law is performing next. Awesome. Can't wait. In an instant, the entire hall erupted in a buzz of excitement. The female parents and students were utterly smitten, while the male parents were consumed by jealousy. Seriously, if they were that handsome, wealthy, and talented, they'd be surrounded by admirers without a single one sticking. Soon, amid everyone's anticipation, a beautiful young teacher stepped onto the stage. Alright, next up, please welcome Xiaoxi's parent to perform a calligraphy show. Even before stepping onto the stage, Jiang Bai had already devised a plan to astonish the entire audience. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully redeeming and using the calligraphy capsule. Cost 100 renminbi. 1 hour. The calligraphy capsule activated successfully. Jiang Bai instantly felt his aura transform, radiating the unmistakable presence of a master calligrapher that filled the entire venue. Amateurs watch for spectacle, while connoisseurs appreciate the artistry. The principal was momentarily stunned, his respect deepening. Simultaneously, the background screen displayed a close-up of the prepared calligraphy paper on stage. Amidst the fans' heated discussions, Jiang Bai dipped his brush in ink, then moved to the upper right corner of the fragrant, ancient-looking Xian paper. He wrote the 3 characters, Song of Everlasting Sorrow. The Han Emperor, captivated by beauty, yearned for a nation-shattering love, yet sought in vain for years. The Yang family had a daughter, newly grown, kept hidden in seclusion, unseen by the world. Her innate beauty could not be hidden. One day she was chosen to grace the emperor's side. A single glance, a smile, 100 charms blossom, all the beauties of the 6 palaces fade in comparison. What exquisite calligraphy! Principal Chen Zitao's eyes lit up upon seeing such calligraphy. This far surpasses my own skill. It must be the work of a true master. Impressive. Xiaoxi's parent looks barely 20 years old, yet possesses such profound calligraphic mastery. The surrounding school leaders also wore expressions of astonishment. They knew their own calligraphy skills couldn't reach this level. I knew it. My brother-in-law never disappoints, he's amazing. Lin Xiaoxi gazed at her brother-in-law with pure admiration. Not only could he sing beautifully, but his calligraphy was incredible too. He was simply a jack of all trades. Wow. Big brother looks so handsome when he's focused. What should I do? I like him so much. Xiaoxi, can I take your brother-in-law home with me? Sure thing. I'll give him back tomorrow. Oh no, I think I'm falling for Xiaoxi's brother-in-law. What should I do? The scene erupted in unprecedented excitement. Though they couldn't quite make sense of it, they guessed it had something to do with Emperor Tang Minghuang and Yang Yuhuan. But wow, that big brother's calligraphy was amazing, 100 times better than the teacher's. Yes, that's exactly it. The students marveled, but their parents' ears filled with bitterness. Oh boy, that guy's going to lose it. He's just captured their little sweethearts. Damn it. How could that guy be so showy? Doesn't he know this will make him friendless? Damn, if only I had that kind of skill. Not only is he handsome, but he's also so talented. How infuriating is that? Chapter 32, Showdown. Xiaoxi, I want to be your sister's boyfriend. Calligraphy in action, envy filling the room. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Bai unleashed his inner joy through calligraphy, his brush flowing freely. Spring chill bestows a bath and watching pool. Maidens gently lift her delicate frame, weak with newfound grace. Cloud-like hair, flower-like face, golden hairpin swaying, warm lotus-patterned canopy, spring night lingers. Spring nights are too brief, dawn finds him rising late. Henceforth, the sovereign neglects his morning court. Fans in the livestream watched as Jiang Bai's brushstrokes flowed, their astonishment growing by the moment. Holy crap! Bro-in-law, you're killing it. That move was so smooth. Just curious, is there anything brother-in-law Xiaoxi can't do? He's handsome, loaded, an amazing cook, sings like a pro, and now his calligraphy is killer too, plus he's so sweet. I love him so much. I'm laying my cards on the table. Xiaoxi, I want to be your brother-in-law's girlfriend. Snowflake-like comments drifted across the screen. As Lin Xiaoxi watched the flood of messages, a playful smile curved her lips. She knew her sister would have plenty of rivals. Then, Lin Xiaoxi didn't forget to send a private message to Junlin Tianxia. Big shot Junlin, did you see that? That's my brother-in-law. After typing, she even recorded a video just in case Junlin Tianxia hadn't seen it. Dongjiang, somewhere. Backstage announcement. That guy. Lin Ruoxue glared fiercely at the guy showing off his calligraphy skills. Why did he have to go and stir up so much trouble at that parent-teacher meeting? So what if he had decent handwriting? What was there to brag about? Just to show off his education, right? I should have never let him attend Xiaoxi's parent-teacher meeting. A little while later. After venting through a lengthy lament, Jiang Bai felt considerably lighter. This wave of action should complete the task, right? All right. Clap 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 clap. Principal Chen Zitao was the first to react, applauding generously. Soon, teachers, students, and parents all joined in, instantly igniting an unprecedented fervor in the room. Even the boy's parents seethed with envy, but what could they do? The kid had the talent. Amidst this wave of admiration, the parent-teacher meeting came to a close. Without a doubt, Jiang Bai and Lin Ruoxue had become the center of attention. Jiang Bai, come play again next time. Principal Chen Zitao personally escorted Jiang Bai out. If his earlier admiration stemmed from fame, now, after witnessing the parents' meeting unfold like a long lament, he knew this youngster from Dongda University was destined for extraordinary achievements. Wah, handsome guy, don't go. The students gathered on the playground shouted loudly, their eyes filled with reluctance as they watched the supercar drive away. Hee hee, my brother-in-law totally rocked today. Lin Ruoxue watched the school recede rapidly in the distance, her heart racing with excitement. Scenes from the parent-teacher meeting played like a movie before her eyes. You have no idea how jealous they all are that I have a brother-in-law like you. Huh, I never expected you'd already gotten married to my sister before saving me. Ha! The moment Lin Ruoxue uttered those words, the ever-alert livestream fans seemed to have caught on to something significant. Holy crap, did I hear that right? This guy is actually Ruoxue's wife's brother-in-law. Ahem. That's a bit too coincidental, don't you think? Wait, did you catch that? Ruoxue's wife said they got married. This guy's a total badass. Ruoxue's sister must be stunning to land such a beauty. He's definitely a master. Master, please accept this disciple's bow. As they spoke, Jiang Bai led Lin Ruoxue straight to an ATM. Brother-in-law, let's see how much is in my bank account? Lin Ruoxue had been dying to see how much the Dosha platform had allocated to her. After all, the big shot Jun Lin had showered her with generous rewards. No exaggeration, she should be a little rich lady with a few million under her belt. Sure. As they spoke, they entered the ATM hall, which was about the size of 2 rooms, with the machines lined up in a row. At that very moment, not far from the ATMs, a command vehicle. Exercise commences. Roger that. Hearing the commander's order, the Special Forces squad leader in charge of the operation narrowed his eyes toward the ATMs. Wait until those 2 open the ATM before moving in. Soon, Lin Ruoxue inserted her bank card into the ATM and entered her PIN. Freeze. Hands up. At that moment, 5 hooded robbers armed with live weapons burst through the door, pointing their guns at the scene. Ah! The customers withdrawing money were instantly terrified, and the live stream viewers exploded in shock. Holy, what the hell is this? A bank robbery. Oh no, Ruoxue's wife and her brother-in-law are in danger. Ruoxue's wife will be okay, right? She's pretty, but she's still so young. Hold on, don't forget Ruoxue's brother-in-law is a badass. He could take down 50 or 60 guys. But these 5 have guns. Even the best fighter fears a kitchen knife. Holy! Before the comments could finish, a shriek pierced the air. Smack! A Special Forces soldier lunged toward Lin Ruoxue, trying to force her down. Jiang Bai slapped him hard across the face, sending the robber flying backward instantly. Boom! Simultaneously, he kicked another soldier flying. Tempered glass shattered with a crash as the soldier slammed into the ground outside, at least 4 ribs broken. Jiang Bai had no idea these men were imposters, much less that they were Special Forces soldiers. What the hell? The livestream audience watched Jiang Bai in stunned silence. Holy crap, he dispatched 2 robbers with a backhand strike, then swiftly flicked all 3 out of the hall with decisive slaps, leaving them sprawled on the floor. Utter bewilderment spread through the crowd. Among them was none other than the Special Forces captain. As for the firearms, Jiang Bai had seized them all. The situation on the scene had completely reversed, leaving the previously held hostages utterly dumbfounded. Who is this hottie? His moves are insane. Whoa! Are we saved? This guy is incredible. Taking down 5 robbers in the blink of an eye, even TV shows wouldn't dare portray it like this. The crowd wept with joy, especially a couple clinging to each other. They'd been absolutely terrified. They were saving up for their wedding dowry, after all. Wow, my brother-in-law is so cool. Lin Ruoxue stared at her brother-in-law holding 5 guns, feeling like he was a god of war. He was far more formidable than she'd imagined. It all happened so fast. In the blink of an eye, he'd taken down every single robber. Not far away, at the command center. What the hell is going on? The commander, Wei Guotian, frowned. Zoom in on the video. Find out who that kid is. Yes, sir. With a rapid clatter of keys, Jiang Bai's profile appeared instantly. Jiang Bai, male, 20 years old, a top student in the music department of Dongjiang University's junior year. From an average family background, yet residing in the penthouse villa of the Tanya mansion worth 300 million yuan, driving a Bugatti Veyron supercar, simultaneously holding 100% controlling stake in Jiang Group. Married national diva Lin Ruoxue days ago. The person beside him is none other than Lin Ruoxue's younger sister, Lin Ruoxue. Ha! Hearing his subordinate's report, Wei Guotian's brow furrowed deeper. Ordinary family background? Yet possessing such extraordinary achievements. It seemed this young man, his identity wasn't as simple as it appeared. Commander, should we intervene forcefully? This kid's got some potential. Commander Wei Guotian narrowed his eyes. Have someone pose as a terrorist organization. Test this kid for me. Chapter 33, Brother-in-law, you defeated all those special forces soldiers. ATM machine in front of the door. Squeak. A bus screeched to a halt. The sharp click of leather shoes on the pavement echoed as over 30 men armed with batons and combat knives surrounded the scene. They immediately rescued the 5 robbers before fixing their gaze on Jiang Bai. Take that kid away. The leader, watching his men get taken down, knew this would be disastrous for their special forces brigade back home. Especially since the one who'd taken down his special forces soldiers was just a greenhorn. Of course, if he knew that Lin Ruoxue was live streaming this entire scene, who knows how he'd react. Even Wei Guotian wouldn't stay calm. Yes, sir. Clatter. Without a word, over 30 elite combatants surged forward. Each possessed strength matching the fallen special forces soldier clearly, every one of them was a top-tier expert. Brother-in-law, watch out. Lin Ruoxue froze instantly. How could so many menacing figures appear out of nowhere? Were they part of the same group as the previous attackers? The live stream viewers were equally stunned. What's going on? This is a criminal gang. Brother-in-law is in danger. These 30-plus guys look like they're all skilled fighters. Batons, military knives. Are these people terrorists? No way. With the country so peaceful, terrorists daring to act this brazenly? They're practically begging for death. Quick, call the cops for my brother-in-law right now. I've been on the phone with the cops for over 10 minutes. Where the hell are they? Smack. Amidst the heated discussion, Jiang Bai had already knocked the frontmost man to the ground with a single slap, swiftly snatching the baton from his hand. The entire sequence unfolded in an instant. Thud 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 thud. In less than a minute, Jiang Bai's dazzling moves had wiped out over 30 elite special forces soldiers. The surrounding crowd watched in stunned silence, then erupted into thunderous applause. Holy crap, this guy's insane. Damn, these terrorists hit a brick wall. Hey, China truly hides dragons and tigers. Impressive, wow, impressive. The crowd buzzed with excitement, thoroughly captivated by the spectacle. Suddenly, even the terrorists didn't seem so terrifying anymore. What? Commander Wei Guotian at the Operations Command Center was stunned. That kid, he's actually this good. Beep beep. Just then, over a dozen police cars arrived on the scene, swiftly securing the entire area. Seeing the reinforcements, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the danger must be over. However, to their utter bewilderment, the officers immediately helped over 30 terrorists who were lying sprawled on the ground to their feet. They then began checking their injuries and offering concerned inquiries, leaving the crowd dumbfounded. What the hell? That's way too gentle for terrorists. Those devils nearly killed people just now. Chen Tian, captain of the inspectorate, surveyed the scene, his astonished gaze settling on Jiang Bai. Young man, you're quite something. Everyone. Holy crap. What's going on? The captain of the Criminal Investigation Bureau doesn't seem worried at all. He even has time to chat. Shouldn't he be interrogating those terrorists harshly? Something feels off. Very off. Chen Tian seemed to sense the crowd's confusion. He smiled faintly. Everyone, you may disperse. This was merely an exercise. We had planned to conduct a comprehensive combat exercise involving hostage-taking, but this young man's skills exceeded our expectations. The surrounding crowd froze upon hearing this, then quickly understood. Large-scale military exercises like this had happened before, though it had been many years ago. Young man, do you realize those men were all special forces from the Combat Division's Special Warfare Brigade? The cream of the crop. Chen Tian's words sent the live stream audience into an instant frenzy. What? Did I just hear that? Joint exercises? And those who attacked my brother-in-law were all special forces from the Special Warfare Brigade. Whoa, this is huge. If that's the case, my brother-in-law's strength is beyond imagination. My brother-in-law is unbeatable. So awesome even special forces couldn't last a single move against him. Ha, just as expected, my brother-in-law only ever makes others suffer. That move was so satisfying. If word gets out he beat up special forces, he could brag about it for at least a year. Lin Ruoxue's livestream fans were flying in like crazy, and the chat was bubbling like a boiling pot, never stopping. Everyone, disperse. Under Chen Tian's direction, the crowd dispersed in small groups, chattering with awe as they left. Yet their eyes lingered meaningfully on Jiang Bai. The scene played back like a movie reel in their minds. That guy was seriously badass. Hee bro-in-law, you took down all those special forces soldiers. Lin Ruoxue's admiration for her brother-in-law deepened at that moment. While she'd been impressed by his earlier beatdown of Zhang Xiaoning and the others, she never imagined he'd instantly take down special forces soldiers too. Hey, with a brother-in-law like this, who would dare bully her, Lin Ruoxue, from now on? Not bad. Jiang Bai smiled faintly, glancing at Chen Tian and the others cleaning up the aftermath. No exaggeration, I could take on at least 1,000 of those special forces guys from just now. Put. Brother-in-law, you rock. Though she couldn't tell if her brother-in-law was exaggerating, Lin Ruoxue found him incredibly cool in that moment. If her future boyfriend could be even 1/10, no, 100th as impressive as him, she'd be over the moon. Hearing Jiang Bai's boastful claim, the livestream chat exploded with a wave of 666. Are you kidding me? Taking on 1,000 special forces soldiers? That's like facing a small army. Still, the thought of her brother-in-law utterly dominating 1,000 elite troops was pretty thrilling. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of attending your sister-in-law's parent-teacher conference and stunning the entire audience. Reward, God-tier bone-setting massage ability, plus 7 billion renminbi. The moment Jiang Bai and his sister-in-law stepped off the stage, the system reward notification chimed in his ear, tugging at the corners of his mouth. He promptly pulled up his attribute panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 20. Skills, God-tier music, God-tier culinary arts, God-tier driving, God-tier martial arts, God-tier bone-setting massage. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Tanyu Mansion Villa No. 1 X1, 100% shares of Zhang Group. Wealth, 25.435 billion renminbi. Passive skill, double consumption aura, up to 100 million times. Watching his wealth skyrocket, Jiang Bai felt an instant surge of elation. Meanwhile, at the Zhang family villa. Put. Zhang Xiaoning stared wide-eyed at Lin Ruoxue's livestream, frozen in shock. Scenes of their ambush on Jiang Bai replayed in his mind, sending a chill down his spine. Holy crap! That Jiang Bai is so powerful. Truly, his mouth twitched and his eyelids fluttered uncontrollably. He crushed all those special forces soldiers with a flick of his wrist? Holy crap. So that means he wasn't even using 10% of his power back then. Especially that final kick. If he hadn't held back, Juzi would have been dead as a doornail by now. Gulp. Zhang Xiaoning swallowed hard, then slapped himself hard across the face. Zhang Xiaoning, what the hell have you been doing? In that moment, Zhang Xiaoning felt an unprecedented wave of regret. Damn it, this Jiang Bai seems far more terrifying than Boss Qin. May Boss Qin find his own way out of this mess. Chapter 34, Holy. My brother-in-law actually slapped Weya. 10 minutes later, at the Emperor Hotel. KFC flagship store. Hey, brother-in-law. Since you've been so awesome today, I'm treating you to KFC. Lin Ruoxue beamed with delight. Today had been amazing. Not only had she gained major respect at school, but even a trip to the bank let her witness her brother-in-law making a huge splash. So awesome. Her sister must have done so many good deeds in her past life to deserve meeting her brother-in-law in this one. Is that so? Well then, thanks a bunch, sis-in-law. No problem. As Lin Ruoxue and her brother-in-law chatted, they entered KFC. Hey, give me your most expensive 480 combo. Brother-in-law, I absolutely love the huge bucket of golden chicken nuggets in this combo. They're so delicious. As she spoke, Lin Ruoxue handed her KFC black card to the cashier. Clearly, this sister-in-law was a frequent customer. Beep. After swiping the card, the cashier looked at Lin Ruoxue apologetically. Miss, I'm sorry, but it seems your membership card has no funds left. No balance? Lin Ruoxue froze. That fast? I remember topping it up with 1,000 yuan just a few days ago. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd shot her envious glances. Wow, spending over 1,000 just on KFC for a few days. This little girl must come from a very well-off family. Let me handle this. Jiang Bai, seeing his dazed sister-in-law, reached for his bank card to cover the bill. Here, top up my membership card. After a moment's thought, Jiang Bai smiled faintly. Let's just top it up with 100,000 yuan for now. Ha! Hearing Jiang Bai's words, the pretty cashier froze. Sir, are you sure you want to top up 10,000 yuan? Clearly, this was the first time she'd ever seen someone top up a KFC card with 100,000 yuan. Holy crap! This guy's so generous. Damn, that's impressive. I don't even make that much in a year. Poor people really can't even imagine this kind of spending. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Lin Ruoxue's lips curved upward. Looks like my brother-in-law is putting on another show, hee hee hee. But this feeling is absolutely amazing. Thanks, brother-in-law. Lin Ruoxue naturally couldn't help but express her gratitude, her impression of her brother-in-law growing ever higher. Go ahead. Jiang Bai affectionately ruffled his sister-in-law's hair as he addressed the pretty cashier. Sure thing. After confirming the transaction, the cashier's hands trembled slightly as she completed the top-up. She double-checked the amount multiple times, afraid she might have entered it wrong. After all, this sum was nearly equivalent to her 2 years' salary. Sir, the top-up is complete. The cashier exhaled deeply, then turned to Lin Ruoxue. Miss, your card has accumulated over 150,000 yuan in top-ups, automatically unlocking a 35% discount at all chain stores. Whoosh! The moment she said that, the live stream exploded with excitement. Holy crap, is this for real? A 35% discount at all KFC locations for spending over 150,000 yuan. Damn, her husband's generous, but little she spent a whopping 50,000 at KFC before. Damn, she's a real rich girl, huh? Hey, what's the big deal? Forgot about that time Big Boss Junlin dropped 10 million? Amidst the envious stares of the crowd, Lin Ruoxue sat down at a booth and devoured her luxurious KFC meal, while Jiang Bai also secured a tidy sum. Ding! Host spent 100,000 renminbi, triggering a 2000x return bonus. Received 200 million renminbi. Sure enough, after triggering the 2000x rebate, Jiang Bai successfully obtained 200 million in wealth. This undoubtedly allowed him to once again experience the thrill of making money. Welcome back, handsome. Sweetheart, come again soon. The sweet-voiced cashier bid farewell to Jiang Bai and his companion. Those around them watched the scene, clearly envious of the treatment they themselves never received. After a hearty meal, they stepped out of KFC. Brother-in-law, shall we head back to the villa now? Lin Ruoxue, feeling exceptionally happy today, asked her brother-in-law. Wait a bit. Come with me to the Emperor Hotel. Jiang Bai looked at the luxurious hotel before him. As the flagship 7-star hotel of the Jiang Group, it could be said that this establishment generated 70% of the Jiang family's profits. Hotel? Hearing Jiang Bai's words, the fans in the livestream perked up. Holy crap, Sister Shaoxi's husband really has ulterior motives. One by one, the anime-loving fans began imagining the next scene, their faces lighting up with that unmistakable uncle smile of anticipation. Move aside. Just as the two entered the hotel, a popular influencer named Wei, surrounded by bodyguards, emerged from the opposite direction and streamed inside. Coincidentally, one of the bodyguards attempted to push Jiang Bai aside. Is that bodyguard looking to die? Brother-in-law just took down dozens of special forces soldiers. That bodyguard is totally screwed. Smack. True to their thoughts, the moment the fans imagined it, the bodyguard was sent flying sideways by a single slap. Wei narrowed her eyes at the scene. Who are you? Why are you hitting people without cause? If you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about leaving this hotel. Jiang Bai, already annoyed with the group, swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Who do you think you are? A crisp sound echoed as Via was knocked flat to the ground. Lin Ruoxue froze upon seeing the fallen figure. Brother-in-law, she's one of the top 3 shark fighting streamers online. You're being too impulsive. At that moment, fans in the livestream clearly noticed Wei. Holy, my brother-in-law actually slapped Wei. Holy, this is gonna blow up big time. You bet. Wei's no pushover. Rumor has it she once dodged over $1 billion in taxes and got away with it. Hey, this is gonna be a good show. Wei has over 100 million followers, and she holds 10 emperor titles on the Guardian rankings. If Shaoxi and Wei went head-to-head, who do you think would win? Wei was stunned into silence, staring at Jiang Bai in disbelief. You dare hit me? Looking for trouble. The remaining 5 or 6 bodyguards swarmed forward. Yet the livestream audience met this with pitying glances. Daring to lay a hand on Sister Shaoxi's husband? This world sure has its share of suicidal fools. Smack! 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 The successive sounds echoed out, followed by the 5 or 6 bodyguards sprawling face down on the ground. Their cheeks shattered with comminuted fractures, a pitiful end. Clearly, this was the price for ruining Jiang Bai's good mood. You brat, just you wait. Wei spat out the threat before fleeing with her guards in panic. Little did she know, this entire scene had been witnessed by tens of thousands of viewers in Lin Ruoxue's livestream, a moment destined to go viral across the internet. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoxue, the president of the Imperial Hotel, arrived at the scene with a look of alarm. After all, Wei was a major internet celebrity. If this incident wasn't handled properly, it would undoubtedly be the final straw for the hotel, which was already teetering on the edge. Upon entering the lobby and spotting Jiang Bai, her beautiful eyes narrowed sharply. Young Master Jiang, what brings you here? Chapter 35, Young Master Jiang. He actually gave me 10 billion. Young Master Jiang. Hearing their president react this way, the numerous staff members of the Imperial Hotel all turned their gaze toward Jiang Bai, their expressions shifting. Could it be the new owner who acquired the Imperial Hotel was surnamed Jiang? Could this young man be their new boss? Sure enough. No sooner had the thought crossed their minds than Lin Ruoxue's respectful, melodious voice rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, young Master Jiang is indeed the new owner of our Grand Palace Hotel. Whoosh! The announcement sent shockwaves through the room. Everyone immediately snapped to attention. Greetings, boss. This. Lin Ruoxue froze in shock, staring at her brother-in-law in disbelief. Holy crap, this massive 7-star hotel actually belonged to her brother-in-law. Whoa! Holy crap! What did I just hear? Am I dreaming? Shaoxi's husband is so outrageous. The Emperor Hotel? A 7-star hotel? That's insane. Looks like we've uncovered another new identity for my brother-in-law, owner of a 7-star hotel. Brother-in-law, I love you. Will you come home with me and make babies? If heaven hadn't given us my brother-in-law, the world's wealthy would remain shrouded in eternal darkness. In an instant, the live stream's fan count skyrocketed like crazy, and donations started flying in like crazy. Meanwhile, as Lin Ruoxue toured the hotel with Lin Ruoxue's assistant, Jiang Bai, and Lin Ruoxue arrived at her office. Mr. Jiang, I deeply apologize for what happened earlier. Having learned of the conflict between young Master Jiang and Diva, Lin Ruoxue looked deeply remorseful. As the president of the Imperial Hotel, she felt an inescapable responsibility for the incident. It's fine. Jiang Bai waved it off, unconcerned. I'm somewhat familiar with the general situation at the Grand Hotel. You're Lin Ruoxue, correct? Yes, Mr. Jiang. Lin Ruoxue responded respectfully, knowing she couldn't afford to be careless with her new boss. A dual master's degree in finance and economics, yet at only 26 years old, you've already served as president of the Grand Palace Hotel for 3 years. Your capabilities are truly outstanding. Young Master Jiang, you flatter me. Lin Ruoxue blushed slightly at her boss's words, while Jiang Bai continued, with such talent, do you feel underutilized? I wouldn't dare, Mr. Jiang. Lin Ruoxue answered timidly, after all, this was her first meeting with her new boss, and she was still unfamiliar with his character. I wonder if Ms. Lu might be interested in serving as president of Jiang Group? The calm voice struck her like thunder. What? Lin Ruoxue stared at her new boss in utter disbelief. What did the position of president of Jiang Group even entail? That position was destined for Zhang Xiaoning, the eldest son of the Zhang family. How could an outsider like her ever aspire to such a role? Unless she married into the Zhang family. Ding dong. Just then, Lin Ruoxue's phone buzzed with a message. Jiang Bai smiled faintly. Check the message. A message? This. Lin Ruoxue opened her phone and was stunned to see an employment contract. But that wasn't the most shocking part. The real bombshell was that young Master Jiang had acquired the entire Zhang Group. Whoa. This. Young Master Jiang, the entire Zhang Group is yours now. Truly, this news hit her harder than being appointed CEO of Zhang Group. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Jiang Bai smiled faintly, then glanced at the electronic contract on Lin Ruoxue's phone. And as you can see, as long as you serve as CEO of Zhang Group, you'll receive a 5% dividend on the annual profits. If after 5 years you still wish to remain president, I could consider transferring 5% of the shares to you. How does that sound? After such an enticing offer, Lin Ruoxue couldn't deny she was tempted. 5% of Zhang Group's shares represented billions. Jiang Bai offered it so casually. Agreed. After weighing her options for a moment, Lin Ruoxue made up her mind. I will not disappoint Mr. Jiang's trust. Excellent. Jiang Bai knew Lin Ruoxue was a sharp individual, so he didn't beat around the bush. First, your initial task is to conduct a thorough purge of Zhang Group. Reward those who deserve it and punish those who don't regardless of status or background. Everyone will be treated equally. Understood, young Master Jiang. Lin Ruoxue took a deep breath. Though it was just one sentence, she understood it granted her immense authority. Jiang Bai was quite satisfied with Lin Ruoxue's execution. Additionally, from now on, Zhang Group will be renamed Emperor Group, just like Emperor Hotel. As for the group's crippling financial deficit, I'll wire you some funds shortly. After exchanging a few words, Jiang Bai left Lin Ruoxue's office. Take care, young Master Jiang. Lin Ruoxue exhaled deeply, seeing him off with respect while feeling the weight of immense pressure on her shoulders. Returning to her room, she gazed out at the scenic views of the East River. For a moment, her eyes narrowed. President of the Emperor Group, young Master Jiang, rest assured. In the future, Ruoxue will repay you with a business empire. Lin Ruoxue, you can do this. Don't let Mr. Jiang down, he believed in you. Clenching her delicate fists, she silently resolved. Ding. Just then, another notification sounded from Lin Ruoxue's phone. Dear CCB customer, your account ending in 8723 received 1 billion renminbi at 10:08 on September 20th. Please verify. China Construction Bank. A thunderous roar. Staring at the message, Lin Ruoxue's eyes widened in shock. This is 10 billion RMB. Whoa. Unconsciously, Lin Ruoxue's delicate hands trembled. Young Master Jiang actually gave me 10 billion. My goodness. In that instant, Lin Ruoxue felt an inexplicable surge of trust. After all, the entire Zhang Group was worth only a little over 10 billion. This trust stirred an unprecedented wave of emotion within her. She had an intuition that following young Master Jiang would transform her life. Young Master Jiang, your trust has suddenly made Ruoxue feel the pressure. With a bitter smile, Lin Ruoxue knew that capital was undoubtedly the fastest way to revitalize the current Dihao Group. She had previously studied the Zhang Group and even offered numerous suggestions, but her low status and the complex web of relationships within the Zhang Group had prevented their implementation. Now, with her position as CEO of Dihao Group and 10 billion yuan in funding, she could accomplish so much. But, young Master Jiang, aren't you afraid you might abscond with the funds? Lin Ruoxue sighed softly. Though she herself had no such intentions, it was precisely because of this that she marveled at her boss's grand vision. Ding! Congratulations, host, on spending 1 billion renminbi. Triggered triple rebate, rewarding 3 billion renminbi. The voice echoed in his ear. Jiang Bai's lips curved upward. 30 billion already? Not bad. Hey, brother-in-law. This Emperor Hotel is so gorgeous. Lin Xiaoxi exclaimed excitedly, her face beaming. Fans in the livestream were stunned, while the cute girls went wild with declarations of love. "Brother-in-law, I love you," confessions surged like a tidal wave, creating an unprecedented spectacle. Lin Ruoxue's adoration for her brother-in-law flowed like an endless river. Chapter 36, The Imperial Hotel belongs to your brother-in-law? Night was falling at the Tangchenipin villa. Mum. The moment she entered the villa, an enticing aroma greeted her. Unsurprisingly, it was the work of Mrs. Lin. With Jiang Bai's culinary expertise and insights, Mrs. Lin's cooking skills had improved by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoxue, who had returned earlier, was being dragged into the kitchen by her mother to assist, acting like the perfect wife and mother. This infuriated Lin Ruoxue to no end, as her mother was lecturing her on how to win a man's heart by first winning his stomach. Simply put, both mother and daughter were cooking for that guy. Lin Ruoxue was dead set against it, but she couldn't say a word. Wow. Brother-in-law, the sun must be setting in the west. My sister's actually cooking. Clearly, her sister-in-law's sarcastic remark made Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flush crimson. Her mother, however, shrugged it off. Isn't that normal? She's an adult now. You can't expect your brother-in-law to cook for her forever. Hee, you're right. The two chimed in unison. Lin Ruoxue shot a fierce glare at a certain someone, though only they knew their relationship wasn't quite what the others assumed. "Xiao Jiang, you two go wash up. Dinner's almost ready." Her mother-in-law's voice called out. Lin Ruoxue grinned as she tugged at her brother-in-law. "Hurry up. This is the first time I've ever seen my big sister in the kitchen." Lin Ruoxue. That girl's gotten bold, hasn't she? She'll get a taste of her own medicine when I get the chance. With that guy around, she's starting to look down on me more and more. What are you spacing out for? Chop the peppers. Okay. Lin Ruoxue muttered under her breath about that certain someone while slicing the chili peppers. Her inexperience meant the spicy fumes stung her eyes, bringing tears to them. Cooking was so hard. That's exactly why Lin Ruoxue had started to look at that guy in a new light. Because that guy's cooking skills were even better than her mom's. She really couldn't imagine how he could stand the smell of chili peppers. Soon, the dishes were served at the table. Oh, right. Her mother-in-law, ever observant, seemed to recall something. She fetched a bottle of red wine from the side. This is a fine 1982 Lafite. Let's all raise a glass to this family gathering today. Yes. Mom, let's also celebrate my sister's first time cooking. Lin Ruoxue chimed in with a perfect retort, nearly causing Lin Ruoxue to spit out her tea in surprise. Lin Ruoxue, if you don't speak up, no one will mistake you for a mute. She glared at her younger sister. Now this little brat wasn't afraid of her at all. Ever since that guy entered her life, her standing in the family seemed to be slipping lower and lower. Sigh, what was she going to do if this kept up? Wouldn't it be terrible if their fake marriage got exposed, and Mom and her sister kicked her out of the house? The thought sent a cold sweat down Lin Ruoxue's back. The scene was too terrifying to imagine. Cheers! With her mother raising her glass, Lin Ruoxue naturally dared not object. The four of them drank red wine for the first time. Though Lin Ruoxue was still underage, a little wouldn't hurt after all. Red wine was said to have beautifying effects. Brother-in-law, how's your tolerance? Lin Ruoxue sipped the dry 1982 Lafite. It wasn't as delicious as she'd imagined, yet it came with a hefty price tag. Not bad. Jiang Bai nodded. Hearing this, Lin Ruoxue glanced at the wine her mother had brought, the very bottle that had kept her busy for over 2 hours. Come on, Jiang Bai, let's have a drink. Lin Ruoxue was quite confident in her drinking ability. Getting this guy drunk would be a piece of cake. Oh, right. Seeing her sister and brother-in-law's antics, Lin Ruoxue turned to her mom. Mom, my brother-in-law was super impressive today. You see, he wrote a poem at our parent-teacher meeting. All the other parents were so jealous of me. As she chattered away, Lin's mother glanced at the video feed. The formidable aura of her son-in-law, a master calligrapher, was palpable. The Han Emperor cherished beauty, yearning for a nation-shattering grace. For years he ruled, yet found none. The Yang family had a maiden, newly grown, kept hidden in seclusion, unknown to the world. Her innate beauty could not be concealed. One day, she was chosen to stand beside the sovereign. What beautiful calligraphy! What exquisite poetry! Her mother-in-law gazed at the verses her son-in-law had composed, her eyes sparkling. The imagery, the language, the depth. Brilliant! Listening to her mother's generous praise, Lin Ruoxue rolled her eyes inwardly. Still, she couldn't very well complain. After all, among the entire Lin family, her mother held the highest academic credentials, boasting the status of a university professor. Instantly, Mrs. Lin's impression of Jiang Bai improved immeasurably. Her admiration for talent surged. Her daughter had truly hit the jackpot. Hey! Mom, that's nothing. You wouldn't believe what happened after the parent-teacher meeting. I took my brother-in-law to the ATM, and suddenly we ran into robbers who were actually special forces soldiers doing a training exercise. As she spoke, Lin Ruoxue animatedly mimicked the actions. My brother-in-law took down the robbers in no time, even snatched their guns. Then over 30 special forces soldiers showed up. We thought they were terrorists, but he took them down too. Hee, I even filmed some of it. Lin Ruoxue proudly flipped open her photo album. What she saw left Lin Ruoxue speechless. That guy, he's so skilled. Then we went to the Emperor Hotel and ran into that famous Dosha influencer, Weya, you know, the one who evaded over $1 billion in taxes. My brother-in-law was so badass, he knocked Weya flat and wiped out her entire bodyguard team. And then you probably won't believe this, turns out my brother-in-law is actually the owner of the 7-star Emperor Hotel. Put. Lin Ruoxue choked on her red wine again, spitting it out in a messy spray. She stared at her sister in utter disbelief, and even their mother was visibly shocked. Xiao Shi, what did you say? The Imperial Hotel, one of Dongjiang's few 7-star hotels, is owned by your brother-in-law? Lin Ruoxue shrugged nonchalantly, her voice tinged with pride. Of course. President Lin Ruoxue of the Emperor Hotel said it herself, even addressing him as brother-in-law Jiang. Whoa. Hearing this, her mother-in-law sucked in a sharp breath. Good heavens, the Emperor Hotel is worth nearly $1 billion. Little Jiang, I never imagined you'd achieve so much at such a young age. It's okay. Jiang Bai replied modestly, for that was indeed how he saw it. Oh, and also, my brother-in-law topped up my KFC account with 100,000 yuan. Lin Ruoxue. 100,000 yuan? Are you out of your mind? She glared fiercely at the person in question. Jiang Bai, don't you know fried foods aren't good for kids when they eat too much? Ahem. All right. Lin's mother cleared her throat nervously, afraid the blame might land on her. After all, she'd played a major role in Lin Ruoxue's previous 50,000 yuan KFC binge, if not the full 45,000, then at least 40,000. Hurry up and eat. The food's getting cold. Lin Ruoxue stuck out her tongue, clearly aware of her mother's attempt to change the subject. She almost gave her mom away. That was close. Chapter 37, Who's Being a Brat? Fine, let's kiss. Ruoxue, haven't you been having issues with your new song lately? Mrs. Lin looked at Lin Ruoxue as if struck by an idea. Xiao Yi has a knack for writing. Why not have him help you with the lyrics? Him? Hearing her mother's suggestion, Lin Ruoxue shot a skeptical glance at a certain guy. Forget it. What kind of good song could he possibly write? Clearly, Lin Ruoxue was highly skeptical. Young lady, watch your tone. Hearing her daughter's words, Mrs. Lin frowned. That brat was getting more and more disrespectful. Just because they were married didn't mean she could be so rude. She'd have to give her a talking to later. Hee, brother-in-law, why don't you make a bet with my sister? Lin Ruoxue, fearless as ever, egged them on. If the song you write gets used by my sister, she'll give you a kiss for every song. This divine assist earned Lin Ruoxue a fierce glare from Lin Ruoxue, prompting Ruoxue to stick out her tongue. Yet she continued teetering on the edge of recklessness. Hey, my mom knows a thing or two about music. Let her be the judge. At this point, Lin Ruoxue shot her mom a knowing look. Mom, what do you think? I think that's fine. Lin's mother knew exactly what her youngest daughter was up to. They played along in perfect harmony, and with a knowing look, she watched her daughter's performance. Mom, you're just as crazy as her. Lin Ruoxue was anything but calm. Kissing that guy in front of her mom and sister? Absolutely impossible. What? Lin Ruoxue shot her older sister a suspicious look. Sis, you're afraid your brother-in-law might actually write a good song. Who's afraid? Looking at the stubborn little brat, Lin Ruoxue genuinely wanted to sew her mouth shut. Fine, let's bet. Clearly knowing this brat wouldn't back down, Lin Ruoxue gritted her teeth and agreed. She refused to believe this guy could write anything good. Of course, she had no idea what she was up against. What do you think, brother-in-law? Lin Ruoxue clearly didn't interact with her brother-in-law the same way she did with her sister. She asked with a broad smile, the difference in treatment glaringly obvious. This only made Lin Ruoxue feel her standing in the family had dropped even further. I'm fine with either. Why pass up a free ride? What are you talking about? Lin Ruoxue shot Jiang Bai a fierce glare. Do you really think you can write a good song? Of course I can. Don't you know who I am? I'm your sister's husband. Jiang Bai smiled back, refusing to be outdone. Lin Ruoxue felt overjoyed inside. Her brother-in-law hadn't disappointed her after all. Go for it, brother-in-law. I'll go get some paper and pen. With that, she scampered off on her little feet to fetch paper and pen for her brother-in-law. Clearly, she was setting him up to impress her and win a kiss from her sister. Seriously, who wouldn't love a sister-in-law like that? Soon, she returned. Here you go, brother-in-law. Paper and pen. Lin Ruoxue placed a fountain pen and a sheet of white paper in front of her brother-in-law. Everything was ready, all that was missing was for him to show off. The paper and pen on the table instantly drew the attention of the three women at the dining table. Lin Ruoxue's heart leapt to her throat. That guy looked so calm and collected, could he really write a great song? If mom liked it, then she'd actually have to kiss him. But how could that be possible? In such a short time, But while Lin Ruoxue was still agonizing over it, Jiang Bai had already dipped his pen and written the two characters Xiao Xiao the song title. He then began composing the melody and writing the lyrics simultaneously, leaving his mother-in-law utterly dumbfounded. Memories are like a storyteller, skipping puddles with a lilting accent, circling villages awaiting fate's encounter. You molded a city from mud, swearing you'd marry me someday. Wow! Reading Jiang Bai's lyrics and melody, Mrs. Lin's eyes lit up. Young Jiang, your talent for writing lyrics and composing music is no small feat. That guy. Lin Ruoxue, however, was stunned. She stared at Jiang Bai in disbelief. How is this possible? Writing a song usually takes at least 3 to 5 days, yet this guy just whipped it out on the spot and it actually sounded pretty good. Oh no, what should I do? For a moment, there was no denying it. Lin Ruoxue panicked. A moment passed. With the lyrics and melody complete, Mrs. Lin examined the song in her hands and praised enthusiastically, Young Jiang, you're amazing. Who knew he had such a knack for songwriting? The mother-in-law grew more and more fond of her son-in-law. Zhang Yuru had always regretted not having a son, but now having such a talented son-in-law was quite a blessing. Ruoxue, this song is perfect for your new release. She then turned to her own daughter. For a moment, Lin Ruoxue was at a loss for words. What could she say? After all, her mother knew her stuff. Oh my! Brother-in-law, you're writing another one? Lin Xiaoxi watched as her brother-in-law dipped his pen again, and another song titled Preferential Love sprang to life on the paper. Scrap everything from yesterday. Now you're before me. I want to love, give me a chance. If I'm wrong, I'll bear the consequences. I'm certain you're the answer. I fear no one's mockery of my extremes. Trust my instincts. Composing the melody and lyrics simultaneously, just like the previous song, this wave of inspiration startled her mother-in-law once more. Good lad. Ruoxue, you've hit the jackpot. Lin Ruoxue was stunned, clearly not expecting him to be so intense. Damn it, has he lost his mind? Even if he wrote a song to get a kiss, he didn't have to go this far. How infuriating. Is this really how he treats me? Brother-in-law, you're amazing. Seeing her sister's stunned expression, she didn't know how well her brother-in-law had written the song, but her sister's reaction said it all. Looks like that kiss is inevitable. But watching my sister and brother-in-law kiss later, watch. 15 minutes later. Jiang Bai stunned his mother-in-law once more with another song, Those Fleeting Years. Lin Ruoxue's beautiful eyes flickered as she teetered on the edge of collapse. Could that guy possibly write a third song? Holding the 3 songs in her hands, she knew they ranked among the top 5, perhaps even higher, of any she'd ever seen. Undoubtedly, these 3 songs would lift her out of her songless predicament. Ruoxue, you have to honor your bet. Lin's mother delivered a perfectly timed assist, and Lin Xiaoxi chimed in, exactly, sis. You don't want your brother-in-law to look down on you, do you? As she spoke, she shot her brother-in-law a knowing glance, practically begging for credit. The look seemed to say, see? I'm still on your side, brother-in-law. You too. Faced with her mother and sister's relentless pressure, Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson. Finally locking eyes with the smirking corner of a certain person's mouth, she muttered, damn it. She gritted her teeth inwardly. Fine, if you insist on being unreasonable, then fine, kiss it. Closing her eyes, she resigned herself to fate and leaned in to kiss the jerk, clearly intent on ending this awkwardness with lightning speed. Peck. After kissing Jiang Bai's left cheek, he turned his head and was kissed on the right cheek. Then, facing straight ahead. And just like that, Lin Ruoxue had kissed Jiang Bai on the lips. Yikes. Lin Xiaoxi immediately covered her eyes, yet peeked through her fingers at her brother-in-law and sister's kiss. Her face lit up with excitement. Wow, her brother-in-law and sister were so sweet. Watching her son-in-law and daughter-in-law show off their affection in all sorts of ways, Lin's mother felt deeply gratified. Young people these days sure know how to have fun. Chapter 38, Attending my wife's concert, rewarded with 8 billion? Oof. Lin Ruoxue flushed crimson and gave a coy snort. This was a huge loss. Noticing her daughter's expression, Mrs. Lin thought of something and continued, oh, Xiaojiang, how about you sing a song at Ruoxue's concert in 2 days? Her mother-in-law delivered another divine assist, clearly aiming to give her daughter and son-in-law more shared topics and opportunities to connect. She was truly going out of her way for her daughter's lifelong happiness. Mom, you. Jiang Bai is so busy, he doesn't have time. Lin Ruoxue's heart leapt into her throat. What was her mom playing at? Ding. Host has triggered a random task, perform 1 song at Lin Ruoxue's concert to achieve legendary status. Reward, mysterious treasure chest, plus 8 billion renminbi. Just then, the system's task notification sounded in his ear. Jiang Bai froze. Sure enough, the system never missed an opportunity to make him shine. Yes, brother-in-law, just agree to it. Lin Xiaoxi chimed in from the side, cheering him on, completely ignoring her sister's threatening glare. Well, alright. Hearing his mother-in-law's words, Jiang Bai went with the flow and agreed. After all, he still needed to complete the quest. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoxue stood beside him, her forehead creased with frustration. What the heck? That was supposed to be my concert. So annoying. After dinner. In Lin Xiaoxi's room, she eagerly opened her livestream to share the news with her fans, but unbeknownst to her, a conspiracy was quietly unfolding. The moment she went live, her stream was locked. Immediately after, a pop-up from the system appeared, clearly an invitation to a PK battle. Oh? Seeing a PK challenge immediately upon going live, Lin Xiaoxi, in a good mood, casually accepted it, intending to play around with the PK for a bit. But the moment she entered the PK room, something felt off. What? Her composure shattered instantly as she recognized her opponent. Isn't this Weya, the tax evader who got beaten by my brother-in-law at the Imperial Hotel? A sense of foreboding washed over her, but the arrow was already on the string. She had no choice but to shoot. Weya, who had been waiting for a long time, saw the fierce glint in Lin Xiaoxi's eyes and gave a cold smile. The moment the first round began, Weya unleashed a devastating wave of donations, instantly showering 1,000,000 credits. Her intentions were clearly hostile. Little girl, with skills like that, you think you can be an internet celebrity? Weya easily secured the first round, a smirk curling her lips. Everything unfolded exactly as she'd anticipated, and this was merely the beginning. 100 chance of the pure land of ultimate bliss. Don't forget. Weya didn't miss a chance to taunt Lin Xiaoxi. If you lose, don't go hiding and crying. Round 2 begins. As the second round began, Weya's health bar skyrocketed past the 10 million tip threshold, a figure beyond reach for most. Watching this unfold, Weya's lips curved into a smirk. Emperor's title, huh? Too scared to even show your face. That's all the skill you've got. Ding. At that moment, Jiang Bai's phone buzzed with a message. Hearing the dripping sound in his ear, he casually tapped it open. This, my sister-in-law is being bullied? The notification clearly showed that Lin Xiaoxi's livestream had just suffered a crushing defeat in the first PK round against a woman named Weya, who was now vowing to banish her sister-in-law from the influencer world. Talk about running into the wrong person at the wrong time. Jiang Bai clicked into the livestream and was startled to see Weya, the very woman he'd slapped earlier that day. Looks like it's time to spend some money again. Ding. Host spent 150 million renminbi, triggering a tenfold return bonus. Received 1.5 billion renminbi. The system's voice echoed in his ears. Jiang Bai's lips curved into a smile. 1.5 billion? Not bad at all. Next. It was time to give his sister-in-law a proper payback. Without hesitation, he unleashed a wave of dreamy starry sky gifts. At that moment, the second PK match was already halfway through, and the situation remained extremely unfavorable for Lin Xiaoxi. The atmosphere in her livestream was heavier than ever, hanging by a thread. Junlin Tianxia sent dreamy starry sky gift worth 100 to runaway little Lolita. Junlin Tianxia sent raging little Lolita a dreamy starry sky gift worth 200x. Emperor of the Heavens sent dreamy starry sky x 300 to runaway little Lolita. Junlin Tianxia sent dreamy starry sky x 400 to runaway little Lolita. In an instant, dreamy starry sky surged to x 1000. This sudden turn stunned everyone. Ha! This. Lord Rain has arrived. Holy crap, he drops 10 million right off the bat? Unbelievable. Hee, Lord Junlin never disappoints us, woohoo. Damn it, what was I thinking just now? Worrying Lord Sovereign wouldn't show up? Way to go, Lord Junlin. Take down those bastards. What the hell is this Weya? In front of our big boss Junlin, she's nothing but trash. A flood of comments erupted like bamboo shoots after rain. In that moment, all the pent-up resentment poured out in one go. The feeling was incredibly satisfying. This. Lin Xiaoxi stared at the sudden appearance of Lord Junlin in the livestream, momentarily speechless. She immediately sent a private message. Lord Junlin, you really didn't have to. Don't worry, Xiaoxi. I'm late to the party. But with me here, no one can bully you. As he finished typing, Jiang Bai's lips curved into a smile. If that girl knew that Junlin Tianxia was her brother-in-law, he wondered what kind of reaction she'd have. But then, the fans in Weya's livestream were stunned. Holy crap! That supreme ruler from the raging little Lolita stream actually showed up and dropped 10 million in gifts right off the bat. Looks like he's some serious big spender. Damn it! She thought victory was assured, but then Supreme Ruler suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This left Weya thoroughly annoyed, as it had completely disrupted her plans. Chapter 39. I just want to know who the hell this Supreme Ruler is. But Vienna didn't need to speak. 10 emperors and numerous princes and dukes had already spontaneously launched a counterattack, and the force was unprecedented. The bidding shot straight to 30 million. This insane level of spending had Lin Xiaoxi's livestream fans grimacing in disbelief. Damn it, do these people even value money? Poof. Seeing her guardian perform so powerfully, Vivia sneered coldly, you little brat, just wait until I finish you off. Meanwhile, Su Meyer, who had lost the earlier wager, watched Weya's livestream. Reign supreme. Let's see how you save that girl. Lin Xiaoxi watched the onslaught across the screen, her expression grave. Is this really one of the top 3 big names in the Dou Sha rankings? Her strength is overwhelming. I am no match for her at all. But in this situation, would Lord Dominion really intervene? A bitter smile touched Lin Xiaoxi's lips at the thought. Even the fans in the livestream fell silent after all, the donations had already skyrocketed to over 30 million. Julin Tianxia tipped Runaway Little Lolita Dreamy Starry Sky X 100. Julin Tianxia tips Runaway Little Lolita Dreamy Starry Sky X 300. Julin Tianxia tips Runaway Little Lolita Dreamy Starry Sky X 500. Julin Tianxia rewards Runaway Little Lolita with Dreamy Starry Sky X 700. Amidst the hesitation, the livestream was once again flooded with Dreamy Starry Sky gifts, but this time, not 1,000, but 4,000. Not bad. Exactly 4,000 Dreamy Starry Skies, amounting to 40 million. Combined with the previous 10 million, the total donations for the second round had just smashed through 50 million. Just then, the second round ended. Lin Xiaoxi's livestream fell silent for a moment before erupting into unprecedented frenzy. Put. Utterly insane comeback. Boss Junlin is a god-tier player. This play caught everyone off guard. 50 million in tips, holy crap. I just want to know who the hell is this Lord of the Realm guy. Hey, the other side probably hasn't even processed it yet. I love you, Lord of the Realm. Nice. That counterplay was so freaking awesome. Lin Xiaoxi gasped, her pretty face frozen in utter shock and disbelief. How could it be? In just the second round, Lord Junlin had actually tipped her 50 million? Good heavens, what had she ever done to deserve this? Lin Xiaoxi. Overwhelmed with emotion, she stared at the screen flooded with Dreamy Starry Sky donations. She couldn't fathom Lord Junlin being this generous for her. At that very moment, the number of fans in Lin Xiaoxi's livestream channel surged past the 100,000 mark. And the growth rate continued to surge upward at an astonishing pace. What? Via stared at the rival who'd unexpectedly succeeded. A 50 million Dream Starry Sky tip? That's huge. We really underestimated that Lord of the Realm. Clearly, Vivia was losing her composure. She immediately began contacting the 10 Emperor tier players and numerous Prince and Duke tier big shots. After some discussion, it was decided they would execute a perfect elimination of Lin Xiaoxi in the third game. Damn it! Su Meyer watched Lin Xiaoxi win the second round, her face twisted with resentment and jealousy. How dare she? How dare that little brat command such protection, waving her hand to spend 50 million. The third round. Weya will win the third round. Su Meyer thought to herself. She knew full well that Weya wanted this victory far more than she did, for a loss would have devastating consequences. I refuse to believe it. Su Meyer narrowed her eyes at Lin Xiaoxi's top-ranked Emperor's dominion. Can one Emperor title really win against 10 Emperors, 30 Princes, and over 100 Dukes? The third round commenced as scheduled. In Weya's livestream, the Emperors, Princes, and Dukes had clearly banded together. Their health bars shot up rapidly, reaching a staggering 50 million in an instant. This show of force was unmistakable. Goddess Weya is mighty and formidable. Truly worthy of being one of Do Shark's top 3 goddesses. I love you. Starting with 50 million, hope the opposing emperor doesn't chicken out, haha. Today's a real treat, some fool actually dares to cross Goddess Weya again. Clearly, the opening 50 million boost gave these brainless fans a huge confidence boost. They sat back, ready to enjoy the show. Little did they know they were the clowns from the very start. Before Lin Xiaoxi's fans could even discuss it, they saw the health bar surge back up. Just like before, it shot straight to 50 million, matching Weya's numerous Guardians donations blow for blow. Put. Holy crap, Lord Junlin is so badass, he's at it again. Ahem, that's already 100 million, my goodness. Lord Junlin reigns supreme. We bow before you. Final round. Big Boss Junlin, we're rooting for you. Let's crush M. Lin Xiaoxi stood frozen in place. 50 million? Junlin Dalo had just tipped her another 50 million. A single PK match had reached 100 million, wasn't that a bit excessive? Without hesitation, Lin Xiaoxi sent another private message, Big Shot Junlin, please stop tipping. I'll take my losses, but this is too much of a burden for you. Plus, the platform takes a 50% cut. Even if I give you my share, I'd still lose half. After exchanging several private messages, Jiang Bai smiled faintly, unconcerned. Compared to what he gained, this sum was insignificant. No need. Just take it as pocket money for buying candy. Lin Xiaoxi. Reading the private messages from the big shot Junlin, Lin Xiaoxi was baffled. 100 million yuan as pocket money for candy? She'd never be able to eat it all in a lifetime. Chapter 40, Cumulative donations surpass 150 million renminbi. Promotion to Do Shao Emperor's title? Bastard. Weya lost her composure. She never imagined that Junlin Dala would dare to make a move. With that, she took a deep breath. While urging her fans to keep donating, she simultaneously fiddled with her other account to start cheating, directly donating 10 million yuan from her liquid assets. This surge sent Via's health bar skyrocketing, 60 million, 65 million, 70 million. Finally, Weya's health bar soared to a staggering 80 million, towering far above Lin Xiaoxi's stream. Seeing this achievement, Weya relaxed. The final round of donations reached a cumulative total of 80 million, a rare feat even in DoShark's streaming history. After all, even the wealthiest patrons didn't earn their fortunes overnight. Junlin Tianxia donated to Runaway Little Lolita Dreamy Starry Sky X 100. Junling Tianxia tipped Runaway Little Lolita Dreamy Starry Sky X 300. Emperor of Heaven bestowed Dreamy Starry Sky X 500 upon Runaway Little Lolita. Supreme Ruler tipped Runaway Little Lolita with 800 Dreamy Starry Skies. Just then, Lin Xiaoxi's live stream room erupted once more. The screen was flooded with Dreamy Starry Sky again, this time, a staggering 5,000 of them. Directly, another 50 million in rewards. Whoa! Su Meyer leapt from her seat at the sight, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at the livestream. Impossible! Damn it, that sovereign of the heavens just tipped another 50 million. Just this third round alone, he's tipped 100 million. In that moment, Su Meyer finally understood how much leniency Lin Xiaoxi had shown her during their duel. Lord Junlin, Lin Xiaoxi stared blankly at the rapidly surging health bar in the livestream, which had now overtaken Weiya's. OMG, does Lord Supreme print money at home? 100 million. Boss Junlin, why not give that money to me? Big Boss Junlin, unstoppable. Via, impossible, this defies logic? So damn generous. Boss Junlin is seriously beyond generous. Junlin, stop tipping. Just come home with me, sniffle sniffle. In an instant, the number of fans in Lin Xiaoxi's livestream room broke through the 300,000 mark for the first time ever. The numbers had already left Via far behind. Anyone unaware might think Lin Xiaoxi was one of DoShark's top 3 influencers. Amidst the tremors, the third set concludes. Lin Xiaoxi crushed Via with an overwhelming 150 million yuan in rewards. Weiya actually lost? Su Meyer stared at Weiya, her face turning ashen. She never imagined that even Weiya, ranked third in the DoSharks, couldn't hold her own against that brat. Damn it, how could this happen? Who exactly is this Supreme Ruler? Su Meyer's expression turned icy cold. Then she realized 100,000 in rewards per performance of Pure Land of Bliss meant Weiya would have to perform it 1,500 times. This was brutal. Earlier, Su Meyer had nearly ended up in the hospital after dancing to Thunderclap 1,000 times. This time, Weiya would lose half her life, if not her entire life. Ding! Congratulations to Sovereign of the Heavens for accumulating 150 million renminbi in donations to Runaway Little Lolita, advancing to the title of Shark Fighting Emperor. Just as the crowd stirred, a pop-up appeared in the livestream. Su Meyer's eyes widened in shock. Emperor of the Fighting Sharks? What the hell is that? I've never heard of an Emperor title on the Fighting Sharks platform. Could it be created specifically for Junlin Tianxia? The thought made Su Meyer's gaze toward Lin Xiaoxi grow even more bitter with envy. Why? Why does all the good fortune land on that little brat? This world is so unfair. Shark Fighter Emperor. Lin Xiaoxi's livestream audience erupted instantly. What? This is? Lord Junlin ascending to Do Shao Emperor. Whoa, what's going on? Is there a title above Emperor, a Heavenly Sun title? 6666, Junlin is legendary. Heard of Emperor, Prince, and Duke titles, but never heard of a Shark Emperor. Hey, Emperor of the Fighting Sharks actually sounds pretty badass. Fans buzzed with excitement. Seeing victory assured, Jiang Bai's lips curved into a smile as he exited the livestream. Just then, Lin Ruoxue emerged from the bathroom in her pajamas, a delightful fragrance wafting toward him. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her eyes sparkling with laughter. In that moment, Lin Ruoxue was breathtakingly beautiful. Jiang Bai couldn't help but stare for a second, swallowing hard. Poof. Lin Ruoxue gave a soft snort, thinking to herself that this guy really was a big oaf. He was painfully aware of her allure at that very moment. Have you had enough of staring? She shot Jiang Bai a reproachful glance, her tone tinged with irritation. Heh, how could I? Whether it was the wine or not, the girl before him glowed with a rosy flush, adding an extra layer of allure. Ding! Lin Ruoxue, who had been about to say something, heard the notification sound from her phone and finally let the person off the hook. Her eyes widened in shock at the notification. What, this? Shi was in a PK battle and got tipped 150 million renminbi by that Lord of the Heavens. Clearly, this news hit Lin Ruoxue like a ton of bricks. Has that Lord of the Heavens lost his mind? Clicking into the livestream, she saw Weiya across the screen dancing the Pure Land of Bliss with a certain charm. But clearly, Lin Ruoxue wasn't paying attention to that. Looks like I'll need to have a serious talk with that girl sometime. As she murmured, she shifted her body, revealing her graceful figure before someone. Tired? Let me give you a massage, honey. Having just acquired the bone-setting massage skill, he hadn't used it yet. This girl would be the perfect practice subject and a chance to scratch that itch in his hands. Chapter 41, Now that we're girlfriends, is it too much to kiss you? Massage? You? Hearing his words, Lin Ruoxue shot Jiang Bai a skeptical look, her eyes brimming with doubt. Jiang Bai paid no heed, his hands already kneading her fragrant shoulders. You? Lin Ruoxue was about to speak when a strange sensation began to surge from her fragrant shoulders, leaving her momentarily stunned. That guy, he actually knows what he's doing. She'd assumed that unscrupulous guy was trying to take advantage of the situation, but unexpectedly, he was actually giving her a massage and it felt surprisingly good. Jiang Bai, I never expected. Before Lin Ruoxue could finish, she realized they were less than an inch apart. Under the influence of alcohol, the beauty before her seemed utterly breathtaking, especially with that dazed look on her face after the massage. Gulp. Their eyes locked, and Jiang Bai found himself inexplicably drawn to press his lips against Lin Ruoxue's. The sensation was exquisite. This time, she offered no resistance whether she accepted him or was simply intoxicated, he couldn't tell. Before long, the room filled with the sweetest of melodies. The next morning. Golden sunlight streamed through the window, flooding the room and banishing the last traces of darkness. Mum. Bathed in the morning light, her stunning eyes fluttered open, emitting a lazy murmur. She had slept like never before last night, feeling utterly refreshed. Suddenly, scenes from the previous night flooded her mind. Her eyes widened in shock. How could this be? Last night, she had actually spent the entire night with that guy. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson like dawn clouds. Hey, you're awake. At that moment, a magnetic voice sounded beside her ear, making Lin Ruoxue's heart flutter. She realized that guy had been awake all along, quietly watching her. Oh my gosh, what is happening? How could this be? In that moment, Lin Ruoxue wished she could sink into a crack in the ground. She was mortified. Jiang Bai, I. Lin Ruoxue stammered, trying to speak, but Jiang Bai's lips curved into a smile as his finger pressed against her crimson lips. No need to say anything. Hey, be my girlfriend. I mean it for real. Boom. The sound reverberated in her ears, sending a jolt through Lin Ruoxue's mind. Her cheeks flushed crimson all the way to her ears. Oh my god, what did he just say? Asking her to be his girlfriend? This. Though taken completely by surprise, Lin Ruoxue agreed in a daze. Because that was exactly what she truly felt in that moment. So starting today, we're officially boyfriend and girlfriend. Jiang Bai's lips curled into a mischievous grin. Lin Ruoxue shot him a reproachful glance. Damn it, she'd just been taken advantage of, yet here she was agreeing to be his girlfriend. So, it wouldn't be too much if I kissed you now, right? Recalling their encounter last night, Jiang Bai spoke with lingering desire. Jiang Bai, I. Lin Ruoxue started to speak, but her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the guy mere inches away. She'd just been kissed by him and it felt different this time, somehow sweet. After a long while, Lin Ruoxue finally pulled away from him, glaring at him with annoyance. Jiang Bai, are you trying to suffocate me? I'm ignoring you. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, Lin Ruoxue scampered toward the bathroom, completely oblivious to her state of complete undress. This stunning sight was a privilege enjoyed solely by Jiang Bai. Hey, this feeling, not bad at all. Watching the stunning beauty's slightly flustered expression, Jiang Bai's lips curved into a smile. This taste of romance was truly intoxicating. A short while later, the two emerged from the room together. As always, Mrs. Lin had already prepared a full breakfast spread. Jiang, you're awake. As someone who'd been there before, Mrs. Lin knew the young couple had shared a deep connection the night before. She smiled without comment, choosing not to pry. But when Mrs. Lin looked at her younger daughter, her brows furrowed. Xiaoxi, did you sleep poorly last night? Your dark circles are so pronounced. Hearing her sister mentioned, Lin Ruoxue shot Lin Xiaoxi a glare. Mom, this little brat played on her phone all night. Sis, don't make stuff up. Lin Xiaoxi protested, widening her eyes in earnest. I was supervising the 1500th recitation of the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss. Mom, you don't know what happened yesterday. Lin Xiaoxi then proceeded to recount yesterday's events with relish, leaving her mother utterly dumbfounded. Thud. At one point, she gave Lin Xiaoxi a sharp smack on the head. Why would someone randomly tip you 150 million renminbi? What were you thinking? Whoever that Lord of the Heavens is, you better keep your wits about you. Mrs. Lin sighed with frustration, unable to hide her disappointment. This little darling never ceases to worry her. If only he knew that the man who rules the world is her future son-in-law, what would he think then? After breakfast, inside the supercar. Jiang Bai, be careful when we get to the studio. On the way to the studio, Lin Ruoxue cautioned him. Once their relationship became public, given her status as the queen of the music industry, she would inevitably find herself at the center of a storm. Don't worry, I've got this. Jiang Bai replied with a laugh. After all, they were now officially a couple. Though it was only recently confirmed, perhaps because they had already obtained their marriage certificate, it felt like they had been dating for quite some time. Soon, they arrived at the building housing the studio. A romantic scene unfolded before the building. A handsome young man stood leaning against a supercar, holding a bouquet of flowers. Beside him, 9,999 roses were arranged on the ground, a display that clearly took considerable effort. Xin Shuhua. Lin Ruoxue's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of the young man. Why is he back? she murmured under her breath. Though her voice was soft, Jiang Bai caught it. Coupled with her reaction just now, could this man be his romantic rival? Chapter 42, Who do you think you are, Mr. Right? Ruoxue, it's been a while. Stepping out of the car, Qin Shua flashed his signature handsome smile. You're even more beautiful than half a year ago. Qin Shua, please use my full name. Clearly, Lin Ruoxue didn't want Qin Shua to give Jiang Bai a bad impression of her. Ha! Qin Shua understood Lin Ruoxue's meaning perfectly. Though she hadn't accepted his advances half a year ago, she'd never been this cold toward him before. Could it be? Realizing something, Qin Shua's gaze shifted to Jiang Bai, who stood close to Lin Ruoxue. Kid, who are you? The moment he saw Jiang Bai, Qin Shua's gut told him Lin Ruoxue's attitude was likely tied to this kid. Ruoxue is my girlfriend. Jiang Bai's large hand wrapped around Lin Ruoxue's slender waist, so delicate it could barely be grasped. Even Lin Ruoxue was startled by this scene. Was that guy out of his mind? Kid, I'd better keep my distance from Ruoxue. Seeing Qin Shua's self-important demeanor, Jiang Bai curled his lips. Oh, keep me away. What makes you think you have the right? How dare you? Two bodyguards, faces darkening, stepped forward with an overwhelming sense of pressure, clearly ready to intervene. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. Before the bodyguards could close in, Jiang Bai's whip sent them flying backward. At least 4 ribs snapped and blood trickled from their split lips. Their gazes toward Jiang Bai instantly shifted. That kid. How is this possible? You insolent brat. How dare you strike my men? Do you think I won't? Smack. Before Qin Shua could finish, a slap sent him crashing to the ground. Get lost. Try causing trouble again and I'll cripple you. With that, Jiang Bai swept the stunned Lin Ruoxue into the building. Only then did the security guard, finally snapping out of shock, help their young master back to his feet. Damn it! Qin Shua watched Jiang Bai and Lin Ruoxue's retreating figures, his eyes blazing with fury. You little punk, just you wait. As the eldest son of the Qin family of Dongzhang, he had returned from overseas specifically to take charge of family affairs. He had intended to win Lin Ruoxue over in one fell swoop, but this incident had completely derailed his plans. Entering the studio. Lin Ruoxue looked worried. Jiang Bai, you were a bit impulsive today. That Qin Shua is no ordinary man. She paused before continuing, you know that Zhang Xiaoning from before? He's Qin Shua's right-hand man. The Qin family of Dongjiang is considered one of the top families in the region. Even though you're formidable, you should still be careful from now on. Lin Ruoxue knew this guy couldn't even handle a dozen special forces soldiers, so she was well aware Qin Shua wouldn't gain much advantage against him. Still, she offered the reminder. Don't worry. The person who could hurt your man hasn't even been born yet. He pinched Lin Ruoxue's cheek, causing her face to flush crimson. Put. What man? You wish. With a pouty snort, Lin Ruoxue stepped out of the elevator and headed toward the office. Ring ring. Upon reaching the office, Jiang Bai's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he froze. Hello, Mom. He answered the call and greeted her. Beside him, Lin Ruoxue's beautiful eyes widened, her heart leaping in her chest. You little brat. If I don't call you, you wouldn't even think to call home. The moment he answered, his mother's familiar tone greeted him. Lin Ruoxue knew all too well this voice was unmistakably her own. Oh, and remember to come home for the blind date during the break. Put. Hearing her future mother-in-law's words, Lin Ruoxue nearly choked on her drink. She stared wide-eyed at Jiang Bai. Blind date? Ahem, Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Bai's forehead creased with exasperation, but his mother's voice came through the phone again immediately. What's wrong with blind dates? These days, there are more men than women, and good girls are even rarer. We have to be selective, don't we? Jiang's mother grew more animated as she spoke. Old Wang next door's niece, apparently she's a master's graduate who studied abroad. Mom, let's just skip the blind dates. Jiang Bai casually pulled the beauty into his embrace, causing Lin Ruoxue's cheeks to flush crimson. Actually, Mom, I already have a girlfriend. Holding Lin Ruoxue's delicate hand, Jiang Bai spoke these words. Yet the next moment, his mother's voice rang out from across the table. What? You little rascal, you have a girlfriend? A guy or a girl? Male or female? Hearing his mother's words, Jiang Bai looked utterly speechless. His mother, Chen Haixia, continued, when did this happen? Clearly, the news that her son had a girlfriend had her quite excited. Well, recently, I guess. Jiang Bai replied casually. His mother's voice chimed in again. Hey, you little rascal, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Don't go hiring some random girl to fool your old lady. Lin Ruoxue. Hearing her future mother-in-law's words, her cheeks flushed slightly. Her scheme had been completely exposed. Hadn't she hired this very person earlier? Only now had she gotten herself tangled up in it too. Of course not. Jiang Bai's large hand grew restless. Don't you know who your son is? We can afford to be picky. No exaggeration, this daughter-in-law of yours is absolutely breathtaking. Hearing the compliment, Lin Ruoxue's lips curved upward involuntarily, her expression saying, "Good for you for knowing your place." But Jiang Bai wasn't done yet. "Don't worry, Mom. Next year, I'll make sure you get to hold a big, chubby grandson." Chapter 43, Who knew? That guy's actually pretty good at pampering people. You're out of your mind. Lin Ruoxue's eyes widened as she glared at the culprit. Seriously? Spilling everything like that? After chatting for a while, Jiang Bai turned her thoughts to her current wealth. "Mom, there's something else I need to come clean about." After a moment's thought, Jiang Bai made up his mind. "I won some money from a lottery ticket earlier and invested it in a small company." "What?" Hearing her son's confession, Jiang's mother froze in shock, clearly stunned by the news. "Won the lottery? How much? And you invested in a company?" As he spoke, Jiang Bai's large hand had already landed beside the mountain peak overlooking the abyss, drawing a reproachful glare from Lin Ruoxue. "Well, not much. A few 100 million, maybe." Jiang's mother. "A few 100 million? Are you serious?" Across from him, Jiang's mother sucked in a sharp breath, the figure feeling almost unreal. "Of course it's real. I'll transfer some money to you later. Go ahead and pay off your mortgage early." Jiang Bai said this. Back when he was in college, his parents had already started arranging to buy him an apartment in downtown Dongjiang, saying that having a place would make it easier to meet potential partners. "Mom, I'm hanging up now." Watching that girl start to fight back, if I didn't show her a thing or two, she'd never know how terrifying it is when I assert my authority. A long while passed. After their intimate moment, Lin Ruoxue adjusted her clothes and shot a reproachful glance at him with her rippling eyes. "This is all your fault. What if someone saw us?" Lin Ruoxue said with lingering fear. After all, the office door hadn't even been locked. "Hey, what's there to fear? Worst case, we just make it official." Jiang Bai couldn't care less. "Even if you're no longer the queen of pop, your man will take care of you." "Put. Who said I'd let you support me?" "Poof." Lin Ruoxue pouted playfully. She wasn't the type of girl who lived off men's money. "Then how about this, baby, you support me instead?" Jiang Bai grinned mischievously at the beauty in his arms. "You handle the money-making, I'll handle keeping my kidneys healthy." "Put. What nonsense are you spouting?" Hearing the guy's shameless remark, Lin Ruoxue shot him a withering glance. "I'm done bantering with you. I've got concert prep to handle tomorrow." Half a day later. After wrapping up their tasks, the two drove off in a supercar, leaving the studio behind. "Jiang Bai, where are we going?" Watching the scenery rush past outside the window, Lin Ruoxue asked curiously. This was essentially their first date, and she'd be lying if she said she wasn't nervous. And amidst the nerves, there was a tinge of excitement, a strangely wonderful feeling. "Hey, of course I'm taking you out for a big meal." Soon, Jiang Bai drove Lin Ruoxue to a grassy clearing in the Dongjiang suburbs and pulled over. "Honey, set up the grill while I go catch some fish." With that, he improvised by cutting a pole diagonally, revealing a sharp spearhead. "What is this?" Watching Jiang Bai's actions, Lin Ruoxue was a bit bewildered. "You're not seriously planning to spear fish with bamboo, are you?" "Why not?" As he spoke, Jiang Bai rolled up his pants and waded into the clear water. "Watch your man show you what he's made of." "Put. Typical." Hearing his words, Lin Ruoxue shot him a glare, though a smile blossomed on her face. It seemed rather amusing. Her hands weren't idle either. She carefully placed Jiang Bai's shoes and jacket aside before setting out the barbecue grill. "That guy, he's actually quite romantic." Clearly, this private moment together was the perfect way to deepen their bond. Lin Ruoxue knew exactly what he was up to, and her heart instantly felt sweet and warm. Who would have thought, he actually knows how to treat someone right. Evidently, Lin Ruoxue was growing fonder of her role as girlfriend by the minute. So this is what love feels like, huh? After setting up the grill, Lin Ruoxue propped her cheek on her hand and watched the man spearfishing in the river. From this angle, he looked incredibly handsome. SSSSH. Seizing the moment, Jiang Bai plunged the bamboo pole beneath the surface. The next instant, splash. Pulling the bamboo out, there was a plump, juicy fish hooked on it. Ah! Seeing the strike land perfectly, Lin Ruoxue's beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment. "That guy, he actually hooked it." "Jiang Bai, hurry and toss it over." "I'll gut the fish." Lin Ruoxue perked up, volunteering eagerly. She'd spent the past few days learning cooking skills from her mother, and simple tasks like gutting fish were well within her capabilities. "All right." Jiang Bai smiled faintly from the riverbank, dislodging the plump fish and flinging it toward the shore. Teamwork makes the dream work. Soon, Jiang Bai speared several more fish before coming ashore, while Lin Ruoxue finished preparing her own plump catch. "Here, Jiang Bai, is this how you do it?" Knowing Jiang Bai's culinary skills, Lin Ruoxue asked for his opinion. "Machem, that's fine." Nodding slightly, Jiang Bai took the knife from Lin Ruoxue's hand. "I'll handle the rest." As the knife glinted and danced, Jiang Bai began his culinary showmanship. Lin Ruoxue watched, momentarily lost in the sight. They say a man is most handsome when he's focused, and that couldn't be truer. In the quiet atmosphere, their bond deepened. Lin Ruoxue had never experienced anything like this before. Jiang Bai's arrival had brought her a life she'd never known. In fact, Lin Ruoxue felt that if time could just freeze at this very moment, it wouldn't be so bad. A moment passed. The aroma of grilled fish tickled her nostrils and her stomach growled in protest. Jiang Bai, is it ready yet? Swallowing her saliva, Lin Ruoxue stared expectantly at the fish sizzling on the grill, unable to tear her eyes away. That guy's grilling skills were truly exceptional. Done. After adding various seasonings to enhance the flavor, he sliced the fish and placed it before Lin Ruoxue. Such thoughtful details made the corners of her mouth curve upward involuntarily. Who knew he was so considerate? Why hadn't she noticed these qualities before? Chapter 44, Why be so formal with your own man? Mum. She took a bite of the grilled fish, crispy, tender, and utterly delicious. Jiang Bai, your cooking is amazing. So delicious. Lin Ruoxue was captivated from the very first bite, just like she was by his culinary skills. Slow down, no one's rushing you. He casually smoothed his slightly disheveled hair. The subtle gesture drew a playful smile from Lin Ruoxue, her charming allure utterly captivating. Oof. Who told you to make it so delicious? Bathed in the sweetness of romance, Lin Ruoxue pouted playfully, a scene that, if seen by outsiders, would surely cause quite a stir. After devouring 2 whole fish, Lin Ruoxue finally paused. After finishing the barbecue, the two sat on the grass, leaning against each other as they gazed at the beautiful scenery in the distance. Jiang Bai, I never knew you were so skilled at grilling fish. Leaning against his chest, Lin Ruoxue tilted her swan-like neck and asked. Of course I am. He affectionately tickled her little button nose. Your man is quite the expert, you know that already. Put. You're so shameless. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed a shade redder as a thought crossed her mind. She knew exactly how formidable that guy was and she had the most authority to say so. Jiang Bai, today is the happiest day of my life. Lin Ruoxue nestled deeper into Jiang Bai's embrace, tightening her hold. Meeting you, it's truly wonderful. Rongqing Elementary School, staff room. Ding. As a notification sound rang out, Jiang's mother, Chen Haixia, who had just finished class, pulled out her phone. What? Is this? 3 million. Staring at the notification of 3 million yuan deposited into her account, Jiang's mother lost her composure. Has that kid lost his mind? Why would he give me so much money? Mom, just use this money for now. No need to save it. Immediately after, another message arrived, your son isn't short on cash now. Oomph, that little rascal. She stared at the message for a long moment, her face soon lighting up with pride and satisfaction. My son has made something of himself. But we can't just throw this money around. First, pay off the mortgage, then save the rest for that little rascal's wedding. Jiang's mother quickly decided how to use the money. She gazed toward the East River. I wonder what that little brat's girlfriend looks like. I forgot to ask him for a photo. No way. This concerns my son's lifelong happiness. Should I make a trip to Dongjiang myself when I have time? Jiang's mother pondered this. If Lin Ruoxue ever found out about this idea, who knows how she would react. The next day, the concert was drawing near. The Ruoxue goddess concert has finally begun. Yeah, we've been waiting so long. I heard the goddess has new songs for this concert, can't wait. If Goddess Ruoxue were my girlfriend, I'd gladly live 10 years less. Man, I wonder which lucky guy will end up with Goddess Ruoxue. Outside the concert venue, fans queuing for ticket verification buzzed with excitement, all brimming with anticipation for the show. Third brother, is the boss really going to sing at his wife's concert? Su Tianchang looked at Zhou Hao suspiciously, with Lin Xiao standing right beside him. Of course. Zhou Hao glanced around nervously, swallowing hard. I had to beg and plead before my sister finally told me. Rumor has it. He paused before continuing, all the new songs sister-in-law is performing at this concert were written by the boss. What? At this revelation, Su Tianchang and Lin Xiao froze in shock. The boss wrote songs for his sister-in-law? Holy. The boss, seriously? Who is their sister-in-law? She's the queen of the music industry. Songs of that caliber, written by the boss. Ahem, she sure has a big heart. Lin Xiao cleared his throat and glanced around. But if these people found out the boss was dating his sister-in-law, I wonder if they'd band together to chop him to bits. Oh, right. Zhou Hao glanced around, a thought striking him. I heard that Lu Feifei is here today too. Wonder what kind of face she'll make when she sees the boss. Miss Lu's here. Su Tianchang froze. That probably doesn't know the boss is dating his sister-in-law yet, haha. You know what? That's actually kind of exciting. Lin Xiao grinned mischievously. What a waste of such a campus beauty. Meanwhile, in the backstage dressing room. Ruoxue, you should have done this a long time ago. Zhou Yuning looked at her best friend dressed to the nines, equally pleased. Jiang Bai, I never knew you were such a talented songwriter. After today, Ruoxue will surely cement her place as the queen of the music scene. You wouldn't believe how many people have been eyeing Ruoxue's throne lately, resorting to underhanded tactics. Yuning, what nonsense are you talking about? Lin Ruoxue covered Zhou Yuning's mouth. Jiang Bai, don't listen to her nonsense. Seeing her best friend's gesture, Zhou Yuning sighed softly, clearly aware that Lin Ruoxue didn't want Jiang Bai to worry. You two lovebirds can get all mushy now. I won't disturb you. She giggled coquettishly as she left the lounge, leaving only the two of them behind. Jiang Bai, thank you. Lin Ruoxue took a deep breath. She understood exactly what those 3 songs meant and offered her sincere gratitude. Thud. Hearing the stunning beauty's words, Jiang Bai smacked her forehead. Why be so polite with your own man? But if you must show gratitude, serving your man well tonight wouldn't be out of the question. Hearing his shameless remark, Lin Ruoxue rolled her eyes in mock reproach. Ever since they become official, it seemed nothing felt quite so intimidating anymore. In the VIP section, Lin Xiaoxi was also present. With both her brother-in-law and sister singing, how could she be absent from such a scene? Yet, the livestream was now erupting with unprecedented fervor. Holy crap, Xiaoxi's wife is in the VIP section? That's impressive. Ruoxue's VIP section? Those tickets are impossible to get. Hey, heard that Weya jumped off the pure land of bliss and ended up in the hospital yesterday. Damn, 1,500 times of pure land of bliss talk about ruthless. Xiaoxi's wife is absolutely crushing Dosha, her popularity skyrocketing to the top 3 influencers. Big shot Junlin's no slouch either went straight for Doshao's emperor. Xiaoxi's wife said her brother-in-law might sing today, wonder if it's true. Fans buzzed with excitement. Lin Xiaoxi watched her livestream surpass the 300,000 viewer mark. Everything was set now, she just waited for her brother-in-law to steal the spotlight. He. Meanwhile, at the concert venue. What did you say? That Jiang Bai is going to show up too. Qin Shuhua listened to his subordinate's report, his eyes narrowing with a fierce glint. Let that lucky bastard keep jumping around for a while longer. Chapter 45, anyone who dares covet my woman, Qin Shuhua's woman, will die. Spotlights focused. The stunningly beautiful Zhou Yuning, dressed in an exquisite cheongsam that accentuated her figure perfectly, took the stage as host. Next, please welcome Goddess Ruoxue to perform her new song, Little One. Everyone, give her a warm welcome. With the introduction finished, Zhou Yuning exited the stage, leaving the spotlight to her best friend. Memories are like a storyteller. With a voice thick with hometown dialect. Leaping over puddles, skirting small villages. Awaiting the fate of meeting. The slightly melancholic melody sent shivers down the spines of the audience. Instantly captivated by the goddess's voice, the crowd felt scenes unfold in their minds as the song played. Truly worthy of the goddess Ruoxue, absolutely stunning. Wow, kicking off with a new song, Goddess Ruoxue truly spoils her fans. Goddess Ruoxue, I love you. Moa. Unsurprisingly, Lin Ruoxue's song Little One drew a wave of praise from her fans. Zhou Yuning watched the scene unfold with a knowing smile. That Jiang Bai. Ruoxue really hit the jackpot. Too bad she doesn't seem interested in pursuing a music career. Otherwise, with her talent and proper management, she could become a top-tier star in no time, maybe even reach the pinnacle of stardom. Zhou Yuning remarked wistfully, and this was merely her first song. Truly a goddess. From a corner of the audience, Lu Feifei gazed at Lin Ruoxue with envy. Though she had already signed with Tianlai Music, becoming a music diva like Lin Ruoxue would require untold effort and time. She had come to the concert precisely to learn from the experience. This song, that Lin Ruoxue? Impossible. A woman wearing sunglasses, though obscured by the lenses, her silhouette revealed undeniable beauty, was named Su Lin. Hailed as the most likely candidate to become the next queen of pop, she was also the greatest threat to Lin Ruoxue. Damn it! To build momentum, she'd mobilized countless connections and secretly struck deals with numerous lyricists and composers. All to ensure Lin Ruoxue's new song flopped, allowing her to seize the crown as the music queen in one decisive push and dethrone Lin Ruoxue. Why should she? Lin Ruoxue was merely prettier and sang slightly better than her. How could she possibly compare in any other aspect? Yet Su Lin never imagined Lin Ruoxue would suddenly release such a stellar song. This shouldn't be happening. She was certain none of those songwriters had been contacted by anyone during this period. Damn it! Where exactly did things go wrong? A person now resides in my heart. Back when we were just little kids. That year you carried a little stool. I followed you all the way, captivated by the play. I'm searching for the person in that story. You are an indispensable part of it. With flawless vocals, Lin Ruoxue sang while Jiang Bai's image involuntarily surfaced in her mind. A warm, blissful curve graced her lips. Lin Xiaoxi watched her older sister radiate brilliance, a proud yet playful smile spreading across her own face. Holy crap, this song is insane. Goddess Ruoxue hasn't released new music in ages. Who knew she was holding back something this epic? Hey, this song is totally going viral, it hits me hard. Damn it, if I could win Goddess Ruoxue's favor, I'd gladly give up 10 years of my life. Totally. And whoever wrote this song is a genius, it hits you right in the feels. Xiao, she's amazing. Guess we're getting a free concert, huh? He. Goddess Ruoxue's talent blows that so-called little diva Su Lin out of the water. Snowflake-like comments flew across the live stream screen. No comparison, no hurt feelings. Though Su Lin's little diva title differed from Goddess Ruoxue's by just one character, their skill levels were worlds apart. Damn it, who the hell is this? A cold glint flashed in Su Lin's eyes beneath her sunglasses. Dare to oppose me, Su Lin? Once I find out who you are, I'll make you pay. Clearly, Su Lin knew this song had washed away all her previous schemes. Ever since her public clash with Lin Ruoxue half a year ago, Su Lin had been plotting her rise to diva status. Truly worthy of being the woman I, Qin Shua, have chosen. Qin Shua gazed at the breathtakingly beautiful girl on stage, drawing a deep breath. Then, the image of Jiang Bai flashed through his mind. That brat, next year on this day will be your death anniversary. A cold smile touched his lips. As the eldest son of the Qin family and its future head, eliminating someone in Dongjiang was as easy for Qin Shua as crushing an ant. Ring ring. Just then, Qin Shua received a call. Young master, the assassin is in position. When the concert ends, that boy's life will end. Very good. A cold smile curled Qin Shua's lips as he heard his subordinate's report. He then typed, wait for my signal. I want to see that brat die before my very eyes. Yes, young master. After hanging up, a savage grin spread across Qin Shua's face. His burning gaze fixed on the stunningly beautiful girl. Lin Ruoxue, you are mine for life. Anyone who dares covet you will die. As the song ended, the entire venue erupted in a roar of excitement. Zhou Yuning had anticipated this reaction, knowing it was merely the opening act of today's concert. She then flashed a sweet smile. Goddess Ruoxue truly never disappoints. Her rendition of Little One captured the very essence of love. Does everyone remember the Heavenly Voice charity concert? The musical prodigy who opened that event? His song A Lifetime With You was nothing short of legendary. Today, Goddess Ruoxue has invited him to join the concert. Please welcome Jiang Bai as he performs Love at the Corner. Give him a warm welcome. Whoa! The announcement sent a wave of excitement rippling through the venue as all eyes turned toward the stage. What? The charity gala? The first performer? Could it be that young man who became a legend with a single performance? My brother-in-law is about to take the stage. Lin Xiaoxi's eyes lit up upon hearing Zhou Yuning's words. Su Tancheng and the others stared intently at the stage, their eyes wide. Holy crap, the boss is going on so soon? No wonder the sister-in-law treats him so well. A charity concert? That Jiang Bai. The pop sensation Su Lin froze, narrowing her eyes toward the stage. She knew Jiang Bai well. He was exceptionally talented with solid musical skills. She'd intended to befriend him, but Lin Ruoxue had beaten her to it. Of course, if Su Lin knew that the Jiang Bai she mentioned was Lin Ruoxue's man, who knows how she'd react. Hey, my brother-in-law is about to go on stage. Holy cow, I never thought my brother-in-law would get invited by the Goddess Ruoxue. So excited for Uncle's performance next. Eat? Honey, stop singing. You're already so rich, wouldn't it be nicer to come home with me for some cuddles? He could totally live off his looks, but he insists on relying on his talent. So frustrating. The livestream chat erupted with fervent chatter. Every pair of eyes stared fixedly at the screen, waiting for brother-in-law to dominate the music scene. He. Chapter 46, Jiang Bai's singing is actually this good? What? Lu Feifei, who was there to learn from the experience, heard the stage announcement and her pupils suddenly contracted. Jiang Bai? How could he appear at Goddess Ruoxue's concert? It's impossible. At that moment, Lu Feifei's face turned deathly pale. Even setting aside the fact that Jiang Bai could become famous through this charity concert, just his hidden identity as a wealthy patron was enough to make her regret it. Jiang Bai, though you've no heart for the music scene, don't let me down. Zhou Yuning held her breath. This battle was even more crucial than the charity concert. It concerned not only Jiang Bai's stardom but also her best friend's standing in the music industry. I'm pretending. Without a trace, I want to be by your side. Quietly accompanying you, watching the horizon. Pedaling forward on my bicycle. At some crossroads, love waits. You keep walking, never looking back. Alright. Listening to Jiang Bai's voice, his incredible singing skills and handsome looks, Zhou Yuning couldn't help but close her eyes in delight. Well done. Sure enough, Zhou Yuning knew Jiang Bai's divine assist would absolutely blow everyone away. Hey, Ruoxue really hit the jackpot here. Zhou Yuning swallowed hard and exhaled. With her best friend's 3 songs plus Jiang Bai's contribution, a little post-concert promotion would not only solidify her friend's status as the queen of the music scene but propel her even further. Su Lin, humph. Don't think I don't know about your little tricks. Zhou Yuning gave a cold laugh. She was well aware of Su Lin's behind-the-scenes maneuvers, but Ruoxue had always insisted she just wanted to focus on her music and ignore the drama. Otherwise, Zhou Yuning wouldn't have let Su Lin run wild like this. Holy crap, boss, this sweetness is giving me goosebumps. Zhou Hao shuddered. Holy crap, even if his sister-in-law was the queen of the music scene, the boss didn't have to flaunt their love like this. It was enough to kill someone. Boss is amazing. I give this move a perfect 10. Su Tancheng swallowed hard. Damn, with talent like the boss has, if I were a woman, I'd want to marry him too. Hey, number 2, aren't you afraid the boss will slap you to death? Lin Xiaobai rolled her eyes at Su Tiancheng. If he were a woman, the image would be utterly terrifying. Backstage in the green room, Lin Ruoxue gazed at Jiang Bai's handsome face and listened to his beautiful singing voice. A smile curved her lips involuntarily. That guy really didn't disappoint me. Her proud and spoiled expression was completely unguarded, as if she wanted everyone to know Jiang Bai was her boyfriend. Is he confessing his feelings to himself? Before the concert, she'd hinted around about it several times, but the guy kept his mouth shut. Turns out he was waiting for this moment so sneaky. But it was so sweet. So this was the taste of love, truly magical. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Shua's face was ashen, as if he'd lost his parents. That damn bastard, flaunting his love for his woman right in front of him. The feeling made Qin Shua want to pull out a gun and shoot Jiang Bai on the spot. For a moment, Qin Shua felt his dignity shattered like never before. The murderous intent in his eyes deepened, and he even regretted not having someone take him out the very first time. Creak. Gritting his teeth, the veins on Qin Shua's forehead bulged. Jiang Bai, if I don't avenge this, I swear I'm no longer human. Yet, this was only the beginning. Love around the corner. Does it hold the beauty of love? The street beyond love's turn. Can I be the one to accompany you? Who did love meet at the corner? Will it stop your tears? Brother-in-law, you're unstoppable. Lin Xiaoxi heard her brother-in-law's singing and instantly went wild with excitement. At that moment, the livestream's viewer count skyrocketed past the 800,000 mark. Every single one of them was stunned. Holy crap! Bro-in-law. This is breaking the sky rhythm. Ahem, this level of talent, could he really dominate the music scene? Wah! Clap 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 clap. At that moment, the audience erupted in thunderous applause, punctuated by shrieks of excitement, sending the atmosphere into an unprecedented frenzy. Jiang Bai, I love you, woo woo woo. Love, who did you meet around the corner? Does it hold the beauty of romance? Oh my gosh. The lyrics are so beautiful, Jiang Bai must be a true genius. Hee hee, this song blows those trendy young idols out of the water. Damn it, I've decided to become a fan from now on. Jiang Bai, stop singing and come home with me, okay? I want to have so many little monkeys with you. One song makes him legendary. God Jiang is mighty. The phenomenon sparked a boiling frenzy of discussion, and things even got a bit out of hand at the venue. Originally, they'd come for the goddess Ruoxue, but who could have imagined encountering the ultimate trump card? No, impossible. At the corner of the concert venue, Lu Feifei stood pale-faced and unsteady on her feet. Listening to the frenzied girls around her, endless regret welled up within her heart. Jiang Bai's singing is actually this incredible. At that moment, Lu Feifei's mind went blank. Every one of her 12 trillion brain cells seemed to go into hibernation. If only she hadn't broken up with him back then. As she gazed at the dazzlingly handsome young man on stage, her lips curled into a bitter smile. Karma. Karma, indeed. At that moment, Lu Feifei had no mind left for studying. Her face was ashen, her heart filled with despair. Heaven's vengeance might be forgiven, but self-inflicted ruin was unforgivable. She'd shattered a perfectly good hand of cards. Who could she blame but herself? This. Su Lin was utterly dumbfounded, staring at the stage in disbelief. That guy had already reached such heights in the music world? Damn it! He even gave her the impression of being no weaker than herself, perhaps even on par with Lin Ruoxue. How could this happen? Such an outstanding singer. If only I'd known. The thought made Su Lin narrow her eyes. This guy was merely attending Lin Ruoxue's concert. If she had extended an olive branch or even used her own charms as bait, she might have snagged him. For a moment, Su Lin was consumed by this thought. She was always decisive. She knew clearly that if she could develop a relationship with this guy, the benefits she'd gain would be beyond imagination. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai himself had no idea he'd already caught the eye of the pop music scene's rising star. Put. At that moment, Qin Shua finally couldn't hold back any longer. A mouthful of blood spurted out. He truly couldn't control himself. As the blood sprayed forth, his face turned an eerie crimson, nearly fainting from the rage. I want to kill him right now. Qin Shua's eyes bulged, his face twisted into a terrifying grimace. As the eldest son of the Qin family, he had never endured such humiliation. This scene was nothing short of grinding his dignity into the dirt. Jiang Bai, I swear I'll skin you alive, grind your bones to dust, and scatter them to the winds to quench this rage in my heart. Little did Qin Shua know that his actions would unleash a catastrophic downfall upon the Qin family of Dongjiang, but that was a story for another time. Chapter 47, After that guy returns? He really needs to restore his authority as the head of the household. Backstage dressing room. Hey, your man's not half bad. Mum. Stepping off stage into the dressing room, a wave of perfume greeted him. Next, Jiang Bai found himself face to face with a stunning beauty offering him a kiss. Happiness arrived with startling suddenness. This girl was acting like a rebel. A French kiss ensued, showering the dressing room with sweet, steamy moments as the two embraced. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. As the passionate kiss continued, Jiang Bai's hands grew restless, covering her stunning curves. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson, clearly sensing something unusual. Jiang Bai, stop. This is a concert venue. Let's wait until we get back. Lin Ruoxue didn't even know how she'd uttered such a blatant statement, but she was genuinely terrified that he might lose control and take her right there. Of course, she didn't have much confidence in herself either. Fine, fine. Jiang Bai gave her breast a firm squeeze. We'll wait until we get back to your place, then your man can reassert his authority. Put. Restore your authority, my ass. Dream on. With tremendous effort, she reluctantly struggled free from the embrace of a certain guy, her face flushed and looking a little flustered as she left the backstage lounge. I'm off to sing at the concert. Phew. Only after leaving the backstage lounge did Lin Ruoxue breathe a sigh of relief. Recalling the scene just now, she pressed both slender hands against her burning cheeks. Oh my god, I was way too bold just now. Does Jiang Bai think I'm too easy? The thought made her anxious. Despite being a diva in the music world, she was a complete novice when it came to romance. Lin Ruoxue, remember to be more reserved next time, got it? Oof. But that guy, he really needs to assert himself again once he gets back. Recalling those words spoken by a certain someone before parting, Lin Ruoxue's heart fluttered once more. If he does assert his authority, should I resist? Or just let him have his way? Oh dear. Lin Ruoxue, what on earth are you thinking? The more she thought about it, the faster her heart pounded, and her cheeks flushed crimson once more. Oh no, she had to calm herself down quickly, or how could she possibly continue with the upcoming concert? Lin Ruoxue muttered to herself. If Jiang Bai ever found out, who knew how he'd react? When it came to being reckless, Jiang Bai was no ordinary man. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the attend Lin Ruoxue's concert and achieve immortality quest. Reward, mysterious treasure chest, plus 8 billion renminbi. Savoring the lingering fragrance of the captivating beauty, Jiang Bai heard the system notification of his reward being credited. Open the treasure chest. Without hesitation, Jiang Bai activated the mysterious treasure chest. After all, he was incredibly curious about what it might contain. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 20 Tangshan villas. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 500 million renminbi in wealth. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 3 bad luck cards. 3 consecutive notifications startled Jiang Bai. 20 Tangshan villas? Wasn't that the villa complex where that girl lived? Holy crap! This is going all out to be a god-tier tycoon. He immediately pulled up his attribute panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 20. Skills, God-tier music, God-tier culinary arts, God-tier driving, God-tier martial arts, God-tier orthopedic massage. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Tianyu Mansion No. 1 Villa X1, 100% shares of Zhang Group, 20 Tangshan villas, bad luck cards X3. Wealth, 34.935 billion renminbi. Passive skill, double consumption aura, below billion-fold. Jiang Bai's lips curved upward as he studied the attribute panel. His fortune would surpass 10 million in no time. But what exactly is a misfortune card? He understood the villa and the 100 billion fortune, but this misfortune card was clearly a first encounter. Host, the misfortune card is the polar opposite of the luck card. It inflicts relentless bad luck and misfortune upon its user, making it a veritable prankster's tool. Its specific uses are best discovered through personal experimentation. Note, the misfortune card violates heaven's will. Host, use with caution. Hearing the system's response, Jiang Bai froze. Misfortune? Constant bad news? And violating heavenly principles? This seemed like an essential tool for both home and combat. The thought sparked an intense urge in Jiang Bai to test its effects. He exited the system interface. This mysterious treasure chest was truly a marvel. Ding! Host alert, an assassin is attempting to kill you. Host's mortality risk, 0.0001%. Jiang Bai? What the hell? Life threat rate 0.0001%? That's lower than winning the lottery by a mile. What the hell is the system playing at? This danger alert is way too user-friendly. But, if assassins pose such a negligible threat to me, doesn't that mean my current combat skills are practically godlike compared to ordinary people? This is interesting? Jiang Bai smiled faintly at the thought. How long have I even had this system before an assassin came looking for me? Wonder what it feels like to kill someone. Jiang Bai murmured aloud, a faint crimson glint of bloodlust flickering in his eyes, perhaps a side effect of his god-tier martial arts. Well then, I'll meet this so-called assassin. A wicked curve spread across Jiang Bai's lips as he pulled out his phone and sent a message. Hey, sweetie, gotta run. See you at the villa, kisses. A few minutes later. Rying. In a corner of the concert audience, Qin Shua's phone rang again. Hello, Uncle Ling. What? That kid left the concert. Excellent. I'll meet up with you immediately. After hanging up, Qin Shua's face lit up with delight. Jiang Bai, looks like the heavens won't let you live much longer. But this is just as well. His eyes narrowed with a fierce glint as his mind spun with vengeful schemes. Perhaps I shouldn't kill him just yet. I'll turn him into a human pig first, then take Lin Ruoxue right in front of him. Just imagining that scene gets me excited. For a moment, Qin Shua was consumed by this thought, unaware that the assassin he'd hired posed less than 0.01% of a threat to Jiang Bai. The downfall of the Qin family began at this very moment. On the other side, leaving the concert venue, Jiang Bai drove straight toward the Tangchenipin villas. Before leaving, Yui glanced at the shadows outside the venue and was startled to see a car parked there. Inside sat Uncle Ling, the confidant of Qin Shua's father. Boy, your head will be the offering to the young master's banner of control over the Qin family. With a cold chuckle, Uncle Ling accelerated his car in pursuit. Everything had been meticulously arranged this time, the brat had no escape but death. He then pulled out his walkie-talkie, his voice icy as he transmitted, "The mission has changed. Sever the boy's limbs. The young master intends to turn him into a human pig. You brat! Daring to challenge the Qin family in Dongjiang? Next life, open your eyes and learn to behave." Over the years, Uncle Ling had carried out countless unsavory deeds for the Qin family. Little did he know what kind of being he was facing this time. Jiang Bai. Chapter 48. You've worked hard, baby. When we get back, I'll cook you a feast. Tangchenipin Villa, the only way in. Squeak. A sharp screech of brakes echoed through the air. A thick tree trunk lay across the road, blocking the way. Jiang Bai knew exactly what this meant. This was clearly the ambush spot set by the assassins. Open the door and get out. Uncle Ying's vehicle behind him also halted. Headlights illuminated the scene as he stepped out, waiting quietly for the young master's arrival. As for Jiang Bai, with two highly paid assassins lurking in the shadows, escape was impossible. Soon, Qin Shua's supercar roared to a halt. Thud. Slamming his door shut, Qin Shua stepped into the clearing and stared silently at Jiang Bai. Young man, long time no see. Oh? Recognizing the arrival, Jiang Bai understood. He'd wondered who it could be, never expecting it to be that spoiled second-generation rich kid from Dongjiang he'd beaten up just days ago. Oomph. This time next year will be your death anniversary. Qin Shua sneered coldly, his face twisting into a savage grin. But I won't let you die easily. I'll turn you into a human pig and that Lin Ruoxue right in front of you. Do it. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He couldn't wait to personally hack off Jiang Bai's limbs. The very thought sent shivers of excitement down his spine. Shoo! The moment Qin Shua's words fell, two shadows, seemingly fused with the night, closed in with astonishing speed. The cold tang blades glinted eerily in the moonlight. Paid to do the dirty work. Kid, die. The two figures were about to sever the tendons in Jiang Bai's arms. A cruel smile flashed across the faces of the two assassins. For killers as ruthless as them, taking down a mere youngster was far too easy. Crack! Crack! Jiang Bai, eyeing the suicidal assassins, showed no mercy. A crimson glint intensified in his eyes. With a single slap, both men flew sideways 7 or 8 meters, crashing violently into the ground. Their internal organs were instantly pulverized. They died before they could even utter a scream. What? Qin Shua stared at the two assassins' corpses in the distance, his face frozen in disbelief. You, how could you? Young master, flee now. Uncle Ling, witnessing Jiang Bai's extraordinary skill, wore an unprecedentedly grave expression. He held his dagger at the ready, clearly intending to cover their retreat so Qin Shua could escape. Uncle Ling, I. Seeing Uncle Ying's solemn expression, Qin Shua glared fiercely at Jiang Bai despite his reluctance. You brat, just you wait. Thud. Just as Qin Shua turned to drive away in his supercar, Yui watched a head fly through the air. To his horror, that head belonged to none other than Uncle Ling, one of his father's most trusted confidants. As for Jiang Bai, he had appeared a meter behind Uncle Ling at some point, tang sword in hand. Blazing speed. Qin Shua was so terrified his soul nearly left his body. His calves immediately cramped up, and he couldn't move a step. You, what are you doing, Jiang Bai? I warn you, I am the eldest son of the Qin family of Dongjiang, the future head of the Qin clan. If you dare kill me, my father. Before he could finish, Qin Shua found himself seized by the throat with one hand by Jiang Bai, suspended in midair like a dead dog, his gaze icy cold. Snap. With a slight tightening of his grip, Qin Shua's neck snapped cleanly. His eyes bulged wide in his final moments, unable to believe that the young man had actually dared to kill him. I show no mercy to my enemies. Jiang Bai stared at Qin Shua's corpse, especially the vivid image of the tang sword cleaving off Uncle Ying's head moments ago, his blood boiling. So this is what killing feels like. Not bad at all. Despite it being his first kill, Jiang Bai felt no discomfort whatsoever, oddly enough. Perhaps it was due to his god-tier martial arts, or maybe Jiang Bai himself harbored a bloodthirsty gene. Ring. Just then, Jiang Bai's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. Hello, Jiang Bai. The moment he answered, Lin Ruoxue's voice came through. And right at that instant, Qin Shua's corpse lay at Jiang Bai's feet. If Lin Ruoxue were to see this scene, who knew how she would react? What's up? Missing your man already? Hearing Lin Ruoxue's voice, Jiang Bai's bloodlust subsided somewhat and he teased her. Get lost. Are you at the villa now? What's that noise around you? Lin Ruoxue furrowed her delicate brows in puzzlement. Normally, the villa shouldn't have such loud background noise. Nothing. Just stepping out for some air. A couple of stray cats tried to bite me earlier, but I shooed them away. Glancing at the 4 corpses on the ground including Uncle Ying's headless body, Jiang Baiyun remained as calm as ever. Only the night breeze carried away the thick scent of blood. Stray cats? Hearing Jiang Bai's words, Lin Ruoxue naturally didn't suspect anything. She couldn't have imagined that the man before her eyes had just killed 4 people moments ago, including Qin Shua, the eldest son of the Qin family from Dongjiang. Then be careful on your way back. Lin Ruoxue said with concern. Since they were now boyfriend and girlfriend, her care felt perfectly natural. Don't worry. I'd never let my precious man get hurt. Jiang Bai chuckled playfully. Focus on the concert. Stop thinking about your man all the time. When I get back, your man will be all cleaned up and waiting to serve you. Put. Who said you get to serve me? Lin Ruoxue gave a light spit as she spoke. Even just making a phone call felt sweet and tender. The taste of love truly felt like an eternity apart. Today's concert was exhausting. I sang so many songs. Lin Ruoxue dropped her tough exterior, revealing her vulnerable side as she complained to Jiang Bai. Her expression seemed to say, baby's tired. You need to comfort me. You worked so hard, baby. When we get home, I'll cook you a feast to reward you. Lin Ruoxue giggled. You're not so bad after all. Gotta go now, I have another performance soon. Mwah. Before hanging up, Lin Ruoxue even planted a kiss on the phone. The cloyingly sweet scene felt unbelievable even to her, though she didn't notice it at the moment. How strange. After hanging up, Lin Ruoxue felt energized as if she'd been injected with adrenaline. The exhaustion from the concert seemed to lift. Could it be, love actually has benefits? Having no experience with romance, Lin Ruoxue tilted her head in curiosity, but ultimately couldn't figure it out. Why is my mind filled with thoughts of that guy? Oh no. Am I getting sick? She touched her smooth, fair forehead, checking her temperature. Nope, no way. How could this be? I'll get to eat that guy's cooking when I get back. I'm actually kinda hungry now. Chapter 49, The Bizarre Mission Reward Divine Tier Farming Technique? Dongjiang, a certain stretch of road. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as a stretch Lincoln was smashed by a sand truck, causing a horrific crash. The wealthy owner and driver inside the Lincoln were killed instantly. Shrieks echoed as onlookers turned pale at the scene. When the coroner's ambulance arrived, the deceased's identity was confirmed. Qin Sunhai, chairman of Qin Group. Lu Ming, the captain of the coroner's office, frowned as he surveyed the 2 bodies. The final determination concluded that the sand truck driver's fatigue had caused the disaster. Seal off the news of Qin Sunhai's death. Lu Ming issued the order immediately. After all, Qin Sunhai was the chairman of Qin Group, wielding considerable influence in Dongjiang. If news of his death in a car accident spread, it could spark unnecessary panic. At the very least, it couldn't be made public now. Ding dong. Lu Ming was wrapping up the accident scene when he received a call. Qin Shua has been murdered. Got it. I'm on my way. After hanging up, Lu Ming rushed straight to the crime scene, sensing something odd about the case. Soon, he arrived at the crime scene. Qin Sanghai's man, Uncle Ling, had his head severed by a tang sword. Qin Shua died from a crushed throat, suspected mutual suicide with the killer. After his team's investigation, they reached their conclusion, ultimately ruling it a contract killing. How ruthless. Not long after, Lu Ming received another tip from his informant. Staring at his phone screen, he froze in disbelief. What? Qin Shua's mother and her lover absconded with the company funds, leaving the Qin Group as an empty shell. Could it be, all this was orchestrated by Qin Shua's mother? Given the circumstances, Lu Ming couldn't help but think this way. After all, Qin Shua's mother was clearly the biggest beneficiary. While she might not have personally killed her own son, her lover certainly could have. Seal off all domestic and international airports. Arrest both suspects at all costs. Tangchen Ipin Villa, brightly lit. Oh. Lin Ruoxue, returning from the concert, inhaled the enticing aroma of the meal. Her face lit up with sweet delight. Well then, I'll dig in. Swallowing her saliva, Lin Ruoxue took a bite of Jiang Bai's delicious home-cooked meal. Take your time. It's just the 2 of us in the villa. No one's going to fight you for it. Jiang Bai affectionately ruffled Lin Ruoxue's hair, looking just like a doting father. Poof. Who told you to cook so well? How dare you blame me? Lin Ruoxue huffed in protest, a rarely seen side of her that looked absolutely stunning under the soft glow of the lamp. The breathtaking beauty sat there, her silky black hair cascading down like a waterfall, her features exquisitely delicate. Though she wore a sheer nightgown, it did little to conceal her ample bosom. Had anyone else witnessed this scene, they would surely have been green with envy. After a delightful dinner, they returned to the bedroom as usual. You must be tired. Let me give you a massage, honey. Lin Ruoxue naturally didn't refuse. Now that she was officially his girlfriend, she was entitled to enjoy the perks of having a boyfriend. And most importantly, his massages felt incredibly good. Having a boyfriend is truly wonderful. After enjoying her boyfriend's massage, Lin Ruoxue beamed with delight. Her exquisite lips curved into an involuntary smile of happiness. Every moment spent with this guy felt sweet and delightful. She loved this feeling so much. Right? Gazing at the lovely face of the beauty in his arms, there's something even better. Do you want it, baby? Poof. No way. Mum. Before she could finish, her lips were silenced by a kiss. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson, and she already had an idea of what would happen next. Things flowed naturally, and what was meant to happen, happened. 18,000 words omitted here. The next morning. Bird songs filled the sky, and the golden morning sun streamed through the window, bathing Qingqing's face in a radiant glow. Mum. Lin Ruoxue struggled to open her sleepy eyes, only to find a strikingly handsome face staring back at her. Memories of last night's events flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Ding dong. Just then, her phone buzzed with a notification. She tapped to read. Investigation reveals Dongjiang Qin Group chairman died in a truck accident caused by fatigue driving. His son Qin Shua was murdered in retaliation. Qin Shua's mother fled with her lover after embezzling funds. Qin Group now teeters on collapse as the Criminal Investigation Bureau intensifies pursuit of the mother and her lover. This station will continue to report. What? Reading the Dongjiang headlines, Lin Ruoxue's lingering drowsiness vanished instantly. Qin Shua, dead. Clearly, this push notification contained overwhelming information. The situation wasn't just Qin Shua's death, the entire Qin Group was in chaos. Revenge killing? At this thought, Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She had previously worried that Qin Shua might target Jiang Bai, but now that Qin Shua was dead, it might not be such a bad thing after all. If Qin Shua knew what Lin Ruoxue was thinking, who knows if he'd rise from the dead to confront Jiang Bai face to face. Revenge killing? I'm the one who got my neck snapped by that bastard Jiang Bai. Hey, girl, what are you staring at so intently? Just then, a pair of large hands swept around from behind, enveloping her curves. He inhaled the exquisite fragrance emanating from her body as he asked. You? Feeling the other's touch, Lin Ruoxue shot Jiang Bai a glare but made no move to stop him. You might not believe this, but that Qin Shua is dead. Oh. Is that so? Glancing at the news report on the girl's phone screen, he was well aware of the situation after all, he was the murderer himself. Qin Songhai is dead, and that bastard's mother and lover absconded with the money. Reading this, Jiang Bai froze. Damn, that bad luck card sure worked fast. Clearly, both Qin Songhai's death and the exposure of Qin Shua's mother's secret affair were the handiwork of that cursed card. A violation of heaven's harmony. Watching this unfold, Jiang Bai seemed to grasp the meaning behind the system's warning. A single misfortune card had completely crippled the Qin Group. System made, undoubtedly a masterpiece. TSK. The terror of the misfortune card was truly formidable. Ding. Host has triggered a random task, acquire Qin Group. Reward, God tier farming technique. As Jiang Bai pondered this, the system's task notification suddenly rang in his ears. Acquiring Qin Group made sense, but, what the heck was this divine tier farming technique? Farming technique? That sounds downright suspicious. Could it be tailor-made for that breathtaking beauty? Still, he couldn't help but wonder how powerful this divine tier farming technique might be. It sounded rather intriguing. Chapter 50, Curse Card Strikes, Zhao Zichen crushed to mincemeat, thanks to Tian Xiaolong, King of Gifts. A moment of tenderness, nestled close. Resting in her man's embrace, listening to his strong heartbeat, Lin Ruoxue felt utterly at peace. Oh, right. The beauty, inhaling Jiang Bai's scent, tilted her swan-like, snow-white neck. I have a gathering today and might not return until the afternoon. So I won't be able to spend the morning with you. It's fine. Jiang Bai smiled faintly. Actually, I have some things to take care of too. But let's cuddle a little longer, honey. Jiang Bai, you, giggles. The boudoir soon echoed with tantalizing giggles, and as expected, a little something extra was inevitable. After breakfast, Lin Ruoxue got busy with the gathering arrangements. Bye, honey. Don't miss me too much. Outside the villa, Lin Ruoxue's sweet, syrupy voice sent shivers down Jiang Bai's spine. Watching her speed away in her supercar, he thought, that girl, she's a real vixen. Just wait till she gets back, I'll show her. She's gotten way too big for her britches. After muttering to himself, Jiang Bai withdrew his gaze. But for now, I must secure that god-tier farming technique. Then, I'll make that girl taste my true power. The thought filled him with renewed vigor. He was determined to acquire the Qin Group. Anyone who stood in his way would die. Several minutes later, at the Emperor Tower. Squeak! A precise drift brought the car to a halt in an open parking spot, drawing a crowd of onlookers who all cast envious glances. This was none other than the headquarters of the Emperor Group. Lin Ruoxue had spent a staggering 300 million to purchase the entire building. And given its prime location on a bustling thoroughfare, it was only fitting that the headquarters chosen for the boss would be nothing less than exceptional. God-tier farming technique, here I come. A smirk curved his lips. For this acquisition of Qin Group, he had previously exchanged numerous incriminating documents against Qin Group's directors through the system. He expected these to play an unexpectedly significant role during the takeover process. Jiang Bai's objective was clear: acquire Qin Group at the lowest possible cost. Even if completing the system's mission, he wouldn't pay over the odds. That simply wasn't his style. Meanwhile, in the president's office of Dihao Group. Mr. Liu, what are your thoughts? Inside the office, a fashionably dressed young man brazenly eyed Lin Ruoxue's well-proportioned figure from head to toe. The intensity in his gaze made her deeply uncomfortable. Young Master Zhao, I'm sorry. Our Dihao Group is too small to climb aboard the Zhao Group's grand vessel. Lin Ruoxue politely declined. She knew full well that the Zhao Group was even more formidable than the Qin Group that had recently fallen from grace, a force neither she nor the Dihao Group could afford to antagonize. Moreover, she couldn't bring trouble upon young Master Jiang. Is that so? Zhao Ziqian's lips curved into a playful smile. No, cooperation is fine too. How about considering being my girlfriend, Ms. Liu? This. Lin Ruoxue's delicate brows furrowed. She knew full well that Zhao Ziqian was nothing but a spoiled rich kid who'd used his family connections to bully countless girls. Young Master Zhao's affection is flattering, but I know my place. I'm not worthy of you. Poof. Hearing her words, Zhao Ziqian waved his hand dismissively before stepping forward to wrap his arm around her slender waist. What's this about being unworthy? If you join me, I guarantee Emperor Group will soar to new heights. With a sharp slap, she knocked Zhao Ziqian's hand away. Her face turned cold. Mr. Zhao, please show some restraint. Keep this up and I'll call security. Security? Zhao Ziqian's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, his interest only heightened. You've got a fiery temper, just my type. Heh, if you've got the guts, go ahead and call them. Let them see how well their CEO handles it. As he spoke, Zhao Ziqian's true nature surfaced as he closed in on Lin Ruoxue, causing her face to turn pale. Hey, Lin Ruoxue, give in to me and you'll be well rewarded. Zhao Ziqian's eyes blazed with excitement. Later, this young master will show you what true pleasure in life feels like. You. Hearing Zhao Ziqian's blatant words, Lin Ruoxue felt her lungs explode with rage. If Zhao Ziqian succeeded, her life would be ruined forever. Bam! Just then, the office door burst open. Before Zhao Ziqian could react, a powerful slap sent him flying backward. He slammed into the wall 4 or 5 meters away, his face shattered with multiple fractures and countless broken ribs. Young Master Jiang, you're here. Spotting Jiang Bai, Lin Ruoxue hurriedly hid behind him. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziqian, struggling to his feet, glared at Jiang Bai with a savage expression. Damn it! Who the hell are you, you bastard? How dare you hit me? Smack! Before Zhao Ziqian could finish, Jiang Bai's backhand sent him flying out of the office, slamming hard into a desk 10 meters away and shattering it to pieces. Say one more word, and you die. A frigid gaze settled on Zhao Ziqian. The icy glare made Zhao Ziqian shudder. Kid, you've got some nerve. You'll pay for this. With that, Zhao Ziqian clutched his stinging cheek and stormed out. Today's humiliation would be paid for with that brat's life. Young Master Jiang, Watching Zhao Ziqian's retreating figure, Lin Ruoxue's heart leapt to her throat. I'm sorry, young Master Jiang. I've caused you trouble. It's nothing. Jiang Bai waved dismissively, not even glancing at Zhao Ziqian. Just some spoiled rich kid. He got what he deserved. I came today to discuss something with you. As Lin Ruoxue closed the office door, the staff of Dihao Tower collectively gasped. Holy crap, that young man just now, was he their boss? So intimidating. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully activating the bad luck card. Target, Zhao Ziqian. 8 hours. Watching the countdown before him, Jiang Bai knew Zhao Ziqian was finished. After all, the system had explicitly warned that defying the heavens was no joke. Minutes later, outside Emperor Tower. Put. Kid, whoever you are, you're dead meat. Zhao Ziqian stared coldly at the Dihao building behind him. As the second young master of the Zhao family in Dongjiang, he had never endured such treatment. Boom! Just then, a speeding SUV roared past, with no fewer than a dozen police cars in hot pursuit behind it. Boss, there's someone up ahead. The driver of the murderer's gang shouted to the boss in the back seat. The scar-faced leader glanced at Zhao Ziqian, who was cursing under his breath, and barked, "Shut the up! Run him over!" The massive SUV's momentum was overwhelming. Before Zhao Ziqian could react, he was crushed beneath the beast-like vehicle. Clearly, it was all due to the curse card. Boom! After the driver crushed Zhao Ziqian's skull, he lost control of the steering wheel and slammed into the nearby guardrail. The vehicle came to an abrupt halt, its front end caved in by nearly half. In the next instant, over a dozen vehicles from the Criminal Investigation Department surrounded the scene. Dozens of armed officers encircled the area, guns drawn. Soon, Lu Ming, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Department, arrived on the scene. Secure the area. No one is to enter or leave. Poor Zhao Ziqian, under Jiang Bai's curse of misfortune, didn't even know how he died. Now he lay crushed beneath the SUV, reduced to a pitiful pulp, a sight too gruesome to behold. Chapter 51, Jiang Bai, Ruoxue might be in danger. Emperor Group, President's Office. Ding. Lin Ruoxue's phone buzzed with a message. Her pupils dilated sharply upon reading it. 3 billion. Young Master Jiang, what is this? Even Lin Ruoxue sucked in a sharp breath, nearly popping the buttons off her blouse. No wonder Zhao Ziqian harbored ill intentions toward her. This sum was truly irresistible. This money is for the task I'm assigning you next. Acquire Qin Group. The calm voice rang in Lin Ruoxue's ears like a thunderclap. What? Young Master Jiang, you intend to acquire Qin Group? Clearly, this leap was a massive shock to Lin Ruoxue. After all, while Dihao Group was now on the right track, it still couldn't compare to an entity like Qin Group. Ahem. Young Master Jiang, 3 billion is no small sum, but Qin Group's market value approaches 50 billion. This might be. Lin Ruoxue cleared his throat. Though he didn't state it outright, the implication was clear. While substantial, the funds would still pose considerable difficulty in acquiring Qin Group. Therefore, there's also this. Jiang Bai produced a USB drive he'd prepared earlier. This contains incriminating evidence against numerous Qin Group directors. If submitted to the Ministry of Justice, every single one of them would spend the rest of their lives behind bars. Evidence? Young Master Jiang, you possess such material? This is excellent. Lin Ruoxue's eyes flashed with excitement at her boss's words, but she then gazed toward the Qin Group building. Young Master Jiang, with this leverage in hand, we could easily secure the board without spending 3 billion. I'm confident those directors won't refuse. As Lin Ruoxue spoke, Jiang Bai shook his head meaningfully. It's possible, but far too risky. As the military strategist says, when besieging an army, leave an escape route. When pursuing a desperate foe, do not press too hard. To grow a business, one must avoid making too many enemies. The Qin Group board is now filled with fear. If you were in their shoes, threatened with incriminating evidence, do you think they might resort to desperate, last-ditch resistance? Hearing this, Lin Ruoxue felt a chill run down her spine. Young Master Jiang speaks wisely. I am enlightened. Thud. Just then, Lin Ruoxue's secretary burst into the room, a fair-skinned, beautiful young woman named Shelley. President, it's a major crisis. Zhao Ziqian was run over by a killer's SUV downstairs and turned into mincemeat. Secretary Shelley's face was deathly pale. She had just returned from buying bubble tea when Zhao Ziqian's accident occurred, and she had witnessed the horrifying scene of his head being crushed beyond recognition. Even now, her stomach churned violently. What? Hearing Shelley's words, Lin Ruoxue's face twisted in disbelief. Zhao Ziqian was crushed to a pulp. Yes, President. I saw it with my own eyes. The memory made Shelley retch. It was horrifying. Not a single bone was left intact. Oh? Hearing this, Jiang Bai glanced out the window at the dozen police cars parked in front of the building. Crushed into mincemeat, the extent of the misfortune card's divine retribution was truly horrifying. Ding. Host spent 3 billion renminbi, triggering double rebate, earning 6 billion renminbi. As he marveled at the power of the misfortune card, the system's voice rang in his ears. Triggering a double rebate and securing 6 billion renminbi meant that this acquisition of Qin Group not only cost him nothing but actually netted him 3 billion. This feeling was rather satisfying. A faint smile involuntarily curved Jiang Bai's lips. Got it. Lin Ruoxue nodded. Shelley respectfully bowed to her boss before leaving the office, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Phew. She'd been genuinely terrified just now. If she'd walked in on her boss and the president doing, well, she'd have been packing her bags and out the door. Ring ring. Just then, Jiang Bai's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. Hello, Sister Ning. An anxious voice came through the line. Jiang Bai, Ruoxue might be in danger. Remember I mentioned someone in the music industry was plotting against Ruoxue? That person is Su Lin. Today, Su Lin invited Ruoxue to Nightingale Bar. I'm afraid she might harm Ruoxue. Please go check on her. I was planning to go, but something came up at work. I'm already at the airport now. All right. Jiang Bai recognized the urgency in her voice and realized Lin Ruoxue had likely already met with Su Lin. Ruoxue, I'm handing the Qin Group acquisition over to you. I have to leave first. With that girl's safety at stake, Jiang Bai naturally wouldn't linger. Young Master Jiang, take care. Lin Ruoxue saw Jiang Bai off to the lobby of the Imperial Capitol building. By now, Zhao Ziqian's mangled corpse had been cleared away, though a faint scent of blood lingered in the air. Traces of blood still stained the floor, stark reminders of the horrific accident that had just unfolded here. Ding. As the supercar pulled away from Imperial Capital Tower, Zhou Yuning sent the location of Nightingale Bar. Jiang Bai, please hurry. I can't get through to Ruoxue's phone. Hearing Zhou Yuning's words, Jiang Bai's expression darkened, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Su Lin, don't push me to my limit. Or else, not even the heavens themselves could save you. With god-tier driving skills, Jiang Bai speed shot past 180 km/h, turning into a black streak as he raced toward Nightingale Bar. Nightingale Bar, a private room. Ruoxue, congratulations on your concert's resounding success. Su Lin narrowed her eyes subtly, watching the red wine in Lin Ruoxue's glass. They clinked glasses, and then, under Su Lin's triumphant gaze, Lin Ruoxue downed the entire glass. Perfect. Watching Lin Ruoxue swallow the drugged wine, she thought triumphantly, it's done. Now we just wait for the drug to take effect. Then I'll deliver her to young Master Zhao, set up the sting operation, and capture the footage. By then, this will be completely at my mercy. Lin Ruoxue, oh Lin Ruoxue, you're still too green to mess with me, Su Lin. Soon, Lin Ruoxue's vision began to blur. Ruoxue, are you okay? Su Lin feigned concern as she spoke. Only now did Lin Ruoxue begin to feel a vague unease. Though unsure if Su Lin had ulterior motives, she knew she absolutely couldn't faint here. The consequences would be unimaginable. I'm fine. I just need to make a call. Just as she retrieved the phone Su Lin had turned off, she collapsed onto the table. Staring at the drugged, flushed beauty of her face, Su Lin's jealousy flared, her hatred deepening. Oof. Tonight, I'll see just how uninhibited you really are. How exciting. Su Lin murmured to herself as she carried the drugged Lin Ruoxue toward a prearranged location. The thought of soon capturing compromising footage of this made her lips curve into an uncontrollable smile. Little did she know the nightmare her current actions would unleash. Chapter 52, Explosive Revenge, Su Lin's nightmare unfolds. Nightingale Bar, sensual room. Click. The door swung open. Su Lin laid the slender Lin Ruoxue on the bed. Standing in the room was a strikingly handsome young man, Zhao Ziqing. Yes, Zhao Ziqian's older brother. His eyes lit up at Lin Ruoxue's stunning beauty. He gave Su Lin's ample bosom a firm squeeze, earning a flirtatious glare from her. Young Master Zhao, once we finish filming this video, Lin will surely reward you handsomely. Su Lin's gaze was seductive. Unsurprisingly, Zhao Ziqing was one of her backers. Otherwise, with her looks and talent, she wouldn't have risen so quickly to become a rising star in the music industry. Our Lin really understands me. Zhao Ziqing tore off Su Lin's clothing, revealing her beautifully wrapped back, making his gaze burn even hotter. After we finish filming this video, I want both of you to giggle, no problem. Su Lin giggled coquettishly. But for now, young Master Zhao should try this little beauty first. Rumor has it this little thing is still a virgin, perfect for Zhao Xiao's taste, I bet. Oh? Su Lin's provocation clearly drew Zhao Ziqing's attention to Lin Ruoxue, whose stunning face sat nearby. Is that so? Then I'll deal with you later. A wicked smile curled his lips as Zhao Ziqing strode to the bedside. His gaze lingered on Lin Ruoxue's ample bosom, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. Such a charming beauty tonight, she'll be mine. Go for it, Zhao. Seeing everything set and ready, Su Lin cheered for Zhao Ziqing. The harder he worked, the happier she'd be, and the better the footage would turn out. Recording has started, Zhao. You can begin any time. Su Lin stared intently at the recording, not letting up for a moment, determined to capture every moment that brought her pleasure. Lin Ruoxue, you. This should finish you off. Su Lin sneered coldly, I'll toy with you until you're utterly ruined. Don't worry. This is only the beginning. A sinister curve twisted her lips. Su Lin silently resolved to repay Zhao Xiao with utmost devotion later. Zhao Ziqing wasn't just her sugar daddy, he'd also just pulled a major favor for her. Then let's begin. Zhao Ziqing wasted no time, swiftly stripping off his shirt to reveal his shoulders. It must be said, his muscular physique held undeniable appeal for women. Next, he reached out and undid one of Lin Ruoxue's buttons. Next, half of her magnificent bosom was exposed. At that moment, Zhao Ziqing felt his breath catch. Such beauty. Heaven has been kind to me, Zhao Ziqing. As he spoke, he began violently tearing at her clothing. Su Lin watched with growing anticipation. Bam! At the critical moment, a thunderous kick echoed. The locked door was kicked off its hinges and crashed to the floor. A sharp slap followed, sending Zhao Ziqing flying like a streak of light into the wall. Blood gushed from his 7 orifices, and at least 5 or 6 ribs snapped. Ruoxue! Jiang Bai stared, his eyes crimson with fury, at the exposed button and half of her ample bosom. Su Lin, you're asking for death. Jiang Bai, why is it you? A sharp slap sent Su Lin crashing to the floor before she could finish her sentence. Watching the video he was recording, Jiang Bai's murderous intent surged skyward. He couldn't bear to imagine what would have unfolded here had he arrived even a moment later. Su Lin, you. Very well. You've truly succeeded in enraging me. His eyes narrowed as an unprecedented rage burned within Jiang Bai. Since you enjoy setting traps, I'll let you play to your heart's content. His gaze turned icy as he exchanged 2 doses of sunburst powder from the system store. He slipped one into Su Lin's mouth and the other into Zhao Ziqing's, though Zhao Ziqing's dose was 10 times stronger than Su Lin's. And this sunburst powder was at least 10 times stronger than the drug Su Lin had taken. One could only imagine the ordeal awaiting Su Lin next. Such a delightful spectacle deserves to be shared, better to enjoy it together than alone. Next, Jiang Bai flicked his right hand, activating a stealth drone equipped with cutting-edge tech. Simultaneously, the drone automatically hacked into the Dousha livestream platform. Since Su Lin craved fame, he'd grant her wish. RIP. After everything was set, Zhao Ziqing's eyes turned bloodshot. He violently tore Su Lin's clothes to shreds, exposing her impressive figure to Jiang Bai's gaze. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully redeeming and using the soundproof card. 100 renminbi consumed. 8 hours. The soundproofing card instantly enveloped the entire room. He certainly didn't want anyone else to interrupt what was happening here. Such a golden opportunity for Su Lin to become famous overnight couldn't be cut short. Before exiting the soundproofing card's range, Jiang Bai's lips curled into a cruel smile. He had already heard Su Lin's agonized cries of strain. Mum. Lin Ruoxue was clearly feeling the effects of the drug now. Jiang Bai, is that you? Spotting Jiang Bai, Lin Ruoxue immediately clung to him like a clingy bear, though her state was clearly spiraling out of control. Looks like we have to return to the villa first. Soon, Jiang Bai was speeding toward the nearby Tianyu Mansion Villa No. 1 in his supercar. Meanwhile, on Dousha Live, the stream exploded with unprecedented intensity due to Jiang Bai's actions. Fans flooded the livestream, eyes wide as they stared at the high-definition footage. Holy crap, is Doushark Live giving out freebies? The is so extreme. Ahem, this woman's figure is absolutely killer, but why does she look so familiar? But holy crap, it's Su Lin, the pop diva. Holy crap, free content? Goddess Su Lin sacrificed way too much. Hey, who knew Doushark was this awesome? Finally doing something decent. Gulp, they're not even censoring the coughing? When did Doushark become so lenient? Holy crap, is this live? It's way more intense than any movie. In under 10 minutes, the live stream's viewership surged past 30 million. Clearly, Su Lin's live action was absolutely explosive. If she knew this heated battle had been witnessed by so many netizens, who knows what she'd think? Meanwhile, in the airport lounge. Ding! A push notification popped up. Zhou Yuning clicked on it with a hint of curiosity and was completely stunned by what she saw. Oh my, this. Her cheeks flushed crimson like a sunset. After all, she was still a young maiden, never having encountered such a scene before. Good heavens, what on earth is happening? Su Lin actually did that with a man. She's completely ruined her future. She gulped nervously, glancing at the boiling live chat before stealing a peek at the screen. Rumor had it that kind of thing felt amazing, wondered if it was true or not. Chapter 53, Let go of Goddess Su Lin, let me handle this. Dongjian University, dormitory. Put. Zhou Hao's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the screen, unable to look away. He nearly choked on his tea. Holy, 2nd and 4th, come quick. Dousha is giving out freebies. Su Tiancheng, bonus my ass. I'm in a 5-man team pushing towers. Damn it. Lin Xiao stopped mid-sentence, his eyes wide as saucers, unable to look away. Suddenly, pushing towers with his squad felt less appealing. Damn, are live streams this intense now? Zhou Hao gulped hard. This chick's got some serious skills. Seems like she's a pop diva too. Man, that jerk got lucky. Damn, I'm so jealous. I'm thanking the streamer's ancestors 8 generations back. Su Tiancheng's eyes widened as he stared at the screen, simultaneously opening his phone's screen recorder. Holy crap, if this got flagged by the censors, it'd definitely get banned. Downloading it to savor every moment, wouldn't that be awesome? You bastard, you're shameless. Zhou Haolin and Lin Xiao watched Su Tiancheng's sneaky move, shooting him a look of contempt. Yet, they immediately activated their own screen recording modes. Such smooth, seamless execution, utterly insane. The Dongjian University chat group exploded with excitement. 66666, Goddess Su Lin, I love you. Goddess Su Lin never disappoints, her solo skills are terrifyingly good. Wow, Goddess Su Lin is so selfless, sacrificing her future just to treat us fans. Love it. Love it. Do Xiao Dad nailed it. Holy crap, one dares to stream, the other dares to show this heifer's climbing trees and soaring to the heavens. Wait, is this actually Goddess Su Lin streaming herself? If so, she's playing the game to the max. Rice and rifles? Let go of Goddess Su Lin, I'll take over. Every second, hundreds of messages flooded the group chat, a testament to its boiling fervor, and this was merely a drop in the ocean of the internet's heated discussions. Doushark platform was under immense pressure. Damn it! Who can tell me what the hell is going on? Dousha Live's CEO, Wei Mingyuan, stood with a face as dark as storm clouds. Beside him were directors from every department, all too afraid to utter a single word. Ahem, President Wei. The data department director, ultimately bearing the greatest responsibility, wiped away a cold sweat. A top-tier hacker infiltrated our servers 15 minutes ago, and this pop-up immediately appeared. We've tried every method and contacted the hacker's mentor, but we can't locate and kick the stream. We are powerless. Wei Ming Yuan, what do you mean powerless? Even the hacker couldn't trace the data source? Investigate. Wei Ming Yuan's expression turned icy. Find the data source at any cost. This incident has extremely negative implications. If handled poorly, Dousha might face restructuring or even closure. Yes, Director Wei. Several directors swallowed hard, responding with unwavering resolve. Yet they all knew the odds of locating the data source were slimmer than winning the lottery. Meanwhile, at the Zhao family villa in Dongjiang, Yuan grateful son. Zhao Dongfeng nearly choked on his own blood as he watched the live stream his men had pulled up. Do Sharks is courting death. Sir, I had it investigated. Gulp. One of Zhao Dongfeng's confidants' mouth twitched. The young master had gone too far this time. The entire internet knew about it. Even if the Zhao family had divine powers, they couldn't suppress this. The Do Sharks CEO's explanation is consistent. A top-tier hacker infiltrated the Do Sharks platform. They're also searching for the data source. But we have absolutely no clue where this livestream is coming from. The young master's phone is turned off and blocked from location tracking. Listening to his subordinate's report, Zhao Dongfeng's expression darkened further. But misfortune never comes alone. Ring ring. At that moment, the villa doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he was startled to find Inspector Lu Ming and his team standing there. Captain Lu? Suppressing his anger, Zhao Dongfeng eyed Lu Ming suspiciously as the latter stood with a grave expression. Mr. Zhao, during our pursuit of the murderer today, your second son, Zhao Ziqian, was struck and killed by the suspect's SUV. This is his body. This is the surveillance footage. Then, an officer from the inspectorate played the surveillance footage from in front of the Emperor's tower. Already devastated, Zhao Dongfeng watched as his second son was crushed into a pulp by the SUV. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. Blood surged upward, and he collapsed unconscious on the spot. Master! The sudden scene utterly terrified the entire Zhao family. It took a long while for Zhao Dongfeng to regain consciousness, but the once spirited Zhao Dongfeng now looked 20 years older. The second son was crushed beyond recognition, while the first had brought utter disgrace upon the family. The Zhao family was finished. Mr. Zhao, please compose yourself. Lu Ming bowed slightly to Zhao Dongfeng before leading his men out of the villa. Ding! Just then, a female staff member's phone behind them buzzed with a notification. She tapped it open, her eyes widening in shock as her face flushed crimson. She caught the live stream of the battle unfolding. A shrill scream pierced the night air. With the live stream's viewership now exceeding 100 million, the scene had descended into utter madness. You're out of your mind. Lu Ming glared at his subordinate, this female assistant being his newly taken apprentice. Can you keep it together? What's with all the fuss over nothing? No, it's not that. Her cheeks flushed crimson to her ears. She'd never witnessed anything like this before. Master, look. She reluctantly held her phone toward her master, and other curious operators peered over as well. Gulp. Every single one of them, their pupils suddenly contracted. Lu Ming nearly choked on his own spit. How dare you? Lu Ming's anger flared instantly. The net of justice is vast. To broadcast this openly? Get me to the Doushao platform immediately. I'll see who gave them the guts to do this. Ring ring. Just then, Lu Ming received a call from Director Jing. Hello, Director. Yes, I'm here. What? Alright, I understand. After hanging up, Lu Ming froze in place, his gaze shifting toward the Zhao family villa behind him, filled with sympathy. The Zhao family really can't catch a break. A mysterious hacker infiltrating Dousha, but the impact on the Zhao family is just too devastating. Master, what's wrong? Clearly, the female staff member was baffled by Lu Ming's abrupt change in demeanor. Find the live stream data source immediately. If this continues, the negative repercussions will be immeasurable. Lu Ming knew the director had personally intervened, meaning the situation had escalated beyond his control. Damn hacker. If I ever find out who you are, I'll make sure you rot in prison for the rest of your life. The other staff members swallowed hard at the upright captain's words, glancing sideways at the livestream. Honestly, Zhao Ziqing deserved it. Why couldn't such good fortune land on them instead? Sigh. Chapter 54. Su Lin, you really are a nasty piece of work. Villa number 1, Tianyu Mansion. Rying. No sooner had he laid Lin Ruoxue on the bed than Jiang Bai's phone rang. He answered it without thinking. Hello, Jiang Bai. Zhou Yuning stared at the live stream screen, her face flushed crimson as she struggled to steady her emotions. How is Ruoxue? Rest assured. Jiang Bai glanced at the stunning beauty on the bedding only to find Lin Ruoxue now completely naked. His eyes widened in shock. Clearly, Su Lin's drug had been potent. Ahem, it's nothing. Once I got to the bar, I just made up an excuse to take Ruoxue away. Jiang Bai, who had already prepared his story, said this. Of course, he wouldn't mention that the girl had been drugged and nearly assaulted, especially with Su Lin's livestream trending all over the internet. This matter had to remain his secret alone. Phew. Hearing Jiang Bai's words, Zhou Yuning exhaled deeply. She glanced back at the livestream, feeling both tense and exhilarated. She darted her eyes around nervously, afraid someone might notice. Is that so? Well, that's good. I need to board the plane. Gotta go. After hanging up, Zhou Yuning felt something unusual happening to her. Her cheeks flushed bright red. Myself, how could this be happening? Su Lin, you really are a poisonous influence. She glared hatefully at the livestream, the frustration of being unable to do anything about it gnawing at her. Zhou Yuning, who had always been firmly anti-marriage, pressed her lips together. Maybe I should find a boyfriend too. It seems like that feeling might be quite pleasant. The thought made Zhou Yuning's heart pound wildly. Seeing her best friend's radiant happiness only intensified her longing for that kind of experience. But first, maybe I should change my underwear. The thought made her cheeks flush, and she hurried toward the restroom, dragging her suitcase behind her. Soon, airport restroom. After changing her underwear, Zhou Yuning didn't leave. Instead, she put on her headphones and watched for a while longer. During this time, her flushed face and delicate fingers brought her some relief, though the thought of anyone outside seeing this scene would surely drive them mad. Oh no, how could this happen? After washing her hands, Zhou Yuning stared at her reflection in the mirror. The events that had just unfolded left her both embarrassed and flustered, yet the sensation was strangely wonderful. After much internal struggle, Zhou Yuning took a deep breath. No way. I absolutely must find a boyfriend soon. Otherwise, if this keeps up, something's bound to go wrong. Speaking of which, Jiang Bai is so handsome, doting, and incredibly talented. The thought filled her eyes with envy. She couldn't help but sigh wistfully, if only Jiang Bai were my boyfriend. Sigh. Inside the villa, after hanging up the phone, Lin Ruoxue's medication clearly began taking effect, and Jiang Bai found himself pushed down. You little. Before Jiang Bai could finish, Lin Ruoxue pressed her lips against his. Unfortunately, Su Lin's scheming had not only ruined her own reputation but also benefited Jiang Bai. If she knew how he reacted, who knows what her reaction would be. Soon, the room echoed with the sounds of passion. Meanwhile, in the Qin Group conference room. Gentlemen, how should we proceed given the current situation? Cai Jinquan, the second largest director of Qin Group, wore a look of deep concern. With all members of the Qin family having perished, the shares would be redistributed according to convention. Barring any surprises, he would become the director holding the largest stake in Qin Group. Well, the chairman's wife absconded with company funds, and all sides are eyeing us greedily. I propose auctioning off the group. Impossible. Qin Group is the culmination of our lifelong efforts. How can we simply hand it over like that? Then what do you propose? The directors were deeply divided, and the scene descended into chaos. Just then, click. The conference room door swung open. A graceful figure stepped inside, flanked by 5 or 6 subordinates. Leading them was none other than Lin Ruoxue. By the time the others snapped back to attention, Lin Ruoxue had already taken her seat at the chairman's position. Who the hell is this brat? Who are you? The meeting room erupted in chaos. This was a Qin Group board meeting. How could a woman suddenly appear and take the chairman's seat? She clearly meant trouble. Gentlemen, please calm yourselves. I have come here with one purpose only, and that is. Her voice trailed off as the director's gazes fixed on Lin Ruoxue. To acquire Qin Group. Here is the acquisition contract for your review. Her associates promptly distributed a copy to each director present. You. Seeing this, Cai Jinquan suppressed his anger as he glanced at the acquisition contract. However, upon reading the terms, he burst into laughter out of sheer exasperation. Dihao Group, you have quite the appetite. You expect to acquire Qin Group, valued at 50 billion yuan in our city, for a mere 3 billion yuan? Director Cai, please don't rush to reject it. Lin Ruoxue, naturally armed with her trump card, wasted no time having another set of documents placed before each person. Take a look at the documents before making a decision. Ha! Hearing Lin Ruoxue's confident tone, Cai Jinquan couldn't help but glance at the documents out of curiosity. But the moment he did, his composure vanished. The other directors, too, found their foreheads covered in a fine sheen of cold sweat. You're threatening us, girl. Having navigated the business world for over 2 decades, Cai Jinquan recognized the scene all too well. Director Cai, don't put it so harshly. Lin Ruoxue had the directors of Qin Group firmly in her grasp. You have 2 choices before you. 1. I have these documents sent to the inspectorate. 2. Take 3 billion back and retire comfortably. This. At these words, the directors exchanged glances before their eyes settled on Cai Jinquan, who held the largest shareholding. Ha! Weighing the pros and cons, Cai Jinquan took a deep breath. I agree to the acquisition. Staring at the documents before him enough to land him in prison for life, he dared not gamble. He simply couldn't afford to. I agree. Approved. Watching this scene, Lin Ruoxue's lips curved into a smile. The acquisition of Qin Group proceeded smoothly thereafter. Watching Kai Jinquan and his entourage depart, Lin Ruoxue gazed out at the distant scenery surrounding Qin Group and exhaled softly. With Qin Group secured, I finally completed young Master Zhang's task. Meanwhile, Su Lin's live-streamed battle had finally drawn to a close. It had certainly satisfied the voyeuristic desires of countless viewers. As for Su Lin herself, she had successfully ruined her reputation. If she were to find out about this, who knows if she wouldn't go completely mad. Chapter 55. Jiang Bai, are you crazy? Don't you fear exhausting yourself? Nightingale Bar, inside a room. Whoa. Staff entered the room and sucked in a breath at the gruesome scene. Holy crap, I never imagined that livestream was happening right here in our bar. Man, that Su Lin sure is something else. Two staff members gazed at the scene with admiration, their eyes lingering meaningfully on Su Lin, her eyes filled with terror, her mind clearly unstable. At that moment, she resembled a walking corpse. Xiaobin, you wait here. I'll go get the manager. With that, the veteran staff member left, leaving the new hire, Xiaobin, behind. Swallowing hard, Xiaobin watched his colleague depart. Gritting his teeth, he thought, the bold survive, the timid perish. How about? You, don't come over, Before the deranged Su Lin could finish her sentence, Xiaobin had already taken his pleasure. About 10 minutes later, Xiaobin, thoroughly satisfied, smoothed out his clothes. Damn, that felt amazing. Xiaobin, looking every bit the gentleman, flashed a lecherous grin. Su Lin shrank back under the covers, her face now etched with terror. Manager, you're here. Xiaobin greeted the manager with a polite, almost human-like tone. If the manager and others knew what Xiaobin had just done, they'd be green with envy. Quick, help young Master Zhao up. The bar manager swallowed hard. Though Zhao Ziqing had fallen from grace, he was still the Zhao family's eldest son. If anything happened to him at Nightingale Bar, the manager would be the one to take the fall. Soon, Lu Ming arrived with officials from the inspectorate. Xiao Qian, go help Su Lin get dressed. Furrowing his brow, Lu Ming instructed his apprentice. Master, All right. Xiao Qian, the female inspector, flushed crimson. She'd returned to the inspectorate and watched the live feed for quite some time. Though she knew it was wrong, her curiosity had ultimately gotten the better of her. A short while later, Su Lin was dressed, while Zhao Ziqian had already been rushed to the hospital. He was unconscious. Master, she seems to have suffered severe trauma. Her mental state is unstable. Xiao Qian looked at Su Lin before her. The terror in her eyes, combined with the scene she had witnessed, nearly 8 hours of trauma, had inflicted immense psychological and physical damage. It would be strange if she didn't have problems. Take her away. Find a psychologist to counsel her. Lu Ming's face twisted with disgust. He had always despised such people. It's scum like this that makes society so rotten. Ring ring. Just then, Lu Ming received a message from the hospital. What did you say? Zhao Ziqing has fallen into a coma? His physical exhaustion has left him in a vegetative state? Got it. After hanging up, Lu Ming's expression darkened once more. Investigate who has come in and out of this room. Don't overlook a single clue. This. Another staff member frowned upon hearing this. Captain, the bar's surveillance system is completely down. Reconstructing the sequence of events is practically impossible. The next morning. A faint blush tinged her exquisite face as Lin Ruoxue opened her sleepy eyes. Her heart skipped a beat at first, but seeing Jiang Bai sleeping beside her, she relaxed with relief, knowing yesterday's incident involved her own man. Then, memories surged like a caged tiger breaking free, flooding her mind. Oh my god. Recalling last night's events, Lin Ruoxue could scarcely believe it. A cold sweat broke out across her delicate frame as a wave of dread washed over her. It was that Su Lin. She remembered clearly, after drinking that glass of red wine at Su Lin's gathering, she'd felt dizzy and disoriented. What happened next was hazy. It seemed Su Lin had led her to a room, and when she regained consciousness, she was already in the villa. Hey, did you sleep well last night? Lost in thought, Lin Ruoxue was abruptly snapped back to reality by a sudden remark. She looked up to find someone staring intently at her, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. She replied softly, Jiang Bai, if it weren't for you yesterday, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Obviously. She knew full well that without Jiang Bai, yesterday wouldn't have just ruined her reputation, it would have destroyed her life. Hey, why be so polite to your man? Besides, didn't you already repay your man yesterday? Before Jiang Bai could finish, Lin Ruoxue covered his mouth. You, keep talking. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the acquisition of Qin Group. Reward, God-tier farming technique. Amidst the banter, the system's voice echoed in Jiang Bai's ear. Hearing he'd acquired the God-tier farming technique, he couldn't help but curve his lips in amusement. The farming technique was finally his. Instantly, a warm glow spread throughout his body, an oddly pleasant sensation. He casually pulled up his attribute panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 20. Skills: God tier music, God tier culinary arts, God tier driving, God tier martial arts, God tier bone setting massage, God tier farming technique. Items: Bugatti Veyron X1, Tanyu Mansion Villa number 1 X1, 100% shares of Jiang Group, 20 Tangshaniping Villas, Bad Luck Card X1. Wealth: 37.935 billion renminbi. Passive skill: Double consumption aura, up to 100 million times. Seeing his wealth increase further on the attribute panel, especially the physical changes brought by farming technique, Jiang Bai's combat desire surged significantly. After all, system-provided items never disappoint. Jiang Bai, you. Mum. Feeling Jiang Bai's movements, Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson. Before she could react, her lips were silenced by a kiss. After nearly half an hour of passion, Lin Ruoxue leaned against his chest, shooting him a playful glare. Jiang Bai, you're out of your mind. Don't you fear exhausting yourself? Her words carried a hint of protest, yet her face betrayed no trace of blame. Instead, it was painted with a sweet, lingering smile. The taste of love felt so good. Hey, we're just getting started. Your man here is quite formidable. I'll make sure you become the happiest woman in the world. His large hand covered her ample bosom, and Jiang Bai reveled in this state, or rather, it was something no man could resist. Put. What nonsense. Who would want to be your happiest woman? Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed a lovely crimson. Lost in her own thoughts, she felt herself growing even fonder of the man she was clinging to. Being with someone you love makes even your words taste sweet. It's truly delightful, Lin Ruoxue thought, tightening her grip on his arm. Chapter 56, 300 million villa, you good-for-nothing brat, stop right there. Inside the room. Ha! Lin Ruoxue, who had intended to check the time on her phone, suddenly noticed a push notification from Su Lin. Curiosity piqued, she tapped on it. Ah, this. Seeing the unblocked video of their heated encounter, Lin Ruoxue's eyes widened. That's Su Lin, how could she? The unspeakable footage made Lin Ruoxue's face flush crimson like the evening sunset. Uncontrollably, she recalled last night's scene. Their own battle was no less intense than Su Lin's, yet only Su Lin's had been broadcast across the entire internet. The outcome was predictable, that Su Lin was playing with fire and burning herself. So that's the infamous Su Lin. Jiang Bai, the drama queen, glanced at the video. Girl, you're way better than her. Lin Ruoxue. Put. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Ruoxue shot Jiang Bai a reproachful look. Could this guy even hold a conversation? What did he mean by saying she was way better than her? Was that supposed to be a compliment? After lingering over her impressive curves for a moment, Jiang Bai reluctantly pulled his large hand away. Wait here. Husband's going to make you breakfast. Poof. At least you have a shred of conscience. Watching the figure leave the room, Lin Ruoxue's lips curved into a faint smile. Considering last night's exertion, she'd definitely need to eat a hearty breakfast to replenish her energy. Ring ring. Upon arriving in the kitchen, just as Jiang Bai was about to start preparing breakfast, his mother called. Hello, Mom. The moment he answered, his mother Chen Haixu's voice came through. You little rascal, where are you right now? Send me your location. I'm already at Dongjiang Station. What? Hearing his mother's words, Jiang Bai froze, then glanced up at the villa. Mom, you came to Dongjiang? Stop wasting time. Hurry up. Beep beep beep. His mother hung up after that single sentence, leaving Jiang Bai a bit dazed. Still, he sent his location. Mum. Lin Ruoxue, freshly washed and dressed, padded downstairs. The aroma of breakfast wafting through the air instantly made her stomach growl. She clearly had little resistance to that guy's cooking. Jiang Bai, are you ready yet? Her sweet, soft voice echoed through the house. If the outside world knew about this scene, who knew how crazy her fans would go? By now, Lin Ruoxue's graceful figure had already entered the living room. It's all your fault. Every time you cook, it's so delicious. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell chimed. Noticing Jiang Bai preparing breakfast, Lin Ruoxue showed good sense. I'll get it. She padded toward the door, assuming it was something that Guy had ordered and planning to sign for it. At this hour, it must be Mom arriving. Glancing at the time, Jiang Bai's lips curved into a smile. Come to think of it, this would be their first meeting as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. But that girl was probably wearing a nightgown without anything underneath earlier. Maybe he should have reminded her earlier. Click clack. The door swung open, revealing a woman standing before Lin Ruoxue. Startled, she stammered, "Who are you?" Clearly, the woman standing before her wasn't what she'd expected. Wasn't it supposed to be the delivery person? Ha! Chen Haixu froze upon seeing the stunningly beautiful woman before her. She glanced at the doorplate Villa number 1, Tianyu Mansion. Correct. Young lady, you must be Jiang Bai's girlfriend, right? Lin Ruoxue. Noticing the other's surprise, Chen Haixu plastered on a smile. That brat was quite the catch, finding such a gorgeous girlfriend. I'm Jiang Bai's mother. Ah. Hearing Mrs. Zhang's words, Lin Ruoxue's mind reeled. She glanced down at her sheer nightgown. Auntie. I need to change into something else. She scampered upstairs with little paws, looking rather flustered. Jiang's mother watched with a smile. That girl was quite something indeed. You little brat, you've gone completely mad. Mrs. Jiang stormed into the villa. So you've got a pretty new daughter-in-law now, and you can't even be bothered to answer your own mother's call. Whoa. Before she could finish her sentence in the living room, she was stunned by the opulence before her. How much did this renovation cost? Jiang Bai emerged from the kitchen, removing his gloves. Mom, you're here. Well, how about your son's villa? Seeing his mother's stunned expression, Jiang Bai's lips curved upward. He'd anticipated this reaction. It would have been strange if she hadn't reacted this way. After all, this was something their family couldn't have afforded even if they'd gone without food or shelter for a lifetime. You little brat, what did you just say? Clearly, Jiang's mother had latched onto the most crucial detail. This villa, it's yours, not your girlfriend's? Of course not. Jiang Bai then recounted the entire story of the villa number 1 at Tianyu Mansion. His mother's reaction was explosive. 300 million yuan for this villa. In that instant, Jiang's mother twisted her right hand around her son's ear. You good-for-nothing brat, you spendthrift. Mom! Seizing a moment when his mother wasn't paying attention, he wriggled free from her grasp, causing her to stumble. You little brat, you dare run away. Stop right there. She grabbed a broomstick and began chasing him around the living room. This? Lin Ruoxue changed into a proper outfit, a white long-sleeved blouse, black pencil skirt, black stockings, and high heels. Paired with her stunning looks, she radiated goddess-like charm. After all, this was her first meeting with her future mother-in-law, so she naturally wanted to present her best self. However, when she entered the living room, she froze at the sight before her. Her future mother-in-law was chasing after that guy, beating him up. It was hard to imagine that the person being chased was the same man who could take down 30 Special Forces soldiers. Jiang Bai, stop right there. Jiang's mother kicked out at her son's backside, only to have him dodge it effortlessly. Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but chuckle. This mother-son duo was quite the pair. You little rascal, running so fast now. Seeing she couldn't catch her son, Jiang's mother set the broom aside. Her expression shifted instantly as she spotted her son's stunningly beautiful girlfriend, plastering on a smile. Ahem, dear, don't take offense. That brat just needs a good smack. It's only natural. After a pause, Jiang's mother studied Lin Ruoxue closely. Young lady, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. You look just like a celebrity. Lin Ruoxue blushed upon hearing this. Auntie, my name is Lin Ruoxue. I'm the celebrity you mentioned. Jiang Bai watched the first meeting between his mother and his girlfriend, fearing his mom would be labeled a wicked mother-in-law. Lin Ruoxue. Jiang's mother murmured for a moment before turning to stare at her son's girlfriend in disbelief. Young lady, you're the pop diva, that. Lin Ruoxue? Good heavens. Jiang's mother looked as if she were in a dream. You little rascal, your girlfriend is the queen of pop? Mom, breakfast is getting cold. Let's eat and talk. Jiang Bai guided his mother to the dining table. Lin Ruoxue swallowed hard, her stomach growling with hunger. She took a bite of the grilled sausage. It tasted absolutely delicious. That guy's grilled sausage was the best she'd ever had. Chapter 57, Triplets? Lin Ruoxue is pregnant? At the dining table. Whoa. After tasting her son's tofu soup, Jiang's mother froze in surprise. You little rascal. Your cooking skills are amazing. Even the soup from that 5-star hotel chef couldn't compare to yours. Jiang's mother, who frequently attended gatherings, had sampled the skills of many 5-star chefs. Her son's culinary talent was at least on par with theirs. Auntie, you didn't know about Jiang Bai's cooking? Lin Ruoxue's pretty face flashed with astonishment at Mrs. Jiang's remark. Mrs. Jiang shot her son a glare. Of course I didn't know. That little rascal kept it too well hidden. With cooking skills like this, I wouldn't have lifted a finger in the kitchen back in the day. Ahem. Mom, mind your language. Seeing his mother's true colors emerge, Jiang Bai kindly reminded her. Image my ass. You good-for-nothing son, you've deceived me so thoroughly. Recalling all the years she'd catered to their every whim, she shot her son a fierce glare. If it weren't for Ruoxue, I'd break your legs. Jiang Bai. This was precisely why he hadn't wanted his mother to come. After all, under her tutelage, even the most unruly students would be tamed into submission. Ugh. Just then, Lin Ruoxue gagged and dashed into the bathroom. Jiang's mother froze, concern welling up. Sweetie, are you okay? Her son had a pop diva as a girlfriend. She had to take good care of her. With so many wolves and so little meat, let alone a girl as beautiful and outstanding as Ruoxue. I'm fine, Auntie. Lin Ruoxue felt slightly embarrassed, her cheeks flushing faintly. Sorry, Auntie. I've been feeling queasy for some reason these past few days. These past few days? Nauseous? As someone who'd been through it, Jiang's mother eyed her son's girlfriend suspiciously. Sweetie, let me ask you something. Have you been feeling constantly tired and sleepy, bloated, and experiencing acid reflux? Lin Ruoxue, Auntie, how did you know? Clearly, Jiang's mother had hit the nail on the head. Hearing her son's girlfriend's response, Jiang's mother's heart sank and she immediately adopted a more serious tone. Ruoxue, you and Jiang Bai are both adults. I won't beat around the bush. After a pause, Jiang's mother delivered the bombshell. How long has it been since your first time? Mom, you. Hearing his mother's question, Jiang Bai was stunned. What was his mom playing at? Shut up. Before Jiang Bai could finish, his mother's piercing glare silenced him. Though he could easily overpower special forces soldiers like slicing vegetables, he couldn't stand up to his own mother. After all, the psychological scars from childhood beatings ran deep. It's been over a month. Lin Ruoxue answered her aunt's question honestly, knowing she couldn't hide anything. Hearing this time frame, Jiang's mother felt even more certain. Young lady, you kids are so careless, no precautions at all. Based on my experience, you're probably pregnant. What you just experienced was morning sickness. Ah. Hearing Joan's mother's words, Lin Ruoxue's pretty face paled. Pregnant? That can't be. Put. Hearing his mother's words, Jiang Bai was stunned. Mom, don't scare me. Ding. Host has triggered a random quest, go to the hospital to confirm pregnancy. Reward, max level beauty, plus 9 billion renminbi. Hospital checkup? What the hell? The system's sudden intervention left Jiang Bai reeling. Could it be she really is pregnant? Whatever. First, get checked at the hospital. It can't be that one time, right? How about going to the hospital for a checkup? Son, you're finally being sensible for once. John's mother nodded in agreement at her son's suggestion. Sweetie, go get checked at the hospital. It'll give us peace of mind. All right. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson as panic truly gripped her heart. She wasn't ready to take on the role of a mother. But if she really was pregnant, what would she do? Would she have to terminate it? Dongjiang Hospital. The family of 3 entered the gynecology clinic. The attending physician was an obstetrics and gynecology specialist well past 60. As he reviewed the test results, the doctor's brow furrowed slightly. This startled Jiang Bai. What the hell? Furrowing his brow? Doctor, is my daughter-in-law pregnant? John's mother's heart was in her throat. How could she not be concerned about her grandchild? Yes. She is indeed pregnant. The specialist's voice echoed through the room. John's mother's eyes flashed with sharp focus, while Lin Ruoxue's mind reeled. She was really pregnant. Jiang Bai was stunned. What the hell? He was about to become a dad? Doctor, are you sure you didn't misread it? Mistaken? Hearing Jiang Bai's doubt, the specialist seemed to see right through him. If I can't even tell whether someone is pregnant or not, then I'm truly unworthy of the title specialist. You brat! Jiang's mother glared at her son before turning to the specialist. Doctor, he's just overexcited. Please don't take offense. It's fine. The specialist waved it off and turned to Lin Ruoxue. Don't get too excited just yet. She is pregnant, but there's something unusual about her. Jiang's mother immediately sensed trouble. What do you mean, special? Doctor, please don't scare me. It's good news, not bad. The specialist offered a reassuring smile to Mrs. Jiang. The reason she's special is that the ultrasound shows 3 gestational sacs, meaning 3 fetal hearts and 3 embryonic buds. Put simply, your daughter-in-law is carrying triplets. Ha! Hearing the doctor's words, John's mother's eyes widened in shock, then filled with overwhelming excitement. Doctor, you said, triplets. Correct. The specialist nodded. This is an extremely low probability, indicating your son has excellent physical constitution. Young man, impressive. As he spoke, the specialist turned to Jiang Bai and gave him a satisfied nod, making the young man blush. What? Lin Ruoxue was completely dumbfounded. Triplets? But Her mind flashed back to that first night they met. Just one time, and not only did it hit the spot, but she was carrying triplets? Good heavens. Young lady, this also explains why your pregnancy symptoms are more pronounced. Have you noticed feeling much hungrier lately? The expert's words startled Lin Ruoxue. Upon reflection, it was indeed true. She had assumed it was because Jiang Bai was such a good cook, but who would have thought part of it was due to her pregnancy? Young man, while triplets are rare, the mother endures far more than an ordinary pregnancy. You must take extra care of your wife. Especially during the later stages. And make sure she gets proper nutrition. After all, she's eating for 4 now. What the expert said next was a blur to Jiang Bai. He was utterly stunned by this sudden news. Holy crap, not only was he about to become a dad, but he was about to become a dad to triplets. What the hell? Is my DNA that FING awesome? Chapter 58, Think Mom's Nagging Annoying? See if I don't break your legs in seconds. Outside the examination room. You little brat. After the checkup, Zhang's mother glared fiercely at her son. The kid reminded her of those scumbag men she saw in the news. Look at what you've done. Poof. He couldn't resist adding a cold snort. Ruoxue, if this brat ever bullies you again, come tell auntie. I'll break his legs. As someone who'd been through it, Jiang's mother knew all too well the agony of pregnancy, especially triplets. The slightest mishap could leave lasting complications. Just like back then, when she and Jiang's father met through an arranged blind date. He'd been so impatient he couldn't hold back, dragging her to a hotel room and getting her pregnant right away. Men really were all clumsy oafs. This brat was even worse than his father, like son. Inside the extended wheelbase supercar. Ruoxue, you've done the Jiang family a tremendous service. Jiang's mother gazed at her stunning daughter-in-law, who had just removed her sunglasses, feeling utterly satisfied. And to think she was carrying triplets. That brat was quite capable, after all. Auntie, Lin Ruoxue flushed crimson at her future mother-in-law's words. She'd only intended to test the waters of a relationship with that guy who could have guessed she'd end up carrying his children, and triplets at that? Enough. Jiang's mother cut Lin Ruoxue off, then glared at Jiang Bai. What are you standing there for? Hurry to the mall and buy clothes for my 3 grandsons. Royal Maternity Baby Flagship Store. Ruoxue, don't you think these little outfits are adorable? Upon entering the maternity store, Jiang's mother was drawn to the international luxury baby brand's newborn outfits. Lin Ruoxue gazed at the adorable little outfit, her pretty face lighting up with anticipation. She imagined the 3 little ones wearing it, their cute and adorable expressions already making her heart race with excitement. Auntie, lovely lady, you have excellent taste. This is our latest design this year, handcrafted with 100% pure, natural, pollution-free fabric. It's also our royal maternity flagship style, priced at 8,888 renminbi per piece. If this price were known outside, it would absolutely shock people. Good grief, 8,888 renminbi for a newborn's little outfit? That's practically robbery. After all, it's just a small piece of fabric. Sure, it's prettier and better quality, but it's way too expensive. Alright, I'll take this one. Jiang's mother waved her hand generously, then thought for a moment. Get me 9 of them. Ha! Hearing Jiang's mother's request, the sales assistant froze. Ma'am, are you sure you want 9? Of course. Jiang's mother glanced at her diva daughter-in-law beside her. We're expecting triplets. 3 pieces per little one isn't unreasonable, is it? Hearing this, both the flagship store sales staff and other customers turned to look. Especially the young women, their eyes sparkled as they gazed at Jiang Bai. Triplets. That handsome guy, he's amazing, a total treasure trove of a guy. If only I could get his genes, maybe I could have triplets too. No, quintuplets would be even better. Ding. Host spent 880,000 renminbi, triggering 300x cashback. Received 264 million renminbi. Ding. Host spent 1.56 million renminbi, triggering a 200x rebate, receiving 312 million renminbi. Ding. Host spent 960,000 renminbi, triggering a 500x rebate, earning 480 million renminbi. After a full half-day of shopping, the extended wheelbase supercar was already stuffed to the brim. As for how much cashback he received, Jiang Bai had no idea, but it was definitely over 1 billion. Mom, are you sure you don't want to stay in Dongjiang for a couple more days? Jiang Bai asked his mother. He'd thought he'd take her sightseeing since she'd made the rare trip. Forget it. Jiang's mother was preoccupied with matters at Rongqing Elementary School. It's not good to keep having others substitute for me, especially since I'm the homeroom teacher. Also, don't tell your father about Ruoxue's pregnancy yet. She paused, her gaze fixed on Jiang Bai. With your father's temper, if he finds out you're pregnant out of wedlock and carrying triplets at that, he'll definitely unleash 7 wolves to chase you down 18 streets. Jiang Bai, He didn't want to admit it, but his mom was probably right, he'd experienced that firsthand since childhood. Alright then. Clearing his throat, Jiang Bai shuddered at the thought. Though he was skilled in combat, he couldn't exactly fight his own father. Seeing her son understood, Jiang's mother didn't press further. She simply reminded him, oh, and you little brat. After Ruoxue gets pregnant, her needs might be a bit stronger than before. You better watch yourself, don't go overboard. Jiang's mother glared at her son as she spoke. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson. Was Auntie referring to, oh my goodness. Back when she was pregnant, her father-in-law wouldn't listen to reason, and she suffered through it all. She couldn't let her daughter-in-law repeat her mistakes. Got it. Mom, you're so naggy. Jiang Bai retorted irritably. His mother feigned a swat at him. You little brat, think your mom's nagging? You think I won't break your legs in a minute? She glared at her son, then turned to Lin Ruoxue with a forced smile. Don't mind him. This brat deserves a good smack every day. It's fine. Lin Ruoxue's lips curved into a faint smile. It was clear he was definitely her own flesh and blood. Oh, right. Jiang's mother removed the jade bangle from her wrist. This is the Jiang family heirloom passed down to our daughter-in-law. They say it's incredibly valuable. I'll give it to you too. This. Auntie, it's far too valuable. Lin Ruoxue hurriedly tried to refuse, but Jiang's mother deftly slipped the bracelet onto her wrist. Silly girl, calling me auntie? Say mom for me. With seamless ease, Jiang's mother took Lin Ruoxue's delicate hand and spoke, making it seem to outsiders as though they were best friends. Mom! Facing her future mother-in-law's prompt, Lin Ruoxue blushed and forced herself to call out. Thinking back to their fake marriage, did this mean they were turning the charade into reality? Ah! Hearing her daughter-in-law's sweet voice touched Jiang's mother right in the heart, her smile stretching wide enough to reach her ears. Chapter 59, Honey, do you like your husband more now? Hee, good, very good. While Jiang's mother exclaimed thus, Jiang Bai rolled his eyes at his mother. However, mindful of her formidable presence, he dared not say much more. Ruoxue, you have no idea your father and I always wanted a daughter. Who would have thought we'd end up with a debt collector instead? Mom, you. Jiang Bai's forehead creased with exasperation. Why did his mom have to air all their family's dirty laundry in public? What's wrong with that? Don't you dare stop me. If it weren't for you, your father and I would have been traveling the world by now. She shot her son a glare, her words dripping with venom. Fortunately, Jiang Bai had thick skin, otherwise, he'd never have survived this long. Ah! Lin Ruoxue froze at her future mother-in-law's words. How could this aunt be just like her own mom? Her mom adored sons but ended up with 2 daughters, while this aunt wanted a daughter but had a son instead. For a moment, Lin Ruoxue felt both amused and exasperated. Soon, the station came into view. Mom, goodbye. Lin Ruoxue bid farewell to her future mother-in-law. Jiang's mother beamed, Ruoxue, I'll come visit you as soon as I get the chance. You little brat. Her gaze shifted to Jiang Bai, her expression darkening. You better take good care of Ruoxue, you hear me? If she loses even a single ounce. You're asking for your legs to be broken, aren't you? Put. Hearing her husband speak like this, Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but burst out laughing. Jiang's mother snorted. Good for you, kid, you know your place. Ruoxue, make this brat do all the dirty and exhausting chores. He's tough as nails and never gets tired. Jiang Bai. Well, he was thick-skinned and didn't know fatigue. This was truly his own mother. Don't worry, Mom. If he dares bully me, I'll come to you for justice. Lin Ruoxue, now backed by a powerful ally, shot Jiang Bai a look that left him stunned. What the hell was that look? Had his mom led him down the wrong path? The thought was terrifying. The thought of his stunning wife being corrupted by her mother, that image, was simply unimaginable. Ah, now that's more like it. Jiang's mother nodded with satisfaction, waving as she headed toward the station waiting hall. As for not loving her own son? Impossible. Her divine assistance was just a bit unconventional seemingly for her daughter-in-law, but truly all for Jiang Bai. En route to Tianyu Mansion. So I'm going to be a dad. Jiang Bai was still reeling from the shock of what had just happened. Oof. And it's all your fault. Seeing the guy acting all smug after getting his way, Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but roll her eyes. My fault? Hey, you haven't forgotten that you were the one who initiated it last time, have you? Before he could finish, Lin Ruoxue covered his mouth. Don't you dare say another word. Of course she hadn't forgotten. That encounter had been entirely her doing. In other words, Jiang Bai was the victim. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of visiting the hospital to confirm pregnancy. Reward, max level appearance, plus 9 billion renminbi. Amidst the banter, Jiang Bai heard the system's voice in his ear. Max level charm secured. He immediately pulled up his attribute panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 20. Skills, God tier music, God tier culinary arts, God tier driving, God tier martial arts, God tier bone setting massage, God tier farming. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Tianyu Mansion Villa number 1x1, 100% shares of Zhang Group, 20 Tangcheniping Villas, Bad Luck Card X1. Appearance, 100, of course, every reader here has an appearance rating of plus. Wealth, 49.035 billion renminbi. Passive skill, double consumption aura, up to 100 million times. A subtle shift rippled through Jiang Bai's appearance. Lin Ruoxue, who had been grumbling about someone, glanced at him suddenly. Ha! Lin Ruoxue looked at the driver suspiciously. Jiang Bai, you seem to have gotten more handsome. Oh. Jiang Bai curved his lips. Does that mean you like your husband even more now? Lin Ruoxue. Put. You've got some nerve. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a glare. This guy was seriously full of himself. Growl. Before long, Lin Ruoxue's stomach growled in protest, making her cheeks flush red. My son wants to eat. I'm heading back to prepare dinner. Poof. Lin Ruoxue gave a coy snort, her cheeks still flushed. How do you know it's a son and not a daughter? As she spoke, her stunning face radiated sweetness. Her delicate hand caressed her belly. Pregnancy didn't feel as dreadful as she'd imagined. Most importantly, she could now openly boss someone around. After dinner. Burp. Lin Ruoxue let out a satisfied burp. Clearly, her triplets were getting plenty of nourishment. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Jiang Bai, did I eat too much? She furrowed her delicate brows, noticing her appetite seemed to have grown even larger than before. Her pretty face twisted in distress. No girl was indifferent to her figure. Not at all. Didn't the doctor say you're eating for 4 now? He gazed at the beauty before him, then teased, later, before bedtime, give our little treasures another good nourishing meal. Ah, you, pfft. Hearing that guy's lewd remark, Lin Ruoxue spat at him. Nice try, but no way am I falling for that. After a moment of playful banter, they headed into the bedroom to prepare for bed. Ugh. As Lin Ruoxue nestled into Jiang Bai's embrace, ready for intimacy, a sudden sharp pain shot through her chest. It hurts. What's wrong? Jiang Bai watched her delicate brows furrow and asked with concern. Well, it's just, it hurts so much here. Saying this, Lin Ruoxue glanced down at her ample bosom. Chapter 60, Ruoxue, you are pregnant with triplets. Hey, you don't have a lump down there, do you? Jiang Bai asked with a peculiar expression. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed. How did you know? Ahem, well. I looked it up online. Apparently, that lump is caused by accumulated infant nourishment. If it doesn't dissolve, it'll only get worse. Ah. Lin Ruoxue's pretty face paled. She was already in excruciating pain. What if it got worse? How about I give you a massage? Jiang Bai swallowed hard, his gaze lingering on her ample bosom. Lin Ruoxue hesitated to refuse, but the pain surged back. All right, fine. But be gentle. As she unbuttoned her shirt, the sheer expanse of her chest was revealed. Jiang Bai froze, startled. It seemed to have grown even larger than before. Seeing that big oaf staring right at her there, Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson. Poof. Finished staring? Get to work massaging. She shot a reproachful glance at a certain guy, wishing she could find a blanket to cover her face. This was so embarrassing. Ahem. Well, who can blame us when our baby's so amazing? You. Hearing that guy's words, Lin Ruoxue shot him a glare. Too big? Could she be blamed for that? She was troubled by it too. As Jiang Bai's massage techniques unfolded, a cool sensation flowed deep within Lin Ruoxue, feeling quite magical. Under his touch, the swelling quickly dissolved. You know how to do this? As the throbbing pain faded, Lin Ruoxue looked up at Jiang Bai. Of course. Jiang Bai gazed at the breathtaking beauty before him. See? Having a husband isn't so bad, huh? Put. You never get enough of taking advantage. Lin Ruoxue glared at the guy. Take your hands off me. You, how dare you? After Jiang Bai withdrew his hand, he sniffed the spilled juices and took a taste. Lin Ruoxue's eyes widened in shock. Was that guy out of his mind? Hey, better than letting it go to waste. Seeing the beauty blush, he added, I'm going to take a shower. I'll make sure to nourish my darling properly later. This guy. Hearing his words, scenes of what was about to happen flashed through Lin Ruoxue's mind. Auntie had just warned her not to do it too often, and this guy was already turning around too. Next, Lin Ruoxue dialed her best friend's number. What? Ruoxue, you're pregnant? With triplets. In a high-end apartment in the metropolis. Zhou Yuning emerged from the shower, having just finished drying herself off and placed the towel on the chair. Her flawless figure was now exposed before the full-length mirror, though her attention was clearly elsewhere. After all, she was alone in the house, no need for modesty. Holy crap! Jiang Bai is incredible, he got you pregnant with triplets in one go. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. After agreeing to visit her best friend once this busy period ended, Zhou Yuning hung up the phone and couldn't help but glance at her flawless figure reflected in the full-length mirror. Ah, what a pity. If I'd known my little brother had such an amazing big brother, I should have made my move first. Who knows? Maybe I'd be the one with triplets right now. Zhou Yuning pondered this. If Lin Ruoxue found out, would they fight 300 rounds? I treated you like a best friend, and you had the nerve to covet my man. Especially since her bestie had even met Jiang Bai's mom and bought her so many things, clearly doting on Ruoxue. Envy flooded Zhou Yuning's face. If only I could find a boyfriend as perfect as Jiang Bai. The bathroom door slid open. Jiang Bai emerged wrapped in a towel, his 8-pack abs exposed to the air. The visual impact left Lin Ruoxue momentarily stunned. She hadn't realized his physique was this impressive before. Hey, girl, done staring yet? What part of your man haven't you seen? Hearing his words, Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson. Put. Who was looking at you? You narcissist. The proud girl turned her head away, but her mind was filled with images of every part of that guy, making her cheeks flush even redder. That damn guy must have done it on purpose. With the triplets' estrogen levels surging, Lin Ruoxue's desires naturally intensified. After a little teasing, under the plowing technique, a battle of attrition was inevitable. By the way, Jiang Bai. Afterwards, during their tender moments, Lin Ruoxue nestled into Jiang Bai's embrace, tilting her swan-like, snow-white neck as she gazed at her man with rippling eyes. I just called Yuning. She said she wants to be the godmother to the 3 little ones. What do you think? After all, these were their children. She wouldn't casually agree to anyone else, not even her best friend. It was a matter of respect for Jiang Bai. Well, about that. Since she's your best friend, godmother is absolutely fine. Holding the woman in his arms, Jiang Bai felt a surge of emotion. Pregnant women possessed remarkable resilience, but it felt rather good. There's one more thing. Lin Ruoxue hesitated, stealing a glance at Jiang Bai as she tentatively asked, "It's about the concert tour. I'd like to finish it before going on maternity leave." "Of course. If you don't agree, I won't hold the concert." Clearly, compared to holding the concert, she was more concerned about the potential rift it might cause with Jiang Bai. "Well, fine. Calculating the timeline, she'd only be 3 months pregnant after the tour. But you must be extremely careful." "Don't worry, I'll take care of myself." Hearing Jiang Bai's consent, Lin Ruoxue exhaled in relief. "Husband, you're so kind. Ruoxue still wants you to make it up to me. Is that so?" Listening to the words of the woman in his arms, clad in nothing but delicate lingerie, especially the ample curves in his hands, he thought, well, you're practically offering yourself up. "I'll gladly accept, honey." Chapter 61, Brother-in-law, you say, my sister's having triplets. The next day. "Husband, well, I'm leaving." Outside the villa, Lin Ruoxue clung to Jiang Bai's embrace, reluctant to leave. Her slender arms wrapped tightly around his broad waist as she inhaled his scent, feeling increasingly unable to part from him. "All right, go on." He affectionately ruffled Lin Ruoxue's hair before helping her into the supercar. "Sweetie, don't go thinking about your man once you're gone. If you really miss me, just video call your man and handle it yourself." Hearing the heartless remark, Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson. She shot Jiang Bai a fierce glare and spat, "Pfft. What nonsense are you spouting? Shame on you." With that, she stomped on the gas pedal, her face burning hot as she sped away from the villa. What kind of take care of it yourself? What did he take her for? That guy's mind was way too dirty. Oof. Lin Ruoxue thought to herself, but then something occurred to her, and she suddenly giggled. Video chat and taking care of it herself? That guy. How could he even think of such a thing? That Jiang Bai, he's so mean. Just leaving you hanging for a few days. Lin Ruoxue muttered while driving, though she must admit, being held in that big oaf's arms felt surprisingly nice. Not long after she left, a taxi pulled into the villa. Squeak. The taxi pulled up in front of Villa Number 1, Tianyu Mansion. As the door opened and someone stepped out, a slender figure appeared, none other than Lin Xiaoxi. "Oh my. Finally got 2 days off, so I'm crashing at my brother-in-law's place for free meals, hee." As she spoke, Lin Xiaoxi casually swiped her magnetic card to unlock her brother-in-law's villa door. This scene sent sparks flying in the eyes of her livestream fans. A flurry of 666 comments flooded in, instantly pushing her follower count past the 1,000 mark. Staring intently at the livestream screen, it was still early, maybe they'd catch her brother-in-law waking up? Hee. Of course, it would be even better if he wasn't wearing anything. What a treat that would be. The door swung open. As before, Lin Xiaoxi tiptoed into the living room, only to find large and small packages piled beside the sofa. Diapers? Baby bottles? Formula? A possibility flashed through Lin Xiaoxi's mind. Oh my god, no way. Could my sister be pregnant? Ha, Xiaoxi, you're probably right. This is definitely suspicious. Exactly. It can't possibly be for sister Xiaoxi herself, that would be ridiculous. Ahem. Diapers aside, baby bottles and formula? That's definitely for a newborn. Exactly. That's how my sister-in-law prepped when she had her baby. It's confirmed Xiaoxi's sister-in-law is definitely pregnant. Way to go, brother-in-law. You've really made Xiaoxi's sister pregnant. Fans in the livestream chat erupted in heated discussion, viewership skyrocketed, and comments flooded in like water hitting a hot pan. Bro-in-law. Her sweet voice sent shivers down the spines of the livestream audience. Holy crap, having a sister-in-law like that would make them smile in their sleep. Jiang Bai, busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen, heard the familiar voice and emerged. Xiaoxi, what brings you here? Hearing her brother-in-law's words, the live chat erupted with knowing grins. What brings you here? Don't you know what it could be besides food? Hee, brother-in-law, did Xiaoxi miss you or something? Lin Xiaoxi certainly wouldn't admit she was coming for the food that would make her seem petty. Saying this made her brother-in-law seem important. After all, she was about to eat the delicious food he'd prepared. Miss me? Jiang Bai shot his sister-in-law a sly look. Just wait. Breakfast will be ready soon. Heh, you really do understand me, brother-in-law. Lin Xiaoxi giggled, then called toward the kitchen. Brother-in-law, I'm going to take a shower first. Giggle, giggle, giggle. With that, Lin Xiaoxi toddled off toward the bathroom. But before the live stream viewers could even see her enter, she'd already slipped off her jacket and ended the broadcast. Damn it, Xiaoxi, you can't do this to us. You're just killing us, Xiaoxi. You're getting naughty. I've got my pants down, and this is what you show me. Xiaoxi, hurry up and restart the stream. I can't hold myself back anymore. Oomph, baby's upset. Xiaoxi, you'll lose fans if you keep this up. Whatever, let's just watch Goddess Su Lin's video first. TSK. Hey, bro, I forgot to record it. DM me. Better to share the fun than enjoy it alone, count me in. And just like that, fans were going wild. Their numbers plummeted rapidly, clearly all rushing to rewatch Su Lin's special treat. That video was absolutely worth watching over and over. Burp. Moments later, after finishing her delicious soup noodles, Lin Ruoxue glanced suspiciously at the baby formula and diapers beside her and confirmed, "Brother-in-law, my sister isn't actually pregnant, is she?" "Yeah. She just found out yesterday." Jiang Bai had never intended to hide it, so he told his sister-in-law straight up, "Your sister is expecting triplets." Put. Just as she was about to swallow a mouthful of broth, her brother-in-law's sudden announcement made her spit it all out. Choking violently, Lin Ruoxue hunched over like a little lobster, coughing uncontrollably. "What?" Lin Ruoxue's eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother-in-law, you mean, my sister is carrying triplets?" "Oh my god, what?" Clearly, this news hit Lin Ruoxue like a ton of bricks. "Brother-in-law, you and my sister are amazing." She gave him a thumbs up, exchanged a few more words, then made an excuse to retreat to her room. "Hey, Mom." Soon, Lin Ruoxue dialed her mother's number. "Mom, you asked me to come to my brother-in-law's villa to gather information, right? Guess what I saw? When I walked into the villa, the living room." And just like that, Lin Ruoxue promptly sold out her older sister. If Lin Ruoxue ever found out, who knows if she'd beat her little sister senseless. This was just too much to ask of her sister. "What?" Her mother's agitated voice rang out over the phone. Even through the call, one could imagine her shocked expression. "Your sister is pregnant. And it's triplets." "Who?" After a long moment, Lin's mother exhaled deeply, reminding Lin Ruoxue, "This news stays between us. Got it? If your dad finds out, that guy will definitely pick a fight with your brother-in-law." Chapter 62, Old Lin, you don't think. I have something going on with Xiao Jiang, do you? Meanwhile, on the other side. Backstage at a concert in the Magic City. Ring ring. Lin Ruoxue, preparing for the concert, heard her phone ring. She answered it. "Hello, Mom." The moment the call connected, her mother's reproachful voice came through. "Lin Ruoxue, you think you're all grown up now, huh? You didn't even tell your mother about something as big as being pregnant." The shrill voice made Lin Ruoxue move the phone away, but a thunderclap echoed in her mind. "Pregnant? Mom, you already know?" Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson. She recalled Lin Ruoxue mentioning going to the villa to find her brother-in-law. Could that little minx have ratted her out? Poof. Jiang Bai snorted. "If it weren't for your sister telling me, I'd still be in the dark." "What? Were you planning to wait until after the baby was born to tell us?" For a moment, Lin Ruoxue didn't know how to respond. Her mother would inevitably lecture her triplets were no small matter. "Alright, I understand, Mom. That's final." After hanging up, Lin Ruoxue shot a fierce glare toward Dong Jiang. "Lin Ruoxue, you traitor. Just wait till I get back, I'll make you pay, and your brother-in-law won't be able to save you." Undoubtedly, her sister's tattling had thrown all her plans into disarray. But, what am I supposed to do now? After hanging up, Lin's mother stood up and gazed out at the scenic view of Dong Jiang. "Heh, little Jiang sure is impressive. 3 treasures in 1 pregnancy, TSK. Jiang Yue's face showed not a trace of reproach, only overwhelming satisfaction. "I was worried my daughter wouldn't snag such an outstanding son-in-law. Now everything is settled. 3 little ones? As if she couldn't keep one son-in-law tied down." At this thought, a smile spread across Mrs. Lin's lips. Just then, someone entered the office and locked the door behind them. "Jiang you better explain who this person is." Lin Yaozong held his phone, glaring at his mother with a sour expression. The photo clearly showed Jiang Bai and her together. Evidently, Lin Yaozong suspected his mother was keeping a young lover hidden away. "Ha! How did this photo end up on your phone?" Mrs. Lin exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the photo on Lin Yaozong's phone. "You Jiang Yu. With ironclad proof like this, you still remain so calm? I, Lin Yaozong, truly underestimated you. Enough talk. Divorce." Lin Yaozong gritted his teeth, staring at Jiang Bai in the photo, wishing he could grind him to dust. "Divorce." Hearing Lin Yaozong's demand, Jiang Bai erupted in fury. "You bastard, Lin Yaozong. You have the nerve to ask this woman for a divorce? What am I afraid of?" Lin Yaozong snorted coldly. When it came to a man's pride, he wouldn't give an inch. "You." Seeing Lin Yaozong's defiant stance, Jiang Bai looked like a wounded kitten lashing out. Cough, old Lin, you don't seriously think I'm involved with Xiao Jiang, do you? What else could it be? Lin Yaozong glared coldly at his mother, his heart bleeding. Damn it, at this rate, he couldn't even be sure if his 2 daughters were his own. Who'd have thought this old man, wise all his days, would end up like grass on the green meadow? Put. Seeing Lin Yaozong's utterly despondent expression, Lin's mother couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. You big dummy. This is our son-in-law." Hearing his mother's explanation, Lin Yaozong's eyes widened. "Seriously, my daughter's carrying triplets? That bastard has already sealed his own fate." Meanwhile, Jiang Bai escorted his sister-in-law back to campus. Ding! Host has triggered a random quest. Travel to the Magic City to find Lin Ruoxue and surprise her. Reward, 1 mysterious treasure chest, plus a complimentary luxury motorcade. Mystery chest? Luxury motorcade? While the contents of the mysterious treasure chest remained unknown, this luxury motorcade was undoubtedly extraordinary. Head to the Magic City? Give her a surprise? The system really is. The quests were getting increasingly bizarre, but at least he could settle that water bill while he was at it. With that thought, Jiang Bai floored the accelerator and sped toward Dongjiang Airport. Half a day later. Ding dong. At Fengming Villa, Lin Ruoxue had just returned home when she heard the doorbell ring. She threw on a coat and headed for the door, assuming it was the takeout she'd ordered earlier. Click. The door opened, revealing a handsome face before her eyes. Ah. Jiang Bai, how did you get here? Lin Ruoxue's pretty face was filled with surprise. She clearly hadn't expected the delivery person to arrive, only to find Jiang Bai instead. Hey. Of course I missed our little treasure. Jiang Bai took in the breathtaking beauty dressed in casual attire. After entering the villa, he casually closed the door behind him. Jiang Bai, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Before long, amidst passionate kisses, a game of seduction unfolded, a scene of exquisite beauty. A little while later. Lin Ruoxue nestled in her man's embrace, a blissful curve playing at the corners of her lips. Clearly, she was overjoyed by his arrival. Can't you cook something yourself? Always ordering takeout. Jiang Bai scolded Lin Ruoxue, don't you know you're carrying 3 little ones? Hearing her husband's reproach, Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed slightly. She had promised Jiang Bai she'd take good care of herself, and now that she'd been caught red-handed, she couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Honey, it's just that the concert schedule was so rushed. Lin Ruoxue said in a pouty tone, earning her a disapproving glance from Jiang Bai. Clearly, that excuse wasn't very convincing. Since you're here, honey, will you cook for me? Her sweet, playful voice floated through the air. Jiang Bai affectionately pinched her cheek. I really can't help but spoil you. Wait here. With that, Jiang Bai headed to the kitchen and got to work. Not long after. Sweet and sour spare ribs, fish-flavored shredded pork, stir-fried greens with mushrooms, braised lion's head meatballs. A table laden with dishes was skillfully set before them. Following the enticing aromas, Lin Ruoxue scampered over and sat down at the table. Mum. So delicious. Nothing beats my husband's cooking. Chapter 63. I didn't mean to show off, but my skills just won't let me stay in the shadows. She took a bite of the braised lion's head meatballs. The flavor was exquisite, the texture superb. Her husband's cooking truly surpassed takeout by miles. And with her current pregnancy carrying triplets demanding extra nutrition, it made Lin Ruoxue feel even hungrier. Honey, you're amazing. Mwah. With only the two of them in the villa, Lin Ruoxue naturally felt no need for restraint. She thanked her husband for his efforts with a fragrant kiss. This felt absolutely wonderful. And this feeling seemed incredibly blissful. Slow down. No one's trying to steal it from you. Jiang Bai gently tucked a strand of hair behind Lin Ruoxue's ear and wiped the grease from her lips. You are the queen of the music scene, after all. If outsiders saw you eating like this, who knows how many fans you'd lose. So what? There's no one here anyway. She chatted and teased while eating, prompting Jiang Bai to shake his head slightly. This girl was becoming less and less concerned with her image, but that was clearly just her true nature. If she were to put on airs in front of him, that would be the strange part. Burp. After a long while, Lin Ruoxue finally finished eating. With a satisfied burp, a contented smile curved her lips. I'm stuffed. Feels so good. Having a husband is truly wonderful. Gazing at the free chef across from her, Lin Ruoxue murmured softly, unaware that Jiang Bai had heard every word. But Jiang Bai merely smiled without comment. Oh, right. Lin Ruoxue suddenly remembered something. Honey, will you come with me to tonight's concert? You can just watch from the backstage lounge. I feel like I don't want to be apart from you anymore. Jiang Bai smiled upon hearing this. Of course your husband will agree to our little darling's request. Hey, really? Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed with a smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling with unhidden delight. After the concert, I'll thank you properly. You're a quick learner. Jiang Bai wrapped his arms around the delicate waist of the beauty in his embrace, then your husband will be waiting for his wife's gratitude. Oof. What a character. Lin Ruoxue blushed fiercely at her husband's veiled meaning. She knew exactly what kind of thanks he was hinting at, but seeing him only made her want to cancel the concert even more. Why is this happening? Shanghai, concert venue. Backstage dressing room. Honey, you look stunning. Gazing at the stunning beauty in her red gown, Jiang Bai marveled, your man must have done a lot of good deeds in his past life. What are you saying? Lin Ruoxue shot Jiang Bai a glare, her cheeks flushing slightly. Was that any way to compliment someone? Isn't it true? To have a wife like this, your husband must have saved the galaxy in his past life. As he spoke, a pair of large hands encircled her slender waist, barely a handful. Triplets in one go, heh. Who knew you had such good aim? Lin Ruoxue. Accuracy my ass. She shot a fierce glare at the guy. Enough with the banter. I have to go on stage. She took steady steps toward the stage. Once this concert tour ended, she planned to step back from the music scene for quite some time. Therefore, she intended to give it her all, leaving no regrets. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ruoxue glanced toward the backstage lounge. This time, I'm afraid I'm going to fall into this guy's hands. Song after song poured forth, the radiant beauty on the linked screens clearly reveling in the stage. Had she not been pregnant, she likely wouldn't have allowed herself this downtime. Accompanied by the new songs Jiang Bai had written for her, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The venue was electric, and over an hour slipped by unnoticed. Huff. After singing non-stop for over an hour, Lin Ruoxue was clearly struggling, especially now that she was carrying triplets. Ugh. Just then, Lin Ruoxue felt a sudden wave of nausea and began to retch. Hey, you okay? Seeing her struggling, Jiang Bai asked with concern, if you can't keep going, just stop singing. How could I stop now? Lin Ruoxue forced herself to stand, her delicate brows tightly furrowed. There's only 1 or 2 more shows left in the tour, and I only have 1 song left to sing. I don't want to. Gag. Before she could finish, Lin Ruoxue retched again. Jiang Bai sighed at the sight. You little brat. Forget it. I'll sing your last song for you. He helped Lin Ruoxue back into her seat. I didn't want to show off, but my skills won't let me. You. Seeing her husband's exasperated expression, Lin Ruoxue giggled, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Thank you, husband. Though she had no idea what song her husband would sing next, his stage presence and performance skills were absolutely no less than hers, no, even better. It was just that this guy didn't want to be the center of attention. Thump. He playfully tapped the stunning beauty on the head. If it weren't for the sake of our 3 little ones, I'd never want to be in the spotlight. With that time, I'd rather cuddle with our little darlings. Alright. Lin Ruoxue could tell her husband wasn't keen on the idea. She playfully tugged at Jiang Bai's arm. I know my husband is the best. I'll make it up to you when we get back. MHM. Hearing his wife's words, Jiang Bai nodded with satisfaction. Gazing at the breathtaking beauty before him, he swallowed hard and pressed his lips against hers. Lin Ruoxue lifted the corner of her mouth in silent agreement. Everything was understood without words, considerate interest on the favor he'd done for her. If this scene were ever made public, who knows how many people would come looking for Jiang Bai with 30-meter-long machetes. Chapter 64, What is this guy up to? A public declaration of love? 10 minutes later. The concert host, fair-skinned and stunningly beautiful, a true beauty, exclaimed, Alright. Next, please welcome musical prodigy Jiang Bai to perform Will You Be My Wife? Everyone, give him a warm welcome. Ha! The audience visibly froze at the sudden announcement. Musical prodigy? Jiang Bai? In an instant, the venue erupted in chaos. After so long, Jiang Bai had reappeared and at Ruoxue Goddess's concert, no less. But this time, it seemed like a headliner-level appearance. But this song, something felt off. Was he planning to confess to Goddess Ruoxue? Under the spotlight, Jiang Bai curved his lips. This song, I dedicate to Goddess Ruoxue. Whoosh! The venue erupted in thunderous applause. What the heck? Dedicated to Goddess Ruoxue? This. Wah! Backstage in the dressing room, Lin Ruoxue froze upon hearing it. Good heavens, what is this guy up to? Is he publicly confessing? Thud. For some reason, Lin Ruoxue's heart began pounding wildly, as if it might leap out of her chest. Huff. My heart's beating so fast, what should I do? In an instant, anticipation filled the eyes of everyone present, including Lin Ruoxue. Their instincts told them this next song was going to be absolutely incredible. How many crossroads have I passed? How many sighs have I heard? I'm taking this seriously, while you're at a loss. This kind of confusion, I think everyone feels it. Lucky I can share your sorrow. Can you come a little closer? Can you draw even nearer? Satisfy this tiny vanity in my heart. The soothing melody unfolded gently, each note seeming to transform into a mischievous sprite dancing upon the tips of everyone's hearts, stirring their thoughts to drift away. Yet this wasn't the most explosive part. Simultaneously, the background screen lit up with an MV video, showcasing sweet moments between Lin Ruoxue and Jiang Bai. Their chemistry was undeniable, a perfect couple of handsome guy and beautiful girl. This. Backstage in the green room, Lin Ruoxue leapt to her feet, her beautiful eyes fixed on the giant screen. When did that jerk film this? To release it so publicly? Has he lost his mind? The chemistry was palpable, and the venue erupted. Whoa, is heartthrob Jiang Bai confessing his feelings? Holy crap, when did he film this MV? It's mind-blowing. You bet. It blows the current entertainment industry out of the water by a mile. Hey, if they made this into a film, it'd be a massive hit. The live audience gasped in awe, especially the girls whose eyes glazed over as they stared at Jiang Bai on stage. Oh my gosh, Jiang Bai is so amazing. I love him so much, what should I do? Some guys were filled with envy and resentment. Damn it, if they were just 1/10 as good as Jiang Bai, girlfriends would flock to them like moths to a flame. Just imagining that scene was enough to get their dicks throbbing. Meanwhile, at the Lin family villa in Dongjiang. That damn kid. Lin Yaozong stared at the screen, watching Jiang Bai, that unseen son-in-law of his, steal the spotlight. At least he has some conscience, some sense of responsibility. Put. Mrs. Lin shot Lin Yaozong a withering look. What do you know? I heard from Xiao Shi that Xiao Zhang never wanted our daughter to continue with the concerts. It was your little sweetheart who insisted on it. Lin Yaozong, is that so? Lin Yaozong paused, taken aback. If that's the case, that little brat's actually pretty reliable. It must be said, Mrs. Lin's words made Lin Yaozong's impression of this Jiang Bai improve by another notch. He's more than just dependable. Mrs. Lin suddenly remembered something. Oh, and when Xiao Shi ran away from home before, it was Jiang who saved her. Afterwards, Xiao Shi told me 3 drunken men had surrounded her, intending to harm her. If it weren't for Jiang Bai showing up, you'd be regretting it now. Mrs. Lin said with a hint of complaint. The real culprit behind that incident was Lin Yaozong himself. The old man had been far too rigid in his approach. What? That happened too? Lin Yaozong shuddered at the memory, his gaze toward Jiang Bai shifting subtly. By that logic, this bastard was actually a benefactor to the Lin family. If you don't know which path to take tomorrow, then stay by my side and be my wife. How about it? Though my arms may not be broad enough, they will be yours. A warm embrace. If you grow weary of the storms outside, then stay by my side and be my wife, will you? Her incredible singing talent left Lin Yaozong utterly dumbfounded. Though he knew little about the music scene, he could tell this song was sweet enough to burst the meter. My son-in-law is truly exceptional. Lin's mother's eyes sparkled with satisfaction, a smile curling her lips. She then dialed her daughter's number. Hello, Ruoxue. What? You're having morning sickness again? Xiao Jiang stepped in at the last minute? You? Alright, I understand. After hanging up, Mrs. Lin looked at her son-in-law with a changed expression. Xiao Jiang, he's stepping in at the last minute. He sang for our daughter during her morning sickness? Good heavens. Narrowing her eyes, Mrs. Lin's face lit up with satisfaction. Old Lin, this son-in-law of ours seems even more capable than we imagined. Ahem, I'm not deaf. Lin Yaozong cleared his throat. To pull off such a last-minute rescue act so flawlessly, that little bastard's got some skills. Wah! Without warning, the audience erupted in thunderous howls. Then, whoosh! A petite, excited figure leapt to her feet. Then 5 more, 10 more, 50 more. More and more spectators rose to their feet. Soon the entire venue erupted as the crowd surged from their seats, eyes wide as they stared at the stage. This song is amazing. So sweet. Is it really okay to flaunt your love like this in public? Wah! Chapter 65, How should I reward my husband, baby? This. Lin Ruoxue watched as Jiang Bai brought the atmosphere to its peak with the final song. Clearly, the effect far exceeded her expectations. This song, it's just too sweet. Oof. It started with asking him to sing a song, but he ended up confessing his feelings to her. How annoying. Beneath her feigned indignation, Lin Ruoxue secretly cheered Jiang Bai on, unable to suppress the faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. A little. The song ended, and the crowd fell silent. The crowd erupted even more intensely. Security personnel stood on high alert, their lips twitching. Good grief. Is it really okay for that Jiang Bai to stir things up like this? The heartthrob was incredible. The audience's burning gazes fixed on Jiang Bai on stage, as if they were ready to storm the stage and tackle him at any moment. Handsome guy, I love you. Handsome guy, stop singing. Come home with me, I'll save you 30 years of hard work. The waves of confessions made the guys green with envy. Seeing Jiang Bai on stage and then looking at themselves, damn it, comparison really is the thief of joy. Backstage dressing room. You're amazing, honey. As soon as she pushed open the door, Lin Ruoxue fluttered into Jiang Bai's arms like a little bird, her face beaming with pride. You sing so well, but didn't he even come to help me? For a moment, Lin Ruoxue's pouting, reproachful expression was utterly endearing. Hey, that's just empty fame. It's never been what your man cares about. Jiang Bai waved his hand dismissively. But since your man helped you out so much, don't forget to reward your man when we get back. Tisk. Hearing her man's words, Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson. Really, she was pregnant? Was such frequency really wise? Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission to find Lin Ruoxue in the Magic City and surprise her. Your reward, 1 mysterious treasure chest, plus a complimentary luxury motorcade. Amidst the sweetness, Jiang Bai heard the system's voice ring in his ear. Open the treasure chest. Without hesitation, he opened the mysterious treasure chest. After all, every item obtained from these chests proved immensely useful to him. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired God-tier calligraphy skills. Jiang Bai's lips curved upward as a flood of new information filled his mind, and the luxury motorcade was successfully secured. What are you grinning about? So sly? Seeing the smirk on her man's face, Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but roll her eyes. Ha! In high spirits, Jiang Bai swept Lin Ruoxue up in a princess carry. Of course I'm thinking about how my darling will reward her husband. Yeah. That scoundrel's shameless words sent a blush racing up Lin Ruoxue's cheeks and spreading down to her neck. You're crazy. Feeling the sharp pressure on her waist, her cheeks flushed even deeper. Put me down. What if someone sees us? Feng Ming manner. Poof. It's all your fault. Lin Ruoxue nestled into someone's embrace, pouting playfully. The sight made Jiang Bai grin. This girl was simply irresistible. Blame me? Jiang Bai wrapped his arms around her slender waist and continued, not at all. This is your man's reward for winning. Besides, you just said you wanted. Before she could finish, her delicate hand covered Jiang Bai's lips. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson, her voice brimming with coyness. Don't you dare say another word. In his spare time, Jiang Bai browsed online comments. Hashtag shock, music genius Jiang Bai publicly confesses to diva goddess hashtag. Hashtag Jiang Bai, my god, I love you hashtag. Hashtag unveiling the truth about Jiang Bai and the diva hashtag. Hashtag goddess Ruoxue, rumored to be in love hashtag. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Bai's actions immediately dominated the top 10 trending topics. Clicking on a trending topic, netizen comments immediately appeared below. What? Goddess Ruoxue is in love? That's impossible. No way, I don't believe it, it must be a rumor. Knew, that damn Jiang Bai, wah. Damn it, how could this happen? Jiang Bai, I hate you. Watching the online frenzy, Jiang Bai curved his lips. Honey, looks like you've got quite the charm after all. Poof. Lin Ruoxue gave Jiang Bai a playful glare. Just enjoy your secret delight. She was well aware of the online buzz, of course. Thinking back to that guy's public confession at the concert, she couldn't help but let a smile curve her lips. Perhaps, she should do something too. Finger tapping her slender fingers, Lin Ruoxue's gaze hardened with resolve. Moments later, a Weibo post went live. The page refreshed, revealing a new statement beneath her post. Effective today, I am withdrawing from the music industry. For the rest of my life, I only wish to grow old alongside the person I love. Thank you to my fans for your unwavering support. The moment this Weibo appeared, her fans exploded. Ah, how could this be? Our goddess Ruoxue is leaving the music industry? Oh my god. The person she loves, that photo is Jiang Bai. Damn you, Jiang Bai. Give me back my goddess Ruoxue. Don't try to stop me. Get me my 40-meter-long broadsword. I'm going to settle this with Jiang Bai once and for all. Meanwhile, at bestie Zhou Yuning's villa. Put. Seeing her best friend's Weibo post, Zhou Yuning leapt to her feet. What? Ruoxue, has she lost her mind? Staring at the official announcement, Zhou Yuning's face was frozen in disbelief. That girl had quit the music industry for Jiang Bai. Scrolling through, it came as no surprise that fans across the internet were in shock. Retiring from the music industry. For Lin Ruoxue, at the peak of her career, this was tantamount to burying her own stardom. That Jiang Bai. For some reason, Zhou Yuning couldn't help but sigh at this point. She had to admit she was envious. The mutual affection between the two was just too sweet. The next morning. Ring ring. Jiang Bai was jolted awake by his phone ringing. He answered. Hello, Mom. What did you say? Ruoxue announced her retirement from the music industry. Hearing the news, Jiang Bai glanced at the stunning beauty in his arms, her cheeks flushed with a faint blush. Alright, I got it. After hanging up, his gaze fell on the beauty beside him. Honey, are you crazy? Actually quitting the music industry? Oh, it's nothing. Lin Ruoxue had anticipated this reaction and smiled sweetly. Suddenly, I don't feel that passionate about singing anymore. I've discovered something I love even more. Compared to singing, I'd much rather be by your side, watching our 3 little ones grow up together. You little minx. Jiang Bai sighed as he affectionately ruffled Lin Ruoxue's hair. How much good fortune had he accumulated in his past life to deserve such a wonderful girl? Chapter 66, Jiang Bai, you're trying to get me to talk. I'll go cook. Jiang Bai smiled fondly, planting a kiss on his stunning wife's lips. Watching her beloved pamper her like this, Lin Ruoxue felt more convinced than ever that leaving the music industry had been the right decision. Hee, this feels pretty good too. Lin Ruoxue murmured to herself, this way, we can be together openly from now on. Ring ring. Just then, Lin's mother called. Hello, Mom. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ruoxue answered her mother's call. She could guess why her mother was calling. Ruoxue, have you thought this through? Sure enough, her mother asked calmly, singing is what you love most, isn't it? Yes. Mom, I've made up my mind. After a brief pause, Lin Ruoxue continued, between singing and Jiang Bai, I choose Jiang Bai. Besides, stepping away from the music industry will help you and Dad. Well, that's fine too. Mrs. Lin pondered for a moment. In that case, come back and take over the group. Oh, right. Bring Xiao Jiang over for dinner tomorrow. Consider it a proper introduction. Ah. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson at the suggestion. Mom, isn't this moving too fast? You're already expecting triplets, what's the rush? Lin's mother scolded playfully, then decided, it's settled then. Beep beep beep. Before Lin Ruoxue could respond, her mother had already hung up. This set Lin Ruoxue's heart racing with nervousness. Oh no, this means I have to formally meet the parents. Over a delicious breakfast. Lin Ruoxue took a deep breath, her cheeks flushing slightly. Jiang Bai, my parents said they want you to come to the family dinner tomorrow. Lin Ruoxue said this. Though her mom had met Jiang Bai, her dad hadn't yet. She didn't know if her dad would approve of them. And if her dad found out she was carrying triplets, what kind of reaction would he have? Family dinner? Jiang Bai froze at her words. Sure. You agreed. Jiang Bai's response surprised Lin Ruoxue clearly. She hadn't anticipated him agreeing without hesitation. Of course. Jiang Bai took hold of Lin Ruoxue's delicate hand. With a husband as outstanding as you have, winning over your father-in-law should be a breeze. Lin Ruoxue shot him a playful glare. Put. You're such a jerk. She knew better than anyone just how outstanding that guy was. Yet, for some reason, Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed a shade redder. Well then, don't regret this later. Magic City Airport. Are you ready? Inside a van, the man with the scorpion tattoo addressed his subordinate in the back seat. All set, boss. The yellow-haired youth looked at the Magic City Airport in the distance, his face flushed with excitement. Today, they were going to pull off a big job. Good. The scorpion-tattooed man nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze toward the airport, his eyes cold and menacing. When we pull up at the airport entrance, load every magazine. Kill anyone who gets in our way. My heaven organization will make a name for itself across the nations this time. Wait for my signal. He gave a cold chuckle. As a core member of the terrorist organization, he was a die-hard loyalist of heaven. This mission was to severely damage China at the cost of several lives, thereby further elevating their organization's notoriety. Jiang Bai, we're heading back to Dongjiang today. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai arrived at the airport entrance with Lin Ruoxue. Of course. Jiang Bai wrapped his arms around the delicate waist of the beauty in his embrace. The hospital called. They said you need to go for your prenatal checkup tomorrow. Ah. Hearing Jiang Bai's words, Lin Ruoxue froze. The mention of the prenatal checkup instantly brought back the image of that specialist performing an internal exam on her last time, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Sweetheart, you okay? Lin Ruoxue snapped back to reality when Jiang Bai called her name. Ahem, I'm fine. Is that so? Jiang Bai eyed Lin Ruoxue suspiciously. This girl was definitely hiding something from him. Jiang Bai casually remarked, then leaned in close and whispered, Hey, how exactly did they do that internal exam last time? The internal exam, the doctor used 2 fingers. Her voice trailed off as Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson. Jiang Bai, you're trying to trick me into talking. Trick? Jiang Bai looked at Lin Ruoxue suspiciously. How is this leading me on? You? Hearing that guy's words, Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed again. I'm not talking to you anymore. You're so irresponsible. How am I being irresponsible? Jiang Bai frowned. Honey, that's way too dirty. Tisk. Who's being dirty? Don't make things up. Lin Ruoxue glared at Jiang Bai, her expression saying, I'm not the one being dirty. If you're not dirty, then you're the one saying I'm not serious. As the two bickered, the Heavenly Paradise organization had already begun their operation. Move out. At the command from the leader with the scorpion tattoo, 5 or 6 men armed with guns got out of the vehicle. Tap tap tap. The man with the scorpion tattoo fired several shots into the air, a smirk spreading across his lips. Aha! True to form, the gunfire sent the crowd scattering in all directions, clearly terrified. Hey, boss, looks like there's a pretty chick over there. The leader's gaze locked onto Lin Ruoxue. Even behind her sunglasses, her striking beauty and curvaceous figure were impossible to hide. Heh, we're dead anyway, might as well enjoy ourselves first. The leader with the scorpion tattoo nodded in satisfaction, already picturing the fun ahead. As the boss, he'd be the first to go. Hey, beauty, you're going to keep us company for a little fun later. Smack! Before the scorpion-tattooed man could finish his sentence, Jiang Bai's palm sent him flying 7 or 8 meters away. His head snapped to the side as he collapsed unconscious. Damn it! Kid, you're asking for it. His henchmen raised their guns to fire, but a figure appeared ghost-like beside them. Several gunshots rang out, and all of them were knocked to the ground. Whoa! The sudden scene left the airport crowd utterly stunned. Ah, that's Jiang Bai. A shriek pierced the air, followed by stunned gazes sweeping the crowd. Holy crap, Jiang Bai is that skilled? You bet. Those thugs were taken down in an instant, so impressive. And there's Goddess Ruoxue, so they really are together. Amidst the buzzing chatter, officers from the Imperial Inspectorate arrived on the scene. Captain Chen, these people, they're terrorists from the Heavenly Organization. Listening to his subordinate's report, Chen Chenghe narrowed his eyes and nodded. Young man, you've got some skills. We owe it all to you just now. Chen Chenghe exhaled in relief. Had it not been for Jiang Bai, the gun-wielding intruder charging into the airport would have caused incalculable damage. No big deal. Jiang Bai waved dismissively, then, under everyone's gaze, took Lin Ruoxue's delicate hand and entered the airport. Chen Chenghe whistled in admiration. That kid's got skills. He even snagged the pop diva. Chapter 67, Your sister eats one and replenishes four. Perfectly normal. Half a day later, Dongjiang Airport. Phew. Lin Ruoxue exhaled deeply, inhaling the surrounding air. She felt this place was far more comfortable than the metropolis. Perhaps this was where she and Jiang Bai had met, or rather, gotten acquainted. Dongjiang's environment is just more soothing. Jiang Bai gazed at the distant Jiangnan scenery and smiled. After all, this place holds many unforgettable memories. Put. Lin Ruoxue shot him a disbelieving look, clearly aware exactly what unforgettable memories he was referring to. It was under a sky much like this one that they had first met, and it was that very meeting that had intertwined their destinies together. Memories, my ass. Let's hurry back to the villa. It'll be dark soon. Lin Ruoxue shot a playful glare at a certain someone, and just like that, the young couple bickered their way toward the parking lot. Along the way, they drew countless envious glances, though of course, none of those onlookers knew Lin Ruoxue's true identity. Had they wouldn't have remained so calm. Brother-in-law. No sooner had they returned to the villa than a petite figure bounced toward them from a short distance away. It was none other than Lin Xiaoxi, the younger sister-in-law. Xiao Shi. Lin Ruoxue froze upon seeing her sister. What was this girl doing here? They hadn't told anyone about their return to Dongjiang. Ahem. Lin Xiaoxi cleared her throat awkwardly at her sister's question. Would you believe me if I said I was just passing by? Of course, Lin Xiaoxi hadn't just happened to be passing by. She'd come to her brother-in-law's villa on purpose, and the reason was simple: she was craving a meal. Ever since her brother-in-law had gone to the metropolis, she'd come here every single day, sometimes more than once, just to see if he was back and to grab a hearty meal while she was at it. Just moments ago, as she was about to leave, she happened to spot her brother-in-law's car. The thrill that surged through her heart at that instant was beyond words. Brother-in-law, I'm hungry. Stepping into the villa, Lin Xiaoxi looked at her brother-in-law with pitiful eyes. Before Jiang Bai could respond, Lin Ruoxue's stomach growled in protest, echoing her hunger. Hey, see? My sister's hungry too. Lin Xiaoxi grinned. Her brother-in-law might not cook for her, but surely he couldn't refuse to cook for her pregnant sister? You. Jiang Bai glanced at Lin Xiaoxi, at a loss for words with this sister-in-law. Wait. I'll make something for you right away. With that, Jiang Bai slipped into the kitchen to get busy. Having been away from the villa for several days, the fridge was nearly empty, so he could only whip up the simplest noodle soup. Soon, a steaming bowl of fragrant noodle soup was placed on the dining table. Mum. Lin Xiaoxi took a greedy sniff. This is the flavor. So much better than the food at school. Brother-in-law, I won't hold back. Before she could finish speaking, she took a big bite of noodles. Her little face lit up with satisfaction. Her brother-in-law's cooking was as amazing as ever. Go ahead and eat. Jiang Bai smiled gently at Lin Ruoxue. She knew perfectly well why her cheeks were flushed. Her sister was devouring the noodles purely because she was starving. More accurately, Sanbao had reminded her it was time to refuel. Lin Ruoxue nodded demurely, but soon joined the army of rice devourers. The sisters dug in. Burp. Moments later, Lin Xiaoxi let out a loud, satisfied burp. The delicious aroma of the soup noodles wafted upward, yet she cast an envious glance at her older sister across the table. Sis, you can eat like a horse. She'd only managed a bowl and a half, while her sister had already polished off 3 bowls and was still going strong as if she hadn't eaten in 3 days. Oof. None of your business. Lin Ruoxue shot her younger sister a glare. Truthfully, she hadn't wanted to eat this much either, but what could she do? She was ravenously hungry, the kind of hunger that kept her awake at night. It's fine. Jiang Bai waved it off. Your sister's eating like she's making up for lost time. It's perfectly normal. Don't even mention 3 or 4 bowls, even 30 or 40 wouldn't be excessive. Hearing Jiang Bai's words, Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed bright red. This guy, was it really okay for him to speak up for her like that? It felt incredibly sweet, but wouldn't he worry she'd get too proud? But 30 or 40 bowls was excessive. 5 or 6 bowls would be plenty for her. Yeah, 5 or 6 bowls max. Ugh. Lin Xiaoxi pretended to gag. Was her brother-in-law just flaunting his love for her sister? It felt so sweet she wanted to eat it up, but why did it also feel a little sour? So envious. Ah, wouldn't it be wonderful if her future boyfriend were as amazing as her brother-in-law? At that thought, Lin Xiaoxi imagined her future boyfriend a handsome prince charming with the same prowess as her brother-in-law and couldn't help but grin like an idiot, laughing so hard she nearly burst. Yet that smile, radiating from her devastatingly beautiful face, would surely cause a sensation if her classmates saw it. After all, our little Xiaoxi was undeniably the school's most stunning beauty. After dinner, in the room. Jiang Bai, Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed. I have my prenatal checkup at the hospital tomorrow, and I'm nervous. Nervous? Jiang Bai froze at her words. What's there to be nervous about? Is it because of the internal exam? Lin Ruoxue. Tisk. Can't you be a little more subtle? Seriously. Jiang Bai froze upon hearing this, then shot the stunning beauty a peculiar look. Well then, how about I try it first so you can get used to it? Chapter 68. Tonight, I'll show you what I'm made of and let your sister-in-law see just how formidable I am. That evening, at the Lin family villa. Mom, I'm home. Lin Ruoxue entered the villa to find her mother busily preparing a sumptuous dinner. The aroma hit her the moment she walked in clearly. Her mother was making a big deal out of Jiang Bai's first visit tonight. Oh, you're here. No need to bring gifts such a waste. Mrs. Lin took the gift with a smile, then gave Mr. Lin a knowing glance. So you're little Jiang. Truth be told, Lin Yaozong had originally planned to have someone teach this kid a lesson. That bastard had actually made his daughter quit the music industry for him. No sooner had he sat down than Lin's father began testing him. Xiao Jiang, how's your drinking tolerance? Not bad. Jiang Bai smiled faintly. To be perfectly honest, with the system, these drinks were practically water to him. Is that so? Lin Yaozong narrowed his eyes, clearly surprised by Jiang Bai's audacity. Here, this is top-grade Wulianye. Lin Yaozong poured Jiang Bai a glass of his treasured reserve liquor, a bottle he rarely indulged in himself. Today, he was clearly pulling out all the stops to deal with this bastard. Bottoms up. After pouring the liquor, Lin Yaozong downed it in one gulp, skipping any appetizers or accompaniments. His intent was crystal clear. Ding! Host successfully redeemed an activated Wine God card, consuming 100 renminbi. With a single gulp, Jiang Bai felt the alcohol's potency vanish instantly, as if he'd just swallowed water instead of liquor. Their 3-round drinking contest had quietly begun. Dad, you. Lin Ruoxue tried to speak, but Lin's mother pulled her back and shook her head. Today, just let them go with their son-in-law. Half an hour later. The scene took a turn. Lin Yaozong, already tipsy, raised his glass. Brother Jiang, let's drink up. Under the stunned gazes of Lin Ruoxue and her sister, their father and his future son-in-law drank like old buddies, Jiang Bai matching him glass for glass. The two of them were daring to toast and daring to drink. Lin's mother pressed her hand to her forehead, speechless. That guy would regret it when he's sobered up. Lin Yaozong pounded his chest and declared, lifting his glass again, come on, brother Jiang, keep drinking. It's been ages since I've had such a good time. From now on, my daughter is in your hands. He declared with boundless bravado, though if he sobered up, he might just slap himself. Then, as if determined to shock, he added, if Ruoxue ever bullies you, just tell your big brother. I'll stand up for you. Lin Ruoxue gasped, Dad, you. Shoo. Lin's mother gave her daughter a meaningful glance. Your father's drunk. Just let him be. Hey, Mom, it'd be a shame not to record such an entertaining scene. Lin Xiaoxi, unafraid of trouble, openly filmed the scene with her phone. Jiang Bai watched, smiling wryly. This sister-in-law was truly something else. And so it went. The two sons-in-law toasted each other, drinking and chatting as if they were old friends. Unfamiliar observers might have mistaken them for lifelong buddies, leaving the servants at the Lin family villa utterly dumbfounded. Next, everyone watched as the two brothers, or rather, the two sons-in-law strolled toward the balcony. Brother Lin, I hope everything's been going well for you. Jiang Bai had noticed his father-in-law's issue the moment he arrived, though he hadn't dared to bring it up. Now, fueled by alcohol, he felt less inhibited. That was precisely why he'd brought his father-in-law out to the balcony after all. This wasn't something to be discussed openly, and it was crucial to his plan. Ahem. Brother Jiang, I won't hide it from you. Lin Yaozong glanced at the trio chatting at the living room dining table. Your sister-in-law is over 40. They say 30 is like a wolf, 40 like a tiger. Since entering middle age, your old brother here has found himself increasingly unable to keep up. Brother, I have a special remedy right here. Jiang Bai flipped his right hand, producing a porcelain bottle. Inside are 10 pills. Take one every 3 days, and I guarantee Brother Lin will regain his vigor. Really? Lin Yaozong's eyes flashed with keen interest. Men dread nothing more than failing in that department, and he'd been troubled by it for quite some time. If this medicine could turn his fortunes around, he'd be forever indebted to its creator. Naturally. Jiang Bai gave a faint, meaningful smile. This was a special effect medicine produced by the system. Its efficacy was beyond question. In this world, only Jiang Bai's family possessed it. Hey, Jiang, my brother, I owe you big time. Lin Yaozong slung his arm around Jiang Bai's shoulder, acting like the best of buddies. Tonight, I'll give it a try. I'll show your wife just how formidable I am. As he spoke, Lin Yaozong's posture straightened noticeably, radiating an air of readiness to take on any challenge head-on. Brother Jiang, from now on, Ruoxue is in your hands. Lin Yaozong then turned to his daughter. I trust your judgment. After a brief exchange, the two returned. Jiang Bai, what did you say to my dad? Upon returning, Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but ask curiously. Today had been so unusual, even accounting for her father's drunkenness, it was clear he was genuinely delighted. This guy was surprisingly capable, he'd even managed to handle that stubborn old man. Jiang Bai gave a mysterious smile. Nothing much. Just gave your dad a gift. Are you okay? Mrs. Lin asked, noticing the peculiar look in Lin Yaozong's eyes as he returned. Lin Yaozong responded with a meaningful smile. I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong? Let me tell you, Brother Jiang is absolutely fantastic. I've got my eye on this guy. The barrage of wolfish words grated on Mrs. Lin's ears. Clearing her throat, she said, well then, Ruoxue, you should take little Jiang back to your room to sleep. All right. Seeing the two men thoroughly drunk, Lin Ruoxue nodded in agreement. If they kept drinking, they might end up swearing brotherhood with blood oaths. Turning a family dinner into a sworn brotherhood ceremony would be laughable. Back in their room, after a shower, Lin Yaozong sobered up a bit. Still, he didn't feel anything was amiss at the family dinner, it had all been the intoxication talking. These pills. Lin Yaozong retrieved the porcelain bottle. Such an important item couldn't be seen by his mother, so he had to handle it discreetly. Who cares? Brother Jiang would never harm me. He tilted his head back, swallowed it with a cup of water, and instantly felt a warm current surge through his body. His entire being became energized, and he immediately felt the effects. Holy crap, Brother Jiang, this medicine is god tier. Lin Yaozong was utterly impressed with Jiang Bai in that moment. But what would his reaction be when he sobered up and recalled this? Chapter 69, Aunt Zhao, are my parents still asleep? Lin family villa, bedroom. Old Lin, don't try to back out of tonight's promises when you sober up. You actually agreed to let our daughter have the baby before we get married. Lin's mother rolled her eyes. But at this moment, fueled by alcohol and the effects of the special medicine, it was like lighting the fuse on a powder keg. Backtrack? No way. Lin Yaodong waved his hand dismissively. But right now, the most important thing is that your husband here needs to reclaim his authority. You old Lin. Before Mrs. Lin could finish, her lips were silenced by a kiss. Her eyes widened as she stared at the man before her. What was wrong with this old guy? Was he high or something? Could it be from drinking with his son-in-law? That thought only solidified her suspicion, otherwise, his behavior today was too bizarre. But, come to think of it, it had been ages since he'd acted like this. Kind of exciting, actually. That night, the father-in-law was destined to reclaim his vigor. The next morning, golden sunlight streamed into the room. Mrs. Lin opened her sleepy eyes and looked at the figure beside her. Her cheeks flushed slightly as a flood of memories washed over her. This guy, did he go crazy yesterday? Especially as she felt a certain part of him still standing tall, her heart began to race uncontrollably. This is a bit too unusual. Honey, you're awake. Mr. Lin stirred awake, wrapping his arms around his precious daughter. He was thoroughly pleased with her performance yesterday. Poof. Mrs. Lin gave a coy snort, clutching the flag tightly. Spill it, did you take something? Impossible. Father Lin's face flushed crimson. This is your husband's natural stamina. Taking drugs is completely out of the question. Put. Like I don't know what kind of performance you're capable of? Normal performance, my foot. Mrs. Lin shot Mr. Lin a look. Your performance last night was at least 3 times stronger than usual. You nearly wore me out. As she spoke, Mrs. Lin seemed to recall something, her eyes glistening with a seductive gleam. That look alone was enough to set Mr. Lin's cock throbbing uncontrollably. Ahem, ahem. Fine, I'll tell you. Father Lin cleared his throat. If he didn't speak now, he might lose his manhood. Clearly, this woman was determined to find out. Right. I went to see a divine doctor. Based on my condition, he recommended a special medicine. Then, half-truths and half-lies flowing from his lips, he effortlessly spun his son-in-law into the divine healer, weaving a seamless tale. Oh, I see. Hearing her husband's explanation, Mrs. Lin finally let him off the hook. But after that intense exchange, little sparks of fire danced in Mr. Lin's eyes. Then Old Lin, you. To Mrs. Lin's astonishment, Mr. Lin launched into another round of asserting his authority. This left Mrs. Lin feeling profoundly grateful to that miracle doctor. She was practically ready to thank his ancestors for generations. A little while later, leaning against her husband's embrace, Mrs. Lin noticed the sun was already high in the sky. Her cheeks flushed a shade redder. Would this man ever stop? Was the special medicine really that effective? Still, it felt rather pleasant, she mused. Ha! Meanwhile, Lin Ruoxue, who had risen early and felt full of energy, peered at her parents' room. Aunt Zhao, haven't my parents gotten up yet? Well, not yet, young miss. Aunt Zhao glanced toward the master and mistress's room, slightly puzzled. Normally, even if the master had been drinking, the mistress hadn't. She had a habit of morning jogs every day, otherwise, how else would she maintain such a great figure? How strange. Lin Ruoxue furrowed her delicate brows. This doesn't make sense. Mom always gets up early to run, even when the weather's bad. What's going on today? Put. Jiang Bai, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle at this. What are you laughing at? Lin Ruoxue shot him a glare. This guy was so weird, why was he laughing out of nowhere? Ahem, and nothing. Jiang Bai cleared his throat nervously, feeling a bit guilty. After all, he knew exactly why his mother-in-law hadn't gotten up early. His father-in-law probably hadn't slept well last night. As for what exactly happened, he had no idea. Nothing? Are you sure? Lin Ruoxue studied her husband. She knew him too well. He was definitely hiding something she didn't know about. Just what exactly remained unclear. Of course, if Lin Ruoxue ever found out her husband had slipped her father a certain special remedy, who knew how she'd react? Chasing him down for a good thrashing seemed like the least of it. Mom, are you okay? A moment later, Lin Ruoxue saw her parents emerge from the room and asked her mother with concern. Her mother's face flushed briefly before returning to normal. What could possibly be wrong with me? Mrs. Lin cleared her throat. Probably just a bit tired from yesterday. Is that so? Lin Ruoxue clearly didn't believe her mother. Should we go to the hospital to get checked? No need. Mrs. Lin waved her hand dismissively, then glanced at the table. Hurry up and eat. It'll get cold. Father Lin glanced at his son-in-law during this exchange. His old face flushed, but he said nothing. As for Aunt Zhao and the others, they dared not utter a single word more. After all, the fact that the old man and his son-in-law were so close was hardly something to be proud of. During the meal, Mr. Lin cleared his throat, watching his daughter and son-in-law. Well, I approve of your marriage. Really? Lin Ruoxue froze at her father's words, then beamed with joy. Thank you, Dad. Whoa. Lin Xiaoxi watched her father's expression and couldn't help but gasp inwardly. Holy moly, how could the old man be so generous? That wasn't like him at all. Ding. A luxury motorcade is about to report to the host. Please prepare accordingly. Jiang Bai activated the luxury fleet. Simultaneously, deep within the Lin family's villa complex, a beastly roar echoed across the land, causing all vehicles to retreat in panic. Holy, what the hell is going on? Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Porsches, Rolls-Royces. A luxury motorcade. Holy crap, who's pulling out such a grand display? You bet. A lineup like this is worth at least 100 million. 10 supercars roared into the villa complex like a royal flush, pulling up before the Lin family's estate. Holy crap. The Lin family villa's occupants were utterly stunned. Such a lavish fleet was not only unprecedented for them to witness, they'd never even heard of anything like it. Chapter 70, a 300 million yuan fleet leaves Lin Ruoxue speechless. Master, something major has happened. Aunt Zhao rushed into the living room, having just finished breakfast. Outside, a luxury convoy has arrived, 10 supercars in total. Hearing Aunt Zhao's words, Mr. Lin froze. Jiang Bai smiled faintly, surprised at how quickly the fleet had arrived. That fleet is mine. Lin Ruoxue? Jiang Bai, don't be ridiculous. She glared at Jiang Bai. Since when did you have a luxury fleet? Come on, let's go take a look. Lin's mother shot her son-in-law a meaningful look. If anyone else had said that, she would have dismissed it as a joke. But her son-in-law was a different story. She sensed he was shrouded in mystery. Soon, everyone arrived outside the villa. 20 people stood beside the vehicles. Spotting Jiang Bai, they bowed respectfully. Good day, young Master Jiang. Lin Ruoxue. Aunt Zhao and the maids looked at their son-in-law in astonishment. Holy cow, this luxury fleet really belongs to him. Whoa. In an instant, everyone gasped in shock. Lin Xiaoxi's eyes widened. This, brother-in-law. Is this luxury fleet really yours? That kid. Seeing such extravagant displays, even Lin's father dared not indulge in such luxury. Judging by the entourage and the luxury vehicles, it would cost at least hundreds of millions. This son-in-law was truly a spendthrift beyond belief. Uncle, Auntie, Ruoxue and I will take our leave now. Jiang Bai surveyed the extravagant motorcade with a smile. Lin Xiaoxi, hearing this, grew eager. Brother-in-law, you stay at the villa. Lin's mother grabbed Lin Xiaoxi by the arm. This girl really wanted to meddle in everything. Mom, Shut up. Lin Xiaoxi tried to protest defiantly, but her mother shot her a piercing glare. Startled, she swallowed hard and dared not utter another word. Drive carefully on the way back. Come visit again next time. Mrs. Lin watched the convoy of cars carrying her increasingly favored son-in-law until it vanished at the horizon. Only then did she snap back to reality and turn to her dazed husband. See? Xiao Jiang is far more capable than we ever imagined. That motorcade alone isn't something we could easily assemble. Father Lin heard this and wanted to say something, but in the end, he just sighed. He had been a bit resentful earlier about letting them decide their own wedding date, but now all that resentment had dissolved into helplessness. That brat, what on earth is his background? Father Lin gave a bitter smile. It wasn't just the luxurious motorcade before him, but also those pills given to him yesterday. Their effects far exceeded his imagination. If such pills could be mass-produced, they would undoubtedly generate unimaginable wealth. Since when did you have such a luxury fleet? Inside the stretched Rolls-Royce Phantom, Lin Ruoxue gazed around the interior as if in a dream. How much must this cost? In response to the young mistress, Captain Zhao Taizhu, driving up front, introduced with keen insight, this high-end extended Rolls-Royce Phantom we're riding in is worth 50 million. The vehicles behind range from 10 to 30 million each. The entire fleet's total value is close to 300 million. What? Lin Ruoxue's eyes widened at Zhao Taizhu's words. This motorcade is worth 300 million? Whoa! She immediately sucked in a sharp breath, glaring at someone with exasperation. Jiang Bai, you're insane. A luxury motorcade worth 300 million? Do you have to be this extravagant? A 300 million yuan fleet. Lin Ruoxue was utterly stunned. Even as the queen of the music industry, it would take her 2 or 3 years to earn that kind of money, and that was only by relentlessly booking concerts and appearances. One could only imagine how utterly insane Jiang Bai's move was. Of course. She didn't know that the 300 million yuan luxury fleet was only part of it. There were also 20 others, including Zhao Taizhu. They were once renowned mercenaries, especially Zhao Taizhu, whose skills were extraordinary. Not 30 special forces soldiers, but at least 7 or 8 wouldn't stand a chance against him. Thus, they arrived at the Tianyu mansion. Ding dong! The moment Jiang Bai and his companion stepped out of the car, Zhao Taizhu received a message. His eyes narrowed sharply upon reading it. Young Master Jiang. Zhao Taizhu approached Jiang Bai. Just received word another wave of assassins is approaching the rear mountain of the Tianyu mansion. They appear to be targeting you. Oh? Jiang Bai froze at Zhao Taizhu's words. Assassins targeting him? Ding! Host has triggered a mission, personally eliminate the enemies. Reward, Divine Tier Object Manipulation Technique, plus 10 billion renminbi. The system's voice echoed in his ears. Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes. He had originally intended to let Zhao Taizhu and his team handle it to test their capabilities. Handle it personally? Well, that works too. That God-tier object manipulation technique sounds pretty sweet. Shall I have someone handle it? Zhao Taizhu, seeing Jiang Bai deep in thought, asked. No need. Jiang Bai exhaled softly before turning his gaze toward the hills behind the Tianyu mansion. I'll handle this personally. 10 minutes later, at the rear mountain of the Tianyu villa. Swish! A figure materialized in the clearing. Jiang Bai, who had rushed to the scene. Upon arrival, he immediately sensed at least 10 assassins lurking in the shadows, their auras skillfully concealed. It was clear these killers were highly competent. But to Jiang Bai, they were nothing special. To his eyes, they were still riddled with flaws. Hiding for so long? Come out. Jiang Bai glanced at the shadows, a mocking smile curling his lips. Killing was nothing new to him. In fact, he hadn't done it in quite a while, and he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the feeling. Looking for death. With a sharp whistle, a powerful crossbow bolt tore through the air, its speed as swift as a bolt of lightning. Simultaneously, a figure darted forward, dagger in hand, striking toward Jiang Bai. Clearly, 2 lethal attacks were converging upon him. Nice attack, but your speed is too slow. Chapter 71, Flying Rocks? Impossible. Smack. A single palm strike sent the assassin flying over 10 meters. Watching from the shadows, Zhao Taizhu and the others gulped in awe. Damn, young Master Jiang is that strong? Kill him. With a clatter, the remaining dozen assassins swarmed forward simultaneously, clearly intent on eliminating Jiang Bai instantly. Unfortunately, they had severely overestimated their own abilities. Smack! 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 1 palm strike per target. In an instant, over a dozen vicious assassins were dispatched as easily as slaughtering chickens or dogs, yet not a single wrinkle appeared on Jiang Bai's clothes. Come out! Jiang Bai glanced behind him. Zhao Taizhu and the others couldn't possibly escape his notice. Dispose of these bodies. Yes, young Master Jiang. Zhao Taizhu replied respectfully. With a wave of his hand, the others behind him moved to dispose of the bodies. Jiang Bai then fixed his gaze on Zhao Taizhu. From now on, you'll guard the villa for me. On the way back to the villa, Zhao Taizhu received another message, causing him to pause. Young Master Jiang, we've identified the person who hired the assassins. The employer is Zhao Mingcheng, chairman of the Zhao Group in Jiangnan. Zhao Group? Jiang Bai froze at Zhao Taizhu's words. The name was all too familiar. Earlier, Zhao Ziqing and his brother had suffered, one killed, the other left in a vegetative state because of this man. Zhao Mingcheng was their father, the chairman of Zhao Group. You handle this matter. Having completed his mission, Jiang Bai had no intention of wasting time on insignificant pawns. Zhao Taizhu narrowed his eyes upon receiving the order. Yes, young Master Jiang. Soon after, they returned to the villa. Jiang Bai, what are they doing? Lin Ruoxue observed the security details surrounding the villa, her expression filled with curiosity. Oh, they're the convoy security. He casually wrapped his arm around the beauty's slender waist. They'll guard the villa during their downtime. I see. Lin Ruoxue nodded silently upon hearing this. Having them around certainly made the villa much safer, though she still couldn't quite get used to it. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the personally eliminate enemies mission. Reward, God-tier object manipulation technique, plus 10 billion renminbi. The two entered the villa, and Jiang Bai heard the system's voice in his ear, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He then summoned his attribute panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 20. Skills, God-tier music, God-tier culinary arts, God-tier driving, God-tier martial arts, God-tier bone-setting massage, God-tier farming, God-tier calligraphy, God-tier object manipulation. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Tanyu Mansion Villa No. 1 X1, 100% shares of Zhang Group, 20 Tangcheniping Villas, Bad Luck Card X1. Appearance, 100, of course, every reader here has an appearance rating of plus. Wealth, 59.035 billion renminbi. Passive skill, double consumption aura, up to 100 million times. Glancing at his attribute panel, Jiang Bai felt quite satisfied. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he became a billionaire. But I wonder how effective that God-tier object manipulation skill is? Muttering to himself, Jiang Bai decided to test it out, fixing his gaze on a pebble on the lawn nearby. Then, something extraordinary happened. The pebble, which had been lying motionless on the ground, slowly lifted off the surface. Under Jiang Bai's control, it hovered half a meter above the ground. Look! That pebble, it's flying! A bodyguard stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the nearby scene. But after rubbing his eyes, the pebble landed back on the ground. Ha! How is that possible? It clearly lifted off the ground just now. So strange. His two companions beside him froze upon hearing this, then shook their heads with wry smiles. Must be seeing things. A stone flying? How is that even possible? Clearly, they dismissed such an absurd claim as utterly unscientific. Interesting. Jiang Bai watched the pebble fall back to the ground nearby, a meaningful curve forming at the corner of his mouth. He knew perfectly well that what had just happened was real divine-tier object manipulation was truly formidable. With such power, he could even slay enemies from 1,000 miles away, Jiang Bai mused. Of course, whether he could actually kill enemies from 1,000 miles away that he didn't know. Lin Ruoxue heard her husband muttering to himself and looked at him suspiciously. What did you say? Oh, nothing. Jiang Bai waved his hand dismissively, then wrapped his arm around the stunning beauty's waist. Come on, honey. Let's go inside for some cuddles first. You. Put. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson at the man's words. Seeing the bodyguards weren't paying attention, she exhaled in relief. In broad daylight? Are you out of your mind? She shot him a fierce glare, but ultimately couldn't resist him. As expected, a fierce battle was inevitable. Dongjiang, Zhao family villa. Damn it! Zhao Mingcheng stared at his phone, waiting for the call from the Yan Luo organization. Why hasn't it come through yet? This can't be. 10 elite assassins from the Yan Luo organization should be more than enough to handle that greenhorn. Could it be? Zhao Mingcheng's mind raced, but he quickly dismissed the thought. No, absolutely impossible. How could that kid survive an assassination attempt by 10 elite assassins? Right. Something must have gone wrong. Zhao Mingcheng thought to himself. Whether it was his eldest son or his second son, his investigations had all led back to a man named Jiang Bai. Therefore, he would rather kill 10,000 by mistake than let one slip through. Swish! At that moment, a figure appeared in the room, none other than Zhao Taizhu. Who's there? Zhao Mingcheng whirled around at the sound, his expression turning pale as he saw the figure appear like a ghost. An ominous foreboding washed over him. Forcing himself to remain calm, he stared at the intruder. Who are you? The one who's here to take your life. With a sharp hiss, Zhao Taizhu materialized a meter behind Zhao Mingcheng before he could react, his speed astonishingly swift. Clunk! The pistol in Zhao Mingcheng's hand clattered to the floor. His eyes widened in disbelief even as death approached. This can't be. Until his final breath, he never knew who had come for him. The Zhao family thus withdrew from the Jiangnan business world and began its decline. As for what would happen to the Zhao family next, that was no longer Jiang Bai's concern. Chapter 72. You just love pampering yourself. Wait until I spend every last penny of yours. A little while later, at the villa dining table. Slow down. I haven't seen you eat with such gusto before. Watching Lin Ruoxue bury her head in her food, Jiang Bai couldn't resist teasing her. Lin Ruoxue. You. The sudden remark nearly choked Lin Ruoxue. What was that guy talking about? She'd been enjoying her meal so much just now, had he lost his mind? How could he say something so heartless? Damn it, I could bite him to death. With such tempting dishes before her, Lin Ruoxue had no intention of wasting time on this guy. She shot him a glare and went back to devouring her meal. Yet, for some reason, images of what she'd just eaten kept flashing through her mind, making her want to strangle someone. It was all that bastard's fault. If she could stop for even a moment, she'd beat him to death. Burp. A moment later, Lin Ruoxue belched contentedly, rubbing her belly. Especially now that the triplets were in their rapid growth phase, her hunger was even more intense than before. Strangely, though, she hadn't gained weight despite eating so much. Or more accurately, she hadn't gained weight in the wrong places. It all went where it should. Even before giving birth to the triplets, she was already bigger than a D-cup. What would happen after they were born? Not bad, kid. Your eating skills are getting sharper. Put. Hearing that remark, Lin Ruoxue shot him a glare. Was he implying she was becoming a glutton? How annoying. It's all thanks to your three little devils. Lin Ruoxue wasn't about to take the blame for this. It was clearly the three little rascals' fault. How could anyone blame her? Exactly. Oh, right, today's the Dongjian Lantern Festival. Your husband will take you around. He paused, his large hand gently caressing her belly. And let our little one see the world. Get lost. They're only 3 months old, what could they possibly know? She rolled her eyes at Jiang Bai. She knew him well enough, this guy was just spouting nonsense with a straight face. At the Dongjian Lantern Festival grounds. Here, your first cup of milk tea at the Lantern Festival. Jiang Bai held 2 large cups of grass jelly milk tea. Lin Ruoxue nodded in satisfaction as she took the drinks, glancing at him with a look that seemed quite pleased. Ding! Congratulations, host, on spending 30 renminbi. Triggered a millionfold rebate, earning 30 million renminbi. Jiang Bai had kicked off the Lantern Festival with a bang, putting him in a rather good mood. Let's go wild today, hubby's treating. With a sweeping gesture, the two strolled through the festival grounds arm in arm like a young couple. Of course, Lin Ruoxue had taken precautions. Oversized sunglasses were essential, otherwise they'd surely draw a crowd. Really? Lin Ruoxue eyed Jiang Bai suspiciously. The guy had splurged 300 million on a luxury motorcade. She wasn't about to let him off easy today. That diamond ring on Jiang Bai is pretty nice. Spotting a high-end jewelry store nearby, Lin Ruoxue embarked on a revenge shopping spree. After all, he had teased her back at the villa. He deserved to be bled dry. You have excellent taste, madam. This is our store's crown jewel. This diamond ring was crafted by a renowned master engraver through an intricate process, priced at 880,000 renminbi. Jiang Bai, what do you think? Buy it. Jiang Bai agreed without hesitation. The saleswoman's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the first time they'd encountered such a generous customer. Miss, would you like to see some necklaces or earrings too? Sure. Lin Ruoxue agreed immediately. After all, her ambitions were quite grand. Jiang Bai, what about this necklace? It's a bit pricey though, around 500,000. Or maybe. Buy it. Half an hour later, Lin Ruoxue left the jewelry store in high spirits. Ding. Congratulations, host, on spending 1.5 million renminbi. Triggered 40x rebate, earning 60 million renminbi. Jiang Bai froze at the sound ringing in his ears, while Lin Ruoxue, who had just made the purchase, felt a pang of regret. Maybe I shouldn't have bought it. Wouldn't it be better to save it for Sun Bao's formula? Hey, your husband can still afford this much. Come on, let's go check out some other options. With that, Jiang Bai casually wrapped his arm around Lin Ruoxue's slender waist, which was barely a handful. This sent a flutter through Lin Ruoxue's heart. Didn't he care at all about her capriciousness? Oof. He just loves spoiling me. Just wait till I clean out your bank account. Unsurprisingly, they soon bought a few more trinkets. This trial run had successfully netted him over 100 million in wealth. Undeniably, Jiang Bai watched this girl spend with growing delight. After all, the more she spent, the more he stood to gain. Meanwhile, not far away, another event was unfolding. Next. Who else is here? On one of the fighting stages, a young man from Korea swept his gaze across the crowd, his eyes perched haughtily on his head. His words repeatedly disparaged Chinese martial arts, infuriating those around him. Damn it, that little bastard. I'm going up there to teach him a lesson. Zhou Hao stomped up the steps toward the stage. Su Tancheng and Lin Zhao's expressions darkened. Damn it, third brother, you bastard, come back. Oh. Kim Yujil saw the fierce glint in Zhou Hao's eyes. As someone fluent in Chinese, he understood the curse word perfectly. Chinese people, so vulgar. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. With a cold chuckle, he murmured before swiftly lunging forward. A taekwondo flying kick shot toward his opponent with blinding speed. Oh no! Su Tancheng and Lin Zhao's expressions darkened instantly. The third brother was just an amateur. How could he possibly stand a chance against this professional taekwondo prodigy? Boom! The kick sent Zhou Hao reeling backward, but just as he was about to fall off the stage, a hand caught him. Boss! Seeing their boss and his wife, Su Tancheng and Lin Xiaojian's eyes lit up with relief. Their hearts settled instantly. Joking aside, their boss was the kind of guy who could take down 30 special forces soldiers single-handedly. No matter how talented someone was, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. Step down. You're no match for him. Jiang Bai glanced at Kim Yujil across the ring and addressed Zhou Hao. Boss, I. Alright. Feeling the pain in his wrist, Zhou Hao glared fiercely at the taekwondo prodigy Kim Yujil. He understood the significant gap between himself and that guy. Kid, looks like you're pretty good. Here I come. Already irritated by the interruption of his sparring, Kim Yujil attacked without warning, clearly intent on taking out the one who had disrupted him. Hey, that kid's dead meat. Yujil is a third-degree black belt genius in taekwondo. Even regular coaches can't match him. Oomph, Chinese people really are all show and no substance. Kim Yujil's companions sneered in unison, still basking in their smug sense of superiority. Smack! A crisp slap echoed through the air. Jiang Yujil, still mid-air, was flung backward onto the ground with a dull thud. His companions, who had been waiting to watch Jiang Bai's show, froze like dead dogs with their throats clamped shut. Nice work! Bystanders watched with excitement. They'd long resented these Korean dogs. Damn, that slap delivered with such force and mastery. This guy's got skills. Damn impressive. You can't let these little brats get away with anything. Damn. I have a friend just as badass as this guy. Whenever he talks about his glory days, he gets so hyped he can't help but try to stand up from his wheelchair. Whoa, holy crap, could he be? Jiang Bai, the guy who took down those thugs at Shanghai airport. Amidst the surrounding uproar, Zhou Hao's face brimmed with admiration. Holy crap, he really is the boss. But what the hell does taking down a notorious criminal even mean? Chapter 73, Boss, did he just take down national heartthrob Do Min Jun? This guy. Before Lin Ruoxue could even process it, he'd already knocked the Korean taekwondo prodigy flat on his back. Seriously? Is it really necessary to show off like this? And these guys clearly weren't people to mess with. Bastard. He hit him so hard. Let's all go at him. Clatter. Kim Yujil's companions immediately swarmed forward. 7 or 8 of them unleashed their moves, but to Jiang Bai, they were all empty flourishes, utterly pathetic. Frankly, opponents of this caliber weren't even worthy of his attention. Smack. 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 A few slaps sent Jiang Yujil's entire crew sprawling across the floor. Jiang Yujil, realizing he'd hit a brick wall, his expression darkening, snarled, "Kid, you're dead meat." Hey, senior brother, I got beaten up. A few minutes later, a car pulled up in the courtyard. A group of men stepped out, all dressed in Taoist robes embroidered with the words Xianwu Martial Arts Academy across their chests. Senior brother Jin Ming, this brat hit me. Jiang Yujil and his companions, their faces bruised and swollen, glared fiercely at Jiang Bai. They too were disciples of the Xianwu Martial Arts Hall, though their skills were mediocre, nowhere near senior brother Jin Ming's level. Ji Ming, the top 8 taekwondo champion from the World Championships in Korea. Holy crap, this is gonna be trouble. But that guy's no pushover either. Listening to the murmurs, Jin Ming fixed his gaze on Jiang Bai. Kid, you've got some nerve messing with my Xianwu dojo. Crack. He planted his foot down hard, causing the ground to crack open. The sheer force made everyone's eyelids twitch. Gulp. Su Tanchang and his 2 companions swallowed hard. Zhou Hao cleared his throat awkwardly in the center of the scene. Second brother, fourth brother, did I just cause trouble? You just figured that out? Su Tanchang and Lin Xiao shot Zhou Hao a withering look. The guy had been warned not to act impulsively, but he wouldn't listen. If it weren't for the boss today, who knows how this kid would have ended up. Now, get down on your knees and apologize. Smack. Before Jinming could finish his sentence, Jiang Bai's hand smacked him square in the face. He crashed to his knees with a thud, unable to complete his sentence. What did you say? The flat tone exploded, causing Jiang Yujil and the others' pupils to suddenly contract. What? That kid. How could it be? He actually took down senior brother Jinming in one move. Holy. Zhou Hao and the other 2 stared wide-eyed. Holy, the boss is so FING. Though they knew the boss had beaten 30 Special Forces soldiers, the scene before them was no less shocking. Man, no matter where he is, this guy just can't keep his cool. Lin Ruoxue sighed. She'd hoped for some alone time with him, but these people were just asking for it. Serves them right to get taught a lesson by that guy. Poof. F.U. Smack. Jinming was instantly stunned by the slap, his head slamming hard against the ground as he passed out. The surrounding crowd felt an immense sense of satisfaction, then turned their gaze toward the South Korean group. Damn it, let them try to talk back now. The sheer force of that single slap silenced the entire crowd. Let's go. Kim Woo-chul's face drained of color. He stared at Jiang Bai as if he'd seen a ghost. With their tails between their legs, they scrambled into the car and fled. There was no way they could stay any longer. Woohoo! A tidal wave of applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. They hadn't felt this vindicated in ages. Boss, you're the man. Zhou Hao gave him a thumbs up. Jiang Bai shot him a withering look. If your sister finds out about this, she'll break your legs. Ahem, well, I guess I just acted on impulse. Zhou Hao gave an awkward laugh. He knew full well that if his big sister found out, breaking his legs would be the least of his worries. Boss, you and your wife should come to the Lantern Festival sometime. Su Tiancheng glanced at Zhou Hao. This kid ruined your elegant mood. Zhou Hao glared at Su Tiancheng, his face flushing crimson. This second brother really knew how to call a spade. Was this really the best way to treat him? Hey, it's all that Korean kid's fault. He was just asking for it. Shifting blame, Zhou Hao pinned the entire incident on Kim Yu-chul. If Kim ever found out, he might come after him for revenge, a burden Zhou Hao wasn't about to carry. Look! Professor Du. Wow, Professor Du is so handsome. Professor Du, I love you. The popular top-tier star Du Min-jun made a dashing appearance at the Lantern Festival, instantly drawing a crowd of fans. But Du Min-jun merely let a smirk curve his lips. China really is full of gullible people with deep pockets. To him, these people weren't fans at all, they were pure money-making tools. His fame had waned back home, prompting this trip to China to cash in. Thanks to a few hit dramas, he'd amassed a massive fanbase and skyrocketed to a list status, now inundated with commercial gigs. Move aside, mind your distance. Several celebrities who had followed him all the way from Korea stood nearby. Especially those female fans, they hadn't missed out on any opportunities, and besides, those fans wouldn't dare make a sound. Kid, move it. One of the bodyguards spotted the little girl not far ahead and raised his hand to shove her aside. Xiao won. Before the bodyguard could make a move, he was shoved off balance by a beggar. A beggar. What bloody luck. Seeing this, the bodyguard and several others closed in, ready to teach the beggar a lesson. Ding. Host has triggered a mission: save the beggar father and daughter, cure the man's deadly poison, and receive a god-tier medical skill along with 11 billion renminbi. Poison? Could this beetle be more than he seems? Thinking this, Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes as he looked at the beggar. With the system operating like this, it wouldn't have made him save someone for no reason. Stop. Before Jiang Bai could speak, Su Tiancheng's expression darkened beside him. You dogs think you can bully a beggar? Whoosh. Du Min-jun was the celebrity Su Tiancheng despised most, as his first love had dumped him because of this brainless jerk. You're still wet behind the ears and already trying to act tough? Take him down. The bodyguards instantly recognized Su Tiancheng's insult, their eyes narrowing with fury. Du Min-jun glanced at Su Tiancheng before turning his attention away. As for the fans, their focus remained entirely on their Professor Du, leaving Su Tiancheng's side completely ignored. Damn it, the second guy's gonna get hurt. Just as the bodyguard swung a punch to cripple Su Tiancheng, a sharp slap sent him flying 3 or 4 meters away. Jiang Bai had materialized before Su Tiancheng. Her timing couldn't have been more perfect. Whoa! Zhou Hao and Lin Xiao sucked in sharp breaths, rushing to Su Tiancheng's side. Number 2, you okay? But boss, that was brutal. Put. The bodyguard who'd been flung 3 or 4 meters away spat out a mouthful of blood. His companions glared darkly. All of you, attack. Swish. Several figures charged at Jiang Bai simultaneously, their fingertips extending into finger blades, clearly recognizing the kid's formidable skills. Crack. 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 In no time at all the bodyguards were taken down. At that moment, Min-jun also noticed the commotion nearby. Oomph. You dare touch my men. Du Min-jun, whose Chinese was rusty, spoke in Korean. But before he could finish, Jiang Bai backhanded him, sending him crashing backward. What gibberish is that? I don't understand a word. Zhou Hao and Lin Xiao both exclaimed. Damn it. Boss, he just slapped the national heartthrob Du Min-jun? Chapter 74, damn it, I'll beat the crap out of you brainless fans. Boss, well played. Su Tiancheng watched the boss's move, his eyes gleaming with admiration. So cool, he'd been itching to punch that kid for ages. Ah. Bastard. How dare he slap Professor Du. Sisters, make him pay. With a clatter, a horde of female brainless fans swarmed forward, vowing to avenge their idol. Damn it, I'll beat the crap out of you brainless fans. Su Tiancheng saw the shadow of his ex-girlfriend in these fanatical female fans. His rage flared instantly, his eyes blazing as he charged straight at them. Smack! 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 He lashed out left and right, slapping one fan after another. The sheer satisfaction of the beating made him oblivious to the pain in his own palms. This insane spectacle left Zhou Hao and Lin Xiao both dumbfounded. Holy crap, is this really the same mild-mannered guy? He's got some serious fighting skills. Like a tiger among sheep, Su Tiancheng fought the female fanatics, slaughtering them left and right. Years later, Su Tiancheng would recall this day and boast to his grandson, back in the day, your grandpa took down dozens of girls single-handedly. Jiang Bai, that Du Min-jun is the one SB Entertainment is heavily promoting. Lin Ruoxue took a deep breath, watching Du Min-jun walk away with concern. SB Entertainment is a giant in Korea. If they target you, don't worry. Jiang Bai smiled faintly. If that SB company dares to make a move, your man will make them regret it. Hey! A moment later, Jiang Bai walked away with the beggar man. Brother, thank you. The beggar man expressed his gratitude. Had Jiang Bai not intervened today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Poisoned so badly. Must have been rough these past years, huh? Jiang Bai smiled faintly, but his words made the beggar's eyes flash with a fierce glint. You. Don't worry, I mean you no harm. How about we do some business? The beggar, named Xiao Zhan, gave a bitter laugh. I'm a cripple. What business could I possibly have with you? I can cure your poison and restore your injuries. What? Xiao Zhan couldn't help but be tempted. Jiang Bai produced a test tube, none other than the physique enhancement serum he'd exchanged from the system store. If you trust me, take this potion first. Then we'll talk. A potion. Xiao Zhan's gaze fixed on the vial, sensing its extraordinary nature. Gulp. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Zhan swallowed the potion. Immediately afterward, his face flushed crimson as the venom within his body surged upward. Put. In that instant, a mouthful of black blood spurted forth. Xiao Zhan distinctly felt his breathing ease considerably, and even his injuries began to heal. How is this possible? Feeling the transformation within his body, Xiao Zhan's fists now brimmed with power, surpassing even his condition before being poisoned. Thud. Xiao Zhan knew exactly why this had happened. He immediately knelt on the ground. My lord, from this day forward, Xiao Zhan's life belongs to you. Rise. Jiang Bai smiled faintly. This was precisely what he desired. Here is 1 million. Settle down with your daughter first. We'll discuss other matters later. Yes, sir. Xiao Zhan took a deep breath and gratefully accepted the bank card. Ding. Congratulations, host, for saving the beggar father and daughter and curing the man's deadly poison. Reward, God-tier medical skills, plus 11 billion renminbi. Watching Xiao Zhan and his daughter walk away, Jiang Bai's lips curved into a smile. Meanwhile, at SB Entertainment. Smack. SB Entertainment chairman Park Nam-bong stared at the severely damaging online backlash, his gaze settling on a figure. That kid is asking for trouble. He dared to publicly assault our top talent? I'll make sure his career is ruined. Thud. Just then, a knock sounded from outside. Park Nam-bong exhaled slightly. Come in. Chairman, we've identified that kid. One of Park Nam-bong's confidants handed him a document. This individual is named Jiang Bai, a senior at Dongjian University in China. He gained some fame after singing a few songs. However, he is romantically involved with the pop diva Lin Ruoxue, who even withdrew from the music industry for him. Oh? Park Nam-bong's eyes flashed with a sharp glint at his subordinate's words. So this kid just got lucky. Issue the order. I want to see this kid's reputation destroyed within a day. Yes, Chairman. The trusted aide bowed and departed, knowing full well that the young man from China was finished. Half an hour later. Online sentiment within the country swept across major websites with overwhelming force. Hashtag fame-seeking hypocrite, Jiang Bai's hidden secrets hashtag. Hashtag character collapse, Jiang Bai owes us an apology hashtag. Hashtag who is Jiang Bai? His songs are garbage hashtag. Hashtag exposing music industry parasite Jiang Bai, the mystery of his rise hashtag. Front page headlines flooded the internet, all targeting Jiang Bai, instantly thrusting him into the eye of the storm. Moreover, this crisis could plunge Jiang Bai into an abyss if he made even one misstep. Back at the Tianyu mansion. Ring ring. Lin Ruoxue's phone rang. The caller was her best friend, Zhou Yuning. Hello, Yuning. I just got back. What did you say? Jiang Bai's been cyberbullied. Lin Ruoxue's first thought was SB Entertainment behind Dumin Jun. She quickly opened her phone. This is some brutal move. Jiang Bai, SB Entertainment has come after you. Watching Jiang Bai eat calmly, Lin Ruoxue's eyes filled with worry. Is that so? Jiang Bai glanced at the online comments. It's fine. Just let it simmer a bit longer. Lin Ruoxue, are you out of your mind? Lin Ruoxue couldn't stay calm any longer. Let it simmer a bit longer? Did this guy think his reputation was falling apart too slowly? What if the 3 babies ended up with a daddy with a bad name? Relax, your man can wipe out these small fry in minutes. Half an hour later. Villa, recording studio. Jiang Bai, what is this? Lin Ruoxue was genuinely baffled, unable to fathom why he'd brought her here. You'll find out soon enough. Jiang Bai gave a mysterious smile before adding, help me record a few songs. Okay. Seeing the mischievous grin playing on his lips, her instincts told her his counterattack was about to begin. Though she had no idea what form it would take, it was bound to surpass everyone's imagination. Everything was ready. Jiang Bai sat before the studio camera. Next up, a song titled Natural Beauty for Everyone. Lin Ruoxue seamlessly played the pre-prepared backing track. Yet as Jiang Bai's voice filled the room, she froze. The song was beautiful, soothingly pleasant. Soon, the recording of Natural Beauty concluded. Next, I'll present Winter's Secret to everyone. As he recorded Winter's Secret again, his melancholic, slightly hoarse, deep voice moved Lin Ruoxue. She began to guess what Jiang Bai was up to. Next came Deep Affection, Misty Rain, Blue and White Porcelain, and Jiangnan. One hit song after another left Lin Ruoxue stunned. Honestly, if this guy ever decided to enter the music industry, he could easily become a top-tier superstar. A short while later, Lin Ruoxue took a deep breath, staring at the 10 recorded songs. Jiang Bai, you wouldn't be planning to use these 10 songs to fight back against SB Entertainment, would you? Chapter 75, Mom, Dad, Brother-in-Law. The counterattack against SB Entertainment begins. My wife's pretty sharp. Jiang Bai smiled faintly. When they've come right to our doorstep, it wouldn't be right for me not to respond. A bunch of rabble, no match for us. Watch your man grind them into the dirt. With that, Jiang Bai uploaded the recorded video to Dousha short video. The account used for the upload was none other than Supreme Ruler, the Dousha Emperor title holder earned through generous rewards. Supreme Ruler of the realm. Lin Ruoxue froze upon seeing the Dousha account. Jiang Bai, you're actually Supreme Ruler, the one who tipped Dousha Emperor in Xiaoxi's livestream. Jiang Bai froze upon hearing this. Damn, how could he have forgotten that detail? Ahem, well. Honey, would you believe me if I said that rain overall wasn't me? Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed as she shot him a fierce glare. I'd believe you when pigs fly. Truthfully, at that moment, Lin Ruoxue finally understood something. Her brother-in-law was lavishly tipping his sister-in-law. This guy really knew how to play the game. Xiaoxi, she doesn't know either, right? Lin Ruoxue knew her husband's true colors. Jiang Bai shook his head bitterly. If it weren't for your husband's carelessness, you wouldn't even know. Poof. Lin Ruoxue gave a playful snort. Thank goodness she was paying attention. Don't think pregnancy made her dumb. With a few taps, 2 short videos were uploaded. With an existing following of over 100,000, the videos quickly drew reactions. Holy crap, the Junlin Big Shot account actually posted short videos. Ahem, you might not believe this, but Lord Junlin is probably Xiaoxi's sister's husband. Yep, it really is her brother-in-law. The internet's going wild with it. You bet. Xiaoxi's wife kept it pretty under wraps. Turns out her sister is none other than the music diva Lin Ruoxue. The brother-in-law must be the formidable figure who made Goddess Ruoxue retire from the music industry. But this song, it's amazing. 5 minutes later. Lin Ruoxue stared blankly at the short video metrics, 150,000 likes and 80,000 comments. Meanwhile, at Doushark headquarters. Holy. Luo Zai, Dousha's operations manager, stared at the person who had tipped Dousha's top streamer, none other than Jiang Bai, the victim of online bullying. He shot up from his seat. He then clicked on a short video. That guy was a badass. If I look at you one more time, would I still feel anything? Back then, with no makeup, she was as pure as could be. No eyeliner to look mature. No blending foundation. Whoa. Staring at the video, Luo Zai was utterly stunned by the handsome looks and incredibly beautiful singing voice. Trending. Is this guy using short videos to fight back against online criticism? He then clicked on another short video. If I say I truly love you, who will mend the friendships that have been shattered? If I keep this secret to myself, a warm winter would be nowhere in sight. You're too kind, you're too beautiful. Minutes later, Luo Zai forced himself to listen to the entire song through to the end, his scalp prickling with dread. Holy crap, this is gonna blow up. This buzz demands a level 7 traffic pool. Without hesitation, Luo Zai elevated both videos to level 7 million traffic tier. Dousha was about to go viral. Soon, clutching the data, Luo Zai dashed toward Director Chen Tian's office. Thud. A few minutes later, Chen Tian's office door was kicked open. Director Chen, our shark battle is about to take off. Panting as he entered Chen Tian's office, he immediately played 2 videos. A moment passed. The Dousha Emperor is actually the musical prodigy Jiang Bai, and he's currently at the center of a storm. Such a classic hit song. After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Tian's eyes flashed with determination. Boost both videos to level 9 with unlimited traffic. Put. Luo Zai nearly fell to his knees upon hearing this. Director Chen, should we test it with a 10 million level traffic pool? No need. Chen Tian took a deep breath. Jiang Bai is still one of our Doushark's heroes. Let's give him a hand. Ahem. Understood. Luo Zai cleared his throat. He knew full well this was a favor for Jiang Bai, but it would also elevate Dousha to an entirely new level. Under Chen Tian's personal direction, the 2 short videos were propelled once more into the level 9 traffic pool, Doushark's highest tier, one never before utilized since the company's founding. Chen Tian had essentially paved the way for Jiang Bai. The explosive impact that followed was beyond imagination. Views skyrocketed. 10 minutes later, likes still surpassed 1 million, with comments exceeding 600,000. Ha 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 ha. The big boss is actually Jiang Bai's man? Impressive. Now, the online trolls are in for it. Hey, Dousha is seriously badass, he's about to take on those online trolls. My brother-in-law is unstoppable, take down those jerks. What kind of trash dares to slander my idol Jiang Bai? Frenzied comments exploded like a bomb, and both videos went viral beyond belief. Dongjiang, Lin Ruoxue's residence. Inside the villa, Lin Xiaoxi tapped open the Supreme Ruler account she'd specially followed. A thunderclap echoed in her mind. Holy crap, the Supreme Ruler is actually my brother-in-law. How could this be? You jerk of a brother-in-law, you're so mean. Lin Xiaoxi finally understood. No wonder that Lord of the Realm had been showering her with gifts, turns out he was her own brother-in-law. Dad, Mom, come quick. My brother-in-law is in big trouble. The shrieks echoed throughout the villa. Lin Yaozong and his mother hurried over. They too had heard the news about Jiang Bai being targeted, and even Lin Yaozong was deeply concerned. After all, this didn't just concern Jiang Bai, it would also involve his own daughter. What's going on? Zhang Yueru took a deep breath and asked. Dad, Mom, you might not believe this. After a brief pause, Lin Xiaoxi exclaimed with overwhelming excitement, my brother-in-law has started fighting back against SB Entertainment. What? Lin Yaozong glanced at his phone and heard the song Winter's Secret playing. Holy crap, that kid's got some guts. No wonder he's been silent all this time, turns out he's been holding onto the trump card. Heh, good. Zhang Yuru's face flushed with excitement. Excellent. He truly lives up to being my daughter's husband. I was actually planning to pull some strings to help him out, but who knew? He narrowed his eyes, then gazed toward the direction of the Korean peninsula. Now SB Entertainment has probably shot themselves in the foot. That kid. I never really liked him. Lin Yaozong took a deep breath, glancing at the surging likes and comments, but I have to admit, he pulled this off brilliantly. Chapter 76. This time, I'll make SB Entertainment kneel and sing Conquest to me. Zhou Yuning's villa. Rying. The ringtone echoed in her ears as she answered the call, still preoccupied with Jiang Bai's situation. Hello. What did you say? Jiang Bai has started fighting back. 2 short videos have gone viral on Douyin. Got it. After hanging up, Zhou Yuning immediately went to Douyin. To her surprise, Jiang Bai's short video was prominently featured in the recommended feed. She clicked to watch. No makeup? This singing skill and foundation. Watching this novel counterattack, Zhou Yuning's lips curved upward. You gotta admit, this is the most effective way to fight back against troll armies and that idiotic entertainment company. But she really went all out earlier, directly calling out Korean star Do Min Jun. In under half an hour, it racked up tens of millions of likes and over 6 million comments. Watching the short video's explosive popularity, Zhou Yuning's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. It was hard to imagine how much more viral these 2 videos would become as time passed. Rongqing, Junyu Haoding Residential Complex. Recreational Area. Hey, look! Isn't that old John's kid? The exclamation instantly drew everyone's attention. After all, Jiang Bai was the first young man in their complex to gain admission to Dongjiang University. Oh. That song, it's amazing. Seems like little Jiang took down that Korean entertainment company's Do Min Jun, and now he's getting cyberbullied for it. Heh, Jiang's counterattack is so badass. The crowd buzzed with chatter as Jiang Bailin returned from grocery shopping outside the complex. Old Jiang, come quick. Residents spotted Jiang Bailin and hurriedly pulled him over. Check it out. Your son Jiang Bailin is killing it. You bet. He posted 2 short videos, and they've already racked up over 20 million likes. Jiang Bailin, what did you say? Over 20 million? That kid. Jiang Bailin looked over and a melodious voice reached his ears, is that my son? Only after multiple confirmations did Jiang Bailin accept this reality. That singing talent was 100 times better than those pretty boy idols. What on earth had happened while he was away on business? Immediately, Jiang Bailin began searching online. What he found left him utterly stunned. What? After seeing the results, Jiang Bailin was stunned. A musical prodigy? Confessing to the queen of the music scene, Lin Ruoxue? And it was this song that made Lin Ruoxue retire from the music industry. That bastard, he never seemed so exceptional before. The queen of the music scene? What kind of bull luck did that kid get? Jiang Bailin smirked. That kid's recent experiences were 1,000 times more thrilling than his entire life. Heh, good. He's definitely my son. Jiang Bailin beamed with pride. That damn SB Entertainment company bullied my son, and now they're getting their asses kicked. Yeah. What the hell? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Bailin dialed his son's number. Tianyu Mansion. Hey, you little brat. As soon as the call connected, Jiang Bai heard his old man's voice. He chuckled, Dad, you're back from your business trip. You bet I am. Jiang's father's voice came from across the room, but you sure know how to stir things up, kid. You've even managed to land the queen of pop. Lin Ruoxue. Hearing her future father-in-law's words, Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson. He probably didn't even know she was pregnant yet. Nice work. Jiang's father affirmed directly, you kid, you're really making waves. The Jiang family doesn't start trouble, but when trouble comes knocking, we don't back down. His resonant voice spoke with conviction, giving Lin Ruoxue a sudden understanding. It seemed to explain why her husband possessed that fearless, unyielding spirit deep within his soul. So, the grandfather of these 3 little ones was the root of it all. Don't worry, old man. Jiang Bai smiled faintly. Just sit back and enjoy the show. This time, I'll make SB Entertainment kneel on the ground and sing Conquest for me. Heh, I'm signing off now. If the outside world ever found out about this father-son conversation, it would absolutely send shockwaves through the industry. Holy! You guys just casually decided the fate of the giant SB Entertainment Company in a few sentences? Jiang Bai, you've already hit 1 million followers. Lin Ruoxue checked Jiang Bai's fan page and saw that in less than half an hour, his follower count had skyrocketed tenfold. The sheer power of the level 9 traffic pool was truly terrifying. And this was only the beginning. Meanwhile, the online trolls were all dumbfounded. Holy! That Jiang Bai doesn't play by the rules. Damn it! The explosive spread of short videos as a counterattack. Damn it, why aren't they going off? In the blink of an eye, it's like we're back to square one. What the hell advantage do they have now? Meanwhile, in the Dongjiang University group chat. Damn, senior Jiang Bai is awesome. Haha, that was a ruthless move. Damn it, I told you if he could make Goddess Ruoxue quit the music industry, he'd never be scared of some Thai company. Way to go, senior Jiang Bai, you rock. I'm impressed. That counterattack was lightning fast. I bet that idiot's crying his eyes out in the bathroom right now. The crowd buzzed with excitement, while Su Tiancheng and his two friends were beyond thrilled. Damn it, their worries about the boss had been completely unnecessary. Meanwhile, on the other side, SB Entertainment headquarters. Damn it! Chairman Park Nam-bong's face darkened. The online backlash was quelled by just 2 songs. That Jiang Bai, he's got some skills. This outcome had completely caught him off guard. In his view, that kid who'd gotten lucky would surely be ruined by the backlash. In that case, mobilize every connection we have to blacklist Jiang Bai. Yes, Chairman. His trusted subordinate received the chairman's orders and immediately set them into motion, unleashing an even greater conspiracy. Soon, the next day arrived. Launch the operation. With several more Water Legion captains joining the fray, the online landscape grew increasingly volatile. Jiang Bai, SB Entertainment has struck again. Lin Ruoxue, who had been monitoring the online situation, looked worried. Oh, is that so? Looks like it's time to upload another short video. Jiang Bai smiled faintly, lifting the corners of his mouth as he clicked to publish yet another short video. On the Douxia music platform, Luo Changhe glanced at the pop-up notification. Jiang Bai posted another short video. Looks like he's going head-to-head with SB Entertainment this time. Without delay, Luo Changhe called Director Chen Tian. Hello, Director Chen. That Jiang Bai has released a new video, and this song is even more powerful than the previous 2. Got it. After hanging up, Chen Tian opened the short video. As he listened to the heartfelt, melodious rendition of Deep Affection, Misty Rain, his eyes lit up. This song, it's incredible. Chen Tian took a deep breath, his gaze turning toward Dongjiang with deep meaning. In that case, let's go straight to the level 9 traffic pool. One man taking down SB Entertainment? That's something to look forward to. Chapter 77, even if he becomes an immortal, he'll still have to acknowledge me as his father. Lin Family Villa. After finishing her morning routine, Lin Xiaoxi returned to her room. Ding! The notification sound rang out. Lin Xiaoxi glanced over and just then went live, letting her fans witness the energetic start to her day. Whoa, sis-in-law uploaded another new short video. Fans in the livestream room, seeing the lovely Xiaoxi, were filled with affection. Good morning, Xiaoxi. Bro-in-law is so awesome. The identity of the big shot Junlin has been revealed. Wow, never would have guessed Junlin was actually my brother-in-law. No wonder he's so generous. Amidst the fans' heated discussion, beautiful music suddenly filled the livestream room. Deep Affection, Misty Rain. How many pavilions stand in the misty rain? Remember when we were so deeply in love? Cars flow like water, horses race like dragons. As the beautiful melody filled the air, Lin Xiaoxi's charming face beamed with pride. She wouldn't miss such a golden opportunity to promote. Hey fans, did you hear that? This is Xiaoxi's husband's song, it's absolutely amazing. The moment she said this, the livestream exploded with excitement. Holy crap! Jiang Bai, the heartthrob, has released another short video and it's a new song too, just as amazing as ever. Soon. Under the Junlin Tianxia account, likes, comments, and saves for the newly posted short video skyrocketed at a visible speed. Lin Ruoxue's official Weibo, a beautiful song, Deep Affection, Misty Rain by Ruoxue's boyfriend. Fans who love it, please show your support. Thank you all. Whoa, Goddess Ruoxue is on fire. Wah, is it really okay to support Jiang Bai so openly? True colors show in adversity, especially since Goddess Ruoxue quit the music industry for that guy Jiang Bai. Individual versus capital, wonder how this battle will end. Goddess Ruoxue, even though Jiang Bai won your heart, I can't stand SB Entertainment. I'm rooting for you both. Touch my Jiang God, and you're asking for death. Lin Ruoxue's fanbase was immense, and in an instant, a tidal wave of comments flooded the platform, overwhelming Douxia's servers as countless netizens flooded in. Hall of Fame singer Tong Chen, Jiang Bai's new song is great, everyone should support it. Popular singer Liu Yao, Jiang Bai's talent stands unmatched in this era. His new song is out and absolutely amazing. Douxia VIP recommending a song, musical genius Jiang Bai's Deep Affection, Misty Rain. One after another, singers and influencers spoke up to promote Jiang Bai, especially those artists previously suppressed by SB Entertainment. They all emerged at once. Such a golden opportunity to take a jab at SB Entertainment, how could they pass it up? Such a turn of events was probably beyond even SB Entertainment's wildest imagination. Now they've really stirred up a hornet's nest. Rongqing, Junyu Haoding. Hahaha, excellent. Jiang's father beamed with excitement, watching his son's viral moment online. Blacklisting? That's ridiculous. True talent can't be silenced by mere online traffic. Sipping his fragrant tea, Jiang's father scanned the online comments, a smile spreading across his lips. Put. It's rare to see you so supportive of your son. Jiang's mother rolled her eyes at her husband, who had never been shy about criticizing their son. Did I? Jiang's father looked at his wife suspiciously, sipping his tea. I was just pushing that good for nothing to improve. Otherwise, how do you think he'd have gotten this far? Jiang's mother rolled her eyes. As if you deserve any credit. Oh, right. Jiang's mother remembered something. Seeing her husband in high spirits, she judged the moment ripe. Old Jiang, there's something I think you need to know. Oh? Taking a sip of his fragrant tea, Jiang's father looked at his mother with a hint of suspicion as her tone grew slightly more serious. What is it? Well, our daughter-in-law is expecting triplets. Put. Caught off guard by the sudden news, Jiang's father choked on his tea. Ha! What did you say? Ruoxue is pregnant and carrying triplets. For a moment, Father Jiang couldn't process it. That good-for-nothing brat. Staring at the video before him, Father Jiang pondered his diva daughter-in-law's decision to retire from the music industry. Could it be she's stepping away to focus on her pregnancy? When did this happen? Jiang's father glanced at his wife, his first impulse being to reach for a bottle of 7 Wolves. But remembering his son's current achievements, he gave a bitter smile. You knew all along. What else could it be? Mrs. Jiang rolled her eyes at her husband. I know your temper. If I'd told you when I found out, you'd have rushed home to beat our son with that bottle. Now, you probably don't have the guts to do that anyway. Ahem. What nonsense are you spouting? Father Jiang scowled fiercely. Me lacking backbone? What a joke. Even if he becomes an immortal, he'd still have to acknowledge me as his father. Stop spouting nonsense. Jiang's mother stared at the screen. You know full well how much pressure our son is under right now. Jiang's father sighed as he scanned the online backlash. Truth be told, he hadn't been able to help his son through this crisis. To say he felt no guilt would be impossible. And that was precisely why Jiang's mother was laying everything out on the table now. Speaking of which, our son takes after you. Mrs. Jiang immediately turned the tables and began digging up old dirt. Back then, if it weren't for you pestering me relentlessly and dragging me to that little grove. Cough cough, you're out of your mind. Digging up something from centuries ago? Heroes don't boast about past glories. Jiang's father knew exactly what his wife was up to. After decades together, it would be strange if he couldn't see through her. She was just protecting her precious son. Enough. I won't beat that brat. After a moment's thought, Father Jiang added, once this matter is settled, have that brat bring our daughter-in-law home to visit. Then we can discuss their wedding arrangements. MHM. Jiang's mother shot him a look. That's the first sensible thing you've said in ages. You? Jiang's father froze. Good grief, so everything he just said wasn't human speech? This old hag was getting more and more disrespectful, challenging his authority as the head of the household. Just you wait until tonight, I'll show you. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth at the thought, sending a chill down Jiang's mother's spine. Old Jiang, what are you thinking about? Jiang's father cleared his throat and waved his hand dismissively. Nothing. Just get me some wine tonight to liven things up. All right. Unaware of her husband's true intentions, Mrs. Jiang pondered for a moment before nodding. Tonight, I'll have a couple of drinks with you. Really? Hearing his wife agree to drink with him, old Jiang knew his plan to reassert his authority tonight would go smoothly. Tonight, he'd show this woman who was truly in charge of this household. Chapter 78. Tonight, I'll make you pay for disrespecting your man. Dongjian University, dormitory. F. Su Tiancheng scrolled through the comments on the short video, and man, did they trash SB Entertainment Company like crazy. Whoa, boss, you're on fire. Damn it, the giant SB Entertainment crumbled under the boss's counterattack. Zhou Haolin and Xiao couldn't help but gasp in admiration, their hearts swelling with unparalleled pride. Are you kidding me? The boss and his sister-in-law going public was shocking enough, but compared to what was happening now, their previous move felt like child's play. The boss's move was ruthless. With short videos spreading like wildfire, this slap in the face was unprecedented. SB Entertainment top dog in the Korean entertainment scene? They shouldn't have crossed the boss. The boss didn't even show his face, and he's already taken down SB Entertainment. Hitting where it hurts, striking at the heart. The boss is playing this game like a pro. Ding dong. Just then, another push notification appeared on the phone. Number 2, number 4, hurry over. Zhou Hao's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the screen. Holy crap, the boss just uploaded another short video. Blue and white porcelain, the title alone screams classic. This is gonna put SB Entertainment out of business. Holy, the boss is unstoppable. Su Tiancheng and Lin Xiao exchanged glances, seeing the same excitement and anticipation in each other's eyes. This was definitely something the boss could pull off. Third brother, play it already. Su Tiancheng urged, and Zhou Hao nodded, clicking to play the short video. The plain porcelain outlines blue and white patterns, brushstrokes deepening then fading. The peonies painted on the vase, like your first makeup. The rising sandalwood fragrance through the window reveals my heart's longing. The brush on Xian paper pauses mid-stroke. Listening to the song, Su Tiancheng and his two companions' smiles grew even brighter. The boss truly outdid himself with each song. And the caliber just keeps getting higher. Hey, SB Entertainment is gonna be stunned. Just waiting for SB to get crushed by the boss. The dorm erupted in excitement, and the news was immediately shared in the school chat group, causing an unprecedented uproar. Holy crap! Senior Jiang Bai posted another short video? He's freaking awesome. The Supreme Ruler account saw its follower count skyrocket like it was on steroids. 1 million. 3 million. 5 million. As the 4 songs continued to go viral, the fan count successfully surpassed the 1,000 mark just half an hour after the release of Blue and White Porcelain. The relentless attacks from online trolls not only failed to affect Jiang Bai but actually caused his popularity to skyrocket, making it a case of losing both the battle and the war. SB Entertainment. How could this happen? Park Nam-bon was utterly dumbfounded. The scene before him defied comprehension. His vaunted tactics had failed to make even the slightest dent against that kid named Jiang Bai. That kid actually has so many songs. Park Nam-bon's face darkened. Though he didn't fully grasp the Chinese lyrics, he could tell each song was exceptionally good. Too bad he's not an SB artist. Otherwise, SB would have soared to new heights because of him. Since this kid wasn't one of their own and had now become an adversary, he must be nipped in the bud. At any cost. Just as everyone thought it was over, Lin Ruoxue looked at her man in the villa. Jiang Bai, you still want to continue? Indeed, online sentiment had already turned overwhelmingly against them. Those 4 songs were like 4 trump cards, utterly shattering SB Entertainment's schemes. Naturally. Jiang Bai smiled faintly. This is merely winning back 1 point. It would be impolite not to return the favor. If SB wants to play, I'll give them a grand gift. With that thought, Jiang Bai didn't hesitate. He released another short video of Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales. What follows is your man's true counterattack. Pausing briefly, Jiang Bai continued, I wonder if SB Entertainment can handle this gift. T-Online Music, Director's Office. Again. Zhou Yuning stared blankly at the screen. Heavenly Dragon Scales? This song seems different. Curiosity piqued, she clicked to play it. This land I claim with my brushstroke. Our ethnic bloodline stretches 10,000 miles. Through 6 centuries and 600 years. Descendants of the dragon weathered storms. This central axis of the capital. Unwavering as the noble integrity of a gentleman. As the MV montage played, Zhou Yuning felt a tingle run down his spine. The majestic grandeur of the Forbidden City stirred a surge of pride within him, causing his eyes to narrow in admiration. Jiang Bai actually possesses such integrity. Unbelievable. This is going to be huge. The song Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales exploded like a royal flush, completely blowing out the Doushao platform. Holy crap, this song, it's insane. Impressive, my god Jiang, wow. Holy crap, never imagined Jiangshan had such a grand vision. Joining China was the best decision of my life. Holy crap, our country is this magnificent. Kudos, Godzilla. Take my kneel, sir. Within 10 minutes of its release, the latest short video had already racked up over 10 million likes and a staggering 80 million comments, proof of its explosive impact. It could be said that, though Jiang Bai wasn't part of the music industry, his fame now eclipsed every single music star including Lin Ruoxue. Good lad. At the Lin family villa, Lin Yaozong stared in shock at the scene. That brat, he's worthy of my daughter. Cough, cough. Give it a rest. Lin's mother shot him a withering glance. Worthy of our daughter? From the looks of it, it seems our daughter is the one climbing the social ladder. This young Jiang holds boundless potential. Taking a deep breath, Mrs. Lin continued, more importantly, little Jiang dotes on our daughter like no ordinary man. I have a feeling, our daughter might just become the happiest girl in the world. Heh, of course she will. Lin Yaozong said with a thick skin, only to earn another eye roll from his mother. If you were even 1/10 no 100th as capable as Xiao Jiang, I'd be smiling in my sleep. Lin Yaozong, Jiang you've lost your mind. Smack. A sharp slap landed on Jiang Yueru's cheek, making her face flush crimson. Old Lin, you've lost your mind. Keep in mind, this was a villa. With his daughter and the maids all present, what would happen if they saw this? Poof. Lin Yaozong gave a cold chuckle, his expression dark as he appraised Lin's mother's figure. Tonight, I'll make you understand the consequences of disrespecting your man. You. Spit. Hearing her husband's lewd words, Mrs. Lin's cheeks flushed crimson. This old lecher seemed like a completely different person now, though it felt rather nice. Chapter 79. I watched Xiao Jiang grow up. A signed photo isn't too much to ask, right? Half a day later. The central bank issued an official Weibo post. Congratulations to Jiang Bai for creating such an outstanding song as Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales. We will acquire this song for tens of millions as a national treasure level piece. Additionally, we thank Jiang Bai for his contributions to the music industry. Furthermore, we hereby call upon all singers in the music industry to learn from Jiang Bai and create more uplifting songs. Furthermore, overseas singers with questionable character, such as Du Min-jun, will be barred from entering the country henceforth. The moment this Weibo appeared, the entire internet erupted. Holy crap, the central bank has spoken. Holy crap, Jiang Bai's song just blew the central bank out of the water. The divine martial gate of the Forbidden City. How much history has forged the soul of China? This song gave me goosebumps all over. Awesome, so badass. Ha, SB Entertainment must be stunned now when the central bank steps in. They're nothing. Before long, the central bank's official Weibo account shot to the top of the trending topics. Rongqing, Junyu Haoding. Holy crap, that Jiang kid is a beast. The central bank actually stepped in to protect her own? TSK. Residents in the leisure area murmured in astonishment. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang had just arrived and were now surrounded by neighbors. Old Jiang, you're something else. Yeah, how do you raise your kids? No wonder even the diva fell for your son. Oh, I was actually thinking of introducing my overseas educated daughter to your son. The chatter of envy filled the air, leaving Mr. and Mrs. Jiang beaming with pride, their smiles stretching from ear to ear. Pride. Seriously, with a son this outstanding, it's only natural they'd be a little proud. Heh, it's nothing really, all thanks to that little rascal making something of himself. Father Zhong's posture straightened noticeably. Good heavens, when had he ever felt this triumphant? That brat had done brilliantly. Not only had he gotten the diva pregnant with triplets, but even sextuplets or even 10 babies in one go wouldn't be a problem. Yang Ma has added a national treasure level song to her collection, and it's already raking in millions. Such an honor, as far as he knew, no one had ever achieved it before. That brat did a hell of a job. He's got his father's flair. As for Zhang's mother, she couldn't have imagined her son achieving such greatness in her wildest dreams. Amidst the relentless online hype, fueled by paid commentators, Jiang Bai was propelled straight into godlike status. No one saw this coming. Not long after the Queen of Pop retired from the music scene, Jiang Bai proved to everyone with his peerless talent that he was worthy of being the man beside the pop queen. Soon after, radio stations from all corners rushed to send congratulatory messages. Following the central bank's lead was their standard practice. Yet, within this very moment, another sinister plot by SB Entertainment began to take shape. Park Nam-bong and his kind had been waiting for this moment, their most proficient tactic as capitalists, flattery to destruction. Exactly. The plan was to elevate Jiang Bai to the pinnacle of fame before launching a surprise attack, and this was precisely the hidden strategy of SB Entertainment. Soon, this conspiracy began within the traditional literary community. To be precise, it started with the traditional writers' hardliners. Led by Jia Chang, vice president of the Writers Association, the hardliners published a lengthy critique spanning 10,000 words, a cheap attempt to attract attention. Thinking a bit of musical talent justifies grandstanding. The imagery is passable, but the literary craft is utterly botched. I couldn't discern the intended meaning. Fellow writers, don't be fooled by the surface. Immediately, Jia Chang's legion of fans chimed in to echo his sentiments. Members of the traditional literary hardliners faction emerged in droves, nitpicking Jiang Bai's lyrics with relentless scrutiny. Clearly. On one hand, they clung stubbornly to their own views. On the other, they sought to gain notoriety by stepping on Jiang Bai. Behind the scenes, SB Entertainment fueled the fire, quietly launching another conspiracy. Meanwhile, at the Tianyu mansion. Ring. Amidst the traditional literary hardliners' slander, Jiang Bai received a call from his mother. Hello, Mom. Jiang Bai answered and greeted her, while Lin Ruoxue listened intently beside him, her heart racing. You little rascal, come to Rongqing tomorrow. After a pause, Jiang's mother continued, bring Ruoxue along. It'll be a chance for her to meet the family. And while you're at it, let's discuss your wedding plans. All right. Jiang Bai pondered for a moment before agreeing. After all, that girl Ruoxue hadn't even met his old man yet. Lin Ruoxue, After hanging up, Lin Ruoxue flushed. So? I'm meeting Uncle? Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but feel nervous. Jiang Bai gently pinched her cheek. Don't worry. My dad already knows you're carrying triplets, and he's actually in a pretty good mood about it. Jiang Bai's reassuring laughter finally made Lin Ruoxue exhale softly. Really? That's good. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson. Oh, right, what does Uncle like? I can't possibly show up empty-handed, can I? Empty-handed? Jiang Bai smiled faintly. Of course not. You're bringing the old man 3 grandsons, aren't you? 3 grandsons. Ugh. Her words drew a fierce glare from Lin Ruoxue. Could this guy just act normal for once? After some commotion, Lin Ruoxue recalled that her father enjoyed a drink or two much like her own father and also loved playing chess and sipping tea. The next morning. Junyu Haoting Residential Complex entrance. Squeak. A supercar pulled up at the community entrance, immediately drawing a crowd of onlookers. Wow, looks like a rich kid's come to our neighborhood. That supercar must be worth a fortune. Guess it starts at a minimum of 10 million. Lowering the window, Jiang Bai smiled as he gazed at the familiar buildings. Hey, this is my place. Phew. Lin Ruoxue took a deep breath. Even though she'd stepped back from the music scene, the aura of a diva didn't fade so quickly. Especially with that guy making such a splash lately, a stir was inevitable. Xiao Jiang, it's you. At that moment, a resident of the neighborhood clearly recognized Jiang Bai. Instantly, all eyes turned toward them. After all, the Jiang family's young master had been making waves everywhere lately. What? The Jiang family's kid is here. Holy crap, and he's got a girlfriend, the music diva Lin Ruoxue. Whoa, cough cough, this is going to be a big deal. Quick, go get an autograph for the grandson. I watched Xiao Jiang grow up. An autographed photo isn't too much to ask, right? Before long, Jiang Bai's supercar was surrounded by enthusiastic residents. Seeing there was no escaping it, Jiang Bai cleared his throat, got out of the car, and greeted them. After all, these were elders who had watched him grow up. Staying inside the car would have been impolite. After quite a while, Lin Ruoxue signed dozens of autographs before slipping away. Uncle Wang from next door chuckled. Little Jiang, your parents are in the rest area. Go find them. Hey, you've really made something of yourself, kid. Compared to you, my son's a total loser. Chapter 80, just a bunch of old farts, nothing to worry about. Recreation area. Click. As he pushed open the door and stepped out, quite a few people were drawn over. After all, the roar of the engine from afar was already incredibly eye-catching. Old Jiang, it's your kid. A shrill cry rang out from afar, and in an instant, dozens of eyes in the leisure area turned toward the commotion. One glance was all it took. They all swarmed over. Holy crap, old Jiang's kid must be returning home in triumph. Dad, Mom. Amidst the crowd, Jiang Bai spotted his parents. A smile curved his lips. The old couple must be over the moon. You little rascal, you're back. Father Jiang's eyes brimmed with pride and excitement at the sight of his son. The Jiang family's ancestral graves must be smoking with joy. Uncle, Auntie, hello. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed slightly as her sweet voice carried out, drawing the attention of everyone present. This was the queen of the music scene. The Jiang family's young master. Impressive. Heh, good. Excellent. Father Jiang beamed so widely at his stunningly beautiful daughter-in-law that he couldn't close his mouth, earning him a roll of the eyes from Mother Jiang. He gave an embarrassed chuckle, clearly aware he'd overreacted. Oh my. Just then, a shrill scream pierced the air. Old Jiang, look online. Little Jiang's being targeted by a bunch of famous traditional literature writers. Ha! Father Jiang immediately pulled out his phone. The moment he saw the posts, his expression darkened. Those old bastards were really going for the jugular. As expected, fame brings trouble. Jiang's mother furrowed her brow, but noticed her son remained completely unfazed. This kid, had he anticipated this all along? Ahem, surely not. You little brat, how could you? Jiang's mother asked with a hint of worry. Jiang Bai smiled faintly. Mom, it's just a bunch of old fools. Nothing to worry about. I see. I wonder if there's any paper and pen here. I'd like to record a few short videos. Jiang's mother, yes. Before Jiang's mother could respond, a neighbor chimed in from nearby. I just happened to bring some paper and pen. I was planning to practice calligraphy. Ha! This remark instantly drew everyone's attention. Holy cow. Every single short video from the Jiang family's kid had gone viral. Now, the chance to see him film one in person? Everyone was beyond excited. Ahem, that kid. Jiang's father cleared his throat. His gut told him his little brat was about to show off. But, how exactly would this kid humiliate those self-important traditional literary writers? Come here, little Jiang. Let me grind the ink for you. The elderly gentleman who had spoken earlier offered eagerly, as if afraid Jiang Bai might slip away. I'll lay out the Xian paper. I'll tidy the desk. In an instant, the scene bustled with activity. Having witnessed the humiliation of the old-school traditional writer, they were naturally filled with anticipation. Soon, the skilled Lin Ruoxue personally took close-up shots. Jiang Bai, surrounded by admirers, dipped his brush in ink and wrote the 4 characters water melody in bold strokes. What splendid calligraphy! The ink-grinding elder marveled at Jiang Bai's calligraphy, but his exclamation drew death glares from the crowd, prompting an awkward cough. When did the bright moon first appear? I raise my cup to ask the heavens. I wonder if the palaces in the sky know what year this night belongs to. I long to ride the wind back home, yet fear the jade towers and crystal halls are too cold at such heights. So I dance with my shadow in the clear light. How does that compare to being here on earth? The crowd looked up, murmuring the verses to themselves. Slowly, they began to grasp the young John's method of delivering a stinging rebuke. Holy crap! He'd just countered with poetry a counterattack. Damn, that hit the nail on the head. And this poem seems pretty impressive. Soon, Jiang Bai finished the poem in one fluid motion, wrapping up the short video recording. Alright, next shot. Jiang Bai wasted no time, setting his finished work aside. The quick-eyed ink grinding master promptly tucked it away. Heh, young Jiang, may I keep this piece for my collection? Of course you can. Jiang Bai smiled faintly. After all, his goal was to film short videos. Calligraphy was entirely secondary. That old Jiang. The crowd around them was bursting with envy. Damn it, that old guy was shameless. But then, the next piece. Nian Nu Jiao, Reminiscences of the Red Cliffs. The title leapt off the paper, the calligraphy as masterful as ever. The mighty river flows eastward, its waves washing away the heroic figures of ages past. West of the ancient fortifications, they say this is where Zhou of the Three Kingdoms fought at Red Cliffs. Rocks pierce the sky, tidal waves crash against the shore, rolling up thousands of snow-white crests. The landscape is like a painting. How many heroes once graced this place? Another wave of calligraphic mastery unfolds. After recording the short video, then came Full River Red, Inviting Wine, Bodhisattva Man. One after another, the videos were recorded, leaving Jiang's parents and everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Holy, this is my son? Jiang's father was utterly dumbfounded. Not only was his son a formidable singer, but his literary prowess utterly eclipsed that of traditional scholars, a crushing defeat that left them red-faced. Ahem, impressive. Young John's literary talent, wow. Ha, those old farts are going to be finished. The crowd in the lounge area gasped in admiration. Many stared at the Xian paper in their hands, overcome with excitement. Holy crap, they definitely have this framed and preserved properly. Without a second thought, Jiang Bai posted a short video. Mom and Dad, let's head home. Jiang Bai smiled faintly. He paid little attention to what would be posted next, because those old farts would undoubtedly be dazzled beyond belief, barring any surprises. He felt not a shred of sympathy for them. Joking? He knew full well that if it weren't for his exceptional writing skills, those old fools would have destroyed him. Once he made his move, he was prepared for every possible bad outcome. Meanwhile, at Jia Chang's villa. Ding! A notification pinged. Jia Chang tapped it immediately and was stunned to see Jiang Baifa's short video. Oomph! Let's see how this greenhorn plans to turn the tide. With a cold chuckle and a mocking attitude, he tapped the screen and glanced at the video. But? What? The moment he saw it, Jia Chang froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. When will the moon be bright? I raise my cup to ask the heavens, but I know not the palaces in the sky, nor what year this night belongs to. How could this be? That kid? He's just a greenhorn. How could he possibly compose such timeless verse with such profound resonance? He sprang to his feet, a sense of foreboding washing over him. This situation felt eerily similar to his previous clash with online trolls. Could he be about to follow in their footsteps? This is bad. I hope this doesn't escalate any further. A notification pinged. Before he could process it, another alert arrived. Jiang Bai had posted yet another short video. Jia Chang's fingers trembled as he clicked through. Witnessing the calligraphy technique, a wave of nausea surged up his throat. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the floor. That little bastard. How? How is that even possible? Another timeless masterpiece. Chapter 81, Old Jiang, what's that look on your face? 10 million. 20 million. 30 million. Jiang Bai's follower count exploded at a staggering rate, swiftly shattering the 50 million mark. That speed left countless people green with envy. In Lin Ruoxue's livestream, fans were buzzing with excitement. Holy, my brother-in-law is unstoppable. First he crushed that SB Entertainment company, now he's taking on the old guard of traditional literature. Hey, who else can do this? Damn it, if the heavens hadn't birthed our Jiang god, the literary world would have remained in eternal darkness. Xiaoxi, honey, does your brother-in-law have any brothers? I want to marry them all. Incidentally, Lin Ruoxue's livestream fan count has now surpassed the million mark. You can imagine just how insane things have gotten. Ahem, everyone. Lin Ruoxue cleared her throat and announced the results. You might not believe this, but my brother-in-law's follower count has surpassed 50 million. What? Hearing Xiaoxi's words, a flood of fans rushed into the Junlin Big Shot interface. In an instant, everyone fell silent. Holy crap! It hasn't even been a week since Xiaoxi's wife launched her counterattack. Holy crap! Can you believe it? In less than a week, her follower count skyrocketed from 100,000 to 50 million. Hey! Lin Ruoxue grinned mischievously, revealing the news, and guess what my sister said when I just called her? My sister said my brother-in-law has written nearly 10 of those timeless masterpieces. Boom! Hearing this, millions of viewers were stunned. 10 timeless masterpieces? Is my brother-in-law even human? Lin Ruoxue watched the live chat explode with excitement and continued, which means these two poems are just the beginning. The real counterattack is yet to come. Let's wait and see. Fans, holy crap. For a split second, they felt a pang of sympathy for those old fogies. But man, this guy is just insane. Heh, but damn, he pulled it off. Zhou Yuning's villa. Whoa. Watching the two short videos explode again, Zhou Yuning sucked in a sharp breath. Holy moly, what kind of demonic hottie did my bestie sleep with back then? With such talent, that guy must be the reincarnation of Wenkuxing. Ruoxue, please sit down. Zhang's mother hurried into the house and pulled her daughter-in-law down to sit. After all, her daughter-in-law was carrying 3 grandchildren in her belly. Exactly. Zhang's father was also quite excited. Good heavens, even now it felt like a dream he was about to become a grandfather. And he was only 45, still 5 years away from being an old man. But what could he do? His son had made him proud. You little rascal, go cook something delicious for my grandson right now. Zhang's mother immediately put her son to work. Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but giggle, then remembered something. Oh, uncle, here's the wine I bought for you, and some tea leaves too. Oh my. At the mention of liquor, Zhang's father smacked his lips. Ruoxue, you didn't have to spend so much on these things. It's the least I could do. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed slightly. Though Jiang Bai's parents were very kind, she still felt the pressure mounting. Not long after, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, catching Zhang's father off guard. His stomach promptly growled in protest. That kid sure can cook. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Zhang's father stared at the array of dishes on the table. Heh, what do you think? Zhang's mother wasn't the least bit surprised by her husband's reaction, for she too had been utterly amazed the first time she witnessed her son's culinary skills. After tasting a bite, Mr. Zhang's eyes lit up. This cooking is better than a 5-star chef. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up in admiration. You kid, when did you learn to cook? Father Jiang looked at his son in astonishment. This cooking skill was 10,000 times better than his own. Come on, Dad. Have a drink. Jiang Bai smiled at his father, who was usually kept in check by his mother. Well, alright. Zhang's father stole a glance at his wife. Seeing her silent approval, his eyes lit up. At least that woman knew when to back down. Bottoms up. Father and son began drinking together. After 3 rounds of toasts, the atmosphere was cheerful. Lin Ruoxue was deep in conversation with Zhang's mother, engrossed in their chat. After a few drinks, Zhang's father polished off 3 large bowls of rice. His son's cooking was truly exceptional. He'd never tasted such delicious food before. You two chat. I'll wash the dishes. Auntie, let me help you. The pop diva, now bustling about with eager steps, was determined to make an effort. After all, she was the daughter-in-law here. Haha, this kid's got it going on. Father Jiang, feeling particularly cheerful after his drinks, remarked, the pop diva, huh? TSK, she's got more talent than I ever did back in my day. That's for sure. Jiang Bai smiled faintly, then remembered something. Oh, right, Dad. I've got something good for you. He then pulled out a porcelain bottle and whispered mysteriously, Dad, I pulled some strings to get these special pills from a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. They'll make you a real stud. Take care of your mom properly. Oh. Hearing his son's words, Zhang's father narrowed his eyes. Conquering Jiang Bai's mother had been his lifelong ambition, but her formidable resistance had always thwarted him. Are you sure? His son knew a thing or two about family matters. Zhang's father patted his son on the shoulder. You've got a heart, kid. If this really works, I'll back every move you make from now on. Father and son shared a knowing smile, then glanced at Mrs. Jiang. If she ever found out about their little agreement, who knew? She might just hang them both up for a good beating. After dinner, Jiang Bai gave his father a knowing look. Ruoxue, let's head back to our room to sleep. Okay, sure. Lin Ruoxue, oblivious to their conversation, exchanged a few words with Zhang's mother before retreating to her room, leaving Zhang's father free to vent his frustration. Haha, that little brat is growing up. Zhang's father thought about the pill he'd swallowed not long ago, already taking effect. This made him quite eager for tonight's experience. Old Jiang, what was that look? Zhang's mother's eyelid twitched. That look was so familiar, like back when they first met and he'd been practically begging to win her over. Hey, let's go. Honey, let's go to bed. Father Jiang swept Mother Jiang into a princess carry and headed for the bedroom. The sudden turn of events startled her. Ah. Old Jiang, you've lost your mind. Jiang's mother thought the old man must have had a few drinks today, making him bolder than usual. Tonight you'll see how tough I am. Jiang's father locked the door from the inside, then laid his wife on the bed. A fierce battle quietly began. 100,000 words omitted. Chapter 82, The Central Bank Strikes Again. Jia Chang is stunned. The next morning. Mum. Jiang's father opened his eyes, gazing at his wife sleeping peacefully in his arms. Memories surged into his mind like a tiger breaking free from its cage. That little brat, the potion's potency is truly formidable. Feeling wide awake and full of energy, Jiang's father murmured in amazement. After all, he'd fought through the night yesterday, yet now he awoke without a trace of fatigue. In fact, Father Jiang felt he could easily go another 300 rounds. Then, he pulled out his phone and began scrolling through it. Oh, that little rascal even uploaded that invitation to drink wine poem. Watching his son command the stage with such vigor in the video, a proud smile curved Jiang's father's lips. Having such an outstanding son in this lifetime, it's all worth it. Posted an hour ago, 30 million likes, over 10 million comments. Watching his son's viral short video, Jiang's father felt deeply moved. This seemed even more astonishing than making it big in the music industry, and all from just a short video. Wow. Holy crap. Jiang's father then tapped into his son's profile page, his eyes widening in shock. 100 million. That brat's Douyin followers have hit 100 million. Seeing this, Jiang's father's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Compared to his son's meteoric rise, that old fogey stuck in traditional literature seemed utterly clueless. Heh, good. Way to go. Jiang's father chuckled. Though he didn't know who these traditional literary old fogies were, he could already picture their dumbfounded expressions. Jiang's mother, meanwhile, shifted into a more comfortable sleeping position, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Clearly, yesterday had utterly exhausted her. Oof. Father Jiang gazed at his naked wife in his arms, a smile curling his lips. Now you know how tough your old man is. If you don't get spanked for 3 days, you'll start climbing roofs and tearing off tiles. My life of dominance begins today. The thought of swapping places with his wife filled him with uncontrollable anticipation, a day he'd waited decades for. Tap tap tap. Lin Ruoxue emerged from her room, her cheeks flushed as she glanced toward the kitchen. Scenes from last night flashed through her mind, still stirring her blood. Ha! Seeing that the sun was already high in the sky, Lin Ruoxue, who had initially felt a bit embarrassed, noticed that her future in-laws hadn't gotten up yet. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Bai, have uncle and auntie gone out? Seeing Jiang Bai busy at work, Lin Ruoxue asked curiously. No. Jiang Bai gave a slight smile and shot a meaningful glance toward the elderly couple's room. Maybe they were too happy yesterday. Oh. Lin Ruoxue finally let out a sigh of relief. That was good. If her in-laws had gone out and she was still in bed, that would have been so awkward. Soon, the noodle soup was ready. Lin Ruoxue scurried over to the dining table, her expectant gaze fixed on her husband. It's ready. Jiang Bai, seeing the exquisite beauty before him, playfully tapped her forehead with affection. Just cooked. Be careful, it's hot. Mum. Lin Ruoxue clutched her forehead and shot her husband a playful glare. I know. Slap. Lin Ruoxue began eating. She had intended to wait for her in-laws to join them, but the noodle soup was simply too delicious to resist. Better to eat first and pay respects later. 10 minutes later. As Lin Ruoxue tucked into her second bowl, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang finally emerged from their room. Good morning, uncle and aunt. Seeing her in-laws come out, Lin Ruoxue hurriedly rose from her seat. Auntie, you look absolutely radiant today. Lin Ruoxue's eyes lit up as she greeted Jiang's mother. Is that so? As someone who'd been through it all, Jiang's mother knew full well about last night's intense battle. If she didn't look well, that would be the strange part. She shot Mr. Jiang a subtle glare, but then flushed slightly as if remembering something. That old Jiang. She couldn't fathom what had gotten into him. When she woke up early this morning, he still wanted more, which genuinely frightened her. She couldn't understand why he'd suddenly become so formidable. Before this, she wouldn't have dared imagine it. No exaggeration, his stamina had at least doubled or tripled. Hee, Mom and Dad, let's eat while it's still hot. Jiang Bai gave his father a slight nod, while Jiang's father discreetly gave his son a thumbs up. That little rascal really got the hang of it. Those pills were incredibly potent. Yeah. Lin Ruoxue flipped open her phone. This is Jiang Bai, your Douxia fan count just hit 100 million. What? Jiang's mother froze upon hearing this, then leaned in to see the numbers on the screen. Over 100 million followers on Douxia? This. Wasn't it only 50 million yesterday? It jumped by 50 million overnight? Jiang's mother gulped. Jiang's father, however, wasn't surprised at all. He'd known about it already. Jiang Bai felt the same way. While the follower count was impressive, it didn't particularly matter to him. Is that so? Jiang Bai gave a slight nod before flipping open his phone. Not bad results. Then, another short video was posted. Ding! Lin Ruoxue and Jiang's mother then saw the comments flooding the screen. Lin Ruoxue tapped to view them and froze in surprise. You little rascal, you posted another short video? Jiang's mother pursed her lips, then saw that her son had indeed posted his calligraphy piece, Full River Red. The likes skyrocketed like a firecracker with each refresh. 100. 1,000. 10,000. In less than half a minute, it had already surpassed 100,000, and the number continued to climb wildly. Cough, cough. Jiang's mother had never paid such close attention to her son's short video rise before. This scene truly made her eyes pop. Strong. This isn't just strong. Meanwhile, at Jia Chang's villa. Put. After finishing his meal, Jia Chang was about to savor his fragrant tea when he suddenly sprayed it all out. He coughed violently, nearly choking to death. What? Staring at 2 short videos on his phone, that little bastard uploaded 2 more timeless masterpieces. Bastard. He slammed his phone to smithereens. Damn it, that kid has no shame. Leave a little room for future encounters, but that guy is pushing them toward a dead end. Damn it. What to do? With the tide turning like this, sheer numbers won't make up for it. Could it be that even with so many of us, we still can't match that kid's few short videos? Ring ring. Just then, Jia Chang received a call. It was none other than the central bank calling. Vice President Jia, due to the severe repercussions caused by your Weibo post, you must delete it immediately and publicly apologize to Jiang Bai. Otherwise, you will be banned from all online platforms. Beep beep beep. After hanging up, Jia Chang slumped into his seat with a thud, frozen in disbelief. The central bank actually intervened so openly. Damn it, what gives that kid the right? Chapter 83, Evidence Collection Card Strikes, Park Nam-bong is finished. SB Entertainment Headquarters. Fuck. Park Nam-bong's face turned icy cold as he slammed his hand down on the desk, his expression darkening. That Jiang Bai. How is that possible? Useless. A bunch of useless idiots. It was clear that SB Entertainment was the force behind Jia Chang's actions. They'd intended to take an alternative route to destroy Jiang Bai, but instead, they'd inadvertently fueled his rise to fame. But he never imagined that kid possessed such literary prowess. If they couldn't destroy him in the music industry, they certainly couldn't destroy him in the literary world either. That kid must be eliminated. Park Nam-bong's face darkened. With SB Entertainment making such a grand show targeting Jiang Bai, if they ended up failing miserably, how could they possibly maintain their standing in the entertainment industry? Worse still, they would become the laughingstock of the entire entertainment industry. Bang! Just then, a loud crash echoed as the door burst open. Park Nam-bong's trusted subordinate entered, his face drained of color. Chairman, it's a major crisis. The aide gulped nervously, placing the phone before the chairman. That Jia Chang from Huaxia has just released a 10,000-word apology statement. What? Park Nam-bong's pupils dilated as he glanced over and saw Jia Chang's apology statement. I hereby solemnly apologize to Mr. Jiang Bai. Without fully understanding the situation, I slandered Mr. Jiang Bai for personal gain. I will take full responsibility for all consequences arising from this. At the same time, I am deeply fortunate that the Chinese literary world possesses a genius like Mr. Jiang Bai, whose literary talent is unmatched in this era. This Weibo post left Park Nam-bong utterly dumbfounded. Holy crap, has Jia Chang lost his mind? Such a public declaration was tantamount to ruining his own future. Was he slapping himself in the face? Huaxia, what on earth is going on? Park Nam-bong wasn't stupid. Reading Jia Chang's lengthy, heartfelt apology, he could tell every word was carefully crafted to avoid offending Jiang Bai in the slightest. Ding! Just then, another phone in Park Nam-bong's trusted aide's pocket buzzed. He opened the notification and felt a sharp pang in his heart. Holy! This! How is this possible? Park Nam-bong's aide was genuinely dumbfounded. Chairman Dong, all the traditional literary figures in Huaxia who previously slandered Jiang Bai have apologized. Boom! Park Nam-bong's expression turned grave upon hearing this. He gazed toward the direction of Huaxia. Could it be? Huaxia has made its move? But how could that be? That greenhorn could possibly provoke China into acting. Ronqing, Junyu Haoding. After breakfast, the family of four descended to the lobby. Look, Xiao Jiang is here. No sooner had they descended the stairs than dozens of people swarmed around them. The sudden scene left everyone utterly stunned. Ahem, what exactly is this? Zhang's father cleared his throat. Even yesterday hadn't been this chaotic. What was going on today? Could it be that his son's shark fighting fanbase had hit 100 million? But that couldn't be. Old Jiang, you don't know. Something huge happened online. Neighbor Wang looked utterly stunned before adding, it's too complicated to explain in a few words. You'll have to see for yourself. Old Wang then held his phone up to Mr. Zhang's face. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang peered at the screen. What? The elderly couple froze, their faces quickly filling with disbelief. All the traditional literary figures, led by Jia Chang, are apologizing to Xiao Jiang. And that Jia Chang even published a 10,000-word apology. What the heck is going on? Lin Ruoxue listened to her in-law's words and looked over in shock. The moment she saw it, her eyelids started twitching wildly. What was going on? Things had actually turned out like this. Not only them, but even Jiang Bai was stunned. He truly hadn't expected those old literary scholars to apologize to him. It seems someone had intervened on his behalf behind the scenes. Otherwise, such a self-defeating move could only be pulled off by that little cutie. No wonder. Watching the neighborhood residents in an uproar, Jiang Bai could already imagine the online frenzy unfolding. Speaking of which, he still had several short videos left to post, but since the matter was settled, it was time to wrap things up. SB Entertainment, Park Nam-bong. Muttering under his breath, Jiang Bai redeemed the evidence collection card. The system promptly released it online evidence sufficient to condemn him 10 times over. Soon, this evidence spread like wildfire across the internet. On a certain forum. Holy, the evidence against that asshole chairman is insane. Who did that Park Nam-bong off to deserve such viciousness? Cough cough. Exchanging national secrets with other countries? Has he lost his mind? Park Nam-bong is finished. He's got at least a dozen lives on his hands. Ahem, people like this shouldn't be allowed to live. Such heated discussions erupted across major online forums, with each post drawing thousands of passionate comments. Meanwhile, Park Nam-bong remained in his office. Squeak, squeak. Several military trucks from the Republic of Korea Army appeared outside SB Entertainment, instantly surrounding the entire building so tightly that not a single person could slip through. Leading the operation was none other than a military officer. Move in. Suppress all resistance. The military officer's face was as cold as ice. Park Nam-bong had severely violated national interests, and his connections were extensive with extremely detrimental implications. The slightest misstep could trigger domestic unrest. This could not be taken lightly. Soon, the chairman's office. Bang! The door was violently kicked open. The War Department officer's icy gaze fixed on Park Nam-bong. Were it not for orders from above, he would have shot him in the head. You, people from the War Department. Park Nam-bong's brows furrowed at the sight of the intruders. What brings you here? Seeing such a formidable presence, Park Nam-bong felt an extremely ominous foreboding. If even the War Department had been alerted, the gravity of the situation was beyond imagination. Park Nam-bong, you are under arrest for bribing government and military officials, betraying national interests, and bearing responsibility for over a dozen deaths. What? Park Nam-bong paled at the War Department officer's words. Impossible. There must be some misunderstanding. I demand to see my private lawyer. A lawyer? The military officer gave a cold laugh and motioned for someone to place a computer screen before Park Nam-bong. No lawyer can save you from these crimes. This. Faced with the overwhelming evidence online, Park Nam-bong's mind reeled. No, this is a frame-up. Poof. Take him away. The military officer gave a cold laugh and ordered, conduct a thorough investigation of all employees and artists at SB Entertainment. The company remains sealed until the matter is resolved. A series of commands left Park Nam-bong ashen-faced. Those matters were so deeply hidden. Who the hell set me up? How could this happen? In that moment, Park Nam-bong knew he was finished. No one could save him from such heinous accusations. The tragedy was he didn't even know whose hands he had fallen into. Chapter 84, Old Jiang, is this all the Korean champion can handle? Lin family villa. Ahem, this. Lin Ruoxue stared at the exploding online news, disbelief filling her eyes. The chairman of SB Entertainment got hacked? With all this incriminating evidence, holy crap, who did that guy off? Meanwhile, Lin Ruoxue's livestream was buzzing with heated discussion. Holy, SB chairman Park Nam-bong's house is on fire. Selling out national interests? That bastard's got some nerve. Damn it, you targeted my brother-in-law? Well, you're done for now. What goes around comes around. That old bastard got his comeuppance fast. Park Nam-bong is probably crying his eyes out in the bathroom right now. Fans erupted in heated discussion, a dense wave of comments flooding the screen. That idiot chairman finally got what was coming to him after all this time. The War Department personally arrested him? Are you kidding me? With the War Department involved, there's absolutely no room for leniency in Park Nam-bong's case. Meanwhile, in the Dongjiang University School chat group. This, my goodness. Who knew Park Nam-bong was like this? This is payback for what he did to Senior Kongbek, right? Who's the genius who gathered all this incriminating evidence on Park Nam-bong? Senior Jiang Bai is safe now. That scared the hell out of me. In an instant, the entire scene erupted. Ha ha ha, that old bastard finally got what he deserved. Back in the dorm, Su Tanchang watched the exploding school group chat, his grin stretching from ear to ear. That SB Entertainment company failed to ruin the boss's reputation. Instead, they blew it themselves. The dramatic reversal was laughable just to think about. An hour later, the Jiang family finally left the leisure area. The neighbors had been far too enthusiastic, chattering non-stop. Lin Ruoxue breathed a sigh of relief, as if she'd been granted a reprieve. She couldn't help it. Beyond the general chatter, the most frequent topic was when the wedding would be held. She'd never experienced anything like this before. Unbelievable, the chairman of SB Entertainment actually fell from power. Lin Ruoxue pursed her lips, casting a suspicious glance at Jiang Bai. You didn't have a hand in this, did you? Me. Jiang Bai smiled faintly and shrugged. Would you believe me if I said I did? Guess so. Seeing her man's expression, Lin Ruoxue shook her head bitterly. This guy didn't have the time for it, and gathering incriminating evidence against someone like the SB chairman wasn't something that could be done easily. That kind of workload would take at least 10 days or half a month to accomplish. Hey! Just then, a voice rang out nearby. Looking over, she saw a Korean youth, about 27 or 28, with a sturdy build. His name was Kwon Ji-kook, this year's Taekwondo champion, son of the head instructor at Hyeonmo Dojang, and also senior brother Ji Jinmyung. You're Jiang Bai. Kwon Ji-kook stepped into the center of the ring, narrowing his eyes menacingly. You're the one who beat my junior brother, Kim Myon. MHM. Seeing the man, Uncle Wang from next door froze. That guy, isn't he the Taekwondo champion from Korea this year? What? At Uncle Wang's words, everyone immediately scanned the crowd. Their gazes returned to Quan Jigua. Holy crap, it really was him. Jiang Bai, you. Hearing the neighbors' murmurs, Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but feel uneasy. A Taekwondo champion must be incredibly skilled, though she knew her own man was no slouch either. I'll handle this. Jiang Bai released Lin Ruoxue's slender waist and turned to his parents. Mom and Dad, wait for me. You little brat, you. Before Jiang's mother could finish, his father pulled her back and shook his head. He knew his son's temperament all too well. He was the type to make others pay, but he'd never seen his son take a loss. Kid, come here. Let me take a look. How powerful are you? Quan Jiguk narrowed his eyes, pivoted on his heel, and unleashed a lightning-fast kick toward Jiang Bai. Smack! Without even looking, Jiang Bai delivered a sharp slap. A dull thud echoed as Quan Jiguk transformed into a black streak, flying backward 7 or 8 meters before slamming hard into the neighborhood's retractable gate. Boom! The solid retractable gate buckled under the impact, deforming as Quan Jiguk became embedded within it. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed out. With countless ribs shattered, Quan Jiguk's pupils suddenly contracted as he stared in disbelief at Jiang Bai, 7 or 8 meters away. How is this possible? Whoosh! Residents gasped in shock. Jiang's father's pupils contracted. That brat, what incredible strength. Cough cough, this. Old Jiang's son just crippled the Taekwondo champion of Korea with one slap. Good lad. No wonder little Jiang wasn't worried at all. Talented in both academics and martial arts, truly the most promising young man in our neighborhood. Residents buzzed with excitement. Lin Ruoxue stood stunned, watching the handiwork of her own man. The Taekwondo champion knocked out with a single slap. Wasn't that a bit too harsh? Watching Quan Jiguk, who was questioning his entire existence, Jiang Bai's lips curved into a smile. The Korean Taekwondo champion. Nothing special. Put. Already severely injured, Quan Jiguk's head snapped to the side and he passed out upon hearing that guy's taunt. Jiang's mother watched the scene unfold, furrowing her brow. Old Jiang, is this all the champion from Korea can handle? Neighbors, Ahem, Sister Chen, that's all the resilience they've got? You're kidding. It's not that he has low tolerance, it's clearly your little Jiang who provoked him. Mom and Dad, let's go. Jiang Bai wrapped his large arm around Lin Ruoxue's slender waist and walked toward the exit of the residential complex, leaving the residents behind flustered in the wind. Oh, right. Before leaving, Jiang Bai glanced at the security booth, charged the cost of repairing the damaged gate to my account. Sure. The elderly security guard responded with a dry cough, his mind replaying the events that had just unfolded, trying to convince himself he wasn't dreaming. The youngster from the Jiang family in the neighborhood, he just disabled the champion with one slap, and even dented the retractable gate. That was seriously impressive. By the time he snapped back to reality, the Jiang family was already gone. So, is it still little Jiang? Uncle Wang from next door stared in shock at Quan Jigua, who was gasping for breath, then turned to his friend beside him, his voice laced with concern. Hey, shouldn't we call an ambulance out of humanitarian concern? An ambulance? Hearing this, the man glanced at Quan Jigua. This guy won't die. Just wait another half hour. Sounds good to me. The other residents chimed in agreement. If Quan Jigua had overheard Wang and the others, he might have scrambled to his feet and fought them tooth and nail. Damn it, this was downright cruel. Chapter 85, Medical Prowess Shines, Saving the Highly Decorated Elder. Emerald Park. Adjacent to Junyu Haodong, one of Rongqing's finest parks, it bustled daily with strollers and walkers. The scene was one of pure tranquility. Little Jiang, you've got some skills. Jiang's father admired the park scenery, his mood exceptionally good. You've got quite a bit of your father's old flair. Oh, come off it. Jiang's mother rolled her eyes at him. You? Style? No exaggeration. Our son could beat you 1,000 times over. Father Jiang, what nonsense are you spouting? He glared at his wife. With his daughter-in-law right there, this old woman wasn't giving him any face at all. Looks like he still hadn't disciplined her enough. Lin Ruoxue listened to her in-laws bickering. The atmosphere was peaceful and lovely. Not long after they left. Mr. Zhao, are you all right? At that moment, a man with a military bearing nearby paled. He immediately called, Dr. Du, old Zhao's chronic condition has flared up again. What? Hearing this, Du Gaoming's expression turned grim. I'll be right there. Old Jiang, look over there, seems like an old man's having a seizure. Hearing Jiang's mother speak, Jiang's father and the other two turned to look. Ding. Host has triggered a random quest, treat the elderly gentleman. Reward, divine tier chess skills, plus 12 billion renminbi. God tier chess skills? 12 billion yuan? The task notification rang in his ears, and Jiang Bai froze. Glancing over, he saw the old man's latent illness had flared up, and the situation was critical. Lay him flat. Seeing the man attempt to lift old Master Jiang, he immediately stopped him. If the hidden ailment were triggered, even a divine being couldn't save him. You. The middle-aged man froze, genuinely panicking now. If old Master Zhao suffered any harm, he couldn't bear the responsibility. If you don't want the old man to die, shut your mouth. Watching the old man teeter on the brink of death, Jiang Bai had little patience left. The old man's safety was one thing, but the mission was another. This brat. Swish. Without any visible movement from Jiang Bai, over a dozen golden needles appeared in his hand, each emitting an extraordinary aura. A master of medical arts. Witnessing this, the middle-aged man's expression grew solemn. At that very moment, the needles pierced into key acupoints all over the old man's body. What precision! The middle-aged man was a skilled practitioner himself. Judging by this masterful display of acupuncture, the young man's medical skills were undoubtedly exceptional, which was precisely why he hadn't intervened. After all, specialization is key. This brat knows medicine too? John's mother stared blankly at the scene. Though she didn't fully understand, that last move had been anything but simple. Just then, the unconscious elder Zhao slowly regained consciousness. His gaze fell upon Jiang Bai, who had just retracted the golden needles. His face flushed crimson, and he coughed up a pool of congealed blood that splattered onto the ground. My breathing feels much easier now. Realizing what had just happened, old Zhao's face lit up with gratitude. Thank you, young friend, for saving my life. Moments ago, he felt as if he'd walked through the gates of death. His condition had been far more critical than before, and without this young man's intervention, his days would have been numbered. It's nothing. Jiang Bai smiled faintly, dismissing the matter. I believe anyone in my position would have done the same. Oh, right. Old man, do you have any paper and ink? Jiang Bai frowned at the old man across from him. Meeting was fate, he might as well see the favor through. Yes. A middle-aged man beside him pulled out paper and pen from his pocket, always prepared for unexpected needs. Scribble, scribble. Jiang Bai then wrote down a prescription, giving old Zhao a meaningful look. Old man, you must have fought in wars when you were young. You harbor several hidden ailments within. Follow this prescription for your medicine. Take it every other day for 10 consecutive days, and these hidden ailments will be eradicated. What? The middle-aged man stared at the prescription in his hand, his face filled with disbelief. You see? Even Du Gaoming, the renowned master of traditional Chinese medicine, couldn't cure old Zhao's chronic ailment, yet this prescription could supposedly cure it. Of course. He wouldn't have believed it before, but what he just witnessed, even Du Gaoming couldn't have done that. Which meant this young man's medical skills were likely superior to Du Gaoming's. Let's go. Jiang Bai offered a faint smile, leaving the two elders with a carefree silhouette that carried an air of a true master. Old Zhao, thank goodness you're unharmed. Recalling the scene just now, the middle-aged man exhaled deeply. Master Zhao waved his hand slightly, his gaze fixed on Jiang Bai with profound meaning. That young man, he's nothing short of a divine healer. The middle-aged man, who had been about to speak, furrowed his brow and ultimately held his tongue. The title divine healer was one even Du Gaoming, the nation's most revered master of traditional Chinese medicine, dared not claim for himself. One could only imagine how highly Master Zhao regarded that young man. Master Zhao. Just then, a figure hurried over, none other than the renowned master of traditional Chinese medicine, Du Gaoming. This is... Ha! Upon entering the room, Du Gaoming stared in disbelief at old Master Zhao, who appeared completely unharmed. Dr. Du, a young man just treated old Master Zhao. And... The middle-aged man seemed to recall something as he produced a prescription. Before leaving, the young man said this formula would cure old Master Zhao's chronic ailment. Take a look and see if there's anything amiss. Clearly, he wanted to use Du Gaoming to verify the claim. Oh? Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Du Gaoming froze for a moment before taking the prescription and examining it. But upon seeing the prescription, Du Gaoming couldn't contain his excitement. This prescription, it's incredible. Master Zhao, where might that masterful physician be now? Swallowing hard, Du Gaoming continued, a prescription like this truly can cure chronic ailments. And 10 days is a conservative estimate. I believe within 5 days, 9/10 of Master Zhao's ailment could be cured. That powerful. The middle-aged man was visibly shaken upon hearing this. He knew Du Gaoming's standing a national treasure in China's traditional medicine community. His endorsement carried immense weight. Is that so? Hearing Du Gaoming's words, old Zhao narrowed his eyes toward the direction Jiang Bai had departed. It seems my time hasn't come yet. Master Zhao, you jest. Ding dong. Just then, the middle-aged man received a message from his subordinate. Master Zhao, we've got the intel on that young man. Opening the message, the middle-aged man continued, Jiang Bai, from Rongcheng. A third-year student at Dongjiang University. Resides at Villa No. 1, Tianyu Mansion. A musical prodigy. Creator of 10 timeless masterpieces. What? Du Gaoming stared in disbelief. The man who saved old Zhao is the Jiang Bai who's taken the internet by storm. Chapter 86, confirmed. The Japanese chess prodigy is about to get crushed. Timeless masterpieces. Old Zhao listened to the middle-aged man's words with growing interest. Master Zhao, take a look. Du Gaoming had already started playing the short video saved on his phone. This is the poetry written by that Jiang Bai. Every single piece is a masterpiece. Is that so? Master Zhao, who had always cherished literature, glanced over. What exquisite calligraphy. He was captivated at first glance by the calligraphy in the video. When will the moon be bright? I raise my cup to ask the heavens. I wonder if the palaces in the sky know what year this night belongs to. After watching the video, old Zhao narrowed his eyes, the image of Jiang Bai fresh in his mind. A moment later. Regaining his composure, old Zhao remarked with deep emotion, who would have thought that little Ruoxue could produce such an extraordinary young talent? In him, I see the future of our nation. This lad possesses extraordinary talent. The middle-aged man beside old Zhao narrowed his eyes, genuinely astonished by Jiang Bai's brilliance. Moreover, his medical skills were extraordinary. It was hard to fathom how he had achieved all this. The young man's future achievements were boundless. No, even now he had attained accomplishments beyond the reach of ordinary people. Meanwhile, not long after leaving. Son, when did you learn medicine? Jiang's mother looked at her son in astonishment. The more she interacted with him lately, the less she understood him. He had suddenly become so wealthy, and now he was extraordinary in the music scene, the literary world, and even medicine. You mean medicine? Jiang Bai had already prepared his response. He smiled faintly. I studied under a reclusive master physician for several years. I've picked up the basics. The basics? Father Jiang lost his composure at this. If that's just the basics, then all those doctors in hospitals must be useless. And from what I could tell, that old master's aura and status were anything but ordinary. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of treating the old master. Reward, divine tier chess skills, plus 12 billion renminbi. The system's voice chimed in his ear, and Jiang Bai couldn't help but grin. Hearing that sound never failed to bring him joy. He promptly summoned his attribute panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 20. Skills, God tier music, God tier culinary arts, God tier driving, God tier martial arts, God tier bone setting massage, God tier farming, God tier calligraphy, God tier object manipulation, God tier medicine, God tier chess. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Tanyu Mansion Villa No. 1X1, 100% shares of Zhang Group, 20 Tangcheniping Villas, Bad Luck Card X1. Appearance, 100, of course, every reader here has an appearance rating of plus. Wealth, 82.035 billion renminbi. Passive skill, double consumption aura, up to 100 million times. Watching his skills and wealth transform, Jiang Bai felt deeply moved. This scene was beyond anything he'd ever dared to dream of. Just then, his mother's voice reached his ears. It's so lively over there. Glancing over, he spotted a crowd gathered not far away, chatting animatedly. Let's go take a look. Jiang's father had a hunch about what was happening, as he recalled that spot being the location for chess matches. Sure enough. As they approached, they saw an elderly man playing a game of chess against a Japanese youth. The boy was about 14 or 15, but judging by his seasoned moves, he was clearly a chess prodigy. Is that a chess game? Jiang Bai froze. Damn it, the system was up to its old tricks again. It couldn't be trying to make him crush this Japanese brat, could it? That kid. He didn't look like an easy target. At least, he looked like he deserved a beating. This kid's got some skills. Impressive. Old Shen lost. Another game lost, yet the Japanese youth showed no surprise. A flicker of contempt crossed his eyes. Seems Chinese chess skills aren't all that after all. Our Japanese chess is clearly superior. Young man, that's a bold statement. Old Shen frowned, displeased. We're merely professional players. From your moves, I'd say you've had systematic training since childhood. At the very least, professional level players. Our vast land of China is full of hidden chess talents. Is that so? The Japanese youth Ino Hirakawa glanced at old Shen, but I haven't seen any. At the very least, all of you combined aren't my match. To be perfectly honest, I didn't even use 1/10 of my strength just now. You guys are way too weak. That condescending attitude nearly sent Zhang's father into a rage. Playing chess was his only hobby besides drinking, and how could he possibly swallow the insult of that Japanese brat disparaging Chinese chess? I'm going to take that brat down. As Zhang's father spoke, he lunged forward. Dad, you're no match for him. Jiang Bai stopped his father. He knew his father's skill all too well, unbeatable among amateur players, but barely scraping by against professionals. You little brat, you. Before Zhang's father could finish, Jiang Bai, itching to play, grinned. I'll teach this Japanese kid a lesson. Let me try. The calm voice echoed through the quiet venue, instantly drawing everyone's attention, including that of the Japanese youth with excellent Chinese. Oh. Hearing Jiang Bai's words, the old men in the arena all lit up. You. Hirakawa Ino shot Jiang Bai a glance. You against me? Are you sure? These old men aren't my opponents. Is that so? Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. Just now, I heard you look down on Chinese chess, right? Correct. Hirakawa admitted with pride, for he had earned that right. Alright then. How old are you? As he spoke, Jiang Bai sat down across from Hirakawa. 14. As he spoke, the pride and arrogance on Hirakawa's face were unmistakable. After all, possessing such chess skills at his age was truly remarkable. Oh. After hearing this, Jiang Bai continued, I'm 20. How about this? Then, Jiang Bai took out 6 white stones. I won't take advantage of you. How about I give you a 6-stone handicap? His calm voice startled those around him. What? He's letting the Japanese chess prodigy play 6 moves ahead, and even giving him the black pieces in first move? It's him! At that moment, 3 pairs of eyes from nearby fixed on Jiang Bai. Master Zhao, the Japanese youth is no ordinary player. Du Gaoming's expression turned serious upon seeing the Japanese youth. His name is Ino Hirakawa, a renowned prodigy within the Japanese Go Association. He's already a professional 5 dan at just 14 years old. Ha! Upon hearing this, old Zhao cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Bai, who remained unperturbed. I wouldn't dare say this about anyone else, but if this youngster were to make his move, that Japanese youth would likely be in trouble. And he's even letting him take 6 stones. Could Jiang Bai's skill truly rival that of a professional 6 dan? Ahem, that couldn't be, could it? The middle-aged man cleared his throat. Already a prodigy in music, literature, and medicine, and now chess too? If that were true, he'd be nothing short of a demonic genius. Very well. Seeing Jiang Bai's provocation, Kono Hirakawa narrowed his eyes. We'll see if you've got the real deal or if you're just trying to impress the crowd. Little did he know how utterly he would be crushed in the match to come, but that's another story. Chapter 87, Complete Domination of Japan. Is Jiang Bai a professional 9 dan? 6 stones handicap. Ino Hirakawa sneered coldly. I'll crush you. Soon. The 6 stones were placed. Then, a black stone made the first move, and suddenly, 7 black stones stood on the board. Clack. Jiang Bai picked up a white stone and placed it on the board. A master's move reveals their skill. Was the killing move countered? It must have been sheer luck. Ino Hirakawa furrowed his brow, clearly defeated in their first encounter. Clack. The black stone landed, and Jiang Bai responded with a white stone. The pace was rapid, yet Hirakawa's frown deepened, his expression growing increasingly grim. This young man is formidable. Though they couldn't fully grasp the intricacies of the game, they could still discern the overall trend. And they weren't stupid. That expression on the Japanese kid's face, as if he'd lost his parents, spoke volumes. Brilliant. Old Zhao's gaze, heavy with meaning, settled on Jiang Bai. This kid's at least a professional 7 dan level. A professional 7 dan at 20. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but inhale sharply. Seems like he's even more talented than that Japanese youth. Slightly. This, impossible. Ino Hirakawa stared at the board in disbelief. How could I have lost? I'm the prodigy of the Fuso Go Association. How could I lose to you? Unable to accept it, Hirakawa had always sailed smoothly in his chess career, never suffering such a defeat. Well played. John's father watched his son play with such skill, silently applauding his son's prowess. The surrounding elders all turned to look at Ino Hirakawa with cold smirks on their lips. How dare this tiny island nation challenge the chess prowess of China? Now you're stunned, aren't you? Try acting up again. Who are you? Ino Hirakawa's expression turned icy cold. After all, he was a professional 5 dan player. Me. Jiang Bai smiled faintly. Just a nobody in the chess world. Nothing to write home about. The old man nearby heard this and silently gave him a thumbs up. See that? This is the hidden talent of China. You never know when you'll encounter a genius. A nobody. Well said. Ino. Just then, a group approached from afar. The voice belonged to the elder leading them, named Saro Umezawa. He also held another title, Vice President of the Fuso Chess Association. Vice President. Ino Hirakawa's face fell upon seeing the visitors. Who gave you permission to come out alone? Meichuan Zhaolang snorted coldly. Stand down. His rebuke fell silent as his gaze shifted to Jiang Bai. I've long heard that the Chinese chess world harbors hidden talents, and now I see it's true. After a brief pause, Maikowa Saburo continued, Young friend, might we have the honor of exchanging a few moves? You. Seeing the old man speaking up for Ino Hirakawa, Jiang Bai frowned. No interest. How dare you? At that moment, the bodyguards flanking Meichuan Zhaolang moved forward in unison, poised to strike. You Japanese scum. A middle-aged man nearby watched the arrogant Fuso group. Do they really think this is their Fuso? Over the years, the Fuso side has grown increasingly restless. Is that so? Jiang Bai, who had initially wanted to avoid escalation, saw how brazenly the Fuso group was acting. Old man, you really want to play a game with me? Naturally. Umezawa Saburo raised his hand to silence his men, smiling faintly. Not that I can refuse. Jiang Bai glanced at the Fusan group. If he didn't teach them a lesson today, he'd be doing them a disservice. All right then. If you lose, you'll retire from the chess world. You. Hearing this, Inakawa's face turned pale. Withdrawing from the chess world would undoubtedly ruin his future prospects. Oh. Upon hearing this, Yumekawa Saro narrowed his eyes. And what should happen if the young friend loses? Jiang Bai smiled faintly. Naturally, I would also withdraw from the chess world. Agreed. Upon hearing this, Mikawa Saro immediately agreed. A chess prodigy of such caliber emerging from Huaxia would pose a significant threat to Japan's chess world. Mr. Umezawa, this. Shut up. Mikawa Saro glared at his subordinate beside him. These incompetents couldn't recognize the boy's extraordinary skill. How could he let such a golden opportunity slip away? This. The surrounding crowd was stunned. Soon, the elders found information about Umezawa Sojiro online. What? That old man? Vice president of the Fuso Chess Association, a professional 8-dan master. Instantly, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Poof. Inakawa Hirakawa sneered coldly. Now that they knew to fear him, that kid was as good as dead. Professional 8-dan. John's father's expression turned grim upon hearing this. This is bad. As the crowd revealed their identities, Mikawa Saburo smiled faintly. China is a nation of etiquette. Please, go ahead. Jiang Bai offered a faint smile after all, taking the first move felt a bit unfair. Oh. Meichuan Zhaolang narrowed his eyes at this, then I shall take you up on that. Clack. A stone landed on the center point, clearly adopting a conservative opening strategy. Clack. Jiang Bai immediately placed a white stone. And so began their game, a match that would determine the fate of that man's career in the chess world. Good lad. After more than 20 moves, Mikawa Saburo narrowed his eyes, realizing Jiang Bai's skill was no weaker than his own. This. John's father, who had been anxiously watching, froze in surprise. You little brat, your skills are this good? He's holding his own against a professional 8-dan player. What? John's mother's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Is it true? My son's skill rivals that of a professional 8-dan player? As time passed, Meichuan Saro grew increasingly alarmed with each move, for while he was losing his composure, his opponent remained as steady as a rock. How could this be? Could this kid's skill actually surpass his own? A 20-year-old professional 8-dan, or even 9-dan. Clack. At that moment, a white stone landed on the board, and the situation immediately turned around. A divine move. Old Zhao narrowed his eyes at the board, impressive. I never imagined Jiang Bai had been laying out the grand scheme from the very beginning. Clack. Meichuan Zhaolan's black stone slipped from his fingers and fell to the board. He stared at the game in utter shock. Impossible. I actually lost? The surrounding crowd erupted in disbelief, their expressions turning pale. Inakawa's face turned ashen. That guy, he actually outplayed Vice President Umezawa. Old man, you lost. Jiang Bai showed no surprise, instead stating meaningfully, per our agreement, you may no longer participate in any chess tournaments. Of course, you could always refuse to honor it after all, few know the truth. You. Put. Satoru Yumekawa, already suffering from stagnant blood flow, was so shocked he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned deathly pale, and he instantly aged nearly 10 years. Professional 9-dan. Mikawa Saburo was utterly certain that young man was undoubtedly a professional 9-dan. But, a 20-year-old professional 9-dan? How could that be possible? Chapter 88. When your in-laws offer dowry, how could you refuse? Go! Mikawa Saburo's expression grew grim as he coldly ordered in the direction Jiang Bai and his group had departed. Vice Chairman, you just let that kid walk away. Hirakawa Ino's face twisted with frustration. He hadn't expected the Chinese kid to be no match even for Vice President Umezawa. This isn't the place to fight. A fierce glint flashed in Mikawa Saro's eyes. My withdrawal from the chess world is a minor matter. But if that Chinese youth is allowed to grow unchecked, I fear Japan's century-long dominance in chess will be shattered by him. No matter what, that boy must die. Taking a deep breath, Mikawa Saro made a phone call. He then turned his gaze toward Jiang Bai and his group. Let that brat gloat for a little while longer. Elsewhere. You brat, your skill is this high. John's father stared at his son in disbelief. Even a professional 8-dan player couldn't match him, and that old man from Fusang was the vice president of the Fusango Association. John's mother was equally astonished, replaying the scene in her mind. Just how many secrets have you been keeping from us? Always showing off. Lin Ruoxue rolled her eyes beside them. How much time had passed? First, he defeated the taekwondo champion from Korea early this morning, then saved the elderly man suffering a sudden illness, and now he displayed extraordinary chess skills. Well, I'd love to keep a low profile, but my skills just won't let me. John's parents froze, exchanging puzzled glances at their son. The cheeky brat had grown so thick-skinned. Young Master Jiang. Just then, a voice drifted over from nearby, none other than the three elders led by Zhao Lao. Young Jiang, your chess prowess is truly remarkable. Old Zhao couldn't help but marvel. Judging by the recent match, Jiang Bai's skill was at least on par with a professional high-ranking player. Old Master, is that you? Recognizing the visitors, Jiang Bai froze in surprise. It was none other than old Master Zhao, whom he'd parted with only moments ago. Thud. Without warning, Du Gaoming immediately dropped to his knees on the ground. Master, please accept this disciple's bow. This sudden turn of events caught even old Master Zhao off guard. Could it be that one of the nation's foremost masters of traditional Chinese medicine was actually paying respects to Jiang Bai as his master? If word of this spread, it would surely turn the entire medical world upside down. Become my disciple? Jiang Bai clearly hadn't anticipated Du Gaoming's actions. Old Zhao smiled faintly beside him. Young Jiang, Dr. Du is a master of traditional Chinese medicine. What? Jiang's parents were stunned. The title Master of Traditional Chinese Medicine spoke volumes. He was a national treasure. Yet this eminent figure was actually asking to become their son's disciple. Had he lost his mind? This guy, Lin Ruoxue, standing nearby, was also stunned into silence. The news was simply too shocking. Becoming his disciple is out of the question. Jiang Bai waved his hand dismissively and continued, but I can write you a few prescriptions. Really? Du Gaoming's face lit up with delight. A prescription from such a renowned physician would surely be extraordinary. Soon, Jiang Bai handed several sheets of paper to Du Gaoming. Thank you, master. After glancing at the prescriptions, Du Gaoming bowed his head repeatedly in excitement. The next day, at dawn, Dongjiang Airport. An aircraft descended slowly from the sky and touched down on the tarmac. Jiang Bai Ruoxue was among those aboard. The fish has surfaced. From the shadows near the airport exit, a man reported with a cold smile. Excellent. Continue surveillance. Move in once they leave the airport. Yes, Captain. After hanging up, the Japanese man's face darkened with coldness. His gaze toward Jiang Bai was as if he were looking at a dead man. That kid is as good as dead. Who? Before he could finish, a ghostly figure materialized beside him. With a sharp hiss, a blade's glint flashed, and the man instantly became a corpse. The intruder was none other than Xiao Zhan, the beggar saved during the Lantern Festival. Now even more formidable than before, Xiao Zhan vanished from the spot. With such meager strength, you dare lay a hand on the master? Fusang ninja, ha! He murmured before darting toward the distance. Shoo! Shoo shoo! Within minutes, over a dozen cold corpses lay scattered around Xiao Zhan, every single one of Fusang ninja. Ding! Meanwhile, Jiang Bai, who was driving, received a text message on his phone. Small fry cleared. Glancing at the message, Jiang Bai deleted it without a second thought. After all, some things were better left unknown to Lin Ruoxue. Who was that? Lin Ruoxue glanced over suspiciously, her curiosity piqued. Nothing, just spam. He brushed it off with a dismissive remark before setting his phone aside. Rying. Just then, Lin Ruoxue's phone rang. Seeing it was her mom calling, she answered it. Hello, Mom. You and Dad are going to take over the group. Ahem, I know. After hanging up, Lin Ruoxue's expression turned peculiar. Jiang Bai, we might need to visit my parents first. Your parents' place? Jiang Bai froze upon hearing this, furrowing his brow. What's going on? Well, Lin Ruoxue took a deep breath. My mother said they want to hand over the Lin group to me to manage. Should we go? She hesitantly sought Jiang Bai's opinion. After all, taking over the Lin group would mean much less time together. Of course we should go. Jiang Bai pondered for a moment before continuing. Your in-laws are giving you a dowry, how could we not go? His words made Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flush crimson. She shot him a disapproving glare. What nonsense are you spouting? Dowry my foot. Lin Ruoxue shot him a fierce glare. Couldn't he just speak properly? Hey, it's only a matter of time. Jiang Bai shrugged indifferently. Even if you split it evenly with your sister-in-law, you'd still get half. Lin Ruoxue. Stop messing around and focus on driving. She rolled her eyes. While the Lin group held considerable assets, she knew Jiang Bai's personal worth was no less than the company's value. Soon. As they spoke, her father-in-law's villa came into view. Squeak. The supercar pulled up in front of the villa, and Lin Xiaoxi was the first to step out. Sis, brother-in-law, you're here. An excited voice echoed from inside. Lin Xiaoxi's face broke into a crescent-shaped smile. After all, her brother-in-law had been making waves lately. It was safe to say she'd become his biggest fan. Poof. Soon, amidst the casual chatter, the sister-in-law gave a playful huff. Brother-in-law, you're so mean. So you're the one behind all those generous tips. Really? She pouted her little mouth, though her face was brimming with joy. Xiao Jiang, you're here. Mrs. Lin beamed as she saw the three enter the villa. Her eyes lit up again when she looked at her future son-in-law. Young man, you've done well. Lin's father's impression of Jiang Bai had changed significantly. After all, this young man had truly brought him, the father-in-law, great honor. He'd been the envy of many lately, and with Jiang Bai helping him regain his vigor, marrying his daughter off to him seemed like a pretty good deal. Chapter 89, Carefree Journey. Brother-in-law, this surely isn't another timeless poem, is it? Whoa. Jiang Bai entered the kitchen, his knife glinting as he moved with effortless ease. Lin Yaozong watched the scene and was utterly stunned. Little Jiang, you're this good at cooking. Hee hee, come to think of it, you haven't tasted little Jiang's cooking yet. Jiang's mother smiled gently, deeply impressed by her son-in-law's culinary skills. Don't be so shocked you drop your jaw later. I dare say. Jiang's cooking is absolutely the best. Aunt Zhao and the maids in the villa watched the bustling activity in the kitchen, murmuring among themselves. This, our son-in-law can cook. You bet. And look at those smooth, effortless moves, his skills must be top-notch. He's so amazing, handsome, doting, and a great cook. I'm in love, eek. The maids chattered excitedly. Mum. Soon, the enticing aroma of the meal wafted into his nostrils. Lin's father's heart skipped a beat. Good heavens, this cooking skill. The aroma alone was enough to awaken one's taste buds. Gulp. Half an hour later, dish after dish appeared on the dining table, and the maids kept swallowing their saliva. Good heavens. Sir, his cooking skills are 10 times better than they ever imagined. That's right. And not a bit of exaggeration. Alright, let's dig in. After all the hustle and bustle, staring at the table piled high with delicious dishes, sister-in-law Lin Xiaoxi couldn't hold back any longer. AMU picked up a piece of braised pork. So delicious. Lin Xiaoxi's face beamed with satisfaction. Nothing beat her brother-in-law's cooking. Lin Ruoxue and their mother also dove right in. Ahem. I'll try some too. Lin Yaozong cleared his throat, finally giving in to his craving and picking up a piece of food. This cooking skill is impressive. After his first bite, Lin Yaozong gave a thumbs up and couldn't help but remark, Xiao Jiang, had I known your cooking was this good, I would have agreed to your marriage ages ago. For a moment, Lin Yaozong was filled with regret. If only he had, he might have gotten to taste his son-in-law's cooking much sooner. Oh, right. After eating for a while, Lin Yaozong remembered something. He exchanged a glance with Mrs. Lin, then pulled out a document. Ruoxue, this is the share transfer agreement. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yaozong continued, sign here, and you will become the largest shareholder of the Lin Group. Of course. After a brief pause, Lin Yaozong glanced at his younger daughter. When your sister gets married, just give her 10% as her dowry. Xiao Jiang, you don't mind, do you? Lin Yaozong's attitude toward his son-in-law had taken a sharp turn, now seeking his opinion. Of course not. Jiang Bai waved his hand dismissively. Forget 10%, I wouldn't mind if you handed over the entire Lin Group to Xiao Shi. Put. Lin Xiaoxi, however, was displeased upon hearing this. Who wants the group? I don't want it at all. My dream is to just be a lazy slacker. Put. Lin's mother couldn't help but chuckle, glaring at her youngest daughter with exasperation. Oh, you. If you had half your sister's drive, I'd be smiling in my sleep. After hearing this, Lin Ruoxue realized her parents had long harbored dreams of traveling the world. Without hesitation, she signed the papers, and thus the Lin Group became their dowry. Soon after lunch ended. Old Lin, haven't you always wanted Xiao Jiang to write you a calligraphy piece? Mid-conversation, Mrs. Lin remembered something and turned to Lin Yaozong. Ahem. Lin Yaozong cleared his throat awkwardly and shot his mother a glare. Did this old woman have to be so blunt? Xiao Jiang, your father-in-law just can't bring himself to ask. Why don't you write him a poem instead? Well, of course I can. Jiang Bai froze upon hearing this, surprised his father-in-law had such a hobby. Ahem, Xiao Jiang, I'll leave it to you then. Lin Xiaoxi couldn't help but pout at the old man's expression. The maid swiftly and expertly prepared ink, brushes, paper, and inkstones in the living room. The paper, in particular, was of the highest quality Dongba paper. Dongba paper? I'll give it a shot then. Jiang Bai recognized the Dongba paper instantly, causing Lin's father's eyes to light up. He hadn't expected the young man to identify it at a glance. He dipped his brush in ink, then with a fluid stroke, wrote the 3 bold characters Xiaoyaoyu in the upper right corner of the Dongba paper. This calligraphy, even more impressive than in the videos. Witnessing it firsthand, Lin's father realized he had underestimated his son-in-law's calligraphic prowess. This guy is going to show off again. Lin Ruoxue shot Jiang Bai a disapproving look. She knew all too well how skilled he was. His performance at Junyu Haoding in Rongcheng was still vivid in her memory. Sure enough. In the northern ocean dwells a fish, its name is Kuan. Kuan is vast, its size unknown, spanning thousands of miles. It transforms into a bird, its name is Peng. Peng's wingspan is immeasurable, stretching thousands of miles. When it takes flight in anger, its wings spread like clouds hanging from the heavens. This bird, when the seas stir, will migrate to the southern ocean. Muttering to himself as he read, Zhang's pupils suddenly contracted. This. Good heavens. He recognized this poem. It was extraordinary, far more profound than the few he'd seen in short videos. Wow. Lin Xiaoxi immediately opened the livestream. After all, her brother-in-law and sister's relationship was now public, so streaming this was perfectly fine. Oh, Xiaoxi's wife is live streaming. Brother-in-law, ahem, this is a live calligraphy masterpiece. Goddess Ruoxue is so beautiful. This must be at Xiaoxi's place, right? Lin Xiaoxi addressed the live stream audience. See? My brother-in-law is writing calligraphy for my dad right now. My brother-in-law just mentioned this paper is called Dongba paper. Does anyone recognize it? The moment he said that, the fans were stunned. A quick search sent shockwaves through the community. Dongba paper. A paper crafted through ancient paper-making techniques, arguably the most luxurious form of paper. Legend even claims it remains intact for millennia. Moreover, a single sheet could cost as much as an ordinary person's income for several years. Free and unfettered roaming. Could this be another timeless masterpiece, brother-in-law? The livestream audience gasped in astonishment. After all, brother-in-law had stunned them far too many times before. Brother-in-law, you're writing about the Kuanping, right? As netizens gasped in astonishment, Jiang Bai continued to wield his brush. When the Peng migrates to the Southern Ocean, it strikes the water for 3,000 li. Riding the updraft, it soars 9,000 li, departing with the breath of the 6th month. It is a wild horse, it is dust, it is the breath of living things. The sky is vast and blue. Is this its true color? Watching their brother-in-law's performance, everyone was utterly stunned, including Lin's father. At that moment, he was genuinely awed by his son-in-law. Impressive. His literary depth is extraordinary. Xiao Jiang, a prodigious talent of our age. Lin's mother nodded in awe. The composition was grand and majestic, utterly magnificent. While such verses might be composed again in the future, this one was truly unparalleled in history. Good, very good. Father Lin watched his son-in-law steal the show, his smile stretching from ear to ear. With a son-in-law like this, he could brag for at least 3 years. Chapter 90. The father-in-law actually did that to Xiaoxi's wife. Hoo. Having poured himself out completely, Jiang Bai felt thoroughly satisfied. This piece of carefree wanderings was indeed long enough. Brother-in-law, you rock. Lin Xiaoxi was beyond excited, though she could only understand a tiny bit. Still. Even so, she could grasp the essence. Her brother-in-law's work must be incredibly powerful. Xiaoxi, move aside. Lin's father pushed his youngest daughter aside, then carefully tucked the lyrics away, as if afraid someone might snatch them. That old Lin. Mrs. Lin shot a glare at Lin Yaozong, who had jostled Xiaoxi until she stumbled. It was clear he was quite fond of this calligraphy piece. Dad, you. Lin Xiaoxi stumbled, glaring angrily at her old man. The live-stream audience burst out laughing at the scene. Ha, Xiaoxi's wife just lost her charm. That look of resentment. The father-in-law is way too mean. Feeling bad for Xiaoxi for a second, Father-in-law did a great job. Shocked, the father-in-law actually did that to Xiaoxi's wife. Blasts of comments sprouted like mushrooms after rain, flying across the screen in a flurry. The live stream's viewership skyrocketed. What? Lin Yaozong glared at his youngest daughter. Got a problem with that? Damn it. Seeing her grandfather's expression, Lin Xiaoxi flailed her arms angrily. You think I won't tear up your calligraphy? As she spoke, Lin Xiaoxi lunged forward. Ahem. Little one, have you lost your mind? Lin Yaozong's expression darkened as he quickly shielded the calligraphy, glaring warily at his youngest daughter. This little brat really dared to act up. You dare tear my calligraphy, and I dare to spank you. After a long while of commotion, father and daughter finally calmed down. Father-in-law. I have something here that, when used together with the pills from before, will definitely enhance the effects even further. With that, Jiang Bai produced the physique enhancement serum and handed a portion to his father-in-law. Oh. Having tasted the benefits before, Lin's father narrowed his eyes at the potion in his son-in-law's hand. You kid, you're pretty sharp. Lin Yaozong smiled faintly. He'd been riding high lately. Now that the group had given him his daughter, he naturally had plenty of time to cultivate his relationship with that woman. Thank you, my dear son-in-law. At that moment, Lin Yaozong felt more satisfied with his son-in-law than ever before. Brother-in-law, are you two leaving already? After a brief chat, Lin Xiaoxi watched her sister and brother-in-law climb into the supercar with reluctance. She'd wanted to go too, but her mother had pulled her back. Are you kidding me? The newlyweds finally had some alone time. How could Mrs. Lin let her daughter be the third wheel? Inside the supercar. You. Lin Ruoxue shot someone a glare. Is showing off like this really a good idea? You almost got Xiaoxi into a fight with my dad. I didn't expect your man's calligraphy to be so popular either. Jiang Bai smiled faintly, picturing his father-in-law fiercely defending his son over that calligraphy piece. Lin Ruoxue, poof. Rolling her eyes at the person in question, Lin Ruoxue turned her gaze to the beautiful scenery outside the window. The old man's impression of this guy had done a complete 180. Ding. Host has triggered a random quest. Open a branch of the Emperor Hotel chain. Reward, God tier treasure appraisal ability, plus 13 billion renminbi. Oh. Jiang Bai, who had been heading toward the Tianyu Mansion villa, suddenly heard the sound of a system quest activation ringing in his ears. A branch of the Emperor Hotel chain? Divine tier treasure appraisal? And 13 billion yuan? This quest is intriguing. Looks like it's time to expand our business empire. Honey, I'll take you somewhere. With that thought, Jiang Bai gazed meaningfully toward the direction of the Emperor Group Tower. Lin Ruoxue, unaware of her husband's thoughts, looked at Jiang Bai suspiciously. Where are we going? Hee hee, you'll see when we get there. With that teasing remark, they arrived at the Dihao Group headquarters. Squeak! The supercar pulled up in front of the Dihao Group headquarters. She pushed open the door and stepped out. This is Dihao Group. Lin Ruoxue stared at the towering building before her. She had, of course, seen news about Dihao Group online. It was arguably the biggest dark horse in Dongjiang City's business world. Founded less than half a year ago, its assets had already surpassed 100 billion yuan, ranking among the top 5 enterprises in all of Dongjiang. What are we doing here? Clearly, Lin Ruoxue had no idea why her man had brought her here. Was he here to discuss business? Good morning, Chairman. As soon as they entered, 2 rows of receptionists curtsied respectfully, their demeanor showing not a hint of disrespect. What? Hearing the receptionist's address, Lin Ruoxue's gaze shot to her husband, her eyes brimming with shock and disbelief. What had she just heard? Chairman. These people were actually addressing Jiang Bai as chairman. Could it be that this emperor group belonged to her own man? The thought sent shockwaves through her. Jiang Bai, this emperor group, it really is yours. Lin Ruoxue clearly grasped the truth, though her heart trembled violently. What do you think? Jiang Bai smiled faintly, surveying the surroundings. How about this gift? From now on, you're the boss's wife of Dihao Group. Lin Ruoxue. Dihao Group? The boss's wife? Hearing this, Lin Ruoxue's lips twitched. While the Lin Group was no small enterprise, it could at best rank outside the top 20 in Dongjiang. It was in a completely different league from Emperor Group. Soon after, in the president's office of Dihao Group. Mr. President, you're here. As soon as she entered the office, Lin Ruoxue hurriedly rose from the president's seat with respectful deference. Jiang Bai brought Lin Ruoxue into the office and introduced them. Ruoxue, this is Lin Ruoxue, president of Dihao Group. Good day, Madam President. Lin Ruoxue bowed deeply, her graceful figure on full display, showing not the slightest hint of disrespect. Madam President. This was their boss's woman. Ahem, hello. Lin Ruoxue cleared her throat and shot Jiang Bai a fierce glare. You actually kept so much from me. It's fine. Jiang Bai waved it off nonchalantly, then continued, first, I came to introduce you all. Second, for the foreseeable future, I want Emperor Group and Lin Group to collaborate. Together, we'll open Dihao hotel branches in Dongjiang and major cities across the country. Lin Ruoxue, 2 major conglomerates collaborating to open hotel branches? Clearly, Lin Ruoxue was baffled. Had this guy lost his mind? Such a grand gesture just to open hotel branches? So, boss, what's your ultimate goal? Lin Ruoxue, who clearly understood her boss well, probed cautiously. She needed to grasp the bigger picture. Jiang Bai pondered for a moment, his gaze drifting toward the distant scenery of Donglin. Within a year, I want the Emperor Hotel chain to be established in every city across China. Put. Lin Ruoxue, who had just taken a sip of water to steady her nerves, was instantly stunned by this audacious idea. Expanding into every city across China? That was truly a bold ambition. Chapter 91, Come, let husband check my little snow's conscience. Leaving the Emperor Group. Jiang Bai, are you really going to open Emperor hotels nationwide? Lin Ruoxue gazed out the window at the scenery rushing by, her voice tinged with disbelief. After all, this news had hit her like a ton of bricks. The Dihao Hotel was a 7-star establishment. Achieving such a vision would require astronomical funds conservatively estimated at over 100 billion. Of course. Jiang Bai smiled faintly. This is the legacy I'm leaving for the 3 little ones. Lin Ruoxue, they're not even born yet and you're already planning to set them up with assets? Is spoiling them this much really a good idea? Truthfully, Lin Ruoxue was genuinely impressed at that moment. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. He'd never treated her this well before. Humph. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of opening a branch of the Emperor Hotel chain. Reward, God-tier treasure appraisal ability, plus 13 billion renminbi. Hearing the reward notification chime in his ear, Jiang Bai's lips curved into a smile. He then pulled up his attribute panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 20. Skills, God-tier music, God-tier culinary arts, God-tier driving, God-tier martial arts, God-tier orthopedic massage, God-tier farming, God-tier calligraphy, God-tier object manipulation, God-tier medicine, God-tier chess, God-tier treasure appraisal. Items, Bugatti Veyron 1, Tianyu Mansion Villa No. 11, 100% shares of Dihao Group, 20 Tangcheniping Villas, Bad Luck Card 1. Appearance, 100, of course, every reader here has an appearance rating of plus. Wealth, 95.035 billion renminbi. Passive skill, double consumption aura, up to 100 million times. The attribute panel showed his wealth was now just a step away from reaching 100 billion. It wouldn't be long before he became a billionaire. As they spoke, the supercar had already arrived at Villa No. 1 of Tianyu Mansion. Squeak. As the supercar pulled up before the villa, a beautiful young woman accompanied by a maid had been waiting for some time. "Good day, young master." "Good day, madam." A sweet voice rang out as 8 maids lined up on either side, bowing in unison. Lin Ruoxue stared in surprise at the fair-skinned, beautiful maid with her refined demeanor. "Young master, I am Ning Mengyan, the housekeeper hired by Mr. Liu. You and the young mistress may call me Mengyan or Xiao Ning, either is fine." After the introductions, Lin Ruoxue realized these were the people hired by Lin Ruoxue, the president of Dihao Group, whom she had just met. Wow. So the clients are Jiang Shun and Goddess Ruoxue. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Goddess Ruoxue. So exciting, the clients are actually Mr. Jiang Bai himself. Listening to the maid's chatter, Lin Ruoxue pulled Jiang Bai into the room. Why did you hire so many people?" Lin Ruoxue clearly looked uncomfortable. Jiang Bai tapped his forehead with a thud. "For the 3 little ones, of course. Once they're born, having the maids take care of you will make things much easier." Lin Ruoxue froze upon hearing this, her cheeks flushing instantly. "At least you have a conscience." "Heh, of course." Jiang Bai smiled faintly, then shifted his gaze to Lin Ruoxue's chest. "Come on, let your husband check up on the conscience of my precious Ruoxue." Jiang Bai, giggle. And so, the room echoed with their playful commotion for quite some time before they embraced, completely open with each other. The next morning. Golden morning sunlight spilled across her exquisite face, making her already unbelievably beautiful features even more enchanting. "Mum." The breathtaking girl struggled to open her eyes, only to find a handsome young man gazing at her with adoring eyes. What are you looking at?" Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson. Was it polite for that guy to stare at her like that? "Nothing. I was just thinking how much good karma I must have accumulated to deserve such a beautiful wife." Jiang Bai mused. Truly, having such a soulmate was a tremendous blessing, especially since 3 little ones were soon to arrive. Suddenly, Jiang Bai gained a new understanding of life's pinnacle. Tisk. Lin Ruoxue heard the guy's words and gave a light spit. This guy's mouth was getting sweeter and sweeter. Ring ring. Just then, Lin's mother called. Lin Ruoxue exhaled softly, shot a glance at the mischievous figure beside her, and answered the call. "Hello, Mom." The moment the call connected, Lin Ruoxue's expression turned grim. "What did you say? My grandfather is unconscious? Alright, I'll be right there." After hanging up, Lin Ruoxue's face was filled with worry. Her grandfather had always cherished her the most since she was little. Oh, right. Amid her worries, Lin Ruoxue recalled the scene at Rongqing Park. "Jiang Bai, you can definitely cure my grandfather. Will you come with me to my grandfather's house?" After explaining her grandfather's coma, Jiang Bai paused. "Alright then. Jiangdong, Jiang family villa. Young Jiang, you're here too." Lin's mother nodded to Jiang Bai upon seeing him, though her face was clearly etched with worry. After all, her father was unconscious and his condition unknown. It would be strange if she were happy. "Mom, Jiang Bai is quite skilled in medicine. Why don't we have him take a look?" "Oh." Hearing her daughter's suggestion, Mrs. Lin turned to her future son-in-law and gave him a nod. Soon, the group arrived at a room deep within the villa. "Xiao Jiang, this is Dr. Li, the renowned physician who's been treating Ruoxue's grandfather these past few days." Lin Ruoxue's uncle, Jiang Banchang, took a deep breath as he spoke, his face equally clouded with worry. "Oh?" Jiang Bai glanced toward Lin Ruoxue's grandfather. Dark mist swirled around him, clear signs of poisoning. "Uncle Jiang, you say this Master Li has been treating old Master Jiang recently?" His gaze clearly fixed on the man now being called Master Li. "That's correct. Master Li's medical skills are extraordinary." After his treatment, grandfather Lin Ruoxue regained consciousness, but he fell unconscious again the very next day. "Is that so?" Upon seeing the strangers, Master Li's brows furrowed. "Didn't I say not to disturb me during treatment?" "Master Li." Jiang Banchang bowed slightly. "This is my niece's fiancé. He wishes to have the old gentleman examined." Master Physician Li narrowed his eyes, fixing them on Jiang Bai. "A mere youngster? What is this? If you don't trust me, we can leave." A cold snort made Jiang Banchang's heart skip a beat. "Dr. Li, but surely you can't." "Master Li, is that right?" Before Jiang Banchang could finish, Jiang Bai interrupted. "I wonder what ailment grandfather Ruoxue has contracted. I observe his forehead is dark, with faint black mist swirling about it. This is the sign of poisoning." "What?" Jiang Banchang's expression darkened upon hearing this. The so-called divine Dr. Li inwardly cursed. What utter nonsense! "Young man, don't spout nonsense here. How could old Master Jiang possibly be poisoned? Are you questioning my judgment?" "Quite right." Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes slightly and continued. "If I'm not mistaken, you must have studied under the poisonous arts of Miaojiang. Such medical techniques shouldn't exist, yet here we are, someone still carries on this legacy." "Miaojiang poison? I've never heard of such a thing." SSSSHush. Without warning, the so-called divine Dr. Li lunged forward, thrusting a dagger toward Jiang Bai. Smack! Before he could close in, Jiang Bai sent him flying with a single backhand strike, instantly rendering the divine Dr. Li incapacitated. Dr. Li, you. Zhang Banqing's face darkened at the physician's sudden attack. He wasn't stupid, such behavior was practically a confession. Could it be that his father really had been poisoned? Glancing at Li Shini, Jiang Bai fixed his gaze on Ruoxue's grandfather. Uncle Jiang, it seems someone wants old Master Jiang dead. Chapter 92, with my utterly stupid appearance, how could I possibly enter my master's door? Ha! At these words, Zhang Banqing's expression grew grave. Could it be? Zhang Banqing narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in them as he seemed to grasp something. Then he exhaled deeply. Young Jiang, do you have any way to revive Ruoxue's grandfather? Zhang Banqing's hopeful gaze fixed on Jiang Bai. After all, he'd witnessed the entire scene. Though he didn't know the extent of his medical skills, the fact that he could pinpoint his father's condition at a glance spoke volumes. Yes. Jiang Bai smiled faintly. It would be strange if he couldn't cure him. Approaching old Master Jiang Bai wasted no words. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a dozen golden needles. Using an extraordinary technique, he swiftly inserted them into key acupoints across old Master Jiang's body. That's the 13 Ghost Gate needles. A startled voice rang out. The speaker was none other than Du Gaoming, the renowned master of traditional Chinese medicine, whom he had parted with only moments before. Master Du. Seeing the new arrival, Zhang Banqing bowed slightly. After all, Du Gaoming was the foremost authority in traditional Chinese medicine in the country. Master, this. Du Gaoming stared in shock at the figure performing the acupuncture technique, his eyes widening. No wonder, how could anyone in this world possibly surpass my master in medical skill? Lin's mother, Master? Ruoxue, this. Truly, the scene before her left Lin's mother speechless. Lin Ruoxue cleared her throat and glanced at her husband performing the acupuncture technique. Mom, back in Rongqing, Master Du wanted to apprentice under Jiang Bai, but he refused. Mother-in-law speaks wisely. Du Gaoming bowed respectfully to Lin Ruoxue. With my limited abilities, how could I possibly be worthy of Master's guidance? To become a registered disciple in this lifetime would be enough for me. Hearing this, Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson. Du Gaoming was even older than her father, yet he addressed her as Master's wife. Ahem, this. Zhang Banqing was genuinely stunned. Holy cow, Master Du actually called Ruoxue Master's wife and once even wanted to apprentice under little Jiang. Good heavens. Truly, this revelation hit him like a ton of bricks. No wonder he could see through that Miao sorcerer's scheme at a glance. If not for Xiao Jiang this time, his father would likely have been in grave danger. Even though he'd brought in Du Gaoming, it wasn't certain he could have uncovered the plot either. Mum. At that moment, the unconscious old Jiang slowly opened his eyes. His face flushed crimson, and with a gush, he spat out a mouthful of blood. A pool of crimson spread across the floor, and within the blood lay a single insect. SSSSH. The insect darted toward Lin Ruoxue with terrifying speed, its form twisted and grotesque. However, a golden needle traced an arc through the air, pinning it directly to the wall. It writhed in agony several times before finally dying. This. Master, could it be the legendary Miao poisonous insect? Du Gaoming stared at the insect with its sharp teeth, a chill running down his spine. The person who poisoned her was ruthless. Correct. Jiang Bai froze upon seeing Du Gaoming. He hadn't expected to encounter him here. It seemed their paths were destined to cross. Thud. Du Gaoming immediately dropped to his knees. Master, might I beg you to impart that needle technique to your disciple? His face radiated sincerity, his demeanor profoundly respectful. This scene stunned Zhang Banqing and every member of the Jiang family. Old Master Jiang, slowly regaining consciousness, also froze. What is this? Dad, are you okay? Lin's mother hurried forward to support old Master Jiang, taking a deep breath before saying, Father, it was young Jiang who saved you. That so-called divine Dr. Li came to harm you. If not for Xiao Jiang, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What? Upon hearing the full story, old Master Jiang's face darkened. It must be that bastard from Japan. If there was one man who was old Master Jiang's greatest adversary, it was none other than Fuso's renowned treasure appraiser, Bei Gongdashi. Oh. Jiang Bai looked at Du Gaoming, who had disregarded his status and ended up with a bruised forehead. You truly wish to learn. He thought of the Ghost Gate 13 Needles technique. If it weren't passed down, it would truly be a pity. Master, you truly wish to pass it on to me. Du Gaoming, ever the quick-witted one, promptly slammed his head onto the ground once more. Thank you, Master, for your kindness. Since you seek me as your master with such sincerity, you shall henceforth be my disciple. Boom. The sudden good news left him overwhelmed with gratitude. This, is it, really? Gulping back his saliva, Du Gaoming felt as if he were dreaming. Disciple Du Gaoming greets his master. Thud. Du Gaoming knelt on the ground, overcome with emotion. Ahem, this. Old Master Jiang watched the scene unfold, clearing his throat a few times. The renowned master of traditional Chinese medicine, Du Gaoming, had just taken his own grandson-in-law as his master. Could this really be happening? This kid. Lin Yaozong smacked his lips. Wow, having a son-in-law who's a disciple of the legendary master of traditional Chinese medicine, Du Gaoming, that was no ordinary source of pride. Right. Du Gaoming then produced a black gold card. Master, this is the highest grade card in Ruoxue Kingdom, worth nearly $1 billion. Hee hee, consider it my disciple's initiation gift. Whoa. Lin's mother gasped. $10 billion? A gift for taking on a disciple? Good heavens, no wonder he's my daughter's husband. That means this card alone is worth over 7 billion renminbi. Heh, you sure are generous. Jiang Bai smiled faintly, well aware of the intent. He figured this was meant to win his favor, hoping he'd teach him a trick or two. Hee hee. Seeing his master accept it, Du Gaoming scratched the back of his head with a silly grin. This scene made Jiang Bancheng's mouth twitch. Was this really the legendary master of traditional Chinese medicine? Young Jiang, we owe you this time. Old Master Jiang took a deep breath and expressed his gratitude. Old Master Jiang, you're too kind. Jiang Bai smiled faintly. You're Ruoxue's grandfather. We'll be family in the future. Ha, I suppose I was being overly formal. A smile touched the corners of old Jiang's mouth. He was clearly quite pleased with this grandson-in-law. They conversed for quite some time. Old Master Jiang seemed to recall something and turned to Jiang Bai. By the way, young Jiang, would you be available tomorrow? Why not join us at the Dongjiang Jadestone Gambling Fair? There's also a grand auction scheduled then. Oh? Jiang Bai froze at old Master Jiang's words, but just then, the system's voice echoed in his ear. Ding! Host has triggered a random quest. Attend the Jade Gambling Fair. Reward, mysterious treasure chest X1, plus 14 billion renminbi. The sound in his ear made Jiang Bai's eyes light up. 14 billion? This quest is decent. Well, I suppose I'll reluctantly agree. Very well. Nodding slightly, his gaze then fell upon Lin Ruoxue. This is a good chance to let the three little ones see the world. Ahem. Hearing someone's words, Lin Ruoxue cleared her throat awkwardly, her cheeks flushing crimson. What nonsense are you spouting? Has this guy lost his mind? What kind of world is there to see? Seriously, I could just smash him to bits. Chapter 93, The Jadestone Gambling Storm, a whopping $1 billion bet. The next day, at the Dongjiang Jade Gambling Conference. Shaojiang, this is the venue. Old Master Jiang arrived at the Jade Gambling venue, surveying the surroundings with a sigh. In recent years, the Chinese jade gambling scene has seen a generational gap. Only a few old men like me and a handful of others keep the tradition alive. Fearing those from Japan, they likely aim to exploit this opportunity to knock me unconscious and suppress our nation. Hearing old Master Jiang's words, it was clear he knew exactly who was behind the attack. After all, the biggest beneficiary of his unconsciousness was Japan, a nation that had always harbored hostility toward China. Is that so? Jiang Bai froze slightly at this revelation, surprised by the complexity of the situation. Meanwhile, not far away, on the Japanese side. Bei Gongdashi stared at old Jiang, his face a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Impossible. That old man was poisoned by a bug poison. How could he still be alive? Learning that Elder Jiang was unharmed was undoubtedly the worst possible news for him. With him around, suppressing China would be far from easy. Bei Gongdashi, long time no see. Old Master Jiang also noticed Big Stone's darkened expression, clearly aware that his previous poison-induced coma was connected to him. Old Master Jiang, you seem to be in good health. Bei Gongdashi spoke with veiled sarcasm, though inwardly he already cursed the Miao Poison Master's ancestors 18 generations back. A bunch of useless fools thinking they could partner with Fu San with such meager abilities? Utterly delusional. Heh, thanks to your efforts. Old Master Jiang smiled faintly. Little Jiang, go take a look over there. Glancing at Bei Gongdashi, Elder Jiang led Jiang Bai and the others over to a nearby rough stone stall. Got it. At one point, Jiang Bai stopped at a stall and his gaze settled on a stone as tall as a person. This stone is quite good. Young Jiang, you know about jade gambling? Old Master Jiang asked with genuine curiosity. After all, he had witnessed Jiang Bai's medical skills firsthand, and upon getting to know him better, he had come to hold this grandson-in-law in high regard. Just the basics. Jiang Bai smiled faintly. This was a golden opportunity to make some money, and he wasn't about to pass it up. Is that so? Just then, a young Japanese man approached. He was none other than Muki Kyukiai, a disciple of Bei Gongdashi. Sir, how about joining me for a jade stone gamble? Koju Muki stepped into the center of the room, his tone laced with provocation. Since you're here with Elder Jiang, your jade cutting skills must be quite impressive. Seeing the newcomer, old Jiang's expression darkened. Clearly, he hadn't expected that Bei Gongdashi would act so rashly. Young Jiang, pay him no mind. Heh, old Master Jiang. Muki Kyusuk wouldn't pass up such a golden opportunity. Pressing on, what's the matter? Are you afraid he might lose? You? Nuko Kyuzo's voice was loud enough to draw a crowd of onlookers. Ha! Immediately, several people recognized Jiang Bai. Isn't that Jiang Bai? You bet. They say he's quite accomplished in both the music and literary worlds. Not only that, even the music queen Lin Ruoxue retired from the music scene for him. However, hearing the surrounding chatter only piqued Koju Mickey's interest. He hadn't expected this kid to be so famous, perfectly suited to his plans. Little did Kojiro Miki realize he was already walking down a path of self-destruction. Jade Stone gambling? Jiang Bai's lips curved into a smile as he watched Kojaku Miki, who was practically begging for a beating. He'd been itching for a chance to make a quick buck anyway. Since the man was practically begging for a beating, it would be a shame not to oblige his enthusiasm. Fine. I'm curious to see the gemstone gambling skills of Japan's younger generation. This. Old Jiang was about to say more, but Lin Ruoxue stopped him. Grandpa, with Jiang Bai's temperament, who knows who'll end up worse off? I've never seen him come out on the losing end. Old Jiang froze upon hearing this, recalling the recent online uproar. Hesitation crept into his voice. This might not be wise. It'll be fine. Lin Ruoxue scanned the arena, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Seriously, it'd be pretty satisfying to see this guy make a fool of himself on camera. Old Jiang's forehead creased at his granddaughter's words. Young lady, how can you speak like that? Not only are you refusing to help young Jiang, but you're practically rooting for him to fail. As grandfather and granddaughter exchanged words, Moki Kyukiai narrowed his eyes with delight. He'd only intended to speak up for his master on a whim, never expecting the youngster to actually agree. You mean it? Of course. Jiang Bai smiled faintly. Our China isn't like your Japan, always up to underhanded schemes. The subtle implication caused Bei Gongdashi, watching from a distance, to turn icy cold. He recognized the veiled criticism directed at him. Is that so? A sharp glint flashed in Kojo's eyes. He clearly knew Japan held no moral high ground on this matter. Then let's begin. Agreed. Jiang Bai nodded slightly before adding, but before we begin, how about we add a little wager? A wager? Moki Kyusuk narrowed his eyes at Jiang Bai's suggestion. Did this kid think he wasn't going to be humiliated enough already? Exactly. Since he'd fallen into the trap, it would be a shame not to squeeze some cash out of him. Here's the deal. Jiang Bai smiled faintly, then pulled out the black gold card Du Gaoming had given him. Here's 1 billion. How about that as the wager? What? The room erupted in shock. 10 billion. Are you kidding me? You? Moki Kyusuk's mouth twitched at the figure, and even the man behind him, Bei Gongdashi, narrowed his eyes clearly. The sum was no small matter to him either. What? You had the nerve to step forward, but no guts to back it up? That's all the Japanese appraisers got? This cutting remark struck a nerve, instantly enraging Bei Gongdashi. Oh, right. Glancing at Bei Gongdashi's face, now ashen, Jiang Bai continued, the 10 billion in this card isn't Chinese currency. It's US dollars. What? At Jiang Bai's words, representatives from surrounding nations gasped in unison. Holy! What had they just heard? $1 billion gamble? That equated to over 7 billion yuan. Had he lost his mind? Good. A murderous glint flared in Bei Gongdashi's eyes. This kid was doing this on purpose. Now that the arrow was on the string, he had no choice but to shoot. A joke? If they refused now, wouldn't that make Japan appear weaker than China? Master, this. Moki Kyuzo was startled. $1 billion gamble. He might never see that kind of money in his lifetime. We're betting. Daisher Beikong snorted coldly inside. Kojiro Miki was his most prized disciple. Could he really be outdone by some greenhorn? He promptly drew a gold card from his pocket. Its appearance alone signaled its extraordinary value, representing a significant fortune to him. With representatives from all nations present, he had no fear of the Chinese youth reneging. After all, if he did, there was always old Master Jiang to back him up. Moreover, this wager concerned national pride. It was no trivial matter. In that case, let's set the time limit at 1 hour. Bei Gongdashi narrowed his eyes. In 1 hour, we'll settle this by cutting the stone. Agreed. Jiang Bai smiled faintly. The high-stakes wager was settled. Bei Gongdashi narrowed his eyes and departed with Kuki Kyuki. He had already set his sights on a particular rough stone earlier. Since the kid insisted on gambling, this time he would make him admit defeat with conviction. Chapter 94, that color? Could it be imperial green? As the crowd dispersed, all eyes turned to Jiang Bai with astonishment. Young Jiang, are you confident? Old Jiang took a deep breath. Fuso had come with such force this time, letting them seize the initiative wouldn't bode well. I guess so. Jiang Bai examined the stone slab beside him. This one. He tapped the stone, making his decision. This one. Old Jiang was taken aback by the choice, while the stone vendor beamed with delight. From their earlier exchange, it was clear this guy wasn't short on cash. Bro, you've got great taste. The stone vendor stroked the slab, boasting, this is easily the finest piece in my entire shipment. No exaggeration, buying this is a sure win. That Japanese runt won't stand a chance against this one. After a lengthy sales pitch, the stall owner offered, alright, since we've got this connection, I'll give you a 20% discount. How about $1 million? Deal. Jiang Bai smiled faintly. I'll take it. Old Jiang, Truthfully, the scene before him left him a bit dumbfounded. This stone was worth at most 3 or 50,000. Beep. Cash and goods exchanged, the stall owner's eyes flashed with cunning. This made old Master Jiang's heart sink. He thought to himself, this jade gambling venture looks troubling. Hey, buddy, I'll deliver it to the cutting area for free. The stall owner, quick to read the situation, made a call. Soon, several burly stone transporters arrived in their vehicles. Let's hope little Jiang learns his lesson. Sighing, old Master Jiang shook his head. Seeing her grandfather sigh, Lin Ruoxue shot the stall owner a meaningful look. Grandpa, that's not necessarily the case. Look at Jiang Bai, not a trace of panic on his face. Given his temperament, he might be plotting something underhanded. While we can't be certain what's inside this stone, its value absolutely far exceeds 1 million. Old Jiang froze upon hearing this, then shook his head bitterly once more. Far exceeds 1 million? 10 times? Or 20 times? Then, old Master Jiang turned his gaze toward the Japanese stone selectors in the distance. Given Bai Gongdashi's temperament, if he dares to take this jade stone gamble, the raw stone he'll open is worth at least several tens of millions. Even 100 million isn't impossible. He became Japan's foremost gemstone appraiser for a reason. His jade gambling skills are truly exceptional. Meanwhile, on the other side. Sure enough. Bai Gongdashi, choking on his pride, selected a colossal raw stone worth 30 million for Kido Kyukiai. Lin Ruoxue stared at the mountain-like rough jade stone in the distance, feeling a bit uneasy. In comparison, Jiang Bai's stone was practically scrap material, yet its price alone was 30 times that of his. First come, first served. Bai Gongdashi narrowed his eyes. Then we'll take the first shot. Cut. He shot a defiant glance at Elder Jiang before beginning to cut along the marked lines. Squeak. Under the cutting machine's razor-sharp blade, the colossal jadeite rough split cleanly in two like paper, revealing a flash of ice-glazed jadeite. Whoa! The sight of jade emerging sent a collective gasp through the crowd. After all, ice glutinous jade was the cream of the crop among jades. This color, the size must be substantial. Before long, a slab of ice glutinous jade the size of a millstone was presented before the crowd. A jadeite of this size easily worth 80 to 90 million, right? You bet. And with its size, hitting over 100 million at auction isn't impossible. Seeing this, Kojiro Muki's lips curved upward. Your turn. For a moment, Muki Kyusuk felt nothing but profound admiration for his master. Purchased for 30 million, this single jadeite rough stone alone was worth over 100 million. Once processed into finished products, its value would undoubtedly multiply several times over. Let's begin. Jiang Bai drew the cutting lines, leaving everyone utterly dumbfounded. Because, in the end, he only cut out a piece the size of a washbasin, surrounded by gray stone. Poof! A wave of derisive snorts erupted from the Japanese side, leaving Lin Ruoxue utterly baffled. Judging by the start alone, her man's original piece wasn't even as big as the jade. The difference was obvious? But, this doesn't make sense. Why wasn't that guy showing even a hint of panic? Could it be? Could this basin-sized rough stone hold hidden secrets within? Continue. Jiang Bai instructed the stonecutter, adding, be extra careful from here on out. If you find something good, I'll pay extra. Got it. The stonecutter nodded with honest simplicity before proceeding with meticulous care. Just trying to impress the crowd. Let's see how long this kid can keep up the tough act. Before Muki Kyusuk could finish his sentence, a shrill scream pierced the crowd. Green. A blinding flash of emerald green instantly captured everyone's attention. Old Jiang's heart skipped a beat upon seeing it. That color. Could it be imperial green? Gulp. He swallowed hard, and the surrounding crowd could no longer tear their eyes away. They even held their breath. Stone chips tumbled down, revealing a fist-sized emerald that instantly sent a thunderous roar rippling through the crowd. Put. The stall owner nearly spat out a mouthful of blood at the sight, collapsing onto the ground. A fist-sized emerald? Good heavens. That's worth at least 100 million. Impossible. Nuko Kyuzo stared in utter disbelief. Imperial green jade, the emperor among jades. How could that kid have cut it? Damn it. That kid, who the hell is he? Whoa. Old Master Jiang sucked in a sharp breath. His gaze toward his granddaughter's husband had completely changed. That kid had actually cut out imperial green. His jade cutting skills were beyond imagination. 100 million. At that moment, the Eagle brand representative bid directly, shouting out an astronomical figure. 200 million. The representative from Fagua couldn't stay calm any longer and immediately raised the bid. 300 million. The U.S. representative, a core member of a financial conglomerate, declared with authority. Though astronomical, it could yield substantial profits if managed well. After all, imperial green jade commands far greater value than ice glutinous varieties. Brilliant. Watching this stunning comeback, old Jiang's face broke into a delighted smile. Little John's strategy of feigning weakness to achieve strength was truly satisfying. It turned out that Xiao Zhang's jade cutting skills were as astonishing as his medical expertise. 300 million? The stall owner, who had thought he'd hit the jackpot moments ago, stared blankly at the scene. Who am I? Where am I? What had he just missed? 300 million yuan worth of imperial green jadeite just like that, gone. And it was a raw stone. A raw stone. If carved into finished pieces, its value could easily triple or quintuple. What a disaster. The stall owner slapped himself hard across the face. As for Beigong Dashishi and his apprentice, they felt like they'd been slapped hard themselves. Even the other members from the Fuso side felt a stinging pain on their faces. Damn it, this was a brutal slap in the face, the kind that drags you through the mud. Chapter 95, a $10 billion gamble and he won? You win, you take the consequences. Gazing at the fist-sized imperial jade before him, Jiang Bai turned his amused attention to Beigong Dashi and his group. You don't want Fuso to lose all face, do you? You. Poof. Beigong Dashi snorted coldly, transferred $10 billion to Jiang Bai, then stormed off in a rage. Damn it. This was a huge loss. The Japanese delegation slunk away in disgrace. The eyes of the other nations' representatives toward Jiang Bai had completely changed. They had come expecting to witness the humiliation of China's treasure appraisal world, only to have an unexpected wildcard appear out of nowhere. A $1 billion gamble, and he actually won? Fusang had lost everything down to the last penny. After today, Japan will surely become the laughingstock of the global treasure appraisal world. Heh, young Jiang is quite the force. As the crowd dispersed, old Jiang whistled in admiration. I never imagined you'd be this skilled at jade gambling. Not bad. Jiang Bai smiled faintly, then handed over the imperial green jadeite rough in his hand. Master Jiang, I'll pass this imperial green jadeite rough on to you as a token of my respect. What? The room erupted in shock. Every pair of eyes stared in utter disbelief. An imperial green jadeite given away? Has he lost his mind? Lin Ruoxue watched the scene unfold, her eyelids twitching wildly. Did this guy even know what he was doing? Put. Not far away, Beigong Dashi felt blood surge to his throat, nearly vomiting. Bastard. Xiao Jiang, what's this? Old Jiang glanced toward Beigong Dashi, who had quickened his pace slightly, a smile playing on his lips. Ahem, well then, I'll accept it. When you marry Ruoxue, I'll have it crafted as a gift for you both. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson at her grandfather's words. Grandpa, what are you saying? Truthfully, having her thoughts exposed like that was a bit embarrassing. Hee, alright. Seeing his granddaughter's bashful expression, old Jiang chuckled. I won't say it. Oh, right. Seeing the scene winding down, old Jiang continued, the auction is about to start. Go take a look. Poof. Lin Ruoxue shot her grandfather a resentful glance. What was that about? Before long, the three entered the auction hall. Only representatives from various countries were permitted entry. Old Jiang remarked with admiration, little Jiang, every single person here is exceptionally distinguished. They're masters of the appraisal world from different nations, backed by powerful clans and factions. Moreover, today's auction is, in a sense, a grand event for Dongjiang's appraisal world. As old Master Jiang explained the auction, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared on stage. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the Dongjiang auction amidst your busy schedules. I am your auctioneer for this event. We have 105 items up for auction, each one truly worth its value. From old Master Jiang's explanation, Jiang Bai learned that the Li family of the imperial capital, one of the four great families of the capital, stood behind this Dongjiang auction. Alright, now for the first item up for auction. Pre-Qin Dynasty Glass Cup. The item was placed prominently on the auction block. While not classified as a national treasure, it was undoubtedly a top-tier artifact. The reserve price for this lot is $1 million, with minimum increments of $100,000. As the auctioneer's voice fell, the room erupted in a murmur. Meanwhile, in a private box on the second floor. Mr. Zhao, it's that Jiang Bai. The middle-aged man's gaze fixed on Jiang Bai with surprise. He hadn't expected to encounter that young man again at his very first stop in Dongjiang. Oh. Old Zhao's gaze settled on Jiang Bai. It seemed their paths were destined to cross. Ding. Just then, the middle-aged man's phone buzzed with a message. He tapped it open. What? The middle-aged man's expression paled, then he looked at Jiang Bai in astonishment. What's wrong? Old Zhao furrowed his brow slightly, his expression filled with curiosity. Ahem, old Zhao, you might not believe this. This Jiang Bai just gambled on jade with Fuso's Beigong Dashi and his group. He cut open a million yuan rough stone and revealed an imperial green jade worth 300 million. At this point, the middle-aged man shot Jiang Bai a complex look. That kid, is he even human? He's even this skilled at jade gambling. Is that so? Old Zhao narrowed his eyes, his tone laden with meaning. It seems, this youngster is even more exceptional than we imagined. This is getting more and more interesting. Soon, a piece of golden thread nanmood over a meter long and thousands of years old appeared on the auction platform. Alright, this golden thread nanmo carving depicting Jianggong fishing has a starting bid of $3 million. Each increment must be no less than $100,000. Jiang Bai froze upon seeing it. $3 million. Without hesitation, he called out his bid. This action immediately caught the attention of Hokusho's representative, Daisher. 5 million. Baigong Dashi countered instantly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as they locked onto Jiang Bai. Clearly, the earlier exchange was still fresh in his memory. 10 million. Jiang Bai's expression remained utterly unchanged as he continued bidding. 20 million. Baigong Dashi then shot the price sky high, leaving the others in the room gasping in astonishment. Even here, the bid had far exceeded the woodcarving's worth. 50 million. Jiang Bai didn't hesitate, for he knew he would profit even more. Oof. Baigong Dashi let out a cold chuckle. Paying 50 million for a wooden carving, this was his way of getting some revenge. But he didn't know their nightmare had only just begun. Even old Master Jiang was stunned. No matter how he looked at it, it simply wasn't worth the price. Jiang Bai, could this carving be more than meets the eye? Lin Ruoxue couldn't believe this guy would spend so much on a wooden carving, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. You know me best, my dear. He affectionately tickled Lin Ruoxue's delicate nose, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Her grandfather was right there, yet he dared to tease her like that. How dare he? Ha! Old Master Jiang watched the playful young couple and chuckled. Little Jiang, you mean this carving holds more than meets the eye? Exactly. Jiang Bai then turned to the Japanese delegation. Master Jiang, allow me to help you vent your frustration. With that, Jiang Bai rose and headed toward the auction podium. Making him look foolish? That would only happen if 10 suns appeared in the sky. Vent your frustration? Old Master Jiang pondered thoughtfully. Could it be? Young Jiang intends to dismantle the wooden carving right here on the spot. Sure enough, Jiang Bai's subsequent actions confirmed his suspicion, and the nightmare descended upon the Japanese side. But at that moment, Shi and the others from Beijing Institute of Technology remained utterly unaware of the apocalypse awaiting them. Today's ordeal would become a pain they could never bear to recall for the rest of their lives. The one responsible for this scene was none other than the young upstart Jiang Bai from China, though that was a story for another time. Chapter 96, Little Guy, how dare you? Do you really think China has no one? That brat. Moki Kyusuk stared at Jiang Bai, astonishment etched across his face. What does he think he's doing? Baigong Dashi glanced over and was startled to see Jiang Bai's figure appear on the auction platform. Oh. In the second floor box, old Zhao narrowed his eyes. Could it be, the wood carving isn't as simple as it seems? Elder Zhao, it's highly possible. After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man spoke solemnly. Though their interactions had been limited, the information he possessed suggested Jiang Bai was clearly no pushover. Ding! Congratulations, host, on spending 50 million renminbi. Triggered 100x spending rebate, earning 5 billion renminbi. The system's voice rang in his ears. Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes. Today had indeed been quite fruitful. However, the wooden carving before him was the main event. Let the show begin. Sir, you? The auctioneer eyed Jiang Bai suspiciously as he stepped onto the stage. After all, this was a piece of golden thread nanma that had just sold for 50 million. I'd like to borrow your esteemed venue to auction something. Jiang Bai shot a meaningful glance toward the Japanese delegation. He hoped they would appreciate this grand gift to come. Oh, but sir. Before the auctioneer could finish, Jiang Bai had already approached the wood carving. After a moment's search, he pressed a button on the fishing basket beside the carving of Lord Jiang fishing. Click. With the press, a brocade box rose from the golden thread nanma wood. What? The sudden scene stunned everyone present. Good heavens. Old Master Jiang watched this unfold and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It seems there's something extraordinary hidden within that wooden carving. Ahem, Grandpa, he's probably just trying to show off again. Lin Ruoxue cleared her throat and shot her husband a disapproving look. Clearly, wherever he was, things wouldn't stay calm. I can see that. Old Master Jiang whistled in admiration. First, he gambled on a jade stone and cut out a 300 million yuan imperial green jadeite. Now, he'd bid on a wooden carving that held a world within. The red brocade box was exquisitely packaged, radiating luxury. Its contents were undoubtedly priceless. Jiang Bai then handed the box to the auctioneer. The item inside will be auctioned without reserve. Ha! Upon hearing this, the auctioneer furrowed his brow. Under everyone's gaze, he opened the box, revealing a long sword inside. The auctioneer, a seasoned veteran, pondered for a moment before uttering in disbelief, the heaven-sent cloud sword. This is the heaven-shattering cloud sword, one of the 3 divine artifacts lost to Fuso for centuries. Boom! The moment the words left his mouth, all eyes turned to the sword within the brocade box. What? Baigong Dashi's face paled as he leapt to his feet. Impossible. How could the heaven-bestowed cloud sword, lost to our nation for centuries, appear here? Centuries ago, during Japan's Warring States period, feudal lords across the land rose to prominence, clashing fiercely to seize the 3 divine treasures and claim renown. After countless battles, the heaven-bestowed cloud sword, symbol of imperial authority, vanished without a trace. Even centuries later, the imperial court of Fusang never ceased its search for the heaven-shattering cloud sword, for its significance to the imperial authority was beyond measure. Ahem. The auctioneer, witnessing this sudden reversal, silently mourned for the Fusan side for a moment. It seemed this man before them was the real deal. His discerning eye likely recognized the item's true nature long ago, making this humiliating turn of events nothing short of novel. The Japanese imperial artifact, the heaven-defying cloud sword, now up for auction with no reserve price. The auctioneer wouldn't let such an opportunity slip away, immediately turning his gaze toward the eager bidders. This lot was likely the most coveted item of the entire auction. After all, this divine artifact concerned the Fuso imperial family and the very face of Fuso itself. Damn it! Baigong Dashi narrowed his eyes, a sense of foreboding gripping his heart. He too sensed the predatory stares from all sides. 10 million. 30 million. 50 million. Soon, the bidding soared past $100 million. Hearing this, Baigong Dashi's expression darkened. Because he knew this was only the beginning. 200 million. Finally, Big Stone Baigong couldn't hold back any longer. Gritting his teeth, he shouted out a bid. He had no choice but to act after all, this matter concerned the prestige of Fuso. If he failed to secure the heaven-shattering cloud sword, his life would be over. Yet he understood all too well that to him, the heaven-defying cloud sword was nothing but scrap metal except that it was indispensable to Japan. 500 million. Zhang Lao's calm voice echoed through the room. The moment those words left his lips, they drew a furious glare from Baigong Dashi, who gritted his teeth so hard they nearly shattered. Damn it! That Zhang Lao is asking for death. 600 million. Gritting his teeth, Baigong Dashi felt his lungs might burst. Had he known the heaven-defying cloud sword would appear at today's auction, he never would have come. The Fuso heaven-defying cloud sword is quite interesting. 700 million. A calm voice rang out from the side, none other than the representatives of the international financial conglomerates. This sent a wave of dread through Baigong Dashi's heart. Over 10 minutes later. 2 billion. Baigong Dashi nearly ground his teeth to dust. Damn it, these people deserve to die. Fusang had become the laughingstock of the entire gathering. He never imagined that their nation would fail to instill even a shred of fear in the other countries. If he could, he would have slaughtered everyone present, but his last shred of reason told him that would only make them a laughingstock. $20 billion. The auctioneer drew a deep breath, his heart pounding with shock. 20 billion US dollars. Any higher bids? $20 billion, going once. $20 billion, going once. $20 billion, going once. With a resounding thud, the gavel fell, sealing the deal. The auctioneer's voice rang out once more. Congratulations to the Fusan delegation. You have secured the heaven-bestowed cloud sword, the national treasure, for $2 billion. At these words, representatives from various nations exchanged knowing glances. National treasure? Bull. After all, they all knew full well that the so-called Fuso heaven-descended cloud sword was nothing more than a decent quality longsword, albeit a rather ancient one. Creak. Baigong Dashi's teeth clenched so hard they ground together, his gaze fixed on Jiang Bai, filled with murderous intent. Damn it! That brat! It's all that brat's fault. First he swindled him out of $10 billion, and now he's cost him another $20 billion. That alone would be bad enough, but after today, he'll become the laughingstock of every nation. Such a grudge was an irreconcilable enmity. This boy must die. Baigong Dashi fixed his gaze on Jiang Bai and barked at his henchmen beside him, gather everyone. Await my orders. I'll kill that brat and old Jiang too. They all deserve to die. His eyes bulged with fury, the murderous intent in Big Stone's gaze reaching the heavens. Once they were dead, he would return to his country immediately. By then, even if China made a move, it would be too late. Yes, sir. His subordinate bowed respectfully before sending out a signal. Soon, hidden assassins from Fusan began converging on the location. An assassination plot quietly unfolded. In the second-floor private room, Old Zhao, numerous Japanese ninja assassins are converging on this location. The middle-aged man received the call and reported on the movements from the Fusan side. MHM. Upon hearing this, Old Zhao narrowed his eyes. These little bastards are getting pretty bold. Do they really think our China is their own territory? He gave a cold chuckle before adding, inform Jinbei it's time for the Dongjiang War Division to move. After so long without drawing our swords, those Fusan dwarfs actually think China has no one left. Chapter 97, the parents are about to meet. Dongjiang War Division. Hello, Brother Jean. In the War Department commander's office, Zhao Jinbei answered the call the moment it rang. What? That little bastard Fuso dared to lay a hand on the man who saved my father. Hearing Zhang Pengtian's words, Zhao Jinbei's expression turned icy cold. Very well. I'll handle this matter. After hanging up, a fierce glint flashed in Zhao Jinbei's eyes. Those little bastards in Fusan. I've had it with you lot for a long time now. Since we have military exercises scheduled, why not seize this opportunity to wipe out these little bastards? Men. With that thought, Zhao Zhenbei narrowed his eyes. Issue the order, effective immediately. The Dongjiang military region enters combat readiness. The exercises begin now. Yes, Commander. In an instant, the Dongjiang military region sprang into high gear. Zhao Zhenbei personally led his elite forces toward the auction site. Damn it, this time the little bastard from Fusong won't get away. As the auction concluded, nations cast meaningful glances toward Fusong. Oof. Bai Gongdashi snorted coldly, let's go. He was grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it, this was a huge loss. If he'd known this would happen, he'd never have agreed to represent Fuso at this jade auction. This was infuriating. Kid, I'll let you live a little longer. Bai Gongdashi fixed his gaze on Jiang Bai. Soon, I'll make you understand the bitter price of crossing Fuso. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai received the auction proceeds. Mr. Jiang, here is your rightful payment of $20 billion from the auction. After completing the transfer, the auction house representative bowed respectfully. After all, he'd witnessed Jiang Bai's capabilities firsthand. Old Jiang listened to the auctioneer's words. Holy crap, not only had the commission been waived, but even the $50 million from the Golden Thread Nanmo auction had been forgiven. This move was quite the generous gesture. If you have time, Mr. Jiang, please visit our auction house again. Lin Ruoxue was also a bit stunned. Had this auction house lost its mind? Just like that, they'd forfeit $50 million. Thank you. Jiang Bai hadn't expected such generosity from the auction house and gladly accepted the olive branch they'd extended. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the Jadestone Gambling Conference task. Reward, Mystery Chest X1, plus 14 billion renminbi. At that moment, the system notification of the reward arrival sounded in his ear. Detecting host possesses mysterious treasure chest X1. Proceed with opening? Open. Jiang Bai didn't hesitate, opening it with a thought. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 100% ownership of Battle Axe Security Company. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 billion renminbi. 2 consecutive notifications startled Jiang Bai. He knew Warax Security, one of the few elite security firms in China, with branches across numerous cities and headquarters in the capital. So they said. Axe Security's market value was conservatively estimated at over 100 billion renminbi, making it an exceptionally powerful entity. He pulled up the attribute panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 20. Skills, God-tier music, God-tier culinary arts, God-tier driving, God-tier martial arts, God-tier bone-setting massage, God-tier farming, God-tier calligraphy, God-tier object manipulation, God-tier medicine, God-tier chess, God-tier antique appraisal. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Tianyu Mansion Villa No. 1 X1, 100% shares of Dihao Group, 20 Tangcheniping Villas, Bad Luck Card X1, 100% shares of Battle Axe Security. Appearance, 100, of course, every reader here has plus appearance. Wealth, 148.035 billion renminbi. Passive skill, double consumption aura, up to 100 million times. Gazing at his skyrocketing fortune, Jiang Bai couldn't help but smirk. Let's go. The trio promptly exited the auction hall, only to find themselves surrounded by the auction grounds. Move out. Kill them all. Once the Fusan assassins had gathered, Zhao Zhenbei gave the order, and the elite warriors launched an overwhelming assault on the hidden Fusan assassins. Who? What the hell? War Division. Members of the Huaxiao War Division. The faces of the numerous Fusan assassins turned icy cold as they immediately attempted to flee. Are you kidding? They wanted to earn great merit by killing those men, but they needed to stay alive to enjoy it. After all, they'd now alerted the Huaxiao War Division. If this escalated, it wouldn't be a matter of 10 or 8 men, it would mean tens of thousands closing in for the kill. Not even a fly could escape then. But they clearly underestimated the War Department's speed. In less than 10 minutes, the 300-plus invaders from Fusang were utterly annihilated, slaughtered without mercy. At the same time, at the location where Bai Gongdashi stood, Zhao Zhenbei had surrounded the area with his men. Commander Zhao, what is the meaning of this? Surrounded by at least 1,000 elite troops, Bai Gongdashi's face darkened. What do you mean? Zhao Zhenbei sneered coldly. Bai Gongdashi, you gathered ninjas to assassinate our Chinese people. Do you expect me to collect the heads of those assassins and present them to you? You? Bai Gongdashi's expression shifted. No wonder he'd suddenly lost contact with those ninjas, it seemed they were all dead. Zhao Zhenbei, I am a renowned treasure appraiser in Japan. If you dare touch me, aren't you afraid of the backlash from China? Public opinion? Zhao Zhenbei glanced at Bai Gongdashi. Do you really think anyone will know you're dead? No. They've jammed the signals here. Break through. Bai Gongdashi's expression turned grim. At Zhao Zhenbei's signal, the elite combat unit sprang into action, swiftly eliminating everyone, Bai Gongdashi included. Retreat. After disposing of Bai Gongdashi and his group, Zhao Zhenbei ordered the withdrawal. Though deploying the elite combat unit felt like overkill, reaping some collateral benefits wasn't a bad outcome. As for Zhao Zhenbei's group, they would simply be treated as missing. Ring ring. No sooner had Jiang Bai returned to the Jiang family villa than his phone rang. Hello, Mom. What did you say? You and Dad came to Dongjiang? We'd like both sets of parents to meet. Lin Yaozong and Mrs. Lin exchanged glances. The in-laws were coming. Alright then. Since Ruoxue's parents are free, let's meet at the Emperor Hotel. Alright, settled. After hanging up, Jiang Bai turned to his in-laws. We should head over too. Mrs. Lin naturally didn't want to arrive first after all, this was essentially coming to their place. That's fine. Lin Yaozong nodded. Hearing this, Lin Ruoxue was a bit stunned, so? Uncle and aunt are coming to Dongjiang? Sweetheart, you're not nervous, are you? Jiang Bai asked Lin Ruoxue in the passenger seat, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Who's nervous? I'm not. Sighing in relief, Lin Ruoxue silently encouraged herself. It was just both sets of parents meeting to discuss the wedding date. What was there to be nervous about? But why was her heart racing so fast? Chapter 98, Me? Just staying home to raise the kids as a full-time stay-at-home dad. Dongjiang, Emperor Hotel. Luxury private room. As she pushed open the door, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang had already been waiting inside for quite some time. Dear in-laws, sorry to keep you waiting. Mrs. Lin entered the private room, apologetically explaining there was a bit of traffic on the way. No problem. Mrs. Jiang smiled faintly. We just arrived ourselves. Once the conversation started flowing, Mrs. Jiang and her mother-in-law chatted animatedly, so enthusiastically that anyone watching might have mistaken them for long-lost best friends. Brother Lin, let's drink up. Father Jiang, finally able to take a sip, naturally wanted to enjoy himself with his in-laws. Lin Yaozong felt the same way. Seeing his own women so happy, he probably wouldn't have the mind to keep tabs on him. This atmosphere suited them perfectly. Cheers. The two men exchanged a knowing glance, a moment of mutual understanding. This. Lin Ruoxue watched the scene unfold, while the two men were left standing awkwardly to the side. This script, something was off. Shouldn't they be discussing wedding arrangements after small talk, the hotel, the menu, the ceremony flow? But right now. Here, honey. You must be hungry. Eat more. Jiang Bai served Lin Ruoxue dish after dish, soon filling her bowl to the brim. You, don't put so much on my plate. Trying to stuff me to death? Lin Ruoxue shot Jiang Bai a glare, but he didn't seem to care, gently tapping her forehead with a soft thump. Hey, what nonsense are you talking? You're eating for 4 right now, and besides, your man isn't short on cash. As they chatted, both Jiang's mother and Lin's mother glanced over, causing Lin Ruoxue's cheeks to flush bright red. Who would have guessed? The young couple seems quite affectionate. The two mothers nodded approvingly. This was exactly how a loving young couple should be. Look at you. Lin Ruoxue pinched a certain someone under the table. It was all his fault. How is this my fault? I'm just doing it for the 3 little ones. The two bickered back and forth, occasionally catching the delighted glances of their parents. Seeing their children so happy was the greatest comfort to them. After chatting for a while, the parents finally got down to business. Mother-in-law, Ruoxue is already pregnant. I think the sooner the better. Lin's mother gazed at her daughter and son-in-law, her face beaming with joy. Quite right. That's exactly what I was thinking. John's mother pondered for a moment before continuing. Before coming, I had someone calculate the auspicious dates. The 8th of next month is a perfect day. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed at the mention. The 8th of next month, auntie, isn't that a bit too soon? Not at all. Lin's mother shot her daughter a stern look. You're already over 2 months pregnant, and triplet bellies grow very quickly. If we wait too long, your wedding dress won't look as good. That's exactly what I was thinking. The two mothers-in-law chimed in unison, while the two fathers nodded in agreement. After all, what mattered to them wasn't the timing of the wedding banquet, but whether their wine glasses remained full. Sounds good to me. Jiang Bai nodded and immediately sealed the deal, then it settled. Lin Ruoxue, In the private room, she was the only one holding out, and clearly, she had to defer to the majority. Jiang Bai continued, Mom, Dad, Uncle, Aunt, how about we hold the wedding banquet at this imperial hotel? Here. The parents exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. This was one of Dongjiang's few 7-star hotels, perfectly suited for the occasion. Uncle, Auntie. Lin Ruoxue shot a sly glance at a certain individual, her eyes twinkling mischievously. You didn't know, did you? This imperial hotel belongs to Jiang Bai. But. Cough, what? John's father froze upon hearing his daughter-in-law's words, and John's mother beside him reacted the same way. Emperor Hotel. Ruoxue, don't talk nonsense. Lin's mother shot her daughter a stern look. The Emperor Hotel was no ordinary establishment. She'd heard they were expanding with new branches nationwide. Who's making things up, Mom? Lin Ruoxue rolled her eyes at Jiang Bai before revealing, I only found out recently myself. This guy isn't just the owner of the Emperor Hotel, he's also the boss of the Dongjiang Emperor Group. After a pause, Lin Ruoxue continued, the Emperador hotel chain we're co-developing with our Lin group? That was his idea. Lin Yaozong's gaze toward his son-in-law shifted as he heard his daughter's words, Xiao Jiang, you are really the chairman of the Dihao group? He had been puzzled before by the unnaturally polite attitude of that Emperor group president toward him. Logically speaking, their Lin group should have gained the upper hand in the partnership. His daughter's account was almost certainly true. That's correct. Jiang Bai boldly wrapped his arm around Lin Ruoxue's slender waist, causing her cheeks to flush crimson like dawn clouds. Was this mutual sabotage? But this girl was getting bolder by the day. Good heavens! Father Jiang couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. This brat was indeed far more capable than he had been in his youth. Young Jiang, what are your future plans? Mrs. Lin asked her more than satisfactory son-in-law with curiosity, and the other three parents joined in. This? Jiang Bai thought for a moment before continuing, once the Emperor Hotel is up and running smoothly, I plan to merge the Lin Group into the Emperor Group and have Ruoxue manage it. As for me? I'll just stay home and be a full-time stay-at-home dad. Put. Lin Ruoxue stared at him in disbelief. You, what gives? She was out there running the company for this guy, while he stayed home playing with three little ones. I have money. Jiang Bai spread his hands slightly. Besides, didn't you tell me before that you wanted to build a business empire? I'm just giving you the chance to make your dream come true. At first, Lin Ruoxue felt almost touched, but something just didn't feel right. Let Ruoxue manage the Dihao group? This. Lin's mother glanced at her daughter. Is that girl up to it? If it were you, little Jiang, I'd say it's possible. Mom! Lin Ruoxue immediately bristled at the suggestion. Who do you think you're looking down on? Why can't I handle it? Lin Ruoxue huffed and took charge. Fine, I'll manage the Dihao group from now on. This girl. Lin's mother shook her head slightly, apologetically saying, please don't take offense, mother-in-law. Ruoxue, you'll soon be Sanbao's mother. Don't get so easily upset. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoxue fell silent and buried her head in her work. Before she knew it, Jiang Bai had polished off the entire bowl of food he'd taken, along with a bowl of rice. You little rascal, stop eating. Jiang's mother noticed her daughter-in-law's bowl was empty and hurriedly said, give your rice to Ruoxue. Don't starve my three grandsons. Oh, okay. Jiang Bai wasn't hungry to begin with, so he gave his entire bowl of rice to Lin Ruoxue. This made Lin Ruoxue wish she could sink into a hole. Ahem, auntie, no, it's okay. This wasn't right. All those dishes had just been devoured. Wouldn't it look bad to keep eating? But she was still a bit hungry. What to do? Chapter 99, Billion Yuan Red Envelope Announcement, Shark Battle Explodes. Leaving the Emperor Hotel. Phew. Lin Ruoxue exhaled deeply. The parents' meeting was finally over, but they were getting married in a month. The thought made her cheeks flush crimson. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson like dawn clouds. She'd never imagined marriage something that felt so distant would happen this quickly. What are you thinking about? Seeing the faint smile playing on Lin Ruoxue's lips, Jiang Bai smiled gently. And nothing at all. Though she said this, the joy in her heart couldn't help but spill onto her exquisite face, made all the more captivating under the glow of the street lamp. Glancing at the person beside her, Lin Ruoxue's lips curved into a smile. She tapped her phone, posted a Weibo update, and uploaded 2 photos. Thank you all for your unwavering support. We're getting married in just 1 month, wish us well. Heart.jpg. The post immediately sparked heated discussion among netizens. What? Goddess Ruoxue is getting married? No, how could this be? They've already gotten their marriage certificate, so it really is that Jiang Bai, wah. But they seem so perfect together? Jiang Bai, you can't do this. Give me back my goddess Ruoxue. Snowflake-like comments flooded in, and soon the news spread like wildfire. Dongjian University, dormitory. Holy, this. Su Tiancheng's eyes widened as he stared at the trending news. Sis-in-law, she is officially announcing her marriage to the boss. In a month? TSK. Zhou Hao and Lin Xiao stared wide-eyed, utterly stunned by the official announcement. Meanwhile, the school's group chat exploded with excitement. Senior Jiang Bai is getting married. Holy crap, Goddess Ruoxue and Senior Jiang Bai are tying the knot. So envious. Too bad Senior Jiang Bai will soon be someone's husband. Such a perfect match. What should I do if I want a boyfriend just like Senior Jiang Bai? Hundreds of messages flooded the group chat every second. This news was truly shocking. At that very moment, the couple's official wedding announcement dominated every trending topic. Hashtag music prodigy Jiang Bai to wed soon. Hashtag wedding approaches, Goddess Ruoxue makes bold announcement. Hashtag unveiling the mystery of how Jiang Bai and Lin Ruoxue met. Hashtag grand wedding ceremony, awaiting the joyous news. Hashtag central bank congratulates the talented couple on their union. Without a doubt, the news of Jiang Bai and Lin Ruoxue's wedding swept across the internet like a hurricane. It can be said that It immediately dominated the top 10 trending topics, making their wedding news known to countless people in an instant. Zhou Yuning's villa. But what the? Zhou Yuning emerged from the shower, her stunning figure wrapped in a towel, though sadly, no one was there to see it. They've officially announced their engagement. Zhou Yuning was genuinely stunned. Her best friend had actually made the announcement. The wedding is in a month. So jealous. During this period, she knew full well how exceptional her best friend's man was, her younger brother's boss. Single-handedly taking down capitalists, his legendary catchphrases kept popping up, truly blowing up the Douxia platform. Oh my. Zhou Yuning recalled her encounters with Jiang Bai. Ruoxue is getting married, and I don't even know where my own boyfriend is. The damage wasn't great, but the insult was immense. Ring ring. Just then, Lin Xiaoxi's call came through. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoxue was showering in the bathroom, the water trickling down. She answered the call. Hello, brother-in-law. My sister's so awesome, she just officially announced your marriage. The internet's going wild right now. Hearing his sister-in-law's words, Jiang Bai froze for a moment. He then opened his browser and, sure enough, the news of their engagement had likely spread across the entire internet. He couldn't help but glance toward the bathroom. That girl really is. Got it. After hanging up, Jiang Bai paused for a moment before opening the Supreme Ruler account on the Douxia platform. Ding! Host spent 1 billion renminbi, triggering a 5-fold reward, gaining 5 billion renminbi. In that instant, Jiang Bai topped up 1 billion yuan and simultaneously posted a short video. I assume you've all heard about the wedding news. Consider this small red envelope my congratulations. May you all find lifelong partners to accompany you through the rest of your lives. The short video was published, and viewers could claim the red packet by clicking into it. However, this move utterly stunned Douxia's senior management. Douxia, director's office. What did you say? Shark's director Chen Tian stared at Luo Changhai in disbelief. Jiang Bai? He posted a short video and directly topped up 1 billion yuan in red envelopes. Opening the video, Chen Tian was genuinely stunned. I'm going crazy. Taking a deep breath, Chen Tian recognized the immense heat within, directly placed it in the level 9 traffic pool. Full network promotion. After this, Douxia will definitely outshine all other platforms. With that thought, Chen Tian made his decision without hesitation. 10 billion in red envelopes as a giveaway to netizens, a move even Sharks wouldn't dare attempt. Lin Xiaoxi's livestream. Xiaoxi, honey. Is it true your sister and brother-in-law are getting married in a month? Yes, it's unbelievable. Wow. So envious. It's bound to be a grand wedding in a month. Suddenly feeling so envious of goddess Ruoxue. Fans chattered excitedly when suddenly a red bullet screen from Shark's featured promotion appeared. Junlin Tianxia brings a billion yuan red envelope giveaway to celebrate the official wedding announcement with fans. What the? The sudden turn of events left everyone utterly stunned. 10 billion in red envelopes? Celebrating with netizens. Ah. Holy crap, hurry to Junlin's latest short video. Holy crap, I just claimed in 1,888 renminbi red envelope. As a comment appeared, the crowd jolted, seemingly realizing something. Soon. Jiangshan is amazing, I got 888. Hee, I got 3666, that's a month's salary for me. Damn it, how did you do that? I only got 999. Lin Xiaoxi was stunned as the chat's sentiment shifted instantly. How is this possible? Staring at the still prominent featured promotion, Lin Xiaoxi's eyelids twitched wildly. Driven by curiosity, she opened her brother-in-law's short video app. She opened the red envelope. A massive 8888 red envelope appeared on the screen. This is over 8,000. In an instant, Lin Xiaoxi stared dumbfounded at her brother-in-law's skyrocketing follower count. Brother-in-law, could it be you actually gave out 10 billion in red envelopes to netizens? This move. She gulped nervously just as her mother entered, supporting her father. Here, brother Jiang, drink up. Seeing her father completely drunk, Lin Xiaoxi turned to her mother. Mom, what's wrong with dad? Don't mind him. Mrs. Lin shot Mr. Lin Yaozong a glare. The old man had completely lost his mind. Ahem, Mom, that's not important. Lin Xiaoxi, the family's emotional support, said before handing her phone to her mother. Mom, you might not believe this, but my brother-in-law just sent out 10 billion red envelopes across the entire internet to celebrate the official announcement of their wedding. Chapter 100, Master, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest with the master's wife. 10 billion red envelopes? Lin's mother froze upon hearing this. What did you say? Obviously, her first instinct was that she'd misheard. It's true. Then, Mrs. Lin watched her son-in-law's short video titled Reigning Over the World. She hadn't realized it until she saw it, and now she was completely flustered. This is? Ruoxue had just announced her wedding, and her son-in-law was celebrating with a 10 billion yuan red envelope. Couldn't these two just be a little more low-key? Seriously. But young people these days sure know how to have fun. Forget it. Mrs. Lin waved her hand, looking rather exasperated. Let them be. Splash. In the room, Lin Ruoxue emerged from her shower and saw someone staring at her. Her cheeks flushed crimson. But that flushed look vanished almost instantly. When she logged into Weibo, her eyes widened in shock. Jiang Bai, have you lost your mind? 10 billion red envelopes. Clearly, Lin Ruoxue had caught wind of her man's outrageous stunt, a 10 billion yuan red envelope to celebrate their wedding news. This move. Just pocket change. Jiang Bai waved his hand dismissively before adding, my dear Ruoxue finally announced our engagement. As her man, I had to respond, didn't I? Lin Ruoxue, that's 1 billion yuan. You're so wasteful. Though she knew Jiang Bai was wealthy, 10 billion wasn't exactly pocket change. She couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. After all, once they were married, that money would be hers. You must be exhausted today. Come. Let me give you a massage, honey. His skilled hands earned him a rolling eye from Lin Ruoxue. This guy was clearly using the massage as an excuse to take advantage. She lost track of time. After their passionate struggle, Lin Ruoxue drifted off to sleep, nestled comfortably in her man's arms. Ring ring. A phone rang. The caller ID showed none other than Du Gaoming, the master of traditional Chinese medicine whom he had recently taken on as an apprentice. Master, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest with your wife. Du Gaoming's respectful voice came through the line, his tone tinged with nervousness and apology at such a late hour. What is it? Jiang Bai furrowed his brow slightly as he asked. Ahem, it's like this, master. Du Gaoming cleared his throat before continuing, tomorrow is the Dongjiang Couplets Conference. Representatives from the Imperial Capital Writers Association will be attending in person. I was wondering if you might consider joining us. After all, tomorrow promises to be a literary feast. Oh? Just as Jiang Bai was about to respond to Du Gaoming's words, the system's voice echoed in his ear. Ding! Host has triggered a random mission, attend the Dongjiang Couplets Conference and make a grand splash. Reward, God-tier hacker abilities, plus 15 billion renminbi. God-tier hacker? 15 billion yuan? Thinking of the 3 little ones soon to be born, perhaps he could set a greater example for them before their arrival. Then, let them know just how exceptional their daddy once was. Alright. With that thought, Jiang Bai agreed without hesitation. Really? Du Gaoming across from him beamed at the news. Tomorrow, his master would make a name for himself once more. Ha. Oh, right, master. Du Gaoming suddenly remembered something. I haven't congratulated you and the master on your official wedding announcement yet. After hanging up, Jiang Bai drifted off to sleep, cradling his beloved in his arms. The next morning. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that Lin Ruoxue slowly awoke. She sensed someone quietly gazing at her with adoration, and her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Hey, what are you looking at? Lin Ruoxue shot a reproachful glance at the person. Had he been watching her for that long? Of course I'm looking at my wife. Who can resist such beauty? You. Tisk. Lin Ruoxue shot Jiang Bai a glare, her cheeks flushed. As if I needed you to tell me. What time is it? Why didn't you wake me up? Glancing at the time, Lin Ruoxue exhaled deeply, her exquisite back and side profile now fully exposed before Jiang Bai. To this. Lin Ruoxue had long since grown accustomed to it. After all, there was no need for awkwardness between them. For a moment, Jiang Bai felt quite moved. After breakfast, Jiang Bai drove them both toward the Dongjiang Couplets Conference venue. Where are we going? Lin Ruoxue looked suspiciously into the distance. After all, this guy hadn't told her. The Dongjiang Couplets Conference. Jiang Bai replied with a smile. It had been decided during yesterday's meeting between both sets of parents that the Lin group would be managed by his in-laws for the time being, granting the young couple some rare alone time. Couplets Festival? Lin Ruoxue furrowed her brow, an uneasy feeling creeping over her. You aren't planning to show off again, are you? Indeed. It wasn't that she was deliberately thinking this way, but rather, this guy always managed to stir up trouble wherever he went. Steal the spotlight? Am I that kind of person? I've always kept a low profile. Lin Ruoxue rolled her eyes. Low key? Not a chance. Soon, the couplets competition was just around the corner. Squeak. As the supercar pulled up before the venue, Du Gaoming had been waiting for quite some time. Master, you've arrived. Du Gaoming hurried forward to greet him, and Jiang Bai gave a slight nod. Master, this is Yao Chong, president of the Dongjiang Writers Association. Master? Hearing Du Gaoming's words, Yao Chong, the chairman of the Dongjiang Writers Association, looked utterly astonished. Old Du, you actually became a disciple of Mr. Jiang Bai. Truly, Yao Zhong was a bit stunned. After all, who was Du Gaoming? A legendary master of traditional Chinese medicine. While Jiang Bai possessed exceptional literary talent, his medical skills couldn't possibly be that formidable, could they? Of course. Du Gaoming declared proudly, being accepted as a disciple by my master is the greatest fortune I could ever hope for. Forget it. You wouldn't understand anyway. Glancing at Yao Chong, Du Gaoming saw no point in explaining further. After all, his master preferred to keep a low profile. Is that so? Yao Chong looked at Jiang Bai with deep meaning. After all, this was the first time he'd seen him speak so highly of someone. I've heard. Just then, a young man on stage radiated youthful vigor, none other than the rising star of the imperial capital's literary scene. It could be said that, before Jiang Bai's emergence, he was the literary world's biggest dark horse. Now, all this spotlight had been stolen by Jiang Bai. To say he harbors no resentment? Cute little thing. I wouldn't believe it. And so, the provocation began. A literary genius has emerged from Dongjiang. Zhao Zhang narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on Jiang Bai with clear provocation. He wasn't just the dark horse of the imperial capital's literary scene, he was also the young master of the Zhao family, one of the city's foremost aristocratic clans. His path had been smooth sailing all along, never had he faced such a setback. Brother Jiang, might we see a sample of your skill? He paused, his voice dripping with provocation, so we might witness the brilliance of the man who penned that timeless masterpiece. What do you say, everyone? Is that a good idea? The words had barely left his lips when a chorus of cheers erupted, instantly thrusting Jiang Bai into the center of attention. That Zhao Zhang. Du Gaoming narrowed his eyes. Back when the Zhao family had sought his medical help, he wisely declined. Watching the clown rant, Jiang Bai glanced at Lin Ruoxue beside him. Hey, looks like someone doesn't want me to keep a low profile. Chapter 101, hurry and fetch my master, he can save your guild leader. Swish. Instantly, all eyes turned to Jiang Bai. They'd heard plenty about his exploits online lately. Lin Ruoxue shot him a withering glance. Very well. Glancing at Zhao Zhang, Jiang Bai rose to his feet. The next instant, photographers from all media outlets snapped away, their cameras and lenses whirring. This was major news. Stepping onto the stage, Jiang Bai swept his gaze across the entire venue. Next, I present this rendition of the 1,000-character classic for our mutual encouragement. Taking a slight breath, Jiang Bai recited. Heaven and earth, dark and yellow the universe, vast and primordial. The sun and moon wax and wane, while the stars and constellations spread their array. Cold comes and heat departs, autumn brings harvest, winter stores away. Leap months complete the year, harmonizing the sun's energy. Put. Zhao Zhang, who had intended to watch the play, sprayed his tea all over the place upon hearing Jiang Bai's recitation. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the stage. That kid. How is this possible? Truly, he was stunned by this recitation of the 1,000-character classic. He had expected this sudden challenge to catch Jiang Bai off guard, yet unexpectedly, Jiang Bai had outshone him. Brilliant! Old Zhao, unexpectedly witnessing Jiang Bai's literary brilliance, was utterly amazed. This was the true spirit of a young Chinese scholar. Quick! Take pictures! Don't miss a single moment! Media outlets from all sides began snapping photos and recording videos, striving to capture every precious detail of this unprecedented event. After today, they believed, this rendition of the 1,000-character classic would surely trend on social media. This is poetry, it looks so awesome. You bet. Did you notice? It seems like every single character is different. Even if I don't know the exact meaning, it just feels so impressive. Jiangshan is so awesome, 100 times better than that Zhao Zhang guy earlier. The crowd at the scene couldn't help but tease. Seeing this, Du Gaoming grinned. Truly, his master's literary prowess was no joke. Just as formidable as his medical skills. The more Du Gaoming interacted with him, the more he discovered his master's mysterious depths. He had already thought his master's medical skills were beyond compare, yet now, with just a few casual moves, he had gained lifelong insights. Damn it! As Jiang Bai recited the poem, Zhao Zhang's expression darkened further. His face burned with stinging pain, as if he'd been slapped hard across the cheek. Compared to his earlier actions, he now resembled nothing more than a clown. Jealousy. Unprecedented jealousy consumed Zhao Zhang, turning him bitter with resentment. If not for that Jiang Bai, all the glory before him should have been his. Young master. Beside Zhao Zhang, a skilled Zhao family member spoke with a grim expression. After the assembly concludes, perhaps we should have someone eliminate him. So what if he's a genius? Once he's dead, he poses no threat. Kill that brat? Zhao Zhang frowned in deep thought. He had originally planned to compete with him in literary prowess, but now that path seemed impossible. Very well. After a moment's consideration, Zhao Zhang had a plan. The man was right, no matter how gifted he was, death would eliminate any threat he posed. Go contact some people. I want to see that brat die with my own eyes. Yes, young master. A fierce glint flashed in the corner of the Zhao family expert's mouth. How dare this greenhorn act so brazenly and draw attention to himself? Had he never heard the saying, the tree that stands out in the forest is the first to be struck by the wind? Go. As the Zhao family expert departed, Zhao Zhang turned his gaze back to Jiang Bai, who was basking in the spotlight on the stage. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. You dare challenge me? I'll make sure you pay dearly. With a cold sneer, Zhao Zhang had no interest in participating in the so-called couplet competition. What? Du Gaoming's expression darkened upon hearing the Dongjiang Writers Association staff member's words. Old Yao suddenly collapsed. Let's go. Take me to see him. Speaking, Du Gaoming followed the staff member toward the lounge. Soon, they saw their friend Yao Chong in the lounge, his face contorted with agony. This, a sudden cerebral hemorrhage? How could this happen? Du Gaoming's expression grew grave. With such an acute cerebral hemorrhage, the patient couldn't be moved an inch. Any disturbance could prove life-threatening. Though he could suppress the symptoms, that was the extent of his ability even with his significantly improved medical skills. Right. Du Gaoming took out his silver needles and then turned to the person beside him. Hurry and fetch my master. He will definitely be able to save your guild leader. Master Du, your master? I know. At that moment, a staff member who had seen Du Gaoming introduce himself earlier dashed out of the rest area. Before long, Jiang Bai appeared in the rest area. Master, you're here. Beads of sweat the size of peas rolled down Du Gaoming's forehead. Yao Chang's condition was far more complicated than he'd anticipated. Let me handle this. Jiang Bai assessed Yao Chang's critical condition, then flipped his right hand to retrieve a golden needle. He swiftly inserted it into Yao Chang's Baihui acupoint while simultaneously channeling the physical enhancement solution into the needle. Though this needle could save Yao Chang's life, his physical condition was far too poor. This. In the break room, numerous staff members stared wide-eyed, gulping as they watched the 10-centimeter gold needle sink into the Baihui point, their eyelids twitching violently. However, Du Gaoming shot them a fierce glare, causing them to shudder in fear. Put. A spurt of blood shot from Yao Chang's Baihui point. His previously flushed face now relaxed. At that moment, Yao Chong opened his eyes, looking around suspiciously. What just happened to me? Old Yao, how do you feel? Du Gaoming, seeing Yao Chong regain consciousness, exhaled deeply and asked. He'd never seen or even heard of such a technique before. I feel pretty good. Yao Chong flexed his wrist as he spoke. The faces of everyone in the lounge froze. Feeling fine? That near-death scare had nearly killed them. Are you kidding me? A fountain of blood had just spurted from his head. Who wouldn't be scared? Ahem, old Yao. You just suffered an acute cerebral hemorrhage. If not for the master's intervention, you might have, well, lost your life. Du Gaoming cleared his throat. The scene had been genuinely perilous. A sudden cerebral hemorrhage. That's exactly what the doctor had warned him about to avoid extreme emotional fluctuations. He then glanced at the others in the lounge. Seeing them nodding like chickens pecking at grain, Yao Chong finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Mr. Jiang, I apologize for my earlier offense. Yao Chong took a deep breath and bowed deeply, clearly still skeptical. It's nothing. Jiang Bai waved his hand dismissively before adding, it was merely a minor matter, hardly worth mentioning. Ahem, Mr. Jiang, you jest. Yao Chong cleared his throat. A minor matter for him was a life-saving favor for Yao Chong. Mr. Jiang, this favor is as vast as the heavens. Taking a deep breath, Yao Chong continued, from now on, my life belongs to you. No need for such formalities among friends. Jiang Bai naturally didn't dwell on the matter. Saving the life of his disciple's longtime friend was perfectly ordinary. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Zhang had already reunited with the Zhao family's men. A grand spectacle was quietly unfolding. Chapter 102, Old Yao, I think you shouldn't be worried about my master, but the Zhao family of the imperial capital. Goodbye, Mr. Jiang. Moments later, Yao Chong personally saw Jiang Bai off. Had it not been for him, Jiang Bai might well have perished. Phew. Only after watching the supercar disappear from sight did Yao Chong exhale in relief. He had truly walked through the gates of death just now. Old Du, I owe you big time this time. Yao Zhong gave a bitter smile as he gazed into the distance. They say you can't judge a book by its cover, but it seems I'm no exception to that cliché. Enough. Du Gaoming glanced in the direction the supercar had vanished. The master isn't one to dwell on trifles. Who knows? Perhaps someday he'll need the services of the Yao family of Dongjiang. Really? Yao Chong shook his head slightly at his friend's words. Though the Yao family was one of Dongjiang's 4 major clans, they were ultimately insignificant compared to Jiang Bai. Probably. Du Gaoming chuckled, recalling his master's wife's reminder, oh, and if possible, keep an eye on the Lin family. After all, that's my master's wife's clan. Heh, thanks for the reminder, old Du. Yao Zhong nodded with a smile, then gazed into the distance. That Zhao Zhang is no ordinary man. With the Zhao family of the imperial capital as his backing, he might prove detrimental to Mr. Jiang. Is that so? Du Gaoming scanned the surroundings but saw no sign of Zhao Zhang. A meaningful curve touched his lips. Old Yao, I think your concern shouldn't be my master, but the Zhao family in the capital. The Zhao family. Hearing Du Gaoming's words, Yao Zhong narrowed his eyes. But he remained composed. His benefactor was so capable, naturally he had plenty of ways to handle things. Of course. He didn't know that Du Gaoming meant Jiang Bai had saved old Zhao before. With old Zhao's status, protecting someone was no problem at all. Moreover, the Zhao family in the imperial capital, to which Zhao Zhang belonged, was merely a first-tier clan. If it were one of the 4 great families, that would be another matter entirely. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Zhang was leading the Zhao family's elite warriors down a path of self-destruction. Young master, rest assured. I've brought over a dozen elite warriors from our clan. That Jiang Bai is as good as dead. A Zhao family expert beside Zhao Zhang gave a cold laugh. Defying the Zhao family of the imperial capital meant only one path, death. Excellent. Zhao Zhang narrowed his eyes, gazing down the inevitable path ahead. Later, I'll break every bone in that brat's body. Let's see what gives him the nerve to cross this young master. Heh, young master, just hold on tight. Shoo. At that moment, golden streaks of light shot out from the distance without warning. In an instant, every single person, including Zhao Zhang, was pierced through the forehead. What? The family expert who had spoken to Zhao Zhang's side saw his pupils suddenly contract. How is this possible, killing from a distance? In his dying moments, Zhao Zhang grasped a terrifying truth. That Jiang Bai was no ordinary man. But alas, he could not relay this news, for he had already become a corpse. Thud. The corpse fell to the ground, plunging the scene into deathly silence. Suddenly, a dozen golden needles, the work of Jiang Bai's god-tier telekinesis. To die by such a means, Zhao Zhang and his companions could be said to have met their end with dignity. What are you laughing at? Lin Ruoxue glanced at the man driving ahead, a faint smile curving her lips. She remained oblivious that just moments ago, the man she saw had slain the Zhao family's young master of the imperial capital and over a dozen others. Heh, nothing. Jiang Bai smiled faintly, his tone laden with meaning. Just took care of a few ants. Lin Ruoxue, ants? Just now? She shot him a suspicious glance. What nonsense was this guy spouting? Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of attending the Dongjian Couplets Conference and making a grand splash. Reward, God-tier hacker abilities, plus 15 billion renminbi. The system's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. A faint smile curved Jiang Bai's lips. This feeling was undeniably pleasant. Outside the Tianyu Mansion villa, on the lawn. Watching Lin Ruoxue inside the villa chatting on the phone with her best friend Zhou Yuning, Jiang Bai took a deep breath of the villa's fragrant air. Young Master Jiang, you sought me out. At that moment, a figure appeared in the clearing, none other than Xiao Zhan. You're here. Spotting Xiao Zhan, Jiang Bai cut straight to the point, handing him a document. This represents 100% ownership of Imperial Axe security in the capital. Go to the capital and manage it for me. War Axe security. Xiao Zhan stared at the contract, his face frozen in disbelief. This. Young Master Jiang, you actually acquired Battle Axe security? Truly, Xiao Zhan sucked in a sharp breath. This move was utterly unexpected. After all, even the top families of the imperial capital coveted War Axe security. Yet, no faction had ever succeeded in acquiring it. Correct. Jiang Bai nodded slightly, looking at Xiao Zhan before him. I know a thing or two about your situation with the Wang family, one of the four great families of the imperial capital. Let's settle this matter once and for all. Young Master Jiang, thank you. Thud. Xiao Zhan knelt on the ground. He felt no surprise that Jiang Bai knew his identity. After all, given Jiang Bai's capabilities, it would be strange if he didn't know. Go. Jiang Bai gave a slight nod. Xiao Zhan departed, his heart brimming with gratitude. This journey to the imperial capital meant that not a single person who had persecuted and slandered his family back then would escape. Back then, he stood alone. Now, things were different. With young Master Jiang backing him, he feared not even the combined might of the four great families, let alone the insignificant Wang clan. Ring ring. Shortly after Xiao Zhan left, Lin Ruoxue's call came through. Hello, boss. The moment he answered, Lin Ruoxue's alarmed voice came through. The company's in trouble. Hackers have stolen a large amount of corporate data. If we can't fix this quickly, the consequences could be disastrous. Jiang Bai froze upon hearing Lin Ruoxue's words. Hackers? Stealing company secrets? This suicide mission sure came at the perfect time. It had been less than half a day since he acquired the god-tier hacker ability. Sure enough, every time he gained a new power, the system couldn't wait to let him show off. But hackers daring to steal Dihao Group's secrets were practically begging for death. Since that was the case, he'd grant them their wish. I understand. I'll handle this matter. You just need to keep everyone calm. After hanging up, Jiang Bai glanced at Lin Ruoxue, who was still on the phone with her best friend, then headed toward the study. He sat down at the computer in his study. With a flurry of keystrokes, the computer booted up in under 3 seconds before seamlessly entering the dark web. Throughout the entire process, his fingers danced across the keys without once glancing at the keyboard. Duong. Once inside the dark web, he swiftly expelled all intruding hackers and began tracing the source. This is the Fuso Hacker Alliance. Upon learning their identity, Jiang Bai froze, clearly not expecting it to be the Fuso Hacker Alliance. Moreover, the one who hired the Hacker Alliance was none other than the Fuso Ino Zaibatsu. After pulling up the Ino Group's information, Jiang Bai froze. He recognized a familiar name, the Fuso chess prodigy Ino Hirakawa he'd encountered in Jiancheng, who happened to be the young master of the Ino conglomerate. Chapter 103, Jiang Bai strikes back, skeleton virus ravages Fuso. Retaliation for personal grievances? Learning of the Japanese youth's actions, Jiang Bai chuckled wryly. Still, it wasn't surprising that the Ino conglomerate had uncovered Emperor Group as his business venture. It seemed the Ino conglomerate was using this to vent Ino Hirakawa's grievances on one hand, and on the other, likely sought to swallow the Emperor Group whole. After all, such a juicy morsel, why pass it up? Too bad. They'd run into Jiang Bai. Emperor Group. Whoosh. One by one, the hacked computers flickered back to life. What is this? The data department director's heart skipped a beat at the sight. The hacker's been expelled. Great. The entire data department breathed a collective sigh of relief. Their jobs were safe. Are you kidding? They knew full well that if the intrusion continued unchecked, not only would they lose their jobs, but everyone at the entire Dihao group would be out of work. Without delay, the data department director called Lin Ruoxue. The hacker was expelled? Good. Understood. After hanging up, Lin Ruoxue gazed into the distance. The boss is impressive. It seems to have been less than 10 minutes since he made the call himself. Recalling his earlier report to the boss, he felt a quiet sense of relief. Thank goodness he made that call, otherwise, the group's losses would be incalculable right now. Meanwhile, at the Fuso Hacker Alliance. Expelled? This, impossible. At the Fuso Hacker Alliance headquarters, dozens of members stood frozen in disbelief. After all, they had made a big deal about striking a deal with the Ino conglomerate. Now that they'd failed to deliver, they had no way to explain themselves. Boom! Just then, a computer screen went black, replaced by a crimson skull icon. Oh no! The computers are hacked. Clatter! 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 Boom boom boom! In less than 3 seconds, every computer in the room was overrun by the crimson skull pattern. Beneath it, the words Death God appeared. How is this possible? Members of the Fuso Hacker Alliance stared at the skull pattern in disbelief. The skull virus. Damn it, it must be the Chinese. Counterattack. That Emperor Group must be protected by top-tier hacker masters. Ring ring. Just then, the leader of the Fuso Hacker Alliance answered a call, his expression immediately turning grim. What did you say? All computers at Hacker Alliance HQ are completely paralyzed. A thunderous roar. Hearing this, everyone froze in shock. The leader immediately called the Fuso War Division. This situation far exceeded their capabilities. If this skull virus were to spread, the Hacker Alliance would become the villains of the ages. In the villa of the Ino family. What? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Ino Hirakawa leapt from his seat. Jiang Bai's Emperor Group actually failed to breach the system? The incident has already alerted the Fuso War Division? Hearing this, a cold smile curled the corners of Ino Hirakawa's mouth. How unexpected. Ino Hirakawa had intended to leverage his Zaibatsu's superiority to deliver a devastating blow to Jiang Bai's enterprises. Little did he expect that the Hacker Alliance would suffer such a major setback. But perhaps this is for the best. With the War Department involved, they won't let China keep such formidable hackers. A mere corporate hacker group was no match for the Japanese War Ministry. And so it proved. Imperial Palace, Japan. Useless. The Emperor of Fusong's face was as cold as ice. The entire Hacker Alliance couldn't even handle a single hacker from China? What good are they to the nation? Issue the order, uncover every scrap of information on that Grim Reaper who struck for Fusang this time at any cost. The Emperor of Fuso's expression remained icy. Such a threat cannot be tolerated. Once his identity is confirmed, eliminate him at any cost. Yes, Your Majesty. Order after order emanated from the Imperial Palace, swiftly setting the Fuso War Department into high gear. However, what unfolded next became the nightmare of all Fuso. Boom. Boom boom boom. Somewhere within the Fusang military headquarters. What? The defense system was breached instantly? This can't be. Counterattack. Organize a counterattack immediately. The bold and skilled Fuso military headquarters never imagined the skeleton virus could be so formidable. It had directly infiltrated their computers, and now, one by one, skeleton patterns appeared on the screens. This is bad. Damn that Grim Reaper. We're screwed. In an instant, every computer in the Fuso military headquarters was paralyzed. With a loud thud, the doors to the Fuso Emperor's throne room burst open. A disheveled figure, gasping for breath, stumbled into the chamber. He collapsed to his knees on the floor, panic etched across his face. Your Majesty, it's bad news. Swallowing hard, the man's face twisted with horror. All military units engaged have been completely paralyzed. Boom. At that moment, the projection screen in the hall went completely black. Immediately afterward, a crimson skull pattern appeared on the screen. Damn it! The Emperor of Japan was now utterly enraged, slamming his palm hard onto the desk. That Grim Reaper is courting death. Rage boiled within him. The Emperor of Fusang never imagined that the Grim Reaper would allow the skull virus to infiltrate the Imperial Palace. Minutes later. Upon learning the entire palace had fallen, the Emperor's face darkened as blood drained from his face. Useless. A bunch of incompetents. The furious emperor of Fusang now grasped the sheer terror of that Grim Reaper. Such a terrifying virus, if allowed to spread, would undoubtedly spell an apocalyptic catastrophe for Fusang. Unnoticed, a hurricane of the skull virus swept through all of Tokyo, Japan, with the imperial palace at its epicenter. Chapter 104, Jiang Bai, you have gone mad. The situation brews. Tokyo, Japan, in a certain office building. Damn it. Impossible. A man leapt to his feet. No. My marketing proposal. The skull logo. Damn hacker. Boom. 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 No sooner had the man's voice faded than computers around him began crashing one after another. Chaos erupted across the office in an instant. What's going on? My computer. Virus attack. How am I supposed to work now? Damn it, I was just about to save it. Death God, is that the name of that Chinese hacker? Bastard. Chaos like this erupted in office buildings across the city. In an instant, the entire city of Tokyo was engulfed in the nightmare of the skull virus. Streets, libraries, banks, securities firms. Without exception, everything hit pause. Truly, Japan had been devastated by the skull virus. Every industry was filled with complaints, and Tokyo's citizens were gripped by fear. Are you kidding? If this skull virus wasn't conquered, it would be nothing short of the apocalypse for them. No. It's worse than the apocalypse, because once all computers crash, the losses will be immeasurable. Snap. Within the imperial palace, the emperor of Fusang's face was as cold as ice. The stemmed wine glass in his hand shattered under his grip. Death God. You're courting death. Japan and you are irreconcilable enemies. This time, the emperor of Fusang had completely lost his composure. How could this go on? Attendants. His face darkening, the emperor summoned his aides. Go. Connect me to the Chinese side immediately. This is an outrage. Clearly. With no other choice, the emperor of Fusang could only exert pressure on the Huaxia leadership, a last resort. Meanwhile, at the imperial capital war department. Ring ring. A subordinate rushed in. Commander, the emperor of Japan is on the line. Oh. Upon hearing the subordinate's words, Dragon Mountain River, commander of the imperial capital war department, frowned. Turn it off. The subordinate's lips twitched at his commander's order. That might not be wise. MHM. Long Shanha shot him a piercing glare. The subordinate cleared his throat and shut down the phone, his heart sinking. Turning it off was one thing, but trouble was brewing. And sure enough. Upon learning of this, the emperor of Japan's face turned icy cold. Well done, China. Keep fighting. He intended to see just what China meant by this. After about 5 or 6 attempts. Your Majesty, the line is open. The emperor of Fusang took the phone. On the other end, Long Shanha's voice rang out. Hello, Your Imperial Majesty. I have something to discuss. You. The emperor of Fusang was furious. Something? What a joke. Tokyo was in utter chaos. He couldn't believe Long Shanha, who commanded all the armies within China's borders, was unaware. Commander Long, this is getting ridiculous. The emperor of Fusang's face darkened, his rage boiling over as if he wanted to tear Long Shanha to shreds. That death god of yours in Huaxia has gone too far. To let him run rampant like this, it's outrageous. The Grim Reaper? Long Shanha smiled faintly upon hearing this, feigning understanding. Oh, Your Majesty, you mean the creator of the skull virus? I've heard of that individual, though I never imagined your nation's hackers were so weak. Emperor of Japan. Weak. Hearing the deliberate mockery, the emperor of Fusang was momentarily speechless. As if. Facts speak louder than words. The reality is that even if Fusang mobilized its entire nation, it would likely struggle to resolve the skull virus. Or rather, Fusang simply lacked the capability to conquer it in the short term. However, before that happens, the devastation they inflict will be unprecedented. Moreover, understand this. Currently, it's only Tokyo. If this situation continues to escalate, it will inevitably spread to the surrounding cities. At that point, this skull virus will become a national catastrophe. However, Long Shanha narrowed his eyes and assured him, I offer my deepest apologies for this incident, which was ultimately caused by our nation's hackers. Your Majesty, rest assured. I will assist Japan in apprehending that Grim Reaper to give you a proper account. Very well. I trust you, Commander Long. After a brief exchange, Long Shanha ended the call. A trusted aide beside Long Shanha cleared his throat. Commander, are we really going to apprehend that Grim Reaper? Bull. Long Shanha glared at the subordinate, who dares touch such a distinguished contributor to the nation. I'll be the first to take them down. Then what about our commitments to Japan? The subordinate was a bit bewildered. After all, their commander had already made a bold declaration. That's simple enough. A smirk touched Long Shanha's lips as he dismissed the concern. Get all units moving. Make it look like we're conducting an all-out investigation into Death God. Of course, given their capabilities, it's a long shot. But behind the scenes, no one is to investigate the Grim Reaper. Not only that, but they must protect him. Pausing, Long Shanhai gazed toward the direction of Fusang. I'll be damned if I don't see just how powerful this skeleton virus really is. Ahem, Commander, your wisdom is unmatched. The subordinate grasped the implication. Appeasing Fusang was the key to safeguarding the Grim Reaper. Brilliant. The next day, at dawn. In the villa, Lin Ruoxue opened her sleepy eyes to find herself staring at a strikingly handsome profile. A smile curved her lips. Ding! Just then, a notification sound rang out. She glanced over. This. Reading the notification, Lin Ruoxue's face betrayed utter disbelief. The last trace of sleepiness vanished instantly. What? All of Tokyo, Japan, has fallen to the skull virus. Whoa! Seeing the news exploding online, Lin Ruoxue sucked in a sharp breath. How is that possible? Who is that Grim Reaper? How could he create a virus that leaves few so utterly defenseless? How ruthless! Though Lin Ruoxue didn't know the full extent of the impact on Tokyo, Japan, the sheer terror of bringing the entire city to a standstill was undeniable. But, it doesn't seem to have spread to other cities in Japan? How peculiar. Before Lin Ruoxue could ponder further, the twin bears were suddenly covered by someone's large hand, interrupting her train of thought. Yeah! Lin Ruoxue glared fiercely at the culprit. Jiang Bai, you have lost your mind. Honestly, that guy's barbaric actions made her want to bite him to death. How despicable. Hey, girl, what were you thinking about so intently? Jiang Bai glanced at his woman and continued, I called your name several times and got no response. Guess this trick still works. Put. Effective my ass. Come here this instant, or I swear I'll cripple you. Lin Ruoxue lunged at him, unleashing a devastating strike. Jiang Bai's heart skipped a beat. Had this girl lost her mind? Was there even the slightest benefit in treating her like this? Chapter 105, The Fushang Bounty on the Grim Reaper. 10 billion bucks. Lin Ruoxue gave a coquettish snort, showing no sign of embarrassment. Instead, she shot a sly, triumphant glance at the man. Her expression seemed to say, go ahead, try to be tough. Her vital point was locked, and that girl really wasn't holding back. Ahem. You've grown quite bold, haven't you? A meaningful curve lifted at the corner of his mouth. If he didn't teach this girl a lesson today, who knew what outrageous things she might pull in the future? Turning her into a eunuch would be a regret he'd never live down. Then, using her own tactics against her, he countered with a move of his own, the childless hand. Lin Ruoxue flushed crimson at the shameless act. Jiang Bai, how dare you? I'll kill you. Her grip tightened as crimson spread across her cheeks, creeping up to the roots of her ears. That jerk. He actually used the same method on her, but girls and boys are different, you know. In this mutual harm, she was clearly getting the short end of the stick. A little. You, let go of me right now. Lin Ruoxue glared at the person. Would it kill him to move aside? Damn it. Then you let go first, honey. Jiang Bai shrugged indifferently, shamelessly insisting, men can't always be reasonable, but sometimes you just have to be firm. Poof. Lin Ruoxue shot the guy a fierce glare before finally conceding defeat and releasing her death grip. Seeing his wife release the chokehold, Jiang Bai smiled faintly. Little missy, your man can handle all of Tokyo, let alone you, a mere woman. I'm ignoring you now. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson as she scurried away, looking slightly flustered. That guy was just too mean. She padded off with a patter of footsteps and ducked into the bathroom, leaving Jiang Bai standing there with a meaningful smile. Meanwhile, within Fuso territory. Inside the Fuso train. Boom. Boom boom. As soon as it entered Fuso territory, all computer systems were hacked. Even the train's control systems were compromised, forcing it to halt within Tokyo. No. What's happening? How could this happen? It's that skull virus. Without exception, every computer screen was overrun by the skull virus. This scene plunged the entire train into panic. Damn it, you bastard Grim Reaper, I'm infected. Wait, a friend of mine near Tokyo's border isn't infected. How many others are like this? What? Could it be that the skeleton virus only affects Tokyo? Panic spread instantly. Most were in Tokyo for business deals. Now, not only had their deals fallen through, but they'd been hit by the skeleton virus, a situation worse than stepping in. It wasn't just this train, every form of transportation entering Tokyo was affected. Soon, everyone learned the full extent of the skull virus's reach. It was clear. It was targeting Tokyo specifically. As long as you hadn't entered Tokyo, or more accurately, as long as your computer hadn't accessed Tokyo's systems, you'd be safe. The residence of the Emperor of Japan. Damn it! Upon hearing complaints from all walks of life about the virus entering Tokyo, the Emperor of Fuso instantly sliced the tea table before him in two with his katana. The clean, smooth cut revealed the blade's extraordinary sharpness. Damn it! It was clear the Emperor of Fusang now understood. The skeleton virus had directly sealed off Tokyo. Any computer entering the city would be immediately infected by the skeleton virus. This only added insult to injury to the already dire situation. Death God! The Emperor of Fusang narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with hatred. If I don't grind your bones to dust, I'll wrench my own head off and let you kick it like a ball. Damn it! Bastard! Immediately, the room echoed with the sound of shattering glass. About 15 minutes later, the rampage ended, leaving the entire room littered with shards. Someone. Sheathing her katana, the Emperor of Fusang's face was ashen. Issue a hacker bounty. Anyone providing information on the Grim Reaper once verified will receive 300 million, no, 1 billion US dollars. What? At these words, the Emperor's subordinate paled. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Truly, the subordinate was stunned by this order. 10 billion US dollars? That was over 70 billion yuan. What had that Grim Reaper ever done to deserve such a reward? And what's more, if word of this got out, wouldn't it be tantamount to admitting the incompetence of Fuso's hackers? My decision stands. The Emperor of Fusang took a deep breath. Though enraged, he was no fool. Saving face was trivial, what mattered was that Fusang couldn't afford to lose. If they didn't root out that Grim Reaper, their losses would be incalculable, 10 billion, 100 billion, even a trillion or more. Unless, you have a better solution? This. The subordinate cleared his throat awkwardly upon hearing this. I do not. With a bitter smile, he bowed and withdrew, carrying the message forth. Meanwhile, on the darknet bounty board. At that moment, the page refreshed. First place, Chinese hacker Death God bounty, 1 billion US dollars. Second place, American jobs. Bounty, $300 million. Third place, slay the legendary assassin Leon. Reward, $200 million. Fourth place. As the bounty list refreshed, countless hackers stared in stunned disbelief. What? US jobs assets have been knocked off the top spot. 1 billion US dollars looks like. Japan's really backed into a corner. Hey, this is gonna be a good show. Undeniably, a single bounty list thrust China's mysterious hacker, Death God, into the spotlight. But Japan is proving remarkably bold, going head-to-head with Death God in an all-or-nothing showdown. But with their eyes set too high, will they succeed this time? If they fail, Japan will become the laughingstock of the world. Hordes of hackers poured into China like a tidal wave. Amidst this overwhelming surge, even if China's cyber warfare unit secretly sent reinforcements, it could only buy time. What is this? At the Chinese War Department, Longshan has stared at the large screen displaying the hacker attacks from various nations. Unsurprisingly, they were all converging on Dongjiang City in China. Dongjiang. Commander, that Grim Reaper is from Dongjiang. One of Longshan's confidants furrowed his brow. However, these hackers could only trace the trail this far beyond this point. No matter what, they couldn't break through. This operation feels more like a provocation to hackers across the nations. Longshan chuckled, his interest piqued. Still, I'm curious, where does this Grim Reaper get the nerve to challenge hackers from all nations? If the Grim Reaper emerges victorious from this battle, it will bring immense glory to our nation. Then, Commander, should we continue sending reinforcements? Longshan pondered for a moment, then shook his head at the screen. Forget it. This kind of dimensional attack can't be countered by sheer numbers. From here on, we'll just sit back and enjoy the show. Chapter 106, South Korea steps in, only to get immediately humiliated. Oh. In his spare time, Jiang Bai browsed the dark web with keen interest. He discovered he topped the hacker bounty rankings with a $1 billion reward, dominating the first spot outright. This is interesting. Jiang Bai clearly hadn't expected Japan to be so aggressive. But since they'd made their move, he'd show them a thing or two. Seems Tokyo hasn't learned its lesson. With that thought, he began optimizing the code within the dark web through a series of operations. Silently, the Fuso nightmare began to spread once more. Meanwhile, domestic netizens soon learned of the upheaval in Tokyo. After all, with such a massive commotion, it was nearly impossible for them to remain unaware. On Tenya, a certain forum. 66666, damn impressive, my Shinigami boss. Impressive. The skull virus has overrun all of Tokyo. Hey, this is what a real badass looks like. This move is way more brutal than killing 100,000 people. You bet. Tokyo's completely paralyzed now. Who knows what's coming next? Baidu, a certain forum. Unbeatable. Death God, I love you. Japan's really screwed this time. Damn it, let them show off some more. Who else is left? Death God, a master's loneliness. Not a single worthy opponent in this tiny country of Japan. Had the heavens not birthed my lord Death God, hackers would forever dwell in eternal night. In no time, Death God's solo rampage through Tokyo became legendary, while Japan predictably became the laughingstock of the world. Within China, the commentary frenzy reached unprecedented heights. Are you kidding? For years, they've resented their petty existence, and it wasn't just a day or two. Remember this. During the founding wars, Japan was China's greatest adversary. Had it not been for the entire nation standing united, who knows how much havoc they might have wreaked across Chinese lands. Time passed, and the situation simmered. News of Tokyo's fall spread like wildfire across the nations. Yet the Japanese emperor's heart grew ever darker. Because the hackers they once boasted about were rendered utterly powerless against the skeleton virus code. Forget cracking it, they hadn't even grasped its workings. Damn it! The Emperor of Fusang vented his frustration once more, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. A mere skull virus has driven my nation into such a passive position. Is that Grim Reaper's hacking skill really that high? Thud. Just then, a disheveled figure burst in from outside, stumbling and crashing to the floor. Your Majesty, it's bad. Gulping, the figure scrambled to his feet, panic etched across his face. Just moments ago, the skeleton virus began spreading across major cities in the Kanto region. And at this point, the messenger glanced nervously at the Emperor. It's spreading extremely fast. According to the data department's projections, within half a day at most, the other 10 cities within our nation will fall. Half a day. At that moment, the Emperor of Fusang began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Unless the skull virus was eradicated, Fuso would never know peace. Damn it! The Emperor of Fusang was furious. What did 10 cities mean? Each one was a first-tier metropolis, second only to the supercity of Tokyo. These 11 cities accounted for half of Fusang's national income. Moreover, their commercial network spanned the entire nation. If these 11 cities were to hit pause, it wouldn't simply cripple Japan. If this persisted long enough, Fusang itself might well collapse, especially with so many neighboring nations eyeing them greedily. This cannot stand. That skull virus absolutely cannot be allowed to persist. Otherwise, Japan would face endless calamities. Someone issue an urgent directive to the global hacker organization, seek their assistance. After a brief pause, the Emperor of Fuso narrowed his eyes. I refuse to believe that a mere death god from China could single-handedly stand against the entire world's hackers. Yes, Your Majesty. A subordinate bowed respectfully, then conveyed the Emperor's orders. Soon after, the World Hacker Organization responded. Unsurprisingly, when faced with a choice between a hacker and Fuso, they sided with Fuso. After all, the two were on entirely different levels. Your Majesty, the Emperor of Fuso, our nation of Korea pledges its full support. The Commander-in-Chief of Korea personally made the call. Such an opportunity to strengthen ties with Japan if seized, Korea's standing on the international stage would undoubtedly rise. Thank you, Commander Park. The two sides exchanged cordial calls. Historically, they had been colluding like wolves, seizing every chance to suppress China by joining forces against it. Now, with the chance to kill two birds with one stone, there was no reason for Korea not to act. Of course, South Korea had its own confidence. After all, its domestic hackers ranked among the world's elite. While its national strength might be somewhat lacking, its hacking capabilities were absolutely world-class. South Korea Hacker Alliance. What? Supreme Commander Park has personally ordered us to spare no effort in hacking to find information on the Grim Reaper. The head of the Hacker Alliance nodded solemnly. Your Excellency, rest assured. We shall not disappoint your expectations. Half an hour later. Boom! 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 As computer after computer fell victim, every single one was infected by the skeleton virus. A painfully familiar scene unfolded, leaving the arrogant South Korean experts utterly dumbfounded. What? How is this possible? Indeed, by the time every computer in the Hacker Alliance had fallen, their faces were ashen. Because they saw their nation's fate reflected in this, Japan being the prime example. Quick! Report to Commander Park immediately. Gulping back saliva, the elite hackers were thrown into chaos. That skull virus is terrifyingly powerful, far beyond anything we could ever hope to crack. How could this be? How could one person's hacking skills reach such heights? Soon, Commander Park learned of the incident. What did you say? The Hacker Alliance has fallen. The skull virus is spreading through Seoul. Commander Park spit out his tea in a spray, utterly unable to remain composed at that moment. Damn it. This is bad. Obviously. He never imagined that the skeleton virus would prove even more troublesome than he had anticipated. What on earth am I to do? Boom. Just then, a loud bang echoed as a subordinate burst through the door. Commander! We've got a major crisis. 1/10 of all computers within Seoul have already been infected by the skeleton virus. What? The sudden news struck Commander Park like a thunderbolt. His legs gave way, and he collapsed into his chair, all traces of his earlier fighting spirit vanishing. Ring ring. The subordinate received a call, and upon hearing the news, his expression turned grim. Commander, the infection rate has now risen to 20%. If we don't act soon, we might. Taking a deep breath, the subordinate gazed toward the direction of Fusang, his eyes filled with dread. We're heading down the same path as Tokyo, Fusang. Chapter 107, That's no Reaper, it's a living devil. Damn it! Commander Park of the Korean Peninsula stared in utter disbelief. He never imagined the skeleton virus could be so terrifying. He had assumed that with his nation's hacking capabilities, taking down a single Chinese hacker would be a breeze. Yet, the scene unfolding before him was utterly unforeseen. Damn it! How could this happen? Commander Park was completely stunned. His first instinct was to call the Emperor of Japan. He could somewhat understand the Emperor's state of mind at that moment. What? Upon receiving Commander Park's call, the Emperor of Fusang froze in shock. Seoul, the capital of Fusang, was also falling. That Grim Reaper had some nerve after completely antagonizing Japan. He dared to provoke Korea like this too. Looking for death. Very well, I understand. After hanging up, the Emperor of Fusang took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on Dongjiang City on the map of Huaxia before him. China, Dongjiang. I'll see how you die. The thought of that death god made him grind his teeth. If he could, he'd erase all of Dongjiang. Attendance. Raise the price. Increase the bounty on that death god in China to 20 billion. What? Hearing his sovereign's command, the subordinate's mouth twitched. Your Majesty, you absolutely must not. If it proves useful, well and good. But if it fails, then every major city in our nation will suffer. At that point. Though the man trailed off, the Emperor of Fusang understood clearly. By then, the last shred of dignity Fusang clung to would be utterly destroyed. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Numerous high-ranking officials within the hall voiced their objections. At this juncture, Japan could no longer afford to gamble. Damn it! The Emperor of Fusang clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles cracked. As the exalted Emperor of Fusang, he had never endured such indignity. But he understood all too well that these men were right. If they lost this gamble, Fusang would once again plunge into an abyss of despair. Half a day passed swiftly. Seoul, the capital of Korea, unsurprisingly became the second Tokyo, once again sparking heated discussions across the internet. As expected, the Chinese public was even more deeply affected. Dongjiang, a certain villa. Heh, good. Upon learning of the Korean peninsula's military achievements, old Zhao's lips curved upward. Well done, they struck the bird that dared to stick its head out. Seoul's fall mirrored Tokyo's earlier demise. That Grim Reaper did a splendid job. He truly lives up to his name. Those who cross him face death incarnate. Just as it was with Japan before, so it is now with Korea. Ding! At that moment, a message appeared on countless computer screens, a declaration from the Grim Reaper himself. To deactivate the skull virus, a payment of $10 billion is required. Damn it! Old Zhao nearly choked on his tea when he saw the conditions set by that Grim Reaper. $10 billion, that's over 70 billion renminbi. His appetite is no small thing. But, after a pause, old Zhao murmured, will the two nations agree? With the sudden fall of the Korean peninsula, hackers from various nations who had been poised to act instantly fell silent. Dark web hacker forums erupted with heated discussion. What? Seoul, South Korea, it's already fallen? No way, even slaughtering pigs takes longer than this. Look, the skull virus has mutated. $100 billion to unlock the skull virus? Talk about big talk. The news that the Grim Reaper had extorted $100 billion struck everyone like a bolt from the blue. $10 billion. What kind of concept is that? Even the term madness couldn't begin to describe such an act. Fusang was the first to erupt in fury. How dare he? The Emperor of Japan's face was frozen in icy fury. That death god dared to openly extort his nation. If this were allowed to succeed, how could Japan ever hold its head high among the nations? But, yet a trusted advisor in the hall furrowed his brow slightly. Your Majesty, dragging this out brings nothing but harm to Fuso. Why not, give it a try? Though $100 billion was a staggering sum, resolving this crisis might prove a fortunate outcome. Impossible. The Emperor of Japan turned ashen-faced, flatly rejecting the suggestion. Was this a joke? He refused to let his last shred of dignity be trampled. Little did he know that such words would force all of Japan to pay the price. Hearing the Emperor's resolute refusal, the others dared not press further. After all, His Majesty held absolute authority in Fuso. Meanwhile, across the border in Korea, a starkly different scene unfolded. Commander Park, are we certain about transferring 10 billion to that Chinese hacker? The others turned to their commander, seeking confirmation. Proceed with the transfer. Commander Park sighed, his gaze drifting toward China. Consider this a lesson learned. I had assumed Chinese hackers were no match for us. Clearly, we overestimated ourselves. Yes, Commander. Compared to Japan, Korea was clearly much more compliant. After all. First, they lacked Japan's national strength. Second, their proximity to China meant escalating tensions would bring them little benefit. They might dare to engage in petty skirmishes to annoy China, but they'd have to think twice before truly breaking ties with them. Ding! The transfer completed, triggering a computer screen. In that instant, all eyes including Commander Park's fixed on the computer displaying the transaction. Buzz! Just then, the previously black screen began booting up at a visible speed, finally returning to normal operation. Not only that, surrounding computers also began restoring normal function one after another, centered around this machine. Soon, throughout Seoul, South Korea, with government buildings as the epicenter, the skull virus vanished like melting ice. It's really back to normal. Everyone rejoiced. Commander Park breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, if he'd known the skeleton virus was this terrifying, not even 10 times the courage would have made him dare provoke that Grim Reaper. That wasn't a Grim Reaper, it was a living devil. Taking a deep breath, Commander Park addressed the assembled crowd. Order is issued, effective immediately. No one is to provoke the Chinese Grim Reaper again. Once discovered, life imprisonment. Gulp. Hearing Commander Park's words, everyone swallowed hard, not daring to utter a single word of dissent. After all, they knew this matter was of the utmost gravity. Should any oversight occur on their part, the consequences would be far beyond what they could bear. Yes, Commander. The men responded with respectful unison before disseminating the order. The false alarm had been quietly averted, but the Japanese side wasn't so fortunate. Truly, their Emperor of Japan prided himself on being aloof and arrogant, overly stubborn and self-willed. And he would ultimately pay a bitter price for his reckless obstinacy. But that, of course, is another story. Chapter 108, Blind Guess. Fusang is already cringing in the bathroom. Imperial Capital, Ward Department Headquarters Office. Excellent. Learning that the Korean bastards had wisely withdrawn from the fight, Long Shanha's face lit up with joy. It had been ages since the Chinese had felt such vindication. Fusang. Long Shanha gazed through the glass toward the direction of Japan. I'll be damned if I don't see how long your tiny island nation can hold out. A cold chuckle escaped him. If even Korea, ranked among the top 3 in the hacker world, had surrendered, Japan's continued defiance would only make the farce worse. Meanwhile, news of Korea's billion-dollar surrender spread like a hurricane across the internet. China, Hacker Alliance chat group. What? Korea transferred $100 billion to the Grim Reaper, they're outta here. Damn, looks like Korea's pretty smart. Can't win, so they surrender, typical Korean move. But that Grim Reaper is pretty badass, single-handedly kicking both countries' asses. 66666, now let's see how Japan dies. Discussions like these flooded major websites, forums, and bulletin boards, quickly climbing to the top of trending searches. Hashtag shocking, China's mysterious hacker Death God inflicts devastating losses on Japan. Hashtag Korea has recovered, but paid Death God 10 billion for the lesson. Hashtag Death God, the patriarch of hackers. Hashtag we love you Death God, well done. Hashtag wild guess, Japan's probably passed out crying in the bathroom. Hashtag. Millions of comments and likes flooded every trending topic, effectively broadcasting the saga of Death God's battle against Japan and South Korea to every corner of China. Good news never travels far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. In an instant, not only Death God, but also Korea and Japan found themselves thrust into the eye of the storm. Of course, there was a difference between the two. Korea had already pulled out of the game with $100 billion in losses, while Japan had become a textbook example of what not to do. However, as the situation escalated, the people of Japan grew increasingly discontented. Even 100,000-strong protest erupted, not just in Tokyo but also in cities like Osaka and Kobe. Truly, the incompetent actions of Japan's imperial leadership have ignited public fury. However, the imperial court's leadership clearly possessed only a superficial understanding of the principle that the people can both support and overthrow a ruler. After all, their tiny nation had only existed for a few hundred years. Your Majesty, it's terrible. A military officer entered the Grand Hall of the Fusan Imperial Palace with a grave expression. 100,000 citizens are protesting. They have now surrounded the palace gates. What? The Emperor of Fusan leapt to his feet with a thud. Bastards. Have those lowly commoners lost their minds? Truly, this news infuriated the Emperor of Fusan. A protest march was already an extremely grave matter. Your Majesty, it's not just Tokyo, Osaka, Kobe, and other cities are all the same. He swallowed hard. In some cities, citizens have even injured numerous officials. Moreover, shadowy forces are fanning the flames, including the influence of Zaibatsu conglomerates. If the skull virus isn't resolved soon, chaos will erupt across the nation. The Emperor of Fuso was utterly bewildered. He knew full well the consequences of domestic chaos, but he refused to accept it. How could the mighty Empire of Japan bow to a mere hacker? Your Imperial Majesty, please reconsider. With uprisings erupting nationwide, they were genuinely panicking. If this matter wasn't handled properly, it would undoubtedly lead to catastrophe, severely threatening their respective interests. Very well then, do as you wish. The Emperor of Fusan gritted his teeth. He could not accept that the ruler of a nation could be so thoroughly outmaneuvered by a mere hacker. Your Majesty is wise. Watching the Emperor of Fusan depart, the crowd breathed a collective sigh of relief. Go! Transfer $100 billion to that Grim Reaper immediately. After a brief pause, he continued, ensure the skull virus vanishes from Fuso in the shortest possible time. Meanwhile, at the Dongjiang Tianyu mansion. Ding! Congratulations, host, $10 billion has been credited to your account. Please check your balance. Jiang Bai awoke to a sudden voice in his ear. The funds from Fusang had arrived. Combined with the previous 100 billion USD from the Korean peninsula, the total exceeded 100 billion RMB. Money never comes too soon, and Jiang Bai's impression of Fusang even improved slightly. He immediately summoned his attribute panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 20. Skills, God tier music, God tier culinary arts, God tier driving, God tier martial arts, God tier orthopedic massage, God tier farming, God tier calligraphy, God tier object manipulation, God tier medicine, God tier chess, God tier treasure appraisal, God tier hacking. Items, Bugatti Veyron 1, Tianyu Mansion Villa number 11, 100% shares of Dihao Group, 20 Tangcheniping Villas, Bad Luck Card 1, 100% shares of Battle Axe Security. Appearance, 100, of course, every reader here has plus in looks. Wealth, 318.035 billion renminbi. Passive skill, double consumption aura, up to 100 million times. Gazing at the attribute panel, Jiang Bai's lips curved upward. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he became the world's richest man. Demonstrations in Japan, I see. After searching online, Jiang Bai understood the reasons behind Fuso's actions. If not for these adorable Fuso citizens, he likely wouldn't have swindled $100 billion so quickly. In a way, they'd done him a huge favor. Buzz. As the $100 billion landed in his account, the Tokyo skull virus in Fusan dissolved like melting snow, finally returning to normal. But, on the surface, Japan seemed victorious, but in reality, they'd lost everything. Damn it! Damn it! The Emperor of Fuso locked himself in his chamber, wielding his katana wildly as he hacked through every ornament in sight. Rage. Humiliation. Hatred. A torrent of negative emotions surged through him. This time, he had truly lost face in the worst possible way. He never could have imagined things would turn out like this. China, you death incarnate. After venting his fury for a long while, the Japanese emperor's breathing remained erratic as he glared viciously toward Huaxia. You just wait, you bastard. One day I'll find you and make you regret ever being born. Attendants. He pushed open the door, his face dark and grim, looking as if he'd lost his parents utterly miserable. Your Majesty. His subordinate dared not show the slightest carelessness. Was he joking? His Majesty was in a rage. One wrong move could cost him his life. Raise the price. That damn Chinese Grim Reaper put a bounty on him in the dark web for 20 billion. No, raise it to 30 billion. The Emperor of Fusang was utterly enraged. His decision had not only made Fusang a laughingstock but also cost the nation at least trillions in losses during this period. This was an unforgivable offense. Once he tracked down that death god, he would spare no expense to grind his bones to dust and scatter them to the winds, avenging today's humiliation. But what the Emperor of Fusang didn't know was that he would never uncover the Reaper's true identity. Of course, he remained unaware of this fact at the moment, and this incident would forever remain a stain on his legacy. Had he known the mastermind was Jiang Bai, who knows if he would have personally led the Fuso army to Dongzhong to chop him into pieces. Chapter 109, Jiang Bai, is it really okay to torment me like this? Fusang, Tokyo. Ino family estate. What? Gazing at the online backlash, Ino Hirakawa's face turned icy. Dihao Group is fine? Impossible. Clearly, Heihachi Ino only knew that the Hacker Alliance had failed to infiltrate the Imperial Group. He was unaware that this very failure had unleashed a colossal catastrophe upon Fuso. In other words, in plain terms, Heihachi Ino was the trigger for this skull virus catastrophe. Had he not courted death by targeting Jiang Bai, none of this would have happened. Damn it! Ino Hirakawa narrowed his eyes. The assassins dispatched by Vice Chairman Maiko Asaro had vanished without a trace, and now the hacker's attempt to infiltrate his Dihao Group had also ended in failure. That Jiang Bai seems far more formidable than he'd anticipated. Good day, Mr. Umazawa. At the estate, Maiko Saburo arrived at the villa, where the maids bowed in unison. After all, Maiko Saburo wasn't just the vice president of the Fuso Chess Association, he was the man who controlled the Maiko family through the Maiko conglomerate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to treat Ino Hirakawa with such disrespect back then. Maiko Asaro nodded in acknowledgement before entering the villa. Vice President, you've arrived. Ino Hirakawa rose immediately upon seeing the vice president approach, showing his respect. Have a seat. Maiko Asaro took a deep breath before continuing. You've seen what's happening online, haven't you? His Majesty the Emperor is furious and deeply angered. He continued, coincidentally, the World Chess Association is organizing a grand chess tournament soon. The victor will be crowned the chess god. And His Majesty the Emperor's intent is to utterly crush the Chinese chess world this time. A chess tournament? The title of chess god? Hearing this, Inakawa narrowed his eyes. That title represented the pinnacle of achievement he had long dreamed of attaining. Unfortunately, he was currently only a professional 5-dan player, still far from that level. In that case, the matter concerning Jiang Bai will likely be postponed for a while. Inoue Hirakawa frowned, clearly reluctant. The mere mention of that name felt like a fishbone lodged in his throat. It's no problem. Maiko Saburo offered a faint smile. This grand chess tournament is a major event in the chess world. Geniuses and masters from various nations will clash on the board. It's an excellent opportunity to elevate your strength. If you gain something from it, you could advance to professional 6th dan within a year at most. Excellent. Hearing this, Ino Hirakawa took a deep breath. I'll dedicate myself entirely to studying chess during this period. Maikawa Saburo nodded with satisfaction. This was his primary purpose in coming. Ino Hirakawa possessed extraordinary talent in chess. In 5 or 6 years at most, he could even take the helm of the Fuso Chess Association. And he, in turn, would lead the Fuso Chess Association to fame across the world. 2 days later, at dawn. The online storm had finally subsided. Lin Ruoxue opened her beautiful eyes, gazing at the man holding her, a blissful curve forming on her lips. Ding! A notification pinged. She tapped it open. The World Chess Association invites chess prodigies from all nations to participate in the chess tournament. The champion shall be crowned chess god. God of chess. As she murmured, Jiang Bai stirred awake, greedily inhaling the scent on her body. What are you staring at? You look so engrossed. Nothing much. Just that the World Chess Association is hosting a chess tournament, and the champion will be awarded the title of chess god. Oh? Jiang Bai froze upon hearing this. A chess tournament? But that probably had little to do with him. Ding! Host has triggered a random quest: participate in the chess tournament, secure the championship, and dominate the Japanese chess scene. Reward: full ownership of Wolf Star Island, plus 16 billion renminbi. Ha! The voice ringing in his ears made Jiang Bai pause. Wolf Star Island? He'd heard whispers about this place before. Rumor had it numerous tycoons and wealthy families had tried to acquire it through auctions, but none had succeeded. Its market value was said to be well over 100 billion. Though merely an island, every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Beneath its surface lay abundant natural mineral deposits and oil reserves, yet it remained unclaimed. Interesting. Jiang Bai thought of Wolf Star Island, then envisioned the future. Retiring there would be a splendid choice. Ding! Detecting host intent. Creating exclusive chess network account blossoms beyond the shore for host. Note, this account is classified as top secret. Even chess network administrators lack access. Ding! Automatically issued a challenge to a Fusan player. Shall we proceed with the match now? 2 consecutive notifications startled Jiang Bai. Had the system gone mad? Was it really necessary to push him so hard to show off? Ahem, let's begin. With nothing better to do, Jiang Bai opened his phone and downloaded the Chess Network app. After logging in with his credentials, he was startled to see his initial rating displayed as Amateur 1 Dan. Jiang Bai, what are you doing? Watching her man's actions, Lin Ruoxue was a bit bewildered. You're not planning to enter the chess tournament, are you? Ahem, you're not the type to crave empty fame, are you? Lin Ruoxue didn't believe for a second that this guy was after the title of chess god. She was confident enough in that. Of course not. Jiang Bai smiled faintly. But since I've got nothing else to do, playing chess isn't a bad way to pass the time. Opening the app automatically launched a game. His opponent was a Japanese amateur 2 Dan novice named Yamamura. In less than 10 minutes, Kojo Yamamura resigned, forced to concede defeat. Jiang Bai's tactics were simply too ruthless, leaving his opponent not the slightest chance, a bitter pill to swallow. Ahem. Lin Ruoxue shot him a disapproving look. Jiang Bai, is it really okay to crush someone like that? Though she didn't know how skilled this guy really was, judging by his performance at Jiangqing's Emerald Park last time, he was undoubtedly a formidable player. What's wrong with that? As he spoke, the second game had already begun, with his opponent being the similarly amateur 2 Dan player, Awa Yukio. Within 10 minutes, he crushed his opponent like withering leaves, grinding Awa Yukio into the ground so thoroughly that the poor guy began questioning his very existence. And so it went. Game 3, Game 4, Game 5. Half a day later. Jiang Bai had consecutively defeated over 100 amateur players from Fusan, elevating his own rank to amateur 6 Dan. Inakawa challenges you. Do you accept? At that moment, a message appeared on the screen. None other than Japan's chess prodigy, Ino Hirakawa, though he was a professional 5 Dan. This was clearly the result of some behind-the-scenes maneuvering, given the vast disparity in their ranks. Of course. Ino Hirakawa didn't know that Higinbana was Jiang Bai. His focus was on the fact that this Higinbana had consecutively defeated 100 amateur-level players from Fusang, an act tantamount to provocation. Therefore, his challenge now was to teach him a lesson, to show him just how laughable he was. Yet what followed would make him and the entire Japanese chess world relive the nightmare of the chess world. Of course, that's all water under the bridge now. Chapter 110, Higinbana sweeps through, Fuso chess world explodes. Hirakawa Ino? Seeing the name and rank, Lin Ruoxue expressed surprise and suspicion. Isn't this the Japanese chess prodigy from Jiangqing back then? That incident had been significant, so she remembered it clearly. Yes. Jiang Bai was also quite surprised. Who'd have thought I'd have such a connection with that Japanese kid? Deeply contemplative, he observed Inakawa across from him. After all, the recent skull virus incident in that Fuso stick country had been sparked by him. If word reached within Fuso's borders, who knew whether the Inakawa conglomerate might face devastating repercussions? But that clearly didn't matter. What mattered was facing off against Inakawa once more, even if the other didn't recognize him. Clack! The opponent swiftly began the game, taking the black pieces. The outcome was predictable. He couldn't even beat him when given a 6-stone handicap, let alone in a fair match on the chess network. Within 5 or 6 minutes, Ino Hirakawa was crushed in a devastating defeat. What? Inside the villa, Ino Hirakawa stared in disbelief. This can't be. That beyond the shoreflower is only an amateur 6th dan. How could he possibly beat me? Damn it! Truthfully, Ino Hirakawa hadn't expected such a poor start. I refuse to believe it. One more game. He immediately sent another challenge request, though this match wouldn't count toward the tournament standings, just a regular friendly game. 2 straight losses. 3 straight losses. 4 straight losses. After an unknown amount of time, Ino Hirakawa had suffered a brutal 20-game losing streak, leaving him questioning his very existence. That beyond the flowers guy, damn him. Ino Hirakawa's emotions spiraled out of control, just as damned as that Jiang Bai from China. You. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoxue watched Ino Hirakawa suffer 20 consecutive defeats and couldn't help but feel a moment's pity. Jiang Bai, is this really okay? He's still just a kid, after all. Child? Have you ever seen such a rebellious child? That little brat deserves a good spanking. Lin Ruoxue didn't know, but he certainly did. He knew exactly how vicious the kid was as the young master of the Ino group. Put. Hearing that remark, Lin Ruoxue shot him a reproachful glance. Was he really being that dramatic? However, this Ino Hirakawa was persistent enough, but losing 20 straight games must have been a significant blow to him. Meanwhile, the Fuso chess discussion group exploded. What? Junior brother Ino lost 20 straight games? What's the deal with that Higinbana guy? Seriously? He's still only an amateur 7 dan. Damn it. They're all challenging my Fuso players. This is a blatant provocation. Damn it, I'll take him on. Amidst the shockwaves rippling through the Japanese Go community, Jiang Bai secured several consecutive victories, undoubtedly taking down yet another group of Japanese players. Sasaki has issued a challenge. Do you accept? Miyamoto Hitoshi has issued you a challenge. Do you accept? Miyazaki Yamamoto has issued you a challenge. Do you accept? Lin Ruoxue stared at the flood of challenges appearing on the screen, completely stunned. This. Jiang Bai, you've incurred the wrath of the entire Fuso chess world. Clearly, this scene spoke volumes. But it was hardly surprising. The guy was utterly shameless. He'd just finished taking down one Japanese house, and now he was going after another. Who wouldn't be furious with him? Moreover, this guy wasn't just talking about 10 or 8 games, he'd already racked up nearly 200 matches. The wrath of the entire community? Jiang Bai dismissed it. Compared to the mission, this public outrage was nothing. Besides, who knew he was the one behind the blooming lotus? Watch your man dominate the board today. Subsequently, Jiang Bai accepted every challenge, drawing the attention of many to the Beyond Flowers matchroom. Holy, has Jiang Bai's match record gone insane? Nearly 200 consecutive wins, and all against Japanese players. Hey, did you guys see that? That Japanese chess prodigy, Ino Hirakawa, just lost 20 games in a row. Ahem, who is this Higinbana player? They're incredible. Inakawa really bit off more than he could chew this time. Could it be some chess master? The crowd buzzed with excitement, especially the Chinese players who were practically buzzing with adrenaline. This scene had them utterly electrified. Inoue Hirakawa's villa. Snap. Inoue Hirakawa slammed his hand down on the table, eyes blazing with fury. Damn it. Damn it. His eyes blazed crimson, his face twisted into a savage grimace. His hatred for this man, the one who had bloomed like a red spider lily, burned even fiercer than his loathing for Jiang Bai. Because only a handful knew about his humiliation before, but now it was different. It was like a full-scale public exposure. The situation had completely changed. Damn it! Inakawa had intended to put an end to that guy's arrogance, never expecting the man's strength to far surpass his own. What? Soon, Ino Hirakawa received word they couldn't trace the identity of that person with the blooming red spider lily, just like the previous Grim Reaper. Ring ring. Just then, a call came in from Maikawa Saro. My apologies, Vice President Yumekawa. It's fine. On the other end, Maikawa Saburo was also monitoring the Higinbana situation. He continued, this incident has enraged our nation's Go Association. The only path awaiting this Higinbana now is death. This time, Japan's suppression of the Chinese chess world is inevitable. Anyone who stands in our way will die. Really? Hearing Maikawa's words, Inakawa Hirakawa's face lit up with delight. After hanging up the phone, he turned his gaze toward the room where the Higinbana was playing and gave a cold smile. You've angered the Fuso Go world. This time, I'll see to it you don't survive. Half an hour later, Higinbana's winning streak soared to 200 games and then 210 games, 230 games, 250 games. sweeping all before them like a whirlwind, unstoppable even by gods and Buddhas. Among their victims were numerous professional players holding 6th or 7th dan ranks. All of their secondary accounts met the same fate, every single one defeated. And then, they finally grasped the sheer terror of this flower of the other shore. Even a professional 7 dan couldn't last 10 minutes against it. Was its strength truly that of a professional 8 dan, or even higher? Fusang Chess Association, Conference Hall. What are your thoughts? Tokugawa Oishi, president of the Fusogo Association, narrowed his eyes. On the large screen, Higenbana was currently battling one of their Fuso professional 8 dan players' a secondary account. As expected, it ultimately suffered defeat. An 8 dan professional lost. This player must be a high 8 dan, or even a 9 dan. The room erupted in an instant. The vast majority present were below professional 9 dan rank. Tokugawa Oishi was the sole professional 9 dan among them. Of course, Fuso had more than one professional 9 dan player, but they were not present at this moment. For a moment, everyone exchanged stunned glances. This youth's skill clearly surpassed theirs, and the atmosphere in the arena grew heavier than ever before. Very well. Tokugawa Oishi took a deep breath and looked at the screen. Prepare an account for me. I'll face this Japanese player, beyond the flowers. Chapter 111, the situation escalates. Even the professional 9 dan Go Association president has been defeated. What? The conference hall erupted in shock. The chairman himself stepping in? Though their hearts leapt with joy, a tinge of worry crept in. Because Chairman Tokugawa was their last line of defense. If even he were defeated, there would truly be no chance left. Even if the other 9 dan masters, whose skill matched Chairman Tokugawa's, were to step in, the outcome would likely be no better. Damn it! How could this Higenbana have such incredible skill? Chairman Tokugawa will crush him when he steps in. Amidst the crowd's eager buzz, the match between Tokugawa Oishi and Higenbana Hana appeared on the screen. Clack! Beyond Blossom, holding black, made the first move. After a moment's thought, Tokugawa Oishi placed a white stone. Beyond Blossom responded immediately with another move. Tokugawa Oishi gave a cold chuckle and quickened his pace. The two players engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, and before they knew it, 10 minutes had flown by. The stalemate persisted. Tianyu Villa, inside a room. Oh? Observing his opponent's moves, Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy's interesting. What is it? Lin Ruoxue clearly hadn't noticed anything amiss, only aware that this Japanese player had held out longer than the others and still seemed completely at ease. His skill surpasses all previous opponents. If my assessment holds, he's likely a professional 9 dan. What? Lin Ruoxue froze upon hearing this. A professional 9 dan player has stepped in. No wonder he's so formidable. But when she saw her man still holding his own, a sudden realization dawned on her. Jiang Bai, you wouldn't actually be able to defeat a professional 9 dan player, would you? I should be able to. As they spoke, the game clock hit 15 minutes. With Jiang Bai unleashing a divine move, Tokugawa Oishi's secondary account was crushed. Lin Ruoxue stared blankly at the screen. You won? This Japanese player is pretty good. He's definitely a professional 9 dan, but he's still a bit green. Lin Ruoxue. If word got out that he called a professional 9 dan Go Master green, he'd probably get beaten to death. Damn it! That high-ranking Japanese player's alt account lost too. You bet. To hold out for 15 minutes like that? That's at least an 8 dan pro. Is this flower of the other shore trying to single-handedly overturn the Japanese Go world? First we had the Grim Reaper shaking up the hacker world, now we've got flower of the other shore. China really is overflowing with talent. Players in the matchroom buzzed with excitement, while the Japanese players were furious enough to explode. Japan Go Association, Conference Hall. Impossible. Everyone stared at the final result in stunned silence. Their professional 9 dan president Tokugawa had been defeated in just 15 minutes by a single divine move from the opponent. Who exactly is this beyond the shore blossom? Could their skill already surpass 9th dan? This is disastrous. The task entrusted by His Majesty the Emperor may now be impossible to fulfill. If this kid claims the title of chess god, it will be the greatest disgrace in the history of Japan's chess world. But we don't even know who they are. The venue erupted in uproar. Tokugawa Oishi was utterly devastated, unable to fathom how an opponent could outplay even a professional 9 dan like himself. Unrivaled in the world. Throughout their game, he sensed the man's skill was unfathomably deep, a realm he himself could never hope to reach in a lifetime. Enough. Tokugawa Oishi shook his head bitterly and departed. Before leaving, he informed the emperor by telephone. This Higenbana exists. We of Japan will not allow China to be humiliated. By the time the others snapped back to reality, Oishi Tokugawa had vanished from the conference hall. What? Umezawa Saburo watched the scene unfold, utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? His chess prowess, even Chairman Tokugawa couldn't match him. This is bad. For a moment, Sakuragawa's face darkened to its deepest shade. Meanwhile, at the imperial palace of Fuso. But Cough cough. Sipping red wine while awaiting news of victory, the Emperor of Fuso nearly choked on his drink upon hearing the report from the chess association. What? Tokugawa Oishi, actually, lost to some obscure Chinese player named Beyond the Shore Blossom. Damn it! His face darkened as he studied the battle records of Higanbana's victory brought by his subordinate. Recently, Japan had suffered defeat after defeat in their clashes with China. First the skull virus, now this Higanbana. Damn it! Issue a bounty for that Japanese Higanbana $1 billion. Whoever they are, they must be eliminated. The Emperor of Fusong's face turned as dark as liver, as if he'd lost his parents. In the end, Jiang Bai stormed into the top 100 finals, having racked up over 300 consecutive victories, an achievement built entirely upon the corpses of Fuso. China Chess Association, Conference Room. Ahem, this is, the top 100. Beyond the Shore's flower is formidable. Unbeatable. His skill must rival that of a professional 9-dan player. Who'd have thought Fusong's attempt to take down our Go Association would be thwarted by the sudden emergence of Beyond the Shore Blossom? Ha, what a satisfying move. For a moment, the members of the China Go Association were left speechless with admiration, gazing at Beyond the Shore Blossom with eyes full of respect. Such skill might well rival that of their own president. Regardless, Beyond Blossom had undoubtedly become a great hero to China. Imperial Capital War Department, Commander's Office. Oh. Listening to his subordinate's report, Long Shanha narrowed his eyes and gazed into the distance. Beyond the Shore flower has swept through the Japanese chess world. It seems even Tokugawa Oishi has fallen. Excellent. Well done. He had long received intelligence that the Japanese emperor sought to avenge the humiliation of the skull virus by defeating China in the chess world. Little did he expect the sudden emergence of the flowers of the other shore. By the way, Commander. After a brief pause, the subordinate continued, the Emperor of Fusong has apparently offered another $10 billion bounty to uncover the identity of the flower of the other shore. Hackers from various nations are now frequently infiltrating our Chinese systems. Is that so? Long Shanha frowned upon hearing this. The Grim Reaper incident last time was one thing, but this time, Higanbana is a legitimate hero of our Chinese chess world. We absolutely cannot let them feel disheartened. This is what we'll do, contact the Hacker Alliance. Order them to stop foreign hackers at all costs. Use whatever means necessary, they must not uncover Higanbana's whereabouts. Yes, Commander. This subordinate immediately coordinated the War Division and Hacker Alliance to launch a joint operation, blocking foreign hackers from infiltrating China. This time, China's hackers would draw their swords against the world. An unprecedented cyber war was quietly unfolding. Chapter 112, Capital Upheaval, Xiao Zhan's Past Grudges. East River, Zhao Lao's Villa. That Long family brat's quite capable this time. Old Zhao studied the intelligence reports from the capital, with Zhan Pengtian standing guard nearby. Old Zhao, this Beyond Blossom is quite formidable. Zhan Pengtian observed the online chess matches, noting how deliberately he targeted Japanese players. What deep-seated resentment must he harbor toward the Japanese chess world? What a thrill! It's been ages since I felt this pleased. Old Zhao chuckled and continued, first the skull virus ravaged the land of Fuso, and now the lotus blossom sweeps across the Fuso chess world. Who would have thought Japan would come to this? It was clear old Zhao was in high spirits. Zhan Pengtian felt quite moved, though he sensed a subtle connection between the two events, one he couldn't quite put his finger on just yet. Meanwhile, at the imperial capital's Junlin Hotel. Squeak! Several vehicles pulled up in front of the hotel. Leading the group was a man with a sullen expression, radiating an intense aura of lethality. This man was Wang Tianhu, the second young master of the Wang family, one of the four great families of the imperial capital. His strength reached the peak of the outer force realm. Second master, the head of War Axe Security, is in the hotel suite. MHM. Wang Tianhu's expression turned cold. So this is War Axe Security daring to target my imperial capital Wang family like this. Watch my signal. If that Axe Security chief doesn't know when to back down, kill him on the spot. His voice turned icy as he concluded, in the imperial capital, offending the Wang family means only one path: death. Understood, second master. The elite warriors of the imperial capital Wang family all wore solemn expressions. War Axe Security was a coveted prize among the city's factions, and seizing this opportunity to bring them under their control held immense significance for the Wang family. If they could bring Battle Axe Security under their control, the Wang family would soon rise to become the foremost of the capital's four great families. Let's go! Wang Tianhu narrowed his eyes as he stepped into the hotel where their first direct confrontation would take place. Follow me. I'll deal with this War Axe Security. I'll see just who's backing him up. Soon, a subordinate of the Wang family kicked open the private room door. Wang Tianhu entered the room with over 30 men in tow, radiating an imposing presence. Wang Tianhu, long time no see. Just then, a calm voice drifted out from within the private room. Upon hearing it, Wang Tianhu's gaze shot toward the speaker as if he'd seen a ghost. You? Xiao Zhan. Recognizing the figure, Wang Tianhu's face twisted in disbelief. How can it be you? You were severely injured and fell off that cliff years ago. You didn't die? Shock. Shock. Ah. A flood of emotions surged through Wang Tianhu's mind. Back then, Xiao Zhan of the Xiao family in the imperial capital was the rising star of the younger generation, having mastered external force at such a young age. Now, 8 years later, his strength. And what baffled Wang Tianhu most was that Xiao Zhan had survived the deadly poison combined with a 1,000-foot plunge off a cliff. Ha! Wang Tianhu, your Wang family destroyed my entire Xiao clan for selfish gain. Today, I come with but one purpose, vengeance. Arrogant. Facing his enemy, Wang Tianhu lost all restraint. If I could kill you once, I can kill you again. Attack. Cripple him. Yes, second master. The Wang family's elite fighters attacked in unison. Yet, two figures beside Xiao Zhan transformed into black streaks of light, instantly annihilating every Wang family expert. You, two external force masters. Wang Tianhu's expression darkened as he stared at Xiao Zhan's subordinates, who faintly radiated the aura of outer force masters. 8 years apart, and I truly underestimated you. In that case, I'll cripple you myself. With a sharp hiss, Wang Tianhu, a peak external force master, moved with blinding speed. The two external force masters raised their arms to block, only to be effortlessly repelled by Wang Tianhu. Die. Then, with blinding speed, he drove a fist toward Xiao Zhan's forehead. If that punch landed, there would be no chance of survival. Boom! Yet, Xiao Zhan effortlessly caught Wang Tianhu's brutal, overpowering punch. A peculiar aura radiated outward from Xiao Zhan, spreading to all corners. What? Feeling the strange aura, Wang Tianhu's face paled. His pupils suddenly contracted. Internal energy. Impossible. You've actually mastered internal force? Shock. Wang Tianhu stared at Xiao Zhan in disbelief. Xiao Zhan gave a cold smile. Now you know. I've come to ensure the Wang family of the imperial capital is wiped out. You bastard. I'll fight you to the death. Wang Tianhu ignored his injuries and launched a full-force punch. Xiao Zhan swatted him away like a fly, sending him flying through the air, already a lifeless corpse mid-flight. Having consumed the physique enhancement serum, Xiao Zhan had already reached the realm of internal energy. His current power was far beyond what an external energy master could handle. Though the gap between external and internal energy seemed slight, the difference was as vast as heaven and earth. Back then, the entire Xiao clan was annihilated by the Wang family. Poisoned, he had fought his way out of the encirclement with his daughter, only to be chased to the edge of a cliff by Wang Tianhu. Perhaps fate had not yet claimed them. Below the cliff, he landed on a ledge, allowing him and his daughter to survive by sheer luck. Having survived against all odds, Xiao Zhan's every thought was consumed by vengeance. It wasn't until he met Jiang Bai that he finally saw a glimmer of hope for vengeance. Fortunately, his gamble paid off. Inner strength. Feeling the surging power within his body, Xiao Zhan could never forget the exhilaration of his enhanced strength. For masters of internal energy were among the most elite even within the imperial capital. It could be said that an inner force master could walk the imperial capital with utter confidence. But none of that mattered to him. His sole focus was making those responsible for his family's massacre pay. Wang Tianhu was merely the beginning. The Wang family itself was his true target. Not long after, at the Wang family estate in the imperial capital. Snap. Wang Luotian, the head of the Wang family, was sipping fragrant tea when his subordinate's report caused his expression to darken. What did you say? Second young master entered the Junlin Hotel and never came out. Wang Luotian leapt to his feet. While others might not know his second brother's strength, he knew it all too well. Peak external force. He was already within striking distance of inner force cultivation. Such a being was among the elite even in the imperial capital. Now that all contact had been lost, the consequences were dire. His gut told him there was an 80 to 90% chance his second brother had been killed. Damn it! With a thunderous crash, Wang Luotian's eyes blazed with murderous intent. War Axe security. How dare you? To dare touch my brother, Wang Luotian, with such brazen audacity I'll make every last one of you pay with your lives. Master, it's bad. Just then, another trusted aide rushed onto the scene in panic. Master. News from the Junlin Hotel that Axe security chief is highly likely to be Xiao Zhan, the scourge of the Xiao family who should have died 8 years ago. Boom. What did you say? Wang Luotian's face twisted in utter disbelief at his aide's words. Xiao Zhan of the Xiao family, this. Wang Luotian then turned his gaze to the surveillance footage, his eyes locking onto a particular figure. Damn it, it really is that little bastard from 8 years ago. Chapter 113, Water Bill, you big head ghost, not a word of seriousness in 3 sentences. Xiao Zhan. Indeed, this was the major event orchestrated by the Wang family 8 years ago. To secure their position among the 4 great families, the Wang clan had annihilated the first-rate Xiao family overnight. And it was that very battle made the other 3 great families take notice of the Wang family. For the past 8 years, the Wang family had been at the height of their power, all thanks to the effects of that night's annihilation. But now, he never imagined Xiao Zhan had somehow escaped back then. Now he's returned to the imperial capital. Is he here for revenge? Xiaozhan, I'll tear you to pieces. Clenching his fists tightly, he had already reached the threshold of inner strength, his powers surpassing even Wang Tianhu's. Amidst the shifting clouds over the imperial capital, the chess network tournament entered its final 100-player stage. Clatter. Within the Tianyu mansion, in the bedroom, Lin Ruoxue, freshly bathed, nestled into her husband's embrace. Their wedding day was now just half a month away. Husband, time flies. Snuggled against her husband, breathing in the comforting scent that soothed her, Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile. Isn't it? Holding the beauty in his arms, this girl had been going without for quite some time now, all for the sake of the baby's sustenance, much to someone's advantage. We're getting married in half a month. Nervous? Oof. You tell me. Lin Ruoxue gave a coy snort. How could she not be nervous? After all, she had no prior experience, and this guy was becoming more and more perfect. Who knew how much of an impact that would have come the time? Ding. As they chatted, Jiang Bai's phone buzzed with a notification. Lin Ruoxue glanced over. Is this the start of the chess tournament top 100 finals? Reading the notification, Lin Ruoxue asked doubtfully, Honey, are you still playing? The chess tournament finals? Jiang Bai froze upon hearing this, then replied, Of course I'll play. Are you kidding? He wouldn't quit now. After all, he'd only completed half his mission. While he'd dominated the Fuso chess scene, he still hadn't claimed the championship. Watch your man crush these chess masters into dust. Holding the beauty in his arms, Jiang Bai opened the chess app and entered the top 100 finals. Look! That guy flower blooming across the sea from China is online. Indeed. Word is he's the top favorite to become this tournament's chess god. So excited. Wonder who can end his winning streak. Go beyond shore, you're the best. Even before the top 100 finals began, chess enthusiasts across online platforms were buzzing with excitement in public comments. Soon, the match commenced. Beyond the Shore Flower faced off against a professional 7-dan Korean player. As expected, after a dozen minutes, Beyond the Flowers had advanced to the top 50. Half an hour later, the top 25. An hour later, the top 10. Finally, after roughly 2 hours under the gaze of all spectators, Beyond the Shore Flower advanced to the championship match. Standing opposite him was none other than Japan's professional 9-dan player, Makoto Kyui. As the honorary president of the Fuso-Go Association, his skill surpassed even that of Tokugawa Oishi. The final showdown, China's Beyond the Shore Blossom versus Japan's Makoto Kojo. The match commenced as scheduled. At that moment, the number of spectators in the match room skyrocketed. 1 million. 3 million. 5 million. The moment the two entered the room, the viewership surpassed 10 million, and it continued to surge at a visible rate. Wait, the viewership hit 10 million right at the start? Lin Ruoxue stared blankly at her phone screen before turning to her husband. Honey, you wouldn't actually be aiming for the chess god title, would you? Of course. Since we're participating, we should give it our all, right? Jiang Bai replied, careful not to mention that there was no reward if he didn't win the championship. Put. You never seemed this dedicated to anything else. Lin Ruoxue rolled her eyes, wondering if it was just her imagination that this guy seemed more invested in chess than in planning their wedding. Clack. As they spoke, across the board, Makoto Kyuju had already taken the first move with the black stones. Clearly, the system had randomly assigned Fuso the advantage. 20 minutes later. Clack. As Jiang Bai dropped a white stone, Kyujo Makoto was decisively defeated. The sudden turn of events left even Kyujo Makoto himself reeling. What? The Fuso player exploded on the spot. How could this be? Chairman Kyuji Makoto had actually lost too? I see. Tokugawa Oishi watched the scene unfold, a bitter smile curling his lips. Even Kyuji Makoto couldn't hold the final stronghold. Meanwhile, at the Chinese Go Association. We won. Kyuji Makoto lost. That guy from the other side is incredible. A professional 9-dan player, even someone of that caliber lost. TSK. Hey, god of the other shore, accept my kneeling submission. So satisfying. Beyond Shore's moves were insane. 66666, you rock, Beyond Master. Nice work. Watching the final battle unfold, Beyond Blossom seemed to be handling it with ease. Looks like even Japan's Kyujo Makoto couldn't push Beyond Blossom to unleash their full power. Wow. Unbeatable. Everyone gazed at Beyond the Shore in awe and admiration, a surge of pride welling up from their hearts. Damn it. You shorties of the Fusan chess world, you bastards tried to put down our Chinese chess scene? Now come out and try to talk trash again, let's see what you've got. You actually won. Lin Ruoxue watched her husband clinch the final game, utterly astonished. You just effortlessly defeated Japan's professional 9-dan player, Makoto Kojo. You're not actually a chess god, are you? Others might not know, but Lin Ruoxue was well aware that during his match against Makoto Q, he'd been chatting with her the whole time, completely multitasking. If Kojo Makoto ever found out, he might just die from the shock. Damn it! He'd strained every nerve trying to win, only to see the other guy crush him effortlessly while multitasking. The gap between them spoke volumes. Of course. Jiang Bai glanced at the Beyond the Flowers account bearing the title of chess god, then casually shut off his phone. Your man is quite something. Of course. Compared to some chess god, I'd much rather discuss water bills with my wife Ruoxue. Lin Ruoxue, put. Water bills my ass. You're such a big dummy, can't you say two proper sentences? Lin Ruoxue shot a reproachful glance at the guy. She'd actually admired him earlier, but the moment he opened his mouth, his shameless side was exposed. This guy was truly a love-hate relationship. Husband, could you please, Before Lin Ruoxue could finish, her lips were silenced by a kiss. Eyes wide, she watched as that certain someone demanded more. The bastard was at it again. And so it began. A fierce battle quietly commenced, and soon the room was filled with the sweet melody of passion. 8,000 words omitted here. Chapter 114, Martial Arts Exchange Tournament Conflict, Tensions Escalate. After a long battle, it finally subsided. Lin Ruoxue nestled into someone's embrace, a gentle smile curving her lips as she drifted off peacefully. Inhaling the sweet scent of the beauty in his arms, he felt quite content. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the tasks, participating in the chess tournament and securing the championship, and dominating the Japanese chess scene. Reward, ownership of Wolf Island, plus 16 billion renminbi. Amidst the serene, blissful atmosphere, Jiang Bai heard the system's reward notification in his ear. Ownership of Wolf Star Island was now his. A faint smile touched his lips as he summoned his attribute panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 20. Skills, God tier music, God tier culinary arts, God tier driving, God tier martial arts, God tier orthopedic massage, God tier farming, God tier calligraphy, God tier object manipulation, God tier medicine, God tier chess, God tier treasure appraisal, God tier hacking. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Tianyu Mansion Villa No. 1 X1, 100% shares of Dihao Group, 20 Tangshaniping Villas, Bad Luck Card X1, 100% shares of Battle Axe Security, ownership of Wolf Island. Appearance, 100, of course, every reader here has an appearance rating of plus. Wealth, 334.035 billion renminbi. Passive skill, consumption doubling aura, below 100 million. Staring at the attribute panel, Jiang Bai felt a surge of emotion. He resolved to visit Wolf Star Island someday, to see if it truly lived up to its legendary reputation as a paradise on Earth. Ring ring. Just then, a phone ringtone sounded beside him. He glanced at the caller ID. Hello, brother-in-law. The moment he answered, his sister-in-law's voice came through. Hey, hope I'm not interrupting your rest with my sister. Lin Xiaoxi's giggles drew a roll of the eyes from Jiang Bai. She wasn't interrupting now, but if she'd called just a few minutes earlier, she might have. In fact, it might have annoyed him, since he'd been in the middle of something important. What's up? His arms wrapped around the delicate waist of the beauty in his embrace, Jiang Bai asked. If Lin Xiaoxi knew her brother-in-law was taking advantage of her sister like this, who knew what she'd think? Oh. Well, brother-in-law. Lin Xiaoxi finally got to the point. So, brother-in-law, our school martial arts team is organizing a trip to watch the Dongjiang Martial Arts Exchange Tournament tomorrow. Would you like to come along? Recalling her brother-in-law's formidable skills, Lin Xiaoxi asked eagerly. Martial Arts Exchange Conference? Jiang Bai froze upon hearing this, but just as he was about to speak, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Ding! Host has triggered a mission, attend the Dongjiang Martial Arts Exchange Tournament. Reward, 30 bloodshed guards, plus 20 billion renminbi. Bloodshed guards? Jiang Bai, who had initially intended to decline, found himself tempted by the system's reward. This seemed to be precisely what he needed most right now. Compared to that, the 20 billion yuan windfall felt less significant. Of course. Lin Xiaoxi chirped excitedly upon hearing her brother-in-law mention the conference, and lots of national representatives will be there. You should come too, brother-in-law. Xiao Shi, you know me best. Then Lin Xiaoxi launched into her usual cute and cuddly act. After all, that's exactly what the fans in the livestream room loved. Alright then. Thinking of the system task, Jiang Bai reluctantly agreed, knowing he'd have to postpone matters concerning Wolf Island for now. Really? Hearing her brother-in-law agree, Lin Xiaoxi's voice brightened. That's great. Brother-in-law, I knew you were the best. Then it's settled. Remember to come tomorrow. After hanging up, Jiang Bai drifted off to sleep, cradling the beauty in his arms. The next morning. What did you say? Lin Ruoxue woke up to hear that guy's plan for the day. We're going to the Dongjiang Martial Arts Exchange Tournament. What trouble are you stirring up now? Cause trouble? Jiang Bai rolled his eyes at Lin Ruoxue. What do you mean, stirring things up? My sister-in-law invited me. Lin Ruoxue, if you really go, I'll go with you. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ruoxue weighed the pros and cons. After all, her presence might help this guy avoid drawing too much attention. He was about to get married, couldn't he just keep a low profile? After breakfast, Jiang Bai drove Lin Ruoxue toward the venue hosting the Dongjiang Martial Arts Exchange Conference. After all, it was mission-related, so he naturally had to pay some attention. Brother-in-law. Big sis. The moment they arrived at the venue, Lin Xiaoxi's voice echoed through the air. Coincidentally, she was live streaming at that very moment. Holy crap, it's my brother-in-law. And Goddess Ruoxue too. Aren't they supposed to be getting married soon? Yeah, I'm so jealous of them, they have such amazing chemistry. Jiangshan is so handsome. What should I do if I want a husband just like him? Goddess Ruoxue, I love you. Will you come home with me? Fans chattered excitedly in the livestream chat, and just like that, the follower count shot past 10,000, with the livestream's popularity skyrocketing. What are you talking about? At that moment, an angry voice erupted from Lin Xiaoxi's mouth, clearly clashing with the representative from South Korea. What's the matter? The Korean youth's lips curled into a mocking smirk. Did I say anything wrong? Chinese martial arts are nothing but a joke. No exaggeration, our Korean martial arts could take down every last one of you Chinese with just one hand. As he spoke, the Korean youth lunged to shove Jiang Bai aside. Move out of my way, kid. Smack! Before the Korean youth could act, Jiang Bai's palm struck him squarely across the face. The Korean youth was sent flying backward, knocking over several people behind him. Nice work! Lin Xiaoxi and her classmates watched the scene unfold, feeling utterly vindicated. The live stream chat exploded with 6,666 comments. This guy. Lin Ruoxue's forehead creased with frustration. The Japanese boy had merely intended to shove him aside, a simple step back would have sufficed. But this guy had to go and hit him. This was bound to cause trouble. Lin Ruoxue thought to herself, and indeed, that's exactly what happened. Kid, you've got some nerve. The Korean team leader's face darkened at the sight. Apologize to our national athlete immediately, or else I'll knock you flat on the spot. Crack. The Korean team leader clenched his fist like a cast iron pot, radiating sheer menace. Jiang Bai didn't even glance at him. What are you, anyway? You're asking for it. The Korean team leader narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint in them, and swung a punch to teach this kid a lesson. Smack! Jiang Bai countered with a powerful slap, sending the Korean leader flying to the side. The crack of broken bones echoed as he grimaced in pain, but he fell silent. That guy, what incredible power! The Korean team leader's expression darkened, though he couldn't show his broken bones that would make him a laughingstock. Yet, his gaze toward Jiang Bai was filled with murderous intent, as if he wanted to tear the guy apart with his bare hands. Little did he know, this was merely the beginning of their nightmare. Chapter 115, Sweeping the Field, Nations in Uproar. It's that kid. The head of the Korean delegation's face darkened upon seeing Jiang Bai, recognizing him as the Chinese kid who had beaten his disciple, Quan Jikuk, in Zhangchang. He himself was the vice president of the Korean Martial Arts Association, a peak external force practitioner. This brat, he can't be left alive. Shi Mingtai narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on Jiang Bai. Allowing him to grow will only breed a grave threat. Consider this. The leader who had just fought was already within a hair's breadth of mastering the outer force realm. Yet, even so, he had been defeated in an instant. This meant that this young man from China possessed outer force strength. Kid, don't get cocky. The leader from Japan, also just a step away from external force, snorted coldly. I'll test your mettle. The nations had agreed to strike a blow against Chinese martial arts. Yet before their plan could even begin, the Chinese had already stolen the spotlight. How could they possibly remain calm? MHM. Jiang Bai's eyes narrowed at the sight of the approaching figures. Lin Xiaoxi's expression turned icy. These people, they're despicable. It was obvious. Although her brother-in-law had struck a bit too hard just now, the Koreans had provoked it first. They are despicable. Jiang Bai nodded slightly. But since they came knocking, I won't hold back. Xiaoxi, take your sister aside. Let your brother-in-law warm up. Lin Ruoxue, Jiang Bai, you. Oh, sis, just leave it to your brother-in-law from here on out. Before Lin Ruoxue could finish, Lin Xiaoxi pulled her aside. Hey, how could she miss such a golden opportunity for her wonderful brother-in-law to shine? Lin Xiaoxi, you. Oh my. Seeing her sister relishing the drama, Lin Ruoxue gave her a sharp smack on the head. Her own man was the only one she needed to worry about. Hey, it's fine, sis. My brother-in-law can take down 30 special forces soldiers. This little group isn't even enough to fill his teeth. Lin Xiaoxi waved it off nonchalantly. To her, her brother-in-law was invincible. Smack! As the sisters chatted, the Japanese team leader was sent flying several meters with a single slap. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, his face turning ashen. How is this possible? He had clearly given it his all, yet the opponent had defeated him with such effortless ease. An external force master. How could this be? This kid was barely in his 20s and already possessed external force? Evidently. He couldn't think of any other reason that could explain such a vast gap between them. See? Lin Xiaoxi remarked to her older sister from the sidelines, I told you these guys weren't a match for my brother-in-law. Lin Ruoxue, this little brat, does she think her brother-in-law isn't getting enough attention already? The live stream chat erupted with heated discussion. Holy crap, is my brother-in-law about to shake up the martial arts world again? He crushed the music scene, crushed the literary scene, and now he's crushing the martial arts world. Awesome. My brother-in-law is unbeatable, I love you. Holy crap, I want a stack of such a handsome and awesome brother-in-law. Goddess Ruoxue must be so lucky, sniffle sniffle. In an instant, the live stream's viewer count skyrocketed past 100,000, and the numbers continued to surge at a visible rate. Damn it! Chinese kid, I'm coming. Then another fighter from Japan stepped forward, only to be knocked flying by Jiang Bai's palm strike. Witnessing this, spectators from all nations wore solemn expressions. Truly, they never expected such a formidable young Chinese fighter to suddenly emerge. For a moment, all eyes turned toward the Korean contingent, filled with resentment. Damn it, why did those Korean bastards have to provoke such a formidable force? Well, now, instead of embarrassing China, they just made themselves look like complete fools. Who's next? Jiang Bai was itching to fight. He was just getting into his groove. This couldn't end like this. Who else wants to see what Chinese martial arts can do? Representatives from various nations, bull. Chinese martial arts, my ass. Are you sure that's Chinese martial arts and not just beating people up? Damn it. Who could they complain to? They'd never heard of this move in Chinese martial arts. Damn it. Bastards. Fuck. Countries around the world vented their fury, but none dared to act. Joking aside, hadn't they seen the team captains from Korea and Japan get defeated in seconds? Stepping in would be nothing but suicide. Creak. The leaders of each nation narrowed their eyes, itching to intervene. Yet the last shred of reason told them they absolutely couldn't. Victory would be bullying the weak, but defeat would be an even greater disgrace. Though they were confident in their own strength, that kid was too bizarre. Such a young master of external force who knew what other tricks he had up his sleeve? The Chinese Martial Arts Association representatives were also stunned, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Damn it! Jiang Bai had single-handedly subdued the international martial arts associations that had been poised to challenge China. That move was impressive. Who would have thought Jiang Bai was this skilled? If possible, it'd be even better to have him serve as the president of the Chinese Martial Arts Association. With him at the helm. In the future, the Chinese Martial Arts Association will surely dominate the world for decades, no, at least a century. Peng Tian, what's your take? Meanwhile, on the other side, Elder Zhao narrowed his eyes as he watched the scene unfold. Master Zhao, Jiang Bai's strength is unfathomable. He's likely transcended the realm of external force. Zhan Peng Tian gazed intently at the arena. Even he couldn't match the mastery of force Jiang Bai displayed, and he had already attained the realm of internal force. Oh. Then, how does he compare to you? Master Zhao inquired aloud. After all, Zhan Pengtian was the war god of the Chinese War Department over a decade ago, now retired to a secondary role solely responsible for ensuring his safety. 50-50. Only a fight will tell. Zhan Pengtian nodded emphatically before adding, within 3 years, I doubt I could last 10 moves against him. Is that so? Old Zhao narrowed his eyes further as he watched the arena. Jiang Bai was the first person to earn such an assessment from the war god of northern China's Pengtian, a title held over a decade ago. By the way, have you uncovered any new information on this youngster? Truly, Jiang Bai was too extraordinary in every aspect, leaving Zhao Lao no choice but to pay attention. Well, Zhan Pengtian shook his head bitterly. Jiang Bai's background is utterly ordinary. His skills show no trace of where they might have been acquired. In short, this Jiang Bai is far more mysterious than we imagined. I can see that. Old Zhao nodded slightly. Though unexpected, it made sense. Taking a deep breath, he said, if even you can't uncover his background, it only proves Jiang Bai has an extraordinary patron behind him. If this young man can serve our nation, he will surely become a blessing for China in the future. Chapter 116, A 200 million wedding dress stuns the livestream. Lin Xiaoxi's livestream erupted in laughter. This is? Holy crap, does it have to be this dramatic? Ahem, looks like my brother-in-law just single-handedly intimidated every martial arts association in the world. You bet. Look, not a single person dares to move. Wow, the brother-in-law's 2 slaps have reached a whole new level, breaking new ground. Uncle's got skills, breaking through the heavens. Fan counts exploded in an instant. 100k, 150k, 200k. Lin Ruoxue glanced at her sister's livestream. The girl actually had the nerve to go live? Has she lost her mind? Using her own brother-in-law as a gimmick like this, doesn't her conscience hurt? She didn't know what Jiang Bai thought, but she felt uneasy. After all, he was her man. Yet, since this brat was her own sister, she couldn't really say anything. Otherwise, if that girl came out with something like, now that I have a brother-in-law, I don't love you anymore, she'd be in a real bind. With skills like that, she's participating in the martial arts tournament? Not worth watching. With his task completed, Jiang Bai wasted no time on these nobodies. He grabbed Lin Ruoxue's hand and strode away with abandon. Brother-in-law. Big sis. Wait for me. Lin Xiaoxi watched her brother-in-law and sister-in-law walk away, then scampered after them, her little feet pattering as she followed. Her classmates watched with envy. A brother-in-law like that. Why isn't he mine? Wah! I want a brother-in-law like that too. Damn it! The South Korean team leader slammed his hand on the table. Beside him, Xi Mingtai narrowed his eyes slightly. Let's go. Chairman Mingtai, we'll discuss it once we're out of here. Xi Mingtai cut off the team leader's words, for he too had sensed the faint glints of murderous intent emanating from the other nations. Evidently, they too had detected the latent threat posed by that Jiang Bai. As expected. That Chinese kid is in big trouble. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of participating in the Dongjiang Martial Arts Exchange Conference. Reward, 30 bloodshed guards, plus 20 billion renminbi. Hearing the voice ring in his ears, Jiang Bai's lips curved into a smile. The bloodshed guards were now his. Hey, where are we going now, brother-in-law? Once inside the car, Lin Xiaoxi leaned in with a mischievous grin. The bridal shop. Jiang Bai smiled faintly, paying no mind to his sister-in-law's livestream as he continued to pick out a wedding dress. Really? Lin Xiaoxi perked up instantly at the news, while Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed a shade redder. She knew full well her sister was live streaming. With her sister saying that, the whole internet probably knew by now. Sure enough, fans started flooding the comments. Holy crap, a bridal shop. Almost forgot my brother-in-law and Goddess Ruoxue are getting married in just over 10 days. For a moment, fans gazed at Goddess Ruoxue with nothing but auntie-in-law smiles in their eyes. She'd look absolutely stunning in a wedding dress, right? Honestly, it's pretty exciting. Soon, the bridal shop came into view. Welcome to my wedding boutique. The melodious voices of several receptionists bowed in greeting echoed through the space. Their looks were undeniably on point after all. Mazian was an international luxury brand, where most gowns started at 100,000 yuan. Wow! Stepping inside, Lin Xiaoxi was instantly captivated by the dazzling array of wedding gowns. Most were white, instantly grabbing the attention of countless viewers in the livestream. Even a quick glance revealed their high-end, premium quality. Sis, check out this one, it's gorgeous. And this one. Lin Xiaoxi excitedly offered her expert advice, making it seem like she not her sister was the one getting married. Soon, the three of them arrived at a display case. This wedding dress? Jiang Bai was deeply captivated by the diamond-encrusted gown before her, while Lin Ruoxue also stopped to admire it. Sir, this is our latest design, a one-of-a-kind creation by internationally renowned designer Master Lane. It features 108 diamonds, radiating pure luxury. Put. Lin Xiaoxi's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the gown. 108 diamonds? How much does this design cost? The price. Lin Xiaoxi quickly located the price tag and couldn't help but grimace. 30 million. US dollars. Miss, this gown has always been priced in US dollars. We hope you understand. Whoa. Lin Xiaoxi sucked in a sharp breath. It wasn't the US dollar pricing that bothered her, it was the sheer, jaw-dropping cost. A wedding dress costing over 200 million? That's outrageously expensive. Lin Ruoxue was tempted, but this gown was undeniably extravagant. I'll take it. Before Lin Ruoxue could think it through, a voice came from beside her. Several sales assistants shot astonished glances at Jiang Bai. Had she heard correctly? A wedding dress costing over 200 million yuan, and he actually bought it. Brother-in-law, you're way too good to my sister. Lin Xiaoxi gulped nervously. Lin Ruoxue's lips twitched. Was this guy out of his mind? Did he even realize what he was saying? A wedding dress costing over 200 million yuan. It was beautiful but utterly impractical. Ahem, sir, are you certain you wish to proceed with the purchase? The sales assistant cleared her throat nervously. This was a 200 million yuan order, just the commission alone was worth 10 years of her salary. Charge it. Jiang Bai pulled out a bank card, utterly shocking the livestream audience. Holy crap, what am I seeing? Brother-in-law just bought Goddess Ruoxue a 200 million yuan wedding dress. He's crazy. That's 200 million, not 200 bucks. Isn't this a bit too impulsive? Yeah, with that kind of money, he should have at least thought it through. Unbelievably lavish. My brother-in-law just redefined my understanding of extravagance. In an instant, the livestream's viewer count skyrocketed past 300,000, with comments popping up like mushrooms after rain. Are you kidding me? This scene was utterly breathtaking. Splurging 200 million on a wedding dress alone was enough to make them envision the grand wedding feast to come. On that day, Goddess Ruoxue would undoubtedly become the happiest woman in the world. Beep. The swipe completed, and Lin Ruoxue snapped back to reality. For a moment, her eyes brimmed with emotion. While money couldn't buy everything, having it truly represented so much. A 200 million yuan wedding dress, that guy bought it for her without batting an eyelid. This feeling of being cherished, it was pure bliss. Unable to help herself, Lin Ruoxue's lips curved into a smile. You, buying such an expensive wedding dress, you're spending too much. No problem. Jiang Bai waved it off casually. This is nothing. Forget 200 million if it makes my wife happy, your man wouldn't bat an eyelid at 2 billion either. Hee hee, what a badass brother-in-law. Lin Ruoxue, gorging on the sweetness, giggled away, her carefree expression perfectly embodying the very definition of lightheartedness. Chapter 117, Look. Xiao Jiang bought Ruoxue a 200 million yuan wedding dress. A 200 million yuan wedding dress. Truly, this news hit them like a ton of bricks. Ding. Host spent 210 million renminbi, triggering a 40x rebate earning 8.4 billion renminbi. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Bai also made a big purchase. With a 40-fold rebate, he netted over 80 billion yuan, making the trip to the bridal shop well worth it. Of course. If outsiders learned of Jiang Bai's windfall, who knows what reactions they might have. Meanwhile, not far from the Mijin wedding shop. This is the place. Shadows materialized in the arena, representing various nations. Their mission was to target Jiang Bai. His martial arts talent was so extraordinary that, given time, it would suffocate their respective national martial arts associations. Therefore, strike first. By eliminating this wild card in its infancy, all potential threats would vanish. Moreover, the force assembled for this operation was formidable. Nearly 8 nations had sent representatives, each nation contributing 1 master of external force. In total, there were 8 masters of external force, with the remainder comprising no fewer than 100 other masters nearing that level. Clearly, they too recognized Jiang Bai's extraordinary prowess, otherwise, they wouldn't have mobilized such overwhelming numbers. 8 external force masters, plus over 100 experts nearing that level. It's likely. Even the 4 great families of the imperial capital would have their hands full. While the 4 great families of the imperial capital boast an inner force expert among their ranks, one must remember that such masters are rare. Even for families of their stature, the number of outer force masters rarely exceeds 5. Move. 8 external force masters narrowed their eyes, poised to level the Mijin bridal shop to the ground. What a lively scene, gentlemen. Just then, over a dozen figures materialized in the arena. The one leading them caused the 8 external energy masters' expressions to grow solemn, for they sensed an overwhelmingly dangerous aura emanating from him. An inner force expert. The 8 men's pupils suddenly contracted. And it wasn't just him, everyone around him was at the peak of external energy cultivation. How is this possible? Over a dozen peak external energy masters? Damn it! How could so many peak external energy masters gather in Huaxia? At that moment, the 8 external energy masters' expressions darkened to the extreme. In their estimation, the entire imperial capital of China could only muster this many masters at most. Yet now, over a dozen were targeting them alone. The shock was beyond imagination. Who are you? The foreign martial arts masters wore solemn expressions. Though they numbered over 100, they were utterly outmatched by these peak external force practitioners and even internal force masters. Kill them. Leave none alive. Blood 18, the leader, his expression cold and stern, glanced at the scene and issued the order. Yes. Over a dozen Blood Guard assassins transformed into streaks of light, striking with lethal precision. Within moments, all the assassins, including the 8 external energy masters, lay dead. Clearly, the attackers were none other than the Blood Guard Jiang Bai had just acquired. All 10 peak outer force experts were members of the Blood Guard. As for the leader, he was none other than the 18th ranked blood assassin, whose cultivation level was astonishingly at the inner force stage. In other words, the Bloodshed Guard comprised 18 inner force masters, with the remainder all at the peak of outer force. Success! While the Bloodshed Guard tested their mettle in the shadows, Lin Ruoxue uploaded a video to social media. The footage showed her older sister radiant in a stunning 200 million yuan wedding gown, her beauty breathtakingly exquisite. Xiaoxi, you rock. Love you. Goddess Ruoxue looks stunning in her wedding dress, I adore it. Wouldn't it be amazing if my future girlfriend looked just like Goddess Ruoxue? Jiangshan is so extravagant, splurging on a 200 million yuan wedding dress on a whim. Wow. Brother-in-law, come home with me, okay? I'll settle for a 2 yuan wedding dress. Fans flooded the comments with reactions. Within 10 minutes, likes surpassed 100,000, with over 50,000 comments. Truly, the visual and informational impact was overwhelming. As the situation unfolded, more and more people learned about Jiang Bai and Lin Ruoxue trying on wedding dresses. Dongjiang, Lin family villa. Ding dong. In the living room, Mrs. Lin was basking in the sunlight while reading a magazine. A notification sound rang out from her phone beside her coffee. Glancing over with a hint of curiosity, she tapped the notification. But what is this? After seeing the short video her youngest daughter had sent, Mrs. Lin froze in shock. Old Lin, come quick. What is it? Lin Yaozong, who had just finished practicing calligraphy in his study, straightened his clothes and stepped out. Seeing his mother's complexion looking increasingly rosy, a satisfied smile curved his lips. After all, he had played a significant role in this transformation. Quick, look. Xiao Jiang bought Ruoxue a 200 million yuan wedding dress. Lin Ruoxue froze for a moment upon hearing this, then glanced over to see the stunning video of his daughter's wedding dress. That dress, is it the one going viral online, the $30 million diamond wedding gown? Evidently. He knew about this gown, but never imagined the cheap son-in-law would be so generous as to buy it for his daughter. Still, it looked quite good on his daughter. That kid is such a spendthrift. He thought to himself, muttering under his breath. Put. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Lin shot Lin Ruoxue a disapproving look. What do you know? Do you realize marriage is the most important ceremony in a woman's life? This shows just how important our daughter is to Xiao Jiang. Unlike you, your wedding dress back then didn't even cost 100,000 yuan. Lin Ruoxue, ahem. Well, we were broke back then. After a pause, Lin Ruoxue mused inwardly, no exaggeration nowadays, I wouldn't just buy you 200 million, I'd buy you 2 billion. Get lost. What nonsense. I'm old enough now who'd wear a damn wedding dress. Though she knew her husband was joking, Mrs. Lin still felt a warm comfort in her heart. After all, the fact that he had the thought mattered. It was better to say it than not at all. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell chimed. A maid approached. Sir, madam, someone's here. They say it's the son-in-law delivering the wedding banquet attire. Mr. and Mrs. Lin exchanged a glance, then their eyes fell on their phones. Wedding attire? Soon, a group of people entered the living room. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin. The leader was a beautiful young woman whose demeanor suggested she was no ordinary person. This is the wedding attire entrusted to us by Mr. Jiang Bai to prepare for you. This gown for Mrs. Lin is crafted from premium, hand-selected fabrics and designed by a renowned fashion house, valued at nearly 30 million RMB. And this attire for Mr. Lin is equally exceptional. While not quite as exquisite as Mrs. Lin's, it still commands a price of over 10 million. Boom! The maids surrounding them were stunned into silence. What? Are we dreaming? The master and mistress actually prepared such exquisite gowns for their son-in-law? Are you sure these are clothes and not gold bars? Ahem, the young master is being a bit extravagant, isn't he? The young mistress is so lucky. Listening to the maid's chatter, Mrs. Lin's smile stretched from ear to ear. Hee, young Master Jiang is being far too extravagant. Though she scolded him for the extravagance, her face betrayed no hint of dissatisfaction. Clearly, she was thoroughly pleased with her son-in-law's gesture. Chapter 118. What the? Central Bank sends blessings? This treatment. Dongjiang, Emperor Hotel. As time passed, the extravagant decorations outside the Emperor Hotel drew heated discussion from the crowd. What's going on here? Exactly. Such a grand display could it be for welcoming an important guest? Hey, you guys don't know anything. Rumor has it that Jiangshan and Ruoxue goddess are having their wedding here. What? Seriously? Of course it is. My cousin works there. They started preparing 10 days ago. The crowd gathered outside the hotel buzzed with heated chatter and snarky comments. Meanwhile, the Dihao group posted an official announcement on Weibo. In response to netizen speculation, our group hereby officially announces that Mr. Jiang Bai and Miss Lin Ruoxue will hold their wedding at the Dongjiang Dihao Hotel in 3 days. This is to notify all concerned. The moment this Weibo post went live, netizens erupted in excitement. What? 3 days? Time flies. And sure enough, the Emperor Hotel. Is something major happening? A wedding at the Dongjiang Emperor Hotel? At that time, the Emperor Hotel will be the center of attention online. 100,000. 1 million. 10 million. Soon, the Weibo views surpass 10 million and continue to soar higher. Unsurprisingly, news of Jiang Bai and Lin Ruoxue's imminent wedding hit the trending topics. Hashtag the all-round genius Jiangshan's wedding approaches. Hashtag National Diva's wedding to take place in 3 days. Hashtag unraveling the mystery of Jiang Bai and Lin Ruoxue's fateful encounter. Hashtag confirmed, National Diva Lin Ruoxue reportedly pregnant. Hashtag Goddess Ruoxue, I love you. Hashtag CP duo Jiangshan's wedding, Lin Ruoxue is so blessed. Hashtag eye-catching headlines dominated the top 10 trending topics. No, to be precise, even the top 20 were buzzing about the wedding 3 days hence. Rongcheng, Junyu Houting Lounge. Old Jiang, look, your son's trending again. You bet. The top 20 trending topics are all about your son's wedding. The chatter drew the attention of Mr. and Mrs. Jiang, who glanced at the trending topics and casually clicked on one. Holy crap, Jiangshan and the national pop queen are getting married. 3 days? Time sure flies. I swear it was over a month ago last time. Yeah, you bet. Jiangshan's been making huge waves lately. Goddess Ruoxue is so lucky. What if I fall for male god Jiang Bai? If my future husband were half as amazing as Jiangshan, I'd be smiling in my sleep. Staring at the trending topic with tens of millions of comments, Jiang's parents were stunned. Holy moly! If the official wedding announcement could trend, what would happen in 3 days? But then, the Central Television Network CCTV directly pinned a congratulatory message. Congratulations to Mr. Jiang Bai and Miss Lin Ruoxue on their upcoming wedding in 3 days. This blessing exploded across the internet like a bolt from the blue. On Tianya, a certain forum. What the heck? The central news agency sending blessings? That's some treatment. Whoa, impressive, my god, Jiang Bai. A blessing from the central bank? What an honor. Scorpion Papa is the only one. I feel like in 3 days, something huge is definitely going to happen. 66666, this move is absolutely killer. Such heated discussions on platforms like Tianya Forum and Baidu Tieba propelled the news of the wedding in 3 days to new heights. Meanwhile, at the Tianyu mansion. Oh my god. Lin Ruoxue stared at the exploding online comments, completely dumbfounded. The official announcement from Emperor Group, blessings from the central bank. This treatment. Good heavens. Everyone knew they were getting married in 3 days, and suddenly, Lin Ruoxue's heart began to race. Look at you? Lin Ruoxue shot a glare at someone. It's all your fault now, the whole internet knows we're getting married. Poof. Jiang Bai, blame me? I didn't tell Ruoxue to make it official. Besides, isn't this just perfect timing? Jiang Bai waved it off nonchalantly. It's actually perfect for some extra buzz around the wedding. Put. Bustle my ass. Would it kill you to keep it low-key? Lin Ruoxue rolled her eyes. Jiang Bai smiled faintly, low-key? But your man's status won't allow it. But honey, aren't you super nervous? After all, I am the nation's diva who's seen it all. Poof. Lin Ruoxue ignored the guy, turning her head away from Jiang Bai. She was afraid she might lose control and bite him to death. The maids chattered excitedly, their eyes brimming with envy as they gazed at their young mistress. The young mistress is so blessed. In 3 days, the young mistress would surely become the happiest woman in the world. How exciting. But wouldn't it be wonderful if it were me marrying the young master instead? Then they'd be so excited they wouldn't sleep for 3 days and nights straight. Meanwhile, in Lin Xiaoxi's livestream. I'm sure everyone saw it, my sister and her fiancé are getting married in 3 days. As she spoke, Lin Xiaoxi's face beamed with joy, completely unfazed by the skyrocketing view count in her livestream. After all, the entire internet had gone wild. Ahem, so, they're getting married. It feels like it was just a couple of days ago, wah. Goddess Ruoxue has been successfully swept off her feet by Zhang Shun. The wedding in 3 days can't wait. I feel like I could go to the Dongjiang Emperor Hotel to witness the ceremony and be part of this thrilling moment. Yeah, count me in too. Fans buzzed with excitement as the livestream's viewership soared past 1 million and continued climbing at a visible pace. Of course, Lin Xiaoxi paid no attention to this. Alright, I'm off to take a shower. Love you all, kisses. Lin Xiaoxi flashed a flirtatious wink and a sly smile before closing the livestream, leaving her million online fans utterly stunned. What the hell? Damn it. Xiaoxi, you can't do this to us. This is outrageous. Bring me my 40-meter-long machete, I'm going to battle Xiaoxi for 300 rounds. Uncle might tolerate it, but Auntie absolutely won't. At that moment, countless people wanted to storm Xiaoxi's house, take a lovely bath with her, and make her pay for her actions. Unfortunately, they didn't know where Xiaoxi's wife lived. Otherwise, some daring fans might have shown up at her doorstep. If that happened, Lin Xiaoxi's parents would probably break her legs. Though, of course, they might be too preoccupied with her right now. Meanwhile, on the other side, a villa in the Dongjiang suburbs. Oh. Watching the news buzzing online, old Zhao narrowed his eyes. So that Jiang Bai is getting married in 3 days? Looks like something big is brewing in Dongjiang again. As he murmured, an idea struck old Zhao. Peng Tian informed Jinbei. Keep a close watch on both domestic and international forces these days. Do not let anyone exploit this opportunity to disrupt Jiang Bai's wedding. If any such activity is detected, kill them on sight. Chapter 119, The Wedding of the Century shakes the entire city. 3 days later, at dawn. Dongjiang. Everything was ready before the Grand Hyatt Hotel. Rose petals carpeted the ground, transforming the fusion-style ceremony into a breathtaking fairy tale setting. Hey! Look over there! Just then, the journalists, who had long since set up their cameras, suddenly spotted a single petal drifting down from the sky. 3 petals. 5. 10. In an instant, a shower of rose petals cascaded through the air, forming a curtain of blossoms. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Oh my goodness, look over there! A scream echoed from somewhere, and as everyone looked up, they saw an endless sea of rose petals spreading out before them. Every reporter's face was frozen in shock. Holy crap, Jiang Bai's wedding, didn't he just cover the entire city in petals? Though the surrounding reporters remained silent, their stunned expressions spoke volumes. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxi, who had risen early, arrived outside the banquet hall. Wow! The endless curtain of rose petals made Lin Xiaoxi feel as though she had stepped into a romantic fairy tale. This couldn't possibly be my brother-in-law's doing, could it? She couldn't help but gasp in awe, while her livestream fans went absolutely wild. Pfft, that's some serious grand gesture. Kudos, Kosla. You're the man, Jiang. Ahem, rumor has it Jiang Bai's wedding caused petals to rain across the entire city of Dongjiang. Damn it, I'm just curious how the god of Jiang pulled this off. Wedding of the century? This is definitely the wedding of the century right now. Goddess Ruoxue must be the happiest woman in the world. A shower of bullet comments like rose petals flooded the screen. Even the entire Doushao platform was celebrating. Are you kidding me? Such a golden opportunity to attract traffic, how could they possibly pass it up? Even though Doushao already dominated nearly 90% of the domestic market, who wouldn't want more? Within 10 minutes of going live, Lin Xiaoxi's stream had already surpassed 1 million viewers, a truly insane surge. After all, she was the sister-in-law of today's main star. Of course. Other major media livestreams also generated significant buzz, with even the smallest drawing over 100,000 viewers. A grand wedding spectacle quietly unfolded. 1,000. 2,000. 3,000. Soon, thousands gathered before the Dihao Hotel. The intoxicating scent of roses filled their nostrils, leaving them utterly stunned. It was confirmed they now knew for certain about the city-wide shower of rose petals. Such extravagance, how much could it possibly cost? Hundreds of millions? Billions? Or tens of billions? Meanwhile, at the Lin family villa. What is this? Lin Ruoxue, who had just drifted off to sleep, was jolted awake by a notification on her phone. Clicking into her sister's livestream, she shot upright from the bed, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. What? Gazing at the screen, which showed the Imperial Hotel's entrance resembling a fairy tale world, she flung open the curtains. Before her eyes, a boundless shower of rose petals drifted outside the window. The visual impact was overwhelming. Lin Ruoxue's eyes welled up with emotion. An indescribable emotion welled up within her. That guy had actually given her such a magnificent gift. This would undoubtedly become the most beautiful memory of her life. Meanwhile, the maids at the Lin family villa were utterly envious. Good heavens, the young master is spoiling her rotten. Such a grand wedding ceremony, my goodness. This must have cost at least $1 billion or more, wow. Today, the young mistress is destined to be the happiest woman in the world. So envious. If only my future husband would treat me this well. Lin Ruoxue had already entered the living room. Her parents stood transfixed, gazing out the window at the sky showered with rose petals. That boy. Lin Yaozong gaped at the endless shower of rose petals, feeling as though he were in a dream. What a grand gesture. Indeed. Mrs. Lin gasped, deeply moved. Little John's grand wedding for Ruoxue is even more breathtaking than we ever imagined. Squeak. Just then, a fleet of Rolls-Royces approached from the distance, finally coming to a halt before the Lin family villa. Leading the procession was the latest Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. Its dazzling design blinded countless onlookers, especially the statuettes of winged figures glistening in the golden sunlight, bathed in the shower of rose petals. A Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost? Holy cow! That's outrageously expensive. They say this car is worth at least 300 million, and it's practically impossible to buy. And that's just the beginning. Look at the other Rolls-Royces following behind, all wraiths and phantoms. Utterly outrageous. Each one starts at 30 million yuan minimum. This lineup. All along the route, onlookers were utterly dumbfounded. Seriously, did it have to be this extravagant? A shower of rose petals across the entire venue was bad enough, but now this? A Rolls-Royce motorcade worth nearly $1 billion yuan. The Lin family villa soon caught wind of the commotion. A Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost? Lin Yaozong's mouth twitched. He'd never even dared dream of owning such a vehicle, yet that brat was using it as his wedding car. Heh, old Lin must be feeling pretty proud now. Mrs. Lin's face beamed with satisfaction as she chuckled. This alone will keep me bragging for a whole year. Ahem, I must say, that kid sure knows how to make an entrance. But it wasn't over yet. Suddenly, an advertising screen outside a skyscraper near the Lin family villa lit up. The massive display instantly captured everyone's attention. Oh my! Look, it's the son-in-law. A maid screamed in disbelief, feeling as though something monumental was about to happen. What? Glancing over, everyone saw the handsome face on the giant screen, none other than Jiang Bai. That kid, what's he up to now? Lin Yaozong clearly saw his unsettled son-in-law, while Mrs. Lin was quite curious. Not only here, but every billboard across Dongjiang was broadcasting this scene. Next, I'd like to dedicate this song to my Princess Ruoxue on our wedding day. May she always be beautiful and happy. The song is called The Rest of Our Lives. Put. Lin Yaozong froze upon hearing the voice from the giant screen. That kid's going to sing? And judging by the scale, he must have bought up every billboard in the city. This Jiang Bai, our daughter, is going to be spoiled rotten with happiness now. Lin's mother beamed at her son-in-law on the giant screen. This wasn't just a grand wedding, it was a once-in-a-century event. Not in 10 years, not even in 100 years would you see another like it. Under the gaze of the crowd, he sang with deep emotion on the big screen. Seeking sunshine in windless places. Be your warm sun in your cold places. Amidst the chaos of the world. You're always so innocent. For the rest of my life. I only want you. His distinctive voice seemed to possess a magical allure that captivated everyone's hearts. A shower of rose petals blanketed the sky, a fleet of luxurious Rolls Royces paraded through the streets, and now, declarations of love filled the entire city. Ah! Lin Ruoxue, standing outside the villa, was utterly moved. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. That guy had given her such a breathtaking wedding. What was she to do? She loved him so much, so very much? Chapter 120, The wedding begins, French kissing begins. This is... Outside the villa, Lin Ruoxue stared blankly at the giant screen displaying her man. Petals drifted down beside her, a fleet of luxury cars stretched before her eyes, scenes intertwined in her heart. Is he trying to spoil me to the heavens? Lin Ruoxue couldn't even begin to imagine the time and effort required to pull this off, not to mention the money. Ruoxue, what do you think? Lin's mother observed the scene, especially her daughter in the 200 million yuan wedding gown. John's declaration, are you satisfied? Lin Ruoxue broke into a smile through her tears, her face radiant with happiness as she nodded her head like a little chick pecking at grain. Satisfied. She was beyond satisfied. In fact, she wanted to marry that guy right this very instant, then hold him close and cherish him. I want to take you to see a clear blue sky. I want to shout out loud that I'm captivated by you. The past rushes by. You'll always be moved. Oh my goodness, the groom's love is so sweet. The maids at the Lin family villa all had their eyes sparkling. Oh my goodness. So beautiful. So beautiful. I'm so envious, Miss. Mr. and Mrs. Lin listened with deep emotion. How many lifetimes of good fortune must their family have accumulated to deserve such an outstanding son-in-law? They had no doubt their son-in-law was undoubtedly the most accomplished young man of his generation. Meanwhile, in Lin Xiaoxi's live stream room, 1 million, 3 million, 5 million. Fan points skyrocketed like they were on drugs, leaving Lin Xiaoxi completely stunned. Whoa. Boss, this is too sweet. Truly stunned, the journalists from major media outlets practically broke their camera shutters, snapping away. Ahem, are we sure this is a wedding and not a concert? This song, it's so moving. I can practically feel Jiang Bai's love for Goddess Ruoxue. Yeah, me too. Jiang God is so majestic and powerful, truly my idol. I'm a fan now, a fan. This is the idol I'm chasing. Thousands of gathered spectators gasped in awe, their eyes fixed on the stage as a shower of rose petals drifted down from the sky. As if it would never end. Meanwhile, at Dongjiang Airport. This is my son's doing. Jiang's mother arrived at the airport, staring blankly at the sky filled with rose petals and the heartfelt confession of her son displayed on the giant screen. That kid sure knows how to make a scene. Jiang's father cleared his throat, genuinely stunned by the scene before him. Such a grand gesture was beyond anything he'd ever imagined, let alone witnessed. Let's go. We can't be late for the wedding. Jiang's mother muttered under her breath. As soon as they stepped out of the airport, Zhao Taizhu was already waiting in his supercar. Sir, madam. Young Master Jiang instructed me to take you to the Emperor Hotel. Zhao Taizhu bowed respectfully, not daring to show the slightest carelessness. After all, these were young Master Jiang's parents, and there was no room for negligence. Ahem, thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang exchanged a glance before getting into the car and heading toward the Emperor Hotel. Time passed swiftly, and the wedding approached. Outside the Emperor Hotel. As the MC, Zhou Yuning took a deep breath, gazing up at the shower of rose petals filling the sky. The envy in her heart was unprecedented. Her bestie is just way too lucky. Huff. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yuning gathered her composure. Next, please welcome the bride and groom. Swish. As Zhou Yuning's voice faded, all eyes turned toward the entrance of the red carpet. Guests from all walks of life had gathered to offer their congratulations, with representatives from Dongjiang's major families present in full force. Ahem, the boss is finally tying the knot. Su Tiancheng cleared his throat, while Zhou Haolin and Xiao Ding beside him gazed with envy. Look, boss, the bride's here. At that moment, Lin Xiao glanced toward the entrance, her pupils suddenly widening. She's too beautiful. Gulp. Gulp. Su Tiancheng and Zhou Hao both turned their heads, swallowing hard. Bathed in a shower of rose petals, sister-in-law Lin Ruoxue was breathtakingly beautiful. Quick, take pictures. Don't miss a single moment. Reporters from major media outlets bustled about like ants on a hot stove, their shutters clicking incessantly to capture every dazzling moment. It could be said that every photo they captured was a work of art. Master and mistress are finally tying the knot. Master Du Gaoming, the renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, beamed with joy at this sight. Beside him, Yao Chong, president of the Dongjiang Writers Association, was also filled with emotion. Such a magnificent wedding ceremony was unprecedented, unheard of. It seems the Lin family will soon rise to a position towering over Dongjiang. Yao Chong gasped. With Jiang Bai's capabilities, elevating a clan above Dongjiang would be as easy as lifting a finger. That kid sure knows how to stir things up. Meanwhile, in a corner of the wedding venue, old Zhao watched the proceedings with a smile playing on his lips. Indeed. Beside him, the middle-aged man Zhan Pengtian stared in awe. With such extravagance, the cost of this wedding must be astronomical. I'm truly curious just what is this kid's background. After a brief pause, Zhang Pengtian continued, even the wealthy young masters from the imperial capital's elite families couldn't match Jiang Bai's extravagance, not even a fraction of it. Under the spotlight, Jiang Bai walked down the aisle holding Lin Ruoxue's delicate hand, while Lin Xiaoxi enthusiastically livestreamed the event. Wow, sis is so lucky. Watching the scene, Lin Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled with stars. How wonderful it would be if she could have such a grand wedding someday. 66666, Goddess Ruoxue is so beautiful. Jiang Bai is so handsome, so lucky. It feels so sweet, like super sweet. A grand wedding, a shower of rose petals, a Rolls-Royce motorcade, citywide declarations of love, every single detail creates memories to cherish for a lifetime. I want a grand wedding like this too, sniffle sniffle. The live stream chat exploded with excitement. Up close, the visual impact was even more intense. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxi's live stream viewer count had quietly surpassed the 100 million mark. And the numbers kept climbing, showing no signs of slowing down. At that very moment, Jiang Bai and Lin Ruoxue emerged from a shower of rose petals and stepped onto the stage. Mr. Jiang Bai, do you take the bride beside you to be your lawful wife? Will you love her, honor her, and cherish her, for better or for worse, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health, till death do you part? I do. A smile curved Jiang Bai's lips. This day had finally arrived. Zhou Yuning then turned her gaze to her best friend, Ms. Lin Ruoxue. Do you take the groom to be your husband, for better or for worse, in sickness and in health, to love and to honor, to cherish and to respect, till death do you part? Yes, I do. Lin Ruoxue's face glowed with happiness. In this moment, she felt completely enveloped by an ocean of sweet, heartwarming love. Excellent. Zhou Yuning turned to the audience. Now, let's have our bride and groom share a French kiss. What do you say? Wah! The room erupted at the suggestion a French kiss was such a bold move. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson as she glared at her best friend. Had Yuning lost her mind? Asking them to kiss passionately in front of everyone? Chapter 121, Honey, are we getting married right now? Woo! Su Tiancheng and the others let out a blood-curdling howl upon hearing Zhou Yuning's words, and the entire venue echoed in unison. Kiss! Kiss! In an instant, the entire crowd erupted in cheers, and the grand wedding reached its climax. Gazing at the breathtaking beauty before him, their eyes locked. Lin Ruoxue closed her eyes. Jiang Bai instinctively wrapped his large hand around her slender waist, cupping her exquisite face with his other hand as a French kiss began. Sickeningly sweet, the couple became the center of a shower of rose petals, everything serene and perfect. Mum. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ruoxue opened her eyes, her cheeks flushed, emerging from the embrace of a certain someone. She was stunned they had just shared a French kiss in front of so many people. This. Lin Ruoxue, are you really still you? Alright, next. Zhou Yuning watched the scene unfold, genuinely happy for her best friend. She then addressed the packed hall. The wedding banquet begins. Dear family and friends, eat well and drink heartily. As the words fell, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall, signaling the grand finale of this magnificent wedding celebration. Of course. The shower of rose petals still fell from the heavens. As if it would never end. Time flew by and night fell. Emperor Hotel Royal Suite. On the balcony, a couple embraced, gazing out at the relentless shower of rose petals still falling. Honey, how much did this rose petal rain cost you? It's been falling all day. Lin Ruoxue asked, her face brimming with emotion. The city-wide shower of rose petals all day long still felt like a dream to her. Rose petal rain? Jiang Bai gazed at the curtain of petals between heaven and earth. Not much, just 15 or 16 billion, I suppose. Lin Ruoxue, 15 or 16 billion? That's so extravagant. Lin Ruoxue pursed her lips, surprised it was so much more than she'd imagined. Hey, that's nothing. Jiang Bai wrapped his arms around the beauty in his embrace and gazed into the distance. It should be time for the fireworks to start. Fireworks? Lin Ruoxue felt an uneasy premonition. Sure enough, before 9 o'clock, a dazzling fireworks display erupted into the sky above the imperial palace, illuminating the surrounding area for miles as bright as day. Then, hundreds upon hundreds of fireworks shot skyward, bursting into brilliant displays. Beneath a shower of rose petals, the entire population of Dongjiang was stunned. Holy crap! After the city was blanketed in a shower of rose petals, as night approached, there was an entire city filled with fireworks. This kind of extravagance would cost hundreds of millions. Are you kidding me? Haven't you seen the entire Dongjiang city illuminated by dazzling fireworks, as bright as day? This. Lin Ruoxue gazed at the fireworks blanketing the city, her heart unexpectedly stirred. She never imagined today's surprises hadn't ended yet. Honey, do you like it? Mum. Lin Ruoxue gazed at the magnificent fireworks display her man had prepared for her, nodding repeatedly as she nestled tightly into his embrace. She loved it. Of course she loved it. What woman wouldn't adore something like this? Husband, I love you. Lin Ruoxue took a deep breath, her eyes glistening. Thank you for giving me a wedding I'll never forget. Meeting you is my greatest blessing. Me too. With a gentle smile, he embraced his beloved, gazing tenderly at the magnificent fireworks in the distance. In that moment, time and space belonged only to the two of them. After an unknown amount of time passed. Honey, the night is long. Shouldn't we get some sleep? Jiang Bai smiled as he gazed at her face, made especially enchanting by the blooming fireworks. Lin Ruoxue lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. She knew exactly what he meant by sleep. It certainly wouldn't be just ordinary sleep after all, a few 100 million in business was inevitable. 8,000 words omitted here. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxi was live streaming all day. Brother-in-law, what an epic fireworks display. Lin Xiaoxi streamed the fireworks display live. At that moment, her live stream had already surpassed the 200 million viewer mark, truly blowing up the Douxia platform. Holy crap, Jiangshan is so badass. The entire Dongjiang region is lit up like broad daylight. This is insane. A grand wedding. I'll never forget this day for the rest of my life. Damn it, if I were a woman, I'd want to marry Jiangshan too. He spoils her so much, any wife pampering maniac pales in comparison to Jiangshan. No wonder Goddess Ruoxue even retired from the music industry for the river god. So envious, woo-woo. A cacophony of chatter erupted from the livestream chat, mirrored in similar scenes across Dongjiang. Lin family villa. This move. Brilliant. Brilliant. Mrs. Lin gazed at Dongjiang City, now lit as bright as day, with profound emotion. Lin Yaozong was utterly dumbfounded. That kid just can't get enough of stealing the spotlight, huh? This scene, he admitted to himself, was 1,000 times more impressive than anything he had ever done. Even so, he himself couldn't achieve such a feat. That night, countless people in Dongjiang City were destined to lie awake. The next morning. After the grand wedding, golden sunlight spilled across the bedding in the imperial suite of the Emperor Hotel. A stunningly beautiful figure opened sleepy eyes and awoke. The first thing she saw was a handsome profile, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as last night's events replayed in her mind. Honey, you're awake. The person in his arms took a deep breath, filling both his senses with her scent. Nothing smells sweeter than my wife. I could never get tired of this. Stop talking nonsense and get off me. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed even redder. That guy was so naughty. Just let your husband stay a little longer. And so, Lin Ruoxue shot a playful glare at the fellow, though she didn't struggle further. After all, she already belonged entirely to him. A mere moment in his embrace was hardly too much to ask. Husband, are we getting married right now? Holding her man's head, Lin Ruoxue drifted into a daze. She couldn't even recall how she'd managed to endure yesterday's wedding. Yes. Jiang Bai smiled faintly. Now everyone knows you're my wife. Poof. Lin Ruoxue shot him a glare, but a smile still crept onto her lips. Hearing him call her his wife felt incredibly sweet. Oh, right. After a moment of affectionate intimacy, Jiang Bai retrieved a document from the bedside table. Here, honey. This is your husband's wedding gift to you. A wedding gift? Lin Ruoxue's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. That guy actually had a gift? Still, curiosity piqued, she glanced over and flipped open the folder. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. Husband, you're actually giving me the entire Wolf Island worth billions? Are you out of your mind? The best gift is naturally for my wife Ruoxue. Jiang Bai waved it off nonchalantly before continuing. For the next little while, your husband will take you to Wolf Island for our honeymoon. Poof. Husband, spoiling me like this, aren't you afraid I'll get too proud? Lin Ruoxue's face glowed with sweet happiness as she pouted playfully. What was she to do with this rascal she adored so much? Chapter 122, A husband who doesn't pamper his wife isn't a good husband. Then be proud. Jiang Bai embraced the beauty in his arms. A husband who doesn't spoil his wife isn't a good husband. You're so sweet, honey. Lin Ruoxue beamed, her heart overflowing with sweetness. She felt she was becoming more and more dependent on this guy. What was she to do? Of course. He pinched her cheek affectionately before adding, you should know whose man I am. Their sweet nothings would surely make outsiders green with envy if they heard them. Ring ring. Just then, a phone rang. Jiang Bai froze upon seeing the caller ID. Lin Ruoxue. Yes, the very president managing the Dihao group for him. Hello, young Master Jiang. The moment he answered, Lin Ruoxue's pleasant voice came through. I hope I'm not disturbing your rest. Lin Ruoxue knew full well that yesterday was the day of her own Jiang Xiao's wedding, and she asked anxiously. No. Holding his wife Ruoxue close, Jiang Bai smiled faintly, only to earn a disapproving glare from Lin Ruoxue. This guy couldn't even behave himself while on the phone. How annoying. That's good. Lin Ruoxue on the other end breathed a sigh of relief before continuing. Young Master Jiang, there's a charity banquet at the Emperor Group today. I was wondering if you'd like to make an appearance. A charity banquet? Jiang Bai froze upon hearing this. Before he could process it, the system's voice suddenly chimed in his ear. Ding! Host has triggered a mission. Attend the charity banquet. Reward, 100,000 Xuanjia soldiers, plus 30 billion renminbi. 100,000 Xuanjia soldiers? Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes. What was the system up to? Was it trying to set him on a path to unify the world? But if stationed on Wolf Island, these 100,000 Xuanjia soldiers would guarantee impenetrable security. All right. After a moment's thought, Jiang Bai agreed. After all, attending a charity banquet alone could net him 100,000 black armor soldiers. It was a steal by any measure. Really? Lin Ruoxue exhaled deeply. Wonderful. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Truthfully, this charity banquet was rather unique. Numerous influential figures would be in attendance, and Lin Ruoxue felt she couldn't control the situation on her own, which was why she had no choice but to call Jiang Bai. Fortunately, young Master Jiang had agreed to attend, greatly easing her mind. What's wrong? Lin Ruoxue asked curiously after the call ended. Nothing. It's just that the Emperor Group is hosting a charity banquet and Ruoxue wants me to attend. After a brief pause, Jiang Bai gently lifted the flawless, fair chin of the exquisite beauty beside him. Ruoxue, my dear, accompany your husband to the charity banquet. We'll depart for our honeymoon tomorrow. Lin Ruoxue nodded obediently upon hearing this. A honeymoon, how exciting. Charity banquet venue. Madam. Greetings, madam. Upon arriving at the venue, Lin Ruoxue bowed respectfully to greet them. Her attitude toward Lin Ruoxue was completely different from before. After all, she and the boss had now officially confirmed their relationship. Let's go. Jiang Bai waved his hand, and the trio entered the charity banquet. Young Master Jiang, quite a few important figures have arrived at today's charity banquet. Several prominent families from the capital are here. Lin Ruoxue patiently explained, clearly using this as a reminder for her boss. Soon, the trio arrived at their private box. Alright, I now declare the auction open. The auctioneer spoke with a faint smile. This is our first item up for auction today, titled Crystal Affection. Designed by an internationally renowned master, this pendant exudes an air of nobility. Wearing it will undoubtedly enhance one's aura. Starting bid, 10 million. Each increment must be no less than 1 million. This pendant is quite nice. Jiang Bai nodded slightly upon first seeing the pendant. Not bad. Lin Ruoxue nodded in agreement, while Lin Ruoxue beside her smiled faintly. Do you like it, Ruoxue? I'll bid for you, honey. Lin Ruoxue, 10 million. Just then, a voice rang out from another private room belonging to a young woman. Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes slightly before turning his gaze toward that private room, 20 million. The calm voice caused Lin Ruoxue to frown. Young Master Jiang, that booth belongs to Zhao Meyer, the young lady of the Zhao family from the capital. Oh, right. Lin Ruoxue frowned slightly as if recalling something. Recently, Zhao Meyer of the Zhao family seems to have been investigating you. The capital? Hearing Lin Ruoxue's words, Lin Ruoxue's heart tightened. She knew all too well how treacherous the waters of the imperial capital could be. Is that so? Jiang Bai paid it no mind. Meanwhile, in another private room. Miss, that man is Jiang Bai. Beside Zhao Meyer stood a man of formidable strength, possessing external force prowess. Oh. Zhao Meyer's gaze fell upon the private room where Jiang Bai was seated. That's him. He clashed with my brother at the couplet competition. After that, my brother vanished without a trace. Correct. The master suspects the young master's disappearance is highly likely connected to this man. Hearing this, a murderous glint flared in Zhao Meyer's eyes. It seems we've found him after all. In that case, we'll simply have him brought in for questioning. Zhao Meyer continued, I hear the fellow just got married yesterday. What a pity. Miss, you must be cautious. A man capable of staging yesterday's grand wedding must possess extraordinary abilities. It matters not. Zhao Meyer waved her hand dismissively, showing no sign of taking the warning seriously. In the face of absolute power, everything else is mere illusion. I'll see just what tricks this brat has up his sleeve that could make my brother vanish without a trace. Send word, have every Zhao family member on this journey prepare themselves. Yes, miss. The Zhao family's external force expert bowed solemnly. Zhao Meyer then turned her gaze toward Jiang Bai's private room, a curve forming at the corners of her lips. This young lady will play along with you. 30 million. As the bid echoed through the room, Lin Ruoxue frowned. Jiang Bai, maybe we should call it quits. Lin Ruoxue voiced her concerns softly. After all, the opponent hailed from the imperial capital. It's fine. Your husband isn't short on money. Jiang Bai waved it off. How could he pass up such a golden opportunity to rake in cash? 50 million. His calm voice echoed through the room, drawing peculiar stares from every corner toward the private booth occupied by Jiang Bai and Zhao Meyer. The tension between the two sides seemed to have just ignited. But who was this person daring to bid against an imperial capital family? 60 million. Zhao Meyer called out a bid, her eyes sparkling with amusement. 100 million. In the end, the crystal love pendant was auctioned off to Jiang Bai for 100 million. Zhao Meyer's scorn grew even more pronounced. It took only a little provocation to succeed. She truly couldn't fathom how her brother, Zhao Zhang, that good for nothing, could have vanished from her grasp. My brother has utterly disgraced the Zhao family. Jiang Bai's face twisted with scorn as she added, let the brat gloat for a while. Once the charity banquet ends, his time will be up. Little did Jiang Bai realize that her actions would plunge the Zhao family of the imperial capital into an abyss of ruin. But that was a story for another time. Chapter 123, Husband, what are you laughing at? So cunning? Ding. Host spent 100 million renminbi, triggering a 20x rebate. Received 2 billion renminbi. As expected, the reward notification chimed in his ear, netting Jiang Bai a tidy profit. Soon, he made consecutive moves. After raking in roughly 10 billion from the rebates, the charity banquet finally concluded. Let's go. Glancing toward Zhao Meyer's private room, Jiang Bai instinctively sensed the murderous intent emanating from within. A meaningful curve lifted the corners of his mouth. Some flies just had to come looking for death. MHM. Lin Ruoxue nodded slightly. Compared to attending this auction, she was far more eager to join Jiang Bai on their honeymoon trip to Wolf Island. The very thought of it was thrilling. Goodbye, boss. Goodbye, madam. Lin Ruoxue saw them off before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Miss, that guy's gone. Not far from the charity banquet, an outer strength expert from the Zhao family narrowed his eyes and spoke up. Zhao Meyer watched the supercar drive away, her eyes flashing with sharpness. Let's get things started. Make it clean. After all, they're quite well known. Understood, Mississippi. An external force expert from the Zhao family of the imperial capital responded immediately, then flashed toward Jiang Bai's location. 10 minutes later. A mere upstart dares to lay a hand on my Zhao family of the imperial capital? The Zhao family's external force expert sneered coldly, then turned to the dozen or so subordinates behind him. Later, spare the men. The women are yours to take. Thank you, sir. The Zhao family's elite warriors were overcome with gratitude. They knew full well about Lin Ruoxue sleeping with a beauty like the peerless heavenly empress would surely be an exquisite experience. Attention! On my command. Who? Just as the Zhao family's external force expert was about to issue the order, a figure appeared behind him like a ghost. With a swish, all the Zhao family members turned their eyes to look. Their souls nearly left their bodies. They hadn't noticed when a figure had appeared nearby, none other than Blood 17. Shoo! A flash of blade light later, every single Zhao family member except the external force expert lay dead on the ground, their bodies lifeless. What? The Zhao family's external energy expert's face turned ashen. He stared across at the figure in utter horror. You, an internal energy master. Impossible. Who are you? With a splatter of blood, the Zhao family's external force expert was killed in a single strike. The difference in their levels was truly staggering. Even if it had been Blood 17 who struck, let alone Blood 36, this Zhao family master of external force wouldn't have lasted a single move. Ding! At that moment, Jiang Bai, driving his supercar, received a message, Master, all Zhao family assassins eliminated. Jiang Bai glanced at the message and deleted it without a second thought. But that faint curve of his lips made Lin Ruoxue freeze, her cheeks flushing crimson to her ears. Husband, what are you grinning about? That look is so sinister. Nothing much. Jiang Bai smiled faintly before adding, Husband was just thinking about what moves to use tonight to close a few billion-dollar deals. Put. Honey, what are you saying? Lin Ruoxue shot a fierce glare at the guy. Was he trying to get himself killed? Thinking about something like that? So naughty. But, why is my heart racing so fast? You just love picking on me. Lin Ruoxue pouted playfully. She really wanted to punch him, but she just couldn't bring herself to do it. What to do? Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of attending the charity banquet. Reward, 100,000 Xuanjia soldiers, plus 30 billion renminbi. As he teased his stunningly beautiful wife, the system's voice echoed in his ear, deepening the smile on Jiang Bai's lips. He then pulled up his attribute panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 21. Skills, God tier music, God tier culinary arts, God tier driving, God tier martial arts, God tier orthopedic massage, God tier farming, God tier calligraphy, God tier object manipulation, God tier medicine, God tier chess, God tier treasure appraisal, God tier hacking. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Tianyu Mansion Villa number 1X1, 100% shares of Dihao Group, 20 Tangcheniping Villas, Bad Luck Card X1, 100% shares of Battle Axe Security, ownership of Wolf Island, 100,000 Xuanjia soldiers. Appearance, 100. Of course, every reader here has an appearance rating of plus. Wealth, 384.035 billion renminbi. Passive skill, double consumption aura, up to 100 million times. Staring at the attribute panel, Jiang Bai felt a flood of emotions. In less than a year, he had achieved what most people couldn't accomplish in a lifetime. The strength of the 100,000-strong Xuanjia army, who could say? Meanwhile, at a secluded estate in Dongjiang. Zhao Meyer waited a long time without receiving a reply from her subordinates, causing her to frown. Why haven't they succeeded yet? Logically speaking, an outer force expert and over a dozen top-tier masters should handle a kid like that with ease. With a hint of doubt, Zhao Meyer dialed the outer force expert's number. But this call only deepened her worry, because no one answered. Not only that particular outer force expert, but all the other Zhao family masters who had gone with him were the same. This eerie scene mirrored the disappearance of her brother, Zhao Zhang, exactly. Could it be impossible? A thought struck Zhao Meyer, and her expression turned icy cold. That greenhorn? He couldn't possibly be a match for an outer force expert. SSSSH. A blade's glint shot toward her. Before Zhao Meyer could react, her heart was pierced clean through. Blood dripped from the sword onto the ground. But blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Zhao Meyer's eyes widened in disbelief as she stiffly turned her head. When did you? Thud. Even in her dying moment, Zhao Meyer never saw her killer. The strike had been too swift. And that killer was none other than Blood 16. I intended to spare your Zhao family of the imperial capital. But since that's the case, then it shall be annihilated. Shueisha Lu gave a cold chuckle before dialing a number. Zhao Meyer is dead. The Zhao family of the imperial capital can be wiped out. Understood. A voice answered from the other end, undoubtedly another member of the Blood Guard. The doom of the Zhao family of the imperial capital had quietly begun at this very moment. Yet as the capital witnessed this brutal massacre, another momentous event unfolded far away on Wolf Island. Tianlang Island, Tianlang Castle. Swish. Shadows materialized in the distance of Wolfstar Castle. The vast procession numbered countless individuals, each clad in black armor of formidable defense. Moreover, each emanated an overwhelming aura, at least first-rate masters, with the dozen or so leading figures possessing formidable external strength. Commander. Thud. A trusted aide of an outer force expert knelt on one knee, respectfully reporting, the castle ahead is the heart of Wolf Island. Intelligence indicates it is currently occupied by Miaojiang bug masters. Oomph. Hearing his subordinate's report, Commander Jun Wuhue of the Black Armor Army narrowed his eyes. Advance. Any who resist, kill. Yes, Commander. In an instant, a massacre unfolded deep within the Wolf Castle on Wolf Island, all hidden from the outside world. Chapter 124, the might of the 100,000-strong Black Armor Army is revealed, making Wolf Island impregnable. Wolf Star Castle. Chief. Our mission in Huaxia has failed. Should we continue cultivating the spokesperson? Deep within the castle, over a dozen figures debated in the council chamber. Each possessed formidable external strength, while hundreds of top-tier experts were stationed throughout the fortress. As for the remaining Miaojiang master members, their numbers easily exceeded 1,000. There's no rush on this matter. We've yet to receive a reply from Fusang. Boom! A dull thud echoed through the chamber as the corpses of several top-tier Miaojiang masters crashed into the meeting hall, abruptly halting the urgent discussion. Kill them all. Leave not a single one alive. Jun Wuhue surveyed the assembled Miaojiang master leaders, his expression icy. He hadn't expected such a formidable faction to be entrenched on his master's territory. Before the master arrives at Tianlang Island, this place must be purged clean. How dare you? At that moment, a furious voice erupted. It belonged to the leader of the Miaojiang Bugmasters, a figure of immense power who had already entered the realm of inner strength, standing at its very peak. SSSSH. A cold smile curled the corners of the Miaojiang Bugmaster's mouth as he unleashed a terrifying attack toward Jun Wuhue, commander of the Xuanjia army. Boom! Jun Wuhue recognized the attacker and immediately struck out. Smack! A crisp sound echoed as the Miaojiang Bugmaster was sent flying over 10 meters, slamming hard into the castle wall before crashing to one knee with a thud. Put! Blood spurted forth. The Miaojiang master leader stared in disbelief. You're a Huadang-level powerhouse? The Miao sorcerer's pupils suddenly contracted. He couldn't believe that man clad in golden armor possessed such formidable strength. You must understand. He was already at the late stage of internal energy cultivation. The power required to instantly cripple him was beyond imagination. After today, the world will know no more master of Miaojiang. Coldly, faintly, Jun Wuhue's figure flickered. In the next instant, over 10 outer Qi masters including 2 inner Qi masters lying scattered across the conference room floor were all slain. Unprecedented power. Clean up the battlefield. Not a trace of bloodshed must remain within Wolfstar Castle. At Jun Wuhue's command, the core members of the Xuanjia army bowed in unison. Yes, Commander. In an instant, 100,000 Xuanjia soldiers were stationed to guard Wolfstar Castle. Simultaneously, Jun Wuhue dispatched his men to patrol the entire Wolfstar Island, ensuring any threat was crushed in its infancy. Spanning no more than 100 miles, Wolfstar Island was swept clean by the Black Armor Army. Not even a mosquito could escape detection. All this was in preparation for welcoming their master and his woman on their honeymoon. A massive purge unfolded across every corner of Wolfstar Island. The next day, on the distant horizon beyond Wolfstar Castle, a private jet descended slowly from the distance, finally touching down on the grounds of Wolfstar Castle. The boarding ramp lowered, and 2 figures emerged onto the tarmac. Mum. A girl with an exquisitely beautiful face took a deep breath, savoring the refreshingly crisp air. Such fresh air. Azure skies, emerald seas, and billowing clouds. Truly a place legendary for its fairyland-like beauty. Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but marvel upon stepping onto the ground of Wolf Star Island. Greetings, Island Master. At that moment, Jiang Bai, clad in golden armor, led over 100 Xuanjia soldiers in kneeling on one knee to show their respect. Lin Ruoxue watched the scene unfold, genuinely taken aback. Who are these people? Jiang Bai smiled faintly. Rise. They are mercenaries I hired to help manage and protect Wolf Island. Waving his hand dismissively, Jiang Bai had already prepared his explanation. After all, the existence of Wolf Island attracts many covetous eyes. Oh. Lin Ruoxue nodded, seemingly understanding yet not quite. In her mind, these men must be a hired force, no wonder they looked so professional. It must have cost a pretty penny. Growl. Just as Lin Ruoxue was about to say something else, her stomach growled in protest. After all, she hadn't eaten much that morning, and being pregnant with triplets meant she got hungry easily. Hungry? Jiang Bai wrapped his arm around Lin Ruoxue's fragrant shoulder, his voice soft and doting. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed slightly. Jiang Bai smiled, I'll grill some fish for you. Soon, Jiang Bai personally caught several plump, large fish. His men, ever observant, swiftly set up the grill. Everything flowed seamlessly. Soon, the aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. Here you go. Seeing Lin Ruoxue's hungry expression, Jiang Bai sliced the grilled fish and handed her a piece. Go ahead. Regain some strength, and we'll go check out the wolf castle. All right. Lin Ruoxue nodded, already having taken a bite. The fish was deliciously fresh, leaving a lingering taste. That guy's cooking, as good as ever. Back then, she'd put in quite the effort to win him over with her cooking. Kid, you stay here and eat. I'll go take a look around. Jiang Bai said, then headed toward the distant lawn. Jiang Bai understood and waved for several trusted men to protect the woman. Each of these confidants possessed peak external strength. If outsiders knew this, who knows what kind of uproar it would cause. Master. Not far from the grilled fish area, Jiang Bai dropped to one knee with a thud. Rise. Jiang Bai was somewhat familiar with the previous situation on Wolf Island. That Jiang Bai could clear it out so swiftly in such a short time showed his considerable ability. Transcendent force level not bad. Jiang Bai pondered for a moment before flipping his right hand, revealing a vial of physique-enhancing potion. Drink this. It will benefit your strength. Yes, master. Without hesitation, Jiang Bai downed the potion. After all, the system's reward of 100% loyalty wasn't just empty words. The moment the potion touched his tongue, a surge of powerful energy erupted. An overwhelming aura radiated outward from Jiang Bai, propelling his strength directly to the threshold of the pre-innate realm. External force, internal force, transcendent force beyond that lay the realm of innate power. Thank you, master, for your bounty. With a thud, Jiang Bai knelt once more in gratitude. Jiang Bai then turned toward the private jet. Inside the jet are 100,000 doses of the physical enhancement solution I prepared. Distribute them to the entire Xuanjia army when the time comes. Yes, master. Jiang Bai bowed deeply in response, his heart trembling with awe. 100,000 doses of that physical enhancement serum, what a generous gesture from the master. You may withdraw. Jiang Bai waved his hand dismissively and continued, from now on, safeguard Tianlang Island for me. Anyone who dares covet Tianlang Island, kill them without mercy. Understood. A fierce gleam flashed in Jiang Bai's eyes as he sensed his power had surged several times over. He bowed respectfully. Before long, Jiang Bai returned to the barbecue area. By then, Lin Ruoxue had polished off both plump, succulent fish. Her appetite had clearly grown considerably, a testament to Jiang Bai's culinary skills. Burp. Lin Ruoxue burped contentedly, a blush rising on her cheeks as she shot Jiang Bai a playful glare. It's all your fault for grilling the fish so deliciously. Poof. Chapter 125, The Seraphim Princess in Peril. One poem strikes down a late-stage internal energy cultivator. Blame me? Seeing his wife's playful, little woman demeanor, Jiang Bai playfully tapped his forehead. Then blame your husband. Next time I'll make it less tasty. You dare. Lin Ruoxue glared fiercely at the man who suggested intentionally making it bad next time. So infuriating. He was just saying that. But, would he really make something awful next time? If he did, she'd starve those three little tyrants. Mum. Just as she was thinking this, she suddenly felt a gentle nudge against her lower abdomen. What's wrong? Seeing Lin Ruoxue's peculiar expression, Jiang Bai asked with concern. Your three little ones seem to be kicking me. Lin Ruoxue silently wondered to herself, could it be that the three little ones heard she was going to starve them? Really? Jiang Bai stared curiously at Lin Ruoxue's belly. You three little rascals, I'm warning you, stop kicking my wife, got it? Or else when you come out, daddy's gonna spank you. Ha! Seeing someone talking to unborn babies, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. What nonsense are you talking about? It'd be strange if they could actually hear you. Lin Ruoxue rolled her eyes, chuckling as the two soon arrived before the wolf castle. Island Master, this is Wolf Castle. Jiang Bai bowed respectfully. Jiang Bai nodded, took Lin Ruoxue's delicate hand, and stepped inside. This is the castle. It feels so mysterious. Surveying the surrounding structures, she noticed they differed from her imagined castles. This Wolfstar castle felt far more rustic. Jiang Bai, I'd like to explore the castle. Lin Ruoxue examined her surroundings with curiosity. Jun Wuhui gave a subtle signal, and immediately two women in black armor approached. Lady Island Master, we shall accompany you. Thank you. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed slightly at the address. After all, they had only just gotten married, and this form of address still felt somewhat unfamiliar to her. Go ahead. Jiang Bai smiled faintly. These two women of the Xuanjia army possessed even greater strength, both masters of internal energy. With them guarding him, safety was assured. Master, allow me to accompany you on your tour. Jun Wuhui surveyed the surroundings and took a deep breath. I can't shake the feeling this castle isn't as straightforward as it appears. Is that so? Jiang Bai shared that same intuition, though given the system's nature, it wouldn't harm him. Thus, he wasn't overly concerned. This place was once controlled by the poison masters of Niaozhong. Rying. Jun Wuhui was about to continue when a ringtone interrupted him. Hello? What did you say? Someone's breached Wolf Island, and their strength is at least outer force level? Got it. After hanging up, Jun Wuhui frowned and respectfully said, Master, someone has breached Wolf Island. I'll go investigate. Oh. Jiang Bai froze at Jun Wuhui's words, but just then, the system task notification sounded in his ear. Ding. Host has triggered a mission, personally rescue the daughter of the Angel Queen who is being hunted down. Reward, a god-tier beast companion, plus 40 billion renminbi. The Angel Queen's daughter? Jiang Bai froze upon hearing this. He had previously used his hacking skills to investigate and discovered that a Western organization called Seraphim claimed to have 3,000 beautiful angelic subordinates, with the Angel Queen as their leader. Interesting. The Angel Queen's daughter being hunted down the system was clearly stirring up trouble for him. But if he could secure 100,000 Xuanjia soldiers and 3,000 Seraphim, Tianlang Island's defenses would gain another formidable layer. With this thought, Jiang Bai's resolve was set. No need. I'll handle this personally. Before Jun Wuhui could react, Jiang Bai vanished from the scene. That was. Master's speed is astonishing. A half step too late, Jun Wuhui finally gave chase after the master, his heart trembling with shock. After all, he himself was already at the half-step pre-heaven realm. For the master to possess such formidable strength, he must be at least at the pre-heaven realm. Rare indeed, to witness the master act personally. Meanwhile, at the entrance to Wolf Island. Put. Two beautiful female seraphim clad in armor spat blood. Though both were masters of internal energy, their opponents were simply too powerful and too numerous. Give up. You won't escape. A cold chuckle echoed as no fewer than 10 internal energy masters surrounded a girl and two seraphim in the center of the arena. Beyond them, over 100 external energy masters formed an outer perimeter. Clearly. Barring some unexpected turn, this was a death trap. Dark Church, you dare. One of the seraphim, sword in hand and radiating overwhelming power, declared, should Her Majesty the Queen learn of this, she will raze your Dark Church to the ground. Het the Angel Queen? Others may fear your Seraphim organization, but do you think my Dark Church is as worthless as those fools? The leader of the Dark Church, a peak-level inner force master, sneered coldly. Kill them. To avoid any complications, the Dark Church's leader narrowed his eyes. This place has beautiful scenery, a perfect spot to bury them. Farewell, Princess Keisha, the next Queen of Seraphim. Bastards. The Seraphim at peak inner strength turned icy cold. To someone beside him, take the little princess away. Even in death, this commander will make the Dark Church pay. Is that so? The Dark Church's peak inner force master sneered coldly, truly worthy of being one of the Queen's most trusted and powerful allies. But we'll see if you still have such fiery spirit when the time comes. It must be said, every one of the 3,000 angelic beauties was a peerless beauty. If he could get close to one, he would naturally be most willing. Disable her. Over a dozen inner strength masters attacked simultaneously. Even the Archangel Commander, with her astonishing combat prowess, was severely wounded and spat blood. Sister Yen. Kaisa's fair face paled as she saw Sister Yen already gravely wounded. Die. At that moment, a late-stage inner force expert from the Dark Church sneered coldly and charged straight at Kaisa. No. Your Highness. Angel Yen's expression turned icy cold. Unfortunately, her combat strength was now less than a tenth of what it once was. She could barely protect herself, let alone save Keisha. Smack! At the critical moment, a figure caught Keisha, then sent the late-stage inner force Dark Church expert flying over 10 meters with a single palm strike. He slammed into the ground, already a lifeless corpse. The sudden turn of events stunned the entire crowd. Swish! Then, no fewer than 10,000 Xuanjia soldiers appeared, sealing off every escape route. As all eyes turned to the center of the arena, their gazes burned with fervor. Holy crap! Master is so powerful. He killed a late-stage internal energy expert with a single strike. This. Jiang Bai, who had arrived later, stepped into the arena and observed the corpse of the late-stage inner force expert. His eyes narrowed slightly. Truly worthy of our master. Impressive. A gentle breeze brushed his face. Jiang Bai gazed at the absurdly small creature in his arms, then turned his icy stare toward the dark church. Those scum nearly ruined his mission. They truly deserve to die. Chapter 126, wanted to refuse, but the scent was too alluring. What? The dark church's peak inner strength expert's face turned icy cold as he stared in disbelief at the figure who had appeared in the arena. To strike down a late-stage inner force cultivator with a single palm meant his power far surpassed his own. At the very least, he had transcended inner force and become a transcendent force cultivator. Who are you? The dark church's peak inner strength expert demanded coldly, then added, this is a private grudge between the dark church and Seraphim. Think carefully before interfering. Cease this now, and I'll pretend none of this ever happened. Clearly, this man sought to intimidate with the dark church's reputation. But he had clearly chosen the wrong target. This island master shares a bond with this young girl. I'll grant you both a chance to attack together. Survive my next strike, and you may live. You are asking for death. The dark church's peak internal energy master's face turned icy cold. How utterly arrogant. Kill him. At the command, over 100 dark church elites surged forward. Watching the wave of attackers surge toward him, Jiang Bai smiled faintly and flicked his finger. In the next instant, a thread of energy split into over 100 strands, piercing the foreheads of the dark church's elite warriors, including the peak-level master. Thud! Over 100 bodies froze mid-air before crashing to the ground like dumplings. The terror of a single flick of the finger. Gulp! Gulp gulp! The sound of swallowing echoed from the throats of the Black Armor army led by Jiang Bai. Holy crap, master, you're a bit too powerful, aren't you? Lord Yen, this! The radiant archangel beauty stared in stunned disbelief at the scene. Good heavens, the dark church's elite warrior, one who had led them through death-defying trials, had been annihilated by that man with a mere flick of his finger. Is he even human? Even Her Majesty the Queen couldn't achieve such feats. Cough, cough. Amidst a violent coughing fit, Angel Yen bowed respectfully, his exquisite features inviting imagination, especially now, with a sickly trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. Tenchi Hikaru coughed violently, the strain causing another mouthful of blood to spurt forth. Sister Yen. Princess Kaisa's pretty face was filled with worry as she nervously clutched Angel Yen's delicate hand. Beside them, the Seraphim with blazing inner energy also wore a look of deep concern. Take this. Jiang Bai flipped his right hand, revealing a bottle of physical enhancement elixir that landed in Angel Yen's grasp. Thank you, sir. Angel Yen hesitated briefly before swallowing the liquid. She sensed a potent vitality within it, though she knew not what it was. Besides, if this man intended harm, he certainly wouldn't need to go to such lengths. Buzz. As the potion took effect, Angel Yen's injuries began healing at a visible pace. At one point, her slender frame trembled. This is Qi transformation. Tian Shirin felt the surging energy within her body with disbelief. All her injuries healed completely in that instant. Your Grace, Lord. Tian Shirin shall never forget this kindness. This. The Seraph Master of Internal Energy was utterly dumbfounded. That potion had actually propelled Lord Yen directly into the realm of Huatong. For you see, transcendence was a realm only the Queen possessed. Though Angel Yen still fell short of the Queen's power. Big brother, thank you. Kaisa's beautiful eyes sparkled with gratitude. Jiang Bai ruffled her hair affectionately. The three little ones would surely grow up to be just like this. It's nothing. We're meant to be, little sister. Growl, growl. Just then, Keisha's stomach growled in protest. Angel Yen and the Seraph beside her felt the same. They were famished after fleeing all this way. Little one, are you hungry? Come on, I'll take you to get something delicious to eat. With that, the group set off toward the castle. Mum. Soon, before the castle, the aroma of roasting wild boar filled the air. Kaisha stared at the roasting boar, swallowing hard. Smells so good. Even Angel Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just then, the grilling concluded, and Lin Ruoxue, drawn by the meat's aroma, emerged from the castle. This is... Seeing the sudden appearance of three people, all exceptionally handsome, left Lin Ruoxue quite stunned. My lady, these three were in peril and we rescued them. Jiang Bai paused thoughtfully before explaining. After all, his wife was unaware of her husband's true strength. Oh my! Such beautiful sisters! Kaisa's gaze lifted from the roasting wild boar and landed on Lin Ruoxue, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Angel Yan's heart stirred too, for Lin Ruoxue's beauty was in no way inferior to Her Majesty the Queen. It could be said she was the most beautiful girl besides Her Majesty the Queen. It's ready to eat. Jiang Bai sliced the roasted boar meat into small pieces and placed them on a plate. He then carried the small plate over to Lin Ruoxue. Hey, want some more? Lin Ruoxue, who had intended to refuse, had toured the castle for quite some time and felt she could eat a little more. Her cheeks slightly flushed, she accepted the plate, inwardly grumbling that the guy had roasted such delicious meat again. She wanted to refuse, but the aroma was simply too tempting. Damn it! I'm going to get fat again. What am I going to do? Burp. A moment later, Kaisa belched contentedly, "Big brother, your grilled meat is absolutely delicious." "Is that so? If you like it, eat more." Jiang Bai smiled as he spoke. Angel Yen and the seraph blushed slightly, both having eaten quite a lot. "Sister Yen, I want to stay with Big Brother and not go back." After finishing the wild boar barbecue, Kaisa was completely captivated by Jiang Bai's culinary skills. She turned to the lovely Angel Yen and pleaded, "Please?" As she spoke, she playfully tugged at Angel Yen's delicate hand, causing Angel Yen's lips to twitch. But then she thought about the Dark Church's ambush and assassination attempt during this journey. Perhaps, staying with this nobleman would be safer than staying with them. With that thought, "Ahem, well, you can't cause trouble for your benefactor, got it?" Kaisa bobbled her head like a chick pecking at grain, "Got it. Long live Sister Yen." Excitedly, Kaisa clutched Angel Yen's fair, jade-like hand. If the outside world ever found out, it would surely cause a huge uproar, perhaps even cries of, "Let go of that girl. Let me handle it. Benefactor, I've troubled you once again." "No problem." Jiang Bai waved dismissively. They had originally come to Wolf Island for vacation, and now they had an extra mischievous little companion. Not a bad turn of events. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission to personally rescue the daughter of the persecuted Angel Queen. Reward, Divine Tier Beast Tamer, plus 40 billion renminbi. Unsurprisingly, the mission reward notification sounded in Jiang Bai's ear at that very moment. A God Tier Beast Tamer? This ability. Could it possibly control wild beasts? The thought filled Jiang Bai with anticipation. If he could master and train beasts, it would add another layer of protection for Wolf Island. An invisible aura radiated outward from Jiang Bai, instantly enveloping the entire Wolf Island. In the next moment, every creature on the island, birds, beasts, insects, and fish, began to stir as if ants on a hot pot. Chapter 127, Little Crawlers, Dare to Offend Your Wolf Lord. The invisible aura dispersed, its pressure overwhelming the entire Wolf Island. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" All creatures on Wolf Island prostrated themselves, bowing toward Wolf Castle. Birds swarmed from every direction, circling the island, or more precisely, hovering above Jiang Bai. Ah! Kaisa watched the birds pouring in from all directions, her eyes sparkling brightly. "Big brother, look! So many beautiful birds!" "Ha!" As if sensing something, everyone looked up to the sky and saw thousands upon thousands of birds circling overhead, obscuring the sun and sky, forming a vast, dark shadow. Whoa! The Xuanjia soldiers all sucked in their breath in shock. Among them were many fierce birds of prey, yet none could fathom why the birds had suddenly risen in such a violent swarm. "Hail His Majesty the King!" Countless birds cried out in unison, their collective homage carrying a palpable sense of awe and fervor. "What is this?" Jiang Bai himself was momentarily stunned by the scene unfolding before him. He truly hadn't anticipated triggering such a mass homage from the birds, and it seemed the various beasts of Wolf Island were also rushing towards this location. "Withdraw!" A single thought rippled out. In the next moment, the birds circled in homage for a brief while before scattering in all directions. Soon, the sky cleared once more, revealing a vast expanse of blue. Far from the Wolf Castle, numerous beasts halted their advance and began retreating. They had received the Lord's command to withdraw entirely. They dared not defy the Sovereign's command in the slightest. Thus, the beast tide quietly subsided. Had these beasts all risen in fury, even 100,000 Xuanjia soldiers would have been insufficient. Moreover, most crucially, the beast taming power only affected Tianlang Island itself. It did not extend to the surrounding seas. Had its aura spread, it would have unleashed towering, terrifying waves across the entire sea surrounding Tianlang Island. Ha! Kaisa gazed curiously at the vanished birds. Why did the pretty birds leave again? Could it be because Big Brother's wild boar roast is just too delicious? Tilting her head, Kaisa gazed earnestly at the sky. Hearing this, Angel Yen and the others immediately turned their eyes to the wild boar barbecue grill. Seriously, no way. Though it's delicious, it's hardly enough to draw all birds to court. But if it wasn't the aroma of roasted wild boar, then what else could have drawn the birds to gather here? Bye, Sister Yen. After lunch, Kaisa waved her little hand goodbye to the lovely Yen sister, already buzzing with excitement at the thought of playing with Big Brother next. Angel Yen led the seraph away, offering a bitter smile. Never mind. I'll report this matter to Her Majesty the Queen first. Feeling her newly attained power, Angel Yen was filled with emotion. Even now, it still felt like a dream. Hiss hiss. That afternoon, not far from the castle, they spotted several 5 to 6 meter long pythons emerging from the water, encircling a gray wolf. This gray wolf, however, stood nearly a meter tall. Its imposing stature clearly marked it as a wolf king, especially with the tuft of golden fur between its brows giving it an air of nobility. Hiss. In an instant, one python bared its fangs and lunged at the gray wolf. A bite would mean certain death from poison. Crack! Before the python could strike, the gray wolf smashed its paw down on the snake's head, crushing it into a pulp. You little reptile, dare to offend this wolf lord! Jiang Bai, through his beast-taming abilities, sensed the gray wolf's thoughts. With a few swift, decisive moves, he utterly annihilated the pythons, his actions clean and precise. That gray wolf is so clever. Lin Ruoxue watched the gray wolf with curiosity. She had been holding her breath for the wolf but never expected it to take down the python in just a few moves. Woof woof woof. Seeming to sense Jiang Bai's beast-taming abilities, the gray wolf nuzzled his pant leg like a docile puppy, its flattering demeanor unmistakable. This gray wolf. Jiang Ruoxue looked at the gray wolf king before him. Could it be that this creature also sensed its master was no ordinary being? You'll be following me from now on. Jiang Bai smiled as he ruffled the gray wolf king's head. Woof woof. Really, your majesty? The gray wolf king wagged its tail, eyes brimming with excitement, then began circling Jiang Bai in wild delight. This wolf, it's possessed. Lin Ruoxue was stunned. Could this gray wolf king actually understand human speech? Jiang Bai then stroked the wolf's head with his right hand, simultaneously injecting a dose of physique-enhancing serum into its body through an acupoint. Mum. The gray wolf king's body trembled violently, its paws cracking the ground without a trace. Its fur and claws became significantly sharper than before, clearly indicating an unprecedented boost in combat power. To put it bluntly, the Wolf King could now crush an external force master with a single swipe of feet that felt like child's play. After all, its combat prowess had always been formidable. And so, Jiang Bai's group gained another gray wolf. Woof! Half a day later, the gray Wolf King returned with a plump rabbit in its jaws, wagging its tail so vigorously that drool nearly dripped from its mouth. After several trips back and forth, 5 or 6 plump rabbits appeared in the clearing. The Xuanjia army attendants were quick to light a fire and set up a rack, quietly beginning the process of roasting the rabbits. Wow! Kaisa sniffed the enticing aroma of roasting rabbit meat, gulping back her saliva. Big brother, is it ready yet? Clearly, Kaisa couldn't wait any longer. Woo woo! Beside them, the gray Wolf King whimpered, his wolf eyes fixed intently on the rabbit meat being roasted by his majesty. The aroma of rabbit meat filled the air, and soon they began eating the roasted rabbit. Next, Jiang Bai set aside 2 portions to share with the Black Armor army. As they tasted it, Jiang Ruoxue and the others were utterly stunned. Their master's culinary skills were even better than they had imagined. Time slipped away unnoticed. All returned to stillness. Until that evening in the castle. What? Big brother, are we leaving Wolf Island? Kaisa asked curiously, still not quite ready to leave. Yes. Jiang Bai smiled faintly. Your sister Ruoxue still needs to go to the hospital for a checkup. Oh. Kaisa nodded, not quite understanding, then asked, Big brother, when will sister Ruoxue's 3 babies be born? Playing with them would be so much fun. As she spoke, Kaisa's mind filled with eager visions of playing with big brother and sister Ruoxue's 3 babies. Ha! Seeing Kaisa's expression, Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but smile. Playing together? Even after they're born, they'll just be lying in their cribs. Thinking this, Lin Ruoxue gently stroked her belly, feeling the 3 little fish swimming inside. The sensation was so wondrous that an anti-smile naturally curved her lips. Meanwhile, at the imperial capital's Wang residence. But, cough cough. The entire Wang residence was now completely surrounded. Leading the assault was none other than Xiao Zhan, driven by a blood feud to wipe out the family. 8 long years this day had finally arrived. Xiao Zhan. I truly regret not finishing you off myself back then, you remnant of the Wang family. As Wang Luotian, the head of the Wang family, spoke, a mouthful of blood sprayed forth. The ground around him was littered with the corpses of Wang family members, including their internal energy masters. Xiao Zhan gave a cold laugh, his face icy as he surveyed the Wang family estate. Wang Luotian, after today, the imperial capital will know no Wang family. Kill them all. Leave not a single one alive. Chapter 128, Triplets Born, Angel Queen Submits. Chapter 128, The Birth of Triplets, the Angel Queen Surrenders. Time flew by, and months passed in the blink of an eye. Dongjiang Hospital. Wah! 3 cries of newborns echoed from the delivery room. Outside, the entire family breathed a collective sigh of relief. The door opened, revealing the lead surgeon and 3 nurses carrying the newborns. Mr. Jiang, both mother and babies are doing well. Congratulations on the birth of 2 daughters and a healthy baby boy. The doctor breathed a sigh of relief. She knew full well that the man before her, Jiang Bai, was no ordinary figure. The fact that the delivery had gone smoothly lifted a significant weight off her shoulders. After all, prior to this, numerous influential figures had personally called to issue instructions, among them even the commander of the Dongjiang military region. Though she didn't know who Jiang Bai was, he was undoubtedly someone Dongjiang Hospital couldn't afford to offend. Honey, you've worked so hard. Jiang Bai didn't even glance at the 3 little ones. He walked straight to Lin Ruoxue, who was beside the delivery cart, and kissed her affectionately. Lin's parents watched with hearts full of joy. I'm fine. Though extremely weak, Lin Ruoxue forced a smile to spare someone's worries. Mr. Jiang, the new mother needs rest. Please keep visitors to a minimum. Thank you, doctor. Jiang Bai offered a faint smile, which left the lead surgeon pleasantly surprised. He thought to himself, Mr. Jiang isn't so hard to deal with after all. Wow. A curious voice chimed in, Big brother, are these three little brothers and sisters? So cute. Kaisa gazed at the three little ones in the stroller with unbridled delight. Meanwhile, not far from Dongjian Hospital. Swish. Shadows materialized in the clearing. These figures seemed to be bathed in darkness, each possessing formidable strength at the peak of the outer force realm. The leader, moreover, stood at the threshold of the inner force realm. Lord Bacon. One of the internal energy masters respectfully reported, the Dongjian Hospital is just ahead. The man who killed my dark church expert on Wolf Island is Jiang Bai. His wife is in labor right now. Oh. A faint smile touched Bacon's lips as he stood at the threshold of the half-step transformation realm. It seems we've arrived just in time. What a pity, born only to die. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes before his expression turned icy cold. In that case, slaughter everyone in Dongjian Hospital. Let them serve as burial offerings for our fallen comrades of the Dark Church. Yes, Lord Bacon. Over 100 assassins of the Dark Church flashed cruel smiles. Is that so? At that moment, a woman clad in white gauze appeared in the center of the field. Her entire figure was bathed in white, causing the surrounding light to brighten slightly. Oomph. Bacon, a half-step Huatian cultivator, paled visibly upon seeing the newcomer. What? The Angel Queen. It's actually you. As the High Priest of the Dark Church, Bacon had naturally seen the Angel Queen before. Heh, High Priest Bacon of the Dark Church. The Dark Church truly spares no expense. A cold smile curled the Angel Queen's lips. In that case, this queen shall accept this generous gift. Kill them all. A calm voice echoed out. In the next instant, figures surrounded Bacon and his Dark Church entourage, roughly 300 seraphim. Yes, your majesty. Then, led by Angel Yen, the 300 seraphim transformed into grim reapers, beginning to harvest Bacon and his group. Angel Yen, you're arrogant. Bacon gave a cold laugh. Half a year ago, they had clashed, and that time he had nearly claimed this beautiful archangel commander. SSSSHHH. Before Bacon could process it, a flash of steel sliced through his throat. Blood spurted from his neck in an instant. The strike was blindingly fast. What? Bacon's eyes widened in utter disbelief. You've mastered the transformation of force. Thud. Bacon's body crashed to the ground. Even in his dying moments, he couldn't believe that Tenchi Yen, who had been merely at the peak of inner force just half a year ago, had now reached the stage of transcendence. Filled with bitter resentment, Bacon died instantly, slain by Angel Yen. Kill. Tenchi Yen showed no mercy toward the Dark Church, immediately ordering his men to begin the slaughter. In an instant, the Dark Church's forces collapsed like a mountain crumbling, with over 100 corpses strewn across the ground. Angel Queen, I never expected you to come personally. At that moment, a voice echoed from nearby. The arrival was none other than Jiang Bai, accompanied by another figure, Blood 10. A master of the transformation realm. The Angel Queen narrowed her eyes, fixing them on Shueisha beside Jiang Bai. His aura was even heavier than Angel Yan's, clearly indicating strength surpassing even hers. Even she felt a hint of danger. Young Master Jiang, your name is legendary. The Angel Queen smiled faintly before continuing, thank you for saving my daughter and my men months ago. Facing this young man whose power was unfathomable, the Angel Queen did not address herself as this king, but rather as I. What brings you here, your majesty? Jiang Bai smiled faintly. He didn't believe the Angel Queen had come here just to meet him. The Angel Queen remained silent. Instead, she raised her jade-like hand, and in the next instant, all the seraphim except Angel Yen withdrew from the arena. Clearly, the conversation that followed was of such importance that even her seraphic bodyguards could not remain present. Over the past months, I've observed that young Master Jiang gets along quite well with my daughter. It's been okay. Jiang Bai smiled faintly. That girl, Kaisa, I like her very much. Is that so? At this, the Angel Queen's lips curved into a breathtaking smile. Young Master Jiang, I was wondering, do any of your 3 children happen to be male? Jiang Bai, there is indeed one boy. That's perfect. The Angel Queen's gaze hardened, then how about letting Keisha become your son's future bride? A betrothal. Jiang Bai's expression turned peculiar at the Angel Queen's words. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated such a proposal from her. The Angel Queen nodded slightly, then added meaningfully, moreover, as part of Keisha's dowry, I intend to bestow the 3,000 seraphim upon young Master Jiang. Blood 10 froze upon hearing this. 3,000 seraphim serving a master? Has the Angel Queen lost her mind? You are certain? Jiang Bai was clearly bewildered. The Angel Queen's power was formidable now, likely already at the peak of the Huatang realm. Naturally. The Angel Queen continued, of course, this is also for my own protection. Oh. Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes at this. Self-preservation? Seraphine sighed and continued, Young Master Jiang, you may not know this, but there's a generations-old feud between us Seraphim and the Dark Church. And in recent years, the Dark Church has grown increasingly powerful. In fact, the previous Dark Church Pope has now reached the threshold of the realm. I see. Jiang Bai now understood why the Angel Queen had mobilized such a large force to come here personally. It seemed she had been forced into it by the Dark Church. Angel Queen, are you asking me to help you destroy the Dark Church? Jiang Bai gazed at the breathtakingly beautiful Angel Queen before him. He had to admit, this woman was remarkably astute. Yet, curiosity piqued, he pressed, aren't you afraid I might turn around and sell you out to the Dark Church? Young Master Jiang, you jest. With your capabilities, the Dark Church would hardly be worthy of your attention. The Angel Queen smiled faintly, and this made Jiang Bai smile knowingly. Talking to a smart person was indeed effortless. In that case, I accept the 3,000 seraphim. His gaze then shifted toward Dongjian Hospital. From now on, you and I are in-laws. Princess Keisha will be my future daughter-in-law. Chapter 129, The Lump? Just have that brat massage it away. Henceforth, the seraphim shall serve young Master Jiang. The Angel Queen bowed slightly, while Angel Yandong knelt on one knee. Angel Yan greets young Master Jiang. Rise. Jiang Bai smiled faintly, then flipped his right hand to produce 10 vials of physique enhancement serum. Consume this potion, and you shall be able to destroy the Dark Church on your own. Ha! The Angel Queen accepted the 10 vials. She was already aware of their power through Angel Yan. It was precisely this substance that had allowed him to enter the Huatian realm despite his critical injuries. Now that she had reached the peak of her Qi transformation realm, perhaps this could. At this thought, the Angel Queen narrowed her eyes before downing the potions. An unknown amount of time passed. The Angel Queen's slender frame trembled violently. Immediately, an aura far surpassing the transformation realm surged forth, forcing both Angel Yan and Blood 10 to turn pale. This is half-step innate. Angel Yan's face lit up with delight, though she felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. No, this surpasses even the half-step innate realm. Could Her Majesty have ascended to the innate realm? This is at the pre-heaven realm. The Angel Queen opened her eyes, feeling as though everything were a dream. In the intensive care unit. Squeak! The door creaked open. Jiang Bai entered just in time to see his wife's best friend, Zhou Yuning. 3 little ones, so adorable. Upon entering the room, Zhou Yuning gazed at the 3 adorable little ones fast asleep and murmured. Oh, right. Zhou Yuning thought of something and asked, Jiang Bai, do these 3 little ones have names? They're already named. The 2 sisters are Nuonyuo and Miao Miao, and the little brother is Lin Lin. Oh. Nuonyuo, Miao Miao, and Lin Lin. Zhou Yuning couldn't help but feel envious. They're lovely names. Sis Yuning, move aside for a sec, I'm gonna film a video. Lin Xiaoxi stepped closer, filming the triplets with her phone. All done. After uploading it, Lin Xiaoxi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Soon after, a new short video appeared on Lin Xiaoxi's DouShark account, a clip featuring her 3 little nephews. Unsurprisingly, it immediately drew a crowd. Wow, Goddess Ruoxue had babies. 3 adorable babies, woo woo woo. No way, Jiangshan is a dad now. So jealous. Time flies. Within 10 minutes, the views hit 1 million and likes soared to over 500,000. You can imagine how mind-blowing this scene was. Boss. At that moment, 3 figures rushed frantically into the intensive care unit. It was none other than Su Tiancheng and his 2 companions. Though months had passed, they still vividly remembered the grand wedding ceremony from months prior. For a moment, they were overcome with emotion. They hadn't even found girlfriends yet, and their boss was already a dad. No comparison, no pain. Oh my. My 3 dear nephews. Before Zhou Hao could finish, his older sister Zhou Yuning smacked him upside the head. 3 big nephews? 2 sisters and 1 little brother. Ha! Zhou Hao clutched his forehead, eyes wide, 2 little cotton jackets, 1 son. Damn it! Big bro, you're so lucky. Zhou Hao felt like running off to spin in circles right then and there. He pulled 3 red envelopes from his pocket. Hee, Uncle Joe just started his new job, so don't mind the modest gifts. Get lost, move aside. No sooner had he spoken than Su Tiancheng shoved Zhou Hao aside. He promptly wrapped up 3 hefty red envelopes himself. After all, he couldn't let the 3rd brother steal the spotlight. What's going on? Let me see my niece and nephew. Lin Xiao leaned in, her face beaming with the warm smile of a doting parent, making him feel an immediate urge to have one of his own. Lin Ruoxue watched the scene unfold, a blissful curve forming on her lips. So this was it, she was becoming a mommy. Sighing in relief, she posted a Weibo with a smile, 3 little ones have arrived, so adorable. I've officially become a mom. Happy.jpg. Below, she attached several adorable photos of the 3 little ones. Netizens and fans instantly exploded. This. Goddess Ruoxue had a baby. So soon? It's only been a few months. What, the triplets are so adorable. Jiangshan is amazing. Oh no, even through the screen, why am I smiling like an idiot over these little cuties? Jealousy is killing me, Jiang, you're taking this too far. As time passed, news of the triplets' birth swept across the internet like a hurricane, unsurprisingly shooting straight to the top of the trending topics. Hashtag Jiang Bai triplets born, mother and baby safe hashtag. Hashtag Goddess Ruoxue becomes a mom hashtag. Hashtag God Jiang is awesome, so envious hashtag. Hashtag Weo Jiang got a blessing hashtag. Hashtag love it. Ruoxue goddess's 3 adorable little ones are so cute hashtag. Unsurprisingly, the top 10 trending topics were all about the birth of the 3 little ones. The internet, quiet for months, was once again abuzz with excitement over the adorable trio. Meanwhile, at the imperial villa. Ring ring. Du Gaoming, who was studying acupuncture techniques, heard his phone ring. Hello? What did you say? The master's child was born. Got it. I'm heading to Dongjiang immediately. After hanging up, Du Gaoming took a deep breath. Scrolling through the internet, he couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Wow, the moment master's 3 children were born, they immediately dominated the top 10 trending topics. Wow, that's some treatment, no one else gets that kind of attention. Without delay, Du Gaoming booked a flight to Dongjiang. Yet while the outside world was abuzz, Jiang Bai returned home with his family to the Tianyu mansion. Quick, the young master is back. At that moment, Ning Mengyan, the Tianyu mansion's butler, had been waiting for quite some time with 8 beautiful maids. After all, this was their first time meeting the young mistress and young master. The car doors opened, and Jiang's mother and Lin's mother stepped out with the 3 children in tow, a formidable entourage indeed. The 2 mothers worked together seamlessly, experienced caregivers, they found tending to the 3 little ones effortless. Madam, auntie, hello. Ning Mingyan's melodious voice greeted the 2 mothers, catching Jiang's mother and the others off guard. The girl was truly beautiful. Soon, Lin Ruoxue arrived at the room. Ugh. At one point, Lin Ruoxue clutched her chest, it hurts. This. Jiang's mother and Lin's mother exchanged a glance, clearly realizing something. Ruoxue, you haven't started lactating yet, have you? Lin's mother mused aloud. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoxue froze. Lactation? Yes. Only after your milk comes in will the baby have enough to eat. That's how we did it in my day. Jiang's mother nodded in agreement and continued, exactly. But you might have some lumps there. Later, have that little rascal massage them to get things flowing. Ah. Hearing her mother-in-law's words, Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed bright red all the way to her ears. Of course she knew about the lumps there, but this was just, well, that. Still embarrassed? Lin's mother watched her daughter's expression, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Silly girl, you and Xiao Jiang are practically old married couple, still shy about this? Mom, what are you saying? Lin Ruoxue cringed at her mother's teasing, wishing she could vanish into thin air. Seriously, was she even her own flesh and blood? Oof. Chapter 130, honey, are you alright? Mom, aren't you two staying for a couple of days? Lin Ruoxue asked her mother and mother-in-law, who exchanged a knowing glance and smiled. No, thank you. Lin's mother smiled faintly before adding, your mother-in-law and I have made plans to travel together for a while. With so many people at the villa, there's no need for us. Lin Ruoxue, that was her real mother. Jiang's mother glanced at her son, you little rascal, take good care of Ruoxue, you hear me? After chatting for a while, the 2 women departed. As for the reason, it was clear they felt somewhat constrained here. Giving the young couple more private space might help them better adjust to their new roles as parents. Well then, we're off. Lin Ruoxue gazed at the suddenly empty villa, unsure whether to feel happy or sad. Yet deep down, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Young master, shall we serve dinner? The villa's butler, Ning Mengyan, spoke in her melodious voice, we've specially prepared a papaya, jujube, and pig's trotters soup for the young mistress. Over the past period, Jiang Bai had frequently guided Ning Mengyan and the maids in their cooking. Though they hadn't quite mastered his techniques, they had absorbed about 20 to 30% of his culinary skills. Even so, his skills were enough to leave 5-star chefs in awe. Let's eat. Jiang Bai smiled faintly, then carried Lin Ruoxue in a princess carry to the dining table. That guy. Lin Ruoxue, snapping back to reality, felt her cheeks flush all the way to her ears. Being carried like that in front of the maids, it just wasn't appropriate. But it felt kind of nice. Here, have some pig's trotter soup to nourish yourself. Jiang Bai ladled a large bowl of the soup, gazing at Lin Ruoxue with affection. Want your husband to feed you? Ahem, oh my. Lin Ruoxue was genuinely overwhelmed by how dotingly someone was treating her. I'll manage on my own. If they were alone, she'd gladly accept, but with so many people watching, how could she possibly let him? Madam, how's the flavor? Ning Mengyan asked nervously, since this was her first time cooking. Not bad. Lin Ruoxue took a sip. While it couldn't compare to that guy's cooking, it was actually quite good, at least far superior to any other soup she'd ever tasted. Soon, the large bowl of pork knuckle soup was finished. She also ate several pieces of meat. The other dishes were all balanced, combining meat and vegetables for nutritional variety. Mengyan, you did a great job. Seeing the stunning beauty with such a hearty appetite, Jiang Bai smiled. Thank you for your praise, young master. Ning Mengyan was flattered, though inwardly she breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, her admiration for her young master deepened. The more she learned from him, the greater the gap between them seemed to grow. Jiang Bai, come back to the room with me. Lin Ruoxue suddenly flushed crimson, tugging Jiang Bai toward the bedroom as the maids stood stunned. Clearly, they were baffled as to why the young mistress was acting this way. What's the rush? A moment later. Lin Ruoxue exhaled softly, leaning into someone's embrace. Honey, are you okay? Once Lin Ruoxue was completely comfortable, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. She'd almost forgotten about a certain someone. She never imagined her baby would have such ample provisions, enough not just for triplets, but even quadruplets. For a moment, Lin Ruoxue gazed at her husband with tender eyes, though she had no idea how much of a stir this thought would cause if others knew. I'm fine. Jiang Bai exhaled in relief. Honey, I can handle it. But, after a brief pause, Jiang Bai continued, Honey, you're pretty amazing. Put. You, what nonsense are you talking about? Lin Ruoxue shot him a playful glare, though she felt much better now. Husband, thank you. Leaning against Jiang Bai's embrace, Lin Ruoxue's face glowed with happiness. Thank goodness you were here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to handle things just now. Right? No need to thank me. Just call me whenever you need help. Jiang Bai boasted shamelessly, making Lin Ruoxue want to strangle him. Who's listening to you? Unsurprisingly, Jiang Bai's words earned him a huge eye roll from someone. Meanwhile, in the villa's living room, Auntie Xiaoxi is here. A graceful figure swept into the villa from outside, none other than Lin Xiaoxi. Wow, Xiaoxi, let me see the triplets. Yeah, we want to livestream watching Goddess Ruoxue's triplets. Hurry up and start. I can't wait any longer. Ugh, Xiaoxi, you're making me watch the triplets. You're not even cute anymore. The live chat erupted with chatter. Clearly, with Goddess Ruoxue's 3 babies, their little Cici wasn't as important anymore. Lin Xiaoxi, who had been in a good mood, immediately puffed out her cheeks at the chat's reaction. Xiaoxi doesn't like you guys anymore. Clearly, Lin Xiaoxi was sourly jealous of her own nieces and nephews after seeing the fans' comments. However, the fans paid Lin Xiaoxi no mind, completely captivated by the 3 sleeping little ones. How adorable. Hee hee. Kaisa giggled happily. After spending time together recently, she had grown to adore this Xiaoxi sister. Wah! Just then, Debao started wailing, followed immediately by Erbao and Sanbao joining in the fuss. The livestream audience was instantly thrown into confusion. Holy crap! The sight of all 3 babies crying at once was enough to give anyone a splitting headache. Ding! Host has triggered a mission, soothe the 3 babies. Reward, ultimate daddy skills, plus 50 billion renminbi. Jiang Bai, who had just stepped out of the room, froze upon hearing the system's mission notification ring in his ears. Super Dad? This ability seems pretty useful. Brother-in-law, hurry up. The 3 babies are crying. Lin Xiaoxi was at her wit's end. She'd never seen such a scene before. Things had been perfectly fine just moments ago. I'll handle it. Jiang Bai burst into the livestream room. Under everyone's gaze, he effortlessly scooped up Debao and Erbao, one in each arm, while his wife Lin Ruoxue held Sanbao Linlin. Giggle giggle. Amazingly, the moment Jiang Bai picked them up, Debao and Erbao stopped crying. They even started giggling happily. Wah! However, little Linlin, hearing the noise, turned her curious gaze toward big and second child. Her mouth twisted, and she began crying even harder. Lin Ruoxue, Jiang Bai, this. Truthfully, Lin Ruoxue was baffled. Why did they cry when she held them? So frustrating. This. Viewers in the livestream were also stunned by this scene. What the heck? Let me handle this. Jiang Bai soothed Debao and Erbao, settling them down before taking Sanbao. To everyone's astonishment, Sanbao stopped crying and started giggling just like Debao and Erbao had earlier. What? Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson at the sight. How could this happen? Chapter 131, Cultural Invasion. Is Jiang Bai up to something again? Jealousy. Lin Xiaoxi stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous at the little bundle in her brother-in-law's arms. Oh my goodness. This little one is already a little schemer, so young and already vying for attention? Fans in the livestream were stunned. Pfft, holy crap, am I dreaming? 6666, Jiangshan is amazing. Wow, that was some skill. Hey, looks like Jiangshan's got it made. Did you see that? Even Goddess Ruoxue is questioning her existence. Proof she's his biological daughter. Jiangshan, you nailed it. The chattering, boiling fans. The single move alone had pushed Lin Xiaoxi's livestream audience past the 100,000 mark. Clearly, the 3 little ones had played a major role in this triumph. What is this? The maids were stunned by the scene. All 3 kids adore the young master? Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the cuddle and soothe the 3 little ones mission. Reward, ultimate daddy mode, plus 50 billion renminbi. Jiang Bai suddenly heard the system's voice in his ear. As expected, the ultimate daddy skill was now his. Instantly, Jiang Bai's mind filled with a wealth of information on caring for babies, exactly what he needed most right now. He then pulled up his attribute panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 22. Skills, God tier music, God tier cooking, God tier driving, God tier martial arts, God tier bone setting massage, God tier farming, God tier calligraphy, God tier object manipulation, God tier medicine, God tier chess, God tier treasure appraisal, God tier hacking, God tier fathering. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Tianyu Mansion Villa No. 1 X1, 100% shares of Dihao Group, 20 Tangcheniping Villas, Bad Luck Card X1, 100% shares of Battle Axe Security, ownership of Wolf Island, 100,000 Xuanjia soldiers. Appearance, 100, of course, every reader here has an appearance rating of plus. Wealth, 434.035 billion renminbi. Passive skill, double consumption aura, up to 100 million times. Gazing at the virtual interface before him, Jiang Bai's lips curved upward. A year ago, he never would have imagined achieving what he had today. Sis, it stinks. Just then, Lin Ruoxue's voice interrupted Jiang Bai's thoughts as a wave of stench filled the air. Erbo pooped. Lin Ruoxue looked at Erbo, whom she'd only been holding for a short while. After playing for a bit, Debao and Sanbao also began squirming restlessly. Jiang Bai glanced over, fully aware of Sanbao's needs. Meng Yan, go get some hot water and remember to grab wet wipes. Also, grab 3 diapers. Yes, sir. Upon hearing this, Ning Meng Yan hurriedly instructed the maids to prepare while she herself helped fetch the water. Before Lin Ruoxue could react, she methodically wiped Sanbao clean, changed his diaper, and then deftly swapped out Debao and Sanbao's diapers. The entire process was completed in one fluid motion, taking less than a minute. This. Lin Ruoxue was stunned watching. Seriously, are you sure this is your first time taking care of kids, brother-in-law? 666666, brother-in-law is way too smooth. You bet. The whole thing was so methodical. Hey, this is better than any nanny. The maids were all stunned who knew brother Jiang had this kind of skill. Turns out, all the good men are someone else's. As Jiang Bai worked, the livestream's viewership skyrocketed, with many female fans green with envy. These days, forget about guys changing diapers, even holding a baby is considered too much work. Compared to them, Jiang Shen is 10,000 times better. Plus, Mr. Jiang is handsome, talented, and incredibly wealthy. When did you learn to do this? Lin Ruoxue was a bit stunned, her heart brimming with emotion. Compared to Jiang Bai's handling of the situation, her own baby care skills were utterly hopeless. Learned? Isn't it obvious? Jiang Bai casually brushed it off, but his words made Lin Ruoxue's forehead crease in exasperation. Was it really okay for this guy to be so subtly boastful? Just then, the living room LCD TV broadcasted the news. This station reports, recently, numerous harmful content has been discovered domestically, with the United States and Japan being the worst offenders. This is a foreign cultural invasion. Watching the report, Jiang Bai froze in surprise. He hadn't expected the United States and Japan to be so brazen. Brother-in-law, you have no idea how despicable these people are. Lin Ruoxue chattered away, complaining, I've seen some books and magazines online that completely distort the facts. And the comics, even more outrageous. The chat room echoed her frustration. Yeah, exactly. Damn it. Damn, they must be spies. Screenwriters like this should be blacklisted. This is seriously toxic. I just don't get how this stuff even got approved. This is corrupting the future of our nation. Just imagine in 20 or 30 years, it's truly alarming. Damn it, if we don't root out this corrupt trend, it'll become a major problem someday. A deluge of complaints instantly sent the live stream's viewer count soaring past several 100,000. This kind of environment. Now a father himself, Jiang Bai couldn't bear the thought of his 3 little ones being influenced by such morally corrupting trends, not even the slightest bit. It seems I should do something about this. After a moment's thought, Jiang Bai decided this was also a chance to set a good example for Sanbao. Soon, Jiang Bai stepped out onto the balcony. Boss. He dialed the number, and Lin Ruoxue's voice came through on the other end. Ruoxue, I'll send you a fairy tale shortly. You handle it. A fairy tale? After listening to the explanation, Lin Ruoxue understood her boss's grand plan. He was up to something again. Got it, boss. Shortly after hanging up, a document arrived on Lin Ruoxue's desk in the president's office, the very fairy tale her boss had mentioned. Its title stood out boldly, 1001 Nights. She hadn't expected it, but upon reading it, Lin Ruoxue was genuinely stunned. In a time when fairy tales were extremely rare domestically, this was bound to create a sensation. In that case, let's start with Dongjiang radio station. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ruoxue began strategizing, but at this time, it'll probably only get a late night slot. However, Lin Ruoxue wasn't the least bit worried about that. After all, she knew exactly how hardcore the boss's fairy tale was. It was essentially a trump card to counter cultural invasion. The internet, well, it was bound to erupt in another riot because of the boss. Without delay, Lin Ruoxue contacted Dongjiang radio station. With such a novel fairy tale appearing in the dead of night, countless little ones would surely be losing sleep tonight. Of course, that's all water under the bridge now. Chapter 132, A Trial Run, Dongjiang Radio Station's Midnight Ratings Break 5. Dongjiang Radio Station. Hello, Ms. Liu. In the station director's office, Jia Ming answered the call politely. After all, Dihao Group was their station's biggest client. Director Jia, I have a fairy tale here. Could you broadcast it for me? A fairy tale? Jia Ming froze upon hearing Lin Ruoxue's request, but out of courtesy, he replied, certainly, I'll make the arrangements. Not long after, ding. Jia Ming received a document. He clicked to open it. Ha! Seeing the author's name, Jia Ming's eyebrows shot up, written by Jiang Bai, that genius who penned over a dozen timeless masterpieces. A moment passed. As he continued reading, Jia Ming's expression grew increasingly excited. For he was not only the station director of Dongjiang Radio but also a member of the Literary and Art Association. Heh, good. Excellent. This fairy tale was clearly a resounding success, and its emergence at this moment was precisely what domestic children's literature needed most. Truly a force to be reckoned with in the literary world. Perhaps this work might just turn the tide against the current cultural invasion. At this thought, Jia Ming's eyes narrowed immediately. Someone come here. Have Nuolin, the top-rated host, come to my office. In no time, under Jia Ming's efficient arrangements, the popular radio host Nuolin was brought in to tell this story. Nuolin was the top female host at Dongjiang Radio Station. Jia Ming was clearly pulling out all the stops. Midnight approached. At this hour, the city lights had long since fallen asleep. Dear listeners, hello everyone. I'm your host Nuolin. Tonight, I'll be presenting a fairy tale segment. This story was penned by literary genius Mr. Jiang Bai. Her warm, sweet voice filled the airwaves, instantly drawing in many listeners. Whoa, it's actually the goddess Nuolin. The top host at Dongjiang Radio. Why is she hosting a midnight show? Could it be she's been pushed aside? Wait, did goddess Nuolin just say the legendary Jiang Bai wrote a fairy tale? In an instant, host Nuolin's popularity skyrocketed. Knowing the task was daunting, after warming up the audience, Nuolin began narrating the fairy tale in her melodious voice. Legend has it that in ancient times, between India and China, there existed the Sasanian Empire. The king was exceptionally brave, commanding a vast army and surrounded by countless court officials. He had 2 sons, both valiant knights. The eldest was even more courageous, inheriting the throne to rule over the vast lands. He governed with fairness and integrity, deeply beloved by his people. His name was Sharyar. As 1001 nights unfolded in this manner, meeting children across the world, even the adult listeners fell silent. Indeed, they scarcely believed they were listening to fairy tales at midnight. Time passed swiftly. Bam! At one moment, the director of data rushed into the station manager's office with a report. It's broken. Fongbin, director of the data department, was visibly excited. Station manager, Nuolin's 1001 nights has broken the midnight 1.6 ratings record. It's already at 1.8. What? Jia Ming leapt to his feet upon hearing his subordinate's words, immediately pulling out the real-time ratings on his computer. 1.8. What did that even mean? Historically, their best late-night ratings barely reached 1.6 percentage points. Clearly, this fairy tale was resonating far more strongly than he'd anticipated. Whoa! Director, it's hit 2%. Fongbin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the station manager's screen. Holy cow, a midnight rating over 2? That was probably only achieved by the central radio station. Heh, we've struck gold here. Jia Ming stroked his beard, his excitement palpable and understandable. The counteroffensive against cultural invasion was about to begin. Dongjiang, at a certain home. Son, it's time for bed. A mother looked at her first-grade son inside. Even though Jiang Bai's fairy tales are wonderful, you still have school tomorrow, you know. No way. I don't want to. I want to hear 1001 nights. You. Staring at her son's unprecedented determination, the mother froze in place. This was getting out of hand. The more he listened, the more excited he became. Son, tomorrow I'll buy you your favorite toy. Will you please go to sleep tonight? No. Mom, I should never have read him that fairy tale. Oh well. She couldn't help but sigh, her lips curling bitterly. She'd only meant to pass the time, but now her son was completely hooked. Meanwhile, at the villa. Wah! Old man, I hate you. A boy around 10 years old glared angrily at his father. Give me back 1001 nights, wah! You little brat. Time for bed. Poof. The 10-year-old boy snorted and sat on his bed with a sulky expression. I won't. Unless you let me listen to 10 minutes, no, 20 minutes of Jiangshan's fairy tales. Cough, 20 minutes, as you say. The father cleared his throat nervously, feeling guilty after abruptly shutting off his son's radio earlier. Scenes like this played out in every corner, just as Lin Ruoxue had predicted. This night was destined to be a sleepless one for countless little ones. The show was heating up at Dongjiang Radio Station. This is breaking records. Data director Fongbin's eyelids twitched violently as he rubbed them repeatedly in disbelief. Director, this is real. He gulped hard. Truly, he had underestimated the impact of 1001 nights. Holy moly, this was even higher than their primetime ratings. Today, their station's primetime 8 p.m. slot only managed a 3.75 rating. Yeah, that's impressive. Truly a literary prodigy, wow. Jia Ming was filled with emotion, knowing this was only the beginning. If the first day was like this, the road ahead would surely be smooth sailing. Finally, the pre-recorded broadcast of 1001 Nights concluded, with the peak rating stabilizing around 5 points. Holy moly, the ratings broke 5%. Feng Bin gasped in astonishment. Such ratings were unprecedented for Dongjiang radio station. Even the national radio network only surpassed that mark during the Spring Festival. This achievement spoke volumes. Alright, that wraps up today's broadcast of 1001 Nights. We'll see you again tomorrow. Newland's sweet, melodious voice echoed through the airwaves, followed by the soothing strains of a gentle melody. But the listeners weren't having it. Sister Newland, I want more. It's so interesting, I love it. Jiangshan, I love you. You're amazing. Finally got to hear such a beautiful story. More tomorrow. Newland stepped out of the recording studio, letting out a slight sigh of relief. Overall, it felt pretty good. But when she heard the ratings, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. What? You're telling me 1001 Nights just broke the 5% rating mark? How is that even possible? Chapter 133, Fairy Tales Re-aired, record shattered again at 8 points. Breaking 5. Newland was completely stunned. Even her prime-time shows had never achieved such numbers. This 1001 Nights is no ordinary show. Truthfully, the current results far exceeded her expectations, and the station staff weren't surprised by Sister Newland's reaction. After all, when they first heard the news, they were just as stunned as she was. This Jiang Bai is impressive. Newland mused. As someone in the cultural industry, she was intimately familiar with Jiang Bai's past achievements. In fact, during her radio shows, she loved nothing more than playing and recommending his songs to listeners. Because such plays always yielded unexpectedly high ratings. Undoubtedly, Dongjiang radio station was destined for a sleepless night. The next morning, Dongjiang Radio made a high-profile announcement. The Midnight Fairy Tales program had achieved ratings exceeding 5%. Yet this news exploded like a thunderclap across the broadcasting industry. What? Midnight Fairy Tales hit a 5 rating? Are you sure? Holy crap, this is gonna shake up the radio world. Dongjiang radio station is about to rise to prominence. No way. If this is what they show at midnight, I can't even imagine what they'd air during prime time. For a moment, every radio station was green with envy, and Newland's fame skyrocketed. Dongjiang Airport VIP Lounge. Look at this. In-laws, come see. Lin's mother stared at her phone, utterly stunned. Little John's Fairy Tales hit over 5% ratings in the midnight broadcast. Ha! John's mother glanced over upon hearing this, a midnight radio show, a fairy tale breaking 5 points, this. John's mother was genuinely baffled. She knew a thing or two about radio ratings. She understood exactly what breaking 5 points meant for Dongjiang radio station. That brat's up to something again. Mr. Lin's mouth twitched slightly. He'd thought the kid might settle down after the 3 little ones were born, but instead, he'd caused such a huge stir. Still, you had to admit, he was quite capable. Ring ring. At the same time, in the president's office of the Emperor Group. Hello, Director Jia. Picking up the call, she was surprised to find Dongjiang TV station Director Jia Ming on the other end. Not that Lin Ruoxue was particularly shocked. Accurately speaking, it was all within her expectations. Ms. Lu. Would it be possible to grant our station exclusive broadcasting rights for the 1001 Nights stories? Jia Ming cut straight to the chase, as the 1001 Nights was crucial for Dongjiang Radio. Oh. After hearing this, Lin Ruoxue fell into deep thought. Jia Ming, assuming her hesitation, pressed on, how about this 10 million? 10 million for the exclusive broadcast rights to 1001 Nights. How does that sound? Well, alright. Lin Ruoxue, hearing this, went with the flow and agreed it suited her perfectly. Thank you, President Lu. Jia Ming took a deep breath. He knew exactly what breaking the record meant. 10 million was a lot, but it was absolutely worth it. Time flew by, and soon it was that night. Dongjiang radio station, recording studio. Phew. Newland, the station's top female host, felt immense pressure. After all, having achieved a 5-point rating yesterday, today should logically be even better. Let's begin. After gathering her composure, she flashed an OK sign to the studio door before going live. Dear listeners, hello. It's wonderful to meet you all again. I'm Newland, your host for 1001 Nights. Today, I'll continue sharing stories with you. Just as the program began, the station director and Feng Bin, the head of the data department, both arrived outside the recording studio. They immediately began monitoring the broadcast in real time, clearly paying close attention to today's show. Feng Bin stared at the ratings data. The moment the broadcast started, he was stunned. Ahem, director, look at this. Everyone around him turned their eyes to the screen and couldn't help but gasp. What? The ratings broke 1 point? Is this real? 1 point right after airing? Look, it's already at 2%. Whoa, feels like something huge is about to happen today. Everyone was stunned. Station director Jia Ming gulped hard. The ratings had hit 2 points within just 5 minutes of airing, and they were still soaring. 3 points. 4 points. 5 points. After just 15 minutes on air, the ratings hit 5 points, making Jia Ming's eyelids twitch violently. Ahem, director, today's ratings are set to break records again. At this rate, breaking records was a sure thing. The only question was how many records would be shattered. Indeed. Jia Ming took a deep breath, feeling even more certain that buying the exclusive broadcasting rights to 1001 Nights had been a wise decision. This huge piece of cake belonged solely to Dongjiang radio station. Though it cost 10 million, the broadcast value of this fairy tale was worth at least 100 million, perhaps even hundreds of millions. Truly something to look forward to. Half an hour later, 6 o'clock. 3/4 of an hour later, 7 points. Finally, it reached tonight's peak rating, 8 points. That's right. 8 points. This record rivals even the most successful Spring Festival gala on CCTV. Absolutely staggering. This. 8 points. Fongbin was utterly speechless, feeling as though he were in a dream. 8 points. And so, Newlin pushed through the pressure to reach the final stretch. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Newlin set down her headphones, feeling completely drained. Throughout the entire program, she hadn't dared to relax for a single moment, maintaining peak performance the whole time. So, how was it? Not bad, right? Feeling uncertain, Newlin stepped out of the room and asked, only to find everyone staring at her in silence. This only made her more anxious. What was that reaction? Could it be that she performed poorly? And the station director was there too, but that couldn't be right. She had done well, hadn't she? Surely she hadn't ruined the show because of her performance? Clap 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 clap. Amidst her inner turmoil, everyone including station director Jia Ming burst into enthusiastic applause. Data department director Fongbin generously gave Newlin a thumbs up. Impressive. Newlin, you're incredible. Do you know what the ratings were today? You won't believe it. After a dramatic pause, Fongbin continued, 8 points. An 8-point rating. Boom. Hearing this, Newlin's beautiful eyes widened as a thunderclap echoed in her mind. What? 8% ratings? Is that even real? At that moment, Newlin felt her entire heart trembling. My goodness. An 8% rating for a late-night show? What does that even mean? It's insane. Newlin, you're our station's biggest hero this time. Station director Jia Ming nodded with satisfaction. Newlin hadn't let him down. With a sweeping gesture, he declared, your bonus this month will be quintupled, and everyone else at the station will get double. Whoa. The room erupted in gasps. Newlin's heart skipped a beat. 5 times? Holy cow, that's half a year's salary. Are you sure, I'm not dreaming right now? Chapter 134, who do you think you are, some guy I don't even care about? Long live the station manager. The crowd cheered wildly, utterly thrilled. This double pay was all thanks to Newlin and 1001 Nights. Are you kidding me? Getting an extra month's pay this month, how could they not be thrilled? As for envying Newlin? Of course they envied her, but they knew full well she deserved every bit of it. Alright. That's a wrap. Everyone, head home and rest. Jia Ming waved his hand dismissively, adding, once this busy period is over, I'll throw you a celebration. With ratings hitting new highs, advertisers would surely flock to them for partnerships. Dongjiang Radio was finally about to hold its head high. Even the central radio station wouldn't be their match then. At this thought, Jia Ming couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. Some rejoiced, others fretted. Meanwhile, other radio stations were stunned, especially those near Dongjiang. Mango radio station. What? The midnight radio show's ratings have dropped below 1%. Impossible. The station manager's face turned ashen. His subordinate beside him twitched his lips. Director, the data shows all the traffic has shifted to Dongjiang radio station. That? 1001 Nights. The Mango radio station manager frowned as he asked, and the subordinate nodded bitterly. Well done, Dongjiang radio station. The Mango radio station manager clenched his fists. Judging by the situation, the midnight broadcast was likely to set a new record. Night listening radio station. Are you sure? Dongjiang radio's ratings broke 8% tonight. The station manager of night listening radio looked grim. After all, competitors or rivals, the stronger the opposition, the smaller their share of the pie. Director, my cousin works there. Taking a deep breath, the subordinate swallowed hard and said, in his excitement, Director Jia directly awarded the host of 1001 Nights, Newlin, 5 months worth of bonuses. The entire station received double bonuses. This. The night listening station chief was stunned. This move equated to nearly 1 million yuan in bonuses. Rumors swirled among the stations, fueled by the fact that an 8% ratings share was unprecedented not just for Dongjiang Broadcasting, but even for the national radio network. The situation simmered, and the next day, Dongjiang Radio's ratings surpassing 8% swept across the internet like a hurricane, inevitably reaching Lin Ruoxue, who was live streaming as she woke up that morning. Ding! Just as Lin Ruoxue started her live stream, her phone buzzed with a message. Oh my! This is my brother-in-law's fairy tale series 1001 Nights breaking 8% ratings. Fans froze upon hearing this. My brother-in-law's 1001 Nights hit 8% ratings? Seriously? An 8% rating? How is that even possible? Dude upstairs, it's legit. Dongjiang radio station just announced it officially. Jiang God has broken the sky. This move is insane. Dongjiang radio's rooftop party is going wild. At that moment, the live stream's fan count skyrocketed at a visible speed, while Lin Ruoxue had already dialed her older sister's number. Meanwhile, at the Tianyu mansion. Ring ring. Lin Ruoxue's phone rang. She answered and held it to her ear. Hello. Her voice was lazy and sleepy, but the news coming from the other end instantly wiped away all traces of drowsiness. Xiaoxi, what did you say? Your brother-in-law's fairy tale show? Dongjiang radio's ratings broke 8%. Got it. After hanging up, Lin Ruoxue immediately opened her browser. Unsurprisingly, her husband was once again trending at the top of the charts. That guy, when did he even write a fairy tale? Truly, Lin Ruoxue was losing her cool. Seriously? Midnight Radio hit over 5% ratings on its first day, then over 8% on the second? Are you kidding me? What's wrong? The ringing of the phone clearly woke someone beside her. Jiang Bai, who, now awake, asked in confusion. Jiang Bai, what have you done? As she spoke, Lin Ruoxue tossed the phone to someone. Fairy tales, Arabian Nights, I really underestimated you. Poof. Lin Ruoxue gave a clear little huff, looking like a baby who was very upset. A joke? If not for her younger sister Lin Ruoxue telling her, she'd still be completely in the dark. Such a huge matter, and she was probably the last one to find out. So infuriating. That guy didn't even tell me a thing. You didn't know? Jiang Bai asked casually upon hearing this. After all, he assumed the news had spread online and she would have heard about it. But now it seemed things weren't quite as he'd imagined. Lin Ruoxue, me. How would I know? She couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Lately, she'd been learning how to take care of Sanbao from him, and she was constantly struggling with the baby's food supply. Oh, I see. Jiang Bai smiled faintly, wrapping his arm around her as he continued, I'm just setting an example for the children. After all, I wouldn't want the three little ones growing up in an environment where cultural invasion warps their values. You. Lin Ruoxue wanted to say something, but found herself momentarily speechless. Right. He was doing it for the children, what could she possibly say? But, is that any excuse for not telling her? Poof. Ring. Just then, Jiang Bai's phone rang. Seeing the call was from the capital, he froze. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang Bai? He switched to speakerphone, and a nervous voice came through. Who is this? Jiang Bai froze. The voice sounded unfamiliar, and he had no idea how they'd gotten his number. Oh, it's like this. The voice continued, apologies for the abrupt call. Allow me to introduce myself, I'm Song Yu, station manager of Imperial Capital Radio. I'm calling to inquire whether you have any fairy tales similar to 1001 Nights. We're interested in acquiring the exclusive broadcasting rights. Upon hearing the caller's intent, Jiang Bai paused in surprise. Capital Radio? Wasn't that a station directly under the Central Radio and Television Corporation? Well, I do have one. Recalling how the Central Radio and Television station had supported him before, Jiang Bai paused briefly before replying, I'll send you the work shortly. Really? Song Yu's heart leapt with joy upon hearing this. Thank you, Mr. Jiang Bai. After some pleasantries, Jiang Bai hung up. Lin Ruoxue, standing nearby, twitched her lips slightly. That guy actually got a direct call from the Central Radio station inviting him to submit work. Clearly, Dongjiang Radio's actions had stirred even the industry's heavyweight into action. And what's more, the station director personally extended the invitation. This level of treatment was probably reserved for only this guy in the entire country. Ahem, you just agreed to it without a second thought. Do you even have any work to give them? Lin Ruoxue eyed him skeptically. While she didn't know how impressive that 1001 Nights fairy tale collection was, online reviews alone were telling enough. Of course. Jiang Baishan smiled meaningfully, gently pinching Lin Ruoxue's delicate little nose. Your man is quite talented, you know. Put. Whose man are you? I'm not even going to bother with you. Lin Ruoxue shot him a reproachful glance, her alluring charm undeniable. Chapter 135, Central Mom celebrates again as Jiang Bai's story and ratings both surpass 10. Central Mom Broadcast, Station Director's Office. Ding dong. After a long wait, Station Director Song Yu took a deep breath as he received a document. The story's title was none other than Jiang Bai's fairy tale. This is quite straightforward. Song Yu gave a bitter smile before opening the file. One after another, fresh and innovative stories unfolded before his eyes. The depth of this work is impressive. Narrowing his eyes, he paused briefly before taking another deep breath. This work is every bit as good as 1001 Nights. Ratings are guaranteed. With that thought, Song Yu felt his mind settle. He immediately scheduled the program. Without a doubt. He immediately scheduled the show for prime time, determined to make Jiang Bai fairy tales an overnight sensation. Day 3, 8 p.m. It arrived quietly. Coincidentally, Dongjiang radio station also moved its 1001 Nights program to the prime time slot at 8 p.m. that day. What did you say? After hanging up, Jia Ming turned to Nulan, the station's top announcer, who was ready in the recording studio. CCTV Radio has secured exclusive broadcasting rights for another Jiang Bai fairy tale. This looks like big trouble today. Jia Ming's expression turned serious. He hadn't expected to clash with Central Radio so soon. Well, so be it. Taking a deep breath, Jia Ming continued, let's see if 1001 Nights is more powerful, or if Jiang Bai Stories comes out on top. What? The surrounding radio staff were utterly stunned. What had they just heard? Central Radio Station had actually also signed an exclusive broadcasting rights deal with Jiang Bai. That Jiang Bai actually has fairy tales too. Meanwhile, a similar situation was unfolding at Central Radio. Outside the recording studio. Jiasun, don't feel pressured. Song Yu encouraged the station's top anchor, who was ready to go, just perform at your usual level. Got it, director. Li Jiasun exhaled. How could she not feel pressure? Tonight would determine whether their station could turn the tide. At the appointed moment, Li Jiasun gathered her emotions and, with a thumbs-up signal, launched the primetime broadcast. Hello again, dear listeners. I'm your host Jiasun, and tonight I'll be guiding you through a wonderful evening. Today, I'm introducing a new program called Jiang Bai's Tales. Indeed, this fairy tale was lovingly crafted by Mr. Jiang Bai, author of 1001 Nights. Without further ado, let's dive into the first tale, The Little Match Girl. Her voice flows smoothly, building to a captivating crescendo. Director, the ratings are up. At that moment, a staff member from the central broadcasting station beside him was visibly excited. He had witnessed the ratings, which had never exceeded 2 points, now breaking the 3-point mark. Is that so? Song Yu visibly relaxed at this news. Li Jiasun was the crown jewel of their CCTV station, her stage presence and overall capabilities rivaling those of Dongjiang Radio's top anchor, Nulan. Therefore, barring any surprises, today's ratings should be quite impressive. And so it went. 4 points, 5 points, 6 points. After several segments aired, Song Yu was completely flustered. This is 8 points. Indeed, the current ratings had already surpassed Dongjiang Radio's figures from the previous day. After all, they had the backing of the mighty Central Radio and Television station, and it was prime time. Half an hour later, everyone in the studio took a deep breath. Holy cow! 11.25 rating points? The final tally stunned the entire room, 3 points higher than Dongjiang Radio's figures the previous day. A rating exceeding 10 points. This had never happened before, not even at the Central Radio station. Soon, the ratings rankings pages of major radio stations were updated. First place, Central Radio Station rating, 11.25 program, Jiang Bai Fairy Tales. Second place, Dongjiang Radio Station rating, 11.20 program, 1001 Nights. Third place, Imperial Capital Music Radio Station rating, 3.28 program, Crazy for Music. Fourth place. Seeing these astronomical ratings, netizens flooded the comments section. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did the stats glitch or something? Holy moly, Jiangshan's 2 fairy tales are way ahead of everyone else. Hey, looks like Jiangshan is about to dominate the radio scene. Only our Jiangshan could pull off such a thunderous domination. 66666, my idol, I love you. Snowflake-like comments flooded in, leaving trails across the internet. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Bai, already a sensation, just got even hotter. Meanwhile, at Dongjiang Radio Station. Jia Ming stared blankly at the ratings chart. They'd achieved an unprecedented 11.20 rating, yet they were ranked second. Holy crap! Truly the undisputed leader of the radio industry, this status. Foam Bin's mouth twitched as he sucked in a breath. Station director, Jiang Bai's writing is incredible. 2 fairy tales back to back, each smashing the 10-point rating mark. This is going to set the airwaves on fire. Indeed. Jia Ming took a deep breath, his gaze narrowing as he studied the rankings. But in the face of today's cultural invasion from abroad, this is undoubtedly the most effective counterattack. After this battle, I believe many will see reality for what it is. Indeed, right then, the Central Mother, referring to the government, issued an official announcement. Congratulations to Mr. Jiang Bai on both his fairy tale works, Jiang Bai's Fairy Tales and 1001 Nights, breaking the 10-point ratings mark. Effective immediately, all major domestic publishing houses are to conduct a 10-day self-inspection. Any publisher found to be detrimental to children's physical and mental health within 10 days will be shut down and fined. This is hereby announced. The moment this Weibo post went live, the entire internet exploded. Damn, the Central Mom nailed it. Impressive. Finally fighting back. My god, Jiangshan, you're incredible. Godzilla, you're incredible. Who else can match this? God of Jiang, how lonely it is to be invincible. USA, Japan, little dole. Within 10 minutes of posting on Weibo, the video had already surpassed 10 million views, with comments soaring to 5 or 6 million. News of the central bank's swift intervention immediately shot to the top of the trending topics. This night was destined to become one of panic for major publishing houses. Are you kidding me? Forced shutdowns and hefty fines. This was undoubtedly fatal for any publishing house. Watching from afar, Lin Ruoxue's lips curved into a smile as she narrowed her eyes and gazed into the distance. The timing is perfect. It's time for the physical publication of both fairy tale works. Chapter 136, 200 million copies sold out in 40 seconds? The next morning. Golden morning sunlight spilled across a flawless face. Blinking sleepily, Lin Ruoxue awoke to a beautiful day. Her gaze fell upon a handsome profile, and a smile curved her lips. Ding! Just then, a notification sound rang out. She glanced over. There it was, a statement from Emperor Publishing. In response to fan requests, our publishing house will launch online pre-sales for Mr. Jiang Bai's The Jiang Bai Chronicles in 1001 Nights tonight at 8 p.m. This announcement is hereby made. The announcement left netizens stunned. Wait, a pre-sale for 2 fairy tales? Wow, that was fast, only 3 days. Hey, didn't you see both works break double-digit ratings worldwide? This is gonna be good. Heard the capitals cracking down now. When the Jiang god marches, not a blade of grass remains gay. In an instant, countless netizens clicked the link and were genuinely stunned by the pre-sale interface. Within 10 minutes, the comments section of the pre-sale page had been completely overrun. What? 200 million copies. Unsurprisingly, everyone who saw the pre-sale figures froze in disbelief. 200 million copies, 2 books, each selling 100 million copies. That's truly unmatched. It must be said, what a grand gesture. Meanwhile, on the school path at Lin Ruoxue's school. Hey everyone, let's charge up and tackle a brand new day. Lin Ruoxue pumped her fist in encouragement, a sight that delighted her fans. Though Ruoxue hadn't fully blossomed yet, she was already a goddess in their eyes. Go for it. Hearing Lin Ruoxue's vibrant energy, thousands of loyal fans in the livestream room cheered her on. Damn, Ruoxue, you're so calm about this. Just then, a new fan flooded the chat. Ruoxue, go check it out. Your brother-in-law's 2 books are officially up for pre-order. You won't believe this, but the initial pre-order is for 200 million copies. Lin Ruoxue looked at the screen, then furrowed her delicate brows. My brother-in-law, 2 books, 200 million copies in pre-sales? What the hell? But the ever-reliable fans were already going wild. Oh my god, what just happened online? My brother-in-law's 2 books are killing it. Both CCTV and Dongjang Radio hit double-digit ratings. Whoa, that's some serious game. Impressive, truly 200 million copies. Lin Ruoxue watched the fan count skyrocket in the livestream and clicked the link out of curiosity, landing on the pre-sale website. But cough cough. Seeing the 200 million pre-order figure on the screen, Lin Ruoxue's mind exploded. What the heck is my brother-in-law doing? Holy cow, 2 fairy tales actually got this popular? It seemed the number of comments had skyrocketed to over 30 million. Dongjiang, Zhou Yuning's villa. Ahem, are you sure this isn't a dream? Zhou Yuning stared at the viral online buzz while officially announcing congratulations for Jiang Bai's 2 works. This was pushing that guy right into the spotlight. Guess he's become a thorn in many people's sides now. A bitter smile escaped her lips, though Zhou Yuning had grown somewhat immune to such reactions. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't feel this way. But Jiang Bai? In her eyes, he was completely unpredictable. 200 million copies pre-sold. This kind of move? It sounds like something that guy could pull off. Zhou Yuning felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Her gaze drifted toward the direction of the Tianyu mansion. Honestly, to say she wasn't envious at all would be a lie. After all, a man of such excellence was hard for any woman not to admire, herself included. But she knew her place. If her future boyfriend could be even half as good as her best friend's man, no, even 1/10 as good, she'd be perfectly satisfied. Moreover, she understood all too well that even that 1/10 might be wishful thinking. The situation was brewing. News of the 200 million pre-sale copies was spreading to more and more people, and the hype seemed to be skyrocketing with no end in sight. Time swiftly moved forward until 8 o'clock in the evening. Less than a minute remained until the pre-sale began. It's finally starting. Yeah, my little guy kept crying and demanding I buy one of each. Looks like we have identical sons. Hey, stop talking, my 2 daughters are arguing and giving me a headache. Next up, 200 million copies should be easy to snag, no worries. As the countdown drew nearer, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Finally, the clock struck 8. Pre-sale begins. The 100 million pre-sale button turned green, and the quantity began to plummet at a visible speed. 93.28 million. 82.74 million. 72.91 million. In less than half a minute, both titles plummeted by tens of millions, turning gray as they sold out. Yet netizens kept flooding in. Put. What the hell? 200 million copies sold out. Are you kidding me? That's 200 million copies. Are you sure pre-orders started already? Damn it, I just got here and it's gone in just 40 seconds. No way, 200 million copies sold out in 40 seconds. That's insane, it's just a fairy tale. I'm screwed. How am I gonna explain this to my son? All at once, the fans exploded. They couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. Originally, they thought 200 million copies were plenty, let the numbers run wild for a bit. But when they looked back at the screen, it was already sold out. In an instant, everyone regretted their actions. Are you kidding me? Not getting the book wasn't the problem, the real issue was, they'd be in big trouble back home. They'd sworn to their ancestors before 8 p.m. that they'd get them, but now, how are they going to face them? They were going mad. They were truly losing their minds. Meanwhile, at the Tianyu mansion. Burp. After feeding someone, Jiang Bai let out a satisfied burp. Lin Ruoxue's phone buzzed with a new message. She didn't think much of it at first, but upon reading it, she was utterly stunned. 200 million copies sold out in 40 seconds. Seeing the internet blowing up, Lin Ruoxue knew her man had been thrust into the spotlight again. She shot him a fierce glare. Jiang Bai, look at the mess you've made. The internet's going nuts. Oh? Jiang Bai glanced at the screen suspiciously, then froze in surprise. Ruching's move, she sure knows how to make things happen. It's fine. Jiang Bai waved it off. This is just the beginning. Ruching will handle it. You, hey. Forget it. Can't be bothered to worry about you. Lin Ruoxue shot the guy a withering look. This wasn't the first time he'd stirred up trouble, she was somewhat used to it by now, though it still hit hard. Meanwhile, as both works were selling like hotcakes, another major event unfolded in the distant Western world within the Dark Church. Chapter 137, Blood 3 strikes, instantly defeating a expert. Western World, Dark Church headquarters. Swish. Figures materialized near the Dark Church. The leader radiated an overwhelming aura, his appearance breathtakingly beautiful. The Dark Church shall be destroyed today. The stunningly beautiful woman wore a white gauze robe, as if the surrounding light dimmed significantly in her presence. Angel Queen. Indeed, this was none other than the Angel Queen. Beside her stood the commanders of the 3,000 seraphim, among whom was the Angel Yuan. All 3,000 seraphim had been mobilized for this mission, to utterly annihilate the Dark Church. Of course, to ensure preparedness, the Blood Guard had also sent representatives. Blood 3, this is a favor I owe you. No problem. Hearing the Angel Queen's words, Blood 3 waved his hand dismissively. We're all serving the Master. Besides, the Dark Church attacked our Master before its downfall was inevitable. This time, no one can save them. The Angel Queen nodded silently, then a surge of overwhelming battle intent rippled around her. Let's move. All belonging to the Dark Church, not one shall be spared. Yes, Your Majesty. The three masters of the Angelic Yin faction, wielding their long swords with imposing might, led 3,000 seraphim straight into the Dark Church. This is bad. Enemy attack. Sound the highest alert. Put. Before the Dark Church's peak outer force expert could finish his warning, Angel Yuan slit his throat. Battle commence. After slaying the peak external force expert, Angel Yuan charged into the Dark Church at the forefront. Swiftness was paramount in warfare, and it was clear they intended to eliminate as many foes as possible in the shortest time. First, the Dark Church's numbers were 10 times their own. Second, this was the only way to minimize casualties. How dare you? To attack the Dark Church? Queen of Angels, you dare. Boom. Before a master of the transformation force could finish his words, Shuesan struck him dead with a single palm strike. Then, gazing at the masters surging forth from the depths of the Dark Church, he roared, "Kill!" Yes, Lord Shuesan. A dozen Blood Guardians transformed into Grim Reapers, surging deep into the Dark Church. It must be noted that even the weakest among the Blood Guardians now possess late-stage inner force cultivation, with most at peak inner force, and some even nearing the threshold of transformation. These men would slaughter the Dark Church. No! Late inner strength? Half-step to transformation? How is that possible? Truly, the Dark Church's members were stunned into stupor by the sheer power of the Blood Guard. Are you kidding me? This lineup alone could rival their Dark Church, and with the Angel Queen added to the mix, today, the Dark Church was in grave danger. Whoa! Angel Yuan sucked in a sharp breath. Though most of these Blood Guard members were weaker than her, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Moreover, the killing intent radiating from them signaled absolute dominance within their realm. Even at peak strength, a Blood Slaughter Guard just stepping into the Huatang realm could likely match an ordinary Huatang expert. Frankly, the combined combat power of 3,000 seraphim couldn't match the destructive force of just over a dozen bloodshed guards before them. Jiang Shao's men? They're quite formidable. The Angel Queen took a deep breath. Especially Blood Sand, she could sense a palpable danger emanating from him, clearly another innate master. You're asking for death. At that moment, a figure darted forth from the depths of the Dark Church, its aura surging with power far surpassing that of a mere Huatian master. This was none other than Hermes, the former pope of the Dark Church. Innate realm. The angel queen stared at Hermes in astonishment. According to intelligence, he should only be at the threshold of innate cultivation. Moreover, his current power made her heart race. It's been years. You've grown more radiant than ever, just like your mother back then. Hermes narrowed his eyes. Your mother, the previous angel queen, dared to attack me relying solely on her peak transformation realm strength. Do you know she was mortally wounded by me and only managed to survive for 3 days and 3 nights before finally succumbing to exhaustion? Hermes, you're asking for death. Hesi's face turned ashen at these words. Blood 3 narrowed his eyes. Angel Queen, your heart is unsettled. Very well. With a sigh, Shuesan turned to face Hermes across the room. Old bastard, since you've offended my master, I'll make an exception today. Arrogant. Hermes sneered coldly. People these days are getting more and more audacious, daring to challenge this old man. Boom. Before Hermes could finish his sentence, Shuesan's palm sent him flying toward the Angel Queen, blood spurting from his mouth. What? Hermes stared at Shuesan in utter disbelief, his eyes wide with horror. You? Late innate realm? How is that possible? My deepest gratitude, Lord Shuesan. The Angel Queen exhaled deeply, clearly not expecting Blood 3 to be this powerful. Had he not come this time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After all, she was now but a step away from mid-stage innate, while Hermes should have been at mid-stage innate. However, now, having been severely wounded by Lord Blood 3, with less than 30% of her combat strength remaining, it was clear he intended for her to seek revenge personally. This debt of gratitude was etched deep within her heart. Hermes. Her strike, fueled by rage, sent murderous intent blazing from the Angel Queen's eyes. Die. No. In Hermes' moment of distraction, the Angel Queen seized the opening. With a sharp slash of her blade, Hermes was sent flying. Already gravely wounded, he spat out another mouthful of blood, his face turning as pale as paper. Kill him. The Angel Queen gave him no chance to catch his breath, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon Hermes. Dark Church masters nearby who failed to dodge in time were instantly slain. Blood splattered everywhere. Hermes, unable to dodge in time, was struck by the sword's edge, his entire body covered in blood. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from Hermes' mouth, sending shockwaves of horror through the entire Dark Church. The pre-heaven realm. They swallowed hard, staring at the Angel Queen in disbelief. They never imagined that the Angel Queen, Hashi, had actually reached the innate realm. How old could she be? Barely 30? Terrifying. Damn it! Hermes seethed with frustration. Had he not been severely wounded moments ago, he would never have been the Angel Queen's match. I'll haunt you even as a ghost. In that instant, Hermes' heart was pierced clean through by the Angel Queen's blade. Blood dripped from the sword's tip onto the ground. This pope refuses to accept this. Thud. As the blade withdrew, Hermes' corpse crashed to the ground, striking the hearts of the Dark Church's followers like a colossal hammer. Father! The current pope of the Dark Church froze in shock. Retreat! Everyone, retreat! Not a single member of the Dark Church will leave today. The Angel Queen gave a cold, icy smile. Kill! Blood splattered, and energy surged through the air. 10 minutes later, the battle ended. As expected, the Dark Church was utterly annihilated. After all, with the Angel Queen and Blood 3 2 and 8 masters commanding the field, even God himself couldn't save the Dark Church now. The thick stench of blood rose skyward, drawing beasts from all directions. Their eyes blazed as they fixed their gaze upon the scene, and soon, a silent feast began. Chapter 138. The work goes viral overseas, and the children of the wealthy become die-hard fans. Dongjiang, Tianyu Mansion. Ding! A notification sound rang out. Glancing over, he saw Blood 3 had sent news of the Dark Church's annihilation. A faint smile touched his lips as he deleted the message. What are you laughing at? Lin Ruoxue opened the bathroom door, wrapped in a towel. Thinking someone might be up to something, her cheeks flushed crimson. Nothing. He took his stunning wife's delicate hand and pulled her into his embrace. I was just thinking, my wife is getting more and more beautiful. Put. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Ruoxue gave a light snort. This guy hadn't stopped taking advantage of her lately, especially with ample supplies, which seemed to fuel his interest even more. Ring ring. Amidst their affectionate moment, a phone rang. He switched it to speakerphone. Hello, boss. I hope I'm not disturbing you and your wife's rest. Lu Ruoxing's pleasant voice came through the line. Lin Ruoxue shot a reproachful glance at the guy, her cheeks flushing crimson. Because. If the call had come just 10 seconds later, it might have truly interrupted them. No. Jiang Bai gave a faint smile and continued, is there something you need? Well, boss. Lu Ruoxing, relieved that she hadn't interrupted, continued, both of your works are now selling exceptionally well both online and offline. The results are far exceeding expectations. I wonder if we should pursue international editions. Lin Ruoxue froze upon hearing this, her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Overseas expansion? You see. She'd been keeping a close eye on her man's two works lately. Truth be told, this guy had cut off countless people's livelihoods, practically monopolizing the entire market. Overseas? Jiang Bai paused in surprise. He clearly hadn't expected Lin Ruoxue to be so capable, making both works bestsellers domestically in such a short time. Of course we continue. Jiang Bai didn't hesitate, making a decisive call. I certainly don't want those three little ones seeing toxic textbooks. Understood, boss. Hearing her boss's words, Lin Ruoxue felt reassured. Then, I won't disturb you and your wife's rest any longer. Wishing you a pleasant evening, boss. Lin Ruoxue. Have a good time? What the hell does that even mean? Is he out of his mind? Come on, honey, let's have some fun. Giggle giggle. Jiang Bai, do you have to be so shameless? Mum. Before she could finish, a battle of phoenix cries and dragon roars erupted silently. 50,000 words omitted. Emperor Group, President's Office. Phew. Sighing in relief, Lin Ruoxue sipped her coffee before rising to her graceful feet. She gazed out the floor-to-ceiling windows at the sparkling nightscape of Dongjiang. After a moment, she snapped back to reality. Thank goodness we were prepared. She then dialed a number. 2 works will be aired on major U.S. radio stations as planned. Yes, President. The respectful reply came from the other end. After hanging up, Lin Ruoxue turned her gaze toward the United States. Next, a literary catastrophe would unfold across America. Of course, the subsequent impact this move would have on the United States was not her concern. After all, her mission was to make 1001 Nights in Jiang Bai's fairy tales known to more people. As for American radio stations? A joke? While the US may not be friendly toward China, there's nothing in this world that money can't solve. Meanwhile, at a New York radio station in the United States. Got it, boss. The station's top anchor, the dream goddess of countless listeners, flashed an OK sign to the director before launching into her broadcast. Soon, listeners' reactions exploded. OMG, this fairy tale is so novel. My little one absolutely loves it. That Jiang Bai from China is so amazing. Huaxia culture truly is beyond comparison. Yeah, it's fantastic. 5,000 years of civilization, truly legendary. Hey, my kid is crazy about it. Unsurprisingly, as the radio broadcasts gained massive popularity, let's be real, while the US may be a superpower, its founding is merely a few centuries old. Its so-called culture is utterly lacking in substance. Frankly, it's barbaric culture utterly devoid of substance. But the current works by Jiang Bai of China, 1001 Nights in Jiang Bai's fairy tales, are entirely different. They contain profound life philosophies and enlightening wisdom. They blow American domestic culture out of the water by a mile. Terms like dimension-crushing dominance or sweeping away the old barely scratch the surface of this situation. The American Writers Association. Fuck. Those 2 fairy tale collections? How could this be? Damn it, this can't be happening. Outrageous. This is a blatant provocation against American culture. Ban them. They must be banned. For a moment, the American Writers Association was stunned. They never imagined that a country averaging 2 or 3 Nobel Prizes in literature every 3 years could be threatened by 2 fairy tales. Moreover, the situation had never been more perilous. Literary luminaries across the United States immediately condemned the works, threatening to ban the 2 fairy tales in an attempt to nip them in the bud. If these 2 works were allowed to ferment, the impact on American literature would be catastrophic. But soon, they were stunned to discover that all their efforts seemed to have hit nothing but cotton. What? There's corporate interference behind this? The children of wealthy families seem to love these 2 works. Hearing the feedback from all sides, the members of the American Writers Association nearly choked on their breath. Holy bastards! Those damn thieves! For a moment, the scholars of the American Writers Association seethed in silence. Damn it! Are you kidding me? They wanted to rage, to speak out, but they knew all too well that going head-to-head with those tycoons was tantamount to suicide. The financial oligarchs. Especially in their country, the United States, these entities were terrifying beyond measure. Their influence even extended to the succession of their own leaders, for the choice of successor held critical implications for their respective interests. United States, a certain tycoon's villa. Jiang Bai from China is so impressive. Daddy, we absolutely cannot let him be silenced. Relax. The tycoon, doting on his daughter, ruffled her hair while glancing at the radio he was listening to. If anyone dares to ban anything my daughter likes, I'll destroy them. Giggle giggle, I knew Daddy loved me best. Mwah. After saying this, the stunning little girl with golden hair and blue eyes planted a kiss on the tycoon's cheek, her face beaming with joy. After hearing the story of Huaxia Jiang, it's time for our little princess to go to sleep. Thank you, Daddy. The tycoon's daughter nodded her head like a chick pecking at grain, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Daddy, when I have time, I want to go to China to meet my idol and get his autograph. Of course. Good night, my little princess. The tycoon closed the door carefully, then narrowed his eyes. Someone. Call the American Writers Association. If they dare mess with Huaxia Zhang's work, I'll wipe out their entire organization. Chapter 139, Two Works Spark a Bloodbath? United States Writers Guild Headquarters. Ring ring. President Jones of the Writers Association watched the ringing phone with a twitching mouth. He was genuinely terrified. Hello. Yes, sir. Absolutely. I guarantee the Writers Association will not harm Huaxia Zhang. After hanging up with utmost reverence, Jones's face turned ashen as if he'd lost his parents. Crack. The teacup in Jones's hand shattered instantly. Damn it. How could this happen? At that moment, Jones looked around the conference hall and sighed deeply. Everyone, regarding the ban on that Chinese Jiang, this ends here. No one is to utter a single word against him. Chairman Jones, what? The statement sent shockwaves through the assembly hall. American writers from all corners of the industry were visibly unsettled. They were all renowned figures in their own right. If that Chinese Jiang were allowed to run rampant, no one would be spared. Their reputations would be tarnished beyond repair. Enough. Already in a foul mood, Jones gave a cold laugh at the clamoring crowd. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. The 5 families have issued an order. Do you understand what this means? What? The writers' faces paled, their pupils suddenly contracting. The 5 conglomerates issuing a directive? Could that Chinese writer Zhang's work truly hold such immense power? It had actually earned the adoration of the conglomerate's offspring, who were willing to risk the conglomerate's control for it. This treatment? They hadn't even heard of such a thing, let alone seen it. Ring ring. Just then, another phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Jones's expression changed drastically once more. The 6th family. Boom. The room fell deathly silent at his words, not a sound to be heard. He activated speakerphone and answered the call. Hello, sir. The voice on the other end gave a cold chuckle. Jones, your Writers Association sure has some nerve. My young master favors 2 of Huaxia Zhang's works. You know what to do. Understood, sir. It's all a misunderstanding. Poof. The man across from him showed Jones no mercy, continuing, if you anger the young master again, the wrath my family wields is not something your paltry Writers Association can withstand. Beep beep beep. And just like that, the other party hung up. A blatant threat, showing no regard for the American Writers Association. This left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Damn it. 6 families. A full 6 conglomerates issuing orders? Are you crazy? Consider this. There are only 12 American conglomerates in total, and now 6 of them are backing China. You can imagine what kind of situation this is. Damn it. Forget them, even the president himself wouldn't dare confront this head-on. After all, a single conglomerate can sway presidential elections. 6 of them ganging up? That'd be apocalyptic. The entire United States could descend into chaos. At that point, they would likely become villains for the ages. What to do? This. What the hell are we supposed to do? For a moment, the American Writers Association fell into panic. This was a whole different level of trouble. President Jones, this. Are we just supposed to take the fall? A vice president glared with bitter resignation. They couldn't just stand by and watch the Chinese upstart run rampant through American literary circles without lifting a finger. That would be worse than death. That's right, President Jones. The others chimed in unison. Joking aside, they were naturally unwilling to accept defeat. Accept defeat? President Jones took a deep breath, and at that moment, he made a decision. Of course not. Though we can't act openly, that doesn't mean we can't operate in the shadows. With that thought, Chairman Jones' gaze shifted toward the direction of the Führer's residence. I shall pay the Führer a visit immediately. Perhaps a solution can be found. After a moment of contemplation, Chairman Jones declared. His words lit up the faces of those present. They knew full well that Chairman Jones and the current American head of state were longtime friends. With the chairman leading the charge, success would surely come twice as easily. Excellent. We'll leave it to you. Chairman Jones. The group bowed in unison, placing their last hope squarely on their chairman. Half a day later, at the U.S. President's official residence. Jones, it's been a while. The U.S. head of state recognized his old friend and already understood the purpose of his visit. President, it's good to see you. After exchanging pleasantries, the president sighed. It's not that I'm unwilling to help, but this matter is of immense importance. With the 6 financial plans protecting that Jiang Bai, who dares to act? However, the US president narrowed his eyes. If that Jiang Bai were to die in China, that would be a different story entirely. Hearing the leader's words, Jones' eyes flashed with sharpness. Exactly. Once the Jiang Bai is dead, all threats cease to exist. But what about the 6 financial plans? The leader waved dismissively with a smile. They're just the 6 financial cartel's children indulging their whims. Handle it discreetly. I'll have a bounty posted immediately, $1 billion for the life of that Chinese Jiang Bai. I imagine many assassins will be eager. Jones's heart leapt at the news. Why didn't I think of that? Truly, you're the leader, my respect. A subtle compliment drew a faint smile from his friend, the Führer. Of course, his motive wasn't for Joan's sake, but for his own. After all, if the domestic literary scene descended into chaos, it would be extremely detrimental to his next election campaign. After a brief exchange, Jones departed, thoroughly satisfied. He then dialed a number to the Writers Association members, instantly setting the entire room abuzz. $1 billion to buy Jiang Huaxia's life. What a masterstroke, cutting off the supply at the source. Truly the leader, only he could devise such a scheme. Where there's a bounty, there's a hunter. That Huaxia Jiang is as good as dead. A tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be struck by the wind. That bastard deserves it. They chattered on, unaware of the immense calamity their actions would unleash upon the United States, a calamity that would ultimately cost the American leader his life. But that's all water under the bridge now. Half an hour later, the International Assassin Organization's bounty board. At a certain moment, it refreshed. As all eyes turned to it, countless assassins were stunned. $10 billion for the life of Jiang Bai of China. What a hefty sum, ha. A life worth 10 billion? TSK. China, huh? I'm already there. That kid's life is mine. Enough talk, I'm heading straight to China. Upon learning of the bounty mission, assassins from all nations stirred like clouds gathering. A deadly trap targeting Jiang Bai was now set in motion. Chapter 140, External Force Master. You actually smashed him into a blood mist. Dongjiang, Zheng Family Manor. Oh. Inside the villa, a young man narrowed his eyes as he studied the international assassin rankings. Jiang Bai of China, the kid who's riding high. That lavish wedding ceremony of his recently really grabbed everyone's attention. $10 billion, that's some serious money. At this thought, a plan formed in Zhang Xiaoyu's mind. If I could take him out, I'd have another fortune to squander. Over 7 billion, enough to live it up for a while. A smile involuntarily curved his lips. His gaze then drifted toward the Dongjiang Tianyu mansion. He recalled that young man should be residing there. Little did he know what calamity this thought would bring upon both himself and the Zheng family of Dongjiang. The next morning. Come on, Daddy's taking you guys for a walk. After breakfast, Jiang Bai, fully prepared, pushed 3 side-by-side strollers out of the villa, while Lin Xiaoxi streamed the entire scene live. Are you kidding? How could she not document her brother-in-law's first time taking the 3 little ones out for a walk? Yet, witnessing this scene, Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but smile bitterly, though she felt a pang of envy. But, currently still in her postpartum confinement period, she couldn't go out. Watching the 4 of them bathed in golden sunlight, she couldn't help but dream of the day her own family would stroll down the street together. Giggle, giggle, giggle. The 3 little ones, seemingly encountering something new for the first time, waved their tiny arms and legs excitedly. 66666, so adorable, I love it. Jiang Xin is drifting further and further down the path of fatherhood. Xiaoxi, stop filming, let's have a baby monkey instead. He looks so handsome. Perfect husbands are always someone else's. Handsome guy, drop the kid rearing, come home with me for some sweet cuddles. Fans chattered in the livestream, watching the family showering each other with affection on screen. Even through the screen, they couldn't help but feel envious. Ha! At that moment, Jiang Bai sensed a faint aura of murderous intent approaching from the distance. There were quite a few intruders, including several masters of external force. Ding! Host has triggered a mission, eliminate the invading enemies. Reward, system upgrade card X1, plus 60 billion renminbi. The system's voice echoed in his ears, and Jiang Bai froze. So they really were coming for him. System upgrade card? Could it be, the system can actually upgrade? The thought filled him with anticipation, making the 60 billion seem trivial by comparison. Xiaoxi, watch over Sanbao for me. I'm going to grab a bottle of water. Sure, brother-in-law. Lin Xiaoxi was busy live-streaming the 3 little ones and replied casually. Seeing his sister-in-law like this, Jiang Bai gave a bitter smile. However, with the blood guards secretly protecting them, safety was completely assured. Not even an external force expert could harm the 3 little ones, let alone an internal force practitioner, or even a master of transformative force. Several minutes later, in a secluded forest glade. Swish! Figures appeared within the thicket, led none other than Zhang Xiaoyu, the eldest son of the Zheng family, who sought to earn some extra cash. At his side stood 2 masters of external force alone. It was clear he understood that with such a high bounty offered, Jiang Bai would be no easy target. This is a favor I'm asking of you both. Zhang Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes and continued, take out this kid. For the bounty, I'll give each of you 10 billion. Heh, young master, you're too kind. The 2 external force masters smiled faintly, though they did not refuse. After all, 10 billion RMB was no small sum for them. After all, they were merely retainers of the Zheng family of Dongjiang. In terms of wealth, they naturally couldn't compare to young Master Zhang. What a splendid turn of events. Just then, a voice cut through the air as Jiang Bai abruptly appeared in the center of the arena. Oomph! The sudden voice caused the 2 external force masters' expressions to darken dramatically. Jiang Bai. It's you! Zhang Xiaoyu recognized Jiang Bai immediately, but his heart sank. Young master, this kid is no ordinary opponent. The two external force masters stared intently at Jiang Bai, for neither knew when he had appeared. Kill him. Yes, young master. Over a dozen experts from the Zhang family, their eyes flashing with ferocity, transformed into dark streaks as they surged forward. But Jiang Bai flicked his finger. In the next instant, a dozen golden needles pierced through the air, instantly striking several masters between the eyebrows. Thud. In the next instant, the eerie group of over 10 men collapsed lifeless before Zhang Xiaoyu's horrified gaze. Two external force masters stared wide-eyed. What? Witnessing over a dozen top-tier masters slain in a single exchange, the two stared at Jiang Bai in disbelief. Internal energy. Damn it, you're an internal energy master. Undoubtedly. At that moment, they were terrified. An internal energy master? How could this kid possibly? He's barely in his 20s. Zhang Xiaoyu's face was etched with disbelief. After all, even the strongest among the Zhang family had only reached the peak of external energy cultivation. It was well known that internal energy masters were honored guests even in the imperial capital. Run! The two outer force masters didn't hesitate, vanishing instantly. As for Zhang Xiaoyu? Forget it. Their own lives were on the line. How could they possibly care about Zhang Xiaoyu's fate? It's too late to flee now. Jiang Bai smiled faintly, raising his hand to strike out. Two booms echoed, and the two peak external force masters were instantly reduced to blood mist. Zhang Xiaoyu looked utterly horrified, his eyes bulging wide with terror. This can't be possible. External energy masters, you actually turned them into blood mist. Even an inner force expert couldn't be this powerful. Could you have transcended inner force? The thought sent Zhang Xiaoyu's legs buckling beneath him. He collapsed to the ground, urine stench wafting from his crotch, clearly terrified out of his wits by the horrifying spectacle. Since you've made your move, you're next. With a flick of his hand, a terrifying surge of energy erupted. In an instant, Zhang Xiaoyu, filled with bitter resentment, was reduced to a blood mist, violently torn apart. As for screams? Are you kidding? He never even got the chance to scream. Any outsider witnessing this would have their titanium alloy eyeballs pop out in shock. Damn it! This isn't scientific. Thud. At that moment, a dozen figures materialized in the arena, immediately dropping to one knee with a thud. Master. The leader was none other than Blood 9, who had now entered the Chi transformation stage. As for the remaining dozen or so, they were all at the peak of the inner Chi stage. Observing Xuezhou and his men, Jiang Bai gave a slight nod. Since the Zhang family has made their move, it's time to eliminate them. Cut the grass at its roots to eliminate the threat, leaving it would only breed future dangers. Therefore, Jiang Bai would not tolerate such a ticking time bomb. Understood, master. Xuezhou responded respectfully, then led the group toward the Zhang family in Dongjiang. Unbeknownst to the Zhang family, disaster was about to befall them. A massacre was quietly about to begin. Chapter 141, System Upgrade Unrivaled in This World? Dongjiang, Zhang Manor. Bang! Zhang Guoquan, head of the Zhang family, slammed his palm onto the table. What did you say? That rotten brat has led men to kill Jiang Bai. That bastard. At that moment, the patriarch's face darkened to its utmost. He knew Jiang Bai was far from ordinary. Back when Jiang Bai held his grand wedding, the entire Dongjiang military command had been stirred. His background, well, you can imagine. This is bad. Just as Zhang Guoquan sensed trouble brewing, a piercing scream echoed from beyond the estate. Boom! The next moment, several bodies from the Zhang family crashed through the door and landed in the living room. Then, a dozen figures materialized in the room, each radiating unprecedented power, none other than Xuezhou and his men. Though any single blood guard could annihilate these ants, this matter concerned their master. There was no room for complacency. Demons! They're demons! At that moment, a surviving Zhang family outer force expert paled. The head of the family, he's dead. Everyone is dead. Boom! His subordinate's words sent a thunderclap through Zhang Guoquan's mind. He knew something terrible had happened, and it was highly likely connected to that wretched creature. Who are you? Zhang Guoquan himself was an external force master, yet he sensed an utterly terrifying aura emanating from the dozen or so figures across from him. That alone spoke volumes. By our master's command, the Zhang family of Dongjiang shall be eradicated. Kill them all, leave not a single one alive. Xuezhou didn't even glance at Zhang Guoquan. He simply wasn't worthy of his attention. SSSSH. In the next instant, all 20+ people within the villa were annihilated. Before Zhang Guoquan could even react, his head was severed by a tang sword, rolling with a wet thud to the side. Thud! The headless corpse crashed into the living room, blood gushing forth. Retreat! Blood 9 glanced at Zhang Guoquan's corpse, then vanished in a flash. The remaining dozen or so men followed suit. The entire Zhang family estate fell into a deathly silence. A quarter of an hour later. Squeak! Several military trucks pulled up outside the Zhang family estate. A middle-aged man stepped out, none other than Jiang Bai, commander of the Dongjiang military region. This is an incredibly strong smell of blood. Jiang Bai entered the courtyard, radiating an imposing aura and possessing half-step internal strength. At least 5 external strength masters surrounded him. Seal off Jiangjia Manor. Not a single fly is to escape. Yes, Commander. With a sweeping gesture from his trusted subordinate, thousands of elite troops surrounded the Jiang Manor, sealing it off completely. Upon entering the estate, his men soon returned with grim expressions. Commander, the Jiang family has been wiped out. Not a single soul remains. Moreover, every single one was killed with a single strike, including the Jiang family's peak external force expert. What? Hearing his subordinate's words, Jiang Bai approached the body of the Jiang family's peak external force expert, examining the fatal wound at the base of his neck. Swift, ruthless, precise. Such skill was far beyond his own capabilities. Could it be an inner force expert? Jiang Bai's brows furrowed. He was genuinely shaken by the scene before him. Utter ruthlessness. The entire Jiang family had been wiped out. Ding! Just then, his subordinate received a message. His pupils instantly contracted upon reading it. Commander! Swallowing hard, the subordinate continued. Half a day ago, Zhang Xiaoyu took 2 external energy masters from the Jiang family toward the Tianyu mansion villa. It appears they intended to assassinate Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai? Jiang Bai's heart jolted. He stared toward the Tianyu mansion in disbelief. He was well aware that the International Assassin Organization had offered $1 billion bounty for Jiang Bai's life. Learning this news had startled him, but he never imagined Zhang Xiaoyu would target him. So, this is highly likely connected to Jiang Bai. Ding! Just then, Jiang Bai received a message. He clicked to view it. What? Seeing the message, Jiang Bai lost his composure. The international organization's assassin bounty lists $3 billion for assassinating the US president, $1 billion per US congressman. This. Holy. Jiang Bai's confidant was utterly dumbfounded. Holy, assassinate the US president? What kind of hero was bold enough to do that? $30 billion? That's over 200 billion RMB. Are they out of their minds? And even US congressmen are worth $1 billion each. But, this setup feels strangely familiar? The subordinate pondered silently for a moment, then his gaze shifted to the Jiang family estate. Ahem, Commander, you don't think the person who released this was Jiang Bai, do you? Shut up. Jiang Bai glared fiercely at his confidant. The matter concerning Zhang Xiaoyu is classified as top secret. Anyone found leaking information will be dealt with under military law. Yes, Commander. The aide's heart jolted, responding with utmost respect and daring not utter another word. Within Jiang Bai's mind, a tempest raged. Regardless of whether Jiang Bai was responsible, this matter could not be allowed to escalate. After all, he was the man who saved his father, a benefactor to Jiang Bai himself. Therefore, even if Jiang Bai was responsible, Jiang Bai would risk losing his position as commander of the Dongjiang War Division to protect him. Meanwhile, at the Tianyu mansion. In the study. President of the United States, I hope you appreciate this generous gift. Jiang Bai smiled faintly. Clearly, he was the one who had issued the mission, and he had directly transferred $10 billion to the International Assassin Organization as a contingency fund. Such a sum would be enough to kill 3 US presidents and 1 congressman. Ding! Host spent 72 billion renminbi, triggering triple rewards. Received 216 billion renminbi. Just then, the system's reward notification sounded in his ear. Hearing this sequence of events, Jiang Bai couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. Holy crap! A straight-up profit of over 200 billion, plus endless assassination attempts on the US President and Congress. Ding! Host detected 1 system upgrade card. Proceed with upgrade? Upgrade. Jiang Bai didn't hesitate, responding immediately. A moment passed. System upgrade complete. Displaying attribute panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 22. Realm, Celestial Realm. Skills, view by pulling down the skills bar. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Tianyu Mansion Villa number 1X1, 100% shares of Dihao Group, 20 Tangcheniping Villas, Bad Luck Card X1, 100% shares of Battle Axe Security, ownership of Wolf Island, 100,000 Xuanjia soldiers. Appearance, 100. Of course, every reader here has an appearance rating of plus. Wealth, 654.035 billion renminbi. Passive skill, double consumption aura, below billion level. As Jiang Bai watched the wealth figure skyrocket on his attribute panel, he smiled faintly. But when his gaze fell upon the cultivation realm, he couldn't help but freeze in shock. Heavenly Being Realm? What the hell? Listening to the system's explanation, Jiang Bai finally began to understand. So this Heavenly Being Realm transcends even the innate realm. With this thought, Jiang Bai gazed curiously at the distant East River, dotted with stars. The future seemed rather promising. Chapter 142, Turning the Tables on the Enemy. America suffers a devastating defeat. Dongjiang, Suburban Villa. Ring ring. The phone of old Zhao, who was in the midst of a chess match with Zhang Pengtian, began to ring. Hey, Jianbai. What? The Zhang family's been wiped out. Got it. After hanging up, old Zhao's face was frozen in shock, clearly having lost all interest in continuing the game. Old Zhao, what's wrong? Zhang Pengtian noticed the astonished look on Zhao Lao's face and asked curiously. The fact that Zhao Lao reacted this strongly clearly indicated the matter was no small affair. The Zhang family of Dongjiang has been wiped out. Zhao Lao gazed out at the pavilions and terraces beyond the villa, his voice distant as he spoke. Ha! Zhang Pengtian froze upon hearing this. The Zhang family of Dongjiang may not be powerful, but annihilating them isn't something an ordinary force could accomplish. Precisely. Old Zhao sipped the fragrant tea beside him and continued. Moreover, Zhang Xiaoyu of the Zhang family went to the Tanya mansion with his men half a day ago. The Celestial Palace? Upon hearing this, Zhang Pengtian clearly grasped the implication. Old Zhao, are you suggesting that the one who wiped out the Jiang family is likely Jiang Bai? Impossible. But, he might actually possess that kind of capability. Old Zhao looked at Zhang Pengtian and continued. Moreover, just moments ago, the International Assassin Organization's bounty list was updated. The US president and a senator now have bounties of $30 billion and $10 billion respectively. Put. Upon hearing this, Zhang Pengtian nearly choked on his own spit. Old Zhao, what did you just say? Truly, Zhang Pengtian was stunned. Hiring assassins to target the US president and a senator. Combined with Jiang Bai's recent actions. Could it be that this was the work of that guy? He wouldn't believe anyone else had the audacity, but Jiang Bai was a different story. After all, that kid defies conventional logic. America is going to be in chaos now. Old Zhao gazed toward the United States. Whether or not Jiang Bai was responsible, assassins worldwide had gone mad. United States presidential residence. Damn it! The American leader stared at the $3 billion bounty displayed on the computer screen, his lungs nearly bursting with rage. Investigate this. I'll see who dares to be so audacious. A torrent of rage surged within him. Someone had openly placed a bounty on his life through an international assassin organization. $30 billion? What a lavish sum. Yes, Your Excellency. The trusted aide dared not breathe a word, knowing the president was in a rage. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying explosion echoed, followed by a flood of over 1,000 assassins surging in from all directions. Kill the American leader, and $30 billion is mine. Heh, this deal's worth it. You bet. Slit this old bastard's throat, then go take out the US congressman. The frenzied shouts echoed throughout the US president's residence. Every single one of these men was a bloodthirsty, desperate criminal. As for US sanctions? What a joke. They'd throw away their lives. Why fear some measly sanctions? With $30 billion in hand, where couldn't they go? How dare you? At that moment, the elite guards of the US president's residence appeared in full force. Their ranks were formidable, though only numbering in the hundreds. They were all top-tier masters. They were no match for 1,000 assassins, though many of those assassins possessed formidable external strength. As for internal energy practitioners, clearly, they didn't even bother with such a paltry sum. After all, at that level, money came easily to them. Charge! With a roar, over 1,000 assassins charged toward the US president with desperate ferocity. Of course, being desperate doesn't mean they're pushovers. They naturally avoided engaging the elite guards protecting the US president, leaving those guards with a headache. Piercing screams echoed in waves as a brutal melee erupted. Mr. President, I'm taking your life. Whoosh! A figure streaked toward the US president like a streak of light. The aura emanating from this individual was overwhelmingly powerful, far surpassing everyone else present, possessing a level of inner strength nearing the threshold of mastery. President, beware. Hundreds froze in terror. If harm came to the leader, none of them would escape unscathed. How dare you! Just as the half-step naging assassin was about to strike, a figure delivered a punch that sent him flying. The half-step naging expert then spat out a spray of blood. An inner force master. Yet a smirk touched his lips, for in the next instant, another half-step naging master delivered a vicious, angled strike that gravely wounded the American leader. A piercing scream erupted as the American leader was stabbed, blood gushing forth. You're all asking for death. The US president's bodyguard's face turned icy cold, yet he dared not retreat. 2 more half-step internal force masters had appeared on the battlefield. Damn it, there are inner force masters here. The 4 half-step internal force masters wore icy expressions, both sides visibly shaken. After all, if the US president lacked any vulnerabilities, he wouldn't fear 4 half-step internal force masters. But his mission was to protect the president's safety. Damn it, $30 billion isn't easy to earn. The 4 half-step internal force masters' expressions turned grim. Let's go kill the US congressman. With a whoosh, the 4 figures vanished simultaneously. They clearly held deep apprehension toward that internal energy master. After all, they needed to eliminate the US president and escape unscathed. Seeing the US leader protected by an inner force expert, the remaining 100+ assassins retreated from the residence in unison. If the US president was untouchable, then they'd target the US congressman instead. After all, a congressman couldn't possibly have an inner force expert protecting him. And so, a large-scale hunt commenced across the United States. United States Congressman Wada. Put. Wada, who had just stepped out of his villa, felt a hand clamp around his neck. Even his bodyguards, stationed for covert protection, failed to react in time. Damn it! Damn it! An external force expert arrived at the scene, his face turning ashen at the sight of the slain Congressman Wada. The attack had been too swift, and there was more than one assailant. Scenes like this unfolded across every corner of the United States. 1. 5. 10. Half a day later, the United States finally reacted, gathering all its congressmen under protection. Yet by then, 2/3 of them were already dead. Undeniably, the US Congress had suffered a deranged assassination spree. Even the Capitol itself lay gravely wounded and unconscious, its fate still unknown. Such a heinous incident casts a deeply damaging shadow. Even a joint military-civilian investigation failed to uncover who hired the assassin. Whoever carried out this simultaneous attack on the US leader and lawmakers must harbor a deep personal grudge against the nation. Imperial Capital, War Department Military Headquarters Office. Oh. What did you say? The US leader is critically injured and unconscious, and 2/3 of the lawmakers are dead. Upon hearing the news, Commander Long Shanha froze for a moment before bursting into joyful laughter. Ha, excellent. Well done. After hanging up, Long Shanha beamed with delight. He never imagined such devastating news would strike the United States. If he could identify which warrior hired the assassin, he'd reward them at least 10 billion yuan. Damn it, this move was so satisfying. Chapter 143, Honey, I want to sleep. Ding. Host spent 72 billion renminbi, triggering a 4x rebate. Received 288 billion renminbi in wealth. At the Tianyu Mansion Villa, Jiang Bai transferred 10 billion US dollars. The moment the reward notification chimed in his ear, his eyes flashed with sharp brilliance. Holy crap! A fourfold rebate that's nearly 300 billion. Wow. You gotta admit, the upgraded system is getting more and more generous. The US president is critically injured, over a dozen congressmen killed, not bad results. The mastermind behind it all let a faint smile curve his lips. If Lin Ruoxue knew her man was this formidable, who knows what she'd think. What are you doing? Lin Ruoxue rolled her eyes at the sight of him smiling to himself on the balcony, completely oblivious to the major deed her husband had just accomplished. Nothing much. Just squashed a few ants. Jiang Bai waved it off with a carefree smile, gazing at the stunning beauty before him. Ants? Lin Ruoxue looked at him suspiciously. What was this guy talking about? Last time he claimed he'd killed some ants, and now he was saying he'd squashed a few? This jerk, has he taken up a grudge against ants or something? Of course. She had no idea what kind of ants her man was referring to. That's nothing. Jiang Bai was in high spirits as he wrapped his arm around the exquisite beauty's slender waist. What matters is, sweetheart, your baby's food supply is growing steadily. Lin Ruoxue. Jiang Bai, you're out of your mind. She slapped his large hand away, afraid he might do something rash, and shot him a fierce glare. After all, there were maids in the villa. How dare he get bolder and bolder? Hey, what's the big deal? He gave her a discreet pinch on the butt. We're an old married couple now. Lin Ruoxue, ugh. Put. Who says we're old married couple? I'm ignoring you. Lin Ruoxue shot him a reproachful glance before striding away. Damn it, she shouldn't have told that guy in the first place. Little did she know, the entire scene had been witnessed by the maids. Wow, master sure knows how to play. The young mistress was no match for him at all. So envious. If only my future boyfriend would treat me like that. Young master just keeps getting more handsome. What am I to do? Yeah, spending time with the young master makes you raise your standards for a partner. The maids chattered away, while the butler, Ning Mangyan, stood nearby with a bitter smile. She glanced at the young master, whose lips were curled into a faint smile. Honestly. A man this handsome, wealthy, and utterly doting any girl would adore him. Oh, right. After lunch, Jiang Bai held the beauty in his arms. Sweetheart, you'll be out of confinement in a few days. Have you decided where you want to go? Your husband will take you there. Really? Hearing Jiang Bai's words, Lin Ruoxue's eyes sparkled with excitement. She'd been going stir-crazy stuck indoors for the past month. Of course. Jiang Bai openly savored the double bear hugs, having visited her frequently during this period. When has your husband ever lied to you? After pondering her husband's words for a moment, Lin Ruoxue replied, I want to go to Wolf Island. After much deliberation, she named a place. Though months had passed, its breathtaking scenery still played like a movie before her eyes. Wolf Island? Hearing Lin Ruoxue's words, Jiang Bai smiled faintly, unsurprised. After all, that place was like a paradise on earth. It was hard not to love it. All right. Once you're out of your confinement period, your husband will take you and the 3 little ones to Wolf Island for a vacation. Holding his beloved in his arms, Jiang Bai smiled. Thank you, husband. Her sweet voice rang out as Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed. Husband, I want to sleep. Lin Ruoxue wasn't foolish in the heat of passion, she spoke with flushed cheeks. Before long, the room echoed with the sounds of passion. 80,000 words omitted here. Meanwhile, in the distant waters off Tianlang Island. Lord Tingchuan, Tianlang Island lies ahead. Dozens of ships sped across the sea toward Wolf Star Island, their purpose unmistakable. On the flagship, a Japanese man gazed toward the island and nodded. If we can capture Wolf Star Island, I shall persuade His Majesty the Emperor to form an alliance with the duchy. Thank you, Lord. The Duke of the Crescent Moon Duchy bowed deeply, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Tingchuan accepted this with unflinching composure. This time, Wolf Star Island must be taken. Earlier, when Japan collaborated with the Miaozhong Bugmasters, Japan had already set its sights on Wolf Star Island. However, due to Japan's invasion by the Death God skeleton virus, the plan to annihilate the Miaozhong Bugmasters had been put on hold. Moreover, they had also received intelligence that the Miaozhong Bugmasters' headquarters had been destroyed, reigniting their ambitions. However, clearly, they sought to have their cake and eat it too, using the Crescent Moon Duchy as a convenient conduit to achieve their hidden agenda. Naturally, the Crescent Moon Duchy welcomed this arrangement. After all, aligning with Fusang offered them numerous advantages. In essence, both sides were merely exploiting each other. But they had no idea what kind of entity now ruled Wolf Island. Move out. About half an hour later, the ships docked and 50,000 troops disembarked onto Wolf Island, all under the watchful eyes of the Black Armor Army. Yes, Your Grace. Following the pre-arranged plan, the 50,000 troops advanced at full speed, aiming straight for Wolf Castle. Commander, the forces of the Crescent Moon Duchy have landed. Oh. Hearing the report, Jun Wuhui narrowed his eyes toward the distance. Then let it begin. Yes, Commander. A faint smile touched the lips of the trusted aide as his eyes flashed with intensity toward the direction of the 50,000 troops. I depart immediately. With that, the confidant dashed toward the Crescent Moon Duchy's forces, accompanied by 3,000 Xuanjia soldiers. A quarter of an hour later. Advancing unimpeded along the way, the Crescent Moon Duke felt a chill in his heart. How could this be? The force that annihilated the Miaozhong Bugmasters' headquarters didn't put up a fight. SSSSH. At that moment, 3,000 shadowy figures charged forward at blinding speed. Even the weakest among them possessed outer force mastery. The sheer weight of 3,000 outer force practitioners spoke volumes. Kill. Leave none alive. At the command of Jun Wuhui's confidant, the 3,000 black-armored soldiers transformed into 3,000 Grim Reapers, plunging into the fray like tigers among sheep and launching into slaughter mode. What? At a single glance, Duke Crescent Moon was horrified to discover that his army had already suffered over 10,000 casualties. How is this possible? What kind of power do those men possess? This is bad. Tung Chuaniho's face paled at the sight. Damn it, even with 3,000 outer force warriors, he'd be doomed. Retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, Tung Chuaniho led the Fuso contingent in their retreat. But just then, the commander of the Black Armor Army moved. Chapter 144, Sis, Brother-in-Law. This work is taking America by storm. Crack. With a single strike, Fuso's leader Tung Chuaniho was instantly killed. What? The remaining external force masters of Fusang were all dumbfounded. What had they just witnessed? Lord Tingchuan wasn't even a match for that man in a single strike. SSSSH. Before they could recover, the commander of the Black Armor Army struck again. In an instant, the dozen or so remaining Fusang warriors lay dead. The gap between the two sides was simply too vast. Not just the dozen before him, even 1,000 opponents wouldn't last him more than 3 minutes. And in that moment, the entire 50,000 strong force from the Crescent Moon Duchy was utterly annihilated. You are demons. The Duke of Crescent Moon was visibly shaken, his mind reeling from the horrifying spectacle before him. Is that so? The commander of the Black Armor Army glanced at the Duke of Crescent Moon, lifting the corner of his mouth. For you, that's certainly true. Crescent Moon Duchy, we didn't come to destroy you, yet here you are, bringing it upon yourselves. With a cold chuckle, the commander of the Black Armor Army continued, the commander is furious this time. Your Crescent Moon Duchy is finished. No! How dare you lay a finger on this Duke's principality? Put! Before he could finish, the Duke of Crescent Moon was slashed across the throat by a dagger, collapsing lifeless onto the ground. Crescent Moon Duchy? A sneer curled the commander's lips. In the eyes of our Black Armor Army, you're nothing but a fart. If the Duke of Crescent Moon could hear the commander's thoughts at that moment, he might just crawl back up and fight to the death. This was outright bullying. Yet, at that very moment, Jun Wuhui surveyed the mountain of 50,000 troops before him with impassive eyes, his gaze drifting toward the direction of the Crescent Moon Duchy. Since the Crescent Moon Duchy is so eager to meet its end, let us destroy it. Black Armor Army, heed my command. Follow your commander to annihilate the Crescent Moon Duchy. Aye, sir. With that command, Jiang Bai led 10,000 black armor soldiers aboard ships toward the Crescent Moon Duchy. This expedition would soon transform Wolf Island into the Wolf Duchy. Of course, that was all yet to come. Meanwhile, a major event unfolded within the United States. A bookstore in New York City, USA. Sales start at 8. It's about to begin. You have no idea how tough this is for me that Brat woke me up at 4 in the morning. Ahem, same here, buddy. You guys got it worse than me, my little bastard peed all over my face. Man, kids are so hard to handle these days. Outside the bookstore, a bunch of burly dudes were complaining like whiny wives. If it weren't for their little monsters causing chaos at home, they'd be snuggled up in bed right now. Clatter. Just then, the bookstore's rolling door opened. The impatient rough and tumble dudes customers swarmed in like a swarm of bees. Holy crap. The bookstore owner watched the long line forming at the entrance, his eyelids twitching wildly. Holy crap, there must be at least 100 people here. Damn it. He knew the two Huaxia Zhang novels had been well received, but he never imagined it would be like this. Ahem, this was shaping up to be a major sales event. Ahem, everyone, please don't push. We've got plenty. I stocked up on 20,000 copies. Everyone's got copies. In an instant, the bookstore entrance was packed with people. The owner watched with equal parts joy and dread, fearing these eager customers might tear his little shop apart. Owner, give me 2 works by Huaxia Zhang. Owner, I'll take 3 sets of Zhang's works. I'll take 1 set. And just like that, the bookstore owner's inventory dwindled at a visible pace. However, strangely enough, as time passed, the number of customers at the bookstore entrance not only failed to decrease but actually increased significantly. This left the bookstore owner's mouth twitching. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Could it be that I'm selling counterfeit books? It felt like he was dreaming. Half a day later. Boss, hurry! The bookstore owner instinctively checked the inventory, only to find it completely empty. What? The books are sold out. Truly, the bookstore owner was stunned. After all, that was 20,000 copies. Under normal circumstances, that inventory would have lasted 1 or 2 months. Yet now, it was gone in less than half a day. It seemed Huaxia Zhang's 2 works were more popular than he could have imagined. What? You gotta be kidding me. You said 20,000 copies and now they're gone. Damn it. Why didn't you say so sooner? Now I've been waiting in line forever. In an instant, customers outside the bookstore erupted in curses and complaints. Damn it, this owner is so uncool. If you don't have any books, why the hell are you selling them? This scene played out across major cities in the United States, proving Jiang Bai's 2 works had taken the entire country by storm. The day flew by, and the first day's sales figures finally came in. Put. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Jones, president of the American Writers Association, froze in shock. He leapt to his feet. What did you say? 300 million copies. Those 2 works by Jiang from China sold 300 million copies on the first day? Damn it! At $5 a book, that's a whopping 1.5 billion bucks in sales on the first day alone. Holy crap! Can you believe this? That's faster than robbing a bank. Converted to Huaxia currency, it's nearly 11 billion yuan. At this rate, total sales in the US will eventually break the 100 billion yuan mark. Damn it! At that moment, Jones knew their domestic writers association was nothing but a joke in the face of this Chinese powerhouse. Too ruthless. How did that guy pull it off? Writing such a phenomenon-level work. Nobel Prize in Literature? You've got to be kidding me. Even those award-winning works probably didn't create this kind of sensation. Soon, news of this spread back to their homeland. Kongton, a certain forum. What the hell? Jiang Shan's 2 works have taken the American literary scene by storm. Holy. Over 300 million copies sold in a single day? That's insane. Ahem, someone tell me if I'm dreaming. God of Jiang is mighty and formidable. The US is probably losing their pants now. Had heaven not birthed our Jiang Shan, the literary world would remain shrouded in eternal night. Comments sprouted like mushrooms after rain across Baidu Tieba, major websites, and elsewhere, swarming like locusts across the internet, gnawing away and leaving trails of excitement and exhilaration. Impressive. Damn, that was awesome. So satisfying. They knew both works were great, but they never imagined they'd be this amazing. Whoa. Inside the Tianyu villa, Lin Ruoxue scrolled through her phone. Holy crap, my brother-in-law did this. Sis, you gotta see this. My brother-in-law's work just blew the US away. Shrieks echoed through every corner of the villa. Lin Ruoxue wandered in, bewildered. What's all the fuss about? What's going on? What is this? Her eyes widened as she read the news on Lin Ruoxue's phone. First day sales in the US hit 300 million physical copies. Are you kidding me? Chapter 145. Honey, can you just calm down? 300 million copies. Lin Ruoxue stared at the exploding online comments, utterly bewildered. What was going on? Physical book sales were entirely different from online pre-orders. There were geographical limitations, yet achieving 300 million copies despite that spoke volumes. The maids overheard and immediately pulled out their phones. Oh my goodness. Young Master, you're incredible. The whole US is going nuts over both of Young Master's works. Man, especially the kids over there, so cool. Young Master is so impressive, I really want to do business with him. What should I do? The villa buzzed with chatter, but elsewhere in the metropolis, at a certain scenic spot. That brat. Both sets of parents were traveling together. Jiang's mother, scrolling through the viral comments online, couldn't help but cringe. Little Jiang is just too amazing. Lin's mother stared at the screen in shock. Who would have thought that after the toxic textbook incident, Xiao Jiang would make such a splash in the domestic literary scene this way? He truly lives up to being my daughter's husband. Mrs. Lin pictured her son-in-law in her mind, her eyes brimming with pride. My dear-in-law, you've raised such a wonderful son. The words filled her with profound emotion, and hearing them made Jiang's mother overjoyed. Hee hee, brother Lin, let's have a drink. Gazing at the beautiful beach, both men's lips curved upward. They were openly building a road while secretly transporting troops, all thanks to that little rascal. As for the mothers, they couldn't be bothered with their respective husbands. Ding! Just then, Lin Yaozong's phone buzzed with a notification while he was drinking. He took a leisurely sip of red wine before opening the message. But, cough cough. Upon reading the contents, Lin Yaozong lost his composure entirely, nearly choking on his wine. Come see this. That brat's up to no good again. At this, John's father and the other two rushed over. They didn't dare look at first, but once they did, they were all stunned. On the screen was an official announcement from Emperor Publishing. In response to requests from fans worldwide, starting today, Mr. Jiang Bai's 2 works will be released in the mainstream languages of 7 countries: Japan, the UK, Russia, Austria, and others, available for download in each nation. Whoa! Seeing the official announcement on Weibo, everyone sucked in a breath of shock. 7 languages, plus the United States. Doesn't that mirror the 8 nations that invaded China back then? Mrs. Lin realized something, murmuring to herself before gazing toward Dong Jiang. Xiao Xian is in for some big trouble now. That kid. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Had that brat lost his mind? Dong Jiang, suburban villa. Ha ha ha, excellent. Zhao Lao beamed with delight as he scanned the Weibo comments. That Jiang Bai, he's got guts. Leveraging the momentum from the US to launch versions for other countries too. Wow, impressive. Zhan Pengtian took a deep breath and shook his head bitterly. Impressive. With this, let's see who dares to underestimate the Chinese literary world in the future. After a pause, Zhan Pengtian glanced at the online comments and continued, Mr. Zhao, this Jiang Bai single-handedly turned the awkward situation in the Chinese literary world around. Turned it around? Old Zhao smiled faintly, stroking his beard. I'd call it a counterattack from the brink of defeat. Yet, just as the uproar reached its peak, Jiang Bai at the Celestial Palace triggered another system quest. Ding! Host has triggered a mission: promote Chinese culture. Reward: 10-fold expansion of Tianlang Island's area, plus 70 billion renminbi. Gazing at the distant scenery, Jiang Bai's lips curved upward. Promote Chinese culture? This move, was it forcing him into the spotlight again? Honestly, if not for the reward, he'd much prefer to keep a low profile. After all, cutting off people's livelihood is never a good idea. He really wanted to refuse, but the reward was just too tempting. Well then, don't blame me. As he murmured, Jiang Bai suddenly exchanged another work from the system, no longer a fairy tale, but pure, unadulterated Chinese cultural knowledge. 5,000 years of Chinese history. Indeed, this masterpiece of a treasure trove. With such a divine work to promote Chinese culture, the task should be a breeze. What are you doing? Just then, Lin Ruoxue stepped onto the balcony, watching the faint smile playing at the corner of a certain person's mouth. Nothing much. Just getting ready to publish a book. Lin Ruoxue, honey, you're out of your mind. Hearing his words, Lin Ruoxue's eyelids twitched wildly. Did this guy even realize what he was saying? You're all the rage online right now. Is that so? Jiang Bai waved it off nonchalantly, then added, but that has nothing to do with me. I'm just trying to promote Chinese culture, right? Why don't you take a look first? As he spoke, Jiang Bai sent the newly redeemed masterpiece to Lin Ruoxue. Ding. Before Lin Ruoxue could continue, her phone received a file, 5,000 years of Chinese history. With a hint of skepticism, Lin Ruoxue tapped to open it. An ancient myth tells of Pangu creating the world. Before heaven and earth existed, the universe was nothing but a chaotic mass of primordial energy, no light, no sound. Then came Pangu, who wielded a great axe to cleave this chaos apart. Once she started reading, Lin Ruoxue was completely absorbed. From the creation myth to drilling wood for fire, the Yellow Emperor's battle against Qi Yu, the legendary archer Hou, and more. She lost track of time. Husband, this. Lin Ruoxue was a bit dazed. Good heavens, she was certain she wasn't dreaming. How did you acquire such vast knowledge? Ha! Jiang Bai smiled faintly and continued, just imagine once this masterpiece takes the world by storm, won't our 3 little ones idolize me when they grow up? Lin Ruoxue, Even now, they probably already idolize you. You, just calm down, will you? You're always stirring things up. Lin Ruoxue muttered under her breath, though she couldn't really say anything. After all, such an excellent work reaching more people would be a great blessing for the public. Alright, enough about that. Jiang Bai casually passed the masterpiece to Lin Ruoxue, then wrapped his arms around his beloved. Honey, I'm craving some of the baby's food. Put. Jiang Bai, are you trying to get yourself killed? Hearing that guy's blatant remarks, Lin Ruoxue shot him a fierce glare. How could that bastard not feel a shred of guilt for treating her like this? Damn it! How despicable. Yet why, did she feel not the slightest aversion, but rather a tinge of excitement? Chapter 146, Shaoxi, is it normal for a teacher to want a signed photo of your brother-in-law? Dihao Group, President's Office. Ding. Having just wrapped up the Northern Bear 7 Nations Edition affairs, Lin Ruoxue exhaled deeply as she gazed into the distance, envisioning the upcoming sensation across the 7 nations. That scene, just imagining it was thrilling. Just then, a notification sound rang out from her phone. She glanced over. A message from the boss. Seeing the sender was the boss, Lin Ruoxue wasted no time opening the message. This is 5,000 years of Chinese history? Could it be the boss is going to tackle Chinese culture? Her previous 2 works could only be considered tangentially related to Chinese culture. But now, the very title 5,000 Years of Chinese History spoke volumes. She clicked to read the details. This is incredible. Lin Ruoxue took a deep breath. As she read her boss's work, an indescribable sense of belonging and pride welled up inside her. Compared to the nations of the world, who could possibly rival their 5,000 years of Chinese civilization? A moment passed. Lin Ruoxue snapped back to reality, staring at the boss's work in utter awe. This piece is bound to be even more explosive than the previous 2. Even those old literary scholars won't be able to find a single flaw. With that thought, Lin Ruoxue's gaze drifted toward the distant horizon once more. If that's the case, then bring on the storm. She then dialed the CEO of the Emperor Literature Network, which she had already acquired. 5 minutes later, Dihao Literature Network featured a masterpiece. Congratulations to Mr. Jiang Bai on bringing his work 5,000 Years of Chinese History to Dihao Literature Network. Backed by the mighty Dihao Group, Dihao Literature Network now dominated nearly 90% of China's literary market, with daily traffic exceeding hundreds of millions. Countless netizens, drawn in by the eye-catching headline, clicked to read. Holy crap! Jiang God is amazing, he's finally taking on traditional literature. Heck, this is way more explosive than those 2 stories. Holy crap, both previous works took over the entire US. This one's gonna blow past the galaxy. Awesome, Jiang Shin nailed it, hahaha. Insanely badass and mind-blowing. Before even starting to watch, netizens were already flooding the comments. Joking aside, even if they didn't know how Jiang Shin wrote, the fact that it was featured by the website and came from Jiang Shin's pen spoke volumes. Soon enough, everyone was hooked by this masterpiece. Mind-blowing. Absolutely incredible. In fact, they felt that after reading Jiang Shin's masterpiece, even their history teachers would be scared. 10 million. A million. 10 million. Soon, the masterpiece 5,000 Years of Chinese History shattered the 10 million read mark, while the number of readers demanding updates broke the million mark. It was hotter than hot. Clearly, Lin Ruoxue's move was spot on. The internet speed of dissemination is always the fastest. Imperial Capital, War Department Commander's Office. Ha, good lad. Long Shanha's lips curved upward as he nodded with satisfaction. Damn it, this Jiang Bai alone can take on an entire army. This is the backbone of our nation. Long Shanha savored the masterpiece in his hands while sipping fragrant tea, a surge of pride welling up within him. In that moment, he glimpsed why Chinese civilization had endured 5 millennia without interruption. It was all because generations of ancient sages had left behind their earnest teachings, and it was only through this profound foundation that it could endure. Reflect deeply. Whenever Chinese civilization faced peril, heroes emerged to save the world. The dragon spirit of China endures forever. I have no regrets for being born Chinese. Damn it, he hated reading literature the most, yet somehow this masterpiece had him boiling with excitement. This lad alone could single-handedly prop up the entire literary world today. He nodded emphatically. Even in ancient times, this youth would have been a towering figure. Damn it, issue the order. Long Shanha made his decision on the spot, summoning his men, dispatch elite guards to protect Jiang Bai. He is a treasure of our nation. Whoever dares harm him, exterminate them all, no exceptions. Ahem. Yes, Commander. The subordinate's mouth twitched. With the commander's protection, that Jiang Bai could practically walk all over China. Meanwhile, at Dongjiang First High School. History class. Class begins. Lin Xiaoxi, the top student and class monitor, announced. The history teacher then approached the podium, his gaze fixed on Lin Xiaoxi with a complex expression. Good morning, everyone. The teacher cleared his throat, motioning for the students to sit down. After a moment of deep thought, he seemed to make a decision. Students with phones, open them now and download the Dihao Literature Network. Ha! The entire class erupted in chaos at the teacher's words. What kind of move was this? Was this a roundabout way of confiscating phones? Don't worry, I have no interest in your phones. The history teacher smiled faintly and continued, you probably don't know yet, but your idol Jiang Bai just released a masterpiece titled 5,000 Years of Chinese History an hour ago. Its literary brilliance would make even literary masters blush. Analyzing it thoroughly will make your history studies twice as effective with half the effort. Swish. All eyes instantly turned to Lin Ruoxue. Lin Ruoxue, my brother-in-law. Truly, Lin Ruoxue was stunned. When had her brother-in-law published another book? Weren't his two previous works already bestsellers across nations? Download Dihao Literature Network, and Lin Ruoxue suddenly saw her brother-in-law's eye-catching featured title. Brother-in-law, you're at it again. Curiosity piqued, she clicked in. One glance left Lin Ruoxue speechless. Over 100 million views, more than 40 million comments. Not just her, everyone in the class was stunned. Holy crap, that's Jiangshan for you. Amazing, absolutely incredible. No wonder he made us download it, old Li couldn't even come close to this level. Shoo, you're crazy. Watch out for old Li's backlash. A flurry of excited chatter erupted, every pair of eyes fixed on Lin Ruoxue brimming with envy. Holy cow, they'd kill to have a brother-in-law this amazing. Damn it, if they had a brother-in-law this amazing, they'd be smiling in their sleep. Xiaoxi, come outside with me for a moment. The history teacher cleared his throat and motioned Lin Ruoxue out of the classroom. Teacher, what is this about? Lin Ruoxue looked at her history teacher, wondering if she'd done something to offend him. Well. The teacher's face flushed slightly as he cleared his throat. Xiaoxi, it's perfectly normal for a teacher to ask for an autographed photo of your brother-in-law, right? Lin Xiaoxi's eyes widened at this. What the heck? So the teacher had called her over to ask for her brother-in-law's autographed photo? Holy cow, the history teacher had become a fan of her brother-in-law. That was incredible. Chapter 147, Honey, if only time could stay frozen in this moment. Autographed photo. Hearing her history teacher's words, Lin Ruoxue was utterly dumbfounded. Clearly, this script had gone beyond her expectations. But, in a way, this was her older sister's veiled love rival. Of course. If Lin Ruoxue ever found out about her little sister's thoughts, who knows, she might just hang her up and beat her senseless. Ahem, of course it's no problem. Lin Ruoxue cleared her throat. It was just an autographed photo, not just one, but 100. With her status as her sister-in-law, her brother-in-law would have to give them all to her. The history teacher nodded with satisfaction, her impression of her student Lin Ruoxue soaring. Come to think of it, she'd soon have her idol's autographed photo. The thought made the history teacher's heartbeat quicken slightly. This feeling, it was just like her first love. Imperial capital, Du Gaoming's villa. This, truly worthy of the master. While studying acupuncture techniques, Du Gaoming read online comments with deep emotion. The more he interacted with his master, the more Du Gaoming realized how extraordinary his abilities were. Each one stood alone as something to be admired. The afterglow of his two previous works hasn't even faded, and now he drops another bombshell. Wow. Driven by curiosity, Du Gaoming clicked on the Dihao Literature website. What he saw next was staggering. This, over 200 million views and 80 million comments? Truly, Du Gaoming was stunned by the immense popularity of his master's masterpiece. What was he seeing? Are you sure this isn't a dream? This is just too crazy. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Bai once again dominated the top 10 trending topics, even the top 20. Meanwhile, on the other side, the two works of 8001 Nights swept across nation after nation with unrivaled dominance, reaping countless fans among the children of international tycoons. And this left writers' associations worldwide utterly dumbfounded, daring not to make a single misstep. They also grasped a profound truth: sometimes, it's not your peers who defeat you. Time flew by, and both works successfully swept across 8 countries that year. This phenomenon ignited a frenzy among countless Chinese citizens. Damn it! It had been ages since they'd felt such exhilaration. These two works were undeniably slapping the nations in the face. And how could those nations not realize it? Yet they dared not speak out, held in check by their own national conglomerates. They weren't suicidal. Finally, on this day, Lin Ruoxue emerged from her confinement. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of promoting Chinese culture. Reward: 10-fold increase in Tianlang Island's area, plus 70 billion renminbi. At dawn, Jiang Bai gazed at the breathtaking beauty before him as the system's voice echoed in his ears, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. He then summoned his attribute panel. Name: Jiang Bai. Age: 22. Realm: Celestial Realm. Skills: view by pulling down the skills bar. Items: Bugatti Veyron X1, Tianyu Mansion Villa No. 1 X1, 100% shares of Dihao Group, 20 Tangcheniping Villas, Bad Luck Card X1, 100% shares of Battle Axe Security, ownership of Wolf Island, 100,000 Xuanjia soldiers. Appearance: 100. Of course, every reader here has an appearance rating of plus. Wealth, 724.035 billion renminbi. Passive skill, double consumption aura, up to 100 million times. The virtual attribute panel appeared before his eyes. At this moment, he was only a little over 200 billion away from becoming a billionaire, getting closer and closer. Mum. Just then, a melodious voice rang out. None other than our radiant beauty, bathed in golden sunlight, had awakened. You, what are you looking at? Seeing the guy staring blankly at her, Lin Ruoxue flushed bright red, recalling yesterday's scene where he'd demanded his daily ration. Of course I'm looking at my wife. Gazing at the utterly stunning beauty in his arms, Jiang Bai continued, so beautiful. Oof. When did you become so smooth with your words? Hearing her man's praise, Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but give a proud little snort, her heart filling with sweetness. Sweet talker? Your husband's just telling the truth. Holding the twin bears, Jiang Bai's magnetic voice sent shivers down Lin Ruoxue's spine. Pfft, I don't buy it. As they bickered, everything felt perfect. Honey, wouldn't it be wonderful if time could just stay frozen in this moment forever? Lin Ruoxue clung to her man, utterly unconcerned about the bears under his control, for in her eyes, this very situation made her feel utterly secure. Of course. If outsiders saw this scene, they'd probably die of envy. Silly girl. Jiang Bai playfully tapped the exquisite beauty's forehead. What nonsense are you thinking about? Your husband will have plenty of time to spend with you from now on. After a brief pause, Jiang Bai continued, now that you've finished your confinement period, I think we can start planning the trip to Wolf Island. Lin Ruoxue had practically gone stir-crazy staying cooped up all this time. She nodded her head like a chick pecking at grain. Then let's set off today. I'm practically cut off from the outside world. For a moment, Lin Ruoxue pouted and complained, but there was nothing she could do about it. After all, they say if you don't properly observe the confinement period, you might develop all sorts of health issues. All right. Jiang Bai inhaled the exquisite fragrance emanating from his beloved, his gaze filled with adoration. Hee, you're so sweet, honey. Lin Ruoxue giggled, then added with high spirits, so next, let's catch up on some sleep. And while we're at it, your wife here will collect some water fees. Put. Hearing the young lady's words, Jiang Bai froze, his expression deepening. Young lady, are you sure? You brought this on yourself, honey. I won't hold back. Soon, the room filled with the melodious sounds of passion, truly delightful to the ear. 100,000 words omitted. That afternoon. Tianlang Island, with its picturesque scenery. Beneath a cloudless sky, a private jet touched down. As the gangway descended, Jiang Bai arrived on Tianlang Island with Lin Ruoxue in tow, accompanied by Ning Mengyan and Lin Xiaoxi. Wow. So beautiful. Lin Xiaoxi couldn't help but start live streaming immediately. Such breathtaking scenery deserved to be shared with the world. Holy crap, where is Xiaoxi, my wife? Has Goddess Ruoxue finished her confinement period? Time flies. Traveling right after postpartum recovery, and to a place that looks like a fairyland? So jealous. Hey, hubby, stop showing off your love, come home with me, okay? Holy crap, this can't be. The legendary Tianlang Island, said to rival paradise. As soon as the livestream went live, fans flooded in. Seeing the blue skies, white clouds, and ethereal mist-shrouded scenery, they couldn't help but fall in love. Island Lord, you're here. Just then, Jun Wuhui arrived with a squad of Xuanjia soldiers. He dropped to one knee with a thud, leaving his sister-in-law and the entire livestream audience utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Island Lord, could it be my brother-in-law bought this Wolf Island? Chapter 148, no more pretending, brother-in-law, I want your grey wolf cub. Bought Wolf Island. Lin Xiaoxi stared at the kneeling Xuanjia soldiers, gasping in shock. Brother-in-law, this seems far beyond what she'd imagined. Brother-in-law, this Wolf Island is yours? Lin Xiaoxi was genuinely stunned, staring blankly at her brother-in-law. Jiang Bai gave a faint smile, acknowledging it without hiding anything. Meanwhile, Xiaoxi's livestream exploded. 66666, holy crap, it's true. Damn, that brother-in-law is impressive. Rumor has it Tianlang Island is worth over 100 billion. So extravagant. Hee, who else can top that? Who would have thought that legendary Wolf Island was bought by my brother-in-law? The excitement among the live stream fans was palpable. Yet, at that very moment, Jun Wuhui received a message and his expression shifted slightly. Without alerting anyone, he left the venue. Several minutes later. Swish. Jun Wuhui reappeared on stage, and beside him stood none other than the commander of the Black Armor Army. Greetings, Commander. Numerous Black Armor soldiers bowed respectfully. The commander then looked toward the distance. Commander, we've just received reports of a large number of enemy forces approaching. Among them, over a dozen possess inner strength, 100 wield outer strength, and there are at least 1,000 top-tier masters. Oh? Hearing his trusted subordinate's report, Jun Wuhui narrowed his eyes slightly. Over 1,000? How audacious. Follow me and slay them all. With a flash, Jun Wuhui led the Black Armor Army toward the distant battlefield. A great battle was about to erupt. A quarter of an hour later. Near the coast of Wolf Island, amidst the jungle. Over 1,000 Fusan assassins appeared on the scene. Their leader, Miyamoto Muraki, also held the title of head of the Yamagumi division within the Fusan assassin organization. His strength reached the late-stage inner force realm. Accompanying him were over a dozen inner force masters and more than 100 outer force masters. A $50 billion mission. The Tengchuan conglomerate truly lives up to its name. Muraki exclaimed in awe. Completing this mission would grant him enough to retire comfortably for the rest of his life. Who? At that moment, Miyamoto Muraki's expression turned grave as his gaze fixed on the distance. Kill. As Jun Wuhui entered the arena, his single command sent over 10,000 Xuanjia soldiers surging forward. Even the weakest among them were top-tier masters. The sudden appearance of 10,000 elite warriors utterly stunned the entire mountain group. Bastards! Seeing over 10,000 elite assassins, even the most obtuse would grasp the situation. No wonder the Tengchuan family had been slaughtered. How could so many masters now be entrenched on Wolf Island? To catch the thief, catch the king. Miyamoto Muraki's gaze locked onto Jun Wuhui first. His form blurred into a shadow, closing the distance in an instant. Smack! But before Miyamoto Muraki could close in, Jun Wuhui struck out with a single palm strike. Before the horrified eyes of the Fuso Mountain Group assassins, their leader, a late-stage Neijing practitioner, was reduced to a mist of blood. Yes. A bloody mist. From start to finish, Jun Wuwei's expression remained utterly unchanged. After all, he had already reached the pre-heaven realm. Miyamoto Muraki was merely at the inner strength stage. Sending him flying into a bloody mist was hardly surprising. Even if Miyamoto Muraki possessed the inner strength realm, or even the transcendent strength realm, he would still meet the same fate, shattered into a blood mist by Jun Wuhui's hand. Run! Faced with the ferocious Jun Wuhui, the entire mountain group was utterly terrified. Damn it, how could they possibly fight this? Are you kidding me? Even Lord Miyamoto at the late stage of inner strength wasn't a match for him in a single move. Their meager abilities wouldn't even be enough to fill his teeth. Escape? Try it. A commander of the Black Armor Army sneered coldly. Now that he had reached the transformation of force stage, one could only imagine how terrifying the Black Armor Army had become. No! I don't want to die. Get out of the way. Ah! Piercing screams mingled with terror echoed through the coastal jungle near Wolf Island. Trapped by tens of thousands of Black Armor soldiers, not even a fly could escape, let alone the assassins of the mountain group. In less than 10 minutes, every single assassin from the mountain group was annihilated. And this was achieved with ease. Had the Black Armor Army fought at full strength, the mountain group men likely wouldn't have lasted 3 minutes. Meanwhile, before the wolf castle. Woof! A grey wolf burst out from within the castle, none other than the very wolf Jiang Bai had tamed last time. Your Majesty, you're back! Wagging its tail and wearing an almost human-like expression of joy, the sight left the live-stream viewers utterly dumbfounded. Holy crap! This grey wolf is incredibly smart. Of course, if they knew the wolf now possessed combat prowess rivaling a Huatan-level martial artist, who knows what their reaction would be. Roar! Just then, a brown bear burst out from the distant part of the castle. The Xuanjia soldiers froze in surprise, clearly not expecting any survivors to have slipped through near the castle. Seeing the ferocious brown bear, Jiang Bai frowned. Beside him, the grey wolf let out a low growl. Your Majesty, leave this little brown bear to me. Whoosh! Before Jiang Bai could speak, the grey wolf had already darted forward, lunging straight at the grizzly bear. Ah! Brother-in-law, that grey wolf has gone mad. Lin Ruoxue watched the reckless grey wolf, fully aware that brown bears possessed combat prowess far surpassing that of wolves. Snap! But before Lin Ruoxue could process it, she saw the brown bear already pinned down by the much smaller grey wolf. The faint sound of cracking bones could even be heard. What? Truly, the scene before her eyes left Lin Ruoxue stunned. Brother-in-law, that grey wolf is so powerful. The fans in the livestream were equally stunned. Damn, that grey wolf is a beast. Ha, no wonder it's your pet, bro, that combat prowess. Wow, that grey wolf still looks like it's got plenty of energy left. I knew it. With a brother-in-law this skilled, his grey wolf must be extraordinary. Enough with the act, brother-in-law, I want a grey wolf cub of my own. The live chat buzzed with chatter as the fan count skyrocketed. They never imagined Goddess Ruoxue would go traveling right after her postpartum period, and that Wolf Island was entirely under Jiang Xin's control. Boom! 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 Then, the livestream audience witnessed the grey wolf utterly dominating and brutally beating the ferocious brown bear in the nearby arena. By the end, the brown bear clutched its head, whimpering and begging for mercy. Yet the grey wolf continued its brutal assault, venting its violent instincts and of course eager to impress the king. Damn brown bear, daring to act up in front of this wolf lord. Get down on your belly. With a thud, a claw slammed down, smashing the brown bear's skull into the ground. The entire floor echoed with a dull thump. The bear was knocked senseless, its head bobbing wildly. Gone was any trace of its earlier ferocity. Now it lay prostrate on the ground, as docile as a little kitten. Woof! The grey wolf swatted it again, sending it tumbling several times. Get lost, you little brat! The brown bear, hearing this, felt as if a great weight had been lifted. With a dejected and fearful glance at the grey wolf, it fled the scene in disarray. In an instant, the grey wolf gained countless fans in the livestream. Chapter 149, so cool, truly deserving of being my sister's husband's commander. Woof. Watching the brown bear fall to his defeat, the grey wolf tilted his head at a 45-degree angle toward the sky and let out a mighty howl, radiating an air of regal dominance. Little grey, this, ahem. Lin Ruoxue watched the grey wolf's posture with some suspicion. Was it showing off? It seemed much smarter than the last time she saw it. Holy crap, this, the brown bear got taken down by the grey wolf. Unbelievable, this grey wolf is so badass. Feels like this must be the pinnacle of the wolf clan, right? Who else could possibly match him? My wolf brother is the best. So cool. Truly worthy of being my sister's husband's lieutenant. With the grey wolf's dazzling moves, Lin Xiaoxi's livestream audience kept breaking records, hitting new highs. Then, grey wolf circled around Jiang Bai, practically begging for praise. Jiang Bai wasn't stingy, he discreetly handed him a bottle of physique enhancement serum. Thank you, your majesty, for your bounty. The grey wolf was ecstatic, clearly sensing its strength surge once more. Its combat prowess had visibly skyrocketed, and its intelligence was another story altogether. If its combat prowess had previously rivaled that of a Huadang cultivator, it now likely had no equal among those below the half-step Xiantian realm. Sis, show me around the castle. Lin Xiaoxi beamed at her older sister, utterly thrilled with the day's events. Sure. Seeing her sister's joyful expression, Lin Ruoxue ruffled her hair. After a month without seeing the outside world, she was bursting with excitement too. Come on, I'll show you around. And so, with the female soldier of the Xuanjia army looking after Sanbao, the two headed into the castle. Wow! This castle has quite the history. You bet. It feels even grander than the castles on TV. So enviable a fairy tale setting with such a gorgeous castle. Holy crap, wouldn't it be amazing to retire here someday? As they ventured deeper into the castle, a deluge of comments flooded the screen like mushrooms after rain, completely obscuring the view. Sis, this is absolutely stunning. Lin Xiaoxi swallowed hard, utterly stunned by the castle before her. The castles on TV couldn't hold a candle to her brother-in-laws, they weren't even in the same league. Meanwhile, outside the castle. Swish. In that instant, Jun Wuhui's figure materialized in the arena. Master. Upon arriving, Jun Wuhui bowed respectfully. Assassins have just attacked. Investigation confirms over 1,000 were from Japan's Assassin Mountain Group. Oh? Hearing this, Jiang Bai paused in surprise. Fusong? The Yamagumi? Yes, master. After a brief pause, Jun Wuhui continued, not long ago, a man named Tang Chuaniho incited the Crescent Moon Duchy to attempt seizing control of Wolf Island. As Jun Wuhui explained, Jiang Bai pieced it together. Tang Chuaniho was a member of the Tang Chuan conglomerate in Fusong, and a high-ranking one at that. He had subsequently hired assassins, which had drawn the attention of the Yamagumi. I see. Jiang Bai nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping toward Fusong. Well done. Anyone who dares to threaten Wolf Island again shall meet the same fate. Whoever they are, slaughter them all. Yes, master. Jun Wuhui responded respectfully, committing the order to memory. Oh, master. There's one more matter. After a moment of contemplation, Jun Wuhui continued, following the assassination of the Duke of Crescent Moon Duchy, this subordinate seized the opportunity to annihilate the entire duchy. It now stands under the control of the Black Armor Army. Crescent Moon Duchy? Jiang Bai paused upon hearing the name, clearly encountering it for the first time. But that was hardly surprising. After all, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of such tiny states scattered across the land. Their survival, however, was exceptionally precarious. Most clung to existence by aligning themselves with larger powers, and the slightest misstep could lead to their annihilation. My lord, how shall we handle the Crescent Moon Duchy? Jun Wuhui inquired, for this matter could be significant or trivial. Handle it? Jiang Bai weighed his options briefly before replying. First, control it covertly. We'll address it later. After all, Jiang Bai had no desire to draw excessive attention now. After all, wouldn't it be more delightful to spend that time cuddling with the three little ones? But before that, we must prepare for the safety of Wolf Island. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Bai gazed out at the distant sea. The boundless sea might be a good option. Undeniably, establishing a first line of defense within the sea would be an excellent move. Xiao Hui, come with me to the coast. With that, Jiang Bai streaked toward the coast, the howl of wolves echoing behind him. Your Majesty, wait for me. The grey wolf trotted after his king, but Jun Wuhui couldn't help but pause in astonishment at the wolf's speed. So fast. His astonished gaze followed the wolf's departing figure. The master's pet, its combat prowess must rival that of a half-step innate realm cultivator. If word of this gets out, all the factions will be in an uproar. Jun Wuhui pondered this. After all, the grey wolf had once been merely a rather intelligent wolf king. Now, having followed its master, its combat prowess and spiritual intelligence had undergone a tremendous transformation. Several minutes later, at the coast of Wolf Island. Your Majesty, I've finally caught up with you. A gray figure streaked toward them, none other than the Grey Wolf, who had been racing at full speed. Jiang Bai, however, had evidently been here for quite some time, for he was now at the Heavenly Man realm. Boom! Just then, the Grey Wolf saw his lord raise his right hand slightly. In the next instant, he struck down toward the vast ocean. A thunderous roar echoed. An invisible giant hand plunged into the sea, finally hauling up a colossal octopus from the depths. Its sheer size alone was comparable to a ship. To ordinary eyes, this alone was an unimaginable feat. Immediately, the Beastmaster's power surged to its fullest extent, instantly enveloping the entire watery expanse. In the blink of an eye, every creature in the ocean converged around them. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Gulp. Swallowing hard, the Grey Wolf's eyes suddenly narrowed. The king is truly formidable. Greetings, Your Majesty. The giant octopus reached the shore, then prostrated itself on the ground, paying homage to Jiang Bai. To it, this was undoubtedly its sovereign. MHM. Jiang Bai gave a slight nod. This didn't surprise him, he was well aware of the might of a god-tier beast tamer. He needed a leader for the sea barrier, and this octopus before him was the perfect choice. From this day forward, you shall guard Wolf Island for me. Jiang Bai gazed at the octopus before him and continued, henceforth, any enemy that dares to attack shall be utterly annihilated. With a flick of his right hand, 3 vials of physique enhancement liquid vanished into the octopus's mouth. Then, with a sweeping gesture, he tossed it into the water. After completing everything, Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes and flipped his right hand, pouring 100,000 doses of physique enhancement liquid into the sea. Before long, this stretch of water would become a nightmare for any invading foes, though that was a story for another time. Gulp. Grey Wolf watched the scene unfold, his gaze toward his king shifting entirely. Holy crap, this guy really is the king, what a massive move. Chapter 150, what the hell did I do, Xiaoxi? Why are you showing us this? Squawk. Beneath the surface, the ship-sized octopus began to transform. Under the influence of the 3 doses of physique enhancement liquid, its physique grew stronger and its outer defenses hardened. 5 meters. 10 meters. 20 meters. Witnessing this spectacle would have left onlookers speechless, yet it remained entirely unknown to the outside world. At a certain moment, the calm, waveless sea surface was suddenly shattered by a loud splash as 8 tentacles broke through the water. Each tentacle was 7 or 8 meters long. As they slapped the surface, the force behind them would have been enough to defeat even a master of internal strength. Had the Yamagumi assassins attacked earlier, they likely wouldn't have even made it past the Octopus King. Yet, sensing the disturbance, the surrounding sea creatures scattered in all directions, terrified of being caught in the Octopus King's aura. In front of the castle, Lin Ruoxue was excitedly live-streaming. Sis, this castle is way too extravagant. The scene she just witnessed played out like a movie before her eyes. Fans in the livestream chat flooded the comments with 666, clearly stunned as the castle redefined their understanding of luxury. Woof. Just then, a wolf's howl echoed through the air. Everyone turned to look, their expressions freezing in surprise. Because they saw the Grey Wolf dragging a wild boar weighing over 200 pounds, a truly shocking sight. Whoa, this is incredible. Can you believe a Grey Wolf has such incredible strength? No wonder that Brown Bear couldn't hold its own earlier. This move, could it be to have my brother-in-law grill the meat? No way. If that's the case, the Grey Wolf would practically be a supernatural being. Fans in the livestream chat erupted in heated discussion and jokes, with generous tips flooding the screen. This glutton. Seeing the gleam in Grey Wolf's eyes, Jiang Bai gave a wry smile. Hungry, huh? Jiang Bai gazed at the 200-pound wild boar before him, then turned to Lin Ruoxue with affection. Honey, I'll roast this boar for you. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed slightly. After all, there were quite a few people around. Wah! Long live my brother-in-law. Lin Ruoxue stood nearby, gulping back saliva as her eyes sparkled. She knew her brother-in-law's cooking skills all too well. Today promised a real treat. Gulp. Watching this, the fans in the livestream couldn't help but swallow hard themselves. They knew all too well how amazing Xiaoxi's husband's cooking was. Soon, with swift, decisive strokes, the boar was expertly butchered and cleaned. It was then placed on the grill to cook, sprinkled with a special blend of seasonings throughout the process. Before long, the aroma of grilled meat filled the air. Lin Ruoxue's eyes were glued to the sizzling pork, not moving for a second. Ooh. Beside her, the Grey Wolf's eyes were equally transfixed, drool dripping from the corners of its mouth. All done. At that moment, the grilling concluded. Jiang Bai sliced off about 10 pounds and handed the remainder to Jiang Wuhui. Take this and distribute it to the others. Yes, Island Master. Jiang Wuhui swallowed hard, clearly craving it himself. After all, he'd witnessed his master's culinary skills during his last visit to Wolf Island. Of course, to nourish his wife, Jiang Bai had infused the meat with physique-enhancing liquid, a privilege not granted to just anyone. Burp. A moment later, both Lin Ruoxue and her sister belched contentedly. Lin Xiaoxi looked at her elder sister. Sis, you actually ate that much. I'm so jealous. I wish I could eat that much too, but I just can't fit any more in. Rubbing her full belly, Lin Xiaoxi looked utterly defeated, her helpless expression making anyone smile. Wow. So jealous. Does my brother-in-law have to be like this? Wah, I wish I could have just one bite. It must be super delicious. You've got no conscience. What did I do to deserve this, Xiaoxi? Why are you showing us this? That grilled meat looks so good, my instant noodles suddenly lost their appeal. If I could, I'd crawl right in and eat my fill. Truly, this scene left countless fans green with envy. This kind of treatment wasn't the first time every single time, it made them drool like crazy. After the barbecue, back in the room. Mum. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson. What just happened? I feel so hot. Is that so? Jiang Bai knew exactly what was happening clearly, the grilled meat had done its job. Come here, honey. Let me give you some acupuncture. As he spoke, Jiang Bai already held a dozen golden needles in his hand. Swish. The needles transformed into golden sparks, sinking into key acupoints all over Lin Ruoxue's body. A surge of energy coursed through her system. In an instant, she had become a third-tier martial artist, though she remained completely unaware of this transformation. Ha! After the acupuncture, Lin Ruoxue curiously savored her newly invigorated state. I'm not hot anymore. Who knew acupuncture could be so powerful? Right? Jiang Bai smiled faintly. But just then, Lin Ruoxue let out a sharp cry. Honey, the baby's food. Jiang Bai froze, then promptly emptied his inventory without hesitation. Fortunately, she hadn't eaten much of the grilled meat earlier, or she might not have been able to stomach it. A short while later, Lin Ruoxue nestled into someone's embrace, savoring the rare quiet moment. Honey, time really flies. Inhaling the scent of her man, Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed slightly. Our 3 little ones are already a month old. Yes. Jiang Bai held the naked beauty in his arms and smiled faintly. Come to think of it, it's been over a year since we first met. Poof. And it's all your fault. Lin Ruoxue shot him a playful glare, recalling their first meeting, a memory that still stirred her blood to this day. Yet it was precisely that misunderstanding that led her to the person she loved most. Ruoxue, honey, it's still early. Why don't we? He admired her ample curves, thinking it would be a shame not to take advantage of the moment. Husband, you. Mum. Lin Ruoxue's eyes widened. The guy had just taken advantage of her, and now he was trying to do that? Was he out of his mind in broad daylight? Soon, the room was filled with the sounds of passion. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the windows. Look at you. Get up already. She shot a reproachful glance at a certain someone. Strangely enough, she didn't feel as exhausted as before. Instead, she felt surprisingly energetic. How is this possible? It's so strange. She furrowed her brow slightly, but then Jiang Bai's voice came from beside her. What's up, kid? Nothing. She cleared her throat, her cheeks flushing crimson. She felt terribly guilty. She couldn't let that guy know what she was thinking, or she'd probably want to crawl into a hole and disappear. Really? Clearly, Jiang Bai didn't buy her story. Of course it's true. Lin Ruoxue shot him a reproachful glance before continuing. Why would I lie to you? Taking a deep breath, she changed the subject. Honey, where should we go this afternoon? Truthfully, the stunningly beautiful wife dared not dwell on this topic. If he discovered anything, she'd be laughed to death by this guy. Chapter 151, Exploring Nighton City, the beginning of the plan. On the edge of Wolf Island. Brother-in-law, where are we going? Lin Xiaoxi gazed curiously at the 30-meter-long yacht by the shore. This vessel was nothing short of a luxurious work of art, its exterior design breathtakingly beautiful, its lines flowing like those of a noble gentleman. Every detail radiated unparalleled opulence and refinement. Crafted from cutting-edge materials and technology, its hull gleamed with shimmering metal, creating a breathtaking visual spectacle. Let me show you around the Crescent Moon Duchy. They say the scenery there is quite lovely. Jiang Bai gazed off in a certain direction as he spoke. After all, that place was technically his territory too, might as well take a look while sightseeing. Crescent Moon Duchy? Lin Xiaoxi froze upon hearing the name, clearly unfamiliar with the place. The live stream audience immediately erupted in discussion. Crescent Moon Duchy? How come I've never heard of it? Yeah, it must be a pretty small country. I found it. Crescent Moon Duchy is a tiny, unrecognized nation near Wolf Island, only twice its size. Seriously? There are countries this tiny in the world? A gentle sea breeze blew across the clear blue sky. Soon, the Duchy of Crescent Moon came into view. As a remote, tiny nation, it resembled a secluded paradise. The clamor of the world seemed shut out from this land. It was so tranquil and serene, as if never disturbed by the mundane world. Oh. Upon arriving at the Crescent Moon Duchy, Lin Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled with wonder, her mouth agape. Brother-in-law, is this the Crescent Moon Duchy? The air is so refreshing. Curiously surveying the surrounding scenery, it was completely different from Wolf Island, like two entirely separate worlds. Upon reaching the shore, Jiang Bai had already prepared an extended wheelbase Rolls-Royce, its hood adorned with the winged goddess poised to take flight. Crescent Moon Duchy, Tuwa City, an internationally renowned tourist destination. Its annual tourism revenue accounts for 30% of the nation's GDP. It boasts an army of 50,000 and a population exceeding 3 million. After scanning the information, Lin Ruoxue gazed in disbelief at their destination. A single city contributes 30% of the nation's GDP through tourism? This. Silently, Lin Ruoxue's eyes shifted. Though she didn't know the Crescent Moon Duchy's GDP, a single city generating 30% of the nation's income spoke volumes. At the very least, the capital of Crescent Moon Duchy was far beyond any ordinary city. Island Lord, this is Tuwa City. As they entered Tuwa City, Jiang Bai explained, clearly having done considerable preparation beforehand. About half an hour later. Lin Ruoxue glanced at a spot that seemed out of place amidst the bustling cityscape. Brother-in-law, look over there? Hearing his sister-in-law's words, Jiang Bai glanced over and was startled to see a scene reminiscent of Hong Kong's cramped, unfinished buildings from the 1980s and 1990s. Island Lord, this is a slum. Jiang Bai explained as he surveyed the slum. The Crescent Moon Duchy is a nation with a strict caste system. Over 80% of the people living here are impoverished slaves. Slaves? Hearing Jiang Bai's words, Lin Ruoxue felt a pang of pity. Slaves actually exist in this world. The live stream audience was equally shocked. Looking at the slum, they thought even the poorest citizens of India must live better than this. Just then, a startling incident erupted within the slums. Please, spare me. That's my child and my food for half a month. A woman clutching an infant collapsed to the ground, repeatedly kowtowing to the group across from her until her head bled. Get lost. The leader of the thugs kicked out at the infant in her arms. The woman scrambled to shield her child with her own body. Damn it, you lowly peasant. Stealing your food is a blessing for you. With a cold sneer, he kicked the woman flying. She rolled several times before coming to a stop. Several slaves tried to rush forward but were held back by their own families. You're crazy. Those are the slum bullies. Don't cross him. He might only rob you once, but if you piss him off, he'll come back every day. If you want to die, don't drag our family down with you. The surrounding chatter grew heated. A sneer spread across the bully's lips. To him, these lowly people were nothing but ants he could crush anytime. Killing one or two? No problem. 100 or 2. No big deal. Watching the scene unfold, Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes. Jiang Bai's expression darkened, and in the next instant, he moved. I'll kill you. The bully then lunged forward, aiming to stomp the woman's head with his boot. If he didn't make an example of someone today, how could he establish his authority in this slum district? Smack! Before the bully could land his blow, Jiang Bai's palm sent him flying backward. Had he not feared causing a bloody mess that would stir up trouble, the bully would have been beaten into a bloody mist. But. Guh. The bully scrambled to his feet, spitting out 2 teeth, his eyes filled with venom as he glared at Jiang Bai. Damn you! How dare you hit me? Disable him! Whoosh! In an instant, 7 or 8 stunned henchmen swarmed forward, clearly intent on teaching this man who'd struck their boss a lesson. Take them all down! Jiang Bai frowned and glanced at the bully. Instantly, over a dozen armored men appeared, instantly subduing the 7 or 8 attackers. You're asking for death. Even subdued, the bully glared coldly at Jiang Bai. Do you know who I am? Touch me and you're dead. Shut up. With a sharp slap, Jiang Bai sent the bully reeling backward, knocking him unconscious. Take him away. A murderous intent flickered in Jiang Bai's eyes. This foolhardy creature once taken away, he would be thoroughly investigated. It seemed the time had come to cleanse the Crescent Moon Duchy. After a brief outing, dusk approached. He settled the women and children. Elsewhere, in a room. Wohue, are there really so many poor people and slaves in the Crescent Moon Duchy? Recalling the day's events, Jiang Bai frowned and inquired. My lord, Duke Crescent Moon has long pursued aggressive military expansion while ruthlessly exploiting his people. Grievances have been mounting for years. Nighton City is relatively better off, but in other cities, slaves and the impoverished make up at least 60 to 70% of the population. Is that so? Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes upon hearing this, then commanded, you will purge the remnant Moon Duchy. Within half a year, I demand not a single peasant or slave remain within its borders. I will assign personnel to assist you in this matter. Yes, my lord. Jiang Bai responded respectfully. Abolishing poverty and slavery? With this move, the Crescent Moon Duchy would surely win the hearts of its people in no time. A short while later. Watching Jiang Bai's retreating figure, Jiang Bai dialed a number. Hello, boss. The call connected, and a pleasant, melodious voice answered, none other than Lin Ruoxue, president of the Dihao Group. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Bai continued, once you've handled the group's affairs, come to the Crescent Moon Duchy. I plan to establish a branch office here. After a brief conversation, he hung up. Across the line, Lin Ruoxue's mind reeled in disbelief as she stared at the location she'd just verified. The boss actually annihilated the Crescent Moon Duchy? Holy. Chapter 152, a few petty thieves dared to trespass on the king's territory. Dongjiang, Emperor Group Headquarters. Ding. After hanging up, Lin Ruoxue received a message. Dear CCB customer, your account ending in 7832 received 10 billion renminbi on January 25, 2024, at 18 hours 30 minutes and 26 seconds. Please verify your balance. China Construction Bank. Seeing the notification flash on her phone, Lin Ruoxue froze. Even with Imperial Group now being Dongjiang's largest conglomerate, 10 billion yuan was still a substantial sum to her. Immediately after, she received another message from her boss. Startup funds for the Crescent Moon Duchy branch? Reading her boss's message, Lin Ruoxue took a deep breath and gazed toward the distant horizon. Is Emperor Group going global now? For a moment, Lin Ruoxue felt a surge of excitement. You see. Even when her boss's works had previously swept across various countries, that was merely a test run. It was only because of the exceptional quality of his work that such an impact was achieved, completely different from the effect of directly establishing a branch overseas. The future truly has me excited. After a moment of deep thought, Lin Ruoxue clenched her delicate fist and murmured, "Rest assured, boss. I will not disappoint your expectations." Meanwhile, in a hotel room. Where on earth did you go? Lin Ruoxue shot him a reproachful glance as he returned, having just finished feeding all three children. What's the matter? Ruoxue, my dear, you're just like your man now. He effortlessly pulled his fragrant wife into his embrace, inhaling the calming scent that soothed his heart, a smile naturally curving his lips. Put. Like hell I missed you. Lin Ruoxue glared at him, her expression saying I didn't miss you one bit. Is that so? Holding the beauty in his arms, Jiang Bai chuckled, lying hurts your conscience, you know. Come, let your husband see if your conscience is hurting. As he spoke, his hand reached toward her chest. Jiang Bai, you're crazy. The sudden sneak attack sent Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushing crimson. That guy was so despicable. Even if they were alone, he shouldn't be this brazen. Oof. He absolutely did that on purpose. How wicked. Seriously, I really want to bite him to death. What should I do? Watch my childless hand technique. Lin Ruoxue glared hatefully at Jiang Bai, her slender hand darting out like lightning. After a flurry of commotion, the room soon echoed with the sounds of passionate lovemaking. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ruoxue nestled into someone's embrace, seemingly exhausted, and drifted off into a peaceful sleep. This little minx, her combat prowess has improved significantly since her physique enhanced. Recalling the scene just now, if he'd known about this effect earlier, he would have used it on her long ago. But it wasn't too late now. Gazing at the beauty in his arms, Jiang Bai's lips curved into a smile. Ding! Host spent 10 billion renminbi, triggering a 15x rebate. Received 150 billion renminbi. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 22 Realm, Celestial Realm. Skills, view by pulling down the skill bar. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Tianyu Mansion Villa No. 1 X1, 100% shares of Dihao Group, 20 Tangcheniping Villas, Bad Luck Card X1, 100% shares of Battle Axe Security, ownership of Wolf Island, 100,000 Xuanjia soldiers. Appearance, 100, of course, every reader here has plus appearance. Wealth, 874.035 billion renminbi. Passive skill, double consumption aura, below billion level. Gazing at the attribute panel, he felt another step closer to billionaire status. A moment later. Coming to his senses, Jiang Bai gazed at the stunning beauty still sleeping peacefully. A thought struck him, and with a flick of his right hand, he drew out the golden needles. One by one, they sank into various acupoints across Lin Ruoxue's body. The physique enhancement serum flowed through the needles into her body, its potency amplified by the internal energy guiding its absorption. Clearly, only this girl before him received such treatment, no one else would. Moreover, the sleeping beauty remained utterly unaware. Ding! Congratulations, host, on redeeming Stealth Talisman X1. Cost 10,000 renminbi. The successful redemption notification rang in his ears. Jiang Bai flipped his right hand, revealing a talisman radiating an ancient aura. He then pressed it against Lin Ruoxue's chest. As the talisman activated, the aura that had already reached the threshold of half-step external force vanished, restoring the exquisite beauty to the aura of an ordinary person. Half-step external force. I bet this girl's combat power has skyrocketed again. Jiang Bai murmured to himself, thinking he must personally test it out someday. The sensation would surely be extraordinary. If Lin Ruoxue ever found out, who knows what she'd think. Meanwhile, above Wolf Island. Whoosh! A helicopter circled overhead, its exterior prominently displaying the characters Sanzu, property of the Fuso Sanzu Group. Sir, Wolf Island lies ahead. Inside the helicopter, an elite member of the Yamagumi addressed the Yamagumi steward with utmost respect. After all, The Yamagumi steward held a position higher than that of a dojo master, even possessing the authority to decide appointments, and his strength had reached the threshold of the half-step Huatian realm. MHM. Hall Master Miyamoto remains unaccounted for, and over 1,000 people have vanished without a trace. After a brief pause, Watanabe-sanyu gazed toward Tenru Island. Danger surely lurks on Tenru Island. Exercise utmost caution in all matters. Yes, sir. But with you, sir, at half-step Huajin level guarding it, the danger should be negligible. Splash. Just then, before he could finish, a sound broke the calm surface of the water ahead. Bad news. A life form with extremely potent vitality is approaching. A shrill scream echoed from the cockpit as the entire cabin erupted with crimson alarms. Get out of the way. Watanabe-sanyu sensed something and looked toward the rapidly approaching object in the distance, but it was already too late. With a loud crack, the entire helicopter was blown apart. Watanabe-sanyu was critically injured, while the others were killed instantly. Squeak! A shrill, piercing cry echoed across the night sky. Then, a colossal octopus king, over 10 meters in length, surfaced from the water like a monstrous titan. A bunch of petty thieves, daring to trespass on the king's territory. 8 tentacles simultaneously descended toward Watanabe-sanyu, who hung helplessly in midair, his face drained of color. No, I can't die here. Boom! A shower of blood rained down. Before Watanabe-sanyu could even finish his scream, he was torn apart into a mist of blood. Poof! The octopus king gave a cold, almost human-like laugh before gazing into the distance. Your Majesty's potion is truly miraculous. I feel like living another 100 years wouldn't be a problem at all. Slurp. Swallowing a mouthful of the blood mist, the octopus king's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Truly the blood of a master. Delicious. Pity, there's too little. Not even enough to fill a tooth gap. If only there were more blood mist. TSK. Chapter 153. Hey, honey, you didn't pull any shady stuff while I was asleep, did you? Fuso, Yamagumi headquarters. Hey, Watanabe. In the leader's chamber, Yamagumi boss Kigo Chiba's expression was as cold as ice. Suddenly, the phone in his hand shattered with a crack. Damn it! Shiba Kigo's face darkened, his body radiating a surging aura of power. The senior members of the Yamagumi present held their breath, not daring to breathe a word. Leader! At that moment, a figure entered from outside the door, radiating a similar aura of transformed energy, though significantly weaker than Shiba Kigo's. It was none other than Kyukiai Ichiro, one of the Yamagumi's 3 deputy leaders. Kyukiai-kun, what's the situation? Shiba Kigo urgently inquired upon seeing the arrival. With the fates of numerous Yamagumi masters unknown, even he could not remain calm. Leader, you might not believe this. After a brief pause, Kyukiai Ichiro continued, his voice filled with conflict. Satellite surveillance shows no trace of any Yamagumi members on Tenru Island. It's as if they vanished into thin air. What? Shiba Kigo's expression darkened further. Vanished into thin air. Damn it. What secrets does this Tenru Island hold? I don't know. Joje Ichiro pondered for a moment, his gaze fixed on the direction of Wolf Island. But chief, one thing is certain. Tianlang Island must harbor a force capable of slaying those at the threshold of the Huatian realm. Ha! Listening to Kyukiai Ichiro's analysis, the senior members of the mountain group all sucked in a sharp breath, overcome with dread. Fortunately, they hadn't gone to Wolf Star Island back then, otherwise, the ones dead now would likely be them. Such an assessment suggested the strong possibility of a full-step Huatong master residing on Wolf Star Island. At this thought, even Shiba Kigo's expression turned grave. Masters of the Huatian realm were a rare breed even within the Yamagumi. Moreover, he wasn't stupid. If Wolf Island harbored such a formidable expert, it naturally meant there were many other skilled fighters under their command. The fact that they had twice wiped out the Yamagumi-sent assassins was ample proof of their sheer numbers. The next morning, golden sunlight streamed through the window, flooding the room and banishing the last vestiges of darkness. Mum. The stunning beauty struggled awake, her eyes opening to behold an impossibly handsome profile. The contours of his cheeks were sharply defined, the lines flowing like a sculptor's masterpiece. Beneath the high bridge of his nose, his lips curved upward in a subtle, almost imperceptible smile. This guy, he's actually quite handsome. From Lin Ruoxue's perspective, the golden morning light only accentuated his handsomeness. Peck. In that moment, Lin Ruoxue found herself inexplicably leaning in for a kiss. Realizing her mistake, she jerked back like she'd been electrocuted, her cheeks flushing scarlet all the way to her ears. Just now, she'd stolen a kiss from that guy. Good heavens! Done staring yet? Her blushing was abruptly interrupted by a voice, sending a jolt through her heart. Ah, you're awake. Caught off guard, Lin Ruoxue jumped in alarm. When had he woken up? Had he noticed her sneaking a kiss? Jiang Bai eyed the stunning beauty before him suspiciously. Hey, you okay? Why the big reaction? You didn't do something you shouldn't have while your husband was asleep, did you? Under her husband's gaze, Lin Ruoxue gave a light snort. What guilty deeds? What nonsense are you talking about? Rolling her eyes fiercely, she furrowed her delicate brows as she recalled the earlier scene. Was she sick? How could she have done something like that? Is that so? You've seemed off today. Jiang Bai suddenly remembered something. This girl had already reached the threshold of external energy cultivation. Hey, let your husband sleep in with you for a bit. You? I don't want to. Mum. Before she could finish, Jiang Bai began his experiment, and her red lips were captured by a certain someone. Much later. By the time the sun was high in the sky, Lin Ruoxue finally emerged from the room, giving him a reproachful glance. See? It's all your fault. She shot a fierce glare at the culprit. If not for that incident, she would have gotten up long ago. How could she possibly be this late? But, strangely enough, despite the intense workout, she felt no fatigue whatsoever. Instead, she was wide awake and full of energy. She couldn't quite explain why. Little did she know, her physical constitution was now tenfold stronger than before. Blame me? Hearing the stunning beauty's words, Jiang Bai frowned slightly. How is this my fault? You're the one who wouldn't let your husband finish. You still dared to say that. The shameless teasing made Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flush crimson, the blush spreading all the way to her ears. After a playful exchange of banter, they resumed their sightseeing after breakfast. Crescent Moon Duchy, Flower Sea. Wow. Gazing at the endless sea of roses, especially the intoxicating fragrance wafting through the air, it was utterly refreshing. Lin Xiaoxi immediately opened her livestream. Fans flooded the comments section with reactions. Wow, what a gorgeous sea of flowers. Goodness, my brother-in-law is spoiling her rotten. Yeah, wouldn't it be great if my future boyfriend was half as amazing as this heartthrob? Honey, I love you. Stop traveling and come home with me to have babies, okay? They have such strong couple vibes. Feels like they're flaunting their love, but I have no proof. The frenzied fans chattered away, and in an instant, Xiaoxi's livestream surged with heat. Sis, let's go over there. Lin Xiaoxi tugged her older sister toward one side, while the three little ones were looked after by the Xuanjia soldiers. Come on, let's go explore. Jiang Bai ruffled Grey Wolf's head with a smile. Woof. On his first trip far from home, Grey Wolf was bursting with excitement, scanning his surroundings as if trying to memorize every beautiful sight. Yes, Your Majesty. And so, Grey Wolf followed Jiang Bai into the woods nearby. Compared to the sea of flowers, he clearly preferred this place. Scanning his surroundings, he remarked, who would have thought the Crescent Moon Duchy was such a blessed land? After walking for a short while, a figure suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed before Jiang Bai. It was a man. Prince Yu, my brother, next year on this day will mark your death anniversary. Kill him. Dozens of assassins swarmed forward, unleashing their most powerful attacks, clearly unwilling to delay. Young Master Yu, flee now. Two elite guards by Wang Ziyu's side stepped forward to block the onslaught. But with two puffs of blood spurting from their mouths, their faces turned as pale as paper, and they crashed heavily to the ground. Young Master Qian, someone's over there. At that moment, one of the subordinates spotted Jiang Bai. Wang Ziyan frowned, glancing at Jiang Bai. Already in a foul mood, he waved dismissively. Kill them all. Damn it, more fools seeking death. Grey Wolf let out a low growl and swiped at the attacker lunging toward him. Slap. With a single swipe, the Dongjiang Wang family's expert was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Indeed. The Grey Wolf showed no mercy, striking with deadly force. The sudden scene stunned everyone present. Prince Wang Qian's face paled. That brat, how is this possible? Attack him together. Take him down. Little did Prince Wang Qian realize the seismic shift his actions would unleash upon the Dongjiang Wang clan, though that, of course, is another story. Chapter 154. If my brother-in-law spoils my goddess Ruoxue like this, doesn't he fear she'll become arrogant? How dare you? At that moment, Jun Luhui arrived with the Xuanjia army. Without hesitation, he slaughtered Prince Wang Qian and his men in under half a minute. What the? The two elite warriors beside Prince Wang Yu were utterly dumbfounded. After all, among Prince Wang Qian's entourage alone, there were several masters at the threshold of the outer force realm. With such formidable strength, they could take down anyone in Dongjiang, yet they fell within half a minute against these armored men. Mr. Jiang. Prince Yu's body trembled as he recognized the figure beside Grey Wolf Jiang Bai. So that's it. The Jiang Bai who was all the rage online was actually this extraordinary. Thud. Without hesitation, Wang Ziyu knelt on the ground. He knew that if he wanted to save his parents, Jiang Bai before him might be his only chance. Young Master Jiang, please save my parents. Taking a deep breath, Wang Ziyu continued, if you can save my parents, I'll do anything. Oh. Hearing Wang Ziyu's words, Jiang Bai froze. He hadn't expected to encounter a fellow countryman in the Crescent Moon Duchy. Soon, Wang Ziyu recounted the entire incident, leaving Jiang Bai somewhat dumbfounded. The Dongjiang Wang family, it seemed he had quite the connection with this clan. Thud. Immediately, two of Wang Ziyu's men knelt on one knee. We humbly beg young Master Jiang to save the Wang family's second branch. We pledge to serve you faithfully for the rest of our lives. Is that so? Seeing the two kneel, Jiang Bai turned to Jun Wuhui beside him. If the two of you can withstand 10 moves against him, I'll intervene. MHM. The kneeling men exchanged glances. Agreed. Uncle Ling, you too. It's fine. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Young master, you, if not for second master and madam, we would have died 10 years ago. Today is the day we repay that debt. Sir, forgive our offense. They knew full well that Jun Wuhui possessed formidable strength, so they struck with all their might. Crack. A single palm strike sent them flying several meters back. Blood spurted from their mouths as their faces turned deathly pale, both severely wounded on the spot. Uncle Ling. Uncle Lin. If this was the result of a single strike, what would follow? Again. The two charged at Jun Wuhui once more. Unsurprisingly, this time they flew even farther than before. The sound of cracking bones echoed, snapping countless limbs in an instant. Boom. Boom boom. They were sent flying back one after another. Watching this, Wang Ziyu clenched his fists tightly. Stop. Stop this. Young Master Jiang, I won't seek revenge anymore. Wang Ziyu collapsed onto the ground. On one side were his parents, whose lives hung in the balance at any moment. On the other was someone who had watched him grow up since childhood. He couldn't choose. But. Cough cough. Struggling to his feet, Wang Ziyu's two men were now covered in blood. It was nothing short of a miracle they'd lasted this long. Sir, one last move. Both men radiated utter resolve, already embracing death. At this moment, they were sustained solely by sheer willpower. Whoosh! Jun Wuhui smiled faintly, closing the distance in an instant with blinding speed so fast that Prince Yu had no time to react. Enough! Just as Jun Wuhui was about to strike, Jiang Bai smiled and stopped him. Had Jun Wuhui landed that blow, the two would have surely met their end. The fist stopped mere millimeters from their faces, its terrifying force nearly sending them flying. They swallowed hard, their throats tightening. Indeed. Young Master Jiang was testing them. If he truly intended to kill them, a single strike would have sufficed. The Dongjiang Wang family, huh? I've done you a favor. Thud. Despite their severe injuries, Uncle Ling and the other man knelt on the ground, banging their heads hard against the floor. Thank you, young Master Jiang, for your mercy. SSSSH. Two whistling sounds landed in their hands. Take this potion. Serve your young master well in the future. This. Staring at the potion in their hands, they froze for a moment. Thank you, sir. After a moment's hesitation, they tilted their heads back and drank it down. After all, they knew full well that if he truly wanted their lives, he wouldn't need to go to such trouble. Clearly, they had made the right bet. The moment they swallowed the potion, they felt a surge of potent energy coursing through their bodies. Both men, who had previously been at the threshold of the outer force realm, simultaneously advanced into it, ultimately halting at the mid-stage of the outer force realm. This is mid-stage outer force. Wang Ziyu watched Uncle Ling and the other man's strength surge dramatically, his face lighting up with joy. He knelt on the ground with a thud. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your bounty. Just then, a vial of potion appeared before him as well. Jiang Bai's voice followed. From now on, guard Dongjiang for me. Yes, sir. Prince Yu's heart surged with overwhelming excitement. This opportunity had come too suddenly. A quarter of an hour later. Wang Ziyu, a top-tier martial artist, was now but a hair's breadth away from mastering the outer force. This left Uncle Ling and the others filled with excitement. With their current strength, no one in the entire East River could stand against them. Forget rewards, they could even unify the entire East River. Go seek your revenge. Jiang Bai waved his hand dismissively. To him, this had been nothing more than a minor task. Farewell, Your Excellency. Wang Ziyu and his two companions bowed deeply. At this moment, they were utterly convinced and understood that they had earned Jiang Bai's trust. Master, aren't you afraid they might betray you someday? Jun Wuhui watched the three departing figures and asked curiously. Betrayal. Jiang Bai gazed into the distance. It matters not. Should they dare betray the Dongjiang royal house, their very existence becomes unnecessary. Though that possibility is slim. Oh, right. Jiang Bai seemed to recall something and produced a bank card. This card holds 30 billion. Use it for building the Crescent Moon Duchy in the future. 300 billion? That's a bit excessive, isn't it, Master? Even Jun Wuhui couldn't help but twitch his lips. 30 billion was no small sum. Take it. As he spoke, he walked over to the flower field, watching his sister-in-law and his own wife playing in the distance. The development of Wolf Island will also require considerable funds. Well, I suppose so. Jun Wuhui pondered for a moment, then said nothing more. After all, it was true. Brother-in-law, come quick. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxi's sweet voice echoed from afar, leaving the fans in the livestream room utterly envious. Holy cow, Xiaoxi's husband is way too good at spoiling her. Such a vast sea of flowers, woo woo woo. So romantic, I admit I'm jealous. If brother-in-law spoils our goddess Ruoxue like this, won't she get too proud? Banners sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain, swarming across the screen until it was completely obscured. Coming right up. Jiang Bai smiled faintly while Lin Ruoxue, sensing the moment, gracefully stepped aside, leaving the space to the host family. Ding! Host spent 30 billion renminbi, triggering a 4x rebate. Received 120 billion renminbi. Hearing the reward notification ring in his ears, Jiang Bai's smile deepened. So, he just made a whopping 120 billion in a single moment? That felt pretty damn good. Chapter 155, who can blame him? Your man just loves my wife so much. 120 billion. The system's announcement lifted Jiang Bai's spirits considerably. He promptly summoned his attribute panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 22 Realm, Heavenly Human Realm. Skills, view by pulling down the skills bar. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Tianyu Mansion Villa number 1 X1, 100% shares of Dihao Group, 20 Tangcheniping Villas, Bad Luck Card X1, 100% shares of Battle Axe Security, ownership of Wolf Island, 100,000 Xuanjia soldiers. Appearance, 100, of course, every reader here has an appearance rating of plus. Wealth, 984.035 billion renminbi. Passive skill, double consumption aura, below billion level. Gazing at his suddenly skyrocketing wealth, Jiang Bai felt quite moved. Giggle giggle giggle. At that moment, the three little ones were happily waving their tiny hands and feet as they took in the beautiful scenery, their faces beaming with crescent-shaped smiles. Gazing at the boundless sea of flowers, Lin Ruoxue beamed with joy. I'm in such a great mood today, I'll sing a song my brother-in-law wrote for me. The song's called Envy the Wind, Envy the Rain, don't go liking Xiaoxi more than the song, okay? The moment these words were spoken, the over 10,000 fans in the livestream instantly perked up. What? A song written by her brother-in-law? Holy cow. Xiaoxi, you're about to make waves. Confirmed. This song is gonna be amazing. Yeah, Xiaoxi's voice paired with her husband's songwriting absolutely perfect. Can't wait. Xiaoxi, start already. I've got my seat ready, let the show begin, honey. Fans chattered excitedly while Lin Ruoxue glanced at her younger sister. Though her sister showed no interest in the music industry, if she ever entered it, she'd be a rising star. Hold on a sec, I'll play the backing track. And so, with the sea of flowers as her backdrop, Lin Ruoxue began to sing. I envy the wind, I envy the rain. They get to see you so often. But even if I walk 1,000,000 miles, I might never see you. I wish to become the wind, to become the rain. Only then could I bravely seek you out. The haunting melody combined with Lin Ruoxue's unique voice perfectly brought this song to life. Fans in the livestream were all stunned into silence upon hearing Ruoxue's voice. OMG. Xiaoxi, this song, it's so addictive. This girl. Listening to her younger sister's singing, Lin Ruoxue shook her head with a bitter headache. Yet this word seemed to possess a certain magic, drawing her in. Her gaze drifted unconsciously to a certain figure, and suddenly her mind was filled with his image. Envy the wind, envy the rain, but they get to see you often. But even if I walked 1,000 miles, I might still not see you. Only by becoming wind or rain could I bravely find you. This word, this flavor, this imagery. Brilliant. Even Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but marvel. Only that guy could write lyrics like this. She wondered what on earth was going on inside his head. Inside the baby carriage, the three little ones stared blankly at their auntie, simply listening like this. You long to love but cannot have. Yet letting go brings too much reluctance. You must let go and make a choice. No longer hoping for a plot twist. Just treat this romance as a coincidence. Don't mind that whatever I do falls short. 30,000. 50,000. 100,000. Soon, the live stream's viewer count shattered the 100,000 mark. My sister-in-law's wave of fan pampering moves truly blew up the internet. Damn, it's such a waste that Xiaoxi isn't in the music industry. Yeah, if she entered the music industry, she'd be an absolute dark horse with her brother-in-law's backing. Of course. Don't you know who my Xiaoxi's husband is? Go Xiaoxi. I love you. Fans were buzzing with excitement as the livestream's popularity skyrocketed at a visible pace, quickly climbing to the top of the charts. In an instant, the entire Douyin community was ablaze with excitement. This unexpected fan treat caught them completely off guard. Sing us a song. Sing a song. By the time the song ended, Lin Ruoxue's livestream was completely flooded with comments and bullet screens from viewers. Her follower count had skyrocketed past 200,000, leaving other concurrent streamers utterly dumbfounded. Poof. Lin Ruoxue watched her follower count skyrocket. She never imagined her brother-in-law, who'd been out of the music scene for so long, could still command such immense popularity. What's more, the song he wrote for her seemed to resonate even better than she'd anticipated. Alright then. Lin Ruoxue grinned, then announced, since my brother-in-law hasn't released new music in ages, I'll dedicate his other song, The Gardenia Promise, to you all. Mwah. As she spoke, the sister-in-law couldn't resist blowing a kiss to the screen. This scene left countless viewers green with envy, and a flurry of donations began flying in, quickly propelling them into the top 10 of the real-time donation rankings. Xiaoxi, you're something else. Lin Ruoxue rolled her eyes at her sister. This girl was always stirring things up. Honey, when did you write a song for that little minx? Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but glance at her husband. She hadn't a clue about this. Hey. Jiang Bai waved his hand dismissively and continued, it's all because of your quirky little sister. She kept insisting I was biased and wouldn't let me off until I wrote her a couple of songs. I was bored, so I just threw together a couple to shut her up. Lin Ruoxue, Hearing her husband's words, Lin Ruoxue shot him a glance. Nothing better to do? Just to get rid of her? This guy sure knows how to brag. Songs like this could be written offhand when bored? Of course, she didn't know that for Jiang Bai, it was actually far easier than just passing the time. So, what do you think? Pretty impressive for your man, huh? His arm wrapped around the stunning beauty, his gaze drifted toward his sister-in-law brewing in the distance, then swept across the boundless sea of flowers, time itself seeming to stand still in her beautiful eyes. Especially now. Under the setting sun, golden light spilled over the floral expanse. The stunning beauty's face glowed even more radiantly, while her sister-in-law's exquisite features were beyond compare, enchanting countless fans in the livestream. Ruoxue, honey, my sister-in-law is about to start. Oof. That girl's probably getting even more sassy. Lin Ruoxue shot a playful glare at someone, her gaze fixed on her younger sister. She knew this sister too well. In fact, if she weren't her own flesh and blood, she might just feel a pang of jealousy. Love by association, I suppose. Wrapping his arms around the beauty in his embrace, Jiang Bai smiled faintly. From Lin Ruoxue's perspective, the guy's looks were incredibly handsome, so much so that she found herself momentarily mesmerized. Well, what can you do? Your man is so smitten with my wife. Put. How come I never noticed your sweet tongue before? You're as smooth as butter. Lin Ruoxue's heart pounded wildly. Did he write that song for his sister because he liked her? What could she do when he treated her so well? She was proud. Chapter 156, Why don't you say anything about my brother-in-law? A sea of flowers bathed in sunset glow, a sight of boundless beauty. Lin Xiaoxi bathed in the soft pink sunlight, a gentle smile curving her lips. I hope you all enjoy this song, the gardenia promise. Her voice faded, and without further ado, the accompaniment began. The evening breeze gently blows. You sing love songs in my ear. Seeing gardenias blooming by the roadside. You said they were as beautiful as me. Later, we loved briefly. My passion met your indifference. As the sun set in the west, that unique voice stirred the imagination. Unconsciously, the weary hearts of fans found their greatest solace, feeling this was the most beautiful gift after a long day's toil. This girl's got talent. Jiang Bai smiled faintly, then pulled out his phone. Honey, as your brother-in-law, shouldn't I show some support? 100 million. Lin Ruoxue watched the person beside her tapping away, her eyelids twitching wildly. After tipping that girl so much before, is she going crazy with tips now? It's fine. Jiang Bai waved it off nonchalantly. This little bit of money is nothing but pocket change to your man. Hey. Lin Ruoxue started to protest, but ultimately held her tongue. How could she argue when he was undeniably right? Though she had no idea how much money this guy actually had, 100 million really wasn't much to him. But this time, that guy was bound to make a huge splash because the account he used was none other than the internet-famous Supreme Ruler. If your heart only loves gardenias, why did you choose the rose? Your sweet talk rings so hollow. I couldn't bear to expose it. If only I were the one in your heart. How could you still fall for her in the end? Whoa. Listening to the haunting melody, Lin Ruoxue, who had been quietly listening nearby, sucked in a sharp breath. This melody, these lyrics. Honey, seriously. After a brief pause, Lin Ruoxue continued, honestly, I think it's such a shame you left the music industry so early. I genuinely feel sorry for those fans. Pity? Jiang Bai wrapped his arms around the beauty in his embrace. What's there to regret? Everyone has their own path. Compared to chasing fame, wouldn't you rather spend that time with my little Ruoxue? Isn't that sweeter? Put. Hearing that, Lin Ruoxue shot him a fierce glare. Little Ruoxue? I'm not little. Is that so? Hearing his stunning family member's defiance, Jiang Bai grinned. Then tonight, let your husband inspect just how not little my precious little one really is. I'm not even going to bother with you. Lin Ruoxue gave a coy snort. Check? This guy really dares to think. Xiaoxi, my wife. I love you. Oh my gosh, Xiaoxi wife sings so beautifully. Wow, I feel like I love Xiaoxi so much. What should I do? Brother-in-law's lyrics make me want to cry, but I can't. Yeah, Xiaoxi's brother-in-law is so mean, doing this to us, sniffle sniffle. The live stream fans were losing it at this moment. Holy crap, how did brother-in-law come up with these devilish lyrics? They're making my heart flutter like crazy. I can't take it anymore. It tickles my heart, makes me tingly, but it just won't let you explode. How infuriating is that? Xiaoxi's husband, you can't play like this. If this keeps up, you're gonna drive us all crazy. But just as everyone was marveling, another event unfolded in Xiaoxi's livestream. Junlin Tianxia tips crazy little Lolita dreamy starry Sky X 100. Lin Tianxia tipped runaway little Lolita dreamy starry sky x 300. Emperor of the Heavens tipped runaway little Lolita with 800 dreamy starry skies. In less than 3 seconds, Supreme Ruler emerged out of nowhere and showered his sister-in-law with over 1,000 dreamy starry skies, a whopping 10 million in total. The entire live stream audience was stunned, eyes wide as saucers, watching Xiaoxi's brother-in-law fiddle with his phone on screen. Damn, Xiaoxi's brother-in-law, did he have to be this extravagant? You gotta understand. You're already a shark-fighting emperor, there's no higher rank for you to ascend to. But just when everyone thought it was over, Lin Tianxia sent a massive gift to runaway little Lolita, 1,000 dreamy starry skies. Lin Tianxia tipped runaway little Lolita dreamy starry sky x 2,000. Emperor of the Realm rewards runaway little Lolita with dreamy starry sky x 3,000. The screen was flooded with dreamy starry skies, stunning even Lin Xiaoxi, who was watching. Thankfully, the song had just ended. Ah. Lin Xiaoxi's gaze darted to her brother-in-law, who was still fiddling with his phone. Oh my gosh, brother-in-law, you tipped for Xiaoxi again. I love you so much, brother-in-law. With a smacking sound, she even blew him a flying kiss, leaving Lin Ruoxue both amused and exasperated. That girl, has she lost her mind? Did she even realize what she was doing? How dare she act like this? I just want to hang her up and beat her senseless. Look at what you've done. Lin Ruoxue sighed. This girl just couldn't keep her cool anywhere. Would it kill her to be a little low-key? As time passed, the shower of gifts from dreamy starry sky showed no signs of stopping, as if it would never end. Bro-in-law, that move was brutal. Holy crap, does anyone have a husband like that? I want one too. Fine, I admit it, I'm jealous. Honey, stop tipping. Come home with me, okay? This little cutie can be both adorable and fierce. When the 100 million tip ended, the livestream fell into dead silence. 100 million in tips, holy crap, this guy's extravagance blew their minds. Night fell, and they returned to the hotel. Brother-in-law, you're so cool. Lin Xiaoxi's face beamed with joy. Her brother-in-law had written 2 super hit songs for her and just gifted her 100 million in pocket money. A brother-in-law like this was worth more than a mountain of gold. You. Lin Ruoxue gave her sister a sharp tap on the head and scolded, stop showing off so much. Don't pick up bad habits from someone else. As she spoke, Lin Ruoxue cast a meaningful glance at the person in question, her implication clear. Poof. Lin Xiaoxi immediately protested, sis, you're biased. Why don't you say anything about my brother-in-law? You only pick on me. Lin Ruoxue paused at the accusation, rolling her eyes at the person in question. She had tried to warn him, but what could she do if he wouldn't listen? Meanwhile, at the Fusan Mountain Group headquarters. Swish. Not far away, figures materialized before them, all stunning women clad in golden armor, numbering over 1,000. Leading them was a breathtaking woman crowned with a regal diadem, none other than the Angel Queen. Your Majesty, the Fusan Group headquarters lies ahead. Angel Hiko bowed deeply. Now at the late stage of the Transcendent Force realm, her eyes blazed with fierce determination as she gazed upon the headquarters. From the moment they had laid a hand on Lord Jiang Bai, their fate of annihilation had been sealed. Oh. The Angel Queen fixed her gaze upon the Yamagumi headquarters, narrowing her eyes. Then let's begin. Chapter 157, The Mountain Group's Demise. China rejoices wildly. Whoosh. Over 1,000 stunning women clad in golden armor transformed into streaks of light, surging into the Yamagumi headquarters. Who goes there? Enemy attack. Thousands of golden streaks flooded into the mountain group, unleashing a one-sided slaughter in an instant. Damn it! One of the Yamagumi's deputy leaders, Kukiai Ichiro, emerged from the depths of the organization, his expression icy cold. Boom! A dull thud echoed as Kukiai Ichiro was sent flying by a single sword strike. The sound of cracking bones reverberated, countless fractures occurring in an instant. Put! Blood spattered everywhere, but Kukiai Ichiro paid no heed to his wounds. Instead, he stared across at his opponent in utter disbelief, late-stage Hua Jin. How? How is that possible? The attacker was none other than Angel Hiko. Kukiai Ichiro's eyes widened in horror. After all, even Chiba Kigo, the leader of the Yamagumi, possessed only this level of power at the late stage of the Huatong realm. Western world, Seraphim. Gazing upon the 1,000-plus armored, breathtakingly beautiful women, Kukiai Ichiro's expression grew grave. The Archangel's reputation preceded her, but he never imagined the legendary Archangel's power would be this formidable. Thud! At that moment, a corpse crashed to the ground. When the entire Yamagumi saw the body, their expressions turned ashen. Chief Chiba! This can't be. The corpse was none other than Chiba Kigo himself. This scene dealt a devastating blow to the fiercely resisting Yamagumi. Their leader had been killed. Then, a figure abruptly appeared in the arena, none other than the Angel Queen. Zanzetsu. Upon witnessing Chiba Kigo's death, Angel Hiko's eyes flashed with a fierce glint as he led thousands of Seraphim into a brutal slaughter. Put! A single sword strike sent blood spraying from Kuakiro Q's throat. His body collapsed to the ground with a thud. I refuse to accept this. Run! Witnessing their leader and second in command fall one after another, the Yamagumi assassins knew their end had come. All will to fight vanished, and they scattered like startled birds. Think you can escape? The Angel Queen gave a cold laugh. This was their first time fighting for the master, so they dared not slack even a bit, even though it was a battle where they crushed their opponents like withering leaves. A quarter of an hour later, the entire Yamagumi faction was annihilated, not a single member left alive. A sickeningly thick stench of blood filled the air. The entire mountain group had become a river of blood, with corpses numbering in the thousands. Withdraw. The Angel Queen surveyed the battlefield, then vanished in a flash, leading over 1,000 seraphim away. The entire area fell into deathly silence, as if nothing had ever happened. Only the river of blood and the thick, pungent stench of blood bore witness to the brutal battle that had just unfolded here. Not long after. Swish! Wave after wave of forces appeared in the mountain group's arena. After all, every faction had numerous spies. Whoa! As the various factions entered the arena, the sight of corpses strewn across the ground and the nauseating stench of blood caused their expressions to darken. The mountain group has been wiped out. What a ruthless move. Who could have pulled this off? Chiba Kigo, the leader of the mountain group, a late-stage Huatang cultivator, was instantly killed. The attacker must be at least half a step into the pre-heaven realm. At this realization, wariness filled the eyes of all factions. No joke, such a being existed beyond their own ranks. If he could annihilate the mountain group, it meant he possessed the power to wipe them out too. Let's go. This matter must be reported to the head of the family. After gathering, the various factions departed without lingering. After all, the opponent's strength was unfathomable. Firstly, this matter was of grave importance. Secondly, they dared not linger here. No way. If the force that annihilated the Yamagumi returned, they wouldn't even have time to regret it. Truth be told, it wasn't that they didn't want to stay, they simply dared not. And so, the mountain group which had dominated Japan for centuries was annihilated. Fusang, Imperial Palace. Snap. The Emperor of Fusang stared at his subordinate across from him, his face icy cold, disbelief etched in his expression. What did you say? The Yamagumi has been wiped out. Ahem, Your Majesty, it is indeed so. The subordinate cleared his throat and took a deep breath. The attackers were exceptionally powerful, at least 1,000 strong. Their strongest fighter could instantly kill someone at the late stage of the Huatian realm. Instantly kill a late-stage Huatang cultivator. Hearing this, the Emperor of Fusang's eyes widened in horror. While Fusang did possess such individuals, they were reclusive shrine masters who shunned the world. Moreover, those who attained the status of Grand Shrine Lords were invariably beings who transcended the Huatian realm half-step pre-heaven cultivators. To think even the Yamagumi couldn't hold out for long against such an attack. The Emperor of Fusang's heart darkened. Though the Yamagumi was an assassin organization, it was undoubtedly an exceptionally sharp tool for Fusang. Used properly, it could handle matters he couldn't personally attend to. But now, the annihilation of the Yamagumi was clearly not a favorable development for him or Fuso. Fuso, Tengchuan conglomerate. What? The Yamagumi has been wiped out, and their leader, Chiba Kigo, was killed instantly. Tengchuan Shino's face paled as he leapt to his feet, staring in disbelief toward the direction of the Yamagumi. Their recent dealings with the Yamagumi had been quite close. With the Yamagumi now wiped out, he couldn't possibly remain impartial. Someone. After a moment's deliberation, Tung Chuan Jinshong made his decision. He ordered, issue the command, all recent affairs must be handled discreetly. Furthermore, sever all cooperation with the Yamagumi. There must be absolutely no connection whatsoever. Yes, head of the family. A skilled member of the Tingchuan family wore a solemn expression, having some knowledge of the Yamaguchi-gumi affair. Are you kidding? An entity capable of annihilating the Yamaguchi-gumi in an instant was absolutely not something the Tingchuan conglomerate could afford to provoke. Or rather, if such an entity took notice of them, it would spell disaster. Conversations like this echoed across every corner of Japan. Financial conglomerates and power factions were all distancing themselves from the Yamaguchi-gumi. It wasn't a choice they made, it was a necessity. After all, compared to sacrificing some profits, they dreaded far more the prospect of being targeted by the force that had annihilated the mountain group. Yet in stark contrast, at the Imperial Capital War Department of China. Bang! The door to the War Department commander's office was violently kicked open as one of Long Shanha's men burst into the room, his voice trembling with urgency. Commander! Something's happened in Japan. After a brief pause, the subordinate continued, just an hour ago, the Fusang mountain group was wiped out by mysterious assailants. Oh! Hearing the report, Long Shanha froze, then his face lit up with delight. The mountain group, actually, wiped out. This is truly fantastic news. A sharp gleam flashed in Long Shanha's eyes. The mountain group had caused them no end of headaches over the years. Its elimination removed a major thorn in their side. He narrowed his eyes toward Fusang. Ha ha ha, excellent. This will surely plunge Fusang into chaos. Well played. If I ever find out who did this, I'll definitely raise a toast with them. Chapter 158, 10 billion? Honey, why are you giving me so much money? Time flew by. Dongjiang, Tianyu Mansion. Welcome home, young master. Upon arriving at the villa, the familiar, pleasant voice of the maid greeted her. Lin Ruoxue exhaled deeply. She had finally returned. The journey to Wolf Island felt like a dream over so quickly. Young master, shall we dine now? Night had already fallen. The butler, Ning Mengyan, bowed respectfully. Let's go. Dinner first. Enveloping the beauty in his arms, he entered the villa under the admiring gazes of the maids. Is this really okay? Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson. Couldn't that guy just be a little more discreet? What's the big deal? We're married and have a child now. Hearing his words, Lin Ruoxue shot him a glare. That guy's remarks were infuriating. Did he think everyone had skin as thick as his? Clatter. After dinner, the bathroom door slid open, revealing a stunning beauty stepping into the room. Even wrapped in a loose bathrobe, her voluptuous figure remained undeniable. Honey, you look stunning. It must be said, the beauty before him was breathtakingly gorgeous at that moment, leaving Jiang Bai momentarily speechless. Put. Don't you ever get tired of looking at me every day? Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed slightly. She couldn't figure out why she always lost her toughness around this particular person. Of course I never get tired of it. He pulled the stunning beauty into his embrace, his large hand brushing against her breasts. This earned him a reproachful glance from the young lady, who seemed to know exactly what was coming next. With a wife this beautiful, I'll never get tired of her for a lifetime. Lin Ruoxue rolled her eyes and pouted. Yeah, right. Ring ring. Just then, Lin Ruoxue's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and answered it. Hello? What? The group's cash flow has hit a snag and it's serious? Got it. I understand. After hanging up, Lin Ruoxue's beautiful eyes narrowed in concern. Clearly, she hadn't expected this to happen so soon after returning to Dongjiang. What's wrong? The ever-opportunistic individual, seeing the stunning beauty's expression, asked curiously. Husband, the group is in trouble. There's a funding gap of over $1 billion. Short on cash? Hearing Lin Ruoxue's words, Jiang Bai froze. This was his chance to make a killing. That's easy. As he spoke, Jiang Bai placed a card in Lin Ruoxue's delicate hand. Sweetheart, here's 10 billion. Use it for the emergency. If it's not enough, just tell your husband. Placing the 100 billion yuan card into the stunning beauty's hands with unabashed generosity, he left Lin Ruoxue utterly dumbfounded. 100 billion? What the hell, why are you giving me so much money? Lin Ruoxue glared at the man before continuing. The group's deficit is only over 10 billion. Spend it. The rest is your spending money. Rolling her eyes at his extravagant gesture, Lin Ruoxue thought, pocket money? This guy really had the nerve, billions as pocket money? She couldn't possibly spend it all in a lifetime. Husband, thank you. Lin Ruoxue gazed at her man with affection. A shortfall of just over 10 billion, and this guy handed her 100 billion outright. It clearly showed her place in his heart. Pfft, that's nothing. Jiang Bai wrapped his arms around the stunning beauty, his tone commanding. Don't even mention a mere 10 billion. Even 100 billion, or a trillion, your man wouldn't bat an eyelid. Of course. He paused, then continued, if my wife Ruoxue wants to show her gratitude, she could discuss a few business deals while attending to me. Poof. What nonsense are you spouting? Business my ass. Lin Ruoxue shot him a reproachful glance. Sure enough, this guy had ulterior motives. She knew exactly what a few rounds of business meant. It's late, my dear Ruoxue. Time for bed. Seeing the blush on the beauty in his arms, he smiled and teased. Who's sleeping with you? I'm ignoring you. Mum. Before she could finish, Lin Ruoxue's lips were silenced by his. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. He was trying to take advantage of her again. So infuriating. And worst of all, that guy had cleaned out her baby's food supply, not only taking advantage, but eating and stealing too. After an unknown amount of time, the stunning beauty nestled in his arms, fast asleep. Bathed in the warm yellow glow, she looked absolutely breathtaking from Jiang Bai's perspective. Ding! Host spent 10 billion renminbi, triggering a 20x rebate. Received 200 billion renminbi. Staring blankly at the exquisite beauty's face, the system's reward notification echoed in his ears, lifting Jiang Bai's spirits even further. Holding her close, he inhaled the fragrance emanating from her body. This scent, truly intoxicating. Were this scene witnessed by outsiders, it would surely make countless people green with envy. Meanwhile, at the Dongjiang Wang family manor. Crack! Upon hearing his subordinate's words, the teacup in Wang Heihu's hand shattered instantly, his entire body radiating the aura of a half-step external force cultivator. Still no word from the eldest young master? Several days had passed. Based on Wang Heihu's experience, there was an overwhelming likelihood his son had met with misfortune. Bam! Just then, the villa door burst open, revealing a figure in the doorway. Uncle, it's been a while. The calm voice sent shockwaves through Wang Heihu, who stared across at the figure in utter disbelief. Wang Ziyu, how are you still alive? This can't be. Indeed, Wang Ziyu's appearance caused Wang Heihu's expression to darken drastically. He knew his son had gone to kill this boy. Now that the boy stood before him unscathed, it meant his son was likely in grave danger. What happened to Zi Qian? Wang Heihu's face darkened, a heavy sense of foreboding settling in his heart. Uncle, you're talking about my eldest brother. Wang Ziyu looked at the man who had oppressed their second branch for over 20 years and sneered coldly. My dear elder brother, accused of conspiring with outsiders to murder our grandfather, felt his sins were too great to bear. He took his own life. You're full of... Wang Heihu's face turned ashen. Did he think he was a 3-year-old child? I'll kill you. With a whoosh, Wang Heihu flashed before Wang Ziyu, aiming to crush him with a single punch. Smack! Before he could close in, Uncle Ling struck out with a backhand slap. In the next instant, Wang Heihu flew backward 5 or 6 meters, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yet Wang Heihu stared across at his opponent in utter disbelief. You've actually reached the outer force realm? Die! On the other side, a blade flashed. In the next instant, Wang Heihu met his end. With his dying breath, his eyes widened as he stared at the attacker. You've reached the half-step outer force. With a mix of bitter resentment and inflated ambition, Wang Heihu ended his life. Thud! Wang Heihu's corpse hit the ground. A flicker of reluctance crossed Wang Ziyu's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by resolve. Every last loyalist of the main branch, not one shall be spared. Yes, young master. Uncle Ling and Uncle Quan exchanged a glance before vanishing from their spots. Wang Ziyu exhaled deeply. In the end, I'm the one laughing last. Chapter 159, The Wang Family's Turmoil and Upheaval, Eastern River's Factions Stir. Kill. A bloody fratricidal massacre erupted within the Dongjiang Wang family. With the addition of 2 external force masters, the assault swept through like a whirlwind, utterly unimpeded. After all, external force was nothing short of godlike to the meager forces of the Wang family's main branch. No! I don't want to die. Run! Piercing screams erupted from the loyalists of the main branch. Within moments, most of the Dongjiang Wang family's elite fighters had fallen. Clearly, those remaining were either from the second branch or neutral parties. Holy, the main branch, just wiped out like that. Terrifying. What did young master you go through? Yeah, becoming a half-step external force expert in such a short time. Not just him, Uncle Ling and the others have all become outer force masters too. Wang Ziyu surveyed the corpses littering the ground, then swept his piercing gaze over the remaining Wang family masters. Who else wishes to die for the first branch? Thud. Without a moment's hesitation, every surviving member of the Wang family dropped to one knee. We dare not. But. Cough cough. Xiao Yu, is it really you? Wang Ziyu's parents, Wang Tianhe and his mother, stepped into the clearing. Both were deathly pale, deepening Wang Ziyu's hatred for the uncle he had just killed with his own hands. Dad, Mom. Wang Ziyu hurried forward to help them up. The elderly couple stared at the corpses littering the floor, every single one belonging to the eldest son's household, and froze in shock. Xiao Yu, the eldest son's family, they're all dead? That's right. Wang Ziyu gave a cold chuckle, glancing around the scene. Mom and Dad, that bastard Wang Ziyan nearly killed us back then. Good riddance. That entire first branch family, may they rot in the deepest pits of hell. Wang Tianhe clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging, then knelt with a thud on the ground. Father, Xiao Yu has avenged you. That bastard Wang Heihu is dead. Did you see it from above? The numerous Wang family experts surrounding them quickly retreated, especially the neutral masters who looked as if they'd been granted a royal pardon. Are you kidding? If young master Yu had killed them, they wouldn't have been able to say a word. In that moment, they felt immense gratitude toward young master Yu and dared not betray him. It must be said, Prince Yu's move was brilliant. Young Yu. Wang Tian has snapped back to reality, his gaze drifting toward the distance. From now on, the Wang family rests in your hands. If I possessed even half your resolve, the second branch wouldn't have ended up like this. Father, you. Before Wang Ziyu could finish, his father waved him off. After a moment of deep thought, he said, more than that, I'm curious, what exactly did you go through during this time when the main branch was hunting you down? Your uncle Xing and Quan must have already cultivated external force, right? What? Hearing her husband's words, Wang's mother froze. How could they have attained external force? After all, not a single member of the Wang family possessed the outer force. One could only imagine what this signified. Father, it happened like this. Prince Wang Yuyu then recounted his experiences in the Crescent Moon Duchy, leaving both his father and mother stunned. What did you say? You encountered Jiang Bai in the Crescent Moon Duchy, that young man who held his actual wedding ceremony in Dongjiang not long ago. He saved your lives. Wang Tianhe's face was etched with disbelief. He knew Jiang Bai well, a remarkable figure who had achieved extraordinary success in the music industry, literary circles, and martial arts. Who would have thought he's even more formidable than imagined? Xiao Yu. Wang Tianhe paused before continuing. Jiang Bai has done our Wang family a great favor. Under no circumstances must you ever harm him. Dad, rest assured. Wang Ziyu took a deep breath before adding, I've already decided I will follow our benefactor's lead in all matters. Wang Tianhe nodded, gazing at the devastation before him and sighing. The future of the Wang family rests on your shoulders. Dongjiang, War Department Headquarters Office. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Zhao Zhenbei rose from his seat. What did you say? The Wang family of Dongjiang is in turmoil? The second branch's Prince Wang Ziyu suddenly returned and wiped out the first branch. Who would have thought the second branch of the Wang family emerged victorious in the end? That's right. The subordinate seemed to recall something and continued, Commander, it was rumored that Jiang Bai also traveled to the Crescent Moon Duchy recently. Moreover, it appears Prince Wang Yuyu, who was being hunted down by the main branch, was last seen in the Crescent Moon Duchy. Oh. Hearing his subordinate's words, Zhao Zhenbei's eyes narrowed once more. Jiang Bai again? Could it be, this matter is connected to him? He murmured to himself, unable to shake the thought. After all, that young man was one of the few people Zhao Zhenbei couldn't quite figure out. What? The subordinate's eyes sharpened at his commander's words. Commander, are you suggesting Jiang Bai is orchestrating this behind the scenes? The Zhang family incident in Dongjiang was already intricately linked to him. Now the Wang family. Whether he's involved or not, this Jiang Bai is no ordinary man. Nonsense. Zhao Zhenbei shot his subordinate a glance before gazing toward the Dongjiang suburban villa. That kid healed my father. That alone makes him extraordinary. And consider this, even Du Gaoming humbled himself to become his disciple. Meanwhile, factions across Dongjiang were equally stunned. After all, the Wang family's second branch had always been weak. Now that the first branch had suddenly launched an attack, who could have imagined the second branch would stage such a desperate counterattack, even going so far as to annihilate the entire first branch? Such thunderous tactics could only be described as ruthless. Meanwhile, on the distant shores of Wolf Island. Ring ring. A Japanese general received a call. Your Majesty, rest assured. This subordinate will conquer Wolf Star Island. Await my triumphant return. After hanging up, the Japanese general narrowed his eyes toward the horizon. Give the order, cross the sea. This time, I shall conquer Wolf Star Island. Let's see what makes it so extraordinary. This Fuso general, Ino Masatomi, was a renowned warrior of Fuso. His strength reached the peak of external martial arts, making him a figure of considerable fame. Assigning him to capture Wolf Star Island now seemed like a waste of his talents. Yet he remained unaware of the peril awaiting the 10,000 elite Fuso troops and their supplies he now led. Beneath the deceptively calm sea surface lurked a murderous threat of unimaginable magnitude. Yes, Lord Ino. A trusted subordinate responded respectfully. Thus, a fleet of over a dozen ships set sail toward Wolf Star Island, their imposing procession carrying a certain grandeur. Lord Ino, I hear Tenru Island boasts exquisite scenery. It would be the perfect place for you to retire in the future. Is that so? Inoue Shajin smiled faintly. I've long heard of Wolf Star Island's beauty. This time, I shall see for myself what makes it so extraordinary. If it proves worthy, it may indeed serve as a fitting retirement retreat. Lost in idle conversation, they remained unaware that the Sea Octopus King had already locked onto them. Its eyes narrowed with a predatory glint and a human-like smile played upon its beak. Delicious food, coming again, ha! Chapter 160, Bloodshed at Sea, the Emperor of Japan enraged. Azure waters met a clear blue sky, calm and undisturbed. The scenery suddenly became as beautiful as a fairyland. Masato Ino exhaled deeply, breathing in the fresh air and feeling the gentle sea breeze caress his face, utterly delightful. Beep, beep. At that moment, the ship's top-level crimson alarm blared throughout the vessel. Lord Ino, trouble. Unidentified creatures are approaching us. The helmsman's face darkened as he relayed the monitoring feed on the screen. And it wasn't just one or two, a swarm of them was encircling their dozen or so vessels. What? Upon hearing this, Ino Shojin narrowed his eyes. Just a bunch of beasts. Full speed ahead. Prepare to open fire at any moment. Aye, Lord Ino. The helmsman took a deep breath and steered full speed toward Wolf Star Island. If these unknown creatures got any closer, disaster would surely follow. Splash. As the dozen or so ships of Fuso advanced, over 20 killer whales surged in from all directions. The smallest measured 5 to 6 meters, while the largest stretched over 10 meters. What? A pod of killer whales? Inoue Shojin's expression turned grim as he looked around in disbelief. Orcas were the rulers of the ocean, possessing formidable attacking power. Over 20 killer whales? Impossible. Quick, break through the encirclement. A dozen ships raced forward at full speed. Tens of thousands of elite Fuso soldiers were on the verge of death. What kind of joke was this? Understand this. Orcas were a nightmare for any nation's navy, let alone over 20 of them now. Boom! At that moment, an 8-meter killer whale rammed a ship to smithereens. Piercing screams erupted as over 1,000 elite Japanese soldiers plunged into the water. Casualties exceeded half their number, and blood instantly stained the surrounding sea. Ah! How can these killer whales possess such devastating power? These ships are built from special materials, yet a single strike from an orca capsized them. No! Run for your lives. The remaining ships sped up even more. Truly, they were terrified by the scene before them. If a single orca could do this, what would happen if all of them attacked? They dared not imagine the outcome. Boom! 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 One after another, the explosions echoed out. 5 or 6 more ships were severely damaged, and the casualties soared to over 3,000. This left Ino Masatomo's face darkening to its utmost. At this rate, the entire force of 10,000 elite troops would be annihilated before they even reached Tenru Island. Damn it, they're asking for death. At the peak of his external strength, Masato Ino narrowed his eyes. Leaping into the air, he swung his katana at the killer whale looming over him, its body stretching over 10 meters long. His strike was blindingly fast. Clang! The blade struck the Orca King's head, producing a metallic clash that made Masato's face turn pale. Put! In the next instant, terrifying force surged back through the blade. A tidal wave of power crashed over him, sending Ino Masatomo flying backward, spitting blood as his face turned as pale as paper. Lord Ino! The sudden turn of events terrified everyone, but fortunately, the Orca King was also driven back. Cough, cough. Don't worry about me. Break through at all costs. Ino clenched his teeth, forcing back the blood rising to his throat. He knew that if he faltered now, it would deal a devastating blow to morale. Charge! A dozen battered vessels finally broke through the encirclement. The Orca King watched Ino Shojin and his men depart, a human-like smirk flickering in his eyes. Octopus Boss is in for a feast. Minutes later. Plop. The Fuso's elite troops collapsed onto the deck, breathing a sigh of relief. They felt like they'd just walked through the gates of hell. It had been terrifying. Had they known they'd encounter a pod of killer whales, they'd never have come here, not even if you paid them. Finally out. That was terrifying. No wonder the Yamagumi got beaten up before. Look! What is that? Amidst their relief, a sound suddenly echoed from somewhere. Squeak! Immediately, a piercing cry echoed across the entire sea, sending all marine life into a frenzy, for they knew the sea's ruler was about to strike. Splash! 2 tentacles, each nearly 10 meters long, burst through the water's surface and lashed out at the 2 ships. Before the elite Fuso soldiers aboard could react, the vessels were torn to shreds. Hundreds perished in that single strike alone. Great white shark, no! I don't want to die. Piercing screams echoed through the water as the Fuso elite soldiers who had fallen into the sea were torn apart and devoured, a gruesome sight too horrific to behold. Boom! Boom! Boom boom boom! Strike after strike. In the blink of an eye, only 5 or 6 of Japan's dozen ships remained. The sight left Masato Ino's face drained of color. Retreat! Immediately! Withdraw! By now, he couldn't fail to see that this stretch of sea was completely beyond their reach. Not even a peak outer force practitioner like himself stood a chance. Even an inner force expert would be no match. Too late to leave now. The Octopus King watched as the Fuson ships turned tail and fled. As the undisputed ruler of these waters, it had been entrusted with immense favors and trust by His Majesty. Protecting Wolf Island for His Majesty was its sacred duty. SSSSHush. A tentacle plummeted from the sky with unprecedented speed. No! Inos Masahito's expression darkened. Planting his feet on the deck, he swung his katana toward one of the Octopus King's tentacles. Crack! Yet, to the shock of all the Fuso elite present, Ino Masatomo, a master of peak external force, was instantly torn apart into a mist of blood. Yes! A mist of blood. The sight made everyone swallow hard. But then the tentacles smashed the deck, and the entire ship shattered into fragments. Waves splashed several meters high, a testament to the immense force unleashed by that single tentacle strike. Aha! Amidst the terror, the 5 or 6 surviving Japanese vessels were also smashed by tentacles, sinking into the boundless ocean. Only the crimson-stained water revealed the brutal battle that had just unfolded here. In less than 10 minutes, every soul became a delicacy for the sea's creatures. The Octopus King gazed at the crimson-tinged water, a smile curling his lips. Dismissed. Yes, Octopus Boss. The rulers of each tribe responded respectfully, then led their followers back with their bounties. Alas, the quantity of this feast was rather meager, if only it had been tenfold more. The kings murmured discontentedly, lips smacking. Had the Emperor of Fuson learned of this thought? Who knew if he'd come swinging his cleaver to fight them to the death? This is just too much bullying. Half a day later. Deep within the residence of the Emperor of Fusong. With a sharp slap, the Emperor of Fusong slammed his hand onto the table, listening in disbelief as his subordinate reported, General Ino Masatomo and over 10,000 of our Fusong warriors have been completely annihilated. How could this be? Your Majesty, this is absolutely true. The subordinate reported tremulously, the perpetrators remain unknown, for every scout we dispatched was killed without exception. They didn't even have time to relay the intelligence back. Tenru Island, it's too mysterious. Damn it! The Emperor of Fusong's face turned icy cold as his gaze fixed on the direction of Wolfstar Island. Damn it! I never imagined the mighty Fusong Empire would be unable to subdue a mere Wolfstar Island. This is nothing short of a disgraceful humiliation. Tialang Island, whoever is behind this, if you don't die, I'll take your surname. Chapter 161, nothing much, just husband having the fly swatted. The next morning. Ding. Jiang Bai awoke bathed in golden sunlight. His phone chimed. He opened the notification. Master, the Emperor of Fusang dispatched over 10,000 elite soldiers, but they were annihilated by the Octopus King. However, this subordinate fears they may attack again. Reading the message on his phone, Jiang Bai froze in surprise. The Emperor of Fusang? Over 10,000 elite soldiers? Truly, Jiang Bai hadn't expected the Emperor of Fusang to dare act so brazenly after the previous skull virus incident. He deleted the message without a second thought, then gazed toward the direction of Fusang. Seems the lesson last time wasn't enough. In that case, the Emperor of Fusang has no reason to exist any longer. The crisis on Wolf Island would vanish the moment the Emperor of Fusang met his end. Jiang Bai then sent a message to the Angel Queen. She and the Seraphim should still be within Fusang's borders. Mum. After completing everything, the sound of the stunning beauty beside him stirring awake reached his ears. As she opened her sleepy, beautiful eyes, the first thing that met her gaze was a strikingly handsome face. From Lin Ruoxue's perspective, the person's appearance was exceptionally striking, causing her cheeks to involuntarily flush a shade redder. Honey, who were you texting? Clinging tightly to her man, Lin Ruoxue's cheeks had already turned crimson, though she clearly didn't mind. Instead, she felt deeply reassured. Nothing much. Just had someone swat a fly for me. Jiang Bai held the beauty in his arms, feeling the pressure from her growing curves. This girl was getting bolder by the day. Lin Ruoxue, a fly? Swatted to death? Hearing his words, Lin Ruoxue shot him a withering glance. What nonsense are you spouting? I don't understand a single word. Clearly, the stunning beauty had no idea that the fly her man referred to was none other than His Majesty the Emperor who ruled over Japan. If she knew, it was doubtful she'd remain so calm. I don't understand? That's beside the point. Jiang Bai waved his hand with a smile. Compared to flies, your husband is more concerned about whether our little treasure's conscience has grown any bigger. Come here, let your husband check for you. As he spoke, his large hands began to wander. Go away. Bigger my ass. Lin Ruoxue shot a reproachful glance at the culprit. The bastard really had no filter. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and for a moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to bite someone to death. Meanwhile, somewhere in Japan. Ding. A stunningly beautiful woman's phone chimed. Upon reading the message, she froze in surprise. Young Master Jiang, this is. Seems the Emperor of Fuso has managed to anger young Master Jiang. Your Majesty, what is this? Tenchi Hiko noticed the curve of the queen's lips. By past precedent, whenever the queen wore that particular smile, someone was bound to suffer or many would die. Sure enough. The angel queen gazed toward Tokyo, Japan, and laughed. Young Master Jiang has ordered the Seraphim to kill the Emperor of Japan. But. Cough cough. What? Tenchi Hikaru froze upon hearing this. The Emperor of Fusang. What did that emperor do to offend His Excellency, that even the Seraphim must personally carry out the task? That? I do not know. The angel queen shook her head slightly, then waved her hand dismissively. But that's not important. Order everyone, the plan has changed. Follow me to Tokyo. I demand the head of the Emperor of Fusang. Yes, Your Majesty. Angel Hikaru bowed respectfully, then led 1,000 Seraphim, each accompanied by 1,000 beautiful maidens, toward Tokyo. Unbeknownst to the Emperor of Fusang, his life had already entered its final countdown. That night, at the residence of the Emperor of Fusang. Swish. Shadows materialized near the Emperor's quarters, led by the Angel Queen herself, her white velvet robe starkly visible beneath the moonlit sky. Behind her followed 1,000 beautiful Seraphim. Your Majesty, the Emperor of Fusang's residence lies ahead. Is that so? The Angel Queen glanced at the nearby location, then said with a casual air, then let's get moving. It seems there are 3 formidable figures lurking in the shadows. Who would have thought the Emperor of Fusang was so highly regarded? Understood, Your Majesty. Angel Hikaru bowed respectfully, then drew his long sword with a wave of his hand and charged toward the Emperor of Fusang's residence. The plan was to sweep through the defenses like a whirlwind, slaying the Emperor without mercy. Anyone who stood in their way would die. For with the Archangel's current overwhelming might, any so-called scheming was utterly unnecessary. Before absolute might, all else is but illusion. Thud, thud. With a single swing of his sword, Angel Hikaru slew no fewer than 10 men, successfully drawing the attention of the Emperor of Fusang's hidden elite warriors. Who goes there? To trespass upon the Emperor's residence, how dare you? SSSSHHH. Like tigers among sheep, figures swept through the Emperor's residence, slaying the guards. The attackers were none other than several beautiful Seraphim. Oh no! Assassins! Shadows surged forth, cries of alarm filling the imperial palace. The Emperor of Fusang was enraged beyond measure. How dare they? Another attempt on my life? The Emperor of Fusang was furious beyond measure. The failure at Wolfstar Island had already infuriated him, and now this brazen assassination attempt only fueled his rage further. How insolent! At that moment, three formidable figures swept in from the depths. The aura emanating from these three had clearly surpassed the transformation realm. Even Angel Hiko paled in comparison. Three half-step Xiantian realm cultivators. Tenchi Hiko surveyed the three elderly figures, surmising they were Fusang's ultimate guardians, the three revered elders enshrined within the sacred temple. Seraphim. The trio entered the arena, their gazes finally settling upon the Angel Queen. Angel Queen, you dare! Is that so? The Angel Queen glanced at the three old men, unconcerned. Come at me all together. Today, this queen shall send you three ancient relics to meet your end together. You're asking for death. With a hiss, the three attacked simultaneously. After all, the Angel Queen's power was unfathomable. They dared not take even the slightest risk. Moreover, after slaying the Angel Queen, they still needed to eliminate the other Seraphim. Three at the half-step level, huh? A faint smile touched the Angel Queen's lips. With a single palm strike, terrifying energy instantly sent the three flying backward. Behind them, a dozen others were instantly obliterated. Put! Blood spattered as the three stared at the Angel Queen in utter disbelief. You've already reached the innate realm. How is this possible? The trio was utterly stunned. How could the Angel Queen be this powerful? She glanced at them coldly. Now that you know my strength, prepare to die. I shall claim the head of the Emperor of Fusang. Chapter 162, The Fall of the Emperor of Fusang and the Subtle Reactions of All Parties. Boom! With a single strike, the three half-step powerhouses perished instantly, without even a chance to scream. After all, the Angel Queen's current strength far surpassed theirs. If these three near Xiantian experts could have screamed at all, it would have been an insult to her. What? The Emperor of Fusang and all present paled, the room erupting in an instant. The three Shikigami lords of the shrine are dead. How could this happen? They were three half-step pre-heaven realm powerhouses. No! How can we possibly fight now? Damn it! Why is the Archangel Queen so powerful? Chaos erupted on the battlefield. Those three quasi-innate level Shikigami were their last hope. Damn it, if even the Shikigami couldn't stand against her, their combined forces wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between her teeth. Retreat! Finally, under the threat of death, the elite warriors of Fusang attempted to flee. But Angel Hiko gave a cold laugh. Stop them. Not a single one must escape. Though they feared no one now, rumors spreading could still cause trouble. The higher you climb, the colder it gets. With their archangel foe vanquished, their next task was to handle matters the Lord couldn't personally attend to. After all, had the Lord not intervened earlier, none of them would have survived. Ah, no. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, the remaining minnows were utterly annihilated by the thousand seraphim beauties, their gazes now fixed upon the Emperor of Fusang. What do you want? The Emperor of Fusang was truly terrified. Watching Angel Hikari advance with a long sword drawn, his eyelids twitched violently. I warn you. I am the Emperor of Fusang. If you dare touch me, Fusang will never forgive you. SSSSHHH. The sword's edge flashed, and the Emperor of Fusang's head flew off. Even in his dying moments, he couldn't believe the Seraph had actually killed him. Of course. He had overestimated his own importance. After all, even the three Shikigami had been slain. What could a mere Emperor of Fusang possibly amount to? Thud. The Emperor of Fusang's corpse slammed onto the ground with a dull thud. Retreat! Surveying the sickening stench of blood, the Angel Queen gave a cold smile and vanished. Yes, Queen. Angel Hiko and over 1,000 seraphim beauties vanished in an instant, as if they had never been there. Only the thick stench of blood spread outward, radiating from the Emperor of Fusang's residence. About 10 minutes later. Swish! One figure after another materialized in the clearing. After all, the unmistakable stench of blood was impossible to ignore. What is this? His Majesty the Emperor is dead. How could this happen? And the three Shikigami lords too. Who on earth possesses such power? The heavens of Fusang are about to collapse. Immediately, everyone reported the incident to their superiors. This matter profoundly affected the future plans of their respective factions. The death of the Emperor of Fusang was an unprecedented shock to the nation. Moreover, the slaying of all three major Shikigami meant Japan's final line of defense had been shattered. Moreover, for a long time to come, Japan would become a laughingstock among nations. This was beyond doubt. Let's go! Following the report, all factions simultaneously ordered their spies to withdraw from the scene. After all, this incident was far too monumental. The slightest misstep could drag their respective factions into the fray, and by then, regret would be too late. Tunchuan conglomerate. What did you say? Tunchuan Jinxiang's eyes widened as he leapt to his feet. The imperial palace of Fuso was attacked. The emperor and all three Shikigami are dead. How could this happen? For a moment, Tunchuan Shigeo's eyes were filled with disbelief. The Yamagumi had just been annihilated, and now the Emperor of Fusang and his three Shikigami had been slain. Coincidence? After all, neither of these events could be accomplished by ordinary forces. Especially the three Shikigami, they were half-step Xiantian realm beings. For all three to fall simultaneously, the attacker's power must surpass even the half-step Xiantian realm. Could it be the perpetrator was a true immortal realm powerhouse? At this thought, Tang Chuan Jinxiong's spirits plummeted. If this were true, Fuso would be in grave trouble. How could this happen? Possible suspects flashed through Tang Chuan Jinxiong's mind. He shook his head bitterly, realizing that whoever it was, they were someone the Tang Chuan family could never afford to offend. Shock rippled through Japan's major conglomerates. After all, the death of the Emperor of Japan or even the loss of any one of the three great Shikigami was an immense catastrophe. Especially the three great Shikigami, who were three beings at the threshold of the pre-heaven realm. In an instant, the entire nation of Fuso was thrown into turmoil. The impact of this incident was at least 10 times more severe than the original skull virus outbreak. China, Imperial Capital War Department. Ha! Long Shanha's heart jolted at his subordinate's words. He stared toward Fusang in disbelief. What did you say? The Emperor of Fusang is dead. And the three great shrine guardians have been slain as well. This. Truly, the sudden news left Long Shanha stunned. The Emperor of Fusang? The three great Shikigami? Honestly, Long Shanha felt like he was dreaming. After all, this news was too sudden, too monumental. Consider this. The three great Shikigami of Fusang were the nation's final line of defense. Whoever could eliminate them possessed the power to sweep across China. Indeed, no nation would likely survive if such a force were to attack. Holy crap! Long Shanha took a deep breath. First the Fuso mountain group, and now the Emperor of Fuso and the Shikigami. Damn Japan, just who did they piss off this time? Long Shanha muttered under his breath, unable to resist the sarcastic remark. If he knew that the one who had destroyed the Emperor of Fusang and the three Shikigami was Jiang Bai, who knows what kind of reaction he would have. Of course, he remained completely unaware of Jiang Bai's true identities, whether it was the chess prodigy beyond the shore or the hacker death god. He remained utterly unaware of the legendary feats Jiang Bai, the Dark Emperor, had accomplished for China, which were now circulating wildly online. Heh, such good news deserves to be shared with more people. After a moment of contemplation, Long Shanha ordered, "Go. Announce the news of the Japanese Emperor's assassination. Let the people of China rejoice." Ahem, Commander, this might not be wise. The subordinate's mouth twitched. He understood exactly what this news would mean. It would ignite unprecedented fervor across the entire nation. He estimated the domestic internet would explode. After all, the Chinese people's hatred toward Japan had been simmering for years. Now that the Japanese emperor had been taken out, it would be hard for the populace not to rejoice. As for what might unfold, that was a story for another time. Chapter 163. Perhaps the Japanese emperor's wicked deeds brought down divine retribution. 10 minutes later. The central bank issued an official Weibo post. 1 hour ago, the Emperor of Japan was assassinated by an assassin. The nation is in turmoil. Our country expresses its deepest sympathy. The brief post instantly went viral, like a bombshell exploding across the internet. Holy, is this real? The Emperor of Fusang is dead. Of course it's real. How could it be fake when the central bank's mother has spoken? Holy, the Emperor of Fuso got taken out? Serves him right. Damn, that was a masterstroke. Damn impressive. Wonder which general pulled this off. Must be one hell of a badass. Unsurprisingly, the Weibo post drew over 100,000 comments and nearly 1 million views within minutes, showcasing the staggering impact of this news. With Japan recently cracking down on China across various fronts, the emperor's demise was a truly masterful move. Before long, the news of the Japanese emperor's assassination shot to the top of the trending topics. Hashtag shock, Japanese emperor assassinated 2 hours ago. Hashtag Japan in chaos following emperor's demise. Hashtag who was the man bold enough to send the emperor to his grave. Hashtag unbelievable, a man dared to do this to the Emperor of Japan. Hashtag we all owe that hero our gratitude. Hashtag. Such trending topics dominated the top 20 of the hot search rankings, proving the Emperor of Fusang certainly made a splash after his death. If he knew about this scene, I wonder if he'd crawl out of his coffin to fight netizens to the death. Damn it, this is no way to treat someone. I'm dead, for crying out loud, don't they know the dead deserve respect? Dongjiang, suburban villa. Ding. A phone notification chimed. Old Zhao glanced over, and upon seeing the message, his pupils dilated in shock. This is. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. Well done. The hearty laughter echoed throughout the villa. Zhan Pengtian, hearing it, looked over suspiciously and asked, Old Zhao, what's got you so cheerful? Clearly, this was the first time he'd seen Old Zhao in such high spirits. Something truly momentous must have happened, otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. Good news. Old Zhao smiled faintly before continuing, Pengtian, you might not believe this, but the Emperor of Japan is dead. But. Cough cough. Zhan Pengtian, who had just taken a sip of tea, choked violently on the sudden news. Yet he paid it no mind, narrowing his eyes instead. Old Zhao, what did you say? The Emperor of Fusang is dead? Clearly, even Zhan Pengtian found this news hard to believe. After all, during his time as the war god of the military department, Fusang had set numerous traps for him. He hadn't been without thoughts of eliminating the Emperor of Fusang, but even as the war god of the military, it was beyond his reach. After all, though Fuso was a tiny nation, he had to admit they harbored many formidable experts, a fact he knew all too well. That bastard actually died? Muttering to himself, Zhang Pengtian gazed toward Fusang. Well, that's good news for us. A faint smile curved the corner of Zhao Lao's mouth. With the recent deaths of the Yamaguchi Gumi and the Emperor of Fuso, it was certain that Fuso would be unable to stir up trouble for quite some time. As events unfolded, night fell. Tianyu Mansion, living room. Little one, give us a smile. Lin Xiaoxi teased the three little ones, her face beaming with joy. Fans watching the livestream were utterly envious. Xiao, she looks so beautiful when she smiles. Yeah. Wouldn't it be great if my future wife were Xiao Shi? Totally. Xiao Shi is both adorable and elegant, love her. Xiao Shi, honey, wanna go wild and have a baby? You upstairs, get lost. How dare you suggest having a baby with my Xiao Shi? A barrage of complaints erupted, but Lin Xiaoxi had long grown accustomed to such reactions and couldn't be bothered with her livestream fans. But then, the LCD screen in the living room broadcast a news report. This station reports that half a day ago, the Emperor of Fuso suffered an unprecedented catastrophe. The Emperor of Fuso was assassinated, and none of the numerous bodyguards at his residence survived. Hearing the news on the screen, Lin Xiaoxi swiftly zoomed in for a close-up, sending the livestream into an instant frenzy. What the hell? The Emperor of Fuso got killed? Is this real or fake? Ahem, it's on Stay TV, what do you think? Holy crap, my goodness, the Emperor of Fusang just kicked the bucket. Wonder which idol did what I always wanted to do but never did. Awesome, the Emperor of Japan got what he deserved. 66666, this move gets 120 points from me. In an instant, the livestream's viewer count skyrocketed past 100,000, showing just how massive the impact was. Meanwhile, the villa maids were watching with their jaws dropped. The Emperor of Japan is dead? Such a powerful figure just died without a trace. But honestly? It kind of feels satisfying. That bastard deserved it, he was just wasting airspace while he was alive. Lin Ruoxue stared at the screen, her beautiful eyes narrowing. The Emperor of Fusang is dead? Truly, life is unpredictable. For a moment, she felt quite moved. After all, ordinary people rarely come into contact with someone like the Emperor of Japan. Is that so? Jiang Bai glanced at the screen, unsurprised by the news. Probably. The Emperor of Fusang committed too many misdeeds and met divine retribution. Hearing her man's words, Lin Ruoxue shot him a withering look. Divine retribution, my ass, who'd believe that nonsense? Divine retribution? You really come up with these things. Of course, she had no idea that the Emperor of Fusang's death was actually triggered by a single word from her man. If she ever found out, who knows if she'd remain so calm. If he found out, forget her, the entire Dongjiang region, perhaps even all of China, would be turned upside down. Of course. Jiang Bai laughed indifferently. A man like that? His death is a waste of air. Go away. Lin Ruoxue shot him a playful glare. You, really? Is it nice to talk about people like that? Watch out, they might come looking for you tonight. Seek me out? Jiang Bai chuckled at this. Truth be told, the Japanese emperor might very well come looking for him. After all, he had played a part in it, even if he didn't know who had actually killed him. Even when he was alive, your man wasn't afraid of him. Now that he's dead, forget about it. Lin Ruoxue, Listening to that heartless remark, she actually fell for his act. If she wasn't afraid when he was alive, could this guy possibly brag anymore? Fine, you're the best, okay. Lin Ruoxue couldn't argue back, rolling her eyes. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai wrapped his arms around the beauty in his embrace, whispering softly, of course. How could my darling wife not know just how amazing her man is? If all else fails, how about we spar a bit later? Chapter 164, Mr. Jiang, you want to buy the entire Times Tower. Tianyu Mansion, inside a room. Slam. The bathroom door swung open, revealing a stunningly beautiful face stepping into the room. Jiang Bai's gaze burned with intensity as he looked at the breathtaking beauty. No wonder any normal person would feel the same. Honey, you're so beautiful. Jiang Bai couldn't help but exclaim at the breathtaking beauty before him. Lin Ruoxue flushed at his words and shot him a playful glare. Though she was wrapped in a towel, it felt as if he could see right through it. Oof. Of course this lady is beautiful. No sooner had she spoken than the breathtakingly beautiful Lin Ruoxue was pulled into Jiang Bai's embrace. Gazing up at the stunning beauty before him, if anyone else had witnessed this scene, they'd surely die of envy, except for our esteemed readers at Tomato, and no arguments accepted. Is that so? Come, let your husband see just how beautiful my precious Ruoxue is. As he spoke, his large hands began to roam over her curves. Lin Ruoxue rolled her eyes at the guy but didn't stop him. After all, she was long accustomed to this kind of behavior. The affectionate moment stretched on for what felt like an eternity. Lin Ruoxue nestled into her man's embrace, savoring the tender intimacy. This feeling had her utterly captivated. Oh, right. At one point, Lin Ruoxue lifted her swan-like neck and gazed at the handsome face before her. Husband, the current headquarters of the Lin Group can no longer support its growth. Tomorrow, I plan to visit the Times building to select a new headquarters. But that means I won't be able to spend time with you. The thought of not being with her man tomorrow made Lin Ruoxue feel inexplicably downcast. Times Tower? Jiang Bai froze at the stunning beauty's words, but just then, the system's voice echoed in his ear. Ding! Host has triggered a random quest. Purchase Times Tower as a gift for your wife. Reward 100,000 mu of land in Dongjiang suburbs, plus 80 billion renminbi. Whoa! Hearing the system's voice, Jiang Bai couldn't help but freeze. Holy crap? What kind of operation is this? Not only does it let me rake in cash, but it's practically begging me to take it? Damn it! Once this quest was done, his net worth would likely skyrocket past $1 trillion. A trillionaire within easy reach. Tomorrow, honey, I'll accompany you. Jiang Bai didn't hesitate, his mind was made up. After all, anyone but the little cutie would know the right choice. Especially with that 100,000-acre plot in Dongjiang suburbs, it could open up endless possibilities. He estimated its value would easily exceed 10 billion. Together? Hearing his words, Lin Ruoxue's heart leapt with joy at first, though she naturally couldn't show it. She feigned doubt. Really? Are you willing to leave the 3 little ones behind? Of course. Jiang Bai wrapped his arms around the exquisite beauty's slender waist, too delicate to hold, and affectionately tickled her delicate nose. Those 3 little ones couldn't possibly be more important than my precious wife. Put. I don't buy it. Though unsure if he was being sincere, Lin Ruoxue loved hearing it. At least her heart was overflowing with sweetness right now, as if her entire body was bathed in honey. Is that so? Then next, let your husband show his true feelings. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson at the sight of his actions. Husband, you. Mum. The stunning beauty widened her eyes, but before she could finish, her lips were silenced by someone's kiss. She surrendered almost instantly. The sounds of dragons' roars and phoenixes' cries quietly filled the room. The next day, at Times Tower. Sales office lobby. Welcome. A sweet voice reached his ears, soothing and pleasant, even calming his irritable mood for a moment. Wow, look. Isn't that pop diva Lin Ruoxue? Yeah, she's gorgeous, looking absolutely radiant. Hey, right beside her is the real deal Jiangshan himself. He's way more handsome in person than online. Never expected to see them here together, they have such great chemistry. The buzz of chatter erupted around her, with many snapping photos. Lin Ruoxue froze in surprise. She de-retired from the music scene over half a year ago, yet her presence still drew such attention. Of course, she knew most of this attention was likely thanks to her man. Jiang Bai? It's actually him. Just then, in a corner of the sales office, a girl in a sales uniform bit her lip tightly, her eyes darting away, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Yet the envy on her face was utterly unmasked. This person was none other than Lu Feifei, who had broken up with Jiang Bai a year ago. She now worked as a sales agent at the Times Tower sales office. A year apart, their circumstances had become worlds apart. I heard they even had triplets. Lu Feifei took a deep breath. Truthfully, she was filled with regret. At this moment, she knew exactly what she had missed: the opportunity to marry into a super wealthy family, an opportunity she had buried with her own hands. Such agony was impossible for those who hadn't experienced it to comprehend. Holding back tears was the last shred of her stubborn pride. Mr. Jiang, Miss Lin, welcome to our sales office. Soon, Luo Bin, the sales manager of Times Tower, arrived on the scene. He bowed respectfully, for with their status, they were highly likely to be potential major clients. Moreover, Lin Ruoxue was now the formidable CEO of Lin Group, her market value skyrocketing beyond measure. As for Jiang Bai, his accomplishments across all fields, especially his globally best-selling works, meant no one knew how much he'd earned. May I assist you today? Luo Bin addressed them respectfully, not daring to be presumptuous in the slightest. I'd like to view the Times Tower. If it's suitable, I plan to purchase some units. Just as he thought. Hearing Lin Ruoxue's words, Luo Bin's eyes lit up with delight. Just as he'd suspected, she was indeed here for the Times Plaza. Certainly, Miss Lin. Please follow me. He personally led the two to the model display area. From the elevated vantage point, they could see all the surrounding amenities and transportation access. Not bad. Lin Ruoxue finally reached her conclusion and turned to Jiang Bai. Husband, what do you think? After blurting it out, Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson. The surrounding guys shot envious glances at Jiang Bai. Holy crap, Ruoxue goddess calling Jiang God husband? That's some serious VIP treatment. Jiang God is way too lucky. Envy. Damn, this is beyond just envy. MHM. Jiang Bai nodded, then turned to Luo Bin. By the way, how much would it cost to buy this Times Tower? But Luo Bin nearly choked on his drink, staring at Jiang Bai in utter shock. Mr. Jiang, you want to buy the entire Times Tower? Everyone nearby nearly dropped their jaws. Holy crap, were they hearing this right? Not dreaming? The entire Times Tower? Holy moly, how much would that cost? Has Mr. Jiang become this ridiculously wealthy already? Chapter 165. Be a good girl, take what your husband gives you. What? In the corner, Lu Feifei's face turned ashen. She stared at the scene in disbelief. The entire Times Tower? Jiang Bai actually did that. Generous. Generous was an understatement. Having worked at Times Tower for quite some time, she knew full well that the absolute lowest price for any unit inside was a staggering 6.6 billion yuan. 66 billion RMB. For ordinary people, that wasn't just astronomical, it was beyond comprehension. Ahem. Manager Luobin cleared his throat, took a deep breath, and patiently explained, Mr. Jiang, you are the first client to purchase the entire Times Tower. Let me be clear, our internal minimum price for this entire Times Tower is 6.6 billion. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Ha! The crowd in the lobby froze in shock, all eyes instantly darting toward the Times Tower. Holy moly! How much? 6.6 billion yuan. Are you out of your mind? That's robbery. Confirmed. Jiang Bai smiled faintly, completely ignoring the stunned stares, then pulled out a bank card. Charge it. Staring at the bank card before him, Luobin, who had prepared over a dozen excuses, was momentarily speechless. Well. This move? He was bowled over. He'd seen plenty of big shots before, but someone this bold? This was a first. Are you kidding me? 66 billion yuan. Jiang Bai didn't even think twice. No, he didn't even bat an eyelid before paying that amount. Holy crap. This is way too generous. He'd heard clearly that Lin Ruoxue was only planning to buy a few floors. Seriously. A patron this generous, if he were a woman, he'd fight tooth and nail for a shot. What if he succeeded? Jiang Bai, that's way too much, isn't it? Lin Ruoxue's lips twitched slightly as she tried to reason with him. After all, the Lin group really didn't need that many floors. It's fine. Jiang Bai smiled faintly. Joking aside, when it came to spending money, not even the heavens themselves could stop him at the last moment. Be a good girl and take what your husband gives you. Lin Ruoxue, who had intended to say more, felt the stares of envy and jealousy around her. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Was that guy going to flaunt their relationship again? Forget it. Better not say anything. Lin Ruoxue was genuinely scared, terrified that if she kept trying to persuade him, something else might happen. Go ahead. Urged on, Luobin's trembling hands nervously took the bank card and swiped it through. The entire process left his mind in a daze. The only thing he was certain of was that Jiang Bai's extravagance far exceeded his wildest imagination. Phew. Handing the card back to Jiang Bai, he bowed deeply. Mr. Jiang, I'll have all the paperwork processed within half a day, no, half an hour. You may take Miss Lin for a stroll. With that, Luobin, not daring to waste a single moment, hurried off to prepare the paperwork for Times Tower. Whoa. Those around them sucked in their breath at the sight. Good grief, he just bought it? Isn't that a bit too hasty? Even when they buy a house, they shop around, compare options, and sit down for hours to discuss it as a family, and that's for something that tops out at a couple million at most. But these folks? They bought the entire Times Tower worth 6.6 billion yuan without a second thought, let alone any discussion. That level of extravagance truly proves that poverty limits their imagination. Seriously, to them, spending 6.6 billion is like spending 6.6 yuan. Feifei, what are you spacing out for? At that moment, Luobin, standing not far away, noticed Lu Feifei staring blankly at the scene. Hurry up and prepare the paperwork for Times Tower. Stop staring. I know exactly what you girls are thinking. He paused, then continued, a successful man like Jiang Bai isn't someone you little girls should be coveting, especially since he's already taken. And he has triplets. Put. Luobin was like a knife to the heart, stabbing Lu Feifei repeatedly with each blow, drawing fresh blood. She was already heartbroken enough, yet Luobin was pouring salt on the wound, stabbing it with a knife. How could she bear it? Mr. Luo, please stop. I'll go. Devastated, Lu Feifei then prepared the contract for the Times Tower for her ex-boyfriend. After all, purchasing an entire skyscraper required a mountain of paperwork. Half an hour, more than enough time to drive them to the brink of despair. Watching Lu Feifei's retreating figure, Luobin sighed. Girls these days always dreaming of marrying into wealth. I wonder when this trend will ever ease up. Wouldn't it be better to be practical and support yourself rather than marrying into wealth? But Luobin only pondered this for 3 seconds. He didn't have the luxury of time to dwell on such matters now. After all, he needed to finalize the Times Tower contract as quickly as possible. Well, touched. Jiang Bai, touring the grand hall with his beloved in his arms, smiled affectionately. Poof. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson, though she offered no resistance. After all, they were husband and wife, showing a little affection was only natural. Touch my ass. Spending that much money? What a waste. Lin Ruoxue rolled her eyes at the person. 66 billion? That guy really is out of his mind. In fact, she was starting to regret bringing that guy along. She could have wrapped this up for a max of 10 billion, but this guy had blown way past her budget. Though she wasn't the one paying, between them, wasn't all their money shared anyway? So what? Jiang Bai waved it off nonchalantly, his voice dripping with affection. Forget 6.6 billion. If my wife needs 66 billion, or even 660 billion, your man wouldn't bat an eyelid. Get lost. 660 billion? You actually said that? Rolling her eyes, Lin Ruoxue clearly didn't believe a word of it. After all, she'd never even heard of such astronomical sums, let alone seen them. Ring ring. Just then, a phone rang. Seeing it was her mom, she answered it. Hello, Ruoxue. Her mother-in-law's voice came through the line. Where are you guys right now? After a brief conversation, Jiang Bai realized her parents and father-in-law had returned from their group tour. Lin Ruoxue recounted the recent incident. What did you say? Xiao Jiang, spending 6.6 billion to buy the Times Tower as the new headquarters for Lin Group? This. Alright. I got it. Beep beep beep. Before Lin Ruoxue could respond, her mother-in-law hung up. At the Lin family villa, Jiang's parents and his father-in-law stood speechless. After a long silence, Jiang's mother snapped out of it first, her eyes flashing with anger. That good for nothing. Just wait till he gets back, I'll break his damn legs. Chapter 166, In-Laws, Emperor Group actually belongs to Xiao Jiang. Times Square, in front of the sales office. Mr. Jiang, take care. Luobin escorted the big spender out with utmost deference, not daring to slack for a second. Joking aside, the single commission alone could easily match his salary for 10 years. 10 years without a deal, but this one pays for 10. Only after watching Jiang Bai and his entourage disappear from sight did Luobin straighten up. Behind him, the salespeople who had rushed over were all starry-eyed. Wow, Mr. Jiang is so handsome. I love him. Wouldn't he make the perfect boyfriend? Absolutely. He's definitely from a wealthy family, huh? Too bad only a goddess like Ruoxue could match him. Their triplets must be over a month old now. Why are all the good men someone else's? The envious whispers of the sales office ladies made Luobin shake his head and smile bitterly. Lu Feifei, however, wore a complex expression, her lips tightly pressed together as if she wanted to speak but couldn't. Every word from her colleagues felt like a knife stabbing her heart. That outstanding young man had been her boyfriend, but she hadn't been able to hold on to him. Now she regretted it, but he was already married and had happy triplets. By comparison, her own situation was beyond words. Even. She dreaded the thought of her colleagues discovering their past relationship. The humiliation would make her wish the ground would swallow her whole. You. Inside the supercar, Lin Ruoxue exhaled deeply, reflecting on the events at the sales office. Buying that villa for 6.6 billion? Just wait for mom to break my legs. Don't worry, she wouldn't bring herself to do it. Jiang Bai waved it off nonchalantly, adding, once we find time to renovate, we'll move the entire group in. After a few more casual words, a system notification sounded in Jiang Bai's ear. Ding. Host spent 6.6 billion renminbi, triggering a 30x rebate. Reward, 198 billion renminbi. Ding. Host completed the task of purchasing Times Tower as a gift for his wife. Rewarded with 100,000 mu of land in Dongjiang suburbs, plus 80 billion renminbi. The two consecutive notifications startled Jiang Bai momentarily, but soon a meaningful curve lifted at the corners of his mouth, lifting his spirits slightly. He then summoned his attribute panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 22 Realm, Celestial Realm. Skills, View in Skills panel. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Tianyu Mansion Villa No. 1x1, 100% shares of Dihao Group, 20 Tangshaniping Villas, Bad Luck Card X1, 100% shares of Battle Axe Security, ownership of Wolf Island, 100,000 Xuanjia soldiers, 100,000 mu of land in Dongjiang suburb. Appearance, 100, of course, every reader here has plus in looks. Wealth, 125.6035 billion renminbi. Passive skill, double consumption aura, up to 100 million times. Staring at the attribute panel, Jiang Bai couldn't help but marvel at how he'd become a trillionaire, and this was merely a fraction of his wealth. What are you laughing at? Lin Ruoxue shot a reproachful glance at the unwarranted smile playing on his lips, her tone sharp. Nothing. Just marveling at how the heavens blessed your husband with such a stunning wife and 3 little ones. Lin Ruoxue, His words made Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flush. She huffed, you know what you're doing, don't you? So, you'd better treat me well. Of course. Jiang Bai drove with one hand while holding the exquisite beauty's delicate hand. Your man isn't stupid. Tonight, your husband will pamper you properly. Put. Like hell he will. She shot a glare at the guy. That jerk only had one thing on his mind. Honestly. Scenes of tonight's possible events flashed uncontrollably through her mind, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. What? Don't you want to? Shut up. Lin Ruoxue glared at him, her cheeks flushing crimson, the heat spreading up her neck. She was absolutely furious. Tonight, she'd show him what she was made of, teach him a lesson in restoring marital authority. Then, At that thought, Lin Ruoxue's beautiful eyes widened as her inner voice screamed in panic. Lin Ruoxue, have you lost your mind? You're actually going to assert your authority over that guy? Is this really you? Soon, the Lin family villa came into view. I'm getting out first. Lin Ruoxue hopped out of the car. The three little ones had already been taken to the villa by the housekeeper, Ning Mengyan. They were supposed to gather here tonight. That girl, what's going on? Watching his wife's slightly flustered retreat was a sight to behold. It would be a shame not to strike a few deals tonight. Nua nua, meow meow, call grandma. Lin, say grandma for us. The moment they entered the villa, he heard his mother and mother-in-law monopolizing the three little ones. As for Lin's father and John's father, they stood nearby, beaming with joy. At that moment, the two men seemed to have reached the pinnacle of their lives. Mom and Dad. Just then, Lin Ruoxue's voice rang out. John's mother instantly turned on her son. You good-for-nothing brat. You finally remembered to come back. 6.6 billion to buy Times Tower? You've got some nerve. Though she knew her son was wealthy and capable, 6.6 billion, that was simply too much. Of course. If she knew her son had become a trillionaire, who knows what kind of reaction she'd have. Mom, this is a gift for you. Jiang Bai smiled faintly, then produced a contract. This made his mother, who had been about to scold him, pause. A gift. Of course. Jiang Bai had already prepared his response. He continued, to be precise, this is a gift for you and my in-laws. This. Lin Yaozong and Mrs. Lin exchanged glances. Holy cow, a gift for them too? Then. The four elders gathered around and began to look. What they saw startled them. What? A contract for 100,000 acres of land in the Dongjiang suburbs. John's father's incredulous voice echoed through the room. Lin Ruoxue, however, froze in shock, spitting out a mouthful of tea. 100,000 acres of land. Though she couldn't fathom the scale of 100,000 acres, it was beyond imagination. Whoa! Lin Yaozong sucked in a sharp breath. I've heard about this land before. It's worth at least 10 billion yuan. You little brat, what are you doing? John's mother was flabbergasted, genuinely stunned by her son's generosity. He'd just arrived and was giving each of the four elders 25 billion? Such extravagance. Had he even asked their opinions? Though they felt proud. But compared to what was happening here, the 6.6 billion spent on the Times Tower suddenly seemed insignificant. Hey, Mom, Dad, father-in-law, mother-in-law, you're not exactly idle, right? After a brief pause, Jiang Bai continued, why not build an amusement park in the Dongjiang suburbs? I'll have Dihao Group assist you. Dihao Group. John's mother froze upon hearing this, while Lin's mother remarked meaningfully, dear-in-laws, you might not know this, but Dongjiang's largest company, Emperor Group, actually belongs to little Jiang. Boom. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang were struck dumb, their eyes widening in disbelief as they stared at Jiang Bai. That little brat. Was he really their son? Chapter 167, the remnants of the Fuso imperial family slaughter them all without mercy. The Lin family villa fell into complete silence. This. Father Jiang stared blankly at his son. You little brat, Dongjiang Emperor Group really is yours. Truly, this news hit him hard. Though Mrs. Jiang said nothing beside him, the shock in her eyes spoke volumes. Of course. Jiang Bai smiled faintly, observing the old man's stunned expression. Well. Your son's not half bad, huh? Ahem, yes, he's quite something. John's father cleared his throat, staring blankly at his wife. I'm not dreaming, am I? Whoa. Ouch. You're crazy. The next moment, John's mother delivered a merciless blow to John's father, though her primary goal was to confirm whether she was indeed dreaming. Does it hurt that much? Looks like. I'm not dreaming. John's mother muttered to herself, but John's father nearly exploded. If you want to know if you're dreaming, why not pinch yourself? For a moment, John's father fumed. This is no way to treat someone. Pinch myself? John's mother rolled her eyes at him and shook her head solemnly. No way. That would hurt like hell. This retort left John's father speechless. Good grief. What kind of twisted logic is this? Pinching herself hurts, but pinching him wouldn't hurt him? This old hag really needs to be taught a lesson. What? Got a problem with that? Seeing the displeasure on her husband's face, John's mother gave him no quarter, shooting him a death stare. Gulp. The temperature around them plummeted instantly. Father Jiang shivered violently. Ahem, of course not. Mr. and Mrs. Lin, witnessing this, both smiled wryly. Clearly. After traveling together for over a month, they were well aware of Mr. John's family status. It mirrored their own relationship perfectly. Madam, shall we begin dinner? The butler's voice came from nearby. Mrs. Lin smiled gently, smoothing things over. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, let's eat. Meanwhile, in the skies not far from Wolf Island. Whoosh. Several aircraft streaked toward the island from the distance. On the lead aircraft at that moment. Princess Izzy, Wolf Star Island lies ahead. A skilled member of the Fuso imperial household bowed as he reported. Inside the cabin, a woman dressed in luxurious attire gazed into the distance. Is this Wolf Star Island? Damn it! If this princess learns who killed my father, I will tear them limb from limb. Her eyes flashed with fierce determination. This woman was none other than Princess Aiko Kawashima, daughter of the Emperor of Japan. Wolf Star Island. Kawashima Aiko drew a deep breath, gazing at the picturesque landscape. This place will be my hiding spot for a very long time. When the time comes for my return, I shall reclaim everything that belongs to my imperial family. Clenching her teeth, Princess Aiko had only learned the news half a day ago. Now, having just completed her mourning period, the land of Fusang had descended into utter chaos. The imperial family of Fusang had been decimated, and her own escape had been nothing short of miraculous. Yet she remained unaware of the true might of the enemy she spoke of. Even 1,000 years of hiding would prove futile, let alone a mere period of seclusion. A quarter of an hour later. On Tenru Island, Kawashima Aiko surveyed her surroundings and drew a deep breath. This truly is a place for cultivating the mind and nurturing the spirit. Alas! Father will never see it. Who goes there? At that moment, the imperial inner strength expert beside Kawashima Aiko's side darted his gaze toward a certain spot. Unbeknownst to them, a figure had appeared in the clearing. This person was none other than the commander of the Black Armor Army, Jiang Bai. Honored guests, I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Jiang Bai surveyed the scene. He had already learned the identity of the opposing party, none other than the remnant of the Fuso Emperor's lineage, the Fuso Emperor's daughter, Kawashima Aiko. Kawashima Aiko turned to Jiang Bai, her delicate brows furrowing. You knew we were coming? Who are you? Of course. Jiang Bai glanced at Kawashima Aiko and continued, I recall the last time the Emperor of Fusang dispatched forces to seize Tianlang Island. Unfortunately, over 10,000 elite troops met their end in the sea. Come to think of it, your father, the Emperor of Fusang, met his end largely because of this. What? Kawashima Aiko exploded in fury upon hearing this. The person who killed my father is connected to you. Kill him. Without a second thought, Kawashima Aiko barked the order to her 1,000-strong entourage. However, Jiang Bai's lips curved into a faint smile. Those who are pitiful must have done something despicable. You're facing death, yet you still don't realize it. Swish. One after another, figures materialized on the field, instantly surrounding Kawashima Aiko and her group. This is bad. The Fuso Imperial household's internal energy masters paled. Princess! These armored troops outnumber us tenfold, at least 10,000 strong. And their combat prowess is extraordinary. Retreat! Kawashima Aiko's expression darkened. She was no naive child. She knew full well they now faced a deadly predicament. It's too late to retreat now. Jiang Bai's lips curved into a smile. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, every last remnant of the Fusan imperial family execute them all without mercy. Yes, Commander. With a clatter, over 10,000 Xuanjia soldiers unleashed a terrifying onslaught, commencing a massacre upon the field. With only 1,000 defenders, and their strength inferior to the attackers, the outcome was inevitable. Put. 3 minutes later, blood spurted from Kawashima Aiko's throat. Her face twisted with bitter hatred. This princess refuses to accept this. With a heavy thud, Kawashima Aiko's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Her grand scheme for revenge had barely begun before it ended. I never imagined the remnants of Fuso would actually come here. Jiang Bai looked at Kawashima Aiko and the others with surprise. If they'd gone elsewhere, they might have lived a little longer. They've literally walked straight into hell. But this is for the best. It saves them from causing trouble for our master later, though. That possibility is practically zero. Retreat! Jiang Bai glanced at the scene before vanishing from his spot. After all, this was merely a minor incident. He had no intention of wasting his time on such trivial matters. Now, the Crescent Moon Duchy stood at a crossroads of rebuilding. The reconstruction of the slums was already well underway. Within a month, everyone would be housed in new buildings. Then, the duchy would witness an unprecedented rebirth. Pausing his voice, Jiang Bai looked toward the direction of Huaxia. Come to think of it, it's been nearly half a month since the master left. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the waters surrounding Wolf Island, a fleet of over a dozen vessels pressed forward toward the island. Reporting to the general, Princess Izzy has landed on Wolf Star Island ahead. Is that so? Hearing his subordinates report, the leader of the Fuso warlord sneered coldly, Aiko Kawashima, today you shall die. This general will not tolerate any remnants of the imperial family surviving. Full speed ahead. Today, this general will stand over Kawashima Aiko's severed head. Yet, no sooner had the warlord's voice faded than a tentacle over 10 meters long plummeted from the sky, instantly smashing his vessel to splinters. A pool of blood then began spreading across the sea surface. Chapter 168, Honey, how about we discuss business? Lin family villa, Lin Ruoxue's bedchamber. Splash. The bathroom door swung open. A stunning beauty emerged, her perfect figure accentuated by a black lace nightgown. Bathed in warm yellow light, she looked utterly captivating. Gulp. Even though he'd seen his wife emerge from the bath countless times, Jiang Bai still couldn't help but swallow hard. Her skin-thin cheeks were so tempting he wanted to give them a little nibble. Do I look pretty? Lin Ruoxue gazed at the dazed figure before her. This was the first time she'd dared to wear something so revealing. She'd mustered considerable courage to buy it, convinced that such attire could utterly captivate a man's heart. Judging by the reaction, it seemed to be working. You're getting bolder by the day, aren't you? Jiang Bai teased with a playful pinch on her exquisite cheek, but Lin Ruoxue swiftly batted his hand away. Oof. I'm just doing this to thank you. Lin Ruoxue shot him a playful glare before nestling into her man's embrace. Husband, thank you for everything you've done for me. Silly girl. Seeing the beauty moved by emotion, Jiang Bai pulled her closer, savoring the warmth of her exquisite body. To him, this feeling was undoubtedly heaven's greatest gift, perhaps what the ancients called the tender embrace. You're my wife. If your man doesn't treat you well, who else would he treat well? Her voice soft as a mosquito's buzz, Lin Ruoxue nodded her head, nestled against the man's embrace. This sense of security was unlike anything she'd ever known. Deeply moved, she tilted her swan-like neck and said, her cheeks flushed, Husband, then, shall we discuss business? Sure. Jiang Bai held the beauty in his arms, gazing at the exquisite woman mere inches away. When my wife invites me, how could I refuse? Well then, here I come. A smile curved his lips. Soon, the boudoir echoed with the sounds of passion. 30,000 words omitted. The next morning. Ring ring. A phone ring jolted the stunning beauty from her slumber. As she tried to turn over, she realized both her arms were pinned by someone. That guy. Lin Ruoxue shot a glare at the person beside her. Recalling the events of the previous night, her cheeks flushed crimson. He really never knows when to stop taking advantage. Hurry up and get up. It's your phone. Lin Ruoxue, annoyed, twisted the person's ear with her delicate fingers. Didn't he realize she was carrying their baby now? He didn't know how to treat a lady gently at all, humph. She couldn't fathom how she'd ever fallen for this guy. Mum. When Jiang Bai woke up, Lin Ruoxue released her grip, but her hand landed right between his chest muscles. This sent a wave of blushes racing across her cheeks. That guy, he must have done it on purpose. Hey. Got it. After hanging up, Jiang Bai claimed both bears for himself, it's no big deal. Let's catch some more sleep. Lin Ruoxue, you. Poof. Get up already. Don't you know Mom, Dad, and the in-laws are all here? Seriously. Lin Ruoxue shot him a reproachful glance. If she overslept again today, she wouldn't even have a crack in the ground to crawl into. Today, no exceptions. Leaving no room for him to wriggle out of it, Lin Ruoxue gritted her teeth and pulled herself away from his comforting embrace. She truly feared lingering any longer would make her reluctant to leave, and that would surely mean sleeping in again. It was such a tough choice, but she absolutely didn't want her parents and in-laws to see them sleeping in until late morning. If only they were still at the Tianyu Mansion villa. Then she could sleep in as late as she wanted. After breakfast, Lin Ruoxue was busy arranging the renovation of the Times Tower, while her in-laws and mother-in-law took Sanbao to a 100-acre plot in the Dongjiang suburbs, preparing to embark on a grand construction project. After all, this was about creating a playground for their future grandchildren, no room for carelessness. Beside the Tianyu Mansion, a villa. Master, you're here. Upon entering the villa, Shuesan and the others had been waiting for quite some time. In the living room sat a Japanese youth named Kitamiki Sanyu. After some explanation, Jiang Bai finally understood this person had likely been chased and accidentally stumbled into Tianyu Mansion. Shuesan had rescued him but didn't know how to handle the situation, so he sought Jiang Bai's guidance. You are Kitamori Sanyu? Jiang Bai approached, his gaze settling on the Japanese youth. The boy appeared to be around 16 or 17, only a few years younger than Jiang Bai himself. Thank you, sir, for saving me. Pale-faced, Kitaki Sanyu bowed gratefully. After a moment's hesitation, he suddenly. Thud. Baimo Sanyu knelt on both knees on the ground. Sir, I implore you to avenge the murder of my mother. For this, I, Baimo, am willing to serve you faithfully for the rest of my life. As he spoke, his eyes blazed crimson, fists clenched tightly, his gaze brimming with nothing but hatred. Ding. Just then, Blood 3 received a message. Startled, he looked at Kitamori Sanyu with a complex expression. Master, we've found it. This man hails from the Baimo warlord faction of Fusong. After the Fusong imperial family was annihilated, Fusong plunged into a centuries-long warring states period. The Baimo clan's leader proclaimed himself king. And he is the illegitimate son of the Northwood leader. However, it appears the Northwood leader has been killed. Oh. Jiang Bai froze upon hearing Shuesan's words, while Kitamori Sanyu stared at Shuesan in utter disbelief. How could he have uncovered such detailed information in such a short time? How terrifying. No wonder the elite warriors sent by his so-called elder brother were so easily dispatched. This only strengthened his conviction that the man before him possessed the power to avenge him. Fusong? The Warring States period? The Kitakura warlord. Jiang Bai fell deep in thought, lost in his own musings. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Host has triggered a random quest. Agree to avenge the youth before you and take him as your disciple. Reward, 1 trillion tons of supplies, plus 90 billion renminbi. What the hell? Hearing the system's voice, Jiang Bai froze. What the hell is the system thinking? Has it gone mad? Take this kid as a disciple? Though he knew people in Fusang varied in character, good and bad, but what the hell was the system thinking? But 1 trillion tons of supplies, plus 90 billion renminbi, that's a pretty tempting offer, isn't it? Could it be? Tongzi wants him to seize this opportunity to end the warring states period in Fusang, unify the land, and make it his own territory? This thought stirred a glimmer of anticipation in Jiang Bai for Fusang's future. Given Kidamitsu Sanyu's current plight, apparently bereft of kin in this world, with his so-called elder brother likely eager to see him dead, the timing was perfect. Taking him as a disciple now, avenging his wrongs. Toji certainly knew how to win hearts. With this realization, Jiang Bai's resolve solidified. His gaze returned to Kidamiki Sanyu. Kidamiki Sanyu, will you accept me as your master? Chapter 169, Master, you want me to become the Emperor of Fusang? Become my disciple. Caught off guard by the sudden words, Baimu Sanyu was momentarily stunned. He now had no ties left in this world. Even his half-blood elder brother sought to kill him. Master, I bow to you. Thud. Baimu Sanyu's head struck the ground. As for harboring ill intentions toward him, Baimu Sanyu was now utterly alone, possessing nothing of value to covet. Moreover, as a person of his stature, there was simply no need for such actions. Very well. Jiang Bai smiled faintly, looking at Baimu Sanyu before him. From this day forward, you shall be my second disciple. Master's kindness is a blessing I shall never forget until my dying day. Since his mother's death, he had held nothing dear. To now become a disciple under his master's guidance was a tremendous blessing. Rise. Jiang Bai raised his hand slightly, yet an irresistible force lifted Baimu Sanyu to his feet. This sent a jolt through Baimu Sanyu's heart. His master's power was unfathomably deep. Indeed, even greater than the noble who had saved him. Since you have become my disciple, consider this your gift. He then produced a vial of physique-enhancing elixir. After a moment's hesitation, Baimu Sanyu drank it down. After all, compared to seeking revenge, even poison wouldn't faze him. Before Baimu Sanyu could fully process it, surging energy coursed through his body. Already possessing first-rate prowess, he distinctly felt an unprecedented transformation occurring within him. Swish! At that moment, Jiang Bai flipped his right hand, revealing dozens of golden needles appearing in his palm. He swiftly embedded them into key acupoints all over Baimu Sanyu's body. This kid. Blood 3 observed Baimu Sanyu before him. To be taken as a disciple by the master was an immense stroke of luck. He knew full well just how formidable his master's strength truly was. It could be said that this youth, having taken the master as his teacher, was destined for boundless future achievements. Moments later, Baimu Sanyu opened his eyes, staring in disbelief at his own hands. His expression turned ecstatic. Master, I've reached mid-stage external force. Unbelievable. Baimu Sanyu took a deep breath before kneeling on the ground with a thud. Master, your kindness is something I will never forget. Thud. His forehead slammed hard against the ground. Never before had anyone shown him such kindness. He knew exactly what this meant. Even within his own Baimu clan, his prodigiously talented elder brother had only just entered the outer force realm. One could only imagine the magnitude of this favor. Rise. Jiang Bai smiled faintly. You needn't be so formal in my presence from now on. Observing Baimu Sanyu before him, he sensed a stark difference between this disciple and Du Gaoming's senior apprentice. Yes, master. Baimu Sanyu bowed respectfully, committing every word of his master's instruction to heart. Baimu. After a few more words, Jiang Bai continued, Next, I shall assign you a task. Master, please speak. Baimu bowed deeply, fully embracing his role as a disciple and feeling genuine gratitude toward his new master. This time, I will have Shuasan accompany you back. He paused, his gaze shifting toward the direction of Fusang before continuing, he will assist you in seizing control of the Baimu warlord faction in the shortest possible time. Then, you shall unite all the warlords of Fusang and suppress the rebellion. Baimu Sanyu gasped, Whoa! Master, what are you? Hearing his master's words, Kidamitsu Sanyu gulped hard. This nobleman was returning to Fusang with him to help seize control of the Kidamitsu warlord faction? Good heavens! What exactly is the master planning for me? Vaguely, he sensed his master was playing a very grand game. Master, could it be you intend to end Japan's current warring states period? Upon hearing his master's words, Blood 3's mind conjured a bold conjecture. Ha! Baiki Sanyu was genuinely stunned by Blood 3's words, for it aligned with his own thoughts, though he hadn't envisioned it being so far ahead. Correct. Jiang Bai made no attempt to conceal it, his gaze fixed upon his second disciple, Kidamitsu Sanyu. Ending the warring states period in Fusang is merely the first step. Next. Pausing briefly, Jiang Bai spoke with profound meaning, Baimu, I want you to become the new emperor of Fusang. But Cough cough. Truly, master's words left Baimu Sanyu utterly dumbfounded. Even Shuesan's mouth twitched. Good heavens, the master's plans were nothing short of monumental. Master, what did you say? Hikari Kimura took a deep breath, his voice trembling with shock. Master, you want me to become the new emperor of Fusong? Jiang Bai nodded, looking at Baimu Sanyu before him. Therefore, your task is formidable. Do not disappoint me. I will ensure all parties cooperate with you. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Baimu Sanyu felt as if a mountain had been placed upon his shoulders. His master actually trusted him this much. The Emperor of Japan? That level of power he dared not even imagine it, let alone hear about it. But, with his master backing him, it was a different story entirely. Are you kidding? With my master's abilities, he wouldn't just make him Emperor of Japan, he'd make him Commander-in-Chief of the United States. All right. Clenching his fists tightly, he drew a deep breath. If my master appoints Kitaki, Kitaki will not disappoint his master's trust. If I were to seize control of Japan and become emperor. His voice paused, and a fierce glint flashed in Kitaki Sanyu's eyes. Anyone within Japan who dares show disrespect to the master or China, this disciple will personally castrate them. Jiang Bai nodded with satisfaction, then flipped his right hand to produce 10 vials of physique-enhancing elixir. These 10 vials of potion shall serve as your first grant from your master. Cultivating loyal confidants will greatly benefit you. Thank you, master. Baimu Sanyu bowed deeply, his demeanor growing even more respectful. It turned out his master was at least 10 times more formidable than he had imagined. Holy crap! The future of Japan and China, he truly dared not imagine it. Perhaps one day, his master could unify the entire world. Lord Blood 3, I shall rely on your future efforts. Baimu Sanyu then bowed deeply to Blood 3. He knew full well that without the Lord standing before him, he would have perished long ago under his elder brother's relentless pursuit. No problem. Blood 3 waved his hand dismissively. This youngster was now the master's disciple, destined to achieve far greater things than himself. Moreover, with the master investing so much effort in his cultivation, this youngster's future was truly something to look forward to. There's no time to waste, master. Let Baimu depart immediately. Baimu Sanyu dared not delay a moment. On the other hand, he was consumed by a burning desire to kill his elder brother immediately and avenge his mother. Not even a single day, not even a single second could he bear to wait. The burning desire for vengeance, those who haven't experienced it can never truly understand that feeling. Go. Jiang Bai naturally saw through Baimu Sanyu's thoughts. After all, the murder of one's mother was an unforgivable offense. Moreover, the mother of his second disciple had once been his only tie to the world. Thank you, master. Baimu Sanyu drew a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the direction of Fusong, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Baimu Dawi, my dear elder brother, just you wait. I will make you suffer 100 times the agony my mother endured in her final moments. Blood 3 looked at the youngster before him. This journey to Fusong would likely claim many lives. Chapter 170, You ungrateful kids. Didn't mama treat you well? Time flew by, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. One morning, golden morning sunlight streamed into the villa's living room as the maids bustled about preparing breakfast, everything as usual. Ba! Daddy! The clear cry echoed, and in the next instant, all the maids' eyes turned toward the baby carriage. Jiang Bai, who had been coaxing Debeo no Onyuo, stared wide-eyed. Ba. Poop. Seeing their eldest sister's example, the second and third children joined in, mimicking the sounds. Is this, calling me daddy? Thrill. Surprise. Touched. A flood of emotions washed over him. In that moment, Jiang Bai felt like he was hearing the most beautiful sound in the world. Wow. Sanbao is so clever. The maids looked at their little miss and young master, their eyes brimming with joy. Come on, say mama. Lin Ruoxue cradled Debeo, her face radiating tenderness as a stunning smile curved her lips. Ba! Mama! Daddy! Lin Ruoxue. After several attempts, Lin Ruoxue felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. She then picked up Erbao. Come on, Erbao, say mama. Ba. Put. Jiang Bai couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of tea. He hadn't expected to be so important in the minds of these two little ones, though that girl would probably get jealous. Oof. Seeing the smug look on that certain someone's face, Lin Ruoxue shot him a glare. What's there to be so smug about? Come on, Sanbao is the smartest. He'll definitely call out mama. Daddy, daddy. Sanbao delivered the perfect comeback, calling out repeatedly. This made Lin Ruoxue's face flush bright red, and she couldn't help but say, that's so unfair. Mommy's love for you guys is all for nothing. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks puffed up in a pout, a sight that was utterly adorable. So frustrating. What's so great about that guy? Lin Ruoxue protested, we're not even married. Why should he get all the credit? I carried these three little tyrants for 10 months, nursed them for over half a year, and yet, not only did he start talking before me, he still won't even call me by name. At that moment, Lin Ruoxue felt like she'd been hit with a 10,000-ton critical strike. Heartless little things. Haven't I been good to you? Jiang Bai smiled gently, soothing the woman in his arms. There. Why get angry with the little one? Maybe. Daddy is just easier to pronounce. Go away. Lin Ruoxue rolled her eyes. Go hug your 3 little bundles of joy. Off you go. Then, she turned her head away, putting on a look of deep offense. Seeing this, the maids couldn't help but smile. How fortunate the young mistress was. Even after so many years of marriage, she could still indulge in such childish tantrums. If only their own husbands could be like the young master someday. Meanwhile, at the Fuso Imperial Palace. Kill. The command rang out from a young Fusan warrior. Behind him stood the elite fighters of the Kitamoko clan, flanked by the Kitamoko warlord's 100,000-strong army, which now completely encircled the Fusan Imperial Palace. Master, the Tingchuan clan has been completely annihilated. With a thud, a trusted outer force expert knelt on one knee before the youngest family head in the Kitaki clan's history, the young master Kitaki Sanyu. Lord Blood 3, the rest is in your hands. Kitaki Sanyu bowed deeply. Blood 3 smiled faintly, no problem. After this battle, the Kitaki military faction will unify Fusan. Leave the experts above peak outer force to me. As the calm voice fell, a dozen figures darted out from beside him. Each emanated an aura of unprecedented strength, none other than the Blood Guard. Battle end. Holding his katana, Baimo Sanyu took a deep breath and gazed toward the direction of China. Today's heroic deeds shall be etched into the annals of Japan's history. You are all founding heroes of the Baimo era. Kill. With one mighty surge, the Northernwood army swept through the imperial palace of Fusan with unstoppable force, crushing all resistance in their path. No. I'm at the late stage of internal power cultivation. How could you possibly? The imperial palace of Fusan instantly became a river of blood. Screams and cries for help filled the air, transforming the place into a living hell. This was the very embodiment of the saying, a general's triumph is built upon 1,000 corpses. And what's more? This was the campaign to unify Fusan. Its scale would be several times more brutal. Half a day later, the imperial palace of Fusan fell completely. Countless citizens knelt in homage, offering congratulations. Joking aside, compared to the Tingchuan clan, the Baimo clan's rule was 10 times better. After all, over the past half-year, the Kitamuki clan's unstoppable rise stemmed from securing over 90% of Fusan's popular support, and the greatest contributor behind this was Master's trillions of tons of supplies. From this day forward, I, Kitamori Sanyu, shall be the first emperor of the Kitamori era. Standing atop the imperial palace, Kitamuki Sanyu surveyed the endless sea of kneeling subjects. Any who refuse to submit shall be executed without mercy. To celebrate this emperor's ascension to the throne, grain reserves shall be opened nationwide for half a year. Furthermore, this emperor vows to rebuild and nurture the people alongside them. Furthermore, my first act upon ascending the throne shall be to annul all previous treaties forged by past emperors with foreign nations. The Emperor of Japan shall personally visit China to establish an eternal alliance. Whoosh! At these words, the faces of the countless kneeling subjects of Fusan paled. Good heavens! Their nation was to forge an eternal alliance with the ever-evolving realm of China? Was this some kind of dream? Consider this. If this were true, their alliance with China would mean even the United States, which had suppressed them for centuries, could no longer threaten them. Could it be, the golden age of Japan is upon us? His Majesty the Emperor is wise. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. Long live. Long live. Thud. One by one, figures knelt in homage. Their devotion stemmed from long-cherished admiration for China's peaceful ethos. Despite the unforgivable crimes they had committed against China in the past, China still extended a hand of friendship. Such an ally was 10,000 times better than the likes of the United States. Yet they had no idea how this act would reverberate across the international stage, but that was a story for another time. Chapter 171, A Deceptive Situation. An Eternal Alliance Between Japan and China? Imperial Capital War Department, Commander's Office. Bang! At that moment, a forceful crash echoed as the door burst open. A trusted aide entered the room. Commander. There's been an incident. The panting messenger continued. 1 hour ago, the Kitamoko warlord faction breached the imperial palace and successfully unified Fuso. The leader of the Kitamoko faction, that youth Kitamoko Sanyu, has established a new era for Fusan called the Kitamoku era, and moreover. He paused, his voice trailing off as he recalled the information he had received. Kitamoko Sanyu's first decree was to nullify all treaties previously established by the emperor. Furthermore, he will personally arrive in our land of Huaxia within days to forge an eternal alliance. Ha! Hearing his confidant's words, Long Shanha fixed his gaze upon him. An alliance with our China? Are you absolutely certain you haven't made a mistake? It is indeed so. I've verified it multiple times. After a moment, the aide recited Baimo Sanyu's background. Baimo Sanyu, illegitimate son of General Watanabe of the Baimo warlord faction. Banished from his family at a young age, he lived with his mother until 6 months ago when his elder brother hunted him down into our Dongjiang territory. Dongjiang again? Hearing this, Long Shanha narrowed his eyes, his gaze shifting toward Dongjiang. Over the past half year, that region had produced quite a few notable figures. It seemed even Xiao Zhan of Battle Axe Security hailed from Dongjiang. Earlier, Xiao Zhan's single-handed annihilation of the imperial capital's royal family had truly astonished him. Moreover, Xiao Zhan's collaborations with the inspectorate and the military department across various domains, judging by his conduct, were undeniably shrewd. Strictly speaking, he could be considered half an ally. Yet, he sensed there were others lurking behind both the battle axe and Xiao Zhan. As for who they were, he had no clue. The next day, Imperial Capital Airport. A private jet from Japan touched down smoothly. The boarding stairs lowered, and a figure descended, none other than Kitamori Sanyu. As the highest-ranking reception official, Long Shanha personally arrived to greet him. The Emperor of Kitamoku graces our capital with his presence, bringing honor to our nation. As the host, Long Shanha extended the greeting first. Hikari Kimura took a deep breath, having long admired Lord Longshan's reputation. Lord Longshan's name is renowned far and wide. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. The cameras and lenses of international media, already set up, clicked relentlessly, capturing every fleeting moment. This was the first diplomatic event of the Hokuki era since the unification of Fusang. Such news was an unprecedented scoop. Subsequently, Longshan extended the full honors of a state banquet, sparing no effort to show respect to Baimu Sanyu. Finally, both leaders simultaneously attended a press conference. Under the gaze of the global media, they signed a treaty of eternal alliance. Such sincerity spoke volumes. Emperor Hakoku, did you consider the pressure from the United States when making this decision? During the QA session, an American journalist retorted indignantly, over the years, the United States has provided substantial funding to various sectors in Japan. Oh. Hearing the American reporter's words, Kitaki Sanyu's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. Support? What on earth are you talking about? In the past, the emperor sought to suppress China, which is why he aligned with the United States. Meanwhile, the United States wanted Japan to become its proxy in Asia. To put it plainly, it was nothing but mutual exploitation. Do you really think the American leader would provide Japan with aid without expecting anything in return? What? Hearing Kitamitsu's words, the American reporter's eyelids twitched violently. This guy had just laid bare the relationship between the two nations so bluntly it was truly beyond her expectations. Of course. Kitagi Sanyu looked at the international journalists and continued, should the United States take Japan's alliance with China as a reason to punish us, Japan will stand its ground to the very end. And furthermore, henceforth, any nation that attempts to target or suppress China shall be regarded as an enemy of Japan. At this point, Baimu Sanyu narrowed his eyes and fixed them on the American reporter. At that time, Japan will spare no effort to stand shoulder to shoulder with China. Whoa. The American reporter slumped back into his seat. Had the Japanese emperor lost his mind? Journalists from other nations reacted similarly. They hadn't anticipated such unyielding resolve from the youth who unified Japan. They had assumed he was merely a puppet propped up by Japan, but now it was clear that was not the case at all. Heh, good. Long Shanha, listening nearby, narrowed his eyes. China and Japan have been neighbors since ancient times, separated only by a narrow strip of water. An alliance between our two nations will surely bring blessings to both peoples. Our nation, China, will henceforth stand shoulder to shoulder with Emperor Kitamoku. The declaration sent shockwaves through the hall, accompanied by a relentless barrage of camera shutters. Good heavens, China's commander Long Shanha had declared his stance. For the United States, this was news as bad as it could possibly get. It would even send ripples through the political spheres of nations worldwide. Office of the U.S. President. Smack. Watching the live broadcast, the American leader was furious. He slammed his hand on the desk, his eyes blazing with anger. Well done, Fuso. Well done, Kitamitsu Sanyu. Glaring at the youth on the screen, the US president couldn't swallow his anger, a mere brat, daring to defy this president. Good. Very good. Long Shanha was already regarded as the most threatening adversary. If the two were to join forces, the United States would find itself unable to move an inch in the regions surrounding China. Then, America's ambition to dominate the world would vanish into thin air. So be it. Then die. The American leader narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint in them. Someone, contact the Morgan assassins. The head of that Japanese emperor Kitaki Sanyu, this president demands it. Your Excellency, please reconsider. The subordinate bowed respectfully. If word gets out that we assassinated the Emperor of Japan, it will be extremely detrimental to us. It matters not. The American leader waved his hand dismissively, gazing toward the direction of Japan. The right to speak belongs to the strong. If Japan insists on breaking free from our control, it must pay the price. Additionally, notify all financial conglomerates to cooperate with the government in imposing comprehensive sanctions against Fusang. I want every nation to understand that the wrath of the United States is not something anyone can bear. Yes, Your Excellency. Upon hearing the leader's words, the subordinate bowed and departed. Kitaki Sanyu. The American leader murmured. In just half a year, this man had risen from obscurity to become the emperor of Fusang, shattering their plans for a puppet state. Whether for public or personal reasons, this first emperor of the Kitaki era must die. Little did the American leader realize that such actions would only hasten his own downfall. Chapter 172, he's about my age, yet he's already the emperor of Japan. The alliance between the two nations sent shockwaves across the internet. Unsurprisingly, this brewing event soon dominated the top of the trending charts. Hashtag shock, major reversal in China-Japan relations hashtag. Hashtag China is Japan's eternal ally hashtag. Hashtag unveiling the mystery behind Emperor Baimu's rise hashtag. Hashtag Dragon Army commander vows to stand with Japan through thick and thin hashtag. Hashtag Japan actually did this to the US hashtag. Hashtag Fusang pulled off a masterstroke hashtag. At the Dongjian Villa, old Zhao browsed the trending topics, casually clicking into two posts. 666666, Japan's got it going on. Finally did something decent. Heard that Northwood's 3 reign is no ordinary kid impressive. Heck, the strongest kid on the planet. Damn it, Northwood-san, you did what I always wanted to do but couldn't pull off. Standing up to the US? That move was spot on. Unbeatable. That's the way to do it. The Americans are so brazen because they've been spoiled. I bet the US will end up getting their asses kicked. The American leader is probably crying his eyes out in the bathroom right now. USA, impossible. Our little Japan buddy dares to rebel? They came to China right after establishing the Northern Wood era. Their intentions are crystal clear. How much must they hate the US? Each comment section boasts tens of millions of replies, with views reaching at least 50 to 60 million, sometimes even over 100 million. Moreover, keep in mind, it hasn't even been half an hour since the news broke. You can imagine how explosive this is. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Dongjiang, Dihao Amusement Park. Ding! Lin Xiaoxi's phone buzzed with a notification. She tapped it open. This is... Oh my! Brother-in-law, Fuso actually ended the Warring States period. Lin Xiaoxi had been closely following events in Fusang lately. It was impossible not to, given it was the hottest topic of conversation. It seems, we've entered the Kitamoku era. And Emperor Kitamoku is actually a teenager? Unbelievable. Lin Xiaoxi gasped in astonishment. He's practically the same age as me, yet he's already the emperor of Fusang. The gap between people is just so huge. Lin Xiaoxi couldn't help but marvel at the thought. And it seemed they'd even formed an alliance with China, not even sparing the United States any face. How utterly bold. Is that so? Jiang Bai looked at the photo on his sister-in-law's screen. It was none other than his second apprentice, Baimu Sanyu. To achieve this much in just half a year was quite impressive. It is quite surprising. Lin Ruoxue nodded in astonishment, though to her, this matter felt too distant to warrant much attention. Only. What she didn't know was that this emperor of Japan, Baimu Sanyu, was actually her husband's disciple, and technically, he should be calling her master's wife. Not bad. Jiang Bai nodded in agreement, while Lin Xiaoxi looked at him suspiciously. Brother-in-law, you aren't surprised at all? Clearly, Lin Xiaoxi couldn't detect the slightest trace of surprise on her brother-in-law's face. To her, it seemed odd, as if he had known all along. Surprised? What's there to be surprised about? It's all about interests. Jiang Bai waved his hand dismissively. Naturally, he wouldn't reveal that this had actually been orchestrated by him. Of course. Even if he did say it, Lin Xiaoxi probably wouldn't believe him. It would be like telling someone that Ma Yun was his own subordinate. Is that so? Hearing her brother-in-law's words, Lin Xiaoxi remained skeptical yet found some logic in them. Brother-in-law, are you saying that Fusang wants to break free from American control, and China is merely a pawn they're using to drag them down as a shield? Perhaps. Jiang Bai remained vague, since he certainly couldn't admit it was all his doing. Move aside. Just then, a group of people charged straight toward them from nearby. Protected in the center was a spoiled second-generation heir and a heavily made-up, rather attractive yet provocative woman. Their entourage, however, was decidedly aggressive, shoving several men and women off their feet along the way. One of the henchmen was about to push into Sanbao's stroller. Smack! Schwescher wasn't one to tolerate such behavior. He slapped the thug hard across the face, sending him flying 5 or 6 meters. A bright red handprint bloomed on the man's cheek. How dare you! Song Xiaoqiu's face turned icy cold at the sight of his subordinate being struck. 3 bastards dare to block this young master's. Snap! Before Song Xiaoqiu could finish his sentence, Schwescher and I stepped on him, pinning him to the ground. You dare strike young master Song? Do you know who he is? Smack! Schwescher's backhand slap sent the alluring woman crashing to the ground. Lin Xiaoxi watched, her eyes sparkling with excitement. My brother-in-law's bodyguard is this skilled. Young master Song. All of you, take him down. 5 or 6 men from Zhou's entourage swarmed forward. But before they could strike, Blood 13 swiftly took them all down. Had this not been a public place, they would have been dead already. This guy. Song Xiaoqiu's external force expert bodyguard stared at Blood 13 in disbelief. Kid, you're dead meat. Let's go. They then fled the scene in disarray, carrying the severely injured and unconscious Song Xiaoqiu. Joking? If anything happened to Song Xiao, they'd be skinned alive by the family head back in the capital. Brother-in-law, these people are despicable. Lin Xiaoxi watched the direction Song Xiaoqiu and his men fled, seething with anger. Lin Ruoxue wanted to say something but ultimately held her tongue. They are indeed despicable. Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes as he watched Song Xiaoqiu and the others disappear. Lin Xiaoxi nodded in agreement, unaware that Song Xiaoqiu would soon meet his end. Damn it! Shortly after leaving the amusement park, excruciating pain jolted Song Xiaoqiu awake. That brat. I'll grind his bones to dust. Young Master Song, you're awake. The Song family's external force expert's face lit up with relief, his heart finally settling. Of course I'm awake. Did you think this bumpy ride would kill me with pain? Ahem, well, young Master Song, the opponent was simply too powerful. We must return and summon the family's elite fighters to make him pay. Oomph. Song Xiaoqiu snorted coldly. He knew full well the opponent was formidable, otherwise, they wouldn't have been beaten into such a sorry state. Find out who that brat is. How dare he lay a hand on this young master? Who? Before Song Xiaoqiu could finish, an external force expert beside him fixed his gaze on a certain spot. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, a figure materialized in the arena, none other than Xuezhou. Offending my master? You won't get the chance. As Xuezhou's words fell, he whizzed past Song Xiaoqiu and his group with a sharp whoosh. Pft. Immediately, blood gushed from the necks of everyone present, including Song Xiaoqiu. All lay dead, the scene eerily surreal. You dare kill me? In his dying moments, Song Xiaoqiu stared at Xuezhou in disbelief. He couldn't fathom that the man had actually dared to kill him. Kill you? Xuezhou glanced at Song Xiaoqiu's corpse before gazing toward the imperial capital. The Wang family, one of the imperial capital's 4 great families, has been wiped out by my master's forces. The Song family is now nothing to worry about. Swish. With a flash, Xuezhou vanished from the scene. Under the influence of the special powder, Song Xiaoqiu and his group's remains were corroded into flying ash, vanishing without a trace. As for what would happen next, no one could say. Chapter 173, Northwood Sanyu Assassination Attempt, China's Divine Assist leaves America stunned. Fusong, Tokyo Airport. In the distant sky, a private jet slowly descended onto the tarmac. As the boarding stairs lowered, a handsome young man stepped out, none other than Emperor Kataki Sanyu of Fuso, returning from his state visit to China. Move! A sinister voice echoed from the shadows. The leader was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man, Krieg, one of the Morgan family's elite assassins. Not only was his status exceptionally high, but his combat prowess reached the pinnacle of internal energy cultivation. He had only intervened this time for matters concerning the Morgan assassin organization. Ordinarily, he remained stationed at the organization's headquarters. Yes, Master Carry. Over 100 assassins moved in unison. Even the weakest possessed external energy mastery, while at least 20 were internal energy masters, a testament to the formidable strength of this force. Without exception, these were all the core forces of the Morgan assassin organization. Oh no! Assassins! No sooner had Sanmu Sanyu touched down than he found himself surrounded by over 100 assassins closing in from all directions, every last one a desperate killer. Die! In a split second, Kree seized his chance, lunging at Kitamitsu Sanyu's heart with blinding speed. A direct hit would mean certain death. Clang! Just as Curry thought he had succeeded, a figure appeared before Baimu Sanyu, pinching Curry's katana between 2 precise fingers. What? Every member of the Morgan assassin organization froze in shock. Their eyes locked onto the face of the figure before Kitamuki Sanyu, filled with utter disbelief. What had they just witnessed? Lord Curry's full power strike had been blocked by 2 fingers. Impossible. This must be a dream, it has to be a dream. Snap. Before they could process it, the sound of metal snapping echoed. Curry's katana shattered between 2 fingers. A flash of blade light sliced through Curry's throat, then shot forward, burying itself deep into the ground over 10 meters away. Ha! You, a master of the transformative force. Curry's eyes widened as he clutched his throat, seemingly trying to stem the gushing blood, but it was futile. Thud. With a heavy thud, Kree fell backward onto the ground, his body radiating a palpable sense of bitter resignation. The dull impact felt like a 1,000-pound hammer striking the hearts of everyone present. Whoa! The surrounding Morgan assassins all sucked in sharp breaths, their gazes toward Blood 3 shifting completely. Holy! What a joke! Lord Curry, at the peak of his internal strength, was taken down in an instant. Wasn't it said that with the destruction of Fuson's 3 great Shikigami, there were hardly any masters left in the land? The man before us possessed at least the strength of a Huatian practitioner. In fact, even an ordinary Huatian practitioner might not be able to shatter a black iron weapon like that. Retreat! Without a moment's hesitation, over 100 members of the Morgan assassin organization prepared to retreat en masse. Are you kidding me? Forget the others, the terrifying figure alone could wipe them all out. They knew exactly what it meant to be instantly killed by someone at the peak of inner strength. Such an existence was beyond even the Morgan family's ability to provoke, let alone them. Kill them all, leave not a single one alive. Blood 3 glanced at the departing assassins. With a single command, the Blood Guard appeared. Within moments, over a dozen Blood Guards annihilated the entire 100-strong force of Morgan assassins. These 20-odd Blood Guard members, all masters of the Transcendent Force realm, could easily overwhelm not just the Morgan assassins, but even the entire Morgan family's elite forces if they were to engage them directly. Gulp. Watching the entire scene unfold, Baimo Sunyu swallowed hard, his mind blank for a moment before snapping back to reality. Lord Blood 3, we owe you everything this time. Taking a deep breath, Baimo Sunyu knew full well that these assassins, judging by their appearance, were most likely dispatched by the United States. After all, his actions had most directly threatened the United States' interests, making them the most likely culprits. It's nothing. Blood 3 waved his hand dismissively before adding, as the Master's disciple, protecting you is my duty. Besides, the Master has given orders. Baimo, what are your next moves? Blood 3 observed Baimo Sunyu with curiosity. Over the past half year, his perception of the Master's disciple had shifted considerably, particularly regarding his scheming and strategic planning. Should you require it, the Blood Guard will provide full cooperation. Oh. Hearing Shuesan's words, Baimo Sunyu pondered for a moment, glancing at the corpses littering the ground, a sight he had long since grown accustomed to. If Lord Blood 3 is willing to provide full support, that would be most welcome. After weighing the pros and cons, a sharp gleam flashed in Kitamori Sanyu's eyes as he turned his gaze toward the United States. Reciprocity is only fair. Might Lord Blood 3 consider paying a visit to the Morgan Assassins organization in the United States? Certainly. If we can cripple them, it will yield unexpected results. Baimo Sunyu spoke eloquently, laying out his plan. Blood 3 narrowed his eyes upon hearing in a masterful move, striking the mountain to scare the tigers, killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. Such a countermeasure would not only restore their dignity but also intimidate all petty criminals, killing two birds with one stone. Excellent. After a moment's thought, Blood 3 made his decision, so be it. The Morgan assassins of the United States, a visit there won't hurt. After speaking, Blood 3 surveyed the corpses of the assassins around him and continued, there's no time to waste. I'll lead the men out immediately. Imperial Capital, War Department Commander's Office. Ring ring. The phone rang in Long Shanha's office. Hello. What did you say? Hearing the news from the other end, Long Shanha's expression darkened instantly. He leapt to his feet, assassinating Baimo Sunyu, breaking the alliance. Such methods? The United States truly has its hands in everything. Someone. Long Shanha narrowed his eyes and ordered, investigate. Who assassinated the Emperor of Fuso, Kitamoku? Yes, Commander. Within minutes, Long Shanha received the military intelligence report. Commander, this was carried out by the Morgan assassins of the United States. Oomph. Hearing his subordinate's report, Long Shanha gave a cold chuckle. So it was those scheming bastards from the United States after all. Very well. After a moment of contemplation, Long Shanha ordered, someone anonymously post this information on foreign websites. Then the United States will find itself in endless trouble. Yes, Commander. Hearing their commander's order, the subordinate's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. Though this was state-level intelligence, selectively leaking it might yield unexpected results. The United States had been extremely unfriendly toward China in recent years. This would serve as retribution. Minutes later, news broke online that high-ranking U.S. officials had colluded with the Morgan hit squad to assassinate the Emperor of Japan, aiming to sabotage evidence of friendly relations with China. The revelation immediately caused an uproar across the internet. Baidu, a certain forum. What? The U.S. would do such a thing? Damn it, those Americans are all scum. Damn it, the US just loves stirring up trouble. All I can say is, I bought a watch from the US last year. I got some orange-flavored macaroni from the US, not sure if it's any good or not. Kongton, some forum. Damn it, screw the US. Damn it, so Japan really has been indirectly controlled by the Americans all along. The Emperor of Japan did well. Those Americans will bite the dust sooner or later. Bring me my big knife, I'm going to settle this with the American leader once and for all. USA, so what if I did it? Come at me if you dare. Major forums and discussion boards were flooded with posts, propelling the topic to the top of trending searches. In an instant, the US became as reviled as a rat in the street, with everyone calling for its downfall. Especially those nations oppressed by the US rose up in unison to attack it. A cyber war had quietly erupted. Meanwhile, in the US leader's private quarters. Damn it! The US leader stared at the online backlash from various countries, his face darkening with fury. The situation had spiraled beyond his expectations. Moreover, his connections with the Morgan hit squad were supposed to be highly discreet. How had they been exposed? Mr. President, this is no trivial matter. A subordinate spoke with grave expression. While we do not fear Japan, should this escalate, it will bring us nothing but harm. It could even cause a sharp decline in our nation's authority. The consequences would be unimaginable. I understand. The American leader took a deep breath. Admittedly, his approach back then had been reckless after all, he'd been in a rage at the time. But he didn't regret it. After the subordinate withdrew, the American leader cracked his knuckles audibly, his gaze fixed toward the direction of Japan. Who'd have thought I'd take such a bloody fall over some greenhorn brat? Half a day later, at the headquarters of the Morgan assassins. Swish! Shadows materialized across the field, led by none other than Blood 3 himself. As the force that had crushed the Dark Church in the past, the Morgan assassin organization before them was weak by more than tenfold. Not only were there no innate realm cultivators, there wasn't even a single half-step innate realm cultivator. They were simply not on the same level. Lord Blood 3, the Morgan assassin organization headquarters lies ahead. A blood guard reported respectfully to Blood 3, his gaze fixed coldly on the nearby location. Unless something unexpected happened, a one-sided massacre was about to unfold. Blood 3 narrowed his eyes as he surveyed the Morgan assassin organization headquarters. Devastate the Morgan assassin organization, but remember, do not annihilate them completely. Keep them alive, they'll be useful. Yes, Lord Blood 3. The blood guard responded respectfully. Blood 3 nodded slightly. Very well, then. Proceed. Withdraw in 1 minute. Yes. Swish. The command fell, and the blood guard surged into the Morgan assassin organization headquarters like tigers among sheep, slaying over 100 men in an instant. This, isn't the time too long? Blood 3 watched the blood kill guard, who had finally gotten to unleash their fury, with some concern. Of course, his worry wasn't that the blood kill guard were outmatched, but rather that they might accidentally wipe out the entire Morgan assassin organization. Perhaps half a minute should suffice. Blood 3 murmured to himself, while the Morgan assassin organization faced its prehistoric nightmare. Enemy attack. No, they're too strong. Report to the leader immediately. Piercing screams pierced the sky, and for a moment, the Morgan assassin organization seemed to transform into a living hell. After an unknown span of time, the bloodshed guard returned, thoroughly sated. Exactly 1 minute had passed, and with it, the last shred of exhilaration was spent. How did the battle go? Blood 3 eyed the thick, sky-piercing stench of blood nearby with concern. Then, a blood guard cleared his throat. Lord Blood 3, it seems they couldn't hold back. Over 80% of the Morgan assassin's elite have fallen. 80%? Hearing his subordinate's report, Blood 3 pondered for a moment before silently noting it was fortunate. At least these men knew some restraint. It was already commendable they hadn't annihilated the entire group. After all, compared to the Blood Guard, the Morgan organization headquarters was no match. Even among the Morgan family's elite, no fewer than 10 had perished. Withdraw. To avoid complications, Blood 3 gave the order and led the blood assassins out of the arena, leaving behind a field strewn with the corpses of Morgan assassins. Yet within the Morgan assassin organization. But, cough cough. The leader of the assassin organization, one of the survivors, surveyed the devastated scene, nearly 90% casualties. All 3 deputy leaders are dead. These were 3 masters of the Huatian realm all wiped out. Had he not already reached the late Huatian stage himself, he likely would have fallen victim too. Crack! Lion slammed his fists into the ground, his eyes bulging with rage. Damn it! Who the hell did this? Investigate this. Turn this world upside down if you must. Find them at any cost. I'll make sure that bastard pays with his life. Raging fury consumed him, utterly enraged. The Morgan assassins, backed by the Morgan family, possessed unimaginable resources. Yet even so, they had been utterly crushed. Leader, cough cough, could it be the work of the Morgan family's rivals? Given the sheer scale of that devastating attack, had the enemy shown no mercy, every last one of them would likely be dead by now. Hearing this, Leon's eyes flickered. He promptly reported the incident to the Morgan family. Yes, sir. Soon, Leon received orders from a high-ranking member of the Morgan family, effective immediately, suspend all operations of the Morgan assassins until the enemy is identified. Additionally, recall all field operatives to headquarters immediately to avoid falling victim to their schemes. Yes, leader. Immediately, a wave of turmoil swept through the Morgan assassin organization. Meanwhile, somewhere in the land of the morning calm. SSSSHHH. Upon receiving the mission to eliminate an internal energy master, the Morgan assassin's top-tier hitman's pupils abruptly contracted. What? This. Headquarters has been attacked, with over 80% of the high-ranking members killed. The assassin's face drained of color as he stared in disbelief at the Morgan assassin's headquarters. How could this be? What kind of force could inflict such devastating losses on the organization? We must return immediately. Even a top-tier assassin couldn't afford complacency at this thought. After all, a force capable of decimating over 80% of Morgan's elite operatives clearly wasn't ordinary. Who knows? They might have intelligence on him. If they were to assassinate him, he wouldn't even know how he died. Though the odds were slim, if someone did come for him, regret would come too late. Withdraw. After a moment's deliberation, the assassin made his decision. After all, his own life was clearly far more important than the mission. Seriously, even if the mission paid a fortune, he'd need to be alive to enjoy it. A strikingly similar scene played out in every corner. In an instant, the entire Morgan assassin organization sprang into action. Clearly, they were genuinely terrified. Damn it! With headquarters compromised, how could they possibly carry out missions with any swagger? Yet at the same time, news of this incident spread with terrifying speed. Chapter 174, Master, you say? The current Emperor of Japan, Kitaki Sanyu, is my junior disciple. The situation brewed, and soon the U.S. High Command received the news. Bam! In the U.S. President's office, a figure burst through the door. Mr. President, it's a major crisis. What is it? Why the panic? The U.S. leader's brows furrowed tightly. Nothing good had happened lately. Gulping back saliva, the subordinate continued, the Morgan assassins have been severely crippled by an unknown force. Over 80% of their elite operatives at headquarters have been killed. They're recalling all operatives currently on missions worldwide. What? At these words, the U.S. leader lost his composure entirely, leaping to his feet. The Morgan assassins were nearly wiped out. Are you kidding me? Over 80% casualties at headquarters. How is that any different from annihilation? Damn it, could this be a warning? He had just ordered the Morgan assassins to assassinate Kitaki Sanyu, and now their headquarters was nearly wiped out. If someone claimed this had nothing to do with Kitaki Sanyu, no one would believe it. It was just too coincidental. And a force capable of crippling the Morgan assassins so easily, without even revealing their identity. They've probably set their sights on me. The rest of my life will be filled with sleepless nights and constant worry. The thought was terrifying. In an instant, the American leader's expression darkened to its deepest shade. Mr. President, how should we respond? Truly, the devastating blow to the Morgan assassins caught them completely off guard. For a moment, he too was at a loss for how to proceed. After a moment of deep contemplation, the U.S. president sighed. In that case, lift the sanctions against Japan. Though reluctant, the U.S. leader was even more unwilling to live under the constant threat of potential death. Meanwhile, at the Tianyu mansion. Ring ring. Jiang Bai, who was with Sanbao, heard a phone ring. Hello. Du Gaoming was assassinated and is clinging to life? Got it. After hanging up, Jiang Bai's expression hardened. He had been considering boosting Du Gaoming's strength for self-defense, but never expected him to be targeted for assassination. Half an hour later. Dongjiang, Yao family manor. Mr. Jiang, you've arrived. Yao Chong, who had been waiting for some time, personally greeted him. How is Gaoming? After a brief pause, Yao Chong continued, he's barely clinging to life. And whoever did this must be from the imperial capital faction. As they spoke, the group reached the depths of the Yao family villa, where they were startled to see Du Gaoming, pale and visibly weakened. Master. I've caused you worry. Seeing his master arrive, Du Gaoming felt a wave of relief wash over him. To see you before I die, master. I have no regrets. But, cough cough. As he spoke, Du Gaoming coughed up a mouthful of blood. Though he had mastered 3 or 4 parts of his master's medical acupuncture techniques, his own medical skills had advanced immeasurably. It's nothing. I won't let you die. You'd be hard-pressed to die even if you wanted to. Jiang Bai looked at his senior disciple with a touch of self-reproach. Had he boosted his strength earlier, this calamity might have been avoided. He drew 2 vials of physique-enhancing potion from his right hand and instructed, drink this. I will heal your wounds. Swish. Under the watchful eyes of Yao Chong and the others, Jiang Bai flicked his right hand, producing dozens of golden needles. With a masterful acupuncture technique, he swiftly inserted them into key acupoints all over Du Gaoming's body. Du Gaoming's originally pale complexion began to flush visibly, and his spirits lifted considerably. Under the combined effects of 2 physical enhancement potions, an ocean of energy surged through Du Gaoming, repairing his injuries while his strength grew at a visible pace. This is the aura of a half-step external force cultivator. No, wait, could it be? External force. Feeling Du Gaoming's aura, Yao Chang's eyes widened. His gaze toward Jiang Bai changed completely. Such a feat was not only unseen but unheard of. Du Gaoming slowly regained consciousness. Feeling his physique had strengthened beyond measure, he knelt with a thud on the ground. Thank you, master, for saving my life. Rise. Jiang Bai raised his hand slightly. To be honest, he bore no small responsibility for his senior disciple's current state. Hey, master. Does this mean I've mastered external force now? Du Gaoming stood up, scratched the back of his head with a smile, clearly aware his physique had strengthened beyond measure. After exchanging a few words, Jiang Bai looked at his senior disciple. By the way, who injured you so badly? As his first disciple, he naturally held a significant place in Jiang Bai's heart. Well, hearing his master's words, Du Gaoming hesitated, then spoke. I dare not conceal it was the Song family of the 4 great families of the imperial capital. The imperial capital's Song family? Jiang Bai pondered for a moment, narrowing his eyes. To lay a hand on my people, they've grown quite bold. What? Yao Chong listened in disbelief. Old Du, you're saying the assassins were from the imperial capital Song family? Truly, this information hit him hard. After all, the Song family of the imperial capital was a colossal powerhouse, incomparable to their small Yao family of Dongjiang. That's right. It's because I treated Elder Long that I became a target of the Song family. The imperial capital Song family? Jiang Bai gazed toward the capital. Let's go. I'm taking you to the Song family in the capital. Master, what are you doing? Du Gaoming's eyelids twitched violently upon hearing this. The imperial capital Song family was far from as simple as it appeared on the surface. To exact revenge, of course. Jiang Bai waved it off dismissively, continuing, I also want to see what makes this imperial capital Song family so extraordinary. Master, you're going to take action against the Song family? Had anyone else said this, he would have dismissed it as a joke. But coming from his master? That was different. After all, he knew better than anyone just how formidable his master was. Likely, when that time comes, the entire imperial capital would be turned upside down. Naturally. Jiang Bai waved dismissively, then added, no one is to touch my people. En route to the Song family estate in the imperial capital. What? Hearing his master's words, Du Gaoming's face twisted in disbelief. Master, you mean, the current emperor of Japan, Kataki Sanyu, is my junior disciple. A thunderous roar. In that instant, Du Gaoming's mind went blank. The revelation was simply too overwhelming. The Emperor of Fusan, his junior disciple? True to his reputation, Master pulled off something truly divine. So, in a sense, the one pulling the strings behind Fuso was Master? No wonder. No wonder Kataki Sanyu, his junior disciple, immediately forged an alliance with China upon ascending the throne. So it was the Master orchestrating everything all along. If the outside world ever found out, it would likely turn all of China upside down. Chapter 175, Crushing the Imperial Capital's Song Clan, Ancient Martial Arts Jiang Clan Elder Slain. Kataki Sanyu. The young emperor of Fusang, the youngest emperor in Fusang's history, and he was actually his own junior disciple. At this thought, Du Gaoming felt as if he were dreaming. His gaze shifted toward Fusang, and his eyes changed. He could never have imagined that this tiny island nation, which had nearly gone to war with Fusan multiple times before, would now become China's most steadfast ally in the shadows. Meanwhile, at the Dongjiang villa. Ding! A phone notification chimed. Zhan Pengtian received a message, and his expression immediately darkened upon reading it. This is Elder Zhao, trouble is brewing in the capital. Ha! Hearing Zhan Pengtian's words, old Zhao looked up. What happened? Master Zhao, Du Gaoming was severely wounded in an assassination attempt by the Song family in the imperial capital. He has now been healed by Jiang Bai. And Jiang Bai is currently heading toward the imperial capital with Du Gaoming. The imperial capital. Upon hearing this, old Zhao's gaze drifted into the distance. Heading to the imperial capital at this critical moment. Could it be he intends to take action against the Song family? Ahem, that's highly likely. Zhan Pengtian cleared his throat. Though he didn't want to admit it, he had to concede that this possibility was extremely high. This spells trouble. The Song family in the imperial capital has the backing of ancient martial clans. Old Zhao drew a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the direction of the imperial capital. And that is precisely why the Song family dares to challenge the War Department of Huaxia. An ancient martial arts clan? That's an entity even the entire nation dares not provoke lightly. Indeed. Zhan Pengtian pursed his lips, then sighed. Let's just hope this doesn't cause too much of a stir. Half a day later, at the Song family estate in the imperial capital. Swish. As Jiang Bai approached the estate, figures materialized in the courtyard, none other than the Blood Guard, already in position. Greetings, Master. Shueba led over 20 bloodshed guards before the estate. As Du Gaoming surveyed the assembled force, his heart skipped a beat. These people are incredibly powerful. They're all under Master's command. He swallowed hard. The moment he heard them address his own master as Master, he understood everything. Any who obstruct us today shall be slain. Yes, Master. Blood-8 bowed respectfully before turning to the Song family's iron gate and exerting slight force. With a thunderous crash, the Song family estate's impregnable gate was hurled over 10 meters away. The terrifying force instantly crushed several of the Song family's elite fighters to death. How dare you! Daring to invade the Song manor, openly die! Shadows darted from the depths of the estate, encircling Jiang Bai and his companions in an instant. As the undisputed top clandestine force in the imperial capital, few dared cross the Song family, especially with the backing of ancient martial clans lurking behind them. This very fact fueled the Song family's growing arrogance year after year. Du Gaoming. At that moment, a figure emerged from the Song family, none other than the second young master, Song Yangtian. Impossible. You're completely unharmed. Shock and disbelief washed over Song Yangtian as he stared at Du Gaoming, who had materialized before him. He had witnessed Du Gaoming being severely wounded with his own eyes. There was no way he should have survived the night. Yet here he stood, alive and well before him. How could he not be stunned? Song Yang Tian. Seeing Song Yang Tian, the very man who had struck him down, Du Gaoming knew that if not for his master's intervention, he would have perished long ago. Oh. Jiang Bai looked at Song Yang Tian across from him. Is this the one who injured you? Yes. Song Yang Tian clearly noticed Jiang Bai as well. Who are you? Though meeting Jiang Bai for the first time, he sensed an overwhelmingly dangerous aura emanating from him. Smack! No sooner had Song Yang Tian's voice faded than Shueba's figure appeared beside him, delivering a swift palm strike. Who my master is, you're not worthy to know. Thud! Before Song Yang Tian could hit the ground, his head snapped sideways and he became a corpse. A peak external force expert was taken down in an instant. Second master. Damn it! Take him out. Seeing Shueba's actions, the Song family's elite warriors surged forward, their faces frozen in fury. They knew second master was the old lady's most cherished son. His death meant they would all face dire consequences. Only by slaying the man before them could they avenge second young master and atone for their guilt. You're asking for death. Shueba let out a cold laugh. With a few swift dodges, bodies began crashing to the ground. After all, he was now a pre-heaven realm expert. These men were far too weak for him. Yang Tian. Song Ding Tian, the head of the Song family, his eyes bulging with fury at his younger brother's brutal death, roared, "You bastard! Not a single one of you will leave here alive today. Kill him." Song Ding Tian's killing intent surged as he transformed into a black streak, charging toward Jiang Bai with the intent to eliminate him instantly. Whoosh! One after another, figures charged recklessly toward Jiang Bai. They too had realized that this youth was the most crucial target of their mission, though they remained unaware of his connection to Du Gaoming. But that no longer mattered. As long as everyone before them was eliminated, the truth would be uncovered afterward. But he had no idea what he was about to kill. No one knew how powerful an existence beyond the innate realm truly was. Blood8 watched Song Ding Tian and the others' frenzied actions with a cold smile. To lay a hand on his master? Even if Song Ding Tian was now a master of internal energy, even if he were 100 times stronger, he still wouldn't stand a chance. And so it proved. Jiang Bai struck the air with a single palm. In the next instant, no fewer than a dozen people, including the internal energy master Song Ding Tian, were instantly reduced to blood mist. The sudden spectacle left everyone utterly stunned. What? The Song family masters who had been advancing halted abruptly. Were they joking? Even the head of the Song family, a master of internal energy, wasn't his match. And hadn't they seen over a dozen people instantly reduced to a mist of blood by that guy's single strike? How could this be? That guy, is he even human? Forget internal energy, even a master of the transformative force realm would struggle to achieve that. Tian. Amidst the deathly silence, two figures emerged from the depths of the Song family compound. One was none other than the Song family patriarch, accompanied by another. The old patriarch. Wonderful! The old patriarch and that esteemed master have arrived. Hope surged in the hearts of the Song family's masters. The old patriarch had been in seclusion for over a decade, and even in his prime, his strength surpassed that of the current patriarch. Now, his power was unfathomable. Half-step Watian? Peak Watian? Jiang Bai froze upon seeing the newcomers, clearly stunned that the Song family still harbored such formidable figures. The peak of the Huatian realm was a level many factions could only dream of. Die! The Song family's old patriarch raised his hand to strike Jiang Bai, his speed far surpassing even Song Ding Tian's. No! Retreat immediately! The elder from the Jiang family of ancient martial arts paled, but it was clearly too late. With a boom, a spray of blood mist filled the air. Just like that, the patriarch, the pride and joy of the Song family's elite, was instantly killed the moment he appeared. They didn't even have time to react. Click! Next, Jiang Bai took a step forward. Cracks spread like an overburdened spiderweb, and his path led straight toward the elder of the ancient martial arts Jiang family. You know who I am? I'm an elder of the ancient martial Jiang clan. How dare you touch me? Damn it! You're asking for death. Seeing the man advancing relentlessly, Jiang Mingshang gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury as he lunged to counterattack. Die! Jiang Bai anticipated this move. A single finger extended, appearing like lightning on Jiang Mingshang's forehead. Terrifying energy instantly obliterated his mind like a storm sweeping away withered branches. The Jiang family elder collapsed backward, his lifeless body hitting the ground with a thud. Chapter 176. My junior brother's name is Baimu Sanyu, the emperor of Fusang who ushered in the Baimu era. Thud. The corpse of the Jiang family elder crashed to the ground. The surrounding Song family experts paled, their eyes filled with shock and terror as they stared at the scene. That elder is dead. Everyone swallowed hard, utterly stunned. If even such a formidable figure could be slain, what was the point of continuing their resistance? Impossible. Truly, this scene had dealt them a devastating blow. After all, that nobleman belonged to the family of their mistress. Compared to such an existence, the Song family were mere ants even as one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital. But, how dare the man before them? The old patriarch was dead, the nobleman was dead, what came next? Run! At that thought, the remaining Song family experts scattered in all directions. Staying any longer would surely mean certain death. Kill! Blood 8 surveyed the battlefield, the outcome already decided, not a single member of the imperial capital Song family shall be spared. If you don't uproot the weeds, the spring breeze will make them grow again. Even if there remains but a sliver of threat to the master in the future, it must be eliminated. Squeak! Just as the imperial capital Song family was being slaughtered, several military trucks appeared on the scene, immediately surrounding the Song family estate so tightly that not a single person could escape. Seal off the Song family estate. Not a single soul is to leave. The officer in charge was none other than the confidant of Long Shanha, the commander of the imperial capital's war department. These troops had been summoned by Du Gaoming's phone call. Jiang Bai's eyes narrowed at the sight of the arrivals. Du Gaoming hurriedly interjected, "Master, these are our own people." "Master Du, you and your people leave first. Leave the rest to me." "Very well." Du Gaoming nodded solemnly. By then, Shueba and the others had already departed, leaving everything under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Capital War Department. Moreover, all information was immediately sealed off. Inside the military vehicle, Du Gaoming took a deep breath. "Master, since we're here in the Imperial Capital, would you be willing to examine a patient for your disciple?" "Oh. This person is likely from the War Department, and his status isn't low either." Du Gaoming nodded and continued, "Ahem, Master, I won't keep it from you. This person is none other than Elder Long, the legendary figure of the War Department, its strongest warrior, and the father of the War Department commander in the Imperial Capital." Hearing this, Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated that the person his disciple had treated held such an extraordinary status. "Ha!" Du Gaoming chuckled softly and continued, "Master, if you could cure him and grant him a little opportunity." Without exaggeration, even if the heavens collapsed, it wouldn't matter. As the famed Dr. Du, he was well aware of the formidable reputation of the venerable dragon elder. "You brat!" Jiang Bai glanced at the sly fox before him, Du Gaoming, a faint smile playing at his lips. He understood the young man's intentions perfectly well, but befriending him might not be such a bad thing. Ding! Host has triggered a quest, Cure the War Division's military soul, Elder Long reward, random realm breakthrough card, plus 100 billion renminbi. Amidst their conversation, the system's mission notification sounded in his ear, startling Jiang Bai. A random realm breakthrough card? This was a valuable item indeed. Randomly breaking through a realm. Now that he had already reached the Heavenly Man realm, he wondered just how far this card might elevate him. Very well. With that thought, Jiang Bai nodded in agreement. Really? Du Gaoming's eyes lit up upon hearing his master's consent. Wonderful. Elder Long can be saved. Soon, the car arrived at a secluded villa. Squeak. The sound of brakes echoed as Long Shanhai himself had been waiting for quite some time. After all, the man who had earned Du Gaoming's decision to become his disciple was certainly worthy of such anticipation. Young Jiang, I've long admired your reputation. Du Gaoming, ever observant, introduced, Master, this is the commander of the Dragon Army from the Imperial Capital's War Department. Oh. Observing the imposing man before him, whose formidable strength clearly reached the late-stage inner strength realm, he must be quite the force within the military. So you are Commander Long Jun. My apologies for the oversight. Long Shanha waved his hand dismissively and continued, Young Jiang, no need for formalities. You've done Du Gaoming a great favor by taking him as your disciple. I owe you today. No problem. Jiang Bai then looked toward the villa. Take me to meet your father. Please. Long Shanha showed no trace of arrogance. Jiang Bai's first impression was profoundly enigmatic, and his ability to crush the Song family demanded Long Shanha's utmost respect. Soon, the group reached the depths of the villa. From the shadows, Jiang Bai could distinctly sense several masters of the Huatang realm. That so many masters guarded his safety showed just how crucial he was to the War Department. Master. Upon entering the room, Du Gaoming solemnly stated, My acupuncture can only stabilize his injuries and prevent them from worsening. To cure him completely, it will likely require your intervention, Master. MHM. Jiang Bai glanced at the elderly man lying on the bed. Though his complexion was pale, his spirit remained relatively strong, a testament to his peak Huajin prowess. Such injuries would have killed an ordinary person countless times over. Wait outside. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Bai added, No one is to enter without my command. Yes, Master. Long Shanha nodded. The two remained stationed outside the room, though Long Shanha's eyes betrayed unhidden worry. Rest assured, Commander Long. With the Master's intervention, Elder Long will surely recover. Du Gaoming spoke without a shred of doubt. After all, he knew his master's capabilities better than anyone. Though Elder Long's condition was critical, it surely posed no challenge to his master. Let's hope so. Long Shanha sighed. His father's safety was tied to the stability of the Huaxia War Department. There was no room for carelessness. Oh, right. Du Gaoming glanced around the room, then seemed to recall something. After a moment's thought, he said, Commander Long, there's something I think I should tell you. Oh? Seeing Du Gaoming's solemn expression, Long Shanha grew curious. It was rare to see him like this. What is it, Master Physician Du? Du Gaoming cleared his throat and cut straight to the point. Well, half a year ago, my master took on a junior disciple for me. A junior disciple? Long Shanha froze, pondering for a moment. In that case, your junior apprentice must be quite extraordinary. Indeed. Du Gaoming smiled faintly. Moreover, my junior brother has met Lord Longjun and even spoken with him. What? Upon hearing this, Long Shanha grew even more perplexed. I met him? And spoke with him? Yes. Du Gaoming nodded, then continued, my junior disciple's name is Baimu Sanyu, none other than the Emperor of Fusang who ushered in the Baimu era. Put. Long Shanha spit out his entire mouthful of tea, choking violently as his eyes widened in shock. He stared at Du Gaoming, gasping, Master Du, what did you just say? The Emperor of Fusang, Kidamuki Sanyu, is your junior disciple? Quite surprising, isn't it? Du Gaoming glanced toward the room. When I first learned it, I was utterly astonished too. But it's not entirely surprising. After all, the Kitaki warlord rose to power in just half a year, unified Fuso, and ushered in the Kitaki era. Such strategic maneuvering could only have been orchestrated by our master. Long Shanha, ah. Hearing this, Long Shanha began to understand. No wonder Kitaki Sanyu held such profound admiration for Huaxia. His meteoric rise was entirely due to being Jiang Bai's disciple. Wait, Long Shanha suddenly realized something. That meant the one now controlling Japan was Jiang Bai? Chapter 177, Father is trying to lure young Jiang into the game. Baimu Sanyu. The image of that prodigious youth flashed through Long Shanha's mind, becoming the Emperor of Fusang at just 17 or 18, wielding absolute military and political power. Such a prodigy, and he was Jiang Bai's disciple, Du Gaoming's junior brother. With this connection, wouldn't the future relationship between China and Japan be more reliable than imagined? Perhaps, in the not-too-distant future, Japan might even become part of China. So that's how it is. At this thought, Long Shanha drew a deep breath. It seemed he had vastly underestimated Jiang Bai. If that's the case, perhaps he really could cure his father. Meanwhile, inside the room. You are Jiang Bai. Old Dragon stared at Jiang Bai before him. He had heard his name more than once. This might be a bit painful. Bear with it, Elder Long. Jiang Bai nodded slightly before offering a gentle warning. Ha 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 ha. What storms haven't this old man weathered? Bring it on. Old Dragon waved his hand dismissively. Since his youth, he had fought on countless battlefields. Over the decades, no one knew how many brushes with death he had endured. Undeniably, he was a distinguished and meritorious hero of China. Then this old man won't hold back. Jiang Bai wasted no words, producing 2 vials of physique-enhancing elixir. Before we begin, Elder Long, drink these 2 vials. They will aid in repairing your injuries. Very well. Old Dragon didn't question it. He knew quite a bit about this Jiang Bai and promptly swallowed both vials. Boom! As the potions were consumed, Elder Long's pallid complexion instantly flushed crimson, and terrifying energy surged violently within him. SSSSH. At that moment, dozens of golden needles shot out like lightning, piercing acupoints across Old Dragon's body. With a profound technique, they channeled the surging energy to repair his injuries. Gah! Even the seasoned Elder Long, who had weathered countless storms over the years, couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath at the bone-crushing pain, nearly letting out a cry. An unknown amount of time passed. Old Dragon was drenched in sweat, as if a layer of skin had been forcibly stripped from his body. At that moment, a surge of energy pulsed through his body. He opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and gasped, this is mid-stage innate realm. Feeling his aura surge explosively, Old Dragon felt as if struck by lightning. The scene before him seemed utterly unreal, like a dream. But the overwhelmingly real sensation of power reminded him this was all very real. Young friend, your great kindness is something I shall never forget. Taking a deep breath, Long Tianxiong could scarcely believe it. That he would one day reach the mid-stage of the innate realm, considering that in his original plan, merely stepping into the half-step innate realm within his lifetime would have been considered a great achievement. Now, with this level of strength, he could even challenge those ancient martial clans hidden within the borders of China. After all, although China controlled the entire realm, it still appeared utterly weak before the ancient martial families. Japan possessed Shikigami masters, and the reason they had never dared to wage major wars in the past was precisely to avoid offending these ancient martial families. Of course, ancient martial arts clans also existed within Japan and the United States, but without exception, these clans rarely interfered in the affairs of other nations. It could be said that both sides existed in a delicate state of equilibrium. Meanwhile, outside the room. This is an incredibly powerful aura fluctuation. Long Shanha swallowed hard, recognizing the aura all too well. Father has broken through. What? Du Gaoming, hearing Long Shanha's words, looked toward the room in astonishment. Good heavens, could it be that the master not only healed old Master Long but also greatly enhanced his power? Squeak. Just then, the door creaked open, revealing two figures stepping out, none other than Jiang Bai and the ailing Elder Long. However, at this moment, old Master Long was in remarkably good condition, perhaps even surpassing his peak state by an immeasurable margin. Father, you truly broke through? Though he was already certain, Long Shanha couldn't help but ask. MHM. Long Tianqiang nodded slightly, his every movement radiating the surging aura of the innate realm. I have now reached the mid-stage of the innate realm. Ah, this, the innate realm, and already mid-stage. Long Shanha swallowed hard, genuinely stunned. He knew exactly what this meant. If true, the Huaxia War Division would no longer be bound by its previous constraints. And this is all thanks to Jiang Bai. Old Dragon was in a remarkably good mood. With a flick of his right hand, he tossed a divine dragon ring toward Jiang Bai. Young Jiang, accept this token of my gratitude. A divine dragon ring. Long Shanha drew a deep breath. This ring held extraordinary significance. Its bearer was regarded as if the father himself were present. And the father was none other than the war god of the Huaxia War Division. Even a war god like Zhan Pengtian had once been merely his subordinate. Ahem. Du Gaoming watched this unfold, utterly stunned. Good heavens, he hadn't expected old dragon to be so gracious, directly bestowing the divine dragon ring upon his master. Master, this is the divine dragon ring, the supreme symbol of authority belonging to Elder Long. He paused before continuing. Wearing this ring grants command over all military forces within the borders of China. Jiang Bai was dumbfounded upon hearing this. This ring was essentially equivalent to the ancient imperial sword. With such power, one could practically walk sideways across China or even lie down and roll across it without a care. Elder Dragon, this item is far too precious. It matters not. Old Dragon waved his hand dismissively and added, I am advanced in years now. This item is of little use to me. It is only right that I pass it on to the younger generation. Ahem. Hearing this, numerous masters lurking in the shadows grimaced inwardly. Could it be that Elder Long intended to make him the next war god of the Chinese War Department? But was this not a bit too hasty? Thud. Yet, with the Elder Dragon's decision made, none dared to voice the slightest objection. All the hidden masters emerged simultaneously, kneeling on one knee upon the ground. We pay our respects to military god Jiang Bai. This. Jiang Bai froze upon hearing this, god of war? What the hell is that? Hee, young Jiang, no need to be surprised. It's just a title. A sly, fox-like gleam flashed in old dragon's eyes. With a single glance, everyone including Long Shanha immediately fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Cough cough, holy crap. Father is trying to lure young Jiang into the scheme. But old man, is this really wise? Very well. After weighing his options, Jiang Bai slipped the ring onto his finger. Surprisingly, it fit perfectly. With this ring, even if he wiped out the Song family in broad daylight, he wouldn't face any consequences. As for that ancient martial arts clan? Are you kidding me? He never gave them a second thought, okay? He couldn't care less about their future, nor did he know what it held. Best those clans didn't cross him, or he'd show them firsthand what it meant to regret it bitterly. Chapter 178, using the breakthrough card, reaching the peak of the heavenly man realm. The courtyard fell deathly silent. The assembled experts watched Jiang Bai slip on the divine dragon ring. While others might not recognize it, they knew full well, this artifact symbolized the military god's identity. To see the divine dragon ring was to see the military god himself. Ah, right. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Bai recalled something. His right hand flipped open, revealing 100 vials of physical enhancement elixir. He handed them to Long Shanha. Commander Long, this elixir can slightly enhance the combat strength of our war division members. Old Dragon's expression shifted sharply upon seeing them, his eyes flashing with sharpness. Just 2 doses had already granted him such a significant boost. 100 doses would undoubtedly yield extraordinary results for the war division. Shanha, thank young Jiang. Long Shanha bowed deeply in gratitude. Then, Du Gaoming narrowed his eyes and suggested, Commander Long, why not try one yourself to see the effect? Well, why not? After a moment's thought, Long Shanha nodded and swallowed a portion of the potion. He had witnessed his father's reaction earlier. Anything that commanded such solemnity clearly signaled the potion's extraordinary nature. Soon, Long Shanha's late-stage internal strength cultivation surged at a visible pace, ultimately forcibly elevating him to the level of transcendent strength. Whoa! The surrounding warriors and elite fighters who witnessed this scene all sucked in their breath sharply. What just happened? Long Shanha opened his eyes, incredulously sensing his vastly enhanced strength. I've entered the Huatong realm. Shock. Dazed. Excitement. Long Shanha felt as if he were dreaming. Before taking the potion, he had only reached the late stage of internal power cultivation. Now, he had directly advanced to the transformation of power stage. This leap forward saved him at least a decade of arduous effort. Unbelievable. His gaze returned to the potion, now filled with awe. This substance was truly miraculous. Calling it divine elixir would not be an exaggeration. Good. Witnessing this, Elder Long was astonished. He then waved his hand decisively. You all take it as well. The future of Huaxia depends on your protection. Thank you, Elder Long. The elite practitioners gathered in the villa took deep breaths. Having witnessed Long Shanha's experience, they were filled with immense anticipation. This was undoubtedly the greatest opportunity they had ever encountered. Half an hour later. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Waves of energy surged forth, each distinctly stronger than before. Ultimately, 2 reached the half-step innate realm, 5 attained the peak of the Transcendence realm, and over 30 others advanced to the Transcendence realm itself. It could be said that the entire elite combat strength of the Huaxia War Division had now increased tenfold. We humbly thank General Jiang Bai for his divine blessing. With a thud, they all knelt on one knee. At this moment, they were utterly convinced. Gentlemen, no need for such formalities. Jiang Bai waved his hand with a smile. Beside him, Elder Long stroked his beard, his face radiating satisfaction. Compared to himself, it seemed this Jiang Bai before him was far more suited to be the military god of Huaxia. He couldn't help but feel his decision had been wise. Though he still didn't understand the true meaning of the divine dragon ring, it didn't matter. With time, even a falsehood could become reality, couldn't it? Since matters here are settled, I shall take my leave. Honored departure, military god. Everyone, including Long Shanha, bowed deeply in farewell. Only after Jiang Bai and Du Gaoming had departed did they snap back to reality. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Long Shanha turned to his father, the Dragon Elder. Father, you truly intend to make Jiang Bai the next war god? Indeed. Old Dragon then gazed in the direction Jiang Bai had departed. Jiang Bai, do not disappoint this old man. If this youth becomes the military god of China, the nation's future landscape will be reshaped by him, including those self-important ancient martial arts clans. At this thought, the old dragon clenched his fists tightly. Damn it, if his strength had allowed it, he would have beaten those ancient martial arts clans senseless long ago. Alas! He never possessed the strength or confidence to do so. But this Jiang Bai was different. His power was unfathomable, his methods extraordinary. Perhaps he could lead China down a different path in the future. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of healing the War Department's military soul. Elder Long reward, random realm breakthrough card, plus 100 billion renminbi. Returning to Dongjiang, aboard the plane. Jiang Bai heard the mission reward notification sound in his ear, causing the corners of his mouth to curve upward. Detecting a random realm breakthrough card in the host's possession. Would you like to use it? Use. Without hesitation, Jiang Bai activated it with a single thought. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your cultivation realm has advanced to the mid-stage of the Heavenly Man realm. Ding! Congratulations, host, your realm has advanced to the late Heavenly Human realm. Ding! Congratulations, host, your realm has advanced to the peak of the Heavenly Man realm. Moments later, an overwhelming aura surged around Jiang Bai. He had reached the peak of the Heavenly Man realm. What is this? Du Gaoming stared at his master in disbelief, gulping back his shock. Master, this power is incredible. This feeling, it's far more overwhelming than the pressure emanating from Elder Long. Overwhelmed with emotion, Du Gaoming gasped in astonishment. Master, what kind of power is this? Master Long has already reached the mid-stage of the innate realm. Could it be that you've surpassed the innate realm? At this thought, Du Gaoming's gaze toward his master grew intensely complex. After all, his master was barely in his early 20s, yet his power had already surpassed the innate realm. But what realm lay beyond the innate realm? He then summoned his attribute panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 22 realm, peak heavenly human realm. Skills, view and drop-down menu. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Tianyu Mansion Villa No. 1 X1, 100% shares of Dihao Group, 20 Tangcheniping Villas, Bad Luck Card X1, 100% shares of Battle Axe Security, ownership of Wolf Island, 100,000 Xuanjia soldiers, 100,000 mu of land in Dongjiang suburbs. Appearance, 100, of course, every reader here has plus appearance. Wealth, 135.6035 billion renminbi. Passive skill, double consumption aura, up to 100 million times. Gazing at the attribute panel, Jiang Bai's lips curved upward. The peak of the celestial realm truly surpassed the celestial realm by a vast margin. His mood lifted considerably. Master, you broke through. Du Gaoming, who had just regained his composure, took a deep breath, utterly stunned. MHM. Jiang Bai nodded slightly, gazing out the airplane window at the beautiful scenery. Just a minor breakthrough. A minor breakthrough? Hearing his master's words, Du Gaoming silently wondered to himself, was it truly just a minor breakthrough? Moments ago, he had felt as though his master was a god. All right. A slight twitch crossed Du Gaoming's lips. He could only conclude he was too weak to comprehend even his master's minor breakthrough. He silently resolved that alongside his acupuncture studies, he must not neglect advancing his cultivation realm, especially with a prodigious junior disciple like Jiang Bai around. If he ended up being outshone, where would his reputation as a legendary healer stand? Suddenly, the pressure felt overwhelming. If he couldn't even outperform his young junior brother in the future, wouldn't he, the senior disciple, be utterly pathetic? His own embarrassment was one thing, but bringing shame upon his master would be a grave offense. But then, that junior disciple of the Emperor of Japan. Du Gaoming gave a bitter smile. The pressure was immense. What was he to do? Chapter 179, that Jiang Bai. Could he be the future military god of China? Night fell over the Tianyu mansion. Bah! Daddy! The moment he returned to the villa, 3 little ones excitedly waved their tiny arms and legs, clearly spotting their daddy. Where have you been all day? She shot him a withering glance. She'd called him multiple times, but he hadn't picked up once. How dare he? Looks like she'd have to give him a proper talking to tonight. Handling some business. Why? Watching the stunning beauty roll her eyes, he pinched her cheek. Missing your man, huh? You're crazy. Lin Ruoxue swatted away the guy's large hand. He actually dared to pinch her cheeks in front of all the maids. How infuriating, this was way over the line. What's wrong with that? Isn't it normal for me to pinch my own wife's cheeks? Poof. Lin Ruoxue gave a coy little snort, glancing at Sanbao without acknowledging the other person. Don't think this will make me forgive you. Wow. But this public display of affection left the maids green with envy. Young master, this is way too much pampering. How cruel. Forcing us to witness this public display of affection late at night? Master, this is too much, we won't be able to sleep tonight. Soon, dinner was over. Young master, young mistress, good night. After escorting the young master and mistress back to their room, the maids breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, no more forced romantic displays from the young master and mistress. Drip, drip, drip. Listening to the sound of water in the bathroom, Jiang Bai's lips curved upward. Especially when he caught glimpses of her stunning figure through the steam, he felt an unexpected pleasure. Splash! In that moment, the bathroom door swung open. A wave of delightful fragrance washed over him, followed by the appearance of a breathtaking beauty wrapped in a towel before Jiang Bai's eyes. She was drying her hair with a towel. From Jiang Bai's angle, bathed in the warm yellow light, she looked absolutely stunning. After drying her hair, Jiang Bai drew the stunning beauty into his embrace, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, delicate enough to fit in his palm. What are you looking at? Feeling the intense gaze of the person before her, Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed bright red, spreading all the way to the roots of her ears. It seemed she knew exactly what was about to happen. Honey, you're so beautiful. As he spoke, his large hand had already found its way to her breasts, earning him a reproachful glance from Lin Ruoxue. This guy definitely had ulterior motives. Go away. You're never home. Aren't you afraid your wife will run off with someone else? After a round of playful banter, the heated atmosphere made Lin Ruoxue's heart race. Before long, the room echoed with the sounds of passion. 30,000 words omitted. Meanwhile, at the Dongjiang military headquarters. Ring ring. Zhao Zhenbei, commander of the War Department, felt his phone vibrate. Seeing the caller ID, he answered, Hey, brother Long. Zhenbei, there's something I feel I need to discuss with you. Listening to Long Shanha's words, Zhao Zhenbei's expression shifted from initial calmness to utter bewilderment, then settled into solemn gravity. What? That Jiang Bai. Alright, I understand. After hanging up, Zhao Zhenbei sucked in a sharp breath. His gaze drifted toward the direction of the Tianyu mansion, and he remained lost in thought for a long while. Ha! Holy crap! Staring blankly, disbelief filled Zhao Zhenbei's eyes. Old Dragon, actually, handed the divine dragon ring to Jiang Bai. And not only that, old dragon's chronic ailment was cured by Jiang Bai, propelling his cultivation to the mid-stage of the innate realm. A wave of information struck Zhao Zhenbei's mind like thunderbolts. What had he just heard? That Jiang Bai. Could he be the future military god of China? At that thought, a young figure flashed through his mind. Speaking of which, that young man was a benefactor to the Zhao family. If not for him, his father might have died long ago. No. Zhao Zhenbei quickly realized something, but isn't Jiang Bai in Dongjiang? When did he go to the capital, and how did he cure Elder Long? Bang! Just then, a loud thud echoed as someone burst through the door. A figure appeared in the office, one of Zhao Zhenbei's subordinates. Commander! Trouble in the imperial capital. The subordinate arrived breathless, still visibly shaken. A few hours ago, the Song family in the imperial capital was wiped out, including the old patriarch. The perpetrators remain unknown. Reportedly classified as top secret by the Imperial Capital War Department. The Imperial Capital War Department has sealed it off and classified it as top secret. Zhao Zhenbei's eyelids twitched violently at the subordinate's words. A sudden thought flashed through his mind, and his eyes lit up. Could it be? Jiang Bai did it? The Imperial Capital Song family was no ordinary clan. As one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital, they were backed by ancient martial clans. Who knew what kind of masters were stationed there? Ahem. If word of this gets out, it could turn the entire nation upside down. Zhao Xinbei's mind raced with the capital's upheaval and his suspicion took root. The person who wiped out the Song family in the capital was almost certainly Jiang Bai. As for the motive, he recalled that the Song family had hunted down and severely wounded Du Gaoming, who happened to be Jiang Bai's disciple. Meanwhile, at the Dongjiang villa. Hey! Oh, the Song family in the capital was wiped out. And Jiang Bai received the divine dragon ring from Elder Long. Zhan Pengtian's expression abruptly darkened upon receiving the message. Got it. I understand. Old Zhao. This is major. Just received word from the northern frontier, the imperial capital's Song family has been wiped out, and Elder Long's chronic ailment has been cured. Zhan Pengtian then relayed the information he'd received from the imperial capital in broad strokes. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhao's eyes narrowed. Mid-stage innate realm. Old Dragon actually has his cultivation advanced to that level? Upon hearing this, Old Zhao's eyes widened in undisguised astonishment as his gaze drifted toward the imperial capital. Still, handing the divine dragon ring to Jiang Bai was a clever move. Ding! Just then, an alert pinged on Old Zhao's phone. His eyes widened in astonishment upon reading the message. What? This? The young emperor of Fusan, Kadaki Sanyu, is actually Jiang Bai's disciple. Zhan Pengtian, Glancing over, he saw the message on Old Zhao's phone and his mouth twitched violently. The Fuso emperor, that very Kataki Sanyu who ushered in the Kataki era, was actually Jiang Bai's disciple. Ahem, this. Clearing his throat, Zhan Pengtian wasn't stupid. He clearly grasped the implication. Old Zhao, so this means the mysterious backer supporting Fuso's Kataki Sanyu for the past half-year has been Jiang Bai. Holy crap. Zhao Lao took a deep breath, genuinely stunned by Jiang Bai's scheming to have a single disciple elevate the entire realm of Fusang. It's unimaginable what grand scheme he's plotting. Could he possibly be aiming to unify all nations? Chapter 180, Ancient Virus Research Institute America opens Pandora's box, the RR virus. Within China, forces stirred in every direction. Deep within Antarctica, at the United States' secret Ancient Virus Research Institute. Beep beep. A scarlet alarm sounded in the institute's most critical laboratory. At that moment, Dr. John, an American scientist, was studying the RR virus extracted from the depths of the ocean. Unlike ordinary viruses, this strain could induce a wide range of bizarre transformations in infected animals, ultimately causing them to explode. Oh no! Dr. John, the two-headed snake, has gone berserk again. The research assistant, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman, turned pale, but Dr. John's face was flushed with excitement. Report all readings. Dr. John stared at the massive two-headed serpent, its eyes glowing crimson. This was the culmination of his research. Yes, Dr. John. Ah. The assistant stared at the comprehensive evaluation screen, her face frozen in disbelief. Dr. John, the two-headed serpent's attack power rivals that of a master of the Hua Jing level. And its physical metrics continue to surge. Oh, is that so? Hearing this, Dr. John narrowed his eyes. Rivaling the Huatong realm? Quick, administer the sedative. Extract its genetic material for my research. Crack. At that moment, the reinforced glass made of special materials cracked like paper under the strain, fissures spreading outward from the point of impact. Then, it shattered completely. No! The inner strength masters, who had been standing by for quite some time, immediately sprang into action. Yet, the two-headed serpent's pupils were filled with human-like mockery. A chill emanated from its core, instantly freezing all the American experts solid. Clatter! They turned to ice. By then, the two-headed serpent had already advanced to the mid-stage of chi transformation, clearly awakening a special ability. How is this possible? Dr. John stared in disbelief at the scene. Though the RR virus possessed diverse mutations, what unfolded before him far exceeded his comprehension. Boom! Before he could recover, the two-headed serpent hurled an icy spear that pierced Dr. John through and out over 10 meters, pinning him solidly to the wall. This scene was merely a snapshot of what was unfolding across the entire U.S. Ancient Virus Research Institute. And it had been only one day since the RR virus had been tested. Half a day later, the entire U.S. Ancient Virus Secret Research Institute had fallen completely, with every single person dead. Meanwhile, at SHIELD headquarters. This is a major incident. The director of SHIELD stared grimly at the surveillance feed from the Antarctic facility. A biological uprising and they've mastered abilities like freezing? Unbelievable. If we could harness this power, SHIELD's combat strength would surge exponentially. At this thought, the director narrowed his eyes. Issue the order, activate the contingency plan. Execute Protocol 2. At any cost, these creatures must be captured. Yes, Director. A SHIELD operative, possessing late-stage Hua Jing cultivation, watched the screen with burning intensity. If he possessed such power, even peak Hua Jing practitioners wouldn't stand a chance against him. Classify this as top secret. No other faction must learn of it. Understood. With a swift flash, he vanished, immediately heading toward Antarctica. Meanwhile, near the Ancient Virus Research Institute, Plan B had already commenced. Yes, Commander. We will complete the mission. The Artillery Corps commander gazed solemnly into the distance. All units, target the Ancient Virus Research Institute. Conduct a fire support assault. Fire. What? At these words, the Artillery Corps officers paled. Sir, Dr. John and over 1,000 people are still in the institute. Are you certain about a full-scale assault? You must understand. Under such an assault, no one at the Ancient Virus Research Institute would stand a chance of survival. Proceed. The Artillery Corps commander turned toward the Ancient Virus Research Institute. The director just called. A riot has broken out at the Ancient Virus Research Institute. Dr. John and everyone else are all dead. Impossible. The officer's face twisted in disbelief. The Ancient Virus Research Institute was a facility of utmost importance to the military, heavily guarded by hundreds of elite personnel. After a brief exchange, thousands of artillery barrels simultaneously locked onto the Ancient Virus Research Institute, erupting in a deafening roar. In an instant, the Ancient Virus Research Institute was crushed beneath a deluge of artillery fire. Boom! Countless creatures perished beneath the terrifying barrage at the Ancient Virus Research Institute. Yet for the mutated beings, the threat proved far less devastating. Roar! At that moment, a brown bear the size of a house let out a long, piercing roar, its terrifying aura radiating the power of peak transformation realm. The next instant, the bear plunged both paws into the river. A terrifying surge of frigid power erupted, and the water itself was whipped into the air by the shockwave, forming a barrier of ice that stood before the horde of creatures. What? The artillery commander's face paled. These creatures possess such high intelligence. However, as the ice crystallized, the entire sea surface froze at an unprecedented speed. Within moments, the ocean transformed into a frozen realm, its farthest edge marking the location of the artillery legion. This transformation occurred because every ice-attributed creature channeled its power into the sea surface. This is... An officer of the Artillery Corps stared in horror at the seamless coordination and orderly execution. Roar! A deafening roar echoed across the land. In the next instant, countless creatures surged across the frozen surface, racing toward the artillery legion's position. Their speed was unprecedented, especially that of the house-sized brown bear leading the charge. Despite its massive frame, its pace showed no sign of slowing. No! Retreat! Retreat now! The Artillery Corps soldiers watched in horror as the beastly tide surged forward, accompanied by a swarm of predatory birds diving from the sky. To them, this was an unstoppable catastrophe. This scene was something neither the director of the Shield Bureau nor the Artillery Legion commander had anticipated. After all, in their view, these creatures should have been utterly exposed under the barrage of fire. Even if a handful managed to survive by sheer luck, they wouldn't be able to make a significant impact. Half a day later, the Artillery Corps was annihilated. Sky-darkening birds of prey circled overhead, each radiating a heart-stopping aura. Clearly, the RR virus outbreak had amplified their original abilities tenfold, perhaps even 100-fold. SHIELD headquarters. Snap. The SHIELD director's face turned ashen upon receiving intelligence from the research facility. Impossible. Those bastards actually wiped out the cannon fire legion. This can't be contained now. After a moment of contemplation, the director's eyes hardened as he made a desperate decision. Issue the order. The Ancient Virus Research Institute incident is classified as top secret. No one is to disclose anything. Indeed, he knew this matter was no trivial affair. If other nations learned of it, the United States would become the target of international condemnation. Therefore, regarding this RR virus incident, they must ensure their hands were completely clean. Chapter 181. Escalating Crisis. A two-headed beast appears in Dongjiang. The events in the United States were too numerous to recount. Antarctica, a certain principality. Ah! No, what kind of monster is this? Piercing screams echoed throughout every corner of the duchy. Countless people became fodder for these creatures, and soon the duchy fell. The once thriving skyscrapers instantly became a playground for beasts, while the thick, overpowering stench of blood spread far and wide. Yet this was merely the beginning. With the United States vanishing from the map, smaller nations suffered terribly, utterly defenseless. Within half a day, over 100 small nations had been annihilated. Even the Northern Bear Kingdom saw nearly half its territory overrun by the monstrous beasts. The situation rapidly escalated, soon alarming all nations. China, Imperial Capital War Department. The Commander's Office. What? Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Long Shanha leapt to his feet, his face etched with shock as he stared at the video feed showing the brutal slaughter of numerous small nations. Commander, these beasts all originated from Antarctica. They appear to have been infected by some kind of virus, causing these mutations. After a brief pause, the War Department's subordinate continued, this virus is known as the RR virus. It is highly contagious and causes unpredictable mutations in living organisms. These mutated beasts are prime examples. Is that so? Long Shanha took a deep breath. The subordinate continued his report. The strongest aberrant beast discovered so far is this one, known as the Titan brown bear. Its current strength rivals that of a cultivator. Ha! Hearing this, Long Shanha's expression darkened with unprecedented gravity. A creature matching the innate realm after just one day? If left to grow unchecked, the consequences would be unimaginable. As for the others, they shouldn't be underestimated either. There are at least a dozen quasi-innate realm beasts, and a rough estimate suggests there might be over 1,000 at the transformation force level. Additionally, this RR virus has not yet caused humans to mutate to varying degrees, or even awaken abilities similar to those of the beasts. Hearing this, Long Shanha took a deep breath. Issue the order, immediately identify all individuals with awakened abilities. They are our hope for future battles against the beasts. Yes, Commander. The subordinate bowed respectfully before departing to carry out the order. Dongjiang, Tianyu Mansion living room. As usual, the morning began with the lounge broadcasting a newsflash. This station reports, a sudden uprising erupted in Antarctica yesterday. Within a single day, hundreds of small nations perished, and countless citizens were displaced. Overseas nationals are advised to return to the homeland immediately for safety reasons. No one can escape the rampage of the alien beasts. Half a day ago, a man capable of manipulating lightning appeared in the Demon City, becoming a legendary psychic. What? Hearing the reports, Lin Ruoxue froze in shock. What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, her livestream audience erupted. This is insane. The apocalypse is upon us. No wonder those beasts are said to come from Antarctica. Even mighty North Bear Nation has been nearly half overrun. Yeah, apparently the stronger ones aren't even affected by artillery fire, only nuclear weapons can harm them. This is terrifying. How could this happen? This time, something major is bound to happen. Lin Ruoxue's livestream instantly surged in popularity, breaking 100,000 viewers in moments as everyone discussed the ongoing alien beast invasion. Ring ring. Just then, a phone rang. Jiang Bai frowned slightly upon seeing the caller ID. Hello, is this General Jiang Bai? The respectful voice on the other end caught Jiang Bai off guard. Who is this? Clearly, this was the first time Jiang Bai had heard this voice. They must be speaking for the first time. It's like this, General Jiang Bai. The voice paused briefly before continuing. I am Zhao Jinbei, commander of the Dongjiang War Division. Old Zhao is my father. I trust you are aware of the recent beast incident. Please forgive the abrupt nature of this call. The reason for this call is that an immensely powerful fire attribute two-headed dog has appeared in the Dongjiang suburbs. Its attack power is extraordinary. The Dongjiang War Division has suffered significant losses, and many civilians have been injured by it. I wonder if you could lend your assistance. Listening to Zhao Jinbei, Jiang Bai understood this was clearly a request for his assistance. Knowing Zhao possessed the divine dragon ring, it was evident this man had significant ties to the dragon elder. Ding! Host has triggered a mission, eliminate the mutant two-headed dog. Reward, confinement divine ability, plus 120 billion renminbi. Just as Jiang Bai was about to speak, the system's voice rang in his ears, startling him. Imprisonment? Divine ability? Seems the system knew trouble was brewing. But where did these monstrous beasts even come from? Understood. Jiang Bai nodded in agreement. Across from him, Zhao Jinbei exhaled in relief. His sigh stemmed partly from the fact that no one could match the fire attribute two-headed dog, and partly because the beast was already closing in on the courtyard where his father resided. General Jiang Bai, we're counting on you. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Jinbei spoke thus. After all, the fire attribute two-headed dog was far too swift and powerful. Not only would internal energy be insufficient, but even those at the threshold of transforming energy might not stand a chance. No problem. After hanging up, Jiang Bai glanced at the LCD screen. Nizi, I've got something to attend to. I'll be stepping out for a bit. You, be careful. Lin Ruoxue pondered for a moment, her gaze fixed on the screen's broadcast with concern. Though this guy was skilled, those beasts looked savage. Don't worry. Jiang Bai gave a slight smile. Though these beasts possessed formidable attack power, to him they were merely stronger ants, nothing more. Leaving the villa, Jiang Bai headed straight for the outskirts of Dongjiang. Artillery strike. Simultaneously, an order rang out. Rocket launchers roared, unleashing a barrage upon the flaming two-headed dog, instantly engulfing it in flames. Boom! 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 10 more rocket rounds struck, sending even the formidable two-headed dog flying over 10 meters. Yet, it suffered no substantial damage. Roar! A beastly roar echoed. In the next instant, the flames engulfing the two-headed dog intensified, its aura growing even stronger than before. Clearly, the rocket barrage had only served to sharpen its focus. Commander, retreat immediately. We'll cover your retreat. Several trusted aides beside Zhao Jinbei saw the two-headed dog's gaze lock onto their position, realizing they had underestimated the beast's intelligence. Damn it! Zhao Jinbei stared at the two-headed dog before him, drawing a deep breath. The people haven't fully evacuated yet. How can I leave first? At any cost, we must stop it. Whoosh! A fiery streak plummeted from the sky, streaking toward Zhao Jinbei with blinding speed. Its mouth twisted into a human-like grin, its eyes burning with bloodthirsty madness. No, Commander! The sudden turn of events terrified everyone. Zhao Zhenbei clenched his teeth, raising his pistol, prepared to go down with it. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a figure materialized before Zhao Zhenbei. With a single palm strike, he sent the fire attribute two-headed dog flying over 10 meters. The arrival was none other than Jiang Bai. Chapter 182, World-shattering change: an eight-headed serpent appears in the southern seas? What? The sudden turn of events stunned everyone. Eyes turned to the center of the arena, each face pale with shock. That flame-bathed two-headed dog had actually been knocked flat by a single person. Jiang Bai. He's the Jiang Bai who possesses the divine dragon ring. At these words, the expressions of the Dongjiang War Division members shifted as they watched the arena. While others might not grasp the significance of the divine dragon ring, as elite members of the Dongjiang War Division, they knew full well. The divine dragon ring, it was the very symbol of the war god. The future soul of the war division. Roar! The two-headed dog, knocked flying, scrambled back to its feet, its vicious eyes fixed on Jiang Bai. Warlord Jiang Bai, beware! The two-headed dog charged at Jiang Bai with unprecedented speed, startling everyone from the Dongjiang War Division nearby. Smack! But just as everyone held their breath in dread, Jiang Bai delivered a single, devastating slap. The surrounding air warped and distorted. The two-headed dog didn't even have time to let out a scream before it exploded into a shower of blood and flesh. What? Zhao Zhenbei's pupils suddenly contracted at the scene unfolding before him. The two-headed dog, whose power rivaled that of a master of the Huajing realm, had been reduced to a bloody mist by Jiang Bai's single palm strike. Gulp! The sound of swallowing echoed around them. What had they just witnessed? The military god Jiang Bai had actually ripped that ferocious two-headed dog apart with his bare hands. So powerful. Such prowess was truly beyond ordinary might. Cough, cough. Such power. He must be at least late Huatue stage. Zhao Zhenbei gasped in awe. No wonder the dragon elder held him in such high regard, he truly deserved it. Consider this. Jiang Bai was only 23 years old. If given a few more years, even ancient martial arts clans would pale in comparison to him. No wonder Elder Long entrusted him with the dragon ring. That decision was undeniably wise. Impressive. Is this the next military god of China? The War Department personnel were left speechless with awe. Indeed, they seemed to glimpse the future of the War Department in him. Even with the current threat of beast invasions, they believed the War Division could safeguard their region under his leadership. This strength, impressive, very impressive indeed. Old Zhao watched Jiang Bai in the arena, the recent scene replaying in his mind. The situation is ever-changing. If he can shoulder great responsibilities in the future, that would be ideal. Indeed. Zhang Pengtian pursed his lips. With the alien beasts now upon them, even their own nation of Huaxia couldn't guarantee complete safety. The destruction of over 100 smaller nations served as a stark warning. Thank you, War God Jiang Bai, for intervening. Zhao Zhenbei bowed slightly, already acknowledging Jiang Bai's status. Had the military god Jiang Bai not intervened this time, the consequences of the two-headed dog would have been unimaginable. Oh, right. Zhao Zhenbei suddenly remembered something and continued. Given the alien beast invasion, Dongjiang will establish a base shortly. We will still rely on General Jiang Bai's guidance at that time. The Dongjiang base? Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai pondered for a moment before producing a card. This card holds 30 billion. Consider it my donation to the Dongjiang base. Additionally, as he spoke, Jiang Bai flipped his right hand, revealing 10 vials of physical enhancement serum. This serum will bolster the Dongjiang military division. Oh! Seeing the 10 vials, Zhao Zhenbei narrowed his eyes. From Brother Long, he knew that both Elder Long and himself had achieved breakthroughs in their strength precisely because they had consumed a certain potion. Could it be? Thank you, military god Jiang Bai. Excitement flashed in Zhao Zhenbei's eyes. This item was likely more precious than 30 billion yuan. Ding! Host spent 30 billion renminbi, triggering a 100x rebate. Receive 300 billion renminbi. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of eliminating the mutant two-headed dog. Rewarded with the divine power of confinement, plus an additional 120 billion renminbi. Just then, two voices rang in his ears, startling Jiang Bai. The mission was already complete. He immediately summoned his attribute panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 22 Realm, Peak Heavenly Human Realm. Skills, view by scrolling down the skills bar. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Tianyu Mansion Villa No. 1 X1, 100% shares of Dihao Group, 20 Tangcheniping Villas, Bad Luck Card X1, 100% shares of Battle Axe Security, ownership of Wolf Island, 100,000 Xuanjia soldiers, 100,000 mu of land in Dongjiang suburbs. Appearance, 100, of course, every reader here has plus appearance. Wealth, 447.6035 billion renminbi. Passive skill, double consumption aura, below billion-fold. Gazing at the attribute panel, Jiang Bai's lips curved upward. A sudden surge of 3 trillion in wealth felt strangely surreal. Moments later. Honored to see you off, War God Jiang Bai. Zhao Zhenbei and the others saw Jiang Bai off with respect. After witnessing this incident, they understood even more clearly the immense power of this great man, and their anticipation for the near future grew ever stronger. Only when Jiang Bai vanished from sight did the crowd snap back to reality. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Yet overnight, the world order underwent a seismic shift. Nations established a provisional command center, the federal government, with the 8 most powerful nations serving as its 8 chairpersons. Over 100 additional nations were appointed as member states. Unsurprisingly, China was among the 8 most powerful nations, alongside the United States, Japan, Russia, the United Kingdom, and others. The calm atmosphere didn't last long. On this day, unusual activity emerged in the southern waters of the strait. Squeak! A shrill, piercing sound erupted from the ocean depths, shattering glass windows along the coastline into shards. This sound seemed to signal the start of an attack. A colossal creature suddenly burst through the water, a monstrous beast the size of a small mountain, possessing 8 heads, each with ferocious fangs. An overwhelming threat radiated from its body. A master of the transformation energy realm would be insignificant before it, as the creature itself possessed strength bordering on the pre-heaven realm. Combined with its formidable defense and colossal size, its power could easily rival that of a true Xiantian expert. This is bad. At the Southern Frontier Sea Command Center, a monitoring soldier's face paled as he pressed the emergency button without hesitation. Beep, beep. In the next instant, the Southern Frontier Sea Command Center sprang into action. News of the beast's attack swiftly reached the soldiers. What? A colossal serpent nearly 50 meters tall with 8 heads, could it be the legendary Yamada no Orochi? How could such a being exist? The faces of everyone in the Southern Frontier Command Center paled. This news felt no different than the apocalypse to them. How could they possibly confront such a colossal threat? Commander, should we deploy nuclear weapons? Nuclear weapons. Hearing his subordinate's words, the commander of the Southern Frontier Military Region wore a solemn expression. He was now caught between a rock and a hard place. While nuclear weapons weren't off the table, their use would inflict irreversible damage on the surrounding seas and land. Observe the situation first. Under no circumstances should we resort to nuclear weapons. The commander of the Southern Frontier War Division took a deep breath. If deploying nuclear weapons only intensified the conflict, he would become a villain for the ages, a consequence he could never bear. Chapter 183, he is Jiang Bai, the one most cherished by Elder Lone. Nuclear bombs. They were considered taboo by nations worldwide, reserved only for the most desperate circumstances. After all, such an act was inhumane and carried devastating repercussions for the user. Though the beasts were savage and ruthless, this land was their home. To contaminate it with nuclear fallout would be nothing short of digging their own graves. Whoa! This is so cold. In an instant, everyone felt the temperature plummet by over 10 degrees. The sea surface began to freeze, quickly forming a solid layer of ice. Simultaneously, the sky darkened as a horde of ferocious, fanged birds of prey descended. Roar! Over 100 mammoths charged across the ice, each exhalation capable of threatening even a Huatang-level expert, utterly terrifying. What? So many mammoths. Can our defensive walls hold them back? Gulp. Swallowing hard, the soldiers at the Southern Frontier Command Center all swallowed their saliva. It was terrifying. Fire. At the Southern Frontier Commander's command, tens of thousands of shells tore through the air, exploding into the sky and ground. In an instant, the battlefield became a sea of fire. War is always brutal, and this scene laid bare the truth in all its grim reality. Boom! The mammoth slammed into the shells head-on, yet they inflicted no significant damage, merely slowing its advance. How is this possible? Those mammoths have such high defense the shells can't even scratch them. Damn beasts! How am I supposed to fight this war? The commander of the Southern Frontier Army wore a grave expression. Just then, figures flashed down from the city walls of Southern Frontier City. The weakest among them possessed peak outer force cultivation. Their numbers were considerable, over 1,000 strong. War Division elites, reinforcements from the Imperial Capital have arrived. The leader was none other than Long Shanha, commander of the Imperial Capital's War Division. Though he had now reached the mid-stage of the Huatong realm, he still proved no match for the monstrous beast. A chaotic battle erupted. Die! With a thunderous roar, a peak-stage Huatong cultivator from the Imperial Capital War Division swung his sword down. Instantly, a mammoth before him collapsed to the ground. On the other side, another mammoth crashed to the ground, the body of yet another peak-stage practitioner. The appearance of these two peak-stage cultivators from the Imperial Capital instantly ignited hope among the Southern Frontier soldiers. This is incredibly powerful. The Southern Frontier commander swallowed hard, his eyes flashing with intensity. So there are still such formidable warriors within our borders. Those damned bastards, go to hell. The Southern Frontier commander's eyes bulged with fury. Over the past month, half his troops had been killed or wounded, and that was with the support of numerous psychic warriors. Without the aid of those awakened psychic warriors, the Southern Frontier's walls would have fallen long ago. Squeak! At that moment, a piercing cry echoed from the depths of the beast hide. Immediately, a mountain-sized Yamata no Orochi surged forward, its height towering far above the southern frontier walls. That's the monster leader. It is. The one that unleashed this beast tide. The southern frontier commander drew a deep breath. Currently only at the threshold of the transformation realm, his strength was utterly inadequate. The beast's power had surged far too rapidly, so fast that humanity simply hadn't had time to evolve. After all, these beasts possessed unique advantages. Their innate abilities had been amplified tenfold, even 100-fold. The outcome was all too predictable. Everyone, follow me to block the serpent. Do not let it breach the southern frontier walls. Long Shanha clenched his fists tightly, his jaw set, eyes fixed on the mountain like Colossus across the way. Could they truly withstand such a terrifying presence? But if they failed, the people of the southern frontier would face an apocalyptic catastrophe. Yes. Swish. Shadows darted toward the eight-headed serpent, yet within the serpent's 8 eyes, only scorn and savagery flickered. With a single swoop, every expert including Long Shanha was sent crashing backward. With a thunderous boom, they were hurled dozens of meters away. The sound of cracking bones echoed, countless limbs snapped. Blood spurted from their mouths, their faces turning as pale as paper. Severe wounds. With a single strike, Long Shanha and the others were all gravely wounded, without the slightest hesitation. At that moment, the serpent's 8 eyes fixed on Long Shanha, clearly identifying him as the leader of the group. Its pupils narrowed, cold glints flashing within. Capture the king to subdue the army. It knew that eliminating Long Shanha would break their resistance like a bamboo shoot. Whoosh! At breakneck speed, the 8-headed serpent lunged toward Long Shanha, its terrifying velocity leaving no room for evasion. Commander, dodge! Damn it! The southern frontier commander's face paled at the sight. All firepower target the Yamata no Orochi. Do not let it harm Commander Lone. Boom! 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 Over 100 shells slammed into the Yamata no Orochi, yet it paid them no heed whatsoever, even treating them with contempt. Boom! Amidst the terrifying roar, the southern frontier commander and his men watched in horror as the Yamata no Orochi didn't even slow down. What? Witnessing this, the men nearly collapsed to the ground. Damn it, that dragon commander is in danger. Dragon commander, dodge! No! The faces of the Imperial Capital War Division's elite fighters paled, while the Yamata no Orochi's mouth twisted into a human-like smirk. Humans, die! With a murderous glint, the Yamata no Orochi opened its gaping maw and lunged toward Long Shanha. Sealing divine power. At the critical moment, the Yamata no Orochi halted abruptly less than a meter from Long Shanha. A figure materialized beside him. This figure was none other than Jiang Bai. Upon learning of the unprecedented attack on the southern frontier sea, he had come here at Long Tianxiong's invitation. You are Jiang Bai? Long Shanha gulped hard. He felt like he'd just walked through the gates of hell. But immediately after, his face twisted in disbelief. The mountain-sized Yamata no Orochi was utterly immobilized. It seemed bound by an invisible force. Clearly, this was the first display of Jiang Bai's binding divine power. The effect, judging by the current situation, seemed quite promising. Then, under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Jiang Bai brought his palm crashing down upon the 8-headed serpent. Boom! The deafening roar echoed as the serpent was sent flying, plowing through the beast tide and crushing countless creatures in its path before crashing to the ground with a thud. Gulp! The sound of swallowing echoed throughout the arena. Everyone stared at Jiang Bai in disbelief. That guy was incredibly powerful. Jiang Bai. That's Jiang Bai, the one Elder Long values most. Ha! The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. While some didn't know who Jiang Bai was, they knew exactly who Elder Long was. The War Division's military soul, its strongest and most revered figure. The person he held in such high regard could not be ordinary. And the scene that had just unfolded spoke volumes. Perhaps he truly could resolve this crisis. Chapter 184, Overwhelming Force, slaying 8 pre-heaven realm masters from ancient martial plans. Squeak! Forced back by a single strike, the 8-headed serpent emitted a shrill screech. Its 8 eyes turned blood red as a savage aura surged around its body. At this moment, it stood but a step away from the innate realm. As for its combat prowess, even ordinary innate realm experts might not stand a chance against it. This beast is rather interesting. Jiang Bai then activated his sealing divine ability, restraining the mountain-sized Yamata no Orochi. Raising his right hand slightly, he pressed down upon the serpent from a distance. An invisible giant palm instantly stamped down upon the serpent's head, smashing it with devastating force beneath the walls of Nanjiang City in an instant. Thud! The dull thud echoed like a colossal hammer striking the earth. Long Shanha watched the scene, gulping hard. So powerful. The beast horde halted in their tracks. Their king had fallen, and they dared not press the attack. With a collective howl, they retreated at breakneck speed. Their retreat was even swifter than their advance, clearly terrified of being caught in the crossfire of that terrifying creature. We've won. Countless elite warriors on the southern frontier walls wore expressions of exhilaration and shock. They never imagined they could win like this. General Jiang Bai is incredibly powerful. Ahem, that power. General Nan cleared his throat. That was a terrifying beast leader, comparable to a half-step Xiantian realm existence. Yet in the hands of the young man Dragon Elder had chosen, it had proven utterly helpless. Everyone, after watching for so long, aren't you going to come out? Jiang Bai's laughter drifted toward a certain spot, sending a jolt through Long Shanha and the others. What's going on? After watching for so long, could it be there's someone else lurking in the shadows? Swish. As Jiang Bai's words fell, over 100 figures suddenly appeared on the southern city walls. Divided into 8 distinct factions, they were none other than the 8 ancient martial clans. These people are incredibly powerful. Sensing the power of the newly arrived group, Long Shanha's expression grew grave, especially upon seeing their uniform attire. Jiang Bai, these are members of the ancient martial arts clans. Yes. Observing the forces before him, he thought a battle between two foes benefits a third party. These people certainly have their plans well laid out. What? Hearing this, the Southern Frontier Army commander's face turned icy cold. Damn it. Those bastards really weren't up to any good. They didn't lift a finger during the beast tide, yet now they're quick to claim their share of the spoils. After a moment's pause, the Southern Frontier commander's expression turned solemn. Though unwilling, he was, after all, from an ancient martial arts lineage. Commander Long, what should we do next? Clearly uncertain, General Nan turned to Long Shanha beside him. After all, he was the supreme commander on the field. Jiang Bai, what do you think? Long Shanha took a deep breath. Though he held the highest authority, he was hardly a formidable figure in the eyes of the ancient martial clans. Only Jiang Bai seemed capable of standing against him. All eyes then turned to Jiang Bai, including those of the Southern Frontier military commander. Young man, you're quite impressive. At that moment, the Grand Elder of the ancient martial arts Qin family narrowed his eyes. At such a young age, you already possess the strength to slay a half-step innate realm cultivator. However, with the descent of the beast, its corpse holds countless opportunities. We'll take the corpse of the 8-headed serpent. No objections, right? He paused, then surveyed the crowd. What do you all think? Clearly, the Qin clan alone couldn't handle this Yamada no Orochi. After all, their target was the entire Huaxia war division. Quite right. Brother Qin speaks wisely. On the other side, the Grand Elder of the Jiang family of ancient martial arts nodded slightly, and the other 6 ancient martial arts clans echoed in agreement. You. General Nan's heart nearly burst with rage at this. These scoundrels were blatantly attempting to seize the spoils. Even the countless elite warriors of the southern frontier city below turned icy cold. They had fought fierce battles against the monstrous beasts, suffering countless casualties, only for these fellows to now try to snatch the spoils. Who could tolerate such audacity? Heh, what's the matter? The Qin family's Grand Elder smiled faintly, sensing the hostility radiating from the southern frontier troops. You object. If that's the case, then when the real scramble begins, you won't gain the slightest advantage. As the Grand Elder of the Qin clan of ancient martial arts spoke, a powerful aura surged around him, revealing his cultivation at the level. Subsequently, the senior elders of the other 7 ancient martial clans each stepped forward. Each radiated innate realm strength, meaning any one of them could directly confront the 8-headed serpent. Yet now, they were about to turn their blades on their own kin. Such a scene was utterly laughable and cold-blooded. Put. Already wounded, Long Shanha was struck by the shockwaves of 8 innate realms, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. General Nan hurriedly supported him. These people. General Nan's face turned ashen, but the enemy was simply too powerful. Is that so? Jiang Bai smiled faintly, stepping forward as terrifying energy instantly shattered the auras of the 8 men. I beg to differ. This, you little bastard. Seeing this, the 8 ancient martial clans' expressions darkened. We truly underestimated you. Clearly, they hadn't anticipated that the young man's strength surpassed their own. So what if he's stronger than us? Does that mean he can take on all 8 of us? The Qin clan's Grand Elder sneered coldly. Everyone, attack together and cripple this brat. The elders of the other 7 clans nodded solemnly in agreement. They sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from Jiang Bai. If left unchecked, he would pose a grave danger to the standing of their respective clans. Therefore, such a prodigy must be eliminated. Nonsense. Jiang Bai swung a backhand slap toward the Qin clan's Grand Elder, who responded with a contemptuous sneer. Do you truly believe I fear you? The Qin clan's Grand Elder sneered coldly, poised to strike only to discover he couldn't move an inch. You, what have you done to me? Undoubtedly, the Qin family's senior elder was terrified. Unable to move even an inch, he was now nothing more than a sitting duck for that man. No! Dare you touch me? The Qin clan of ancient martial arts will never let you off. Boom! A dull thud echoed out. The Qin family's Grand Elder, who had been ranting moments before, was instantly reduced to a mist of blood by Jiang Bai's palm strike across the air. Keep in mind, this was a powerhouse. Whoa! The other 7 clans were all stunned, gasping as they stared at the scene. Wholly a late-stage innate realm expert reduced to a blood mist with a single slap? Such power could only belong to someone at least at the peak of the innate realm, or even half a step into the heavenly man realm. Damn it! The clan elders cursed inwardly. How could this youth possess combat prowess rivaling at least the peak of the innate realm? Even their ancient martial clans couldn't cultivate such power. Could it be, this kid hails from a powerhouse even mightier than their ancient martial clans? In that case, you're all going too. Jiang Bai's calm voice echoed through the arena. With a sharp snap of his fingers, the 7 grand elders of the ancient martial families instantly dissolved into mist, drifting across the battlefield. All 8 early-stage innate realm cultivators were now annihilated. Chapter 185. Regardless of what others think, I've made up my mind. Jiang Bai is my military god. What? Long Shanha stared wide-eyed at the scene. He had expected a fierce battle, but instead, this was the outcome. Dead. All 8 pre-heaven realm elders from the ancient martial families had been killed. Damn. Jiang Bai is brutal. What a thrill! The southern frontier military commander's eyes flashed with sharpness as he surveyed the remaining 8 ancient martial families' elites, now cowering in fear. I think I understand what Elder Long meant. Damn it, could Jiang Bai be planning to lead China out from under the ancient martial arts clan's oppression and rule over all nations? The thought sent waves of excitement coursing through the southern frontier military commander. If that were to happen, it would be a blessing for all of China. Snap! At that moment, another sharp snap echoed. Boom! 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 Dozens of successive explosions echoed out. Without exception, every half-step innate realm expert from the 8 clans was reduced to a mist of blood, just like their 8 clan elders before them. They didn't even have time to scream. The southern frontier army commander watched the scene unfold, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Holy Lord, Jiang Bai had just taken out dozens more half-step innate realm experts. Damn it, this was faster than slaughtering pigs. Cough, cough. Truly, great skill breeds great audacity. Long Shanha was stunned. Even his father wouldn't dare such a move. First, he lacked the strength, and second, this act was tantamount to offending all 8 ancient martial clans simultaneously. Honestly, it was tantamount to courting death. But, it seemed Jiang Bai wasn't afraid at all. Are you kidding me? Even those haughty ancient martial families wouldn't dare take such a move lightly. Sweeping aside and instantly defeating 8 masters, that's absolutely the caliber of an ancient martial clan patriarch. Though he didn't know just how powerful those patriarchs truly were. Go back and tell your families. Jiang Bai's gaze swept over dozens of masters of the transcendent force realm. I care not about any ancient martial arts clan. If any dare harbor ill intentions toward China again, those present here shall serve as an example. Get out! Their retreat echoed like rolling thunder as the 8 ancient martial clans scattered like startled birds, vanishing in an instant. Joking? How could they dare utter another word? Hadn't they seen their own grand elders crushed like ants in an instant? Soon, not a single member of the 8 ancient martial clans remained. God of War! God of War! From somewhere unknown, a voice rang out, followed by a unified chorus that echoed across the heavens, scattering the very clouds in the sky. At this moment, Jiang Bai's prestige reached its zenith. It would not be an exaggeration to say he had made a name for himself in a single battle. Are you kidding? He saved the dragon army commander, slew the 8-headed serpent, and crushed ancient martial clans from all directions. Such feats bestowed upon a single man, his prestige was beyond measure. This spectacle. The southern frontier commander watched the scene unfold, unable to help but whistle in admiration. Good heavens, such prestige was far beyond his reach. Well, this isn't entirely a bad thing. Long Shanha watched the crowd whose momentum pierced the heavens, a curve involuntarily lifting the corners of his mouth. Previously, Jiang Baitong's connection to the War Department hadn't been particularly deep, but after this battle, things would be different. Ahem, dismiss yourselves. The southern frontier commander cleared his throat and waved his hand. One by one, the crowd dispersed to return to their respective duties. Soon, only the southern frontier army commander Long Shanha and Jiang Bai remained in the arena. Jiang Bai, we owe this victory to you. Recalling the earlier scene, Long Shanha still felt a chill run down his spine. If that 8-headed serpent had breached our defenses, the consequences would have been unimaginable. But we've now offended all 8 ancient martial clans. Trouble is bound to follow. Though exhilarating, Long Shanha's gaze turned wary as he looked toward the distance. After all, the one who had just arrived was merely the grand elder of the 8 ancient martial clans, and even he was already at the innate realm. One could only imagine the true strength of these ancient martial families. It's nothing. Jiang Bai waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. None of that matters. If the 8 Directions ancient martial clan dares to show up uninvited, just kill them. Hearing this, Long Shanha and the southern frontier army commander both cleared their throats. Good grief, just kill them? He really dared to say that. You must understand. The 8 ancient martial clans weren't just any random group you could kill on a whim. In fact, in a way, they were the very forces that shaped the landscape of China. In ancient times, such a declaration would have been tantamount to rebellion, plainly speaking, a death wish. But the two dared not say more, for the other party possessed the might to annihilate ancient martial clans. Since the matter is settled, I'll be taking my leave. Before long, Shanha and the other could recover from the statement, Jiang Bai had vanished from the scene. His speed was so astonishing that the two exchanged glances, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. So fast. The Southern Frontier Army commander gulped, having not even sensed his approach. Yeah. Long Shanha gasped, gazing toward the direction Jiang Bai had vanished. Even my father underestimated Jiang Bai. Commander. Just then, one of Long Shanha's subordinates approached, holding an exquisitely crafted box. This was left by the military god Jiang Bai before his departure. He specifically instructed me to deliver it personally to you. Oh. Hearing this, both Long Shanha and the Southern Frontier commander froze. Of course. Their attention wasn't on the box itself, but on the fact that Jiang Bai had given it to them and specifically ordered it delivered personally. Opening the box, they were startled to find it densely packed with familiar items. This is... As Long Shanha's gaze swept over the contents, his pupils dilated in disbelief. Mysterious potions. Over 1,000 doses. The 100 vials they had received earlier had already significantly boosted the war division's capabilities. The Southern Frontier military commander standing nearby clearly recognized them as well. This potion. Commander Long, it's identical to the one you gave me. After a moment's pause, the Southern Frontier military commander realized something. Could it be that earlier potion was given by Jiang Bai? Correct. Long Shanha made no attempt to conceal it, nodding solemnly. The substance that boosted my combat unit's strength tenfold, it came directly from Jiang Bai. The Southern Frontier commander stared dumbfounded at the densely packed contents within the crate, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Good heavens! Jiang Bai's generosity was staggering. Over 1,000 copies. If this were used again, it would likely boost the combat unit's strength by at least several times. Excellent! After a moment of deep thought, the Southern Frontier commander's face lit up with excitement. With this reinforcement, our chances of standing against the beasts grow even stronger. Damn it! Regardless of what others think, I've made up my mind. Jiang Bai is my military god. The Southern Frontier commander bellowed, his mind racing over the scenes before him. From now on, anyone who dares harm General Jiang Bai, I'll cripple them myself. Well said. Long Shanha smiled faintly. Jiang Bai's magnanimity far surpasses ours. Let each of us examine our own hearts. If I possessed such a precious treasure, I wouldn't contribute it so selflessly. Indeed. The Southern Frontier commander took a deep breath, his gaze drifting toward the distant horizon. Commander Long, I feel, with General Jiang Bai here, the safety of China is assured. Is that so? Long Shanha pondered for a moment, lost in thought as he gazed out at the boundless sea. Let us hope so. Yet as their conversation unfolded, another momentous event was unfolding far away on Tianlang Island. Chapter 186, Bloodbath at Sea. Octopus King single-handedly turns the tide. The waters around Wolf Star Island lay in utter stillness. Roar! Until a certain moment, a ferocious beasted tiger appeared before the sea. A terrifying aura emanated from its body, revealing its mid-stage innate realm cultivation. Behind it followed several other innate realm beasts. Beyond them, over 100 beasts rivaled the transcendent force realm, while more than 1,000 stood at the peak of the external force realm. Behind them stretched a dense sea of beasts. Creak! At the ferocious tiger's command, ice attribute beasts advanced, freezing the sea. Several innate realm beasts then charged forward as the vanguard, sweeping toward Wolf Island, drawn by something within. The advance was swift, and the beast tide had already reached the vicinity of Wolf Island. Awoo! Just as the beast tiger prepared to unleash its horde to overrun Wolf Island, a deafening wolf howl pierced the sky. A massive wolf several meters tall emerged from the ice, radiating an aura no weaker than that of the beast tiger. Had Jiang Bai been present, he would have recognized this creature as the grey wolf, only now several times larger than before. Damn it! How dare these insignificant pests covet the king's territory? A human-like look of contempt flashed in the grey wolf's eyes before it turned to its pack, minions. This wolf god commands you to cripple them. Yes, Lord Wolf God. The fierce beasts of Wolf Island howled in reverent obedience. It must be said that the grey wolf now commanded all creatures on the island. Even the brown bear, once soundly beaten by him, now gazed upon the grey wolf with admiration. In fact, they now felt that being beaten by Lord Wolf God was an immense honor. Crack! The brown bear leapt onto the ice, swatting the early-stage transformation realm beast to death with a single blow. Considered comparable to a late-stage transformation realm beast itself, its mutation had awakened a frenzied power even peak transformation realm beasts might not stand a chance against it. And thus, had become one of the grey wolf's most formidable lieutenants. Ha! Come on, you little bastards! Slap, slap, slap! It dispatched 7 or 8 beasts with ease, finally drawing the attention of the ferocious tiger. With a roar, the tiger lunged at the brown bear. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the brown bear was sent flying over 10 meters. Its pupils suddenly contracted. Damn it, this stupid tiger is so strong. The ferocious tiger's eyes blazed crimson. Though it possessed some intelligence, its mind had clearly been corrupted, reduced to a killing machine. Its eyes narrowed as it leaped forward, its jaws snapping toward the brown bear's neck. Snap! In a flash, the gray wolf struck out with a claw, repelling the ferocious beast tiger. Simultaneously, it materialized before the brown bear. Two apex predators now faced off. Lord Wolfgod, beware! The brown bear scrambled to its feet, eyeing the ferocious tiger across from it with apprehension. That stupid tiger is strong. Though it had only struck once, the blow had already inflicted significant wounds. At most, it wouldn't survive a second strike. It's fine. The gray wolf narrowed his eyes at the ferocious tiger, a mere kitten. This wolf god will dispatch it in moments. As the words fell, the gray wolf charged at the ferocious tiger, its speed surpassing even the beast's own. In an instant, the two rulers clashed in close combat, locked in a fierce battle. Kill! Seeing Lord Wolfgod's formidable prowess, the brown bear dared not slack off, slaughter these beastly scum. Attack! Jun Wuhui narrowed his eyes, giving the command. Immediately, 10,000 Xuanjia soldiers hurled their spears at the surging tide of beasts. In an instant, spears obscured the sky, slicing through the beast tide with terrifying speed. Even thousands of flying beasts in the air were shot down. Charge! Another command rang out. Jun Wuhui, already at the late stage of the innate realm, swung his sword, instantly slaying over a dozen beasts. The 100,000 Xuanjia soldiers, coordinating with the ferocious beasts of Tianlang Island, shattered the beast tide's defenses with overwhelming force. Shhhhhh. After slaying a dozen beasts, Jun Wuhui charged toward a ferocious tiger. Defeating it would shatter the remaining horde. Well done. Grey Wolf repelled the ferocious beast tiger. Immediately after, Jun Wuhui delivered a ruthless strike, slicing open its abdomen. With a thud, the beast tiger crashed to the ground several meters away. Blood gushed out freely, clearly inflicting severe damage with this strike. Boom! At that moment, a tentacle burst through the ice beneath the monstrous beast, piercing straight through its abdomen and pinning it mid-air. The entire horde of beasts froze in shock. Then, a house-sized octopus king appeared on the ice surface. The ferocious beast, once brimming with savage might, was now nothing but a corpse. Whoa! Jun Wuhui sucked in a sharp breath, his eyelids twitching wildly at the sight of the house-sized creature. Even though the ferocious beast tiger had been severely wounded, its power was still extraordinary. Is this the guardian of the sea cultivated by the master? So powerful. He swallowed hard, the scene before him delivering a significant shock. After all, the ferocious beast tiger was an exceptionally powerful existence one he himself would treat with utmost respect. Holy! Grey Wolf stared at the Octopus King as if he'd seen a ghost, his eyes bulging wide. Peak! Sensing the Octopus King's aura, coupled with its massive size, even a half-step heavenly man-realm cultivator wouldn't stand a chance. Your Majesty, what kind of being have you created? He recalled how he had once looked down on the Octopus King, thinking he could one day recruit it as a subordinate. He never imagined the giant would grow so powerful so quickly. Crack! With a sweep of its tentacles, the beast tide before it crumbled like fragile ants, collapsing in an instant. Holy! The entire 100,000-strong Xuanjia army stood dumbfounded. Holy crap, that giant Octopus King alone had more destructive power than all of them combined. Can you even imagine the scene? Woof! The beast horde instantly descended into chaos. Seeing this, the Grey Wolf let out a howl. In an instant, the beasts of Wolf Island surged forward as if pumped full of adrenaline. Jun Wuhui wasted no time, charge. At his command, the 100,000 Xuanjia soldiers charged like tigers among sheep. There was no strategy, just one word, kill. In an instant, the ice surface melted into a sea, then crimson blood stained the entire expanse. The thick stench of blood rose to the heavens, making the 10,000 Xuanjia soldiers retch in waves. The sea became a living hell, a sight too gruesome to behold. Yet this scene remained unknown to outsiders. Had it been revealed, it would have stirred up an earth-shattering uproar. The Nightmare of Nations, Office of the President of the United States. A godsend. Upon receiving reports from all fronts, especially news of renewed turmoil in Japan's Northern Wood era, the US president declared, in that case, let's fan the flames. This president will make it clear to all, without American backing, the Kitaki era is nothing but a joke. Send word to the ancient martial clans of Fuso, whoever overthrows the Northwood Triumvirate, the United States will aid them in becoming Fuso's new rulers and provide full assistance against the beasts. Yes, Your Excellency. A subordinate bowed respectfully before vanishing from the spot. The American leader watched the subordinate's retreating figure, a meaningful curve forming at the corner of his mouth. His gaze swept toward Fusong. Those who obstruct American interests have only one path: annihilation. Chapter 187. Are you so confident I cannot stand against the 10 ancient martial clans? Fusong, Ancient Martial Arts Yagami Clan. Ring ring. A mobile phone rang. Yagami Katsuo, head of the Yagami family, frowned. This was his private line. Hello? Yatsuki Katsuo heard the voice on the other end. Is this true? Overthrow the Kitaki era, and you'll gain the support of numerous ancient martial arts families in the United States. Interesting. Agreed. The Yagami family accepts. After hanging up, Yagami Katsuo narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. Moments later, he snapped back to reality, his gaze shifting toward Tokyo. The Kitaki conglomerate. A mere youth ascending to the throne? Japan truly regresses with each passing year. Attendants. Gather the clan's elite warriors. Follow me to the imperial palace. Yatsuki Katsuo gave a cold smile, ambition surging in her eyes. If this move could connect them to the ancient martial arts families of the United States, it would be a golden opportunity for them. Yes, head of the family. With the order issued, the Yamada clan of Fuso erupted into unprecedented fervor. The ancient martial arts Toyotomi family. Head of the family, the American Ancient Martial Arts Alliance has sent word. A gleam of excitement flashed in the eyes of one of the Toyotomi clan's elite warriors. Upon hearing the warrior's words, Toyotomi Ichiro leapt to his feet. What did you say? The Ancient Martial Arts Alliance. Truly, the name sent a shockwave through his heart. The American Ancient Martial Arts Alliance transcended ordinary factions. It was a union formed by the ancient martial arts families of America, known to only a select few. The alliance encompassed all ancient martial arts clans in the United States, which was precisely why the nation harbored such ambitious aspirations. Excellent. Such an opportunity must not be missed. Toyotomi Ichiro narrowed his eyes. Should we overthrow Kitaki Sanyu, we could forge alliances with numerous ancient martial arts families in the United States. Then, the Toyotomi clan's power will surely surge. Such conversations echoed throughout Japan's ancient martial arts clans. Overnight, their gaze toward the imperial palace shifted, for there lay the opportunity for their respective clans to soar. Time flew by, and 2 days later. Fusang Imperial Palace. Your Imperial Majesty. A trusted aide of Kitamiki Sanyu bowed deeply. An incident has occurred. Multiple ancient martial arts clans within the nation are simultaneously taking action, and moreover, their direction is straight toward the Imperial Palace. Judging by the timing, they should be arriving any moment now. Oomph. Hearing his subordinate's words, Kitaki Sanyu narrowed his eyes. A formidable aura surged from his body. He had already reached the threshold of the inner strength realm. If the outside world knew this, they would be utterly shocked. Yet, such power remained insignificant before Japan's ancient martial clans. Though not as formidable as those of China, these Japanese clans were far from weak. Each boasted masters at the level. Oh? Hearing his subordinate's words, Kitaki Sanyu narrowed his eyes. The ancient martial families, those bastards, couldn't hold back any longer, huh? Transmit my order, seal off Tokyo and assemble all available forces. Kitaki Sanyu issued his commands with calm precision, showing not a hint of panic. Yet his subordinate was utterly dumbfounded. Your Imperial Majesty, what are you? The subordinate's mouth twitched as he realized something. You mean, you're going to war with those ancient martial arts clans? Precisely. Kitaki Sanyu took a deep breath and rose to gaze into the distance beyond the darkening clouds. In that moment, his subordinates felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. What had they just heard? His Majesty the Emperor was actually going to take action against the ancient martial families. Though this emperor was formidable, these ancient martial families were, after all, entities within Fusang that transcended the palace's control. Even previous rulers of Fusang had been no more than ants in their eyes. For Fusang to achieve true freedom, these ancient martial families must be the greatest obstacle. After a brief pause, Kitaki Sanyu continued, if we wipe out these ancient martial families, Fusang will be reborn. Though the ancient martial families are formidable, this emperor is not without means. As time passed, the atmosphere within the Fuso Imperial Palace grew increasingly tense. Until a certain moment. Swish. Figures materialized across the arena, exactly 10 in number, all formidable warriors. The weakest possessed inner strength, while dozens had mastered transcendent force. 5 or 6 had even reached the pre-heaven realm. Among them, the 10 strongest at the forefront were, without exception, all late-stage innate realm cultivators. Oh? Observing the 10 ancient martial clans, Baimo Sanyu murmured softly, I hadn't expected such a complete turnout. Well, so be it. Today we settle this once and for all. With that thought, Baimo Sanyu clenched his fists, for today's battle held critical importance. This kid, is he Baimo Sanyu? He's a prodigy. The patriarchs of the 10 directions ancient martial clans nodded in agreement. It was a pity he wasn't one of their own, otherwise, with focused cultivation, he could have brought glory to their respective clans in the future. Baimo Sanyu, you have earned the pride of making all 10 ancient martial arts clans mobilize their full strength. Yatsuki Katsuo watched Baimo Sanyu, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He could already envision the Yatsuki clan soaring to new heights after eliminating this kid, backed by the American Ancient Martial Arts Alliance. The thought alone thrilled him. Is that so? Hearing Yamato Kagami Katsuo's words, Kitamiki Sanyu smiled faintly. Is that so? Then I truly am blessed beyond measure. That brat. Toyotomi Ichiro narrowed his eyes, for he noticed the boy showed not the slightest flicker of emotion. Could it be he felt no fear at all? That's odd. After a brief pause, he continued, this kid managed to unify Japan in just half a year. He's no pushover. Yet he shows no sign of panic in this situation. If he's not faking it, then he must be. Impossible. Before he could finish, Yagami Katsuo cut him off, his mocking gaze fixed on Kataki Sanyu. Lord Toyotomi, do you seriously believe he possesses the strength to stand against all 10 of our ancient martial clans simultaneously? Ha 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 ha. At this, the other 8 ancient martial families burst into laughter in unison, their scorn utterly unmasked. Is that so? Kataki Sanyu gazed at the 10 directions ancient martial clan before him, his words laden with meaning. So confident, are you? That I cannot stand against the 10 directions ancient martial clan? Since you've come, you'll stay here forever. As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Yet upon hearing Baimu Sanyu's words, the 10 ancient martial clans paused briefly before erupting into wild laughter once more. You little brat. The strongest elder of the Yamada clan, possessing late-stage innate realm strength, moved without a whisper of wind to make us, the 10 directions ancient martial clan, stay here forever? That's some bold talk, youngster. This old man shall see how your measly half-step inner force can annihilate our 10 directions ancient martial clan. If you fail. Narrowing his eyes, a murderous glint surged in his gaze. I shall slaughter every last soul in your Fusang Imperial Palace, so you may learn the consequences of defying the authority of our 10 directions ancient martial clan. Chapter 188, The Annihilation of the Fusang Ancient Martial Clan, the Dawn of the Northernwood Golden Age? The 10 Directions Ancient Martial Clan? Upon hearing this, Baimu Sanyu's lips curled in derision. Slaughtering an entire imperial palace? How mighty indeed. Oomph. The ancient ancestor of the 8-headed serpent snorted coldly, unleashing a terrifying aura that bore down on Baimu Sanyu without the slightest mercy. Die. Eager to claim the first kill, the ancient ancestor of the 8-headed serpent unleashed a palm strike. A direct hit would leave the target either dead or gravely wounded. Your Imperial Majesty. Baimu Sanyu's confidant paled at the sight, about to rush to his master's aid, when a crisp slap echoed through the air. Instantly, the once dominant old ancestor of the 8-headed serpent was sent flying backward like a cannonball. Put. Crimson blood sprayed as the ancient ancestor of the 8-headed serpent stared across at his opponent in utter disbelief and horror. Who are you? Shock. Absolute shock. He was a late-stage celestial realm cultivator, immensely powerful. Even the Fusang Shikigami, who was only a half-step away from the innate realm, had been nothing more than a mere speck to him, easily crushed with a flick of his finger. But now this kid had actually crippled him with a single palm strike. How could this be possible? Lord Blood 3. Upon seeing the newcomer, Baimu Sanyu's face lit up with joy. This was his greatest source of confidence. Yet he never imagined Lord Blood-san had grown so formidable. Swish. At that moment, figures materialized across the field, over 20 of them, none other than the Blood Guard. What? The ancient martial clans of Fusang watched the Bloodshed Guards suddenly materialize on the field, their expressions turning pale. Over 20 pre-heaven realm cultivators? How is that possible? Kill them all. Leave not a single one alive. Shuesan glanced at the gravely wounded old ancestor Yagami, his icy voice echoing. Yes. In an instant, the Blood Guard struck simultaneously with blinding speed. Before the ancient martial families of Fusang could even react, over half of their innate realm experts lay dead or wounded. No. Demons. These people, they're demons. The Blood Guard's combat prowess was truly formidable. After all, Jiang Bai's intensive training these past days had been specifically for this moment, and now it seemed to be paying off. Gulp. The elite warriors of the Fusang Imperial Palace watched in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. Good heavens. No wonder His Majesty the Emperor remained so composed. It turns out, such formidable guardians were secretly stationed here. For a moment, it felt like a dream. After all, these were the 10 ancient martial families of Fusang, arguably the nation's most formidable 10 factions. To witness them being hunted down like this, it was impossible not to be shaken. Transmit my order. Fusang Sanyu gave a cold laugh upon witnessing the complete annihilation of the 10 directions ancient martial family. Exterminate every last one of them. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. The imperial forces of Fusang then swept through with devastating force, crushing the 10 directions ancient martial clan. Every last one, including the ancient ancestor Yamada no Orochi, was exterminated. Within a quarter of an hour, the 10 directions ancient martial clan was utterly annihilated. Fusang Sanyu exhaled softly, gazing into the distance. I never imagined this day would come so much sooner. Meanwhile, at SHIELD headquarters in the United States. What? The director's face turned icy cold. The Jiang Bai from China could very well become the next military god of China. And Long Tianxiong even gave him the divine dragon ring. Click. The director's gaze fixed on the screen before him, which was playing footage of Jiang Bai battling the Yamada no Orochi serpent. Jiang Bai. What a monstrous talent. Taking a deep breath, the SHIELD director's face turned ashen. This boy must die. Otherwise, he will become a thorn in our side. Someone. After a moment of deep thought, a plan formed in the director's mind. He summoned his subordinate. Director. Director Hill nodded slightly, gazing through the large floor-to-ceiling windows toward China. Leak the information about Jiang Bai becoming the next war god of China's military division and the dragon ring to China's ancient martial arts clans. If that boy survives, he will become a major threat to the unification of our nation. This. Director. The subordinate's eyes narrowed upon hearing this, and he couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Damn, Director, that's a brilliant move, plunging China into internal strife while they sit back and watch the tigers fight. But they underestimated Jiang Bai and overestimated their own strength. While the American Shield Agency plotted to leak information, shockwaves rippled through the Chinese factions. China, Imperial Capital Base Operations Division. What? Upon hearing the report from the southern seas, Elder Long leapt to his feet. This. Jiang Bai single-handedly turned the tide of the southern seas campaign? He slew the Yamata no Orochi serpent and even killed 8 grand elders of ancient martial clans. Good heavens! Old Dragon was utterly stunned. I never imagined things would unfold this way. But taking on the 8 grand elders of the ancient martial families right off the bat, isn't that a bit too ambitious? Taking a deep breath, Elder Long knew far more than the average person. But, honestly, if this truly resolved the matter with the 8 ancient martial families once and for all, perhaps China would finally embrace a new era of freedom. 2 days later, on the return journey to Dongjiang. Swish! One after another, figures materialized in the arena. Without exception, over 1,000 people appeared on the field, none other than members of the 8 ancient martial clans. And the one they now surrounded in the center was none other than Jiang Bai. 8 late-stage and 8 realm cultivators, 30 half-step and 8 realm cultivators, and hundreds of chi transformation experts. Surveying the crowd around him, Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes. Truly befitting ancient martial families, they certainly hold me in high regard. Cut the nonsense! Kill him! The patriarchs of the 8 ancient martial clans sneered coldly. They were no mere elders who had just broken through to the pre-heaven realm. Without a word, over 1,000 warriors launched a full-scale assault. As the designated next military god of China, this man would undoubtedly threaten their status in the future. Therefore, today, no matter what, he must not be allowed to leave alive. Otherwise, a catastrophe awaited the 8 Directions ancient martial clan. Though they didn't know who this youth was, possessing the power to instantly kill those in the realm at such a young age, what would he become in time? Ancient martial arts clans, truly domineering. Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes. Though he didn't know why they were so eager to deal with him, since they'd come looking, he'd gladly accept the challenge. Sealing divine ability activate. A peculiar aura enveloped the area within 100 Jiang. The members of the 8 ancient martial families, who had been charging toward Jiang Bai at full speed, all paled visibly. What? How is this possible? The late-stage and 8 realm elders of the 8 ancient martial clans all paled. Even figures as powerful as them couldn't move an inch, a thick sense of unease rising in their hearts. Since you've made your move, it's my turn now. Jiang Bai's lips curved into a meaningful smile. His right hand flipped, revealing dozens of golden needles that instantly transformed into streaks of golden light, piercing toward the foreheads of the ancient martial family's elites. Chapter 189, Innate Realm, all of them innate realm. How could this be? SSSSH. Golden sparks flashed. Before the 8 late-stage innate realm patriarchs of the ancient martial families could react, the needles pierced their foreheads, ending their lives. The needles flickered once more. In less than half a minute, all the over 1,000 elite warriors sent by the 8 ancient martial clans were dead. No! The last innate realm expert of the Jiang family, his eyes filled with venom, screamed, "Bastard! Jiang Bai, what good is your power now? Our Jiang family has already dispatched elite warriors to the Tianyu mansion. Your woman and children have surely been abducted by us by now. Dare you act this way, and your woman and children are as good as dead." With a cold sneer, the Jiang family expert snarled, "You're destined to be alone forever." Snap! Before the Jiang family expert could finish his threat, Jiang Bai's palm crushed him into a mist of blood, the thick stench of gore spreading through the air. This act undoubtedly struck a nerve with Jiang Bai. His gaze fixed on the Jiang family's direction. "Jiang family, you're courting death." Ding! Host has triggered a mission, annihilate the ancient martial arts Jiang clan. Reward, Realm Breakthrough card, plus 150 billion renminbi. Ha! The sound ringing in his ears startled Jiang Bai. Annihilate the ancient martial arts Jiang clan? Even without the quest, he would have annihilated the ancient martial arts Jiang clan. Meaning this reward was practically free money. You touched my woman. Did you really think I wasn't prepared? Jiang Bai's gaze shifted toward the direction of the Tianyu mansion. He wasn't overly concerned about the safety of Lin Ruoxue's mother and the other 3 after all, he had arranged dedicated protection for them. Forget the Jiang family, even if all 8 ancient martial clans attacked simultaneously, they wouldn't scratch a hair on their heads. Amidst his thoughts, deep within the dense forest behind the Tianyu mansion villa. Swish! Figures materialized among the dense foliage, led by a woman. She held another identity, the matriarch of the imperial capital Song family, Jiang Yuru of the ancient martial arts Jiang clan, and also the younger sister of the Jiang clan's patriarch. Miss, the Tianyu mansion lies ahead. Jiang Bai's woman and 3 children are all present. A half-step expert from the Jiang family bowed as he reported. MHM. Jiang Yuaru nodded, then fixed her gaze upon the Tianyu mansion. They say this brat is connected to the annihilation of the imperial capital's Song family. If he truly did it, I'll make sure everyone connected to him pays with their lives. The murder of her son was an unforgivable offense, and the possibility of his involvement in the Song family massacre only intensified her resolve, which was precisely why she had come here personally. Rest assured, Mississippi. Should he truly be the one behind the destruction of my family, I will personally eliminate him for you. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a mid-stage innate realm expert's gaze darted toward a certain spot. Not far away, a figure suddenly materialized, none other than Shuai. The Jiang clan of ancient martial arts, how utterly audacious. The calm voice thundered like a bolt of lightning. The mid-stage Xiantian expert's expression darkened, for he sensed an overwhelmingly dangerous aura emanating from the newcomer, a power clearly surpassing his own. Who are you? Watching Shuai warily, the Jiang family's mid-stage Xiantian expert silently gathered his strength, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Who am I? A smirk curved Blood Two's lips at the question. Since you've traveled so far to seek my master, I naturally came to greet you. Oomph. At these words, Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed. Your master. Are you one of Jiang Bai's men? To have such a subordinate. Taking a deep breath, a colder glint flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. So it was that brat who slaughtered my husband's Song family. Correct. Shuai glanced at Jiang Yu. The Song family of the imperial capital made one unforgivable mistake. They should never have crossed my master. They thought having the ancient martial arts Jiang family backing them gave them free rein, but they didn't realize that in our master's eyes, the imperial capital Song family was nothing but a bunch of clowns. They were asking for death. Jiang Yu's face turned icy cold, while Shuai's lips curled into a mocking smile. Perfect timing. A mid-stage expert from the ancient martial arts Jiang family, who had been waiting for this moment, suddenly launched an attack. A fist smashed toward Shuai's chest at blinding speed. The attack was ruthless, arriving in an instant. Die. A sinister smile curled the corner of the Jiang family's mid-stage innate realm expert's mouth. This punch represented his full power. Even a late-stage innate realm practitioner would suffer severe injury if hit. He had been waiting precisely for this moment of distraction. It must be said, his timing was impeccable. But, alas, he had underestimated Shuai's strength while vastly overestimating his own. Crack! Just as he thought victory was his, the Jiang family expert was instantly torn apart, exploding into a mist of blood. The sudden scene left everyone from the Jiang family of ancient martial arts utterly stunned. Holy crap! What had they just witnessed? Was he even human? A mid-stage innate realm expert, such a formidable opponent, had been violently torn apart and reduced to a blood mist. His strength was beyond imagination. Moreover, most crucially, he was merely a subordinate of Jiang Bai. That meant Jiang Bai's power was likely even greater. Otherwise, how could he command such a formidable expert? Retreat! With that thought, Jiang Yu didn't hesitate to order her men to retreat. But, swish! Before she could react, over a dozen figures materialized on the field. Unsurprisingly, every aura radiated the pre-heaven realm, not a single half-step pre-heaven cultivator among them. This is bad. Xiantian realm, all of them Xiantian realm. How is that possible? Indeed. Staring at the scene before them, everyone froze in shock. Who am I? Where am I? Are you sure this isn't a dream or some kind of hallucination? Over a dozen innate realm cultivators? Are you kidding me? You must understand. This lineup alone matched most of the Jiang family's ancient martial arts strength. And this certainly wasn't all of Jiang Bai's forces. In other words, the power behind Jiang Bai was absolutely no weaker than the ancient martial arts Jiang family. Kill! Blood Two hesitated not a moment. His entire body radiated the aura of a half-step heavenly man realm cultivator, instantly filling the arena with overwhelming pressure. This is peak. No. He's transcended the innate realm. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Jiang Yu finally grasped Jiang Bai's extraordinary nature. He actually commanded a subordinate at the half-step heavenly man realm. The thought was terrifying. Hiss. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yu saw the martial arts masters of the Jiang family whom she had once held in such high regard slaughtered without mercy, without even a moment to resist. You dare lay a finger on my Jiang family? I warn you, I am the younger sister of the Jiang family patriarch. Our Jiang family has masters at the half-step heavenly realm. We will not let you off the hook. Put. As the second blade of blood flashed, blood gushed from Jiang Yu's throat. Even in her dying moments, she couldn't believe that man dared to offend the Jiang clan of ancient martial arts. Of course, she had no idea that the very Jiang clan she relied on would soon be buried alongside her, but that was a story for another time. Chapter 190, Securing a Realm Breakthrough Card, Surpassing the Peak of the Celestial Realm? Ancient Martial Arts Jiang Family, nearby. Swish. A figure materialized in the arena, none other than Jiang Bai. Soon, more figures converged from the distance. Master. The leader bowed respectfully, radiating an overwhelming aura clearly far surpassing the pre-heaven realm, a heavenly human realm powerhouse. Beside him stood over a dozen others. This leader was none other than Shuai. Now that we're all here, let's wipe out the ancient martial arts Jiang family. Gazing at the ancient martial Jiang family in the distance, Jiang Bai's expression turned icy. The moment they laid a hand on his mother and sisters, their fate was sealed. Having taken action, they must now brace for the wrath to come. Yes, master. Shui Yi took a deep breath, gazing at the ancient martial Jiang family in the distance. This was the first time he had ever seen his master so enraged. As for the consequences, only the annihilation of the entire ancient martial family could appease even a fraction of his fury. Move out. At the command, over a dozen blood guardians at the level blended into the night like ghosts, charging toward the ancient martial arts Jiang family. As for the outcome, given the circumstances, it was predictable. By the time the Jiang family sensed the enemy's approach, most of their elite fighters had already fallen. Damn it! At that moment, the face of the Jiang family's strongest elder turned icy cold. A formidable aura surged around him. He was clearly at the half-step Heavenly Man realm, the most powerful figure within the clan. Beside him stood 5 other pre-heaven realm masters, the sole survivors. Who are you? Jiang Songhai's face was as cold as ice as he stared at the group before him. This time, the ancient martial Jiang family had suffered an unprecedented catastrophe, and the enemy was stronger than ever before. Ancestor Songhai, he is that Jiang Bai, the next military god of the Huaxia War Division. One of the Jiang family's experts recognized Jiang Bai, and every member of the Jiang family paled. What? That's the youth who slew the Yamata no Orochi serpent. He annihilated the grand elders of all 8 ancient martial clans. And now he's driven mad, attacking the ancient martial Jiang family. But, how could this be? Weren't over 1,000 elite warriors dispatched by the 8 ancient martial clans to hunt him down? How could he still be alive? After today, the Jiang clan of ancient martial arts will cease to exist. You. The calm voice sent chills down the spines of the Jiang clan's members. Jiang Songhai's rage boiled over. Since reconciliation was impossible, annihilation was the only path. Destroy my ancient martial arts Jiang family? Jiang Songhai's murderous intent filled the heavens. I'll see how you destroy my Jiang clan. SSSSH. At that instant, Shui Yi had already struck. Moving with blinding speed, Jiang Songhai's reaction came too late. No! Blood spattered as Jiang Songhai's head, that of a cultivator nearing the Heavenly Man realm, was cleaved clean off. Even in his dying moments, Jiang Songhai could scarcely believe it. What? You're actually at the Heavenly Man realm. Thud. Jiang Songhai's headless corpse fell backward, crashing onto the ground like a 1,000-pound hammer striking water. No! How could this be? The venerable elder Songhai has been slain. Who the hell is that guy? The members of the ancient martial arts Jiang family paled, staring at the scene in utter horror. This couldn't be real. Half a step into the Heavenly Man realm. Their clan's strongest ancestor couldn't even last a single strike against that man. They didn't even know how he'd attacked. Powerful. Too strong. They couldn't even fathom how powerful a person could become. Retreat. The members of the Jiang family of ancient martial arts paled, turning to flee without a second thought. Yet they had vastly overestimated their own strength. Whoosh. 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 Ripping sounds pierced the air as the bloodshed guards unleashed their attacks. The remaining Jiang family masters were cut down like withered branches. Thud. With the last Jiang family expert slain, the ancient martial Jiang clan was utterly annihilated. And from start to finish, Jiang Bai hadn't lifted a finger. Shui Yi and his men had accomplished this entirely on their own. Gulp. Observing this scene from the shadows, representatives of various ancient martial arts clans were stunned. They immediately reported the matter back to their respective families. Master, the Jiang clan of ancient martial arts has been utterly annihilated. Shui Yi bowed respectfully, gazing at the sickeningly thick blood pool in the center of the arena. He felt little emotion at the sight. Withdraw. Jiang Bai glanced at the scene before vanishing from his spot. As for the underhanded maneuvers of the major ancient martial arts clans, he had naturally taken note. Once this news reached all the clans, they would likely remain quiet for a while. Ancient martial arts Ji clan. Cough cough. Ji Changkong, the patriarch of the Ji clan, sputtered tea from his mouth upon hearing his subordinate's report. What did you say? The Jiang clan of ancient martial arts has been annihilated. The one who struck was none other than Jiang Bai, the very man who slew the Yamata no Orochi serpent. Truly, the Ji clan patriarch was stunned by this news. The ancient martial Jiang clan was a force on par with their own Ji clan. If Jiang Bai possessed the power to annihilate the Jiang clan, then the Ji clan would certainly be no match for him either. Moreover, most crucially, intelligence indicated that Jiang Bai commanded no fewer than a dozen innate realm experts under his command. Consider this. Even among the numerous ancient martial families, each clan possessed no more than 20 experts. The mere fact that his subordinates alone could rival an ancient martial family, combined with Jiang Bai's own strength. For the first time, Ji Changkong felt utterly powerless. Are you kidding me? In the face of such overwhelming power, all schemes were futile. Moreover, they had previously joined forces to hunt down Jiang Bai, effectively earning the wrath of this ruthless man. If he were to turn his wrath upon the Ji family, the consequences would be far beyond what Ji Changkong could bear. What on earth should I do? Confronted by Jiang Bai's overwhelming combat prowess, Ji Changkong felt small for the first time, not by choice, but because there was nothing he could do to change it. Perhaps, proactively offering atonement might grant us a sliver of hope. At this thought, Ji Changkong's eyes lit up. A bold plan formed in his mind. If defeat was inevitable, joining forces might just be the wisest course. Similar conversations unfolded across the 7 ancient martial clans. Undoubtedly, Jiang Bai's move to make an example of the Jiang family had succeeded spectacularly. After all, the 7 clans were roughly equal in strength. Now that the Jiang family had been utterly annihilated by Jiang Bai, they could not possibly remain calm. Compared to the threat of annihilation, so-called dignity and face were insignificant. For a time, the 7 ancient martial families fell silent, frozen in fear. It must be said that this Jiang Bai was ruthless beyond measure, though they had no clue how he'd pulled it off. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of annihilating the Jiang family of ancient martial arts. Reward, Realm Breakthrough Card, plus 150 billion renminbi. On the way back to the Tianyu mansion, the system's voice rang in Jiang Bai's ears. Another Realm Breakthrough Card had been acquired. System, activate the Realm Breakthrough Card. A smirk touched his lips. With a thought, the system responded instantly. Immediately, an overwhelming aura radiated outward from Jiang Bai, enveloping the surrounding area. In that instant, his power surged beyond the peak of the Heavenly Man realm. Chapter 191, The Great Reversal. The 7 ancient martial clans surrender? The aura surged, an invisible force field spreading outward. Snap! The ground, caught in the invisible aftershock, buckled under the strain, cracking in fissures spreading far and wide. The terrifying aura sent the surrounding beasts scattering in panic. Were this scene known to the outside world, it would surely send shockwaves across the realm. For them, such a sight was tantamount to witnessing a god. Half-step Divine Power Realm. Early Divine Power Realm. Mid-stage Divine Power Realm. The invisible shockwave shredded the surrounding trees into nothingness. Jiang Bai's aura grew increasingly powerful, leaving even him stunned. This breakthrough card seemed a bit too potent? An unknown amount of time passed. This is... Feeling his energy surge at least tenfold, Jiang Bai smacked his lips. Divine Power Realm Peak. Indeed. Above the Heavenly Being realm lay the Divine Power Realm, a new realm Jiang Bai had unlocked. So powerful. Clenching his fists, Jiang Bai distinctly felt the overwhelming power surge through him, enough to obliterate a nuclear bomb with a single finger. He pressed down lightly with his foot. Crack! Instantly, a crater several meters wide and deep appeared beneath him. Cracks spread outward, and the terrifying force instantly shredded all surrounding trees into a vacuum zone. Whoa! Staring at the crater before him, Jiang Bai sucked in a sharp breath. Holy crap, am I really this strong now? He then summoned his attribute panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 22. Realm, Peak Divine Power Realm. Skills, scroll down to view. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Tianyu Mansion Villa No. 1 X1, 100% shares of Diha Group, 20 Tengcheniping Villas, Bad Luck Card X1, 100% shares of Battle Axe Security, ownership of Wolf Island, 100,000 Xuanjia soldiers, 100,000 mu of land in Dongjiang suburbs. Appearance, 100, of course, every reader here has plus appearance. Wealth, 462.6035 billion renminbi. Passive skill, double consumption aura, up to 100 million times. Gazing at the attribute panel, Jiang Bai's lips curved upward. A wave of emotion washed over him. His current peak divine power realm cultivation could likely obliterate his former self in an instant. And with the ceiling divine power skill, anyone above the divine power realm would only be there to be crushed. Is this what invincibility feels like? With his power skyrocketing, Jiang Bai now regarded the onslaught of these strange beasts as nothing but a joke. Forget these beasts, not even half-step Heavenly Man realm. Even if they were dozens of times stronger, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. Ding! Just then, a phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he froze. Master, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest. Du Gaoming's voice came through the line, brimming with reverence. No, what is it? At this hour, Du Gaoming calling meant it must be something serious. Well, it's like this. Old Master Long just called. He said he'll be coming to Dongjiang tomorrow and would like to meet with you. What do you think? After a brief pause, Du Gaoming continued, if you're unavailable, I'll find a reason to decline. Old Master Long? Jiang Bai froze upon hearing the name. Could it be that he had come for some matter concerning the ancient martial arts clan? Understood. After hanging up, Jiang Bai paid no further attention. The other 7 ancient martial clans had better know their place. Otherwise, he wouldn't hesitate to ensure no ancient martial families remained within China's borders. The next day, at a secluded estate in Dongjiang. Squeak! Jiang Bai slammed on the brakes of his supercar in front of the villa. Elder Long personally came out to greet him. Young Jiang, you've arrived. Please come in. Master Long personally led the way. If word of this reached the outside world, it would surely cause a massive uproar. Seriously, Master Long was a figure of immense stature to receive such treatment. Jiang Bai was likely the only one in existence. Oh. Jiang Bai observed Elder long before him, for he sensed over 108 realm auras emanating from within the villa. Even numerous half-step celestial realm auras were present. Entering the villa and stepping into the main hall, he was startled to see 7 elderly figures with snow-white hair and beards rising from their seats. These 7 represented the 7 ancient martial clans, excluding the Jiang family. Greetings, Your Excellency. Behind each of the 7, figures bowed respectfully, not daring the slightest presumption. Behind them, late-stage and peak-level pre-heaven realm experts likewise bowed in salute. Oh. Jiang Bai saw the 7 factions and found it unsurprising. After all, the lesson from the Jiang family of ancient martial arts had left them terrified, probably scared out of their wits. Old Dragon was taken aback by the sight. After all, every single person in the hall possessed strength far surpassing his own. It was you who sought to see me. Ji Changkong cleared his throat as Jiang Bai surveyed the 7 ancient martial clans. Damn it, they hadn't wanted this either, but compared to that, they valued their own lives far more. Your power is beyond compare, sir. We are in awe. He paused, exchanging glances with the other 6. Therefore, we 7 clans pledge our allegiance to you. From this day forward, we shall follow your lead. But. Cough cough. Long Tianxiong, who'd just taken a sip of water, was utterly stunned by the sudden declaration. Damn it. Who am I? Where am I? The 7 ancient martial arts clans actually want to submit to Jiang Bai? Are they out of their minds? Are these the same proud ancient martial families he knew? No. Soon, Long Tianxiong realized something. Shouldn't the 7 ancient martial clans be 8? It seemed the Jiang martial clan was missing. Rumor has it the Jiang family once traveled to Dongzheng to attack Jiang Bai's woman. Could it be? Could the Jiang family have been wiped out? At this thought, an involuntary twitch crossed the old man's lips. Beyond this possibility, he couldn't fathom anything else that could make the proud ancient martial arts families of the 7 directions act so. Submit to me? Jiang Bai froze upon hearing this, clearly unprepared for such a decision from the 7 ancient martial families. Yet upon reflection, it likely stemmed from self-preservation. In that case, it wasn't such a bad thing. Ahem, quite right. Ji Changkong cleared his throat before continuing, Honorable Lord, to be perfectly frank, only this way can we find peace of mind. Moreover, only this can atone for our previous offense against Your Excellency. We humbly request your indulgence, Your Excellency. Dragon Elder. The strongest patriarchs of these 7 ancient martial clans were rushing to beg to be taken in as subordinates. This maneuver was utterly baffling to him. Yet it also solidified his conviction the ancient martial Jiang family had likely been annihilated by Jiang Bai. Though he didn't know how Jiang Bai had achieved it, his intuition told him that today marked the dawn of a new era for China. Are you certain? Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment. Don't regret today's decision. Thud. Led by Ji Changkong, the 7 half-step heavenly realm experts knelt on one knee. We offer our sincerest intentions. We implore you, Lord, to grant us your favor. Holy crap. Old Dragon watched the scene unfold before him, utterly flabbergasted. This world was going mad. Chapter 192, The Martial Alliance is established. 7 heavenly realm elders? Ancient martial clans actively submitting? This scene truly baffled the seasoned Long Tianxiong. After all, those ancient martial clans had long been like mountains pressing down upon China, suffocating the nation for years. Yet now, those very entities had actually chosen to submit. How could he possibly accept this in an instant? Very well. Jiang Bai smiled faintly before continuing, since you've chosen to follow me, I won't dwell on the past. Your Excellency. Led by Ji Changkong, 7 half-step heavenly realm experts bowed respectfully, letting out a long sigh of relief. They weren't little darlings. They knew all too well what that phrase meant for them. However, after a brief pause, Jiang Bai continued, should any of you betray me in the future, your fate will be 10 times more miserable than that of the ancient martial arts Jiang family. We dare not. Feeling Jiang Bai's piercing gaze, the 7 trembled inwardly. As for the innate realm experts behind them, they dared not utter another word. After all, if they caused this nobleman to turn against them, they would become eternal traitors to their respective clans. I hope so. Jiang Bai gave a slight nod. With a gentle lift of his right hand, an irresistible force lifted everyone to their feet. In that instant, Ji Changkong and the others were utterly stunned, their gazes toward him shifting completely. Good heavens, this level of power. Could it be Heavenly Man Realm? And not just any Heavenly Man Realm. Whoa. The 7 exchanged glances, collectively gasping in awe. Their decision felt even more prudent now. No wonder. The ancient martial arts Jiang family had been annihilated in the blink of an eye. Not just the Jiang family, even if all 8 ancient martial arts clans united their forces, they likely couldn't scratch Jiang Bai. Right. Jiang Bai pondered the current situation with the beast invasions. After a moment's thought, he said, the beast attacks have left devastation everywhere. Since you've chosen to follow me, we should establish a martial alliance. You shall each serve as an elder within the alliance, with Elder Long appointed as deputy leader. Yes, Your Excellency, no, alliance leader. Ji Changkong and the others' eyes lit up. Clearly, they had realized something. This meant they would be considered this lord's people in the future. Ahem, young Jiang, this is simply unacceptable. Long Tianxiong cleared his throat. After all, he was only at mid-stage of the innate realm. How could he possibly command such prominent figures? It matters not. Jiang Bai waved his hand dismissively, adding, if anyone refuses to submit to my authority, I'll personally cripple them. Gulp. At these words, Ji Changkong and the others swallowed hard. Disobey orders? What a joke. How could they dare? Even if, hypothetically, someone within their own clans defied authority, they wouldn't need the alliance leader to act. They'd crush them themselves. They knew full well the stakes. One person could endanger the entire clan. Well, fine. Taking a deep breath, Long Tianxiong reluctantly agreed. With Jiang Bai overseeing matters and the current situation demanding such an organization to unify forces within China, it was necessary. Then it's settled. Jiang Bai sealed the deal, then flipped his right hand to reveal 70 vials of physique enhancement serum. Consider these your initiation gifts for joining the martial alliance. Oh? The 7 venerable elders, all nearing the heavenly being realm, examined the 10 vials in their hands. They could distinctly sense an exceptionally potent energy emanating from them. Thank you, alliance leader. Though they didn't know what this substance was, their instincts told them it was undoubtedly invaluable. Esteemed elders, why not each take one to test its effects? It may better prepare you for the impending peril of the monstrous beasts. Hearing Long Tianxiong's words, the 7 exchanged glances. They could clearly see the gleam in his eyes. Evidently, he knew exactly what this was and had undoubtedly taken it himself. Very well. Driven by curiosity, all 7 simultaneously swallowed a portion of the potion. Boom! Terrifying energy surged through their bodies, radiating out to every limb and bone. Under the overwhelming potency of the elixir, all 7 flushed crimson. Hum. Buzz buzz. A quarter of an hour later, 7 terrifying auras spread out, revealing they had already stepped into the heavenly man realm, their strength skyrocketing several times over. Whoa! Ji Changkong opened his eyes, feeling the surging, dense energy, the heavenly man realm. This is the heavenly man realm. So powerful. He gulped, genuinely stunned by his own power. The other 6 weren't any better off. Though silent, their shocked expressions spoke volumes. The heavenly human realm. Indeed, they too had broken through to the heavenly man realm. Precisely because of this, the shock in their hearts grew even more intense. After all, a single dose of this potion had propelled them into the heavenly man realm, proof of its extraordinary nature. Thud. At that moment, the 7 bowed in complete submission, kneeling on one knee. Alliance leader, your great kindness shall never be forgotten. Ahem. This scene left Elder Long utterly astonished. Jiang Bai's skill in winning hearts and minds was truly masterful. With just a little maneuvering, he had these ancient martial clans' patriarchs grateful and devoted. Moreover, he had added so many powerful individuals to Huaxia, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Truly a huge gain. With 7 ancient martial clans joining forces, the peril posed by the monstrous beasts would dissolve without a fight. No need for formalities. Jiang Bai glanced at the 7 kneeling figures and smiled faintly. This is what you deserve. After a brief exchange, the patriarchs of the 7 ancient martial clans departed one by one. Only after they vanished at the horizon's edge did Long Tianxiong snap back to reality. The scenes unfolding before him felt like a dream, utterly unreal. Ancient martial arts clans, resolved so easily, and even recruited to our cause. Impressive. Truly impressive. Young Jiang, oh no, alliance leader. Long Tianxiong exhaled deeply, glancing toward the direction the 7 ancient martial clans had departed. This can't be a dream, can it? The ancient martial clans actually submitted. Oh, and that Jiang family of ancient martial arts. Annihilated. The matter-of-fact tone sent a thunderclap echoing through Long Tianxiong's mind. So it was true. Though he'd braced himself mentally, the actual confirmation still sent shockwaves through him. After all, the Jiang clan stood as the supreme authority in ancient martial arts within China. At the very least, they were far beyond anyone he could afford to provoke. Since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Jiang Bai surveyed the scene before turning toward the exit of the villa. By the time Long Tianxiong snapped back to his senses, Jiang Bai was already out of earshot. Alliance leader, please wait. Long Tianxiong took a deep breath, bowing slightly as he watched him depart, the shock in his heart growing ever more intense. The Martial Alliance. Such an alliance would undoubtedly boost the combat strength of the Huaxia faction. With the descent of the beasts, Huaxia would gain another layer of self-defense. But he paused, his voice lingering as he recalled the scene he'd just witnessed. I wonder, what level of power does the alliance leader truly possess? And what realm lies beyond the heavenly being realm? Sipping his drink, Long Tianxiong's mind raced with thoughts. His gaze drifted toward the distant horizon. The future seemed rather promising. Chapter 193, Thunder Beast assaults the city, conspiracy unfolds. Time flew by, and half a month later. Office of the President, United States. What? Upon hearing his subordinates report, the US president could no longer sit still. You say China has established a martial alliance and 7 ancient martial clans have joined? Long Tianqiong has been appointed deputy alliance leader. Snap. Upon receiving the news, the US head of state's expression darkened. China itself held little concern for him. What truly unsettled him were the ancient martial arts clans secluded within China. Such entities were far beyond the reach of ordinary powers. Their own United States had ancient martial families too, but they had always been like scattered sand, unlike China, where these families had formed an alliance to maximize their collective strength. The formation of the martial alliance had clearly shattered this equilibrium. This matter must be reported to the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance immediately. Let the great figures of the alliance decide. Half a day later, at the headquarters of the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance. What are your thoughts, everyone? In the emergency meeting room, the figure seated at the head of the table was none other than Jones, the deputy leader of the American Ancient Martial Arts Alliance. His formidable strength far surpassed the innate realm. With the current leader in seclusion, he was temporarily acting as head of the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance. China forming a martial arts alliance? Interesting. I never expected those ancient martial arts families in China to take such action. Nothing to worry about. The strongest among China's ancient martial families barely reached the half-step heavenly man realm. Agreed, well said. A murmur rippled through the conference room, though none paid it much heed. After all, while China's ancient martial families were formidable, they still lagged significantly behind. Even Deputy Alliance Leader Jones, seated at the head of the table, was a heavenly being realm cultivator. Yet in Huaxia, they likely couldn't find a single heavenly being realm cultivator, though they did possess considerable depth in the half-step heavenly being realm. Foundation. That was their confidence. Jones furrowed his brow, disagreeing. Gentlemen, do not underestimate the ancient martial arts clans of China. After a pause, Jones continued, the recent events in Fusang serve as a prime example. We initially thought the current emperor of Japan was just a greenhorn, but in reality, all 10 of Japan's ancient martial families were annihilated. The situation in China remains unclear, and whether any of their ancient martial arts clans possess heavenly realm masters is still unknown. What? Hearing Jones' analysis, the previously boisterous crowd fell into silence. An unknown amount of time passed. Well then, Vice President Jones, what do you suggest we do? The moment the words left his lips, all eyes in the conference room turned to Jones seated at the head of the table, clearly awaiting his final decision. What should we do? After a moment of deep thought, Jones gazed toward the distant horizon. Recently, the Alliance captured a mutated thunder beast. Let's use it to test China's depth. This time, I'll lead the assault personally. Whether Huaxia can withstand us or not, eliminating some of their elite fighters will still be beneficial. Oh! At these words, the eyes of everyone in the conference room lit up. We're moving against Huaxia? Well then, it's settled. Time to stretch our legs. Come to think of it, I haven't had a chance to get out and breathe some fresh air in quite some time. For a moment, anticipation filled their hearts. Clearly, though the beasts had descended upon the world, such matters held little weight for them. What truly mattered was how to secure greater resources and profits. I second that. Seconded. In an instant, the American Ancient Martial Arts Alliance reached a consensus. China ranked among their top 3 rivals, at least in their estimation, and this expedition would serve as a prime opportunity to test their strength. Of course, they remained unaware that modern China was now far beyond their reach. This journey to China would become their final voyage. Good. With that settled, prepare immediately. Follow me to the northern frontier of China. After a brief pause, Jones continued, those joining this mission should prepare individually. Quality, not quantity, is paramount. Understood. The group rubbed their hands together in anticipation, ready to make their mark. The next day, at dawn. Fengtian Base, northern frontier of China. Crackle. Far from the base, a crackling thunderbolt surged forth, unleashing a violent energy wave that swept across the land, shredding surrounding buildings and trees. Roar. A terrifying beast roar echoed across the field as a colossal creature resembling a rhinoceros with a single horn on its head appeared. All the chains binding its body had been shattered. Beside it stood a figure none other than Jones, deputy leader of the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance. Thunder Beast, breach the forward base, and I'll set you free. The surging aura of a heavenly realm being caused the Thunder Beast, which had been on the verge of rampaging, to suddenly contract its pupils. With a low growl, it charged forward on all fours toward the Fengtian base. Its roar echoed across the heavens and earth, while behind it, an endless tide of beasts followed. Each thunderous step felt like an earthquake, cracking the ground beneath its weight. Far away, in the northern frontier of China, a level 1 alert sounded at that very moment. Beep beep. The shrill alarm pierced the air above Fengtian base, where elite troops had already taken their positions atop the city walls. What's happening? I don't know. Could it be an enemy attack? That can't be, no warning signs at all. Ah. Just then, everyone spotted a moving mountain hurtling toward the base, surrounded by a horde of beasts. A beast tide. The beasts have launched another assault, and that thunder beast is incredibly powerful. The Northern Frontier Army commander's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he barked the order, artillery. Full coverage barrage. Primary target, that thunder beast. Yes, commander. Soon, artillery shells soared into the sky, exploding with pinpoint accuracy upon the thunder beast. The smoke cleared. Ha! The crowd on the city walls watched the colossal creature struck by the cannonball. As it emerged from the smoke, their pupils suddenly widened. What? It hasn't suffered a single scratch. Everyone swallowed hard, their expressions turning grim. This thunder beast is even more formidable than the Yamata no Orochi serpent of the southern seas. How could this happen? Why would such a powerful thunder beast suddenly attack the base? Watching the futile assault, Jones and his men smirked coldly in the shadows. A thunder beast boasting defense rivaling peak cultivators was no easy foe. Shoo! At that moment, a figure materialized before the city walls. Clothing fluttering in the wind, he unleashed a single punch. Boom! The thunder beast's advance halted, but the figure was sent flying back over 10 meters, its aura momentarily faltering. Inspector General! Recognizing the arrival, the crowd atop the city wall erupted with excitement. The Inspector General was a figure even more formidable than the military commander himself. Cough cough. The Northern Frontier military commander cleared his throat, his gaze fixed on the scene below the walls. He took a deep breath. I hope the Inspector General can hold back this thunder beast. Otherwise, the Fontian base will be laid waste and the consequences would be unimaginable. Roar! A deafening roar shook the heavens. Enraged by the obstruction, the thunder beast enveloped itself in dense thunderous energy. Weaker beasts nearby were hurled away by the shockwave. Its might had already surpassed the peak of the innate realm. A great battle was inevitable. Chapter 194, Those who defy the might of the Martial Alliance shall die. Boom! The Fontian base patrol chief, the strongest guardian of the Martial Alliance's outposts, was sent flying by the thunder beast's single strike. But, cough cough. The inspector's face turned icy cold as blood spilled from his mouth. His gaze fixed on the thunder beast across from him, a peak beast with combat prowess rivaling a half-step heavenly man-realm cultivator. This situation has already exceeded our capabilities, but... His gaze shifted to the rear, his expression complex. If we can't stop this creature, the consequences will be unimaginable. Roar! Having dealt a heavy blow to its opponent, the thunder beast's eyes flashed with savage intent. Only one thought consumed its consciousness: breach the base and gain freedom. Kill! The thunder beast's pupils grew even more frenzied as it launched a fierce assault toward the patrol captain. In its eyes, though the human possessed considerable strength, blocking it was nothing short of a pipe dream. And indeed, a terrifying shockwave erupted, sending the Northern Frontier patrol captain flying like a streak of light, crashing violently into the city wall. For an instant, it felt as if the entire wall would collapse. Blood spattered, his aura fading. Inspector! No! Witnessing the Inspector General's grievous injury, the elite warriors atop the city walls paled. If even the Inspector General couldn't prevail, the Northern Frontier was truly doomed. How dare you! At the critical moment, a thunderous shout echoed from afar. Instantly, a figure materialized beside the patrol captain, radiating intense aura fluctuations. That aura was unmistakably that of a celestial realm cultivator, none other than Ji Changkong, the strongest elder of the ancient martial Ji clan. Crack! A single palm strike sent the thunder beast, which had been on the verge of breaching the city wall, flying backward over 10 meters. The sudden turn of events captured everyone's attention. It's the esteemed elder of the Martial Alliance. Elder Ji. It's Elder Ji. Many recognized Ji Changkong, and morale soared to unprecedented heights. For they knew clearly that Elder Ji was one of the Martial Alliance's elders, an existence of the level of the ancient martial Ji family's patriarch. Though they didn't know exactly how powerful he was absolutely above the Inspector General. Roar! The thunder beast rolled over and sprang to its feet. Its eyes, as large as lanterns, fixed on Ji Changkong with a piercing stare. With a savage roar, it charged forward. Damn it, you're asking for death. Ji Changkong snorted coldly, raising his long sword to finish the thunder beast. Boom! Just as he was about to close in on the thunder beast, a figure blocked Ji Changkong's attack. The one who intervened was none other than Jones. Seeing his strike blocked, Ji Changkong's brows furrowed. His gaze then fixed on the figure opposite him, Jones, Vice President of the American Ancient Martial Arts Alliance. How dare you! Jones shot Ji Changkong a glance before turning his attention to the thunder beast. Continue the assault on the base. Roar! At Jones's signal, the thunder beast charged toward the base once more. Ji Changkong's expression darkened. Jones, you're courting death. Heh, is that so? Jones smiled faintly as the elite warriors of the ancient martial alliance closed in around Ji Changkong. Heavenly Man Realm. Sensing Ji Changkong's cultivation level, Jones narrowed his eyes. The Ji clan of ancient martial arts truly surprises me. They actually possess a heavenly man realm cultivator. Oomph. Ji Changkong gave a cold snort, his sword pointing diagonally. These people would never know what was happening in China now, nor how powerful their martial alliance truly was. Kill. Jones wasted no words. Having finally encountered such a prime target, he wouldn't let it slip away. After all, weakening China's martial elites directly benefited the ancient martial alliance. It could be said that China could only submit to the feet of their ancient martial alliance, and seize this opportunity to unify the entire ancient martial arts world of China. Is that so? At that moment, figures flashed onto the scene. Leading them was none other than Shui. The moment he appeared, a terrifying aura radiated from him, filling the entire space. What? Seeing the sudden arrival of this group, Jones' pupils contracted sharply. Celestial realm cultivators. Moreover, every figure behind Shui was a half-step heavenly being realm cultivator, a formidable lineup indeed. Most crucially, Jones sensed an overwhelmingly intense danger emanating from Shui himself. This man's strength was terrifyingly powerful. His might very well surpassed his own. Lord Shui. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Ji Changkong bowed respectfully. While others might be unaware, he knew this was the alliance leader's personal bodyguard captain, a man whose strength was unfathomable. Shui? Hearing the name, Jones furrowed his brow, clearly unfamiliar with it. Whoever you are, obstructing the affairs of the United States Ancient Martial Arts Alliance will have consequences you cannot bear. Boom! Before Jones could finish, Shui's palm sent him flying. Jones didn't even have time to react before the force of the strike shattered his heart. His eyes bulged wide. You killed me? Unbelievable. Jones couldn't fathom what had just happened. That man had actually dared to kill him, the deputy leader of the American Ancient Martial Arts Alliance. Killing him meant declaring war on the entire alliance. Whoa! Ji Changkong sucked in a sharp breath. Holy crap, that was brutal. No hesitation whatsoever, just killed him on the spot. Gulp. The remaining members of the American Ancient Martial Arts clan were all stunned. Holy, were they sure they weren't dreaming? How could this be possible? Deputy Alliance Leader Jones, a heavenly realm cultivator, actually killed with a single palm strike. Not even. He didn't even get a chance to fight back. Their gaze toward Blood One shifted completely. This meant the man's strength far surpassed even Deputy Alliance Leader Jones. Otherwise, such a feat would be impossible. Retreat. The remaining members of the American Ancient Martial Arts Alliance didn't hesitate. They turned and began scattering in all directions. You come and go as you please? Do you think China is some place you can treat like that? Shui gave a cold laugh before adding, remember this, those who defy the might of our martial alliance shall die. Kill them all, leave not a single one alive. Yes, Lord Shui. The Blood Guard, who had been itching for action, instantly descended like tigers among sheep, slaughtering every last member of the American Ancient Martial Arts Alliance's expedition in the blink of an eye. The Northern Frontier Commander and everyone else were utterly dumbfounded. Damn it, was this the true strength of the Martial Alliance? Not only did they possess elders at the heavenly being realm, but they also harbored individuals this formidable, surpassing even the elders themselves. Invincible. Excitement, thrill, astonishment. A flood of emotions surged through them. They'd heard that China had formed a martial alliance, with Elder Long serving as its deputy leader, but they never imagined this newly formed alliance could be this powerful. Boom! At that moment, the arrogantly towering Thunder Beast had its neck cleanly severed by a single sword strike from a blood slaughter guard at the threshold of Heavenly Man Realm. Blood gushed forth in a torrent. With a thud, its massive body crashed to the ground. That instant felt like an 8.0 earthquake striking the hearts of everyone present. As for the savage, rampaging tide of beasts, countless were killed or wounded under the bloodshed guard's devastating, sweeping advance. Watching this scene from the city walls, the soldiers and generals would still feel their hearts surge with emotion whenever they recalled it years later. Chapter 195, The situation grows perilous, ancient clans emerge. Seal off all information. Today's events are classified as top secret. The Northern Frontier Commander issued the order without delay, sweeping his gaze across the assembled troops. The garrison soldiers bowed respectfully. Yes, Commander. With the orders given, the Northern Frontier Commander exhaled deeply before gazing toward the horizon in the direction of the United States. May this news spread as late as possible. Are you kidding me? The United States Ancient Martial Arts Alliance was the nation's most formidable entity. While the alliance itself was formidable, its members were no pushovers either. Once they learned of this, another fierce battle was inevitable. Of course. They had no idea what kind of powerhouse the Martial Alliance possessed. Forget Heavenly Human Realm, even a peak Heavenly Human Realm expert, or even a Divine Power Realm cultivator, wouldn't stand a chance against Jiang Bai in a single move. Retreat! Blood One watched the retreating tide of beasts, his figure flickering and vanishing from the spot. Ji Changkong bowed respectfully as he saw him off. Stunned for a moment, he finally snapped back to reality. The Blood Guard under the Alliance leader is actually this powerful. He silently compared himself to them. If Shui had attacked him, he doubted he could have lasted even a single strike. The American Ancient Martial Arts Alliance? Then, Ji Changkong's gaze shifted to a certain spot and a smirk curved his lips. All these years, you've looked down on the ancient martial arts families of China. Now that you've offended the alliance leader, you'll learn who the real laughingstock is. Swish. In a flash, Ji Changkong vanished from his spot. Even the alliance's inspector general hadn't detected a thing. Huff. Watching the two groups depart one after another, the inspector general exhaled deeply, clenching his fists tightly. The martial alliance is far stronger than I ever imagined. Watching Elder Ji and Shui's departing figures, the Northern Frontier Inspector's eyes gleamed with sharp focus, his thoughts hidden. Half a day later, at the Martial Alliance headquarters in the imperial capital. Ring ring. While handling alliance affairs, Long Tianxian's phone rang. Having already reached the late stage of the innate realm, this breakthrough was undoubtedly tied to the resources Jiang Bai had provided him. The moment he answered the call, Long Tianxian lost his composure. What did you say? With a sudden leap, Long Tianxian sprang from his seat, his eyes widening in shock. A major incident has occurred at the Fengtian base in the northern frontier. Thunder Beasts launched a surprise attack, and the American Ancient Martial Arts Alliance secretly orchestrated the chaos. Their deputy leader, Jones, was slain by the bloodshed guardian god of the Martial Alliance, a heavenly realm expert. Whoa! Hearing this, Long Tianxian sucked in a sharp breath. Alright, I got it. Moments later, he hung up the phone. Seated at his desk, Long Tianxian stared blankly toward the north frontier. Damn it! This is going to cause a major incident. But the Northern Frontier commander sealed off the area immediately. He handled it quite well. With the alliance leader in command, even if the American Ancient Martial Arts Alliance dares to come, they won't be able to stir up much trouble. Perhaps. His voice trailed off as Long Tianxian narrowed his eyes. If the American Ancient Martial Arts Alliance dares to come, and if we can set the stage right, perhaps we can finish the job in one decisive blow and wipe out that entire alliance. Though the beast invasion demanded a united front, some matters still required settling internal affairs before repelling external threats. After all, friends could fight side by side, but if they were wolf-like enemies, they might stab you in the back when the time came. By then, regret would be too late. Undeniably, the American Ancient Martial Arts Alliance falls squarely into the latter category, and calling them wolf-like enemies would be an understatement. Attendant. After a moment of contemplation, Long Tianxian summoned one of his subordinates. With a swift movement, an expert appeared in the room, bowing respectfully. Deputy Alliance Leader. MHM. Long Tianxian gave a slight nod. Dispatch agents to closely monitor the movements of the American Ancient Martial Arts Alliance. Report any unusual activity immediately. Additionally, notify all elders of the Martial Alliance. Unless urgent matters arise, do not leave headquarters. Await my further instructions. Yes, Deputy Alliance Leader. The innate realm expert froze upon hearing this. Monitor the American Ancient Martial Arts Alliance? And notify the elders to stand by? Could it be? In that moment, a vague suspicion began to form in his mind. No way. Was the Deputy Alliance Leader planning to take action against the American Ancient Martial Arts Alliance? Gulp. The thought made him swallow hard. He knew full well that the American Ancient Martial Arts Alliance had always looked down on the ancient martial arts families of China. But if the Alliance Leader intervened, perhaps it might actually succeed. Meanwhile, deep beneath the Antarctic Ocean, a dozen or so multi-leaf sea dragons, their fearsome fangs sending chills down one's spine. And now, there were no fewer than dozens of them in the arena. The leader, the multi-leaf sea dragon king, emanated an aura as powerful as that of a heavenly man realm cultivator. At that moment, crack! The sound of a restraining barrier cracking echoed, followed by the sudden appearance of a portal-like passage not far from the sea dragon horde. Swish! Before long, several figures materialized in the arena: an elderly man and 3 young individuals. Squeak! Sensing intruders on its territory, the multi-leaf sea dragon king emitted a shrill, piercing cry. The old man, however, merely furrowed his brow. Noisy! He raised his hand and struck out toward the multi-leaf sea dragon king. In the next instant, a colossal energy hand, tens of meters wide, smashed the multi-leaf sea dragon king and the entire sea dragon horde to death. The aura emanating from this elder far surpassed the heavenly man realm, revealing him to be at the divine power realm mid-stage, no less. Such power was nothing short of godlike among the nations. 7th Elder, you're so powerful. The 3 young men watched the elder's feat with unabashed fervor in their eyes. They themselves were also at the heavenly man realm, with the strongest among them reaching the late stage of that realm. Heh, let's go. With a faint smile, the elder gazed into the distance. It is time for my ancient Wenren clan to emerge into the world. The elder's name was Wenren Tianfang, the current 7th elder of the ancient Wenren clan. Through the relentless efforts of the clan's powerful members over thousands of years, the sealing barrier had finally begun to weaken. Even so, only these 4 had been sent out ahead to gather intelligence, preparing for the Wenren clan's emergence into the world half a year later. This seems to be an ocean expanse. When Ren Tianfang frowned as he sensed nothing but vast ocean in the distance, murmuring to himself. A quarter of an hour later. Crack! The ice cracked as when Ren Tianfang and his 3 companions emerged onto the frozen surface. The sudden noise immediately drew the attention of the surrounding beasts. Roar! After a moment of stunned silence, the beasts of the ocean's depths ignited with fiery eyes. Accompanied by their roars, an endless tide of beasts surged forward, instantly engulfing Ren Tianfang and his companions. Seventh Elder, leave these puny fools to me. Among the 3 youths, one stepped forward, his aura surging with the power of an early heavenly man realm cultivator. Thunder shatters the heavens. Crackle. As the strike landed, thunder surged from the youth's body, a manifestation of the ancient One clan's thunder element bloodline. In an instant, terrifying lightning spread to the 4 corners, reducing every beast in its path to lifeless corpses. Not bad. When Ren Tianfang observed the effect before him and nodded with satisfaction. Wuxie's strength has increased considerably. It seems he's not far from the mid-stage of the heavenly man realm. Seventh Elder, let's go. When Ren Ruoxue chuckled darkly. With a few swift strikes, he forged a path through the chaos. The 4 then vanished from the arena in streaks of light. Had any outsiders witnessed this scene, they would have been utterly horrified. Several of the corpses scattered around were half-step heavenly man realm cultivators. Yet, no one saw this spectacle. Their destination was clear, none other than China. Chapter 196, Ancient Martial Alliance in Turmoil. Divine Power Realm expert appears in U.S. President's chamber. United States, deep within the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance headquarters. Boom! A dull thud echoed as a figure materialized on the ground. This individual possessed overwhelming power, reaching the late heavenly man realm. This figure was none other than Satan, the leader of the United States Ancient Martial Arts Alliance. Swish! One after another, figures materialized in the arena, bowing in unison with reverence. We humbly welcome the Alliance leader from seclusion. At that moment, both deputy leaders excluding Jones were present, their power levels also clearly at the heavenly man realm. Satan gave a slight nod, then scanned the area with a look of puzzlement. Where is Jones? Why hasn't he arrived? After all, he had entrusted all Alliance affairs to Jones during his seclusion. The 2 heavenly human realm deputy leaders exchanged glances, knowing they dared not conceal the truth. They recounted the events that had unfolded in the northern frontier of China. As Satan listened, his expression grew increasingly grim. Snap! A torrent of rage surged around Satan. What did you say? The Chinese Martial Alliance killed Jones and numerous Alliance experts? How dare they? Indeed, Satan couldn't help but be furious. Reaching the late heavenly being realm after seclusion should have been cause for celebration, yet now he felt no joy whatsoever. His trusted lieutenant had been slain. How could Satan possibly be pleased? The Chinese Martial Alliance is courting death. Narrowing his eyes, his gaze fixed on the direction of China, his voice thick with murderous intent, gather your forces. We're heading to the Chinese Martial Alliance. This Alliance master intends to see just what this Huaxia Martial Alliance is all about. Yes, Alliance leader. 2 heavenly realm experts bowed in response, and the rest of the Alliance followed suit. Meanwhile, at the residence of the U.S. President. What? Hearing his subordinates report, the American head of state's pupils dilated in disbelief as he stared toward the direction of the Ancient Martial Alliance headquarters. Satan has emerged from seclusion, and he's taken people to the Chinese Martial Alliance. This is going to cause major trouble. The American leader gasped in disbelief. Before his seclusion, Satan was already at the mid-stage of the heavenly man realm. Who knew how powerful he was now? But this is actually for the best. After a brief pause, a gleam flashed in the leader's eyes. Whether it's the Chinese Martial Alliance or the Ancient Martial Alliance that gets wiped out, it's good news for the United States. China was their sworn enemy, needless to say. While the Ancient Martial Alliance had accomplished much, it had also undermined the United States' standing. Swish! In an instant, a figure materialized within the room, seemingly appearing out of thin air. The sight startled the U.S. leader. Who are you? The American leader's eyes narrowed with suspicion. This was utterly unexpected. He hadn't even seen how the figure had materialized. Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is who you are. The man's eyes turned blood red, followed by a murmur of incomprehensible words. Before long, the American leader's eyes also turned crimson, an eerie sight. Thud. At that moment, the American leader dropped to one knee with a thud. Your servant greets the master. Rise. The figure nodded slightly, looking at his creation with evident satisfaction. Thank you, master. The U.S. leader bowed deeply as he rose. He dared not take his master's command lightly, clearly having been struck by the wrathful zeal of this reclusive Blood Moon Clan expert. By the way, master. A moment later, the U.S. president inquired, what realm have you now attained? Swallowing hard, the U.S. leader asked with a mix of curiosity and reverence. My cultivation level? After a moment of contemplation, the Blood Moon Clan expert replied, mid-stage Divine Power Realm. Divine Power Realm? At these words, the American leader froze. Realizing this far surpassed the heavenly being realm, he gasped in astonishment. With such a being present, what use was China's strength? Before absolute power, everything else was mere illusion. What does the master wish for this subordinate to do next? Having become a servant to the Blood Moon Clan elder, the US leader possessed not a shred of dignity left. He was utterly reduced to a groveling lackey, a sight that would have left outsiders speechless. Perhaps, in a way, it was karma coming full circle. Blood Moon Clan elder Xue Mingyi spat out a single word: I need vast quantities of blood. The more powerful the source, the better. The Blood Moon Clan enhanced their power by diluting blood, and the blood cultivation art he practiced was especially brutal. The quantity and quality of blood it demanded far surpassed any ordinary magical technique. Oh? Blood from high-tier martial artists, you say? Hearing this, the American leader narrowed his eyes. Though imprinted with a slave mark, he retained his own consciousness, one that simply prioritized his master's interests above all else. Master, I know a place that will surely meet your needs. After a brief pause, the US leader continued, the headquarters of the US Ancient Martial Arts Alliance. That place gathers the elite of America's ancient martial arts clans. If you were to destroy it, it would surely provoke vengeance from numerous clans. At that time, the blood of countless ancient martial arts families would flow into your hands. Is that so? Hearing the American leader's words, the Blood Moon Clan elder narrowed his eyes, gazing toward the direction of the American Ancient Martial Arts Alliance headquarters. This is interesting. If you perform well, this elder will reward you handsomely. Thank you, master. The American leader was overcome with gratitude. He then departed his residence with Blood Nether River, heading toward the American Ancient Martial Arts Alliance. Half a day later. Near the headquarters of the United States Ancient Martial Arts Alliance. Swish. Xue Mingyi brought the U.S. head of state to the entrance of the U.S. Ancient Martial Arts Alliance headquarters. After a moment of contemplation, the U.S. head of state inquired, Master, should we disguise ourselves to avoid exposure? No need. Blood Nether River waved him off. As for exposing our identities? Everyone here is marked for death. Who would expose us? Let's go. Let me show you the might of this elder's blood refining art. Zooming strode forward, materializing before the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance headquarters. The American president followed nervously behind him. Though fearful of exposure, he held an even stronger conviction in his master's invincibility. Truth be told, even if exposed, with his master protecting him, he had nothing to fear. Who dares? The Ancient Martial Alliance is no place for the likes of you. SSSSHHH. Two bursts of energy sliced through the guards' throats. Both men were peak-level internal energy masters, yet they were instantly killed. Strange blood energy surged from their necks, ultimately absorbed by Xue Mingyi. The two peak internal energy masters had already turned into desiccated corpses, their vital essence clearly drained dry by the Blood Nether River. Whoa! Watching his master's actions, the American leader's eyes burned with excitement. His master was so formidable. If only he possessed such power, who would dare to disrespect him? Too weak. Feeling the aura, Xue Mingyi furrowed his brow. With a flick of his finger, the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance's gate before him shattered into fragments. This very scene gave the US leader a new understanding of his master's power. Let's go inside and take a look. Hopefully this Ancient Martial Arts Alliance has some decent experts. He stepped into the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance without a hint of fear. Joking? As a divine power realm expert, even a nuclear bomb from the mortal world couldn't harm him, let alone this mere Ancient Martial Alliance. Master's divine might leaves us in awe. The two entered the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance, and at that very moment. Who goes there? Trespassing into our Ancient Martial Arts Alliance? You're asking for death. SSSSH. Blood Nether River flashed past a dozen Alliance masters. In the next instant, every one of them had their throats slit. His senses then absorbed the vital energy of 3 pre-heaven realm cultivators and over a dozen peak internal force practitioners. Not bad, but still not enough. Blood Nether River's eyes flashed brightly as he sensed the approaching formidable aura. Finally, someone worth watching. Swish! Over 100 figures materialized on the field. Leading them was the Heavenly Realm Deputy Alliance Master who guarded the Ancient Martial Alliance headquarters. Beside him stood 3 half-step Heavenly Realm experts and no fewer than 20 pre-Heaven Realm Masters of formidable force indeed. However, the more formidable the opposition, the more fiercely the aura surged around Blood Nether River. To him, they were all fuel for his own growth. Who are you? The Heavenly Man Realm Deputy Leader of the Ancient Martial Alliance wore an icy expression. His heart sank as he gazed upon his subordinate, now reduced to a desiccated corpse. Recognizing the intruder's bizarre power, he refrained from rash action. You seem rather cautious. Xue Mingyi sneered coldly, but it's useless. Because you're all going to die. How dare you? Seeing the newcomer's audacity, the Heavenly Realm Vice President's expression darkened. He flashed forward to strike, extending a single finger to meet the challenge. Boom! A dull thud echoed as terrifying energy rippled outward, sending all nearby experts flying. The US president gazed at his master, his heart brimming with profound admiration. Yet the instant their fingers touched, the heavenly human realm deputy alliance leader's expression changed drastically. He sensed the opponent's power was unfathomably deep, far surpassing his own, a feeling he hadn't even experienced when facing the alliance leader. Put. After a mere instant of stalemate, the heavenly man realm deputy alliance leader spat blood and flew backward. Before he could react, his neck was already seized by blood nether river, leaving him no time to respond. A chill ran through the heavenly man realm deputy alliance leader's body. His eyes fell upon the scattered, desiccated corpses littering the ground, and the realization of his own impending fate sent a shudder through him. What are you doing? A piercing scream erupted from the deputy alliance leader's throat as his vital energy surged into Xue Mingyi's body. Ultimately, the deputy alliance leader was reduced to a desiccated corpse, tossed aside by Xue Mingyi as if it were trash. Next, it's your turn. Xue Mingyi grinned. Blood cultivation array activate. Run. Hearing the command, the elite warriors of the ancient martial alliance dared not linger a moment longer, immediately turning to flee the area. But Xue Mingyi grinned. Trying to escape? How naive. Blood nether river extended his right hand, and a colossal palm dozens of Jiang Bai materialized in the air, crashing down toward the fleeing masters of the ancient martial alliance. Boom! The strike seemed to pierce the ground beneath the ancient martial alliance, erupting in a deafening roar. Masters below the innate realm were instantly crushed into pulp, while those at the innate realm and half-step heavenly man realm who survived were all gravely wounded. At that moment, the blood cultivation array activated. The vital energy surging from over 100 masters flowed into Xue Mingyi's body like 1,000 rivers converging into the sea. Ha 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 ha. Delicious. As the blood essence entered his body, Xue Mingyi's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. Within the Blood Moon clan, he dared not absorb blood essence so recklessly. Otherwise, he could have reached at least the late divine power realm, and even the peak might not have been impossible. But it wasn't too late now. Gazing upon the ancient martial alliance headquarters before him, though he hadn't broken through his current realm, his strength had undeniably grown significantly. Damn it! A master nearing the heavenly realm, his eyes filled with venom as he faced death, glared at the blood nether river. The ancient martial clans will never let you off. Thud. As expected, another desiccated corpse lay on the ground. With this, every guardian of the ancient martial alliance headquarters had perished. Master. After a brief pause, the American leader continued, his gaze fixed on the scene. Before coming here, I notified all the ancient martial clans. They should be arriving any moment now. Is that so? Hearing this, Xue Mingyi turned to the US head of state and nodded approvingly. Well done. I'll count that as a merit in your favor. Not long after. Swish. One by one, figures materialized in the arena. There were roughly 9 factions present, each numbering over 100 individuals, a total of over 1,000 people. What? The 9 factions that had arrived on the scene were all ashen-faced. No, to be precise, they were utterly horrified. For they had secretly laid out a field of desiccated corpses. How could this happen? Damn it, what the hell happened here? The 9 clan chiefs at the heavenly realm level wore icy expressions, yet deep within the shadows, the blood nether river was already trembling with excitement. Gentlemen, you've traveled far. I've been waiting here for quite some time. Zooming materialized in the center of the room. He then slit his fingertip, and all present watched as a single drop of blood seeped into the ancient jade pendant. In the next instant, a surge of blood energy erupted skyward, enveloping the entire ancient martial alliance within a vast blood refining array. Retreat! Retreat immediately! The 9 clans' chieftain's expression darkened at the sight. Without hesitation, he ordered his people to retreat, sensing an overwhelming threat radiating from the surroundings. Yes, clan chief. Just as the various clansmen were fleeing in all directions, boom! 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 Dozens of figures were sent flying by an invisible barrier, landing in disarray. What? This? Chief, we can't get out. Chaos erupted among the 9 clans. Their leaders' faces darkened, while Xue Mingyi's lips curled into a smirk. Of course you cannot escape. This barrier bears this elder's blood imprint and is reinforced by ancient jade. Unless your power rivals that of a divine being. Next, you shall become this elder's sustenance on the path to greater strength. Narrowing his eyes, he had never felt such exhilaration in killing since leaving the Blood Moon clan. This time, he would slaughter to his heart's content. Blood refining array activate. As the array spun with blinding speed, terrifying blood energy surged from the bodies of over 1,000 people, channeled by the formation, and poured entirely into Xue Mingyi's body. Boom! The terrifying blood energy instantly ignited a blazing radiance within Xue Mingyi. Excellent. But it's still not enough. Another drop of blood vanished into the ancient jade, causing the blood refining array's power to surge once more. A piercing scream echoed throughout the arena. The American leader watched the scene, his eyes filled with terror and intense reverence. Master, you are so powerful. Such a feat, are you intending to annihilate the 9 clans of the ancient martial alliance? In that instant, the American leader's ambition surged. If he could wield such power, would he still be suppressed by the 9 clans? Watching the once lofty 9 clans being brutally punished by the master filled the American leader with a sense of satisfaction. At one point, a thought struck the American leader: if only he could drag the Chinese martial alliance into this, that would be even better. Chapter 197, Servants must not be too weak. To oppose my 9 clans is to court death. The 9 ancient martial clans' expressions darkened. All 9 clan leaders simultaneously attacked the barrier, sensing their vital energy rapidly draining away. Now they began to understand how the desiccated corpses had formed. Sure enough, as time passed, the ancient martial arts clans' masters fell one after another, becoming desiccated corpses. It began with the outer force practitioners, then the inner force masters, followed by those at the innate realm. Within a quarter of an hour, all but 30-odd heavenly realm cultivators from the 9 clans had turned into desiccated corpses. This horrifying spectacle left the remaining 30-odd individuals utterly terrified. You must understand. Even when facing primordial beasts, they had never experienced such terror. After all, against those beasts, they could still hold the upper hand. But this creature was 100 times more terrifying than any primordial beast, no, at least 1,000 times more. Moreover, every member of their expedition was an elite from their respective clans. If they all perished here, their families would be utterly ruined. Damn it! Even as a ghost, I'll haunt you. Ah! The shrill screams finally ceased as over 30 heavenly realm cultivators' physical forms withered away. Their surging vital energy poured into the blood nether river's body. Witnessing this, the US leader's eyes flashed not with fear, but with intense excitement. For the stronger his master grew, the more it proved he had chosen the right path in following him. Following such a master, even mastering just 1% of his power would allow him to dominate the world. At that moment, Shui Mingyi's body trembled violently. A surging aura erupted from him, instantly forcing the US leader to stumble backward. This feeling, so powerful. The American leader stared at his master in disbelief, sensing his master had grown immensely stronger than before. Huff! Moments later, Shui Mingyi exhaled deeply, opened his eyes, and clenched his hands, which pulsed with surging energy. Late divine power realm, huh? And just a step away from the peak of divine power realm. The mere clenching of his fists caused the surrounding air to warp, a testament to just how formidable Blood River had become. Thud! Witnessing this, the US head of state knelt on both knees to demonstrate his loyalty, fawning, "Congratulations, master. You've successfully broken through the realm." His demeanor was practically licking the Blood River god's feet, but the Blood River god clearly relished it. This American leader was his very first disciple. For your commendable performance, this elder shall impart a cultivation technique to you. How far you advance depends on your own destiny. As he spoke, Blood River retrieved a scroll. It was titled Blood Refining Technique, though only the first 2 layers were included. After all, he wouldn't hand over his trump card to a mere servant. Thank you, master. The American leader was overjoyed. Hadn't he become president for power and status? Yet after meeting the director, he realized his perspective had shifted entirely. It felt like he'd wasted decades of his life. With terrifying power like the director possessed, who would dare defy him? What could he possibly lack? Oh, right. Blood Nether River glanced toward a certain spot and waved his right hand. Instantly, 7 or 8 internal energy masters appeared in the arena. These ones are for you to practice on. As my servants, you can't be too weak. US head of state, ahem. Yes, master. An hour later, the US head of state felt surging energy coursing through him. The 7 or 8 internal energy masters had already turned into corpses. As for the US head of state, his strength had surged all the way to the late stage of external energy cultivation, his eyes now replaced by a crimson glow. Blood Mingyi paid no heed to this loss of sanity. After all, as long as the US head of state remained loyal to him, even becoming a killing machine was of no concern. Had the US president known Blood River's thoughts, he wouldn't have known whether to rejoice or despair. Excellent. Blood Nether River glanced at the US president. Well done. Next, we'll wipe out the headquarters of the 9 ancient martial arts. This elder always uproots the problem at its source. Perhaps this will help me break through to the next level. Blood Nether River murmured to himself, now but a step away from the divine power realm. Meanwhile, the American leader narrowed his eyes. He harbored the same ambition. Already at the late stage of outer force, he craved even greater power, his greed blinding him to any potential dangers lurking beneath. Yes, master. I shall guide you. Shui Mingyi led the US president far away, vanishing from the ancient martial alliance headquarters. After all, with his power just a step away from the divine power realm, his speed was absolutely breathtaking. Half a day later. Thud. As the last expert of the Henry family turned into a desiccated corpse, the US president's power surged to the threshold of the inner force realm. The savagery in his eyes intensified severalfold, while Shui Mingyi remained unchanged. He had reached the limit of his controllable power. Forcing a breakthrough risked mental instability, potentially turning him into a killing machine, a prospect too dangerous to consider. Evidently. His loyal servant, the American leader, stood before him as the perfect example. Though seemingly on the brink of inner force, he was increasingly unable to control his own mind, destined to become a killing machine. While the blood refining technique could rapidly elevate one's cultivation, the accumulated resentment and killing intent would inevitably corrupt the spirit. This was its greatest flaw. This half-step inner force. The US leader remained completely unaware, believing he had seized an unprecedented opportunity and growing wildly excited. What a powerful feeling. Of course. Blood Nether River smirked with pride. Though only the first 2 layers, they'll suffice to propel you to the heavenly man realm. Should you perform well, then, this elder shall impart the remaining blood refining techniques to you. Thank you, master. Lured by this enticing prospect, the US leader's eyes lit up as expected. Having tasted the sweetness of this promise, he clenched his fists tightly. He would strive relentlessly to break through the realm. If he obtained the remaining 2 layers of the blood refining technique, he would surely ascend to the heavenly human realm in one fell swoop, perhaps even reach the divine power realm like his master. Oh, one more thing. With his consciousness fading, the US leader's fixation shifted to a distant point. Master, China has recently formed a martial alliance. They say its strength rivals that of the ancient martial alliance. Why not pay them a visit? No rush. Feeling his blood energy already surging, Xue Mingyi shook his head slightly. Rest and recuperate for now. We'll make plans later. In the meantime, you will purge all factions from this territory. Blood Mingyi made no mention of the hidden dangers of the blood refining technique. After all, continuing this way would allow him to break through his cultivation realm even faster. A killing machine wasn't such a bad thing, at least not for him. This, very well. The American leader's eyes flickered with disappointment, but he knew his master had his own plans. He dared not ask further, his expression tense with fear that a single word might displease his master. Let's go. Xue Mingyi then swept the American leader toward the capital city, leaving behind a field of desiccated corpses belonging to the Guwu Henry family. If this news leaked, it would undoubtedly spark a viral sensation online. Naturally, the US head of state would immediately suppress this information along with the news of the US Ancient Martial Arts Alliance's annihilation. Speaking of which, what had become of Satan and the others from the alliance who'd gone to China? Chapter 198, Blood One emerges unrivaled in the heavenly realm. China, Imperial Capital Martial Alliance. Swish. Figures materialized in the distance of the Martial Alliance. Leading them was none other than Satan, the leader of the American Ancient Martial Arts Alliance. Beside him stood the Heavenly Being Realm Deputy Leader, while the rest comprised the Alliance's sole surviving members. Of course. They knew nothing of the events unfolding at the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance headquarters or within their respective clans, for they had a fierce battle ahead. Truth be told, if they could annihilate the Huaxia Martial Alliance in one fell swoop, it would be a permanent solution. Leader, the Martial Alliance headquarters lies ahead. A core member at the pre-heaven realm reported respectfully, his gaze fixed ahead with a cold sneer. For the slaughter about to unfold would be their doing. Is that so? Satan looked ahead. This alliance leader shall see just who gave them the audacity to challenge us. Follow me into battle. Overrun the Martial Alliance. Yes, Lord. The command fell, and hundreds surged forward, tearing into the Martial Alliance. Their eyes gleamed like starving wolves that hadn't eaten in days. Soon, Satan led his forces deep into the heart of the Martial Alliance. Something's wrong. At that moment, Satan and his group discovered that the Martial Alliance was completely deserted. Gentlemen, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. A calm voice echoed, and as they looked ahead, a figure materialized before them, none other than Long Tianxiong, the deputy leader of the Martial Alliance. Ha! Satan narrowed his eyes at the newcomer. Why, isn't this the renowned elder Long of Huaxia? This move seems like it was planned all along. But he soon scoffed, but do you really think this little ambush will do anything? Is that so? Long Tianxiong paid Satan no mind, for he would silence him with action. Smack! As the clap echoed, figures materialized around Satan and his hundreds of followers, none other than the elite warriors of the Martial Alliance, led by the 7 Heavenly Realm Patriarchs. What? The deputy president of the Ancient Martial Alliance's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared across at them. Heavenly Realm Cultivators? 7 Heavenly Realm Cultivators? Whoa! The entire American Ancient Martial Alliance drew in sharp breaths. How could this be possible? When had the ancient martial families of China grown so powerful? But that wasn't even the most shocking part. The real bombshell was that the 7 clans boasted over 100 practitioners at the half-step Heavenly Being Realm. 7 Heavenly Being Realm Cultivators. Even Satan was shaken, but seasoned as he was, he took a deep breath to steady himself. As the leader of this expedition, he couldn't afford to show weakness. So what? Satan unleashed his full late-stage Heavenly Immortal Realm aura, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that instantly forced Ji Changkong and the others back several steps. This level, late Heavenly Man Realm. Truly, this power exceeded their capabilities. After all, even with the full absorption of the elixir's effects, they were still only a step away from the mid-stage of the Celestial Realm. But then, they recalled the Alliance leader's formidable power and their hearts settled. Such a major development couldn't have escaped the Alliance leader's notice. Their only course now was to buy time. The 7 exchanged glances and closed in on Satan as one. Come on then. Satan's lips curled into a cold smile as he watched the 7 close in. Though troublesome, he knew that by eliminating them one by one at the right moment, the remaining few would pose no threat. Boom! In a single exchange, his attack collided with theirs, creating a momentary stalemate. The terrifying shockwaves from the collision sent everyone nearby flying, a testament to the sheer force of the clash. After a dozen breaths, Ji Changkong and his 6 companions were all sent flying. Satan's gaze turned to his opponent, his expression growing more serious. Interesting. That attack just now came dangerously close to the late Heavenly Man realm. But that's all it is. Taking a deep breath, Satan gathered his strength. Now, I'll show you the true power of the late Heavenly Human realm. Today, the martial alliance shall fall. With a cold sneer, Satan unleashed a terrifying assault upon Ji Changkong and his 6 companions. This is bad. Ji Changkong and his 6 companions paled, scrambling to defend simultaneously. Yet it was clearly too late. They were once again sent flying, each spitting out a mouthful of blood. No, ancestor. The surrounding crowd paled as Satan's assault didn't pause, instead accelerating toward them. A rabble like you dares to stand in the way of the ancient martial alliance. Die. Satan's gaze sharpened as he channeled even more power into his strike, clearly intent on slaying one of them on the spot. Amidst the thunderous roar, a figure abruptly materialized before the 7. Is that so? Boom! A palm firmly intercepted Satan's fist. The sheer force caused the clothing around both combatants to flutter violently. Ji Changkong and the other 6, who had been sent flying backward, were now hurled even further with greater velocity. However, they were caught by the martial alliance members. Even so, blood spurted from their mouths once more. They paid no heed to this, their gazes instead fixed on the center of the arena, or more precisely, on the figure that had materialized. This man is incredibly powerful. Watching Yin Danfeng effortlessly absorb Satan's near full power strike, Ji Changkong and his 6 companions swallowed hard. Their eyes then shifted to Long Tianxiong. Is this the alliance leader's trump card? Indeed. Long Tianxiong nodded slightly, his own gaze fixed intently on the figure in the arena. I only know his name is Shui. This is my first time seeing him too. The alliance leader said this man is unmatched at the Heavenly Man realm. Whoa! Hearing Long Tianxiong's words, Ji Changkong and the other 6 sucked in their breath simultaneously. Their gazes toward the figure in the arena shifted completely. Invincible at the Heavenly Man realm? They understood all too well what that meant. Coming from the alliance leader's mouth, it spoke volumes about the formidable power of this blood one before them. Their gazes then turned to Satan with pity. As the leader of the American Ancient Martial Arts Alliance, he was merely at the late Heavenly Man realm, a world apart from being unmatched at that level. His fate was all too clear. Boom! At that very moment, Satan was sent flying backward, while Blood One remained utterly unmoved. Impossible! Satan's pupils suddenly contracted. His expression grew grave as he fixed his gaze on Blood One. You're at the peak of the Heavenly Man realm. And so young too, who are you? Truthfully, Satan was terrified. Though they met for the first time, he felt an extreme sense of danger. Blood glanced at Satan. Leave this man to me. As for the rest, those who defy my martial alliance shall die. Gulp. Even Long Tianxiong swallowed hard. Holy crap, if even the alliance leader's subordinate was this intimidating, it was no wonder he commanded such awe. That kind of authority was truly enviable. You're asking for death. Satan knew he was in deep trouble now. He might very well meet his end here. His figure flickered and appeared before Shui. Holding nothing back, he unleashed a full power strike. Ha 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 ha. Just as he thought his strike had connected, he suddenly found his neck clamped by a massive hand, choking him until he couldn't breathe. The one who had struck was none other than Shui. Chapter 199, The Ancient Martial Arts Alliance Annihilated, Strange Changes on Wolf Island. How dare you touch me? I am the leader of the American Ancient Martial Arts Alliance. Satan's eyes widened, his face flushed crimson as an indescribable suffocating sensation flooded his mind. Snap! Before he could finish his threat, Shui tightened his grip. Satan's head snapped to the side, and his lifeless body thudded to the ground like discarded trash. What? The sudden scene stunned everyone, halting the fierce battle in its tracks. Impossible. The alliance leader couldn't even withstand a single strike from that guy. Long Tianxiong and the others sucked in their breath. Holy crap, no wonder the alliance leader claimed to be unmatched within the Heavenly Realm. A late-stage Heavenly Realm expert getting one shot instantly? If he wasn't invincible, who was? Retreat! Seeing the tide had turned, the remaining Heavenly Realm Deputy Alliance leader immediately ordered a breakout. But the 7 clan ancestors, seething with pent-up fury, weren't about to let him have his way. Wanted to crush them with sheer force? Well, now it was their turn to turn the tables. Boom! In less than 10 breaths, the Heavenly Being Realm Deputy leader became a corpse. After all, 7 heavenly being realm experts hunting down one man, the outcome was predictable. Kill. Seeing the tide decisively turned, Long Tianxiong commanded the entire martial alliance to close in and slaughter. In an instant, the slaughter mode commenced. Moments later, every member of the American Ancient Martial Arts Alliance, including their leader Satan, was annihilated. Huff. Long Tianxiong bowed deeply. Thank you for your intervention, Your Excellency. Had it not been for you, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The recent events still sent shivers down his spine. He never imagined that Satan, the leader of the American Ancient Martial Arts Alliance, had already reached the late Heavenly Man realm, a level even the 7 clan ancestors couldn't overcome. However, this Blood One's current strength likely reached the peak of the Heavenly Man realm, or perhaps even surpassed it. It's nothing. Blood One smiled faintly. The Alliance leader tasked me with protecting the Martial Alliance. Eliminating invading foes is simply my duty. With matters settled, Deputy Alliance Leader Long is now in your care. With that, Shui vanished from his spot. The bloodshed guards followed suit, departing one after another. Ji Changkong and the others bowed deeply in farewell. Whether it was their imagination or not, they even sensed that each of those blood guard members, standing at the threshold of the Heavenly Man realm, possessed combat prowess that was in no way inferior to their own. So powerful. Ji Changkong snapped out of his daze after a long moment, gazing into the distance with profound admiration. The other 6 ancestral elders nodded in agreement. Indeed. Power beyond imagination. Unavoidably, their thoughts turned to the annihilation of the ancient martial arts Jiang family. Now, they understood the situation more clearly and felt even more fortunate. They were grateful they had chosen to serve Jiang Bai and joined the martial alliance. Otherwise, the ancient martial arts Jiang family would have been their cautionary tale. Too close for comfort. They had narrowly avoided facing the same fate of annihilation. Beyond that, excitement surged within them. If the alliance leader's subordinates were this formidable, following him was undoubtedly the right choice. Meanwhile, on Wolf Island. A towering pillar of light pierced the sky, followed by a vortex appearing within the clouds, emanating a terrifying aura. Awu. Accompanied by a wolf's howl, the pillar of light poured down upon the grey wolf. In that instant, the golden fur on its forehead shone even brighter. Wolf God. Yes, Lord Wolf God. Countless beasts gazed toward the center of the light column, where their Lord Wolf God stood revealed. Commander, what is this? One of Jun Wuhui's subordinates stared wide-eyed at the scene, his expression filled with astonishment and disbelief. It seems, the celestial wolf god within the celestial wolf ancient castle has undergone a transformation. As the pillar of light descended upon the grey wolf, its surroundings became imbued with an aura of sacredness, its power visibly surging. Pekinate realm. Early heavenly human realm. Mid-heavenly human realm. His power surged dramatically. As the pillar of light faded, the grey wolf's aura surged forth, ultimately stabilizing at the peak of the heavenly human realm just one step away from the divine power realm. What a powerful aura! As the aura of the peak heavenly human realm surged forth, all beasts across Wolf Island prostrated themselves upon the ground, paying homage to their Lord Wolf God. At this moment, the grey wolf was more powerful than ever before. Should it encounter that monstrous tiger again, a single swipe of its paw would reduce it to a blood mist. Not only that, but the entire Wolf Island seemed saturated with some peculiar energy, causing everyone present including Jun Wuhui to experience varying degrees of power enhancement. Jun Wuhui, already at the late stage of the innate realm, felt the surging energy within him. This is the heavenly human realm? Truly, this scene was beyond his expectations. And he wasn't alone, all 100,000 members of the Mystic Armor Army had made significant progress. Even the weakest among them had now entered the innate realm, with several reaching the late stage. Even the ferocious beasts and predatory birds had benefited from the residual energy, their realms rising substantially. Even that grizzly bear, previously beaten by the grey wolves, had now reached the mid-stage of the innate realm. For a time, Tianlang Island underwent an unprecedented transformation, a change unknown to outsiders. Squish! Days later, a colossal form the size of a small mountain burst forth from the water. It was none other than the Octopus King, now radiating an overwhelming aura of power. Half a step into the divine power realm. Indeed, its terrifying strength surpassed even that of the grey wolves. Coupled with its formidable defense and physique, it rivaled those of the divine power realm. Splash! 8 tentacles then burst through the water, each tens of meters long, like 8 colossal pillars supporting the heavens. Each one alone was enough to threaten a peak heavenly man realm cultivator. And this was merely a microcosm of the transformation occurring throughout the waters surrounding Wolf Island. Every moment, countless creatures in these seas were growing stronger, all because of the Wolf Castle. 3 days later, at the residence of the U.S. President. Greetings, Master. The U.S. President's cultivation had now reached the late stage of inner strength. Clearly, he had advanced another notch in such a short time, though the cost was a further erosion of his consciousness. Blood Nether River opened his eyes upon seeing the visitor, late inner strength stage. Mortals truly are greedy by nature. However, Blood River had now stabilized his cultivation base and eliminated potential risks. Within a month at most, he would be able to refine his chi and blood once more, then break through to the peak of the divine power realm. Reaching that level would dramatically elevate his status and standing within the Blood Moon clan. After all, even the current Grand Elder was only at the peak of the divine power realm. To advance further, it seems more blood essence is required. With that thought, Shui Mingyi continued, by the way, you mentioned earlier that the Huaxia martial alliance is quite powerful, correct? Ahem, yes, master. After a brief pause, the American leader respectfully added, I was just about to report that the leader of the American Ancient Martial Alliance, Satan, who was at the late Heavenly Being realm, perished entirely at the hands of the Huaxia Martial Alliance. I believe the blood essence of that Huaxia Martial Alliance would satisfy you even more. At this point, the American leader's eyes burned with savagery, his bloodlust intensifying several-fold. He yearned to storm the Huaxia Martial Alliance immediately. With his master present, perhaps he could ascend even higher. Unnoticed, the American leader drifted further and further down the path of becoming a killing machine. Chapter 200, At the hour of crisis, Jiang Bai appears. That day. Imperial capital, headquarters of the Martial Alliance. Swish. Four figures materialized within the headquarters. This group belonged to the ancient Wanrun clan, with the elderly man at their head being Wanrun Tianfang. This, such a young heavenly realm cultivator? Truly, Long Tianxiong was shaken. Especially that elder gave him an overwhelmingly terrifying feeling, one he had never experienced before. Could it be, this man had transcended the celestial realm itself? For that aura surpassed Shui Yi's by an unimaginable margin. Ha! When Run Tianfang, upon seeing Long Tianxiong, sensed an eerily familiar aura, the aura of the ancient Long family's branch lineage? Your ancestors were from the ancient Long family. At these words, Long Tianxiong's eyes narrowed sharply. Ahem, how did you know that, senior? The clan records indeed state so, though that was thousands of years ago. This revelation of his identity left Long Tianxiong even more astonished, his heart certain that this man was no ordinary being. No wonder it felt vaguely familiar. When Rin Tianfang continued, we come from the ancient Wanrin clan. Thousands of years ago, we shared generations of friendship with the ancient Long family. Never did I imagine we would encounter a branch of the ancient Long family here in the lands of Huaxia. It is indeed a fortunate encounter. Boom! Long Tianxiong's pupils suddenly contracted. An alliance from thousands of years ago? Could the stories told by his ancestors and the family genealogy be true? Could it be that the ancient martial arts families were merely branches of the ancient clans? So that's how it is. Understanding the full story, Long Tianxiong exhaled deeply. Yet he couldn't fully accept this revelation just yet, the shock was simply too profound. I presume these gentlemen are noble prodigies? Long Tianxiong nodded to Lin Ruoxue and the others, then paused before saying, having traveled so far, why not rest at my martial alliance first? Well, that would be fine. After a moment of contemplation, Rin Tianfang decided to settle in first before investigating the situation outside. Just as Rin Tianfang was about to depart, his expression turned serious. A divine power realm expert is approaching. Follow me, let's investigate. With a flash, Rin Tianfang darted toward the hall's exit. The three Wanrin family prodigies followed closely behind, leaving Long Tianxiong momentarily stunned. Divine power realm expert? Hearing this realm, Long Tianxiong froze, his expression turning grave. Could it be an existence beyond the heavenly being realm? How is that possible? Several minutes later. Boom! A dull thud echoed as Shui Yi, unmatched even among heavenly being realm experts, was sent flying by a single blow from the newcomer. Blood spattered, his face turning as pale as paper. This is interesting. Shui Mingyi then turned his amused gaze toward the gravely wounded Shui Yi, a smirk curling his lips. Clearly only at the peak of the celestial realm, yet possessing combat power nearing the divine realm. But that's all you've got. Your blood essence seems quite potent. Blood Mingyi's eyes flashed with sharp intent as he lunged toward Blood One. Absorbing his essence blood would surely propel him to the peak of the divine power realm. Blood Moon Clan, how dare you? An attack sent Blood River reeling back. An elder now stood before Blood One. The assailant was none other than Rin Tianfang. Ha! His attack blocked and himself repelled. Blood River looked across in astonishment, an ancient clan member. What a small world! Recognizing the aura emanating from Rin Tianfang, Shui Mingyi's eyes flashed with murderous intent. In the ancient era, these ancient clans had been the Blood Moon clan's primary adversaries. Though their conflict had raged for 10,000 years without resolution, it had bred deep-seated hatred. Among those who had hunted down the Blood Moon clan back then was the ancient Wanrin family. Kill! Both men struck simultaneously. Their palms collided, forcing even Shui Yi to stumble backward. When Rin Tianfang sneered coldly, today, I shall use your life to herald the emergence of my ancient Wanrin clan. Boom! As Rin Tianfang channeled potent energy into his right palm, a colossal hand materialized around Shui Mingyi, gripping him tightly. Clearly, even Rin Tianfang dared not underestimate a Blood Moon clan expert at the divine power realm. Damn it! Feeling the overwhelming pressure closing in, Xue Mingyi's expression darkened. This mid-stage divine power realm expert from the ancient Yuan clan was clearly no ordinary opponent. His assault was already approaching the pinnacle of the divine power realm. Oof! You forced my hand. Exhaling deeply, a fierce glint flared in Xue Mingyi's eyes. If he didn't fight back now, he might very well perish here. Boom! Terrifying blood energy surged forth, erupting from every pore as Xue Mingyi unleashed the blood essence he had accumulated. With a buzzing hum, he forcibly broke through his cultivation barrier. However, a mouthful of blood spurted forth. Clearly, the blood refining technique had nearly caused him to lose control of his mind, but he had managed to suppress it by sheer force of will. As expected, Blood Nether River had now reached the peak of the divine power realm. Crack! The colossal palm, unable to bear the strain, cracked. With a thunderous boom, it shattered, and when Ren Tianfang spat out a mouthful of blood. Seventh Elder. Seeing the Elder was no match, Lin Ruoxue and the other two paled. When Ren Tianfang narrowed his eyes, forcibly advancing his cultivation, this Blood Moon Clan member has reached the peak of the divine power realm. I am no longer his match. The strike he had just unleashed was his most powerful, yet it had been deflected. It seemed the Blood Moon Clan had never ceased advancing over the millennia. A mere mid-stage divine power realm cultivator has pushed this elder to such limits. You have every reason to be proud. Xue Mingyi held nothing back. Now, beneath the peak of the divine power realm, if he could absorb the blood essence of an ancient clan member, this venture would not have been in vain. Die! With a raised fist, Xue Mingyi struck toward Ren Tianfang. Every member of the martial alliance paled, staring at the crimson blood energy fist shadow in the sky. Had the attack materialized? What a terrifying assault. This was the power of a divine might realm expert transcending the heavenly human realm. Ji Changkong and the others gasped in astonishment. They never imagined such a formidable presence would suddenly appear. Ding! System quest, slay a Blood Moon Clan expert. Reward, Heavenly Emperor Fist, with the devouring divine ability as a bonus. Boom! In a flash, Jiang Bai materialized before Ren Tianfang and the others. Without a move, the Blood Nether River's attack dissipated into nothingness, yet its terrifying aftereffects sent the ancient Wen clan's geniuses flying backward. Alliance Leader. Long Tianxiong's pupils contracted sharply at the sight before him. Ji Changkong and his group felt hope surge within their hearts. As for Ren Tianfang, he stared at the young man before him as if he were some kind of monster. This guy, so young, yet he couldn't fathom him. Could his strength truly be far above his own? Oh! Blood River narrowed his eyes at the newcomer, his scorching gaze fixed on Jiang Bai. Peak divine power realm. Never expected such a remote place to harbor such a formidable expert. How careless of me. With a cold sneer, Xue Mingyi's face twisted into a savage grimace. In that case, you shall all become sustenance for my transcendence beyond the divine power realm. Blood refining array, activate. 3 drops of blood vanished into the ancient jade. Instantly, the blood refining array enveloped the entire martial alliance. Boundless blood energy surged into his body, and Xue Mingyi's aura surged at a terrifying rate. His eyes gleamed with bloodlust as he surveyed the battlefield. Every single one of you must die. Chapter 201, Devouring Divine Power reveals its might, reaching the peak of the ultimate path realm. Infused with dense blood energy, Blood Nether River's power surged rapidly, already faintly surpassing the limits of the divine power realm. This is bad. Even a powerhouse like divine ability realms Ren Tianfang paled. He hadn't anticipated Blood Nether River's utter madness. Could that man possibly be his match? Seal the divine ability. As Jiang Bai barked the command, an obscure force bound Blood Nether River, even halting the blood essence's pull. This caused the ambition-fueled Blood Nether River's pupils to suddenly contract. It stopped. When Ren Tianfang stared at the scene in utter astonishment. The Blood Moon Clan's invincible blood refining array had been shattered by this man before their very eyes. If word of this reached the ancient powers, it would send shockwaves through countless ancient factions. Impossible. Blood Mingyi stared at Jiang Bai in disbelief, that mysterious and terrifying figure. How could you break my blood refining array? What kind of technique is this? Whoosh! A piercing beam of energy shot through his forehead, then swept him away like withered leaves. Even Xue Mingyi hadn't fully processed what had just happened. Even the formidable Blood Nether River, capable of enhancing one's power, met his end this way, dying with profound resentment, his life of ambition cut short. The blood mist in the sky dissipated, but everyone present had sustained significant injuries, a testament to the overwhelming power of the blood refining array. With a whoosh, Jiang Bai swept Blood River's corpse deep into the heart of the martial alliance. Behind them remained the stunned crowd and the missing US president. With all eyes fixed on Blood River, no one had noticed his disappearance. That was close. The US president swallowed hard, utterly terrified. He never imagined even someone as powerful as the master could be slain. The martial alliance members stared in disbelief. Does this mean we're saved? Lord Alliance Master is so powerful. Without him today, we would have been in grave danger. Beyond the heavenly man realm lies the divine power realm? So there are realms above the heavenly man realm. One by one, their eyes burned with fervor as they gazed toward the depths of the martial alliance. The scene that had just unfolded played like a movie before their eyes, truly breathtaking. Even years later, the memory remained vivid. Whoa! When Lin Ruoxue sucked in a sharp breath. He had believed his junior brother Qingyang to be the most formidable among the younger generation, yet here was someone whose combat prowess could slay a peak divine power realm cultivator. Is that guy even human? When Ren Tianfang took a deep breath and nodded meaningfully. This is a prodigy. Such a prodigy defies ordinary judgment. If we could cultivate a relationship with him, it might bring immense benefit to our ancient Wanren clan in the future. This man should be a model for our generation. When Ren Qingyang's eyes flashed with sharp brilliance. As a late heavenly man realm cultivator, he had never tasted defeat since his debut. He never imagined there could be someone among the younger generation who surpassed him by such a vast margin. Meanwhile, deep within the martial alliance. Swish! Jiang Bai carried Xue Mingyi's corpse into the arena when the system's voice echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, on slaying a Blood Moon Clan expert. Reward, Heavenly Emperor Fist, with the bonus ability, Devouring Divine Power. Hearing the voice in his ear, Jiang Bai's lips curved into a smile. His very reason for coming here was to test the marvelous effects of the Devouring Divine ability. Devouring Divine ability, activate. Gazing at Xue Mingyi before him, Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes. Instantly, a devouring force hundreds of times more potent than blood refining technique engulfed Xue Mingyi's vital energy. Unsurprisingly, the effect was 100 times more potent than blood refining technique. A vast ocean of vital energy surged into Jiang Bai's body. Had the Blood Nether River witnessed this scene, it would have been utterly astonished, for this devouring power completely stripped away any negative effects, leaving not a shred of waste. An aura far surpassing the Divine Path Realm surged forth, none other than the Supreme Path Realm, standing above the Divine Path Realm. Early Extreme Dao Realm. Mid-stage Extreme Path Realm. Late Extreme Dao Realm. Who knows how long it had been? What is this? Jiang Bai opened his eyes, staring at his hands in disbelief. Peak Extreme Dao Realm. That Blood Nether River, it seems most of it was forcibly swallowed without being refined. Otherwise, such a massive breakthrough wouldn't have been possible. But it ended up working in my favor. He curved his lips upward, then summoned his attribute panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 23 Realm, Peak Extreme Dao Realm. Divine Abilities, Confinement Divine Ability, Devouring Divine Ability. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Tianyu Mansion Villa number 1x1, 100% shares of Dihao Group, 20 Tangshaniping Villas, Bad Luck Card X1, 100% shares of Battle Axe Security, ownership of Wolf Island, 100,000 Xuanjia soldiers, 100,000 mu of land in Dongjiang suburb. Appearance, 100, of course, every reader here has an appearance rating of plus. Wealth, 462.6035 billion renminbi. Passive skill, double consumption aura, up to 100 million times. Gazing at his attribute panel, Jiang Bai felt profoundly moved. Now, his cultivation alone had reached the peak of the Extreme Dao Realm. Coupled with his two divine abilities binding and devouring even those above the Extreme Dao Realm might not be his match. Half an hour later, in the Grand Hall of the Martial Alliance. Swish! A figure materialized within the hall, none other than Jiang Bai himself. Yet besides Long Tianxiong and Ji Changkong's 7 disciples, 4 others were present when Ren Tianfang and his companions. Alliance leader. Long Tianxiong and the other 7 hurriedly rose to their feet. Even when Ren Tianfang stood up, after all, had he not intervened just now, even he might have met his end? MHM. Jiang Bai gave a slight nod. That man is dead. The crisis can be lifted. Phew. Though they had been nearly certain before, hearing it confirmed from the Alliance leader's mouth still brought them relief. That man's power had truly been overwhelming. Alliance leader Jiang, could it be, you've now reached the Extreme Dao Realm? When Ren Tianfang's eyes flashed with sharp brilliance as he asked with profound emotion, for he sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from Jiang Bai. The Ultimate Path Realm? Long Tianxiong froze upon hearing this. Senior, what kind of realm is that? With so many ancient clans and factions sealed away, it's only natural you wouldn't know. With a faint smile, when Ren Tianfang patiently explained, you all know the Heavenly Being Realm. Above that lies the Divine Power Realm. That Blood Moon Clan expert earlier was at the peak of the Divine Power Realm. And beyond the Divine Power Realm lies the Ultimate Path Realm. What? At this revelation, Long Tianxiong and the others were utterly stunned. Their gazes toward Jiang Bai shifted completely. Holy crap, their own alliance leader was truly an Extreme Dao Realm powerhouse? Indeed. Jiang Bai smiled faintly, making no attempt to conceal it. After all, these individuals clearly weren't ordinary. Perhaps he knew more information. So it is. When Ren Qingyang drew a deep breath. No wonder that fellow could effortlessly slay even the terrifying Blood Moon Clan. But, how had he managed it? So young, yet possessing such power. The Extreme Dao Realm, that was a realm only the clan chief and the ancient ancestors could reach. Even the Grand Elder of their ancient martial arts Wanren clan was only at the half-step Extreme Dao Realm. Of course, if they knew Jiang Bai had already reached the peak of the extreme Dao realm, who knows what their reaction would be. It would likely turn the entire ancient martial arts Wenrun clan upside down. Chapter 202, when Ren Tianfang resolves to represent the ancient Wenrun clan as a guest member of the martial alliance. Holy! When Lin Ruoxue was utterly dumbfounded. What had he just heard? A youth of his own age had actually stepped into the extreme Dao realm? Impossible. How could it be possible? Another prodigy of the Wenrun clan, Wenren Yuyan, was equally stunned. As the granddaughter of the clan's patriarch, she knew exactly what this signified. Oh, right. Jiang Bai thought of something and asked curiously, since there's the extreme path realm above the divine power realm, I wonder if there are any realms beyond that? Undoubtedly, this was a question Jiang Bai cared deeply about. After all, possessing the ability to devour divine abilities meant his future cultivation progress clearly had no upper limit. But, cough cough. When Ren Tianfang instantly grasped the implication, staring at Jiang Bai in utter bewilderment. Alliance leader Jiang, you didn't know the extreme Dao realm lies above the divine power realm? When Ren Xingyang and the other two exchanged glances, their expressions utterly bewildered. Even Long Tianxiong and the others were dumbfounded. What was going on? The alliance leader didn't know there were realms beyond the divine power realm? And he could still break through? Such talent was simply staggering. Though hard to fathom, it is indeed true. Jiang Bai showed no surprise, offering a faint smile. Yet these words sent shockwaves through Ren Tianfang's mind. It meant Jiang Bai's strength might not even be that of an ordinary extreme Dao realm cultivator. Gulp! The thought sent chills down his spine. When Ren Tianfang was overcome with excitement. Perhaps their ancient Wenren clan was about to seize a monumental opportunity. Following such an existence, their future could never be mediocre. Hoo! After a long moment, when Ren Tianfang finally calmed the shock within his heart. He then continued, speaking slowly and deliberately, Alliance leader Jiang, you may not be aware, but there exists a realm beyond the extreme Dao realm. That realm is known as the Dharma body realm. Pausing, when Ren Tianfang drew a deep breath, it is said that upon reaching this realm, one can manifest a 10,000 zhang Dharma body. With every gesture, mountains could be moved and seas shifted. Even within our ancient martial Wenrun clan, those who have reached the Dharma body realm can be counted on one hand. As for the law realm beyond that, well, that remains a mystery. Listening to Ren Tianfang's words, Long Tianxiong and the others felt as if a new window had opened in their understanding. They were currently only at the celestial realm, yet above that lay the divine power realm, followed by the supreme Dao realm, the Dharma body realm, and beyond that, the law realm. Good heavens! All this. Are they really not dreaming? But why did the Blood Moon clan suddenly appear? After a moment of deep thought, Long Tianxiong voiced the question that weighed heaviest on their minds. Ji Changkong and the others turned their gazes toward him. It's quite simple. When Ren Tianfang looked at the crowd and smiled. This isn't exactly a secret. 10,000 years ago, the great powers of numerous clans and factions used their immense might to divine that the age of decline would last 10,000 years. During this period, the laws of heaven and earth would enter a state of exhaustion. Therefore, the major ancient clans and factions sealed themselves away, awaiting the end of the age of decline before breaking their seals. Our ancient Wenrun clan is no exception. Had it not been for an ancient ancestor at the Dharma body realm tearing open a crack in the seal, we would never have emerged. Gulp! At these words, the Grand Hall of the Martial Alliance fell into complete silence. Good heavens! A plan spanning 10,000 years, all to survive the age of decline. The depth of these clans and factions' foundations is beyond imagination. However, Alliance leader Zheng's accomplishments at such a young age during the age of decline are truly extraordinary. Even in the Great Struggle era 10,000 years ago, few could rival him. Oh? Hardly anyone, huh? Long Tianxiong and the others twitched at the corners of their mouths. This implied that during the Great Struggle era, someone had been even more formidable than their own alliance leader. After a brief exchange, when Ren Tianfang continued with a smile. Alliance leader Zheng possesses exceptional talent. His future strength will undoubtedly be extraordinary. After a pause, when Ren Tianfang continued, now that the Martial Alliance bears the responsibility of safeguarding Huaxia, how about I, representing the ancient Wen family, seek a revered elder for the alliance? What? This? Just as when Ren Ruoxue was about to speak, when Ren Xingyang silenced him. As for Wen Ren Yuyan, her beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. The seventh elder was proposing that the ancient Wenrun clan serve as a patron of the Martial Alliance. If grandfather heard this, he'd surely beat him senseless. Senior Wenrun, are you certain you can represent the ancient Wenrun clan? Jiang Bai frowned, glancing at Wenrun Tianfang. After all, he was merely at the mid-stage of the divine power realm. How could he possibly represent the ancient Wenrun clan, which had an ancestral master at the Dharma body realm presiding over it? Of course I can. When Ren Tianfang smiled faintly, then paused before continuing, to be honest, my father is actually a law god realm ancestor of the ancient Wenren martial clan. I wonder if that carries enough weight. What? At this revelation, when Ren Ruoxue and when Ren Yuyan were utterly dumbfounded. As for Wen Ren Xingyang, his mouth twitched. So, the rumors circulating within the clan were true after all. You must understand. When leaving the ancient martial arts Wenren clan to gather intelligence, numerous elders had vied for the opportunity. They had originally planned to engage in a friendly spar, but when the seventh elder deliberately departed from the ancient Wenren clan's sealed site, all the elders fell silent. Even the clan leader wore a bitter expression. Now, everything made perfect sense. A father who's a Dharma body realm powerhouse. Gulp. The sound of swallowing echoed from everyone's throats. Even Jiang Bai was taken aback. Holy crap, he never expected his intervention had saved the son of such a powerful figure. Alright. After weighing his options, Jiang Bai readily agreed. Are you kidding me? He wasn't some little cutie. With such powerful backing, he wouldn't refuse. When Ren Tianfang breathed a silent sigh of relief. He'd even invoked his old man's name. If this guy still refused, he'd truly lose his mind. Henceforth, the ancient Wenren clan shall be honored as guest members of our martial alliance. Jiang Bai knew exactly what Wen Ren Tianfang was up to. He continued, henceforth, anyone who targets the ancient Wenren clan is an enemy of our martial alliance. Gulp. Wen Ren Xingyang and the other two were utterly dumbfounded by this declaration. Now they understood why the seventh elder had invoked the ancestor. It turned out, he'd been waiting right here. Are you kidding me? Though Jiang Bai lacked that caliber now, what about 5 or 10 years from now? Such an existence would surely surpass the ancient Wenren clan in future achievements. By then, the benefits they'd reap would be 100-fold, 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold greater than what lay before them now. Damn it! You gotta hand it to the old guard, they're sharp as a tack. But the martial alliance just scored big time. With the ancient Wenren clan's protection for the foreseeable future, they'll be walking all over the place. Small investment, huge returns? No wonder the clan sent out the seventh elder. This deal is the ultimate win-win. Oh, right. Jiang Bai observed their reactions and smiled faintly. What he sought went far beyond mere tribute. Soon, he would integrate the ancient Wenren clan into the martial alliance, though that was a story for another time. For now, it was time to offer them a small taste of what was to come. Chapter 203, Crisis at Dongjiang Base. Half-step divine realm beast assaults the city. He flipped his right hand. 4 vials of physique-enhancing potion appeared in his hand. Consider these as a token of our meeting. They should significantly bolster your abilities. Oh. When Ren Tianfang narrowed his eyes upon hearing this, thank you, Alliance Leader. Though he didn't know what they were, anything this powerful given personally by the Alliance Leader couldn't be anything but exceptional. Elder, if you're not consuming it immediately, this item is quite precious. Long Tianxiang interjected from the side. When Ren Tianfang's heart jolted upon hearing this clearly, they knew about such items and had even used them before. Very well. Without further thought, when Ren Tianfang downed the potion, hesitating not a moment. After all, if they truly meant him harm, they wouldn't have gone to such trouble. Soon, when Ren Tian felt a miraculous force surging within him, transforming his body. In an instant, the wounds sustained during his battle with the Blood Nether River began healing at an astonishing speed. Not only that, but his strength surged, reaching a point of qualitative transformation. This seventh elder is breaking through. When Lin Ruoxue stared at the scene in disbelief. Beside him, when Ren Xingyang and the others shared the same expression. Though silent, their stunned faces spoke volumes. That medicinal liquid. What on earth was it, to possess such unearthly power? Moments later. Huff. When Ren Tianfang exhaled deeply, opening his eyes to stare in disbelief at his own hands. His face then lit up with excitement. I've reached the late stage of the divine power realm. And the peak is within reach. What? At this declaration, when Ren Xingyang and the other two were utterly stunned. A single vial of potion had nearly propelled Elder Tianfang to the pinnacle of the divine power realm. What did this signify? Consuming that potion, this might be the greatest opportunity you've ever encountered. Having experienced it firsthand, Ren Tianfang urgently urged, fearing Jiang Bai might take the potion back. After all, such an existence was invaluable. Not just one portion, but even a single drop was precious. Yes, seventh elder. When Ren Xingyang and the others wasted not a moment, swallowing it immediately. Approximately 10 minutes later. Buzz. Hum. 3 auras surged violently. When Ren Xingyang achieved the greatest breakthrough, stepping into the half-step divine power realm. He was so stunned he couldn't react for a long moment. Next were Wen Lin Ruoxue and the other, both simultaneously advancing to the mid-stage of the Heavenly Man realm. Judging by their expressions, they were clearly not far from reaching the late-stage Heavenly Man realm either. This is incredibly powerful. When Ren Xingyang and the others exchanged glances. At that moment, they were utterly humbled. Such generosity would have been unthinkable even if the ancient Wenren clan had been overthrown. Yet this master before them had effortlessly granted them 3 such opportunities. Who wouldn't cherish such a chance? Who wouldn't wish to follow? Wise. Elder Tianfang, you are truly wise. Ha! This old man thanks the alliance leader for his bounty. We thank the alliance leader for his generosity. After this series of moves, it must be said that when Ren Tianfang and the others were thoroughly convinced by Jiang Bai. Ring ring. Just then, a phone call came in. Hello? What? As soon as he answered, Long Tianxiong leapt to his feet, his expression turning grim. Alright, I understand. He swallowed hard. Without a moment's delay, he took a deep breath. Alliance leader, something's happened at the Dongjiang base. Just now, the Northern Frontier Army commander reported that monsters at least at the celestial realm level, and possibly even beyond, have launched an attack. Whoosh! The room fell silent as the words echoed. Previously, the strongest beasts encountered were at the Heavenly Man realm, or perhaps half-step Heavenly Man realm. But now, a monster surpassing the Heavenly Man realm had appeared. Could it be Divine Power realm? It seemed these beasts were growing stronger and at an alarming rate. Dongjiang base. Jiang Bai's eyes flashed with murderous intent upon hearing this. Lin Ruoxue's mother and her 4 children, along with both sets of parents, were at the Dongjiang base. That place absolutely could not be lost, not even to beasts. Forget Divine Power realm, even Extreme Dao realm would die. I will handle this personally. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Bai set off toward the Dongjiang base. Even when Ren Tianfang failed to notice how Jiang Bai had departed, a clear indication that his strength was undoubtedly at the Extreme Path realm. Elder Wanrun, the Martial Alliance will continue to rely on your support in the future. Long Tianxiong took a deep breath and bowed respectfully to Ren Tianfang. After all, the man was a Divine Power realm expert, such deference was entirely appropriate. No problem. When Ren Tianfang waved his hand dismissively. Whether for public duty or personal duty, as a member of the ancient Wenren clan, he was bound to protect the land of China. After all, this was the very foundation upon which they stood. Activate the satellite. Monitor the battle situation at Dongjiang base in real time. Yes, Deputy Alliance Leader. At Long Tianxiong's command, the Martial Alliance Hall projected a holographic display, revealing the current battle situation at Dongjiang base. That iron-armored dragon. Soon, everyone noticed a mountain-sized ironclad dragon moving at incredible speed, its terrifying aura radiating from its body, somewhere beyond the Dongjiang base. A beast at the threshold of Divine Power realm. Witnessing the beast, when Ren Tianfang froze in shock. He never imagined that after thousands of years of absence, such an extraordinary creature could emerge utterly unlike the demonic beasts of 10,000 years past. Perhaps these beasts possess no higher intelligence, existing only as savage, bloodthirsty killers. What? So it truly possesses half-step divine power. Upon hearing Ren Tianfang's words, Long Tianxiong's expression darkened. He gazed toward the Dongjiang base. I hope the alliance leader arrives soon. Otherwise, the Dongjiang base may be lost. Are you kidding? He knew full well how terrifying the half-step divine power realm was. Not just the Dongjiang base, even the imperial capital base might not stand a chance. Half a day later, Dongjiang base. Roar! The ironclad dragon arrived at Dongjiang base, its entire body radiating the aura of a half-step heaven-reaching realm cultivator, a sight that sent shivers down everyone's spine. All pre-heaven realm experts, hold the rear. Under no circumstances must this ironclad dragon breach the Dongjiang base defenses. Yes, Commander. The soldiers' faces were solemn as over 1,008 realm experts lined up in formation. Yet even so, they paled in comparison to the iron-armored dragon's mountain-like bulk. Charge! A brutal battle erupted. War was undeniably cruel. In a single clash, dozens of the 1,008 realm experts were severely wounded. Yet, they could only delay the ironclad dragon's advance for a mere moment. This is bad. The ironclad dragon is far too powerful. At this rate, the harder-earned psychic warriors of Dongjiang base will be utterly destroyed. Zhan Pengtian's face turned icy cold. He too had donned armor, his aura surging with formidable power. He had clearly reached the half-step heavenly human realm. Moreover, his blade faintly emitted lightning sparks, a clear sign he had awakened a special ability. Meanwhile, elsewhere. At a location within the Dongjiang base, Lin Xiaoxi happened to be live-streaming the apocalyptic scene, leaving everyone watching utterly stunned. What followed would reveal her brother-in-law's combat prowess. Chapter 204, What did you say? Your brother-in-law is the Martial Alliance leader. What the hell is this? Lin Xiaoxi stared at the apocalyptic scenes in the livestream. My god, those beasts are attacking the city again. Whoa! Xiaoxi, be careful. Yeah, the apocalypse is here. My hometown got wiped out by those beasts. What? Those damn beasts, so despicable. Holy crap, Dongjiang base is under attack. They won't break through, will they? Look at that huge one, it's so powerful. Fans in the livestream chat erupted in heated discussion. Yet, despite their numbers, the thousands of pre-heaven realm experts proved no match for the ironclad dragon. Soon, the final defensive line collapsed. Xinbei, it's time for us to step in. Zhan Pengtian gripped his battle blade tightly. Such a scene hadn't been witnessed in over a decade, but this time it was incredibly perilous. He knew the gap between the Dongjiang base and that ironclad dragon was simply too vast. Their only option was to stall the ironclad dragon as long as possible to buy time for reinforcements, while evacuating the base's civilians. There was no other way. Transmit my orders. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Bai understood this was a matter of life and death for Dongjiang Base. All forces, advance. Even if it means fighting to the last man, this monstrous beast shall not set foot within Dongjiang Base. Yes, Commander. Behind Jiang Bai, his men who had long resolved to fight to the death knew survival was unlikely after this battle. They had written their farewell letters before coming. Huff. Gazing at the ironclad dragon across the field, Jiang Bai exhaled. Open the gates. Follow me into battle. Completely immune to all artillery fire, this beast was more terrifying than any other they had faced before. Roar! Seeing the tiny ant staring to challenge it, the ironclad dragon's eyes flashed with savagery as it roared to the heavens. Its aura of brutality intensified, and the sheer force of its near-sonic attack alone caused many to spit blood. The elite troops, already prepared to die, murmured in awe at the terrifying ironclad dragon in the arena. It's coming! The ironclad dragon stomped its massive hooves, clearly intending to crush these ants, blocking its path into oblivion before slaughtering everyone within the base. You're asking for death. At that moment, a streak of light streaked across the distant sky. In the next instant, without any flashy maneuvers, a single punch slammed into the ironclad dragon. The beast, standing at the threshold of the divine power realm, was sent flying over 10 meters. A figure suddenly materialized in the arena, none other than Jiang Bai. Alliance leader. Jiang Bai's face lit up at the sight of Jiang Bai, and everyone around him cheered in unison. The alliance leader has arrived. Wonderful. We're saved. The scene erupted in jubilation, yet Lin Ruoxue's beautiful eyes suddenly froze. What? She stared in shock at the figure appearing on the screen, who looked like a god of war. That's my brother-in-law. Whoa. How is this possible? Am I dreaming? Truly, the scene unfolding before her left her somewhat dazed. She rubbed her eyes, double-checked several times, and felt a tidal wave of emotion surge through her heart. My goodness, her brother-in-law had actually knocked that huge monster flying with a single punch. So powerful. Could my brother-in-law be Ultraman? But that's Jiang Shun. So powerful. I knew Jiang Shun was no ordinary guy. Hey, didn't you hear the military commander of Dongjiang Base address him as Alliance Leader? Alliance Leader? If the Dongjiang Base commander addresses him that way, could Jiang Shun be the mysterious leader of the Martial Alliance? Ahem, I'd say it's pretty much a dead cert. In an instant, everyone froze in shock. Holy crap. No wonder they hadn't seen Jiang Shun around lately. Turns out he'd been busy with something big, forming the Martial Alliance. Gulp. The sound of people swallowing echoed throughout the livestream. Without a doubt, Lin Ruoxue's actions had exposed her brother-in-law's identity. At that moment, Lin Ruoxue herself was at a loss, realizing she'd done something she probably shouldn't have. So, her brother-in-law had become a heroic savior? Meanwhile, at the Lin family manor in Dongjiang, the living room broadcasted news of the beast siege. This station reports, 10 minutes ago, the ironclad dragon attacked our Dongjiang base. At the critical moment, a mysterious figure arrived suspected to be Dongjiang celebrity Jiang Bai, who repelled the ironclad dragon with a single punch. Daddy! Yes! Daddy! The three little ones chattered excitedly, eyes wide as they stared at the screen. Lin Ruoxue's pupils dilated in shock. What? That guy, he? Whoa! Mr. and Mrs. Jiang were both stunned. Good heavens, when did that brat become so formidable? As for Lin Yaozong and Mrs. Lin, their faces were equally filled with shock. Could this really be their son-in-law? Single-handedly, he smashed that ironclad dragon to the ground. Look! The ironclad dragon is getting back up. Lin Yaozong's heart leapt into his throat. After all, the man on the screen was none other than their son-in-law. Something absolutely couldn't go wrong. Whoosh! Moving at blinding speed, he instantly appeared before Jiang Bai. Yet Jiang Bai merely curved his lips into a faint smile as his confinement divine ability activated, instantly binding the iron armor dragon. Then, he struck out with a palm. Boom! The terrifying palm instantly smashed the iron armor dragon, the size of a small mountain, flat onto the ground. Its head was instantly crushed into pulp. Had its corpse not been needed for other purposes, the iron armor dragon would have been reduced to a bloody mist. After all, Jiang Bai's current peak extreme Dao realm strength was no joke. Moreover, he hadn't even used the Heavenly Emperor Fist earlier, for fear of damaging the corpse. But cough cough. The maids of the estate villa all turned to look at their young master, utterly stunned. Good heavens! Master, that was a bit too impressive. That terrifying beast that nearly breached the Dongjiang base was actually killed with a single slap by Master. Lin Ruoxue's livestream audience was utterly dumbfounded. With combat prowess like this, those dreaded beasts they feared didn't seem so terrifying after all. Of course. They didn't realize it wasn't that the beast wasn't scary, it was that Jiang Bai was just too powerful. Damn impressive. Before the Dongjiang base, Jiang Bai stared in awe at the scene ahead, especially at Jiang Bai standing before the massive ironclad dragon. Commander Zhao, let's take this beast back for research. Oh? Zhao Zhenbei's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Then I'll take your offer, Alliance Leader. No problem. Jiang Bai waved dismissively. He had intended to donate the carcass to the base anyway, so this was merely a small favor after all. It was as useless to him as a chicken rib. In that case, I'll take my leave. Jiang Bai knew full well his sister-in-law was watching the livestream here, but he paid it no mind. After all, some things would come to light sooner or later, might as well have it broadcast live now. Ring ring. At the same time, at the Lin family estate villa, Lin Ruoxue received a call from her younger sister. Hey, sis. Guess what? My sister just became famous. You won't believe this, but my brother-in-law is actually the mysterious leader of the Martial Alliance. Hearing her sister's words, Lin Ruoxue stared at the screen again, her face filled with disbelief. Her beautiful eyes widened. What did you say? Your brother-in-law is the leader of the Martial Alliance? Chapter 205, The Blood Moon Clan's elite ascend, chaos begins. Shockwaves rippled across the land. In the northern jungles of the United States. Continue the sacrifice. The U.S. leader's crimson eyes watched as one bloodied corpse after another was thrown onto the ancient altar, the very source of the Blood Moon Clan seal. The U.S. head of state was now descending into madness, yet his aura had already reached the mid-stage of the innate realm. His progress was undeniably swift. President, while killing so many people. Boom! Before the subordinate could finish, the U.S. head of state smashed his forehead with a single palm strike, shattering it like a burst watermelon. Damn it! Question the president? Death. The U.S. leader gave a cold laugh. Instantly, everyone at the altar swallowed hard, not daring to utter another word. At that moment, the altar glowed brightly, and a thick, blood-red aura rose into the air. The American leader's eyes lit up. The method our master spoke of truly works. Honored Blood Moon Clan lords, please descend upon us. The American leader knelt in reverent submission. The blood aura atop the altar grew ever more intense. After an unknown span of time. Swish! Over 100 figures materialized upon the altar. Their aura bore a striking resemblance to that of the Blood Nether River. They were none other than the Blood Moon Clan masters who had descended as the altar's seal weakened. Feeling the thick blood aura around them, the figure at the forefront was none other than Shui Tongtian, the current Grand Elder of the Blood Moon Clan. His power was formidable, reaching the threshold of the extreme Dao realm. Surrounding him were no fewer than 10 cultivators at the Divine Might realm, while the rest were all at the peak of the Heavenly Being realm. This is outside the damned place. The air here is so much better than that cursed place. Over 100 figures buzzed with excitement. At that moment, the U.S. president knelt heavily on the ground. Honored Blood Moon Clan elders, we humbly welcome your arrival. Oh? Shui Tongtian heard the voice and turned his gaze to the American leader. This is the slave mark of the Blood Nether River. Is this the blood you offered as sacrifice? Blood Child Tian's gaze fixed on the American leader, fully aware of his state of blood refinement. Yet, thanks to this man's greed, they had been able to descend early. Yes, my lord. The U.S. leader bowed respectfully, for he sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from Shui Tongtian. No matter how powerful the Martial Alliance might be, the might of the Blood Moon Clan far exceeded their wildest imaginings. Very good. Blood Child Tian narrowed his eyes, his gaze laden with meaning as he fixed it upon the American leader. Well done. From this day forward, you shall be this elder's servant. This elder shall now impart the third and fourth tiers of the blood refining technique to you. I expect you to make even greater contributions to our Blood Moon Clan. Whoosh! A brilliant light pierced the U.S. president's forehead. Realizing the opportunity before him, his entire body surged with excitement. Thud! His head slammed hard against the ground, shedding all dignity befitting a nation's leader. Thank you, master, for your gift. I shall lay down my life for you. Rise! Blood Child Tian raised his hand slightly, then fixed his gaze upon the American leader. Henceforth, this elder shall establish the Blood Moon Empire in this very place. This shall prepare the way for the future descent of my Blood Moon Clan. And you shall be the emperor of the Blood Moon Empire. Lured by this grand promise, the already deranged U.S. leader once again fell to his knees with a thud. Thank you, master. Withdraw. Shui Tongtian waved his hand. The American leader then led his entourage off the field, unaware of the cold smile curling at Shui Tongtian's lips. In the not-too-distant future, this servant would meet a most miserable end. Elder. At that moment, a late-stage divine power realm expert of the Blood Moon Clan bowed respectfully beside him. Has Blood Nether River perished? MHM. Shui Tongtian gave a slight nod before waving his hand dismissively. It matters little. Shui Mingyi was merely a pawn sent by our Blood Moon Clan. Now that we have arrived, his life or death is of no consequence. Next. Shui Tongtian narrowed his eyes, then gazed into the distance. Establishing the Blood Moon Empire will inevitably involve war. Your task is to gather the blood essence and channel it into the altar. Our Blood Moon Clan must arrive before all other clans and seize the first opportunity that dawns after the end of the Age of Decline. Yes, Grand Elder. Swish. In the next instant, over 100 figures vanished from their positions like ghosts. After all, even the weakest among them were at the peak of the celestial realm. Had outsiders witnessed this scene, they would have been utterly astonished. Understand this. At present, even a single peak heavenly being realm cultivator was terrifying. What did over 100 such cultivators signify? It was undoubtedly an unprecedented catastrophe for them. A devastating massacre unfolded silently within the borders of the United States. As for showing mercy, don't be ridiculous. The Blood Moon clan would gladly exterminate every human in the United States, transforming them into blood essence energy to aid their clan's emergence into the world. United States Imperial Capital War Division. Blood Refining Array. Activate. Blood Child Tian arrived at the Imperial Capital War Division, having sensed the greatest concentration of people here and thus choosing it as his first stop. As the blood refining array activated, empowered by the ancient jade, hundreds of thousands of War Department warriors were sucked dry by Blood Child Tian, reduced to desiccated corpses. Even Blood Child Tian's cultivation level rose slightly as a result. Indeed. Breaking through realms is far easier in this world than within the clan. Taking a deep breath, Shuitong Tian gazed into the distance. Within half a month, this elder shall break through to the extreme Dao realm. Next, continue. With a flash, Shuitong Tian materialized dozens of meters away, his speed terrifyingly swift. Over 100 such battles unfolded across the United States. Within just half a day, the American population plummeted by over 30%. Even the beasts besieging the base were reduced to desiccated corpses. After all, what the blood children sought was merely vital essence, and the essence of beasts was purer and more potent for their purposes. Meanwhile, in the Blood Moon Empire. Imperial Palace Grand Hall. Huff. Taking a deep breath, the leader of the United States sat upon the imperial throne, turning a deaf ear to the desiccated state of the nation. After all, his eyes were fixed solely on ambition and the grand cause of the Blood Moon clan. Nothing else mattered. Blood Moon Empire. I never imagined the day would come when this head of state would become emperor. The American leader gazed down before him, his mind already envisioning the conquest of all nations. The cost in lives meant nothing to him. He sought only to bring every nation to its knees, especially China. Then, he would slaughter every last soul in China and sacrifice their blood essence to summon the Blood Moon clan. How is the battle progressing? At that moment, the American leader turned to his trembling subordinate in the hall. Your Majesty, the Blood Moon clan's lords have already annihilated dozens of nations, expanding the empire's territory by more than threefold. Furthermore, the beasts have been utterly eradicated by our lords. Excellent. Upon hearing the report, the American leader leapt from his seat in excitement. This new master is too powerful. Following him, this empire's future is bound to be bright. Chapter 206, Heavenly Emperor Fist unleashes its might, annihilating the Blood Moon clan. A rampage of slaughter, provoking the wrath of heaven and the fury of the people. The United States, no, the Blood Moon Empire lay in ruins, its land a wasteland of wailing. Wherever the army passed, not a blade of grass remained. Even the beasts had been reduced to desiccated corpses. This scene was more terrifying than the apocalypse itself. Swish! At the Blood Moon Empire's border, several figures materialized amidst the field of desolation. Gazing upon the sea of desiccated corpses, their expressions turned ashen. Such a vast expanse of desiccated corpses. What on earth happened to the United States? Is this retribution? Then, the group departed. These individuals were the Martial Alliance's spies stationed abroad. Coincidentally, such scenes unfolded across every corner of the Blood Moon Empire. Imperial capital, Martial Alliance headquarters. This is the Blood Moon clan striking? When Ren Tianfan watched the satellite surveillance footage of the Blood Moon Empire, his expression grave. Such a large-scale operation. Long Tianxiong took a deep breath and solemnly stated, this time, the Blood Moon clan has likely sent a large contingent, and they're all exceptionally powerful. Ring ring. Just then, a cell phone rang. Hello. What? A suspected powerhouse surpassing the peak of the celestial realm has entered Tokyo, Japan. Got it. After hanging up, Long Tianxiong's expression turned icy. Could the Blood Moon clan be preparing to strike against Fuson? Targeting Tokyo first, it seemed they intended to settle this matter in one decisive blow. This matter must be reported to the alliance leader. No need. At that moment, a figure materialized in the arena. It was none other than Shui, who had now advanced to the half-step divine power realm. Master, we have already departed for Fuson. Oh. Hearing this, when Ren Tian exhaled in relief before turning his gaze toward the direction of Fusong's capital, in that case, I shall go and lend my support. Seventh Elder, we're coming with you. When Ren Qingyang stepped forward to speak up. After all, they had been given such a great opportunity by Jiang Bai, they had to do something. Very well. After a moment's consideration, when Ren Tianfan nodded in agreement. After all, the three of them were now quite powerful, especially when Ren Qingyang. We bid farewell to Senior One Ren. Long Tianxiong took a deep breath as he and Ji Changkong bowed to see off One Ren Tianfang and the others. Though they too wished to assist, the realization of their own limitations left them sighing. Truly, events had unfolded too swiftly, leaving them no time to grow stronger. First came the monstrous beasts, then ancient clans and forces like the Blood Moon clan. Half a day later, in Tokyo, Japan. Everyone, move out. From the shadows, Blood Moon clan's third elder, Blood Wutian, commanded in a solemn voice. Simultaneously, he and 3 other divine power realm experts activated the blood refining grand array. In an instant, a vast formation enveloped the entire city of Tokyo. Blood Wutian's aura surged to the peak of the divine power realm, not far from the threshold of the half-step supreme Tao realm. After all, he had absorbed a considerable amount of blood essence. What is this? Within the Fuso Imperial Palace, Kadaki Sanyu and the others gazed skyward, sensing a palpable surge of blood energy. What's happening? Swish! At that moment, over a dozen figures, including Shui Wutian, materialized within the palace. In their hands, they held a blood-red orb, clearly the very vessel used to collect the blood essence. Who are you? Kitaki Sanyu stared at the sudden intruders, his expression grave. He sensed extreme danger emanating from every single one of them. Heh, you must be the Emperor of Fusong, Kitamitsu Sanyu. Shui Wutian narrowed his eyes, gauging his power. Impressive talent. Too bad you're human. I'll give you a chance. Become my servant, and I might consider sparing your life. How dare you? A trusted subordinate of Baimu Sanyu flashed forward, lunging at Shui Wutian. Yet Shui Wutian struck him with a palm across the air, reducing him to a mist of blood. This subordinate had already reached the peak of internal energy cultivation. What? The sudden scene terrified everyone. To reduce a peak internal energy cultivator to a blood mist with a single palm strike, his power was far beyond the realm. Could he be heavenly human realm? Ah, yes. Shui Wutian's gaze remained impassive as he fixed it on Baimu Sanyu. After today, every soul in Fuso's capital shall die. Under the blood refining array, no living soul shall remain. Next, let you experience it firsthand. Boom! 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 Then, crimson clouds surged above the imperial palace. Vital energy was forcibly extracted from Baimu Sanyu and the others, then absorbed into the blood orb in Shui Wutian's hand. This can't be. I feel my blood is burning. How is this possible? The surrounding crowd paled visibly. Baimu Sanyu's face twisted in utter disbelief. The technique before them was utterly unexpected. Have you sensed it? A faint smile curved Blood Wutian's lips as he spoke with profound meaning. This is the Blood Moon clan's blood refining array. This formation will gradually drain the vital blood essence from your bodies until you are reduced to desiccated corpses. You? Baimu Sanyu's face turned icy cold. He couldn't help but recall the strange incidents occurring within the United States. Could it be that these people were responsible? Ah! Finally, someone within the palace could bear it no longer. Their skin began to wither, their face contorted in agony, utterly devoid of will to live. Since you refuse to submit, next is your turn. Shui Wutian shot a glance at Baimu Sanyu, letting out a cold laugh before unleashing his blood refining technique to envelop him. Baimu Sanyu's eyes burned with unwillingness. Could he really die like this? Master, forgive me for failing to serve by your side and repay your kindness. Blood Moon Clan. You dare lay a hand on my disciple? How dare you? With a thunderous boom, Shui Wutian was violently hurled backward by a terrifying surge of energy. Before Baimu Sanyu stood a figure who had appeared out of nowhere, none other than Jiang Bai, who had rushed to the scene. Ha! Blood Wutian stared in disbelief at the sudden intruder, his face frozen in shock. Impossible. You actually forced this elder back? Shock. He couldn't help but be stunned. After all, he was currently at the peak of the Divine Might realm, not far from the threshold of the half-step Supreme Tao realm. This meant the newcomer's strength far surpassed his own. Otherwise, this outcome would have been utterly impossible. But how could this be? This kid looks barely over 20. How could he possess extreme path realm strength? Kill him. A dozen figures attacked simultaneously, unleashing their most powerful strikes. After all, the scene of him repelling Blood Wutian left no room for underestimation. Boom! Before their attacks could even reach him, Jiang Bai raised his fist and struck out. For the first time, he unleashed the Heavenly Emperor Fist. With a thunderous roar, the single punch warped and shattered the very fabric of space. The dozen attackers were obliterated into dust before they could even scream, including one at the Divine Might realm. What? The sudden spectacle made Shui Wutian's eyes widen in disbelief as he stared at Jiang Bai. With combat prowess like this, you're not at the Supreme Tao realm? Could you possibly be at the Dharma Body realm? A single punch shattering space that was the hallmark of the Dharma Body realm. How could a mere youngster possess such power? Chapter 207, Founding the Northwood Empire, when Rin Tian steps into the half-step Supreme Tao realm. Dharmakaya realm. Blood Wutian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jiang Bai. How could this be? With all the ancient clans and major factions sealed away, even summoning a divine power realm expert required immense sacrifice. Let alone an extreme path realm cultivator, or worse, a Dharma Body realm cultivator beyond the extreme path realm. Dharma Body realm? Jiang Bai smiled faintly, his right hand curling slightly. In the next instant, a colossal energy hand materialized around Xue Wutian, gripping him tightly within its grasp. Boom! Xue Wutian was crushed into a mist of blood, unable even to unleash his blood refining technique. After all, at his current realm, he could at least manifest the strength of an early extreme Dao realm cultivator. Simultaneously, a blood bead materialized in Jiang Bai's hand, its blood essence several times denser than that within Xue Mingyi's body. If he could absorb this with his devouring divine technique, he would surely break through his current realm. The Dharma body realm? Though not yet attained, it would be soon enough. Merely a matter of absorbing more of this blood pearl. And this was a precious treasure. Swish! At that moment, 4 figures materialized in the arena. They were Wen Ren Tianfang and his 3 companions, arriving just in time to witness Jiang Bai gripping Xue Wutian's lifeless body. Truly, that scene left Wen Ren Tianfang utterly stunned. After all, he could clearly sense that Xue Wutian possessed at least the strength of a half-step extreme Dao realm cultivator. Huff! Taking a deep breath, Wen Ren Tianfang's gaze toward Jiang Bai shifted considerably. After all, one who could so effortlessly slay a half-step extreme Dao realm opponent likely possessed at least late-stage extreme Dao realm strength, perhaps even peak level. Alliance leader Jiang, it seems the crisis has been averted. When Ren Tianfang offered a bitter smile before continuing, I had intended to lend you my support. It's fine. Jiang Bai offered a faint smile. He hadn't expected Wen Ren Tianfang and the others to come at all. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jiang Bai summoned Bai Mu Sanyu to a private room. Master. Bai Mu Sanyu bowed respectfully, his face filled with remorse. I'm sorry. I failed to protect Fu Song. That kind of existence is beyond your capabilities. Jiang Bai waved him off, then continued, I called you here to help you strengthen your abilities. Strengthen my abilities? Hokumitsu Sanyu froze at the words. He had already reached the early stage of internal energy cultivation, his strength advancing remarkably fast. Correct. Jiang Bai offered no further explanation, simply instructing, now, relax your entire body. Leave the rest to me. Oh. Bai Mu Sanyu nodded, half understanding, and relaxed his entire body as instructed by his master. After all, he knew his master would never harm him. Then, Jiang Bai flipped his right hand. A blood-red orb appeared in his palm, the very one Xue Wutian had absorbed. A devouring force surged into it. Boom! Rich, pure energy surged into his body. Jiang Bai then channeled it into Bai Mu Sanyu. Instantly, Bai Mu Sanyu's face flushed crimson, his aura erupting like a geyser. Early stage of internal energy. Mid-stage internal energy. Late inner strength. Mid-stage innate realm. After an unknown period of time, Bai Mu Sanyu's aura surged directly to the threshold of the heavenly being realm before stabilizing, and this was only after he had forcibly consolidated his energy. Whoa! Bai Mu Sanyu stared in disbelief, opening his eyes wide to feel the power that had surged over 100-fold. Master, what level of strength do I possess now? Truly, Bai Mu Sanyu was stunned by his own power. After all, the highest realm he knew of was the peak of the innate realm. Strength? Seeing his second disciple's stunned expression, Jiang Bai smiled faintly. You're now at the half-step heavenly being realm. You should know the innate realm. Above that lies the heavenly man realm, followed by the divine power realm and the ultimate Dao realm. Hearing his master's words, Bai Mu Sanyu was utterly dumbfounded, finding it hard to accept at first. Ahem. Master, are you saying I've skipped both the inner force and innate realms entirely, reaching the half-step heavenly being realm directly? Gulp. The thought felt like a dream. He had suddenly become an unparalleled powerhouse. Indeed. Jiang Bai waved his hand slightly before continuing, that's not important. What matters is that I intend to rename Fusang to the Northern Wood Empire. You shall be its first emperor. Put. Upon hearing this, Bai Mu Sanyu nearly spit out his tea. Master, you want me to establish an empire and become its emperor? Master, how about you take it instead? Truthfully, this position weighed heavily on him, even though he had already reached the threshold of the heavenly being realm. But still. If the American leader, who had devoted himself to refining the blood refining technique, learned of Bai Mu Sanyu's cultivation level, who knows if he'd storm over to fight him to the death. Damn it, this is just plain unfair. Thud. Jiang Bai promptly smacked him on the head. I told you to sit down, so just sit. Why all the nonsense? Your master is still the leader of the entire martial alliance, after all. Bai Mu Sanyu clutched his forehead and finally kept quiet. Don't worry. Jiang Bai looked at his disciple and continued, I'll arrange for backup. Come in. Then when Ren Tian swiftly stepped forward, greetings, alliance leader. MHM. Jiang Bai gave a slight nod. Then, a powerful energy surged within the blood bead before sinking into Wen Ren Tianfang's body. Wencheng Tianfang then felt his cultivation level change beyond belief. I'm half a step into the extreme Dao realm. Not bad. Jiang Bai nodded with satisfaction, then continued, Wen Ren Tianfang, from now on, you will assist my disciple in safeguarding the Northern Wood Empire. This, yes, alliance leader. Wen Ren Tianfang's eyes brimmed with solemnity as he continued to feel the surging energy within him. Powerful at this moment, he felt overwhelmingly strong. Likely. His current strength was likely on par with the Wunran clan's Grand Elder. He understood all too well what this opportunity represented. Damn it! If the old man knew I'd reached the half-step ultimate realm, he wouldn't look down on me anymore, huh? Half-step extreme Dao realm? Upon hearing this, Baimo Sanyu's heart jolted. This realm seemed even stronger than that old man who had previously threatened to destroy all of Tokyo. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of confidence. After all, no one could feel at ease with such a vast empire lacking a guardian master. Ahem, thank you, master. Baimo Sanyu cleared his throat. This was the weighty responsibility his master had entrusted to him, the Baimo Empire. To put it this way, wouldn't that make him an emperor? Damn it, he was only 14 or 15, though it felt pretty good. With matters here concluded, I shall take my leave. Jiang Bai, preoccupied with the Martial Alliance's affairs, lingered no longer and vanished from the hall. When Ren Tianfang nodded to Baimo Sanyu before darting deeper into the palace grounds. Left alone, Baimo Sanyu stood rooted to the spot, reeling from the shock for a long while. The events here had truly shaken him to his core. Chapter 208, The Blood Moon Clan conspires to hunt down the mighty Ox Demon Clan's elite. Am I truly at the half-step heavenly being realm now? After a moment, Baimo Sanyu snapped back to reality, gulping hard. He then looked toward the direction when Ren Tianfang had vanished, and now the Baimo Empire has a half-step supreme realm powerhouse to defend it. Is all this definitely not a dream? Meanwhile, not far from the Imperial Palace. Swish! Figures materialized in the clearing, none other than the 30 bloodshed guards, led by Shui Yi, the half-step divine power realm expert. Greetings, Master. Shui Yi and his men knelt on one knee. System generated, their loyalty was guaranteed. Rise. Jiang Bai raised his hand slightly, and an irresistible force lifted Shui Yi and the others to their feet. This sent a shock through their hearts what immense power their master possessed. Now, relax your entire body. Though your strength is commendable, it remains insufficient. Jiang Bai then retrieved the blood pearl once more. With no one around, he showed no restraint. His devouring technique activated fully, refining an ocean of energy. Before 30 streams of energy could fully enter Shui Yi and the others' bodies. Boom! In an instant, surging chi filled the air. Every blood assassin guard, including Shui Yi, flushed crimson. What is this? Shui Yi's expression grew grave as he sensed the terrifying energy nearly tearing him apart. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of breakthroughs echoed as the blood guardians simultaneously transcended their realms. This scene mirrored what Baimo Sanyu had just experienced, a side effect free forcing growth. 5 breaths. 10 breaths. 50 breaths. After an unknown span of time, every blood slaughter guard had ascended to the divine power realm, with even the weakest reaching its late stage. Among them, the strongest, Blood One, had surged directly into the half-step Supreme Path realm, matching Ren Tianfang's power. After all, the Blood Guard were Jiang Bai's trusted confidants, naturally requiring special cultivation. Had the Blood Pearl not had other uses, he might have elevated Blood One to the ultimate Path realm. Half-step Supreme Realm. Shui Yi sensed his own cultivation level, then the entire Blood Guard knelt on one knee with a thud. We thank our master for his grace. Dismissed. Jiang Bai waved his hand, dismissing the Blood Guard. He then swiftly headed toward the direction of China. At the same time, the Northern Bear Kingdom was thrown into upheaval. Put. Within the palace of the Northern Bear Kingdom's capital, the Northern Bear leader was sliced into a mist of blood by a bull-headed, human-bodied entity wielding a long sword. From this day forward, this land shall henceforth be the domain of the mighty Ox Demon clan. The Ox Demon Empire shall be established. This being possessed power at the peak of the divine might realm, truly formidable. He was none other than the Grand Elder of the mighty Ox Demon clan. His gaze swept across the distant landscape. Humankind. Once mere servants to our mighty Ox Demon clan, now you dare claim dominion over this world. How ironic indeed. 10,000 races rise together, joined by ancient clans. The age of decline ends, a new era of prosperity dawns. After a pause, the great elder of the mighty Ox Demon clan, Niu Tianmong, gave a cold laugh. Transmit my command, find the first strand of the opportunity spirit vein after the end of the age of declining dharma, at any cost. Any race that dares obstruct the great Ox Demon clan's destiny, kill. Yes, elder. The mighty Ox Demon clan members responded with respectful obedience. They then swept through the Northern Bear Kingdom, leaving countless human casualties in their wake. It could be said that rivers of blood flowed from both humans and beasts across the Northern Bear Kingdom. Blood Moon Empire, deep within the Imperial Palace. Master. The leader of the United States arrived at the innermost chamber, bowing with utmost reverence, not daring to show the slightest negligence. Blood Child Tian's gaze settled on the American head of state. He was quite satisfied with this puppet. At least he executed his orders without hesitation, and that was precisely the kind of person he wanted. What is it? Clearly, this servant had come here for a reason. Master, it is thus. The American leader swallowed hard before continuing. Half a day ago, numerous minotaur-like monsters appeared from the direction of the Northern Bear Nation. They possess formidable strength and have established the Minotaur Empire. They are now aggressively seizing territory and have already clashed with our Blood Moon Empire. This is satellite surveillance footage. As he spoke, the American leader pulled up the satellite footage. Upon seeing the Minotaur-like creatures, a cold gleam flashed in Xue Tongtian's eyes. The mighty Ox Demon Clan? Xue Tongtian instantly recognized the race documented in ancient texts, a bloodthirsty, exceptionally powerful breed. However, if we could refine the blood essence of the mighty Ox Demon Clan, it would significantly accelerate the sealing of the Blood Moon Clan. At this thought, a sharp gleam flashed in Xue Tongtian's eyes as a bold plan took shape in his mind. Hunt down the mighty Ox Demon Clan's elite warriors. Indeed, this was precisely Xue Tongtian's scheme. Though the mighty Ox Demon Clan was notoriously protective of their own, the Blood Moon Clan wasn't to be trifled with either. Moreover, the age of decline was drawing to a close. Seizing the first opportunity would grant them the upper hand. You may leave. Zhuo Tongtian glanced at the U.S. leader and continued, I will handle this matter. Yes, master. The American leader bowed and withdrew. Since the master had made arrangements, he naturally had nothing more to say. Soon, the hall was left with only Xue Tongtian. Attendant. After weighing his options, Xue Tongtian could not wait to begin executing his plan. Swish. A figure materialized within the hall, a being of formidable power, clearly at the late stage of the divine might realm, Elder. MHM. Bloodchild Tian looked at the Blood Moon Clan powerhouse before him and continued, the great strength Ox Demon Clan has arrived. Gather the clan's elite warriors to follow me into battle and hunt down the great strength Ox Demon Clan's powerful warriors. What? At these words, the Blood Moon Clan warriors' expression changed drastically. This was the mighty Ox Demon Clan recorded in ancient texts, a force even their own Blood Moon Clan had feared greatly in the ancient era. Now the Grand Elder was demanding they hunt down a mighty Bull Demon Clan warrior? How could he possibly remain calm? Elder, hunting down the mighty Ox Demon Clan's elite. Shouldn't we plan this carefully? After all, if the mighty Ox Demon Clan's elite find out, the consequences could be dire. It matters not. Bloodchild Tian waved dismissively, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Proceed as planned. With proper execution, who would suspect the Blood Moon Clan? Well, very well. The Blood Moon Clan expert nodded. After all, he too knew that the blood essence of this mighty Bull Demon Clan warrior would undoubtedly be invaluable for weakening the altar's seal. Though it might incur the Bull Demon Clan's wrath, the risk was worth taking. A quarter of an hour later, Xue Tongtian led the Blood Moon Clan's elite warriors out of the Imperial Palace deep within the Blood Moon Empire, streaking toward the Ox Demon Empire. This journey was destined to be a slaughter. Many mighty warriors of the great strength Ox Demon Clan would fall. Of course, that was all yet to come. As for what would unfold next, no one could say. Chapter 209, The Ox Demon Empire strikes on the eve of marching against the Northwood Empire? Somewhere in the Ox Demon Empire. Die. A mid-stage divine might realm powerhouse of the mighty Ox Demon Clan swung his axe, decapitating dozens of beasts in one fell swoop. Several of them were already comparable to heavenly man realm beings. Poof. Such vermin dare obstruct the rise of our mighty Ox Demon Clan? With a cold snort, this great Ox Demon warrior possessed exceptionally robust vitality and astonishing defensive capabilities. Though only at the mid-stage of the divine might realm, defeating him would require at least a late-stage or even peak divine might realm cultivator. Mere humans and lowly vermin. You are destined only to serve as slaves to my clan. Kill them. With a clatter, the young generation of the mighty Ox Demon Clan emerged from behind him, each entering their trial mode. As the age of declining magic drew to a close, the seals binding the various clans grew weaker, allowing their prodigies to emerge into the world. The young generation of the mighty Ox Demon Clan served as a microcosm of this trend. Boom! One of the young Ox Demon warriors smashed a ferocious beast wolf into a blood mist with a single punch, unleashing an unprecedentedly powerful attack. Senior brother Mu Tian is so powerful. The surrounding Ox Demon Clan prodigies looked on with envy. A faint smile touched the lips of the man named Niu Mutian, ranked among the top 3 young talents of the Great Forest Ox Demon Clan. Now that the age of declining magic had ended, he had managed to be born ahead of schedule. He was destined to become the mightiest of the mighty Ox Demon Clan. Scum, die. The surrounding beasts met such a brutal slaughter at the hands of the mighty Ox Demon Clan, the scene utterly savage. Blood refining array activate. As the command echoed across the heavens and earth, Xue Tongtian's figure materialized in the arena. His first action was to seal the entire space with an ancient jade pendant. Immediately, an aura surged forth, brimming with power just one step away from the extreme Dao realm. In an instant, the thick blood energy within the arena poured entirely into the blood bead in his hand. No! The mid-stage divine power realm powerhouse of the great strength Ox Demon Clan paled. This is an array. Blood essence being stripped away. Could it be? The mid-stage divine power realm expert stared at Xue Tongtian in disbelief. Blood Moon Clan. How dare you attack my mighty Ox Demon Clan? Zhuo Tongtian sneered coldly. The mighty Ox Demon clan was powerful, but now that he had sealed off the space, once he slaughtered everyone who would know it was the Blood Moon clan responsible. Die! With a thunderous boom, Shui Tongtian struck. A single palm strike severely wounded the mid-stage Divine Power Realm Bull Demon clan warrior who hadn't yet regained his senses. Elder! Niu Mutian's face paled. He rushed forward to aid his comrade, only to be struck down by Shui Tongtian's swift counter-palm. He instantly turned to a corpse. The power gap between them was simply too vast. Mu Tian! The elder of the mighty Ox Demon clan, his eyes bulging with fury, roared, "You bastard! I'll fight you to the death!" His vital energy surged, and a savage aura erupted from the Divine Power Realm elder. Shui Tongtian narrowed his eyes. This mighty Ox Demon clan expert was indeed no pushover. But, ultimately, his strength was too weak. Die! Blood Tongtian gripped his long sword. A crimson streak sliced through the void, severing the great strength Ox Demon clan elder's head with blinding speed. Blood spattered everywhere. Thud! Thus, the first Divine Power Realm elder of the great strength Ox Demon clan met his untimely end. Bloodchild Tian immediately absorbed his vital energy, transforming him into a desiccated corpse. The great strength Ox Demon clan is nothing special. You all may depart together. The blood-red giant hand roared thunderously. The trial geniuses of the mighty Ox Demon clan were thus wiped out. Let's move on to the next place. Bloodchild Heaven radiated an overwhelming aura. At that very moment, with a hum, he seamlessly ascended to the Supreme Path Realm, his terrifying presence spreading outward. The vital energy of the mighty Ox Demon clan is truly extraordinary. Bloodchild Tian marveled. And so, accompanied by the Blood Moon clan's Divine Power Realm experts, the hunt and assassination began. In the blink of an eye, more and more mighty Bull Demon clan warriors fell. Half a day later, deep within the Imperial Palace of the Ox Demon Empire. Snap! Niu Tianmeng's face was as cold as ice as he listened to the report from his subordinate. To hunt down our tribe's prodigies, how dare they? Over 30% of our elders' disciples have been slain. Whoever you are, I will annihilate your entire clan. Thud! At that moment, a prodigy of the great strength Ox Demon clan entered, kneeling on one knee. Elder! At every site where our kin fell, corpses of Northernwood Empire warriors were discovered. Upon hearing this, a fierce glint flashed in Niu Tianmeng's eyes. The Baimu Empire? That empire founded by humans? They're asking for death. With a cold chuckle, a savage glint flared in Niu Tianmeng's eyes. I'll be damned if I don't see where the Northernwood Empire gets its nerve. Men! Follow this elder to the Northwood Empire. I shall personally meet this so-called Northwood Empire. Yes, Grand Elder. In an instant, the mighty Bull Demon clan's elite forces, led by Niu Tianmeng, set off toward the Northwood Empire. This was precisely Shui Tongtian's scheme to divert the crisis eastward. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. According to his plan, the great Ox Demon clan and the Northwood Empire would inevitably clash in fierce battle. When both sides were weakened, the Blood Moon clan would strike from the shadows, annihilating both enemies and claiming victory. It must be said, Shui Tongtian's scheme was cunning and ruthless. Yet he had gravely underestimated the true strength behind the Northwood Empire. As the Ox Demon Empire's elite forces marched toward the Northwood Empire, they deployed hundreds of thousands of troops along the border. The overwhelming military pressure was unmatched. Imperial capital, Martial Alliance. What? The Ox Demon Empire's elite forces have mobilized, preparing a full-scale assault on the Northwood Empire. Long Tianxiong's expression darkened upon receiving the frontline intelligence. He had already gauged the Ox Demon Empire's formidable strength in recent days, its combat prowess surpassing even that of the Blood Moon clan. Moreover, from the ancient Yuan clan, he had learned that they descended from the mighty Ox Demon clan beings whose physical prowess had been formidable even in primordial times. At the very least, they surpassed the human race by an immeasurable margin. They were born warriors, unmatched within their own tiers under normal circumstances, and defeating foes of higher tiers was commonplace. I implore you all go and lend your strength to the Northwood Empire. No problem. The ancient Yuan clan members smiled faintly, then set off together toward the Northwood Empire. After all, Wenrun Tianfang was still there. Before their departure, the clan chief had personally declared that Wenrun Tianfang must not come to harm. Otherwise, the wrath of the ancient ancestors would be far beyond what they could bear. As guest members of the Martial Alliance, this is our duty. Let's go! Led by a half-step extreme Dao Realm powerhouse, the ancient Yuan clan's contingent comprising over a dozen Divine Power Realm and Heavenly Man Realm geniuses marched toward the Northernwood Empire. Among them were Wenrun Xingyang and his two companions. Xingyang, you reached the half-step Divine Power Realm? Wenrun Xingtian sensed Wenrun Xingyang's power and was astonished. Even Wenrun Yuyan and the others had made significant progress. Upon learning the reason behind their advancement, Wenrun Xingtian was stunned. That mysterious leader of the Martial Alliance. It seemed the Martial Alliance was no ordinary organization. Chapter 210, when Ren Tian unleashes his might, battling the half-step Supreme Dao Realm's Niu Tianmeng. Before the imperial city of the Baimu Empire. Swish! Shadows materialized in the shadows of the Imperial City. This group was none other than the Blood Moon Clan's elite warriors, led by Bloodchild Tian. Elder. A Blood Moon Clan expert approached respectfully, reporting, "The blood refining array is fully deployed. We now await its activation." As he spoke, the faces of the Blood Moon Clan's elite brightened with anticipation. The array enveloping the entire Imperial City of the Northwood Empire, now personally overseen by the Grand Elder, would ensure the demise of both the Great Strength Ox Demon Clan and the Northwood Empire itself. Excellent. Shuetong Tian nodded with satisfaction. With a flick of his right hand, a high-quality blood bead appeared. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Soon, the essence of the two great empires' warriors and the blood energy saturating the entire city would converge within this bead. Boom! 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 At that very moment, dust swirled in the distant sky. Dark clouds hung low, the atmosphere oppressively heavy like never before. The Great Bull Demon Clan is coming. Bloodchild Tian gazed at the sky-piercing blood energy. If they could fully refine this energy, the Blood Moon Clan's descent plan would advance significantly, granting them the greatest advantage. The Northernwood Empire dares to slay the mighty warriors of our great Ox Demon Clan. How dare you! Beneath the surging crimson aura, Niu Tianmong radiated the aura of a half-step extreme Dao realm cultivator. Yet his imposing presence rivaled that of any ordinary extreme Dao realm powerhouse. With a cold sneer, Niu Tianmong unleashed a fist strike. Suddenly, a colossal fist appeared in the void, crushing down toward the Northernwood Imperial City. Put! Before the attack even landed, those on the ground spat blood. Buildings and the earth itself buckled under the strain, cracking in countless places. Baimu Sanyu watched the world-shattering assault, his expression grave. Mighty Demon Clan, what audacity! At that moment, a figure materialized before the colossal fist, none other than Wenren Tianfang. Then, a sword slashed down. Beneath the dazzling sword light, the overwhelming might of that fist shattered like earth crumbling, revealing Wenren Tianfang's figure. Ha! Niu Tianmong recognized the visitor, especially sensing the ancient aura emanating from them, a member of the ancient clan. So it was you, the one pulling the strings behind the Northernwood Empire. As the age of decline approaches, even you ancient clans come seeking fortune. However, taking a deep breath, Niu Tianmong fixed his gaze on Wenren Tianfang. Whoever dares lay a finger on my mighty Ox Demon Clan, they shall die. Fool. Wenren Tianfang glanced at Niu Tianmong. Such a crude scheme to sow discord has thrown your mighty Ox Demon Clan into disarray. You've become someone else's pawn without even realizing it. Damn it! Niu Tianmong erupted in fury. Wenren Tianfang's repeated insults of brute had truly infuriated him to the point of bursting. These ancient clans were powerful, but did they really think the mighty Ox Demon Clan was made of dough? Face me in battle. A torrent of murderous intent surged around Niu Tianmong. Wenren Tianfang watched coldly and sneered, "Does this elder fear you?" Boom! His own aura, nearing the extreme Dao realm, erupted fully. The entire Northernwood Empire contingent was sent flying backward. Stunned, they stared forward, swallowing hard. Lord Tianfang, you're so powerful. Baimu Sanyu drew a deep breath. Thankfully, Senior Wenren Tianfang was sufficiently powerful. Otherwise, today would have been perilous. Boom! Under the terrifying blow, Niu Tianmong and Wenren Tianfang each retreated over 10 zhang. Yet they stared at each other in astonishment, clearly surprised by the other's strength. Truly worthy of the pinnacle of ancient human clans. Shuetong Tian's gaze grew solemn as he studied Wenren Tianfang. Though the human race was weak, some of their ancient lineages remained formidable like these primordial clans before them, each potentially matching their own clan in strength. This was precisely why, even during the ancient era when the human race was weak, no other race dared to push them too far. When Lin Ruoxue and the others arrived at the scene just then, utterly stunned by what they witnessed. Elder Tianfang, cough cough. Half-step extreme Dao realm. When Ren Qing Tian cleared his throat, genuinely shaken by the power Wenren Tianfang displayed before him. With such formidable might, his combat strength likely rivals my own. Good heavens! What kind of opportunity did that martial alliance leader grant Elder Tianfang? Truly, even Wenren Qing Tian was astonished. After all, given Elder Wenren Tianfang's connection as the son of the venerable ancestor, his combat prowess likely already rivaled that of a supreme realm expert. So powerful. When Rin Yuyan watched the scene, her eyes filled with awe. A half-step extreme Dao realm cultivator from the mighty Ox Demon clan? Had the seventh elder truly grown this powerful? Ha 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 ha. That was exhilarating. Wencheng Tianfang's body now surged with battle intent. Sparks crackled and flashed within him as he unleashed the Wencheng clan's thunder bloodline, his combat power surging to unimaginable heights. So what if you're a great strength Ox Demon? Take this move from this old man. Thunderclap slash. Crackle. A thunderous sword beam several zhang long slashed toward Niu Tianmong. Feeling the savage attack, Niu Tianmong dared not hesitate for even a moment. Rage. A surge of fury erupted around him. He drew a deep breath and unleashed a thunderous punch, heaven-shattering fist. Boom. After the strike, both men were instantly engulfed in a blinding white light, their terrifying aura sending both sides reeling. They've actually fought to this extent. The mighty Ox Demon Clan warriors were utterly dumbfounded. Holy crap, what had they just witnessed? Attack together. Support the Grand Elder. With a whoosh, the mighty Ox Demon Clan warriors prepared to launch a massive assault. How dare you! At that moment, when Ren Qingtian moved, a single sword strike unleashed thunder that split the heavens, cutting off all escape routes for the mighty Ox Demon Clan warriors. Lightning surged around him, causing them to wince in pain. Put! Several divine power realm elders of the great strength Ox Demon Clan spat blood and flew backward. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the figure blocking their path, another member of the ancient clan. The Thunder Bloodline. They're all together. Half-step Supreme Dao Realm. Niu Tianmon's expression darkened upon seeing Wen Rin Qingtian. If it were only Wen Rin Tianfang, he might stand a chance. But two of them? Even he would struggle to match them. Old Seventh, you're impressive. When Ren Qingtian gazed at Wen Rin Tianfang, his voice filled with admiration. You bet. Wen Rin Tianfang turned to Wen Rin Qingtian and smiled. I didn't expect so many family members to show up. Greetings, Seventh Elder. The entire One Run clan bowed in unison. After all, they had only just learned of the Seventh Elder's true status, the son of a Dharma body realm ancestor. Joking aside, how could they dare not show respect? What? The Ox Demon? When Ren Tianfang glanced at Niu Tianmong, still want to fight? You? Hearing Wen Rin Tianfang's words, Niu Tianmong nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. That bastard was infuriating. You still don't believe I called you a brute from the mighty Ox Demon clan? Wen Rin Tianfang shot him a look of contempt. With this elder's strength, do you really think I need to ambush and slaughter your great Ox Demon clan in secret? Poof. Niu Tianmong calmed himself, a seed of doubt taking root in his heart. After all, none had witnessed it firsthand. Could it be that the one truly hunting down the mighty Ox Demon clan's warriors was someone else entirely? Chapter 211, Blood Child Tian strikes, apocalyptic blow, blood moon descends. Niu Tianmong fell silent. Indeed, the power of this man before him was overwhelming. Even if he had openly slain their Dali Niu Mo clan prodigy, there would be no room for complaint. But, could that thing in the battlefield have been framed? When Shen Qinfang, noticing Niu Tianmong's expression, smiled faintly, seems you're not entirely foolish after all. You should know the principle of the fisherman reaping the benefits while the clam and the snipe fight. After a pause, when Ren Tianfang continued, truthfully, the Ox Demon Empire and the Northwood Empire had no prior enmity. It was merely your assumption that Northwood Empire forces had slaughtered your kin. But haven't you considered that besides the Northwood Empire, there's also the Blood Moon Empire? What are you implying? Niu Tianmong's face darkened with each word. If this were true, the great Ox Demon clan would be utterly disgraced. If my guess is correct. Hidden in the shadows here, there should be Blood Moon tribe masters lurking, waiting for the moment both our sides are weakened to strike and take us down in one fell swoop. Whoa! Beimu Sanyu and the others sucked in their breath at this revelation. Damn, that possibility seemed all too likely. What? When Ren Tianfang gave a cold chuckle before turning his gaze toward the shadows. Members of the Blood Moon clan, won't you show yourselves? Do you really think the mighty Ox Demon clan and the Northwood Empire can keep fighting after this? The mocking voice echoed relentlessly. The great Ox Demon clan members flushed crimson. Damn it, if that were true, wouldn't it just confirm their reputation as brutes? Damn it! Shuatong Tian's face darkened with rage as he flashed onto the battlefield. What? The Blood Moon clan, they're actually here. Niu Tianmon's expression darkened as boundless killing intent surged skyward. What a treacherous scheme. You're all very clever. Boom! A torrent of energy surged as Niu Tianmong swung his sword at Shuatong Tian. The furious strike already rivaled that of an extreme path realm expert. Oomph! Shuatong Tian coldly snorted, raising his palm to strike. A terrifying extreme Dao realm aura spread out from him, sending Niu Tianmong flying several meters away. An extreme path realm expert. When Ren Qingtian sensed Shuatong Tian's aura, his face filled with disbelief. I never imagined the Blood Moon clan would already have an extreme path realm cultivator among them. This is bad news. Elder. A mighty Ox Demon warrior flashed beside Niu Tianmong. Fortunately, they hadn't engaged the Northern Wood Empire in open battle, otherwise, they would all have been in grave danger. How about now? When Ren Tianfang turned to Shuatong Tian, it seems we now share a common enemy. And the Blood Moon clan at the extreme Dao realm sure knows how to make a grand gesture. Why not join forces against them? Agreed. After weighing his options, Niu Tianmong fixed Blood Tong Tian with bloodshot eyes. He had nearly ruined the clan's divine descent plan. Had he truly fallen into their trap, he would have become the great Ox Demon clan's eternal villain. The dramatic reversal left Shuatong Tian feeling somewhat regretful, yet not overly disheartened. Blood refining array, activate. Boom! 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 Shuatong Tian narrowed his eyes, a smirk curling his lips. So what if they've united? They're nothing but a rabble. This elder has already stepped into the extreme Dao realm. The might of my blood moon clan is beyond your comprehension. Then, dense blood energy surged into the blood orb before finally sinking into Shui Tongtian's body. Though already at the extreme path realm, Shui Tongtian's aura visibly intensified once more, steadily advancing toward the mid-stage of the extreme path realm. His eyes remained crimson. But his consciousness remained firmly in control. Attack! When Ren Tianfang's heart sank. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated the Blood Moon clan being even more bizarre than the ancient texts described. Boom! Niu Tianmong and Wenren Xingtian simultaneously launched their attacks, and thus the three of them became entangled in battle with Bloodchild Tian. Energy surged wildly, earth and rocks flew everywhere. The mere aftershocks were enough to make even peak divine power realm cultivators tremble. Watching the apocalyptic battle unfold, Baimu Sanyu swallowed hard. He never imagined the Nyoma Empire's siege would escalate to this. Bloodchild Tian fought with sweeping, powerful moves in the air. As his aura surged, he held his own against three opponents, even subtly gaining the upper hand over Wenren Tianfang and the others. This guy, he's too strong. After the exchange, Wenren Xingtian's face darkened with gravity. Even as Niu Tianmong descended into frenzied fury, his efforts remained a drop in the bucket. Most crucially, they could afford to stall, but the blood-refining array couldn't. The longer this dragged on, the worse it would be for them. Attack together. Battle to the death. Bloodchild Tian gave a cold laugh before commanding the Blood Moon Clan's elite warriors. At that moment, numerous Blood Moon Clan masters activated their blood pearls, elevating their realms as they engaged in battle. Today, both the Great Strength Ox Demon Clan and the Human Clan shall perish. Come on! Shuetong Tian absorbed the energy within the blood pearl. With a sudden hum, his aura abruptly forced its way into the mid-stage of the extreme Dao realm. Let you witness this elder's ultimate power. Mid-stage extreme Dao realm. Even when Ren Tianfang's face darkened. Truly, such power was beyond their capabilities. After all, even though the three of them possessed formidable combat prowess, they could barely match someone at the early stage of the extreme Dao realm. Put. As expected, a single strike sent Wenren Tianfang and his two companions flying backward. Blood spattered as their faces drained of color, clearly indicating they had each sustained significant injuries. Elder. Both the Great Strength Ox Demon Clan and the One Run Clan's elite fighters wore solemn expressions. They hadn't anticipated that the Blood Moon Clan's member would be this powerful. If even three of their mightiest couldn't stand against him, then what came next would likely spell their doom. Master. Watching this unfold, Baimu Sanyu's lips twisted bitterly. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you protect the Baimu Empire. That man's power is truly overwhelming. Boom! Shuetong Tian's single punch sent Niushan Mang flying, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Only with the support of Wenrenshan and Fang could he barely rise. Cough. Blood Moon Clan. Niu Tianmong clenched his fists. If I survive today, I'll fight the Blood Moon Clan to the death. Ha. Hearing Niu Tianmong's words filled with fury, Shuetong Tian let out a maniacal laugh. Now that he possessed absolute power, eliminating everyone present would allow him to reach the mid-stage of the extreme Dao realm in no time. Is that so? Too bad. You'll all die here today. Drawing a deep breath, Shuetong Tian narrowed his eyes, gripping his sword with both hands. Blood Moon descends. Shoo! A single strike sent a dazzling blood moon surging from behind him, descending upon Niu Tianmong, Wenren Tianfang, and their companions. The mere shockwaves would likely overwhelm even early extreme Dao realm cultivators attempting to withstand them head-on. Damn it! Niu Tianmong felt the overwhelming pressure, his eyes filled with despair. Could it be, we truly meet our end here? But at that very moment, amidst the thunderous roar, a figure materialized before the trio. When Ren Tianfang's face lit up with ecstatic joy, the Alliance leader has arrived. Chapter 212, Heavenly Emperor Fist vs. Blood Moon Clan's Forbidden Art. Lord Alliance Leader. Hearing Wenren Tianfang's words, Niu Tianmong and Wenren Xingtian both jolted, their gazes darting toward the figure not far ahead. The Martial Alliance's Alliance Master. Even Niu Tianmong knew this name like thunder, a legend said to have defeated the Blood Moon Clan's elders before. What? For a moment, Niu Tianmong and Wenren Xingtian stared at Jiang Bai before them in utter disbelief. He had actually met the terrifying Blood Moon descent with a single finger. Holy crap! Damn it, they had to be sure they weren't dreaming. Boom! A deafening roar shook the heavens. In the next instant, the three were sent flying backward. Even Shuetong Tian across the battlefield was forced back several meters by the terrifying shockwave. Only Jiang Bai remained utterly unmoved. Not even a single thread of his clothing was disheveled. Gulp! Everyone present, including Wenren Tianfang, swallowed hard. Holy moly, a single finger actually blocked the terrifying attack. Are you kidding me? A single finger? That was an attack powerful enough to severely wound a mid-stage extreme Dao realm cultivator. To resolve it so effortlessly. Such strength must be at least peak extreme Dao realm, or even half a step into the Dharma body realm. Blood Moon Clan. At that moment, Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes, fixing them on Shui Tongtian across from him. Daring to touch my martial alliance's forces? You lot have some nerve. Master. Seeing the presence of the overlord of the four extremes, Bai Musun Yu trembled with excitement. Beside him, Ji Changkong and the others shuddered. Holy crap, the alliance leader, he's just too damn powerful. But finally, he had arrived. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Just now, they felt like they'd all walked through the gates of hell. The martial alliance leader? The Wenren clan members stared at the center of the arena, and the mighty Ox Demon clan did the same, utterly stunned by the scene before them. So powerful. Too powerful. That supreme attack of the Blood Moon clan was effortlessly deflected, utterly mind-blowing. But Blood Child Tian's attack backfired, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes narrowed as he stared intently at Jiang Bai across the battlefield. You are the martial alliance's leader. Truthfully, seeing Jiang Bai had left him somewhat surprised, accurately speaking, quite surprised. After all, he hadn't expected the martial alliance leader to be so young, incredibly young, even terrifyingly so. Of course, that wasn't the crucial point. What truly mattered was that despite his youth, he had just effortlessly blocked his attack. That was no small feat. You must understand. That attack just now, not even a mid-stage extreme Dao realm cultivator could have blocked it. It required at least a late-stage extreme Dao realm cultivator. The Blood Moon clan truly a persistent bunch. Jiang Bai shot a glance at Shui Tongtian before continuing. You must be the Blood Moon clan's grand elder. You're certainly far more formidable than that Blood Nether River fellow before. You? Shui Tongtian's face darkened. He knew this man had slain more than one or two elders of their Blood Moon clan. You've chosen to oppose my Blood Moon clan. Consider the consequences. Shui Tongtian gave a cold laugh, clearly aware that the current situation was highly unfavorable for them. When my Blood Moon clan emerges into the world, you will die without a place to bury your remains. Is that so? Jiang Bai smiled faintly, then narrowed his eyes at Shui Tongtian. Leaving me with no place to bury my remains? I'm actually looking forward to it. But do you believe I could wipe out every single member of your Blood Moon clan here today? The calm voice struck like thunder, sending a shiver through Shui Tongtian's body. You dare! Blood Child Tian was genuinely terrified. He had brought every elite warrior of the Blood Moon clan on this expedition. If they were all slaughtered here, it would be a blow the clan could never recover from. Ha! A bunch of creatures of the shadows. It's not a matter of daring or not. Boom! As Jiang Bai extended his right hand, a colossal palm materialized in the air, reaching out to grasp the Blood Moon clan's divine power realm elders and elite warriors. The terrifying palm warped the surrounding space itself, a testament to its immense power. Run! The Blood Moon clan's elite warriors, their souls nearly leaping from their bodies at the sight, instinctively prepared to flee. But in the next instant, their pupils abruptly contracted. What? Why? I can't move. No, I don't want to die. Shrill screams filled the air. Under the binding divine power, every member of the Blood Moon clan was brutally crushed to death by Jiang Bai's grasp, then dissolved into a blood mist that ultimately vanished into the blood pearl. With a flick of his wrist, dozens of blood orbs materialized in Jiang Bai's hand. Such treasures couldn't be wasted. You're courting death. Blood Child Tian's face turned green. He never imagined that man would kill so ruthlessly. With so many Blood Moon clan elites slaughtered like this, even if he survived and returned, he would have no place left in the clan. I'll fight you to the death. Blood Tongtian's eyes blazed with savagery, a ruthless glint in his gaze. With my blood, I sacrifice to the Blood Moon. Blood Moon Palm. Boom! A torrent of blood energy surged forth, enveloping Shui Tongtian as he unleashed the Blood Moon clan's forbidden technique. Instantly, 100 zheng-tall crimson hand materialized in the sky. As Shui Tongtian reached out, it lunged toward Jiang Bai like a demon god, its might overwhelming. This level of power. Niu Tianmon gulped hard, staring dumbfounded at the enraged Shui Tongtian. He's already infinitely close to the late extreme Dao realm. The Blood Moon clan truly are madmen. For he sensed that under this attack, Blood Child Tian likely wouldn't survive. Bull Blood Moon Hand. Jiang Bai glanced at the blood-red palm descending from the void.